Consciousness slowly ascended from the abyss of chaos. Liu Yu opened his eyes and his vision was filled with a blurry mottled metal ceiling. A stubborn odor, a mixture of rust, dust, and decayed organic matter, forced its way into his nostrils. He sat up, his movements fluid without any stiffness, as if there was no interval of time between the last moment before his slumber and this awakening. He lowered his head and looked at his palms. The skin was smooth, the texture clear, the knuckles distinct. He flexed his fingers, feeling the subtle pull of tendons. This body was utterly familiar to him, yet he felt a deep sense of estrangement. Memories were like shattered mirrors flickering with fragmented images. The final impression was a sweeping light of annihilation, an apocalyptic scene of shattered laws and distorted time and space. He should have died, perished along with that glorious, ultimately extinguished era, reduced to cosmic dust. But the sensation at his fingertips, the power fed back by his muscles, the steady, powerful beating of his heart in his chest. Everything was too real to be denied. He stood up and looked around. It was a cramped, nearly abandoned metal cabin, the walls covered with dark rust stains and a few broken cables dangling lifelessly. The only light source came from an emergency light panel overhead that flickered intermittently, casting a pale glow. He walked to a relatively intact metal wall, its rough surface barely reflecting the outline of a human figure. It was him. His appearance had not changed. Black hair, black eyes, a face bearing the features of an earthling from the east. He raised his hand and grasped a sharp, protruding metal edge on the wall. The anticipated pain and blood did not appear. Under his grip, the metal edge emitted a grating sound of distortion, then deformed and compacted like soft clay in his hand. He released his hand, and there was not even a white mark on his palm. Immortality. This word naturally surfaced in his mind. It was not a guess, but a cognition rooted in the very essence of life. His physical shell had endured the change of eras, traversed unimaginable catastrophes, and remained perfectly preserved. This body was indestructible, impervious to eons of tribulation. Yet, he attempted to summon the deeper power within, calling upon the laws that once obeyed his will enough to shake the stars. What responded was only a void. Inside it was empty. The once surging river of energy carrying the ultimate truths of the universe was now dried up to the bottom. The framework of laws still existed at the base of this immortal divine body, but within that framework was nothing. Like a magnificent temple, its structure intact, but all its divine radiance and wonder lost, leaving only cold stone. He was an immortal empty shell, possessing an eternal vessel, but having lost the rules and energy that drove it. After a brief silence, a more primal perception stirred him. Hunger, not a physiological need. This body had long transcended that low-level constraint. It was a hunger at the information level, an intense craving for external cognition. He needed to know where he was, what year it was, what this era had become. His gaze fell on a dusty, flat device half buried under debris in a corner of the cabin. He walked over and brushed off the dust. It was an old personal terminal, antique in style, its power indicator faintly blinking, showing it was still running at minimal capacity. His fingertip touched the activation area. The screen lit up, projecting a pale blue light curtain. The interface language was ancient English, mixed with some character variants he barely recognized. Relying on fragmented memories left before his slumber and his powerful information processing ability, he painstakingly interpreted the dancing characters and images. Third planet of the solar system, Earth. Civilization, discontinuity. Relic star. Pan-universal intelligent life, consortium, virtual universe network, access points covering. Individual power level rating, planetary, stellar, cosmic. Unfamiliar terms, an entirely new system. He was like a child just learning to read, greedily absorbing all the basic information. This era seemed to be built upon a virtual reality technology with extremely wide coverage. That entity called the Virtual Universe Network was the core of information exchange, power authentication, and perhaps even all social activities. And the power system was completely different from the cultivation path in his memory. He needed to access it. There were all the answers he needed. Following fragmented instructions on the terminal, he found a relatively intact neural interface seat in another corner of the cabin. A helmet studded with sensor nodes hung above the seat. He sat down and put it on. The cool touch pressed against his forehead. The next moment, rather than the expected electric stimulation, a softer, yet irresistible force of consciousness tugged at him. His vision was flooded with pure white light, and then his perception detached from that immortal shell, plunging into an endless ocean of data. Around him were flowing bands of light, a concrete visualization of the torrent of information. A synthesized voice, genderless and utterly flat, resounded directly in his consciousness. Unregistered consciousness detected, accessing public guidance, port of the Virtual Universe Network. Please select guidance language and interaction mode. He selected the most basic common language and standard interaction interface. Scanning consciousness wave spectrum. Scan complete. Basic life template confirmed, carbon-based intelligent species, human subspecies. Energy activity level assessment. Assessment abnormal. Unable to connect to main energy core for standard rating. The synthesized voice paused for a moment. Detected high-intensity inert reaction in the carrier exceeding standard detection threshold. According to Article 7 Amendment of the Provisional Regulations on Pan-Universal Individual Power Management and Certification, minimum power certification is permitted based on carrier strength. Would you like to register for a stellar-level account? Carrier strength. Lu Yu immediately understood. It referred to the physical foundation of his immortal divine body. It seemed that the detection mechanism of this virtual universe network could not penetrate the interior of his empty shell, only perceive the hardness of its exterior. Yes, he did not hesitate. Registering stellar-level account. Registration successful. Account ID Earth 734 Sector Wanderer system generated can be modified later. Permission level stellar temporary subject to periodic review. Basic knowledge base common language enhancement pack current era history overview simplified version have been issued to your personal storage space. Please check and study accordingly. Almost simultaneously, a torrent of information flooded into his consciousness. No longer the fragmented pieces on the terminal, but systematic structured knowledge. From an overview of the cosmic star map to the development level of mainstream technology to brief introductions of various known civilized races and, most importantly, a detailed exposition of the individual power system. Planetara level initially transcend the shackles of one's home planet master basic energy projection. Stellar level can move freely within a star system. Energy applications become diversified. Initial contact with the rudiments of laws. Cosmic level roam across the star. See life form begins to transition, can more deeply understand and apply some cosmic laws. Above that there seemed to be even more vague loftier levels, but the knowledge base was sketchy. And he with only an immortal shell by the standards of this era, aside from his body being unbelievably hard at the energy and law level, probably couldn't even be considered planetary level. An empty shell with stellar level certification. The vast gap did not discourage him in the slightest. Instead, it ignited a will that had slumbered for countless ages. Blankness meant it could be filled. Having lost the old laws, it was just right to embrace the new rules of this era. He exited the public guidance port, and his consciousness returned to that cold metal body. Taking off the helmet, he looked at the old terminal again. Now the information on the screen was no longer a mystery to him. He pulled up his personal storage space and began reading the basic knowledge hungrily. From astronomy to geography, from physics to biology, from technology to humanities. He was like the most diligent student, not missing a single detail. Especially the descriptions of the power system. He studied them repeatedly, cross-referencing and analyzing them with his past knowledge. The laws of this era seemed to favor a more standardized, quantifiable path, significantly different from the path he had experienced in the Epoch of Ruin. A path closer to the origin, relying more on personal enlightenment. But 1,000 paths lead to the same destination. He keenly perceived that in the descriptions of the most basic particle interactions and energy conversion efficiencies, he could still see the shadow of some eternal underlying logic. He immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge tireless. Time lost its meaning in the abandoned cabin. After an unknown period, he had studied the issued basic knowledge base 3 times, ensuring every point was thoroughly mastered. He finally had a vague, but no longer pitch-black outline of this strange new era. It was at this moment that a faint sensation of being watched like a cold spider's web gently brushed against his perception. It did not come from the physical plane, but more like an information-level scan trying to penetrate the shielding of this abandoned cabin to probe the situation inside. Very faint, very covert. Almost undetectable if not for the extraordinary sensitivity of this immortal divine body to any form of probing and law interference. His movement paused for a moment. He slowly raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the thick metal walls, looking toward the direction where the sensation came from. The virtual universe network. It seemed not entirely safe. Having just registered, he had already attracted attention. Was it because of the abnormal energy assessment? Or this too hard carrier? He turned off the terminal screen. The only light source in the cabin died, plunging everything into complete darkness. Only the weak, intermittent red light of the emergency panel occasionally illuminated his calm profile, and that pair of eyes sharp as a falcon's in the darkness. The immortal empty shell was silent, but within it the highest vigilance had been erected. In the dark cabin, the red glow of the emergency light pulsed like a dying heart. Lu Yu sat cross-legged on the icy floor, the metallic cold seeping through his thin robes into his skin. He retrieved the basic gold law secret art he had just learned, a gentle energy guidance technique classified as an entry-level safety manual in the new era. His fingertip traced across the void, sketching the first basic rune according to the tutorial. In an instant, the dormant, immortal divine body awakened. It was not a gradual flow of energy, but the sudden opening of a slumbering beast's eyes. Every inch of flesh within him transformed into a voracious vortex of laws spinning at a speed beyond physical laws. The air in the abandoned cabin instantly solidified. Fine metal shavings peeled from the walls, floating in midair with a faint hum. The simulated environment constructed by the virtual universe network began to warp. Energy readings skyrocketed like a runaway horse breaking through safety thresholds one after another. Fragments of the metal law were forcibly stripped from the depths of the data stream, turning into visible pale golden specks, like stardust caught by an invisible gravitational force surging wildly toward Liu Ye's body. He tried to control the out-of-control devouring, but the divine Buddha's craving for laws far exceeded his expectations. Every cell screamed for more pure essence of gold. The gentle guidance path designed by the basic secret art was completely overwhelmed, replaced by brutal plunder. The virtual universe's alarm system was finally triggered. A piercing buzz tore through the silence. Red warning windows flickered frantically in the darkness. Energy overload. Law disorder. Area stability dropped to 17. The corridor outside the abandoned cabin began to twist and deform. Metal walls dripped like melting wax. Data streams surged like a stormy sea, raising monstrous waves. Liu closed his eyes tightly, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. He could feel the divine body tearing apart the structure of this virtual space. The fragments of the gold law were too pure, too ancient, incompatible with the layered, gentle energy of this era. Like a prehistoric giant beast breaking into a delicate toy house, every breath disrupted the surrounding balance. Forceful stabilization procedure initiated. The cold system prompt echoed in the air. Countless blue energy chains shot out from the void, attempting to bind Liu Ye's body and suppress the out-of-control law vortex. But the chains disintegrated into raw data streams the moment they touched the divine Buddha's surface like ice meeting lava. More alarms followed. Container overload. Law black hole effect confirmed. Initiate emergency isolation protocol. The entire abandoned cabin area began to detach from the main network, slowly separating from the main structure of the virtual universe like a severed tumor. Transparent energy barriers rose around, completely isolating this space from the outside. Liu finally opened his eyes. In the depths of his pupils flickered an unstable golden light, the result of too many gold law fragments clashing within his body. The divine body was still greedily devouring every law energy it could reach, completely ignoring the limits of this virtual world. He slowly raised his right hand, trying to forcibly interrupt the cultivation. But his fingers froze in the air as if countless invisible threads pulled at every joint. The divine Buddha's instinctive craving for laws fiercely opposed his will, and muscle fibers emitted faint tearing sounds. Deep in the virtual universe at some observation node. What is that? A middle-aged man in a white research suit suddenly stood up, staring intently at the holographic projection before him. The concentration of gold law in Area B73 has skyrocketed 4,700 times. Impossible. In the projection, the curve representing energy reading rose almost vertically, quickly breaking the chart's highest scale. This is not a normal cultivation fluctuation. The young assistant beside him trembled. It's more like a law black hole. It's devouring everything. The middle-aged man quickly operated the control panel, calling up more detailed data. Carrier strength. Unmeasurable. Energy absorption efficiency. Exceeds theoretical maximum. His fingers turned white from force. Immediately report to the Supreme Security Council. We may have encountered an unprecedented anomalous individual. Meanwhile, in the isolation zone, Liu finally found a balance point. He no longer tried to forcibly suppress the divine Buddhist instinct, but guided the violent flood of laws along a more ancient path. It was a secret art he had comprehended during the destruction era, already fused into the instinctual memory of this body. The golden light gradually converged, transforming from wanton explosion into rhythmic pulsation. The floating metal shavings slowly fell to the ground, and the distorted space began to self-repair. But the devoured law fragments had permanently changed the nature of this area, and the air still filled with sharp metallic chi. When the last trace of escaping energy was drawn back into his body, Liu slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. The breath condensed into tiny metal crystals in the air, tinkling as they fell to the ground. The alarms of the virtual universe gradually subsided, but red warning windows still stubbornly floated in the air, recording the brief law storm. Event record: unknown type, energy loss of control in Area B73, duration 47 seconds, peak energy level unable to evaluate. Recommend permanent lockdown of this area. Liu looked down at his own hands. A faint metallic luster flowed on the skin surface, the manifestation of too many gold law fragments, temporarily unable to be fully absorbed. The strength of the divine body seemed to have a barely perceptible increase, but at the cost of causing unnecessary attention. He stood up and walked to the edge of the cabin. Outside the transparent energy barrier was the infinite starry sky of the virtual universe. But in the deep darkness, he sensed countless eyes watching this isolated area. The first attempt nearly spiraled out of control. The laws of this era appeared gentle but fundamentally conflicted with his immortal divine body. Like oil and water, no matter how stirred, they will eventually separate. He needed to be more cautious and slow in adapting to this new environment. But time was never a friend to the immortal. Metal fragments made a subtle scraping sound beneath his feet. Lu Yu stood before the energy barrier, gazing at the fake starry sky. The luster on his skin was slowly fading like residual watermarks during ebbing tide. He deliberately slowed his breathing, allowing the restless law fragments within him to gradually settle. In the moment of energy loss of control, just now, he sensed an extremely distant resonance. It was no illusion. In the Law Detection Center of the Qianwu Universe Country Virtual Universe Company branch, hundreds of light screens simultaneously flashed a glaring red light. On the central main screen, an unprecedented energy curve was climbing madly, breaking through one theoretical limit after another. Impossible. The duty researcher abruptly stood up, knocking over the energy drink on his hand. Liquid splashed onto the console with a hissing sound, but he was completely oblivious. The curve continued to rise, exceeding the instrument's maximum range. The entire detection center fell into dead silence. Only the alarm echoed repeatedly in the empty hall. Everyone stared at the energy curve that had turned pure gold, as if witnessing some miracle. At the same time, within dozens of light years, all martial artists cultivating gold element laws felt an inexplicable palpitation. On a military planet, a silver-haired instructor who was guiding recruits suddenly knelt on one knee. He pressed his chest firmly, his knuckles turning white from exertion. The long-dormant gold element primordial force within him boiled uncontrollably, as if worshipping some distant existence. "Instructor!" The recruits crowded around in panic. The silver-haired instructor raised his head, a trace of bewilderment in his eyes. "You don't feel it?" The recruits looked at each other in confusion. Only those who cultivated the gold element laws could perceive that call. It was like an instinct sleeping deep in the bloodline awakened, or a lost young beast finally hearing the call of its clan. 3 light years from the branch deep within the Qianwu secret realm, a figure meditating with eyes closed slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes seemed to contain the birth and death of an entire galaxy, yet now a rare fluctuation emerged. An anomaly of laws beyond the boundary. "Qianwu country," Lord murmured to himself, his fingertip gently tapping the void. Countless law threads intertwined before him, outlining the energy propagation path of that moment. The end of the path pointed to a certain coordinate in the virtual universe. But when he tried to probe deeper, all clues stopped abruptly. As if something had forcibly severed causality, hiding the truth behind layers of mist. Not an immortal, nor a universe venerable. "Qianwu country," Lord frowned slightly. How can a law resonance of this level appear in a grade region? After a moment of thought, he sent a query with the highest authority to the virtual universe system. Query result: data missing. Qianwu country. Lord's fingertip tapped the armrest gently. Information even he could not retrieve either involved core secrets of the virtual universe or was something the system itself could not record. The virtual universe company branch had already fallen into chaos. Department heads gathered in the command hall, everyone looking grim. The source of the energy loss of control had not been determined, yet the scope of influence kept expanding. Worse, they were completely unable to understand the cause of this phenomenon. Preliminary statistics: over 3 million gold element martial artists affected. A female supervisor reported, her voice trembling slightly. Among them, 17 broke through on the spot, but more showed symptoms of primordial force disorder. The technical chief pulled up an energy propagation model. According to simulation, this wave has strong selectivity. Only martial artists who have reached domain level in gold element law comprehension can resonate. Domain level, another supervisor exclaimed. Then that means... The hall fell into deeper silence. If only gold element martial artists above domain level could sense it, then what terrifying degree of control over gold element laws did the source of such resonance possess? Virtual Universe B73 Sector. Lu Yu finally completely restrained the last trace of overflowing energy. The metallic luster on his skin completely disappeared, making him indistinguishable from an ordinary human. He could feel those distant tremors. Like dropping a pebble into a calm lake, ripples spread to endless distances. Only he hadn't expected that martial artists of this era would be so sensitive to laws. Or rather, the laws themselves in this era were more active than he remembered. He walked slowly towards the center of the training ground. The metal floor beneath his feet still retained high temperature. Every step left a shallow mark, but it quickly self-repaired. A warning pop-up from the virtual universe still floated in midair, the red text glaring. Suggestion: permanently block this area. Lu Yu raised his hand and gently touched those words. His fingertip passed through the holographic projection, stirring a faint ripple. Too late, he murmured to himself. Since attention had been drawn, blocking or not made no difference. Those standing at the pinnacle of the universe would not let any anomaly go easily. What he needed to do now was to quickly adapt to the law operation of this era and find a balancing point compatible with this body. In the Qianwu secret realm, hundreds of light points appeared before the country lord. Each point represented a gold element martial artist who had resonated strongly during the previous anomaly. His gaze finally locked onto one of the light points. That was the location of the silver-haired instructor. Send orders, let Jinyu come see me. When the silver-haired instructor, Jinyu, stepped into the core of the secret realm, Qianwu country lord was facing away from him, gazing at the law trajectories in the void. What did you feel? The country lord did not turn around. Jinyu knelt on one knee, his voice filled with restrained excitement like a kind of call. My gold element domain automatically expanded, and the purity of my primordial force increased by 3%. 3%. Qianwu country lord finally turned, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Just the afterwave can increase the primordial force purity of a domain-level martial artist. He waved his hand to dissipate the law trajectories in the air. The Virtual Universe Company has already set up a special investigation team. But before they find the answer, I want you to do something. Jinyu lowered his head to listen. Find others who had strong resonance and create a secret list. The country lord's gaze seemed to penetrate the endless void. I have a feeling this is only the beginning. After Jinyu left, Qianwu country lord stood alone in the center of the secret realm. He could feel that the web of laws in the universe was undergoing some subtle change. Like a carefully woven spider web suddenly pulled by an external force on a single thread. The entire web was trembling lightly. And at the center of the tremor was that grayed region even he could not peer into. In an inconspicuous office at the Virtual Universe Company headquarters, a white-haired elder slowly put down the report in his hand. On his desk lay dozens of similar files, each recording anomalies occurring in the universe. But today's report was exceptionally different. A law anomaly that transcends the boundaries of a universe country. The elder repeated softly, a rare curiosity flashing in his eyes. He pressed the communicator. Activate net capture protocol. Priority highest. Confirm target Qianwu Universe Country Virtual Universe Company branch jurisdiction. Mission: identify the source of the anomaly. The office returned to silence. The elder walked to the window, gazing at the eternal starry sky outside. Finally, something interesting to wait for. At this moment, Lu Yu was sitting cross-legged in the center of the training ground, eyes closed. He deliberately suppressed his aura, allowing his body to slowly adapt to the laws of this era. Like throwing a sharp-edged boulder into flowing water, time is needed to shape it into a form that suits the current. But he could feel the invisible net tightening. The virtual universe system had raised its monitoring level of him to the highest, countless invisible detection waves sweeping over this area. Further away, some powerful consciousnesses were casting their attention in this direction. Time was indeed running out. Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes, a metallic glint flashing deep in his pupils. In that case, it was better to make the water even murkier. The metallic floor of the training ground emitted a cold gleam, while Lu Yu's breathing rhythm maintained a subtle synchronization with the flow of air. He could sense those invisible detection waves like delicate spiderwebs sweeping across his skin layer by layer. Each scan carried a probing force. Deep within the core computing zone of the Virtual Universe Company headquarters, tens of thousands of data streams surged at an unprecedented speed. Within the pure white computing space, a vague humanoid silhouette was surrounded by countless points of light. Commence life information tracing. The icy electronic voice echoed within the space. Data streams surged towards the silhouette like tidal waves. Gene sequences, energy fluctuations, soul imprints. All known life feature analysis methods were activated simultaneously. Points of light danced on the silhouette's surface, attempting to outline a complete life atlas. Suddenly, the outermost points began to flicker irregularly. Detected information discontinuity. The electronic tone remained steady, but the computing speed visibly increased by an order of magnitude. The scene inside the silhouette began to distort. What should have been clearly displayed, the gene chain, shattered into fragments, energy fluctuations vanished at a critical threshold, and the soul imprint appeared as blank as if it had never existed. More computing units were activated. The superbrain accessed the entire database of the Virtual Universe Company, from the oldest racial archives to the records of the most recently discovered civilizations, attempting to find any matching life form. All futile. The silhouette became increasingly blurry in the data stream, as if it might dissipate completely at any moment. Inference failed. For the first time, a minuscule fluctuation appeared in the electronic voice. The target life form cannot be classified under any existing known system. In his palace, the ruler of Qianwu felt a sudden palpitation in his heart. As the ruler of a universe nation, he had not experienced such instinctive forewarning in a long time. He looked up into the void as if he could pierce through layers of space and see the young man training in the field. Even the virtual universe system. He murmured, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the armrest of the throne. In an inconspicuous office at headquarters, the screen before the white-haired elder suddenly turned blood red. Dazzling warning symbols spun continuously, and beneath them appeared an ancient universal language phrase, highest crisis protocol activated. The old man's fingers tightened slightly. He stared at the blinking warning sign, a somber expression finally settling in his eyes. How long has it been? He asked softly, uncertain whether he was speaking to the system or to himself. Since the establishment of the virtual universe system, this is the first time a non-inferable life form has appeared. The superbrain recommends immediate implementation of the highest level response measures. Inside the training ground, Lu Yu slowly stood up. He could sense the frequency of the detection waves shifting drastically from tentative probing to an almost brutal intrusion. An invisible pressure surged from all directions, attempting to thoroughly dissect him from the inside out. A faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Just like that, he deliberately relaxed part of his control over his body, allowing those detection waves to delve deeper into his essence. But just as they were about to touch the core, all information suddenly broke off, as if hitting an invisible wall. The data streams within the core computing zone fell into chaos. Warning: unknown information barrier encountered. Inference process forcibly terminated. Counterinference mechanism activation failed. A series of alarms made the light in the entire computing space unstable. The blurry silhouette finally vanished, completely replaced by a constantly rotating question mark. The white-haired elder stood up and walked to the center of the room. A holographic projection unfolded before him, displaying an emergency meeting notice from the Supreme Council of the Virtual Universe Company. Notify all Universe Nations branches to activate the ancient protocol. The old man's voice carried a long-lost, grim solemnity. Before the target's true identity is determined, elevate its threat level to world extinction grade. The command spread like ripples. In various corners of human territory, ancient beings that had slumbered for ages slowly opened their eyes. Lu Yu sensed the sudden shift in the surrounding atmosphere. The invisible nets were no longer mere surveillance. They carried a tangible, murderous intent. The air grew viscous, each breath requiring more effort. He raised his hand, gently tracing patterns in the air. A barely visible ripple spread, disintegrating the invisible probes wherever it passed. Not chaotic enough yet, he murmured. Deep within the virtual universe system's network, a silent storm was brewing. The superbrain mobilized all its computing power, attempting to breach the information barrier from every angle, but each attempt vanished like a stone dropped into the sea. A hidden computing node suddenly overloaded, emitting a string of erroneous codes that spread like a virus, infecting other normally functioning systems. The target possesses counterinference characteristics. It is recommended to cease direct detection. The electronic voice of the superbrain showed obvious hesitation for the first time. The old man watched the error reports flickering on the screen, slowly sinking back into his seat. His fingers tapped lightly on the armrest, the rhythm identical to that of the ruler of Qianwu Universe Nation far away. No need to stop, he finally said. Continue the inference, record all anomalous data. He wanted to see how much of a storm this life form that suddenly appeared in the Qianwu Universe Nation could stir up. Inside the training ground, Lu Yu sensed the detection intensity increase once more. This time it was no longer a crude invasion, but a more delicate infiltration. Countless fine data streams attempted to bypass his defenses, infiltrating from the most inconspicuous corners. He closed his eyes, allowing those streams to touch his surface consciousness. In an instant, all screens in the core computing zone went black. 3 seconds later, when the images reappeared, they displayed a chaotic nebula, the primordial data from the dawn of the universe. Partial information fragments acquired. The electronic voice paused rarely. Cannot parse. The old man stared at the rotating nebula, a sense of awe gradually replacing his somber expression. A mixture of vigilance and curiosity gleamed in his eyes. Lu Yu paced slowly in the center of the training ground. Each footprint left a faint luminous trace on the metal floor, forming a pattern that had never appeared in the universe before. The moment the pattern was complete, the spatial structure of the entire training ground underwent a subtle change. The once stable space rippled like water, and the invisible detection waves all deflected upon contact with these ripples. Spatial parameters abnormal. The superbrain's alarm sounded again. Unknown spatial technology detected. The old man's fingers suddenly stopped tapping. So that's it, he said softly, a spark of understanding flashing in his eyes. This was no simple life form, but something more ancient and more complex. The virtual universe system could not infer, not because of insufficient technology, but because the entity fundamentally did not belong to this universe's cognitive framework. He pressed the communicator, his voice returning to its usual calm. Suspend all detection operations. But execute the order. The pressure inside the training ground dissipated instantly. Lu Yu stopped pacing and looked up into the void, as if exchanging glances with some distant being. Finally realized it, he murmured to himself. Deep within the Virtual Universe Company headquarters, the white-haired elder stood alone before the observatory deck. The starry sky outside was as brilliant as ever, But he knew that from today onward the meaning of this starry sky had changed. A life form that could not be inferred. An existence beyond all cognition. The cosmic game had just laid down its first piece. Faint light traces still lingered on the metallic floor of the training ground, as if the script of some unknown civilization was silently narrating. Lu Yu stood still, sensing the subtle tremors in the space around him. Though the invisible detection waves had withdrawn, the air still carried a disturbed aura. 3 figures appeared silently at the edge of the training ground. They wore silver-white uniforms with badges of the highest authority from the Virtual Universe Company on their chests. Mr. Lu Yu. The leader's voice was calm, but his eyes were sharp as blades. Please come with us to the 7th isolation zone. No room for explanation, no process of questioning. This was the highest level of review procedure. Lu Yu gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over the 3. He could sense the energy surging within them, at least the peak of the stellar level. The importance the Virtual Universe Company placed on this review far exceeded expectations. The isolation zone was located 3,000 kilometers underground at the company headquarters. Silver-white walls flowed with data runes, and every inch of space was enveloped by an encrypted force field. Lu Yu was led to the center of a circular hall as transparent energy barriers slowly rose around him. Begin comprehensive scanning. The leader's voice came through the speaker system. Colored beams descended from the ceiling, enveloping Lu Yu completely. Data streams scrolled frantically across the surrounding screens. Vital signs stable. Energy level stellar rank 3. Law comprehension initial mastery of spatial origin. The readings were normal in a disturbing way. The leader frowned. Initiate deep gene scan. The beam color shifted to deep purple. This time the data on the screens began to show abnormal fluctuations. Detected unknown gene sequence. Unable to match any known database. Energy core structure abnormal. Does not conform to stellar level standards. The technician's fingers flew over the console, fine sweat beading on his forehead. Sir, his body is resisting the scan. Indeed, Lu Yu could feel the detection waves trying to probe deep into his cells, but they were blocked by some invisible barrier. It was not intentional on his part, but an instinctive reaction of his body. The leader pressed the communicator, activate the undying level detection protocol. The pressure inside the hall suddenly intensified. Complex patterns emerged on the silver-white walls, a formation specially designed to detect undying existences. At that moment, a sudden anomaly occurred. The energy naturally flowing around Lu Yu resonated with the detection waves, causing the hall lights to flicker violently. Something dormant within him was awakened. Not an active release, merely the natural manifestation of his existence. The monitoring screens were instantly overwhelmed with red alerts. Warning. Detected undying characteristics. Energy level surging. Stellar level. No, this is impossible. Data jumped wildly, switching between stellar and undying levels, completely defying the universe's accepted energy system. The leader sprang to his feet, staring intently at Lu Yu in the center. The young man still stood peacefully, as if the chaos around him had nothing to do with him. Yet inside his body a paradox of cosmic laws was unfolding. Stellar level aura, undying level essence. These two states, which should never coexist, were perfectly fused within him. Stop all probing. The leader made a decisive order. He realized that continuing the scan would yield no further information and might instead trigger uncontrollable consequences. The energy beams slowly dissipated. An eerie silence fell over the hall. Lu Yu gently flexed his fingers, feeling the gradually subsiding energy fluctuations within his body. He had long anticipated this day would come, only not so soon. The report must be uploaded immediately. The leader said quietly to his deputy, his gaze never leaving Lu Yu. Deliver it directly to the Lord of Chaos City. The news caused an earthquake among the top echelons of the Virtual Universe Company. 12 highest directors gathered in the council chamber, with holographic projections replaying the detection footage from the isolation zone. The coexistence of stellar and undying levels. This violates the fundamental laws of the universe. An old man with white hair spoke with a trembling voice. It's not just a violation, it's rewriting the laws. Another female director interjected, her eyes gleaming with disbelief. The debate lasted a full 3 standard hours. In the end, all directors unanimously agreed. This matter exceeded the company's authority and must be reported to the highest level of the human race. The information traveled through encrypted channels, crossing countless light years, and finally reached the depths of the original universe. In Chaos City, the man in green robes slowly opened his eyes. Before him floated a light screen displaying the emergency report from the Virtual Universe Company. Interesting. The Lord of Chaos City murmured to himself. His gaze pierced through the light screen, as if directly seeing the young man in the isolation zone. Beneath the stellar-level exterior lay an undying essence, and deeper still something he himself could not fully discern. This was not simple extraordinary talent, nor the effect of some unknown secret technique. It was an anomaly at the level of existence itself. The Lord of Chaos City tapped his fingertip lightly. An invisible wave expanded outward from Chaos City, instantly covering the entire original universe. He sensed all traces similar to Lu Ye's existence. The result surprised him, unique. In the entire history of the universe, such an existence had never appeared before. This was not evolution, but rather an arrival. Notify the Virtual Universe Company. The Lord's voice was calm, yet carried irrefutable authority. Cease all detection actions. Change the observation of this person to remote distance, and do not interfere with his natural growth. When the order reached the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company, all the high-ranking officials were stunned. They had anticipated various possibilities: detailed investigation, tight surveillance, even direct control. The one thing they had not foreseen was this outcome letting him be. The Lord means. The white-haired elder hesitated. The leader took a deep breath. What we saw may only be the tip of the iceberg. Lu Yu inside the isolation zone suddenly looked up. He felt those gazes that had been locked on him disappear, replaced by a more distant, more grand attention. It was as if the entire universe was silently watching him. He walked slowly out of the isolation zone, and no one stopped him. The staff who had been on high alert now respectfully made way. When Lu Ye's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor, the leader finally loosened his clenched fist. Deep blood marks from his nails were embedded in his palm. He recalled the final sentence in the Lord's order: anomalies in the laws often herald the arrival of a new era. The stars remained the same, but something had changed forever. The light at the end of the passage was somewhat dazzling. Lu Yu squinted, adapting to the brightness outside. The metal walls of the isolation zone closed behind him with a dull clang. The corridor was empty, only the echo of his own footsteps reverberated. The omnipresent feeling of being watched had vanished, replaced by something else, a more distant, grander sense of existence, as if the entire universe itself were gazing upon him. He stopped and raised his palm. The blood vessels beneath his skin faintly glowed, a power not belonging to the laws of this universe coursed through his veins. The sensation was unfamiliar, yet eerily familiar, as if he were born for this. Qianwu Universe, Kingdom Border Star Region. An unremarkable mining planet was undergoing day and night transition. The twilight slanted across the metal buildings of the mining area, casting long shadows. Workers ended their day and walked in small groups toward the living quarters. No one noticed the anomaly in the sky. At first, the positions of a few stars subtly shifted. Then the entire starry sky began to warp like ripples scattering a reflection on water. Starlight was stretched, deformed, and finally merged into a chaotic blur of colors. The air froze. The wind ceased. Dust particles hung motionless. Even the smallest vibrations stopped. Time lost its meaning in that moment. The miners froze mid-step, their minds still racing, but bodies unable to move. A primal life instinct, fear, gripped every throat. The chaotic colors gradually coalesced into a form. No blinding light, no deafening sound. Just a figure silently appearing beneath the starry sky. He looked no different from an ordinary human, wearing a simple gray robe, his face forgettable at a glance. But the moment he appeared, the very laws of this star region trembled. Planets stopped revolving, starlight dimmed for an instant, and even the gravitational field of a black hole experienced a subtle fluctuation. This was not a display of power, but an effect of mere existence. Like a boulder thrown into a still lake, inevitably causing ripples. The Chaos City Lord's gaze swept across this star region. His sight penetrated the ground, the atmosphere, all barriers of matter and energy, finally landing on the young man who had just left the isolation zone. Lu Yu jerked his head up. Though separated by countless light years, he clearly felt that gaze. It was not human, not any creatures, but the universe itself looking at him. Their gazes intersected across space-time. In that instant, something within Lu Yu was awakened. He felt his blood boil, bones emit a faint hum, every cell responding to that look. A flicker passed through Chaos City Lord's eyes. He saw it. Deep within Lu Yu's body flowed laws not belonging to this universe. It was not an invasion of foreign power, but a bizarre balance achieved between the laws of two different universes within this life form. This balance was extremely fragile, yet strangely stable. So that's it, Chaos City Lord murmured to himself. His voice did not travel through air, but echoed directly within the fundamental laws of the universe. The nearest planets developed slight cracks on their surfaces, the result of material reality being unable to withstand information transmission at such a level. Lu Yu involuntarily stepped back. Though there was no malice in that gaze, he still felt unprecedented pressure. Like a drop of water facing an entire ocean, a grain of sand facing boundless desert. The power inside him began to operate autonomously. The glow under his skin grew brighter, casting twisted shadows on the corridor walls. Those shadows did not resemble a human silhouette, but ever-changing geometric patterns never seen before. Chaos City Lord nodded slightly. He extended a finger and lightly tapped the void. No energy fluctuation, no spatial distortion, but Lu Yu felt a certain shackle within him unlocked. The power suppressed deep in his blood began to surge like rivers thawing in spring. No. Lu Yu gritted his teeth, trying to control it. But it was futile. The power was far beyond his current control, crashing like a tsunami against every inch of his body. His vision blurred, and whispers of countless worlds sounded in his ears. Chaos City Lord quietly observed all this. He saw Lu Yu's body cycling between collapse and reconstruction, saw how those extra-dimensional laws collided and merged with the fundamental rules of this universe. Each collision produced tiny sparks, the omen of new laws being born. Law discrepancy. Chaos City Lord recalled his own words. Now he saw something more concrete. Inside Lu Yu, the laws of two universes were adapting to each other in an unprecedented way. It was not simple repulsion or devouring, but a more complex symbiotic relationship. Time on the mining planet remained frozen. A miner held his foot in mid-step, a bead of sweat frozen in the air. In the distance, a bird hovered in the setting sun, its wings perfectly arched like a sculpture. Only Chaos City Lord and Lu Yu existed within the flow of time. No, perhaps there was a third presence. Lu Yu felt his consciousness splitting. One part still struggled to control the rampaging power, while another drifted toward a distant place. There was no time, no space, only endless laws intertwining and colliding. He saw the true form of Chaos City Lord, not the gray-robed figure standing under the stars, but a vast entity composed of countless threads of law. Those threads extended to every corner of the universe, connecting every star, every life. And he himself was one particularly bright golden thread extending from an unknown place, forcibly inserted into this universe's network of laws. You see, Chaos City Lord's voice sounded directly in his consciousness. Lu Yu wanted to reply, but found himself unable to make a sound. His language ability seemed so pale in the face of this level of communication. Chaos City Lord's gaze deepened. He saw a mark deep in Lu Yu's consciousness, a symbol not belonging to any known civilization system. It exuded an ancient alien aura, as if from a time before the universe was born. Extra-dimensional visitor. Chaos City Lord finally understood the nature of this anomaly. This was not the effect of some secret art, nor a natural talent, but a life from another universe carrying the laws of his homeland forcibly descending into this world. Most astonishingly, the laws of two universes had achieved balance within this life. This defied all known cosmic laws. Chaos City Lord raised his hand, intending to probe the mark more closely. But the moment his consciousness nearly touched it, an indescribable force repelled his perception. The entire Qianwu universe kingdom trembled. Hundreds of planets shifted orbits, thousands of star systems experienced energy fluctuations, and tens of thousands of civilizations simultaneously detected this anomaly. But no one knew what had happened. Only a few existences at the pinnacle of the universe lifted their heads, gazing toward the direction of Qianwu Universe Kingdom. Their faces showed gravity, realizing that something beyond their understanding was unfolding. Lu Yu collapsed to his knees, his clothes soaked with sweat. The collision of that moment had made him feel the clash of two universe-level existences. Though Chaos City Lord had minimized the impact, the aftershock was still more than he could bear. Not yet enough, Chaos City Lord said softly. His figure began to blur like ink dissolving in water. The distortion of the stars gradually returned to normal, and time resumed flowing. The miners continued their actions as if nothing had happened. The bird flapped its wings and flew into the distance. The setting sun slowly sank below the horizon. Everything had returned to normal. Only Lu Yu knew that something had been forever changed. The power inside him no longer raged but flowed in a more orderly manner. Those extra-dimensional laws had reached a delicate balance with the rules of this universe, mutually restraining and promoting each other. Chaos City Lord's figure had completely vanished. But he had left a mark, not on any object, but within the fundamental laws of this star region. From now on, any attempt to probe the secrets within Lu Yu would first pass through this mark's filtration. Lu Yu slowly stood up, feeling the power flowing within him. The sensation of being watched by the entire universe remained, but it was no longer suffocating. Now it felt more like a guardianship, an observation, an expectation. He looked out the window at the stars, and their positions seemed slightly different from before. Not a physical change, but in his perception, they became clearer, closer. As if the whole universe were opening its arms to embrace him. And across endless space-time, the true body of Chaos City Lord opened his eyes. Floating before him was a complex light-tan shadow model with one golden thread particularly conspicuous. The advent of a new era. He whispered softly, a light never seen before gleaming in his eyes. This time what he saw was not destruction but rebirth. Lu Yu stood within a void. There was no light, no sound, and even the concept of time had become indistinct. He attempted to move his fingers only to find his body ensnared by invisible threads, each motion demanding immense effort. No need to be tense. The voice of the Chaos City Lord came from all directions, yet it seemed to resonate directly within his mind. It carried no emotion, yet it eased the tension in Lu Yu's nerves. What do you see? Lu Yu concentrated his gaze. At first there was only chaos, but then countless intricate lines began to emerge. They writhed and intertwined like living entities, forming a vast web that spanned his entire vision. Each line trembled faintly, emitting a hum perceptible only to the soul. Threads of law, Lu Yu replied softly. They breathe. This answer caused a subtle ripple in the void. The once chaotic lines began to arrange themselves in order, forming symbols Lu Yu had never seen before. Breathe. The Chaos City Lord's voice carried a hint of interest for the first time. Go on. Lu Yu's gaze followed the flowing symbols. He saw some lines bright as the morning sun, others dim as twilight, and still others flickering without pause. Each law has its own rhythm of life. The law of fire pulses the fastest like a heartbeat. The law of earth is the most steady, each wave long and heavy. The law of space. He paused. It is like a net where each node resonates with the others. A soft glow emerged in the void. Within the light, the figure of the Chaos City Lord appeared faintly. A unique perspective. Most cultivators see laws as tools, but you see them as living beings. Lu Yu remained silent for a moment. He knew his next words might lead to unforeseen consequences, but before this, being any concealment seemed absurd. Because I was not born in this universe. The moment the words fell, the surrounding threads of law froze. The entire space fell into an eerie stillness, as if time itself had ceased to flow. The Chaos City Lord's form fully materialized. His eyes held no surprise, only a profound contemplation, deep as a sea of stars. Continue. Lu Yu took a deep breath. He felt the extra-dimensional laws within him quiver faintly, as if responding to the anomaly of this space. In my homeland, laws exist in a different form. They are more loose and freer. There is no such rigid system, nor such distinct hierarchies. He raised his hand, his fingertips brushing against the motionless threads of law. The lines, as if awakened, began to flow again, but their trajectories had changed. I can see the beauty of this universe's laws, but also their limitations. They are too perfect, as if crafted into an elaborate cage. These words sent violent tremors through the space. Countless threads of law thrashed wildly, emitting piercing shrieks. Lu Yu felt a colossal pressure surge from all directions, threatening to crush his soul. Yet he did not retreat. Perfection means stability, but also stagnation. The system of laws in this universe has gone too long without true transformation. The pressure vanished abruptly. The Chaos City Lord waved a hand, calming the frenzied threads of law. His gaze fell upon Lu Yu, laden with an indescribable complexity. Do you know what these words mean? I do, Lu Yu replied calmly. But you asked and I answered. This is the trial, is it not? A faint, almost imperceptible smile crossed the Chaos City Lord's lips. He raised a hand and pointed into the void. Countless streams of light and shadow converged, coalescing into a transparent crystal. Within the crystal, countless tiny law runes interweaved and operated in an exceedingly complex manner. Decipher it. Lu Yu gazed at the crystal. He could sense that the law power contained within far exceeded his current comprehension. Forcing an analysis might overwhelm his consciousness with the torrent of information. But he chose not to follow conventional methods. Lu Yu closed his eyes, emptying his perception. Instead of trying to understand the meaning of the runes, he focused on feeling the rhythm of their flow. Just as he had described earlier, he treated these laws as living entities. Time passed. The runes within the crystal began to change. They no longer followed their predetermined paths, but started to reorganize and evolve spontaneously. Some dim runes suddenly brightened, while bright ones gradually faded. A flicker of surprise crossed the Chaos City Lord's eyes. Beads of sweat formed on Lu Yu's brow. He was engaged in an extremely perilous act, not deciphering the law, but conversing with it. The extra-dimensional laws within him acted as a bridge, enabling a form of communication with the laws of this universe. The crystal began to tremble. Its surface shimmered erratically, and the runes within swirled at an accelerating pace. Stop! The Chaos City Lord's voice jolted Lu Yu from his trance. He opened his eyes to find the crystal utterly transformed. No longer transparent, but suffused with a faint golden luster, its internal rune structure fundamentally altered. You have reshaped it, the Chaos City Lord said, a rare tremor in his voice. With your understanding, you rewrote the structure of this law crystal. Only then did Lu Yu realize what he had done. He gazed at the renewed crystal, sensing the law power flowing within it, both familiar and foreign. No need to explain, the Chaos City Lord interrupted. This is your potential, and also your danger. The space began to dissolve. The threads of law faded, the void receded, and the familiar starry sky reappeared. Lu Yu found himself still standing in his original spot, as if all that had passed was an illusion. Yet the power flowing within him told him the trial had been real. The Chaos City Lord's figure had become exceedingly faint, like morning mist about to dissipate. Remember today's feeling, his voice grew distant. What you have seen and felt will guide your path ahead. Just before vanishing entirely, he said, do not squander this uniqueness. Lu Yu stood alone under the stars, feeling the flow of power within him. Those extra-dimensional laws had achieved a deeper integration with the rules of this universe, no longer repelling each other, but forming a wondrous symbiosis. He looked up at the starry sky. The stars appeared clearer to his eyes, each one twinkling in a certain rhythm, as if whispering the secrets of the cosmos. The trial was past, but he knew this was only the beginning. The Chaos City Lord had seen his value and the transformation he might bring. This recognition was both a protection and a responsibility. Lu Yu gently clenched his fist, feeling the power coursing through his fingertips. This time he did not suppress it, but allowed it to flow freely within him. The law power, like a gentle stream, followed some mysterious trajectory. He suddenly understood the meaning of the Chaos City Lord's final words. This uniqueness was not a gift, but a mission. Starlight flowed between his fingers, warm as a gentle stream. Lu Yu slowly opened his palm, watching the fine motes of light slip through the gaps, tracing pale golden trails in the void. This was not a fluctuation of any law he knew, but a brand new form born from his own transformation. Interesting. A low voice echoed from all directions, devoid of emotion, yet causing the entire starry sky to tremble faintly. Lu Yu looked up and saw the Chaos City Lord, who had already dissipated reform. This time it was no illusory projection, but a true body bearing tangible pressure. In those deep eyes, the birth and destruction of countless stars were reflected. To complete a reverse analysis and reconstruction upon your first contact with the laws of an outer realm. The Chaos City Lord's voice paused. Even in my long life, I have never seen such a thing. The surrounding stars began to spin, rearranging like chess pieces moved by an invisible hand. Lu Yu felt the void beneath his feet solidify. An ancient stone platform rose slowly amidst the starlight, its surface etched with incomprehensible patterns. Kneel. 2 words heavy as 1,000 pounds. Lu Yu instinctively bent his knees. The patterns on the stone platform suddenly blazed, transforming into flowing bands of light that coiled around him. He could sense an ancient ritual commencing, the will of the universe's origin descending upon this place. From this day forth you are my 9th personal disciple. The Chaos City Lord's voice seemed to come from the dawn of the cosmos. Each syllable resonated with the laws. The starry sky around the platform abruptly darkened, leaving only 9 brilliant stars shining in the blackness, arrayed in a unique formation. Among them, the 8th star shone the brightest, while the 9th, representing Lu Yu, swelled rapidly from a faint glimmer, emitting a distinctive multicolored radiance. City Lord. Lu Yu began, but was silenced by an invisible force. Say no more. The Chaos City Lord raised a hand, pressing a stream of chaotic energy into Lu Yu's brow. This is my mark. Seeing it is like seeing me. The moment the mark entered, Lu Yu felt the entire universe open its embrace to him. Countless esoteric mysteries of the laws, once incomprehensible, were now crystal clear. He could even perceive the shocked gazes of the powerful beings belonging to the Virtual Universe Company from distant star regions. The news spread like wildfire. At the Virtual Universe Company headquarters in the Cosmic Bridge dimension, the Infeft Kings who were attempting the trial halted in unison, staring at the sky in disbelief. Among the 9 stars representing the Chaos City Lord's personal disciples, a new, unprecedented star had appeared, radiating a peculiar multicolored light. The 9th personal disciple, murmured an Immortal in golden armor. The City Lord hasn't taken a personal disciple in 30,000 years. Beside him, a peak-level Infeft King spoke with a grave expression, and he skipped the registered disciple stage entirely, receiving an extraordinary promotion to personal disciple. Who exactly is this Lu Yu? Not only them, but the entire upper echelon of the Virtual Universe Company was shaken. Countless divine senses interwove in the void, attempting to probe the background of this sudden 9th personal disciple. But when their perception touched the chaos mark, they had to retreat in reverence. In the Chaos City, within the inner hall of the City Lord's mansion, Lu Yu followed the Chaos City Lord through layers of spatial barriers to an ordinary-looking meditation room. The room held nothing but a stone bed and a few meditation cushions, yet the air was thick with law energy, almost condensed into a tangible form. Sit. The Chaos City Lord sat on a cushion, motioning for Lu Yu to sit opposite him. Do you know why I made an exception to take you as a personal disciple? Lu Yu pondered for a moment, the newly born law energy within him flowing naturally. Because I can merge with the laws of an outer realm. It's more than that. The Chaos City Lord's gaze seemed to pierce through souls. Throughout the billions of epochs of the universe, there have been many geniuses who could touch the laws of other universes. But at most they could borrow them. No one has ever been able to transform them like you. The light in the meditation room warped slightly, reflecting the flowing trajectories of the laws between them. Lu Yu could sense that the City Lord was probing the changes within him in a way he could not comprehend. Your uniqueness lies in your ability to make forces from different origins coexist, even complement each other. The Chaos City Lord raised a hand, and a wisp of chaotic energy split into yin and yang within his palm, then merged again. This is not merely talent, it is a possibility. A subtle ripple of spatial energy came from outside the hall, as if someone sought an audience. The Chaos City Lord frowned slightly and waved his sleeve, completely isolating the meditation room from the outside world. The internal factions within the Virtual Universe Company are complex. As my personal disciple, you will inevitably be drawn in. The City Lord's voice grew deeper. Remember, under no circumstances should you fully reveal your ability to transform laws. Luyu nodded. He understood the City Lord's concern. Such an ability was too shocking. If it fell into the wrong hands, the consequences would be dire. For the next 3 years, you will cultivate here. The Chaos City Lord rose, and the walls of the meditation room turned transparent, revealing the vast sea of stars beyond. I will personally guide you until you have fully mastered this power. Starlight streamed into the room, casting dappled shadows on Luyu. He felt the new power flowing within him and realized for the first time that from this moment on his life would be irrevocably changed. It was not just an elevation in status and identity, but more importantly, a responsibility. As the City Lord said, this uniqueness was not a gift, but a mission. At the edge of a distant star region, a pair of deep eyes slowly opened. Within their pupils was reflected the direction of the Virtual Universe Company headquarters, especially the new star radiating its multicolored light. The ninth personal disciple, Ha. A low mutter echoed through the void. Chaos, you have finally found. The voice gradually faded as if it had never existed. Starlight cascaded like a waterfall from the vault of the heavens. Luyu stood at the entrance of the primordial secret realm, breathing in the dense cosmic energy that felt almost tangible. With each breath, it felt as if he were devouring the stars. The space here was self-contained, the flow of time distinctly different from the outside world, and the trajectories of the laws were visible to the naked eye like threads intertwining among the towering ancient trees and floating mountains. This is the primordial secret realm, he murmured softly to himself. The ground beneath his feet was not soil, but a solidified cosmic core substance, extremely hard, yet imbued with a warm breath of life. In the distance, a variety of flora shimmered with colorful brilliance, all rare treasures seldom seen in the outside world. The figure of the Chaos City Lord gradually materialized beside him, not in physical form, but as a solidified projection of thought. Follow me. Without further ado, the Lord turned and walked deeper into the secret realm, with Luyu closely trailing behind. They traversed a forest composed entirely of pure light-based laws, where light bent and folded, creating a natural maze. Without the Lord's guidance, even an immortal king could easily lose their way. Eventually, they halted before a completely black mountain peak. The peak was not tall, but emanated a heavy sense of oppression, as if it bore the weight of an entire star domain. The surface of the mountain was smooth as if carved by a sharp instrument, exposing a vast stone grotto within. This place is known as Guishu Mountain. The Lord's voice echoed slightly within the grotto. At the core of this mountain lies a trace of chaos, true spirit from the time of the universe's inception. For you, it is the best place to refine your divine body and remedy your foundation. The Lord raised his hand, pointing toward the center of the grotto. There was a naturally formed pool, but the water was not liquid. It was thick like mercury, flowing slowly as chaotic energy, presenting a heavy, dim hue that harbored infinite vitality. You possess extraordinary talent and can encompass myriad laws. Of this is both your advantage and your peril. The Lord's gaze fell upon Luyu, calm, yet imbued with a penetrating power. Your understanding of the laws is advanced and your soul is strong, but the divine body that bears all this is like exquisite porcelain, hollow within. Great power demands a sufficiently sturdy vessel. Otherwise, one day the vessel may shatter before the power itself. Luyu remained silent. He could indeed feel that as his ability to comprehend the laws deepened, the divine body sculpted by the virtual cosmic system within him was subtly transmitting a sense of overburden. It was like binding a mountain with bamboo strips. It seemed sturdy, yet was precarious. Your primary task here is not to enhance your understanding of the laws, but to temper your divine body. The Lord flicked his finger and a stream of grayish energy entered Luyu's brow. This is the introductory chapter of the indestructible chaos body. It is not merely about accumulating ordinary energy, but rather guiding the chaotic energy to reshape the foundation of your divine body, tempering it from the smallest particle level to truly bear the path you will take in the future. Information surged into his mind, complex and profound, far surpassing any secret techniques Luyu had encountered before. It did not discuss how to attack or defend, but focused solely on one thing, ensuring that every particle of the body, like chaos, could encompass all things, could manifest myriad laws, and was resilient and indestructible. Enter the pool, commanded the Lord. Luyu did not hesitate. He shed his outer robe and stepped into the pool formed by the chaotic energy. Hiss! As soon as he stepped in, excruciating pain surged from the soles of his feet, instantly spreading throughout his entire body. The grayish energy felt like countless burning needles piercing through his skin, burrowing into his muscles, stabbing into his bones, and even directly affecting the most fundamental particles constituting his divine body. This was not merely a tearing sensation, but more like a forging process of simultaneous destruction and rebirth. The old impure structures were forcibly crushed, while new, more resilient frameworks were painstakingly reshaped under the onslaught of chaotic energy. He let out a muffled groan, the veins on his forehead bulging as his body trembled uncontrollably. The pool water only reached his knees, yet it felt as if he were bearing an entire star domain. Operate the secret technique, guide it rather than resist. The Lord's voice resonated like a great bell within the depths of his soul. Remember this feeling: destruction and creation are one. Your divine body is an empty shell, and because of this it possesses infinite possibilities, its plasticity surpassing those so-called divine bodies that have already solidified. Lu Yu clenched his teeth, forcing himself to calm down, discarding his instinct to resist, and began to guide the violent chaotic energy according to the method of the indestructible chaos body. At first it was extremely difficult. His thoughts felt like a small boat navigating through tumultuous waves at risk of capsizing at any moment. The chaotic energy was unruly, utterly disregarding his faint mental guidance, continuing its rampage. Once, twice. Countless failures. The pain was unending, and his consciousness began to blur. He nearly wanted to give up, wishing to leap out of this abyss of suffering. At that moment, the unique ability within him capable of harmonizing different law origins seemed to be stimulated by the extreme pain and the nature of chaotic energy gradually operating on its own. It did not directly alter the chaotic energy, but served as a form of lubrication and a bridge, creating a subtle connection between his faint mental intent and the raging chaotic energy. It was this fleeting connection. Lu Yu's spirit surged, seizing this momentary opportunity, and fully activated the secret technique of the indestructible chaos body. This time, the violent chaotic energy no longer entirely resisted. A small portion began to follow his guidance, integrating into the crushed particles of his divine body. Destruction continued, but the pace of rebirth noticeably accelerated. Though the pain still pierced his soul, a surge of joy arose within Lu Yu. He saw hope. Time quietly flowed by in the midst of extreme pain and focused concentration. He did not know how long had passed. The pool water still reached his knees, but Lu Yu felt the heaviness in his body had lessened a bit. Although the pain had not diminished, his divine body seemed to be gradually adapting to this intensity of cleansing. He could even sense that the bones and muscles of his legs down to the tiniest particles were faintly emanating a subtle chaotic aura, imbued with a heavy ancient charm. He slowly raised his hand, looking at the palm. The skin appeared unchanged, but the faint grayish energy swirling at his fingertips made him realize that the initial fusion had begun. Not bad, the Lord's voice echoed, carrying a hint of barely perceptible approval. 3 days, and you've initially guided chaotic energy into your body. Your adaptability is stronger than I anticipated. Lu Yu then realized that only 3 days had passed in the outside world. Yet within the pool he felt as if he had endured 3 years of time. This is just the beginning. The figure of the Lord began to fade. The cultivation of the indestructible chaos body is long and arduous. You must remain here for at least a year to complete the initial stage of tempering. Resources have been prepared for you. You can access various locations in the secret realm with your identity token. However, remember, until your foundation is solid, do not aim too high. As the words fell, the projection of the Lord completely dissipated. In the grotto, only Lu Yu remained, along with the relentless chaotic energy that constantly assailed him. He took a deep breath, suppressing the fatigue of his body and the sting in his soul, and closed his eyes, once more fully activating the secret technique. 1 year. He had to utilize this year to truly transform this empty shell divine body into a solid foundation capable of bearing his future path. As the sun rose and set, and the stars rotated, Lu Yu's life became exceedingly regular. Most of the time he immersed himself in the chaotic pool of Guishu Mountain, enduring inhumane pain to temper his divine body. Only when his spirit neared its limit, or when he had questions about the secret technique, would he temporarily leave the chaotic pool to stroll within the primordial secret realm, using the remarkably clear law trajectories here to verify what he had learned. He walked through the river of time, which flowed with the laws of time, where the rushing waters, when touching his skin, allowed him to feel the acceleration and reversal of life. He climbed the Blade Mountain, formed by gold-based laws, where each step felt like walking on a knife's edge, honing his will and the sharpness of his body. He also sat quietly in the ancient forest of life, nourished by wood-based laws, feeling the overwhelming vitality and repairing the subtle damages caused by the chaotic energy's wash. The resources of the primordial secret realm surpassed his imagination. Various rare fruits and treasures that aided in solidifying foundations and purifying energy were nearly everywhere. But he remembered the Lord's warning and did not rush to consume those treasures that could quickly enhance his understanding of the laws. Instead, he focused on seeking gentle resources that could assist in tempering his divine body. His divine body was becoming resilient at a visible pace. From initially being able to endure only a moment in the chaotic pool, he later could sit cross-legged within for several hours. From initially being able to guide only a trace of chaotic energy, he later could draw a small stream of energy to circulate within his body along a specific pathway. The trace of chaotic energy in his palm transformed from barely perceptible to clear and substantial. Beneath his skin, a grayish luminescence flowed subtly, and with every movement, he exuded an aura as weighty as a mountain. The sensation of his divine body being sluggish and overburdened was gradually disappearing. The year-long deadline was approaching. Lu Yu immersed himself once more in the chaotic pool. At this moment, the water of the pool no longer brought unbearable pain, but rather a forging sensation that was warm with a slight tingling. The grayish chaotic energy flowed like a gentle stream, smoothly coursing through his limbs and every particle of his divine body, conducting the final consolidation and sublimation. He could feel that the strength of his divine body had increased more than tenfold compared to a year ago. If before it was exquisite porcelain, now it was tempered steel, and within this steel lay properties of inclusiveness and evolution akin to chaos. Buzz, as he completed the last full cycle of energy, it felt as if some barrier within him had been broken. The surrounding chaotic energy shuddered slightly, and then completely converged into his body, no longer leaking. He stood there, his aura reined in to the utmost, appearing ordinary, yet emanating a profound depth akin to the weightiness of Guishu Mountain itself. The introductory chapter of the indestructible chaos body was complete. Lu Yu opened his eyes, a glint of chaotic hue flashing before returning to normal. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the surging river-like strength within him along with the divine body that perfectly resonated with his soul. An understanding of the laws, a sense of unprecedented solidity welled up within. The empty shell had been filled, and the foundation was indeed solid. He looked up at the vast starry sky of the primordial secret realm outside the grotto. The starlight remained dazzling, yet in his eyes this world seemed clearer and more familiar. Honor is just the starting point, while solidifying the foundation is the first step toward becoming a true powerhouse. He knew that this year was merely a beginning. The road ahead was still long, but at this moment, he possessed the most solid capital to move forward. Within the stone chamber, time itself seemed to congeal into a tangible substance. Lu Yu sat cross-legged at the edge of the chaotic pool, his fingertips gently brushing the water's surface. The gray, murky currents of chaotic chi coiled upward along his fingers, no longer a violent torrent, but obedient threads of silk. He closed his eyes, and in his mind surfaced the ancient secret art imparted by his master. The myriad transformations returned to one. At first it was but a faint ripple. Deep within his divine body, the particles that had just been tempered by the chaotic currents began to tremble slightly. Like a parched desert suddenly blessed by a sweet rain, every particle transformed into a voracious vortex. The chaotic currents, which previously required several breaths to seep into his meridians, now surged into his body spontaneously, like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. He could clearly see it. In his inner vision, countless tiny gray specks of light raced along his meridians. They no longer collided in disarray, but followed some ancient rhythm, converging into orderly torrents. The speed grew faster and faster, from a stream to a river, and from a river to a cascading waterfall. A slight distending pain spread through his meridians, yet within this agony was the joy of rebirth. A year ago, absorbing even a single wisp of chaotic chi had required all his strength and the endurance of tearing pain. Now tens of thousands of currents surged in simultaneously, yet his divine body was like a bottomless abyss, accepting all without rejection. The speed of absorption had increased not just 100-fold or 1,000-fold. It was 10,000-fold. This realization caused a slight tremor in his mind. It was no rough estimate, but a true feedback from the very particles of his divine body. With every breath, the energy that surged in was comparable to the total of several days of bitter cultivation in the past. The energy surged, compressed, and refined within his body. The originally somewhat ethereal divine power began to transform under the scouring of the chaotic currents. Strands of impurities were crushed and expelled, forming a faint gray mist on the surface of his skin. The remaining essence became increasingly condensed, gradually shifting from a gaseous state to a liquid one, eventually forming a single drop of dark gold liquid that sank deep into his dantian. The instant the first drop of dark gold divine power formed, the entire stone chamber trembled gently. Lu Yu felt as though his soul had been anchored by this drop of divine power. The previous sense of detachment between power and enlightenment was rapidly dissolving. The lines of the laws became unprecedentedly clear in his perception, like the veins on his palm. He attempted to stir a thread of the law of space. With a slight movement of his fingertip, the space before him rippled several times smoother than before. It was not that his comprehension of the laws had improved, but that the quality of the divine power driving the laws had undergone a qualitative leap. The might contained in a single drop of dark gold divine power rivaled the total divine power of his entire body in the past. More chaotic currents were devoured and refined. The dark gold droplets in his dantian grew from 1 to 2, then 3, gradually gathering into a small puddle. This process was not without its difficulties. The 10,000-fold acceleration brought not only efficiency, but also extreme strain. At one moment, the surging torrent of energy nearly overwhelmed the newly reconstructed meridians. Agony struck again, but it was no longer destructive, it was a forging heat. He held his mind steady, using the secret art of myriad transformations returned to one to guide the violent energy, forcibly constraining it to the correct path. Sweat beaded on his forehead, evaporating from the high temperature of his skin before it could fall. His body would sometimes turn translucent, revealing the surging dark gold divine power and gray currents within it. At other times it would return to normal, his aura growing ever deeper. Fine chaotic patterns emerged on the surface of his skin, like innate Tao marks flickering in and out of existence. Time lost all meaning in the midst of cultivation. When the accumulation of dark gold divine power in his dantian reached a critical point, a change occurred once more. All the droplets began to spin spontaneously, forming a tiny vortex. At the center of the vortex, a point of even more brilliant and condensed golden light slowly gestated. It was the prototype of immortal substance. Only by compressing and purifying divine power to its extreme, touching the threshold of qualitative change, could such immortal substance be born. This was the beginning of laying the foundation for immortality. A sense of enlightenment rose in Liu Ye's heart. The vast majority of the chaotic energy absorbed at 10,000-fold speed was used for this most critical transformation. His mind sank entirely into the process, guiding more divine power into the vortex to nourish that point of resplendent golden light. The golden light gradually stabilized. Though minuscule, it radiated an aura of eternity and indestructibility. It pulsed faintly, and each pulse resonated with the divine power throughout his entire body. The meridians, organs, bones, and even the most minute particles of his divine body all underwent subtle changes within this resonance, evolving toward a more stable and immortal form. After an unknown span of time, the influx of chaotic currents from outside began to slow. It was not that the pool was dry, but that his divine body had temporarily reached saturation. Under the 10,000-fold accelerated absorption, the energy drawn in over a short period already rivaled the centuries of bitter toil of an ordinary deity. Liu slowly opened his eyes. A flash of dark gold light vanished from his eyes, and deep within his pupils a point of eternal, indestructible golden light seemed to settle. He exhaled gently, his breath like a sword carving a shallow mark into the hard stone floor of the chamber. Feeling the steadily rotating dark gold vortex in his dantian and the true unwavering golden light of immortality, at its core a solid sense of the foundation is laid arose within him. He stood up, his aura perfectly integrated and restrained. To outward appearances, he seemed no different from before his cultivation, but only he knew the earth-shattering changes that had occurred within. His divine power flowed like mercury, ceaseless and surging, a single point of immortal golden light continuously emanated an eternal Tao resonance, nourishing his divine body and soul. Lifting his head to look beyond the stone chamber, the starry sky of the secret realm remained unchanged. Yet his gaze seemed able to pierce the barriers of space to see a more distant future. The foundation of immortality had at this moment been initially secured. As his fingertips brushed against the cold stone tablet, the 4 ancient characters of 9 heavens mystic scripture came to life the moment they touched the divine power, transforming into flowing golden inscriptions that surged into his consciousness. An ocean of scriptures unfolded within his mind, where the most brilliant 2 veins represented the trajectories of the laws of gold and space. Liu sat cross-legged, the dark golden vortex slowly rotating in his dantian. He deliberately guided the 2 veins of law, the golden radiance and silver glow clashing like 2 proud dragons within his meridians. A sudden wave of pain erupted, as if every inch of flesh and blood was being torn apart by an invisible force. The indestructible substance trembled slightly at the center of the vortex, and the eternal rhythm of the Tao spread out. The originally restless 2 veins of law suddenly stagnated, as if caressed by an invisible hand. He seized this fleeting opportunity, using his divine sense to gradually embed the sharpness of the law of gold into the vein of space. The air in the stone cave began to distort. Suspended dust occasionally coalesced into metallic particles, then transformed into shattered mirrors. The fingertips of his right hand shimmered with a metallic luster, while the surrounding air rippled like water. This was a precursor to the chaotic fusion of the laws. The dark golden vortex suddenly accelerated. The indestructible substance erupted with a dazzling light, the immense divine power, forcibly suppressing the backlash of the two laws. The golden light no longer rampaged, but instead flowed along the space vein, leaving behind flecks of gold in the silver radiance. A wondrous scene emerged in his consciousness. Countless metallic prisms grew in the void, each reflective surface mirroring different spatial dimensions. The prisms shattered and reformed, at the moment of shattering spatial cracks spread, and in the instant of reformation the sound of metal clashing erupted. He suddenly comprehended the true meaning of the nine heavens mystic scripture. Gold is not merely gold, but the foundation of constancy. Emptiness is not mere void, but the vessel of bearing. The union of the two requires using the indestructible nature of gold as an anchor to support countless spaces. The divine body emitted slight cracking sounds. The forced acceleration of fusion caused numerous cracks in the meridians, but as the indestructible substance flowed past, the cracks were immediately coated in a dark golden halo, becoming even more resilient than before. Destruction and rebirth alternated within his body, each cycle deepening the entanglement of the two laws. On a certain deep night, 3 months later, all the distorted phenomena in the stone cave suddenly calmed. Lu Yu opened his eyes, and within their depths shimmered both metallic sharpness and spatial ripples. He casually picked up a pebble. With a flash of golden radiance, it transformed into fine steel. As silver waves rippled, a steel ball appeared in the void 3 inches above his palm. This was not a simple transformation of form, but a synchronous completion of essence reconstruction and spatial transfer. He gazed at the ceiling of the stone cave, where a path spontaneously opened where his gaze fell. It was not a violent destruction, rather the metallic essence of the rock was briefly awakened, complying with the laws of space to yield a passage. The edges of the passage were smooth as a mirror, reflecting the golden and silver phenomena in his eyes that had yet to fully settle. The first realm of the nine heavens mystic scripture was attained. The cold light of the secret realm's starry sky cast a serene glow as he stood at the exit of the passage, his garments billowing without wind. The two laws within him no longer operated independently. Instead, they intertwined like the threads of a loom, slowly flowing under the harmony of the indestructible substance. In the distance, the cries of beasts from the secret realm echoed, their sound becoming ethereal as it reached the confines of the stone cave. This was the invisible force field of the laws, altering the path of sound transmission. He raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised by this subtle and silent power. Opening his palm, a gold and silver spiral about an inch long appeared in his hand. This was the source of power after fusion, sharper than the mere law of gold and more stable than the pure law of space. The spiral slowly rotated, twisting and folding the surrounding space within 3 inches, causing slight refractions of light as it passed. He recalled the scripture that stated gold and emptiness generate each other, capable of splitting the myriad realms, and at this moment, he truly grasped its meaning. This was not merely a technique of slaughter, but a reinterpretation of the world's essence. As the sun leapt above the horizon, he turned to walk deeper into the secret realm. His figure flickered in the morning light, each step leaving faint golden footprints on the boundary between reality and the void. With his first step, he was still in place, but with his second step, he stood at the edge of a cliff 100 feet away. This was not teleportation, but rather the natural formation of a law field compressing the space around him. The cliff wind howled as he looked down at the secret realm's mountains and forests shrouded in morning mist. He lightly tapped the giant rock at the cliff's edge, and the surface of the rock rippled like water, then transformed into countless metallic petals that scattered and flew. Each petal shimmered during its descent, as if existing simultaneously in several overlapping spaces. The choice of the nine heavens mystic scripture seemed to align even more closely with his expectations. At the moment the sun rose above the horizon, he turned and walked toward the depths of the secret realm. His figure flickered in the dawn light, each step leaving faint golden footprints at the boundary of reality and the void. The cliff wind swept up the debris of metallic petals, glinting unsteadily in the morning light. Lu Yu walked down the mountain ridge, the rocks beneath his feet automatically spreading out into steps. This was not a deliberate manipulation of laws, but the natural influence of the fused gold void power on the surrounding environment. The entrance to the trial ground stood in the crevice between two peaks, a colossal bronze gate covered with mottled erosion marks. The reliefs on the gate depicted scenes of battles between past powerhouses, with faint fluctuations of laws lingering among the traces of blades and swords. A newcomer. The old gatekeeper raised his eyes from the stone seat. The jade token hanging at his waist was engraved with 7-star patterns representing marquis-level authority. Do you know the rules? Lu Yu nodded. The trial grounds of the primordial secret realm did not concern life or death, only victory or defeat. The loser would forfeit some secret realm points, while the victor could seize the other's cultivation time. I want to challenge a marquis-level immortal. A flicker of surprise passed through the old man's murky eyes. He slowly took out a bronze compass and traced several trajectories on it with his fingertip. There are 3 marquee-level cultivators free at the moment. According to the rules, you may choose the weakest one. 3 phantom figures emerged above the compass. Liu Ye's gaze passed over the first 2 and landed on the last figure shrouded in the light of thunder. They'll take him. The old man frowned. Although Thunder Rock Marquis ranks last, he has stepped into the Marquis realm for over a century. Are you sure? The bronze gate slowly opened, revealing the twisted spatial vortex behind it. Liu Yu stepped forward and his figure was instantly teleported into the trial ground. It was a wasteland shrouded by thunderclouds. Broken blades were embedded in the charred earth, and the air was thick with the smell of ozone and ash. In the distance, a figure clad in a Thunder War armor hovered in midair, azure-purple electric serpents coiling around him. Early stage Immortal. Thunder Rock Marquis' voice rolled across the sky like thunder. Are youngsters today so eager to throw away their lives? Liu Yu did not answer. He sensed the restless thunder elements around him and realized that these bolts of lightning were not mere energy, but law runes condensed into substance. Each rune was constantly being born and perishing, forming a perfect cycle. Thunder Rock Marquis raised his hand and pressed down. The vast thunderclouds suddenly contracted, transforming into 9 thunder dragons that swooped down. Where the dragons' heads passed, scorched marks were left in space. Instead of retreating, Liu Yu advanced. The gold-silver force field around him naturally expanded. When the thunder dragons touched the 3 zhang radius around him, they suddenly twisted, as if crashing into an invisible prism. The violent thunder was broken down into fine sparks of electricity, flickering futilely within the force field. Interesting. Thunder light blazed in Thunder Rock Marquis' eyes. He formed a hand seal, and all the broken blades on the wasteland simultaneously trembled, rising into the air wreathed in thunder. Thousands of weapons formed a massive thunder array, each becoming a vessel for the lightning. This was no simple energy bombardment, but a killing move perfectly combining the metal law and the thunder law. Liu Yu finally moved. He took a step forward, his figure blurring for an instant within the thunder array. When Thunder Rock Marquis locked onto him again, he found the young man standing at the very center of the array, seeking death. Thunder Rock Marquis urged the seal, and all weapons simultaneously changed direction, thunder materializing into solid chains that coiled around. Liu Yu raised his right hand. The gold-silver spiral in his palm rotated slowly. The first thunder chain that touched him began to disintegrate, half a chi from his palm reverting to the most fundamental fragments of laws. These fragments did not dissipate, but were instead absorbed by the spiral, making the gold-silver radiance even more dazzling. Impossible. Thunder Rock Marquis finally changed expression. He felt his control over the thunder law weakening, as if something was stripping away his authority over the law. Liu Yu too was secretly astonished. The 9-universe mystic scripture's ability to analyze laws far exceeded expectations. In his eyes, Thunder Rock Marquis' thunder was no longer an indivisible whole, but countless tiny runes combined according to specific patterns. The gold void power was silently dissolving the connections between these runes. He brought his fingers together like a blade and gently slashed through the void. There was no earth-shattering commotion, but a crack suddenly appeared at the center of the thunder array. This crack spread rapidly. Where it passed, thunder was extinguished and weapons shattered. More eerily, the space on either side of the crack began to misalign. Thunder Rock Marquis found half of his body on the left and the other half on the right, an illusion caused by the folding of space. Law Domain. Thunder Rock Marquis bellowed, finally unleashing the true trump card of a Marquis-level powerhouse. A vast thunder world expanded, attempting to pull Liu Yu into his own law domain. This was the greatest advantage of a Marquis-level immortal. Within their own domain, they were the masters of rules. Liu Yu felt the space around him change dramatically. The wasteland vanished, replaced by an endless sea of thunder. Thunder became mountains and rivers, lightning turned into birds and fish. It was a complete world of thunder. Within my domain, you cannot even sense the laws. Thunder Rock Marquis' voice came from all directions. He transformed into a colossal thunder giant, and with every gesture he drew upon the power of the entire world. Liu Yu closed his eyes. To Thunder Rock Marquis, this appeared to be a sign of surrender. But in reality, Liu Yu was observing this domain world from a brand new perspective. The 9-universe mystic scripture did not grant him greater power, but a more essential understanding. In the perception of the gold void power, this thunder domain was no longer a flawless whole, but a net woven from countless threads of law. He found the most crucial thread. When the giant incarnated by Thunder Rock Marquis struck down with its palm, Liu Yu merely tapped out a single finger. The moment his fingertip touched the giant's thunderous palm, the gold-silver spiral spun rapidly. There was no explosion, no shockwave. The colossal thunder giant began to collapse from the fingertip like a toppled row of dominoes. The collapse spread swiftly throughout the entire domain. The thunder sea dried up, the lightning mountains crumbled, and the lightning beasts dissipated with mournful cries. The domain shattered, and the two returned to the wasteland. Thunder Rock Marquis knelt on one knee, a trace of lightning flickering blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Lu Yu in disbelief. You destroyed my law core. Lu Yu did not answer. He lowered his head to look at his own palm. The gold-silver spiral had vanished, but the feeling of perceiving the essence of laws remained. With that finger just now, he had not used great force, but had merely gently plucked the most critical string that maintained the domain. I lost. Thunder Rock Marquis stood up with difficulty and tossed over a thunder-patterned token. This is 3 days of cultivation time. It's yours. Lu Yu took the token, sensing the pure energy contained within it. This was not just time, but also a part of Thunder Rock Marquis' insights into the law. As he left the trial ground, the old gatekeeper gave him a deep look. Thunder Rock Marquis is not among the strongest of the Marquis realm, but to defeat him so cleanly. You have already touched the threshold of the essence of laws. Lu Yu gazed into the depths of the secret realm. Their more powerful cultivators and profounder laws awaited his analysis. This is just the beginning. He strode away, his figure stretching long in the setting sun. With each step he took, the ground beneath his feet briefly rippled with gold-silver patterns before returning to normal. On the bronze gate at the entrance to the trial ground, a new mark quietly appeared. It was the imprint of a challenger who had fought above their level, looking remarkably fresh among the reliefs of past powerhouses. The thunder pattern token radiated warmth in the palm of his hand, flowing with not just pure energy, but also resembling a stripped-down thunderous law. Lu Yu walked slowly across the wasteland, the setting sun casting a long shadow behind him. With each step he took, invisible ripples of gold and silver spread beneath his feet, only to vanish into the dust in an instant. Winds from the depths of the secret realm brushed against his face, carrying the essence of different laws. He closed his eyes, the residual echoes of the golden void mingling with the laws still whispered through his veins. That sense of clarity, which comprehended the threads of all things, had yet to completely fade. A newcomer. A slightly hoarse voice came from the right side. A figure draped in a dark red cloak leaned against a withered tree, flames of deep blue dancing at his fingertips. The flames twisted and morphed continuously, sometimes taking the form of a venomous snake, other times coalescing into a ghostly face. Lu Yu halted his steps. The pressure emanating from the figure was far heavier than that of the Thunder Owl Marquis, as if he were a dormant volcano. The dark red cloak lifted slightly, revealing half a face adorned with strange patterns. To possess the token of the Thunder Owl is intriguing. Let me see your abilities. Before the words faded, the deep blue flames transformed into a swarm of locusts rushing toward him. Each spark traced eerie arcs in the air, sealing off all avenues of escape. Before the flames arrived, his soul already felt the pricking pain akin to needles. Instead of retreating, Lu Yu advanced. He stepped forward half a pace, and the entire wasteland seemed to tremble gently. Gold and silver spirals emerged from his palm, not rotating slowly as before, but erupting with dazzling brilliance. He did not attempt to analyze the trajectories of the flames, but directly pierced through to the weakest point of this assault. The intersection of all the fiery arcs, a distortion point barely discernible to the naked eye. With a single punch unleashed, there was no grand spectacle. Wherever the fist passed, the deep blue flames melted away as if meeting the sun. They were not dispersed, but rather the structural laws constituting the flames were directly shattered by this punch. The dark red cloak suddenly straightened, astonishment flashing in his eyes. The space around him began to ripple, more deep blue flames surged forth from the void, the temperature plummeting, and fine ice crystals formed on the ground. Ghostly flames of the underworld, burning the soul and eroding the bones. He murmured softly, forming seals with his hands. The flames coalesced into a giant claw. Countless twisted faces appeared in the palm, their mournful wails directly striking the soul. Lu Yu felt the pressure on a soul level, yet he remained calm. The golden void law circulated within him, resolving each of those intangible soul shocks one by one. He suddenly understood that what was called the merging of laws was not merely an accumulation of power, but a complementarity of laws at different levels. He threw another punch. This time the gold and silver spirals spun rapidly on the fist, and fine cracks appeared in the space wherever it passed. It was not a shattering of the void, but a temporary distortion of the law structure in this area. As the fiery claw touched the fist, it collapsed. Those tormented faces let out their final shrieks before dissipating into nothing. The dark red cloak retreated 3 steps. The ice crystals that had formed on it shattered and fell to the ground. He stared at the lingering gold and silver glow on Lu Yu's fist. What law is this? Lu Yu did not answer. He sensed the deeper resonance between the two laws within himself, the sharpness of gold and the profundity of void, no longer merely coexisting, but beginning to truly merge. With each cycle, fresh insights arose. The dark red cloak cast a deep glance at him, then turned and merged into the void, leaving behind a single phrase that scattered in the wind. In the depths of the secret realm, someone awaits you. Lu Yu lowered his head to gaze at his fist. That punch, just now he had not exerted all his strength, yet he had already been able to easily shatter the killing move of an opponent clearly stronger than the Thunder Owl Marquis. This insight into the essence of the laws was even more terrifying than a mere enhancement of strength. He continued onward. The deeper he ventured into the secret realm, the more bizarre the environment became. Sometimes the ground beneath his feet suddenly transformed into an endless starry sky, at other times plunging into areas with abnormally flowing time. But regardless of the types of law traps encountered, he could always find the simplest path to break through relying on the preliminarily merged Golden Void laws. 3 days later he arrived at a peculiar locale. Here there was no distinction between heaven and earth, only countless floating boulders slowly revolving in the void. Each boulder was inscribed with different law markings emanating a chilling aura. At the very center a man in blue robes sat cross-legged. No energy fluctuations surrounded him, as if he had merged with this void. To have come this far proves that you have touched the essence of the laws. The man in blue robes opened his eyes, his gaze calm as an ancient, "Well, let me see to what extent your merging of laws has reached." He did not rise, but merely pointed lightly. This single point seemed slow, yet Lu Yu felt the space around him instantly solidify. It was not a simple ceiling of space, but all laws turned submissive under this point. Even the Golden Void law flowing within him momentarily stuttered. A sense of crisis surged. Lu Yu could feel that the understanding of laws contained within this single point far surpassed all previous opponents. If he were to take it head-on, it would be certain defeat. He no longer held back. The Golden Void law within him operated at full power, the gold and silver spirals no longer merely appearing on the surface of his body, but radiating light from every pore. At that moment, he seemed to transform into the embodiment of the laws. He pressed his palms together and then slowly pulled them apart. A blade of intertwined gold and silver light took shape between his palms as the space surrounding the blade continuously collapsed and reorganized, emitting subtle cracking sounds. Break. The light blade flew out, meeting that single point in the air. There was no earth-shattering collision. The moment the two forces touched, the entire floating boulder region fell silent for an instant. Then, centered on the point of collision, an invisible ripple spread out, crumbling the boulders that passed through it into dust. The man in blue robes finally revealed a look of surprise. He withdrew his finger, a tiny wound appearing at the tip, a drop of golden blood slowly seeping out. What a remarkable merging of laws. He lightly shook his hand, the wound healing instantly. Your strike has already touched the threshold of the peak of Marquis. Lu Yu panted slightly. That last strike had nearly drained more than half of his strength, but the result was also beyond expectations. He could feel that under the pressure of life and death, the merging of the Golden Void laws had deepened once more. However, the man in blue robes shifted his tone. The most difficult part of merging laws is not the initial integration, but the subsequent balance and evolution. Your Golden Void law is overly fierce, lacking in resilience. He extended his hand and traced a line in the void. A gentle aquamarine glow appeared. That glow appeared weak, yet it flowed leisurely amidst the residual waves of the gold and silver light blade, not only remaining undestroyed, but also dissolving the residual power one by one. Do you understand? The man in blue robes asked. The merging of laws is not simply an accumulation of power, but rather finding the most perfect resonance point between them. Lu Yu pondered thoughtfully. He recalled that last strike and indeed felt that there was still a subtle discord between the gold law and the void law. If not, the power of that strike could have increased by another 30%. Please advise. He bowed solemnly. The man in blue robes smiled slightly. Advice is not the right term. In this primordial secret realm, everyone who has come this far has their own path. I can only tell you to try not to use power to drive the laws, but rather to become a part of the laws. Becoming a part of the laws. Lu Yu fell into deep thought. He recalled that finger strike when he defeated the Thunder Owl Marquis. At that time, he was free of distractions, instinctively finding the most critical string in the law network. Perhaps that was the state the man in blue robes referred to. He once again activated the Golden Void law, but this time he no longer controlled it deliberately, allowing the two laws to flow naturally. The sharpness of gold no longer forcibly tore the space apart, and the profundity of the void no longer struggled to accommodate the golden brilliance. The two naturally achieved a subtle balance, as if they were milk and water merging. The gold and silver light on his surface gradually retracted, ultimately vanishing completely. But the aura around him deepened, as if establishing some mysterious connection with this void. The man in blue robes flashed a look of approval. Very good. Your perceptiveness matches your talent. He waved his hand, opening a light gate. Go. In the deepest part of the secret realm, there are things you need. Just before Lu Yu stepped into the light gate, the voice of the man in blue robes echoed once more. Remember, the true merging of laws can crush everything when unleashed. yet harmoniously coexist with all things when reined in. The light gate closed and Lu Yu found himself before an ancient hall. The great door was engraved with complex law patterns which resonated wonderfully with the golden void law within him. He extended his hand, gently pressing against the door. Golden and silver light flowed from his palm, intertwining with the patterns on the door. The great door slowly opened. Deep within the hall, darkness reigned like ink. Lu Yu stood before the gate, a radiance of gold and silver flowing from his palm, intertwining with the ancient patterns on the door into a river of stars. The great door opened silently, revealing a space even more profound within. The air was thick with the lingering resonance of laws, as if imprinted by countless mighty beings over millennia. He stepped in slowly, his footsteps echoing in the emptiness. "You have come." An aged voice drifted from the depths of the hall. Lu Yu looked up and saw an old man with white hair seated cross-legged on a floating stone platform surrounded by faint ripples of law. "Senior," Lu Yu said with a slight bow. The old man opened his eyes, starlight swirling within them. "To master the law of gold and space in such a short time, your talent is truly rare." He raised a hand and waved, and a light screen unfolded in the void. It was covered with dense text and images, all depicting the recent movements of major powers across the universe. "The trial of the primordial secret realm is nearing its end. It is time you understood the world outside." Lu Yu's gaze swept across the screen, then froze on a familiar name. Luo Feng. In the image, a black-haired youth wielded a battle blade, dominating the domain lord-level battlefield. Wherever the blade light passed, stars shattered and laws retreated. That sharp gaze, that resolute battle intent, stirred a familiar tremor in Lu Yu's heart. Luo Feng of Earth's human race. The old man spoke slowly. "He entered the virtual universe company at the same time as you and has already slain 7 Marquis-level immortals in the outer domain battlefield." Lu Yu watched the figure on the screen in silence. Every strike of Luo Feng's blade carried a unique rhythm, as if resonating with the origin of the universe. It was not a mere burst of power, but a deeper application of law. "He seeks stronger opponents," the old man continued. "It is said he has already declined 3 invitations to become a king-level immortal, insisting on venturing into more dangerous star regions." The light in the hall flickered, casting shifting shadows on Lu Yu's face. He could sense that Luo Feng's path was utterly different from his own. It was a kind of relentless dominance, a decisive and solitary resolve. "Where is he now?" "Chaos City." The old man tapped a finger, and the light screen revealed the outline of an ancient city. "He is said to be meditating on the chaos stele, drawing the attention of several universe sovereigns." Lu Yu recalled that when he first entered the primordial secret realm, he too had the chance to go to Chaos City. But in the end, he chose this more arduous path. Now he realized that every choice silently determined the direction of one's future. The ancient law patterns on the walls around the hall began to glow. A flash of insight surged into his heart. The fusion of gold and space laws was far from reaching its peak. Luo Feng's existence was like a mirror reflecting the realms, yet untrodden on his own path forward. "Do you wish to fight him?" The old man seemed to read his mind. Lu Yu did not answer immediately. He lightly traced the void with his fingertip, conjuring a thread of golden light. The light swirled in the air, now sharp as a sword, now ethereal as mist. "Become part of the law." He suddenly understood the true meaning of that blue-robed man's words. Not to command, not to control, but to merge. Like a drop of water joining a river, like starlight scattering across the night sky. A soft sigh echoed from the depths of the hall. "Every era has its own stars," the old man's voice carried a faded, distant tone. "You are destined to meet among the stars." Lu Yu raised his head, a radiance of gold and silver swirling in his eyes. He could feel the law of gold and space within him undergoing a subtle transformation. No longer a simple fusion, it began to evolve toward a deeper essence. "I need a more advanced cultivation method." The old man nodded slightly and raised a hand, sending a divine light forth. The light entered Lu Yu's brow, turning into countless profound runes that swirled within his sea of consciousness. "This is the initial chapter of gold space evolution. Once mastered, your law comprehension will enter a new realm." Lu Yu closed his eyes and concentrated, feeling the truths contained within the runes. It was a brand new perspective, viewing the law of gold and the law of space as different expressions of the same origin. Sharpness and inclusiveness, destruction and creation, 2 sides of the same coin. When he opened his eyes again, his aura had changed. The previously restrained gold and silver radiance had vanished entirely, replaced by a profundity that blended seamlessly with the void itself. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." The old man waved his hand, and the great hall's gate opened once more. "Go. The trial of the primordial secret realm is ending. The outside world awaits you." Lu Yu turned and left, his steps firm. Behind him, Luo Feng's image still flickered on the light screen. The 2 figures seemed to gaze at each other across an endless sea of stars. The great gate slowly closed, returning everything to silence. Only the old man's low murmur lingered in the air. Stars shall eventually collide. Lu Yu stood before the Chaos City Lord. The star map, floating in the void, reflected in his eyes. The area marked in deep crimson was the most perilous war zone of the Outer Realm battlefield. Are you certain you wish to go there? The Chaos City Lord's voice echoed through the hall, carrying a rhythm akin to the motion of stars. The Golden Void Law demands tempering through life and death. Lu Yu replied calmly, his fingertip tracing the blood-colored region on the star map. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse can never truly comprehend the essence of destruction and rebirth. The Chaos City Lord fell silent for a moment, the chaotic currents swirling around him, quickening slightly. He raised his hand, and 3 streams of light flew from his sleeve, hovering before Lu Yu. The first stream of light solidified into an ancient token, its surface engraved with intricate temporal patterns. This is the temporal token. Should you encounter insurmountable danger, crush it, and it will teleport you directly back to the Prime Universe. The second stream of light coalesced into a gossamer-thin inner armor, its surface flowing with chaotic hues. The chaotic armor can withstand a full-force strike from a sealed marquee-level immortal. But remember, it can only be used 3 times. The third stream of light was the most peculiar, a crystalline droplet that seemed to contain the reflection of the entire starry sky within. This is the tear of origin from a fallen cosmic secret realm. In dire straits, consuming it may grant you new insights into the Golden Void Law. Lu Yu solemnly stored away the 3 treasures. As his fingers touched the tear of origin, the Golden Void Law within him trembled faintly, as if encountering a long-lost friend. The Outer Realm battlefield is no secret realm trial. The Chaos City Lord's voice grew grave. There are no rules, no boundaries. Assassinations by alien races, betrayals by allies, even machinations from within the human race. Any of these could lead to your utter ruin. Lu Yu nodded. He could feel that upon deciding to venture to the Outer Realm battlefield, the operation of the laws within him had grown more vibrant. It was an instinctive craving, a yearning for blood and war. 3 days later, Lu Yu stepped onto the teleportation array to the Outer Realm battlefield. As the distorting power of space dissipated, a thick stench of blood assailed him. This was no simulation within the virtual universe, but the genuine scent of a battlefield, a mix of gunpowder, scorched earth, and death. He stood within a floating metal fortress surrounded by warriors hurrying past. Each bore scars great or small, their eyes hardened by the crucible of war. Newcomer. A one-eyed giant approached, his mechanical arm humming faintly. I'm Iron Battle, commander of this forward base. Lu Yu noticed the medal pinned to Iron Battle's chest, an honor earned only by slaying a sealed marquee-level immortal. Lu Yu requesting assignment to the frontline combat unit. Iron Battle's good eye narrowed as he scrutinized Lu Yu. A genius from Chaos City. I've seen too many young men like you rushing here with burning passion only to never find their bodies. He pointed out the window. Through the energy barrier, countless wrecks floated in the distant starry sky, shards of warships and carcasses of colossal beasts. Occasionally, beams of energy tore through the darkness, blooming into brilliant and deadly flowers in the void. That's the Bloodblade Canyon. 6 sealed marquee-level immortals have fallen there in the last 3 months. Iron Battle's tone was flat, as if stating the most mundane of facts. Are you sure? Lu Yu didn't answer. Instead, he released a wisp of Golden Void Law aura. Instantly, the surrounding space warped slightly, and fine cracks appeared on the metal walls. Iron Battle's expression finally shifted. His mechanical arm clenched involuntarily, producing a grating sound. So, you've already touched the essence of the laws. He took a deep breath. Follow me. They passed through layers of defenses to reach the outermost observation deck of the base. From here, one could clearly see a colossal rift suspended in the distant starry sky, like a wound torn in the universe. Counters of light flickered around the rift, the energy clashes of the opposing sides. Your first mission is to go to Outpost 7 in Bloodblade Canyon and relieve the squad stationed there. Iron Battle handed over a data slate. Remember, in the Outer Realm battlefield, trust is a luxury. Don't trust anyone easily, not even me. Lu Yu took the data slate, scanning its contents with his divine sense. When he saw a last distress signal from Outpost 7 was 3 hours ago, he frowned slightly. Seems like the situation is grim. Iron Battle sneered. Here the situation has never been anything but grim. As the small shuttle left the main base, Lu Yu felt faint vibrations in the surrounding space. It was the aftershocks of distant battles still discernible across hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The pilot was a silent, middle-aged man, a scar running from his forehead to his chin. As they neared Bloodblade Canyon, he suddenly spoke. Get ready for battle. We've been spotted. Almost as the words left his mouth, a dark, purple beam shot from the void, striking the shuttle's engine with pinpoint accuracy. The shockwave of the explosion rocked the entire vessel violently. Lu Yu's form flickered, and he appeared in the void outside the ship. The Golden Void Law operated naturally, allowing him to tread on nothingness, as if on solid ground. 3 alien warships materialized from stealth, their hulls engraved with ferocious insectoid totems. The lead ship's hatch opened, revealing an alien immortal clad in bone armor, its 4 compound eyes locking onto Lu Yu. Human genius. A delicious prey. The alien immortal's voice resounded directly in Lu Yu's mind, carrying a corrosive spiritual force. But the golden void law rotated slightly within Lu Yu's sea of consciousness, and the spiritual attack dissipated like a stone cast into the sea, vanishing without a trace. Lu Yu wasted no words. He reached out and grasped the void, and the surrounding space instantly solidified. The law of gold transformed into countless fine threads, weaving a net of death in the emptiness. The alien immortal's expression flickered, a ghostly light flaring on its bone armor. But it was too late. Space shattered like glass, golden threads piercing through the bone armor and cutting into its divine body. With a piercing shriek, the sealed marquee-level immortal's divine body began to crumble, dissolving into motes of light that faded into the starry sky. Seeing this, the other 2 warships immediately turned to flee. A flash of gold and silver light gleamed in Lu Yu's eyes as the golden void law activated at full power. Since you've come, stay. He formed hand seals, and the entire void seemed to transform into a colossal mirror. The 2 warships crashed into an invisible spatial barrier, their hulls twisting and deforming before exploding into 2 brilliant fireballs. The battle from start to finish lasted barely 3 breaths. When Lu Yu returned to the damaged shuttle, the pilot was staring at him in shock. The scar on his face reddened slightly from astonishment, as if about to bleed. You? Are you really a recruit? Lu Yu didn't answer, but instead gazed toward Bloodblade Canyon. There he sensed more powerful auras awakening. The trials of the Outer Realm battlefield had only just begun. When the shuttle finally reached Outpost 7, the sight before them made even the battle-hardened pilot gasp. The outpost's energy barrier was shattered, and the wreckage of structures floated all around. Several human warriors' corpses drifted in the void, their blood frozen into red crystals. Lu Yu stepped out of the ship, the golden void law naturally sensing his surroundings. Suddenly his form flickered, and he appeared behind a pile of debris. A badly wounded warrior was slumped there, his energy gun still faintly glowing. When he saw Lu Yu, a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes, but it quickly dimmed. It's too late. They've already come. The warrior raised his hand with difficulty, pointing toward the distant starry sky. There a dark shadow was rapidly approaching, the vanguard of the insectoid race. Lu Yu could sense within that shadow several powerful presences, the weakest of which rivaled a sealed marquee-level immortal. He looked down at the temporal token in his hand, then felt the surging golden void law within him. Finally, he tucked the temporal token back into his robe and took out the Tear of Origin instead. The crystalline droplet rolled in his palm, its starry projection interweaving with the real cosmos. Tell me, is the outpost's energy core still intact, eh? The wounded soldier was taken aback, then pointed downward, 3rd basement level. The backup energy source should still be operational. Lu Yu nodded, the golden void law swirling around him. This time he no longer suppressed his power. Twin rays of gold and silver light shot into the sky, weaving into strange patterns in the void. The first battle of the Outer Realm battlefield would be the perfect proving ground for his evolution of the golden void law. The insectoid vanguard came into view, a tide of countless flying insects that devoured even the starlight as they passed. Behind the insectoid swarm, 3 terrifying auras were slowly awakening. Lu Yu stood atop the ruins, the golden void law roaring within him. He could feel the killing intent of this battlefield resonating with his laws. Destruction and creation, they were 2 sides of the same coin. And now, amid this baptism of blood and fire, he was about to find his own path. Golden and silver radiances interwove into a net in the void, each vein pulsating like a living entity. Lu Yu stood atop the highest ruin. Beneath his feet lay frozen blood ice, above him a sky-darkening tide of insects. The foremost swarm of flying insects emitted a piercing drone, their carapaces gleaming with a metallic luster under the starlight, their mandibles opening and closing to reveal serrated fangs. Individually, these insectoid soldiers were merely at the domain lord level, yet when gathered into a tide, the ferocious aura they exuded began to warp the surrounding space itself. Lu Yu did not move. He allowed the insect tide to engulf him. The golden and silver law domain flickered within the swarm. Every insect that crashed into it was instantly disintegrated into the finest particles. There was no blood splatter, no severed limbs, only silent annihilation. Human, you are too arrogant. 3 shadows rose from behind the insect tide. The central figure was the tallest, its body clad in dark gold carapace, a cold gleam swirling in its 6 pairs of compound eyes. Its mere presence caused the surrounding space to spontaneously collapse and reform. This was the unique pressure of a marquee-level immortal. Lu Yu finally looked up. The golden void law swirled in the depths of his pupils, clearly perceiving the threads of law entwining his opponent. Those were laws leaning towards destruction and devouring, perfectly attuned to the battlefield's aura. Arrogance requires capital, Lu Yu said softly. And I happen to have it. He took a step forward. The ruins beneath his feet suddenly lit up with countless golden and silver patterns. These patterns spread along the frozen bloodstains, instantly covering the entire area. The once lifeless rubble, broken metal, even the dust floating in the air, all came alive at this moment. Golden void evolution, all things as weapons. Countless fragments levitated, transforming into a storm of blades under the guidance of the golden and silver light. This was not simple manipulation, but a fundamental alteration of these substances' properties, temporarily making them extensions of the law. The insect tide stalled for the first time. The flying swarm collided with the storm of debris as if crashing into an invisible meat grinder. The sound of shattering metallic carapaces was continuous, especially piercing in the silent starry sky. The dark gold carapaced insect marquis let out a low roar. The two insect immortals behind it acted simultaneously, tearing through space left and right, instantly appearing on either side of Lu Yu. The immortal on the left transformed its arms into bone blades wrapped in the law of corrosion. Wherever they passed, even space was eroded, leaving black marks. The immortal on the right spat out a viscous green mist. Within the mist, countless tiny insect eggs writhed madly. Lu Yu still stood his ground. He raised his right hand palm up. The drop of origin tears was already floating above his palm, its starry projection resonating subtly with the real starry sky. Gold as bones, void as veins. With this whisper, the golden and silver lights suddenly contracted inward, forming an absolute domain within a 3-meter radius around him. The bone blade struck the domain's edge, producing a grating sound, yet could not advance an inch. The green mist collided with the domain, only causing ripples like raindrops on a lake surface. The pupils of the two insect immortals contracted. They could sense that this human was not using a mere energy shield, but something of a higher order. Within this domain, all rules were defined by him. Retreat. The dark gold carapaced marquis suddenly bellowed. But it was too late. Lu Yu's left hand grasped the void, and the golden and silver domain expanded abruptly. The two insect immortals seemed to be seized by an invisible giant hand, their bodies beginning to twist and deform. The law power around them resisted frantically, yet they were like flies trapped in a web. The more they struggled, the tighter they were bound. Golden void strangulation. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no dazzling light. The two insect immortals silently turned into nothingness, not even a speck of dust remained. The dark gold carapaced marquis finally moved. The carapace on its back suddenly split open, and 6 pairs of transparent thin wings vibrated rapidly. Each vibration drew upon the surrounding killing aura, causing the entire starry sky to resonate. This was the rapport it had established with this heaven and earth after a millennium of battle in the outer realm battlefield. Human, you indeed have the capital for arrogance, the insect marquis' voice echoed directly in Lu Yu's mind. But this is my home ground. Countless killing auras converged from all directions, coalescing in its hand into a dark red spear. The spear's shaft was covered with countless twisted faces, the lingering souls of those who had perished on this battlefield. Lu Yu could sense that this strike had already stirred the will of the entire battlefield. If struck heated, even a king-level immortal would be severely wounded. But he did not retreat. The golden void law surged within him, resonating wonderfully with the origin tears in his palm. He could feel something deep within this battlefield calling out to him, responding to him. Your home ground. Lu Yu suddenly smiled. From now on, it's mine. He released his hand, letting the origin tears ascend. The crystalline droplet radiated unprecedented light in the starry sky. The starry projection within it expanded wildly, overlapping with the real starry sky. At that moment, the spatial structure of the entire area underwent a fundamental change. The spear thrust by the insect marquis suddenly deviated from its path. It was aimed directly at Lu Yu's heart, but it turned bizarrely mid-flight, grazing past his clothes. Space folding. For the first time, shock appeared in the compound eyes of the insect marquis. Lu Yu did not answer. He extended his index finger and gently tapped the void. Golden and silver lights spread from his fingertip. Wherever they passed, space folded like paper. The space around the insect marquis began to warp and compress. Every movement it made required hundreds of times more effort than usual. This is not simple space law. The insect marquis roared its carapace, emitting the cracking sound of unbearable strain. Lu Yu walked forward slowly. With every step he took, the space beneath his feet automatically extended. Though it was merely a few short steps, it felt as if he had traversed 1,000 mountains and rivers. This was another application of the golden void evolution, traversing the earth in a single step. When he finally stood before the insect marquis, the latter was trapped in place by the compressed space, its very wing vibrations becoming immensely difficult. Golden void evolution, all things returned to void. Lu Yu reached out and placed his hand on the insect marquis' carapace. There was no earth-shattering collision, no residual waves of law clash. The dark gold carapace began to slowly dissipate from the point of contact like a sand sculpture. The compound eyes of the insect marquis reflected Lu Ye's calm face. It died without understanding how this human, clearly only a low-level marquis, could wield such terrifying law applications. When the last piece of carapace turned to nothingness, Lu Yu withdrew his hand. The folded space around them slowly returned to normal. Only the dark red spear still floated in midair, proving that what had just happened was not an illusion. The surviving insect tide began to scatter. Without the command of the Marquis Immortal, these low-level insects instinctively fled in all directions. Lu Yu did not pursue. He looked down at his own palm. The golden void law still surged within him. This battle, though seemingly effortless, had used his complete understanding of the golden void evolution. Had it not been for the resonance between the origin tiers and the battlefield's killing aura, he might not have dispatched an experienced Marquis so cleanly. The energy core on the third underground level. Lu Yu looked towards the direction indicated by the wounded soldier. Golden and silver light swirled in his eyes. He could sense something deep within calling to him, resonating subtly with the origin tiers in his palm. Perhaps this skirmish was no coincidence. He stepped forward, and wherever he passed, the frozen blood ice silently melted, revealing the mottled metal floor beneath. The scattered insects gave his path a wide berth, as if avoiding some natural predator. The starry sky of the outer realm battlefield remained cold, but something had already begun to change. The dark red spear trembled in the void, as if mourning its master's demise. Lu Yu reached out and grasped the shaft, a chill spreading through his palm. This weapon, forged from the insectoid Marquis' lifelong cultivation, now lay quietly in his hand, dark golden patterns flowing along the spear tip. He flicked his wrist, and the spear transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into his spatial ring. The call from deep underground grew clearer, like countless threads tugging at his perception. The tier of origin warmed in his palm, resonating with the unknown presence. The passage ahead widened, metal walls covered in claw marks of varying depths. Some marks were still fresh, their edges glistening with dark green mucus. The air was thick with a strange odor of decay and metal. Lu Yu halted. At the end of the passage, a massive figure slowly turned. Its body was encased in dark green carapace, 6 pairs of compound eyes gleaming with cold light in the dim surroundings. Its physique was even more imposing than the previous insectoid marquis, its carapace covered in twisted runes, each line pulsing with daunting energy. Human. A raspy voice echoed through the tunnel, grating like metal scraping against metal. The alien marquis slowly raised its forelimbs, sharp bone blades springing from the joints, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. Lu Yu remained silent. A radiance of gold and silver surged from within him, weaving into a barrier before him. He sensed the dangerous aura emanating from the opponent, far deeper than the previous insectoid marquis. The alien marquis moved. Its form blurred, and in the next instant it stood before Lu Yu. The bone blade tore through the air, descending with a teeth-grinding shriek. Lu Yu sidestepped, the golden void law coalescing at his fingertips. A thread of dark gold sliced through the air, clashing with the bone blade in a shower of sparks. Boom. Shockwaves rolled new cracks, splitting the metal walls. Surprise flickered in the alien Marquis' compound eyes. Its bone blade had been blocked by that slender thread beyond its expectations. Interesting. It growled, all 6 pairs of compound eyes glowing with an eerie light. The twisted runes on its dark green carapace began to flow, as if alive. A terrifying wave of energy erupted from within it, shaking the entire passage. Lu Yu's pupils contracted. He could sense the opponent invoking some ancient power. It did not belong to the common system of laws, but seemed more like a secret art inherited through bloodline. The alien Marquis form began to swell, strange totems emerging on its dark green carapace. Its aura surged, quickly breaking past the mid-marquis boundary, advancing toward a higher level. He could wait no longer. Lu Yu took a deep breath, the golden void law surging within him. He abandoned defense, allowing the bone blade to slash toward his shoulder. SSSHH. Blood sprayed. The bone blade embedded deep into his scapula, emitting a grating sound. Lu Yu grunted, his face instantly paling. But this was the opportunity he had waited for. As the blade lodged in his bone, his right hand pressed against the alien Marquis' chest. The golden void evolution activated at full force, dark golden light surging like a tide. Horror flickered in the alien Marquis' compound eyes. It tried to retreat, but found its forelimb pinned by Lu Yu's shoulder. You? The dark golden light had already penetrated its chest. The dark green carapace began to disintegrate, melting like ice thrown into a furnace. The alien Marquis let out a furious roar, struggling to break free, but it was too late. A massive cavity appeared in its chest, the edges spreading relentlessly. The dark golden energy, like corrosive maggots, voraciously devoured its vitality. The alien Marquis exerted force, pulling the bone blade from Lu Yu's shoulder, bringing with it a spray of blood. It staggered back the cavity in its chest, healing at a visible rate. Dark green energy swirled at the wound, new carapace rapidly forming. Immortal body. Lu Ye's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected its regenerative ability to be so terrifying, capable of healing even the damage from Golden Void evolution in such a short time. Flames of rage burned in the alien Marquis' compound eyes. It gazed down at its healing chest, letting out a low growl. Human, you have angered me. Its form expanded again, more bizarre totems appearing on the dark green carapace. The terrifying energy fluctuations made the entire passage groan. Blood gushed from the wound on Lu Ye's shoulder. He could feel a strange force attached to the opponent's bone blade, preventing the wound from healing. But he had no time to dwell on it. The alien Marquis had already lunged again. This time it was faster, stronger. The bone blade tore through the air, descending with the force of annihilation. Lu Yu advanced instead of retreating. He allowed the blade to strike his chest once more, while both his hands shot out. Dark, golden light condensed into solid blades at his fingertips, plunging fiercely into the opponent's compound eyes. Trading wound for wound. It was the most brutal, yet most effective tactic. SSSHH. The blade sank into the compound eye, spraying dark green fluid. The alien Marquis let out a piercing scream, 3 of its 6 compound eyes instantly dimming. At the same time, the bone blade had cleaved open Lu Yu's chest, exposing bone. Blood gushed like a spring, staining his robes a dark red. Lu Yu grunted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. But his movements did not falter. The dark, golden blade churned within the alien Marquis' skull, madly destroying its vitality. The alien Marquis thrashed wildly, the bone blade twisting in Lu Yu's chest, trying to widen the wound. But Lu Yu held its head in a death grip, refusing to let go no matter how it struggled. Dark, golden energy surged through the blade into the alien Marquis' cranium, ravaging its neural center. The strange totems on the dark green carapace began to fade, the flowing runes gradually stilling. The alien Marquis' struggles grew weaker. Its compound eyes extinguished one by one until only the last one flickered tenaciously. Possible. It uttered its final whisper, then completely lost its life force. Lu Yu released his grip, staggering back. His chest was nearly split open, revealing the beating heart within. The wound on his shoulder was deep to the bone, blood still flowing freely. But he remained standing. The golden void law surged within him, attempting to repair his ravaged body. Yet the strange force on the alien Marquis' bone blade, like clinging parasites, prevented the wounds from healing. Lu Yu looked down at his injuries, frowning slightly. This power that inhibited healing was unlike anything he had seen. It was neither law force nor poison, but more akin to a curse. Suppressing the excruciating pain, he sat cross-legged. The golden void law swirled at his wounds, contending with that strange force. Dark golden light and dark green energy intertwined at the injury, emitting a sizzling sound. As time passed, the dark green energy was gradually expelled from his body. But the process was exceedingly slow. Each strand expelled consumed a vast amount of divine power. After 3 hours, Lu Yu finally opened his eyes. The wound on his chest had mostly healed, leaving only a fierce scar. The injury on his shoulder had also largely recovered, though there was still some stiffness in movement. He stood up, feeling the divine power surging within him. After this bloody battle, his mastery of the Golden Void Law had grown more refined. That tactic of trading wounds, though perilous, was also the most effective way to kill. The corpse of the alien Marquis lay not far away, its dark green carapace now lustrous. The strange totems and runes had also faded, as if drained of life with their master's death. Lu Yu approached the corpse, carefully examining the totems. These patterns were unfamiliar to him, not part of the insectoid heritage, nor any common racial secret art. He reached out and gently touched the totems. The sensation beneath his fingertips was cold and rough, carrying an ancient aura. Suddenly the totems flared to life. Dark green light emerged from the carapace, weaving into a complex pattern in the air. At the center of the pattern, a strange symbol slowly rotated, radiating a daunting energy fluctuation. Lu Yu's pupils contracted sharply. He could sense that this symbol was of the same origin as the strange force on the alien Marquis bone blade. The power that had prevented his wounds from healing originated from this. The pattern lingered in the air for several breaths before slowly dissipating. The alien Marquis corpse also turned to ash, leaving only the pair of bone blades on the ground. Lu Yu picked up the bone blades, examining them closely. The blades were covered in dense runes identical to the pattern that had appeared in the air. He recognized none of these runes, but the power within them sent a chill through him. He stored the bone blades and gazed into the depths of the passage. The energy core on the third underground level still called to him, the resonance with the tier of origin growing stronger. But after this bloody battle, he had become more cautious. The terrifying regenerative ability displayed by this alien Marquis and the strange power on its bone blades all foretold of even more powerful enemies ahead. Lu Yu regulated his breathing, the golden void law flowing slowly within him. The scars on his shoulder and chest throbbed, faintly reminding him of the peril of the recent battle. But he did not retreat. His footsteps echoed crisply on the metal floor. In the depths of the passage, unknown dangers awaited. Yet perhaps also the answers he had been seeking. The trail of dark red blood stretched behind him like a path leading into the unknown. From deep within the passage came the grating sound of metal, as if something was awakening. Lu Yu clenched his fists, the golden void law surging through his meridians, the scar on his shoulder throbbing with a faint heat. 3 figures emerged from the darkness. The leading alien Marquis wielded a double-edged bone blade, his carapace adorned with a totem far more intricate than the previous one, its dark green patterns flowing with an eerie luster in the dim light. The 2 guards behind him were slightly smaller, yet the energy fluctuations they emitted were not to be underestimated. Human, the Marquis spoke, his voice like the scraping of metal. "You killed my brother." Lu Yu did not reply. He could feel the oppressive aura radiating from the enemy, stronger than the previous Marquis. The golden void law accelerated within him, and the pain in his shoulder only sharpened his perception. The alien Marquis raised his bone blade. The air in the passage suddenly froze as dark green energy surged from the totem, weaving into a net in the air. The energy was corrosive, the metal walls began to melt wherever it touched. Lu Yu sidestepped the first energy net. The golden void law coalesced at his fingertips, forming a streak of golden light. The light collided with the energy net, erupting in a blinding flash. The 2 guards flanked him from both sides. Their bone blades were also engraved with runes, and their swings produced sharp, piercing sounds. Lu Yu shifted his stance slightly, his figure agilely dodging within the narrow passage. The golden void law formed a faint protective barrier around him, deflecting the splashing corrosive energy. He noticed that these aliens attacked in the same manner as the previous one, but their coordination was more seamless. He had to finish this quickly. Taking a deep breath, he drove the golden void law into a wild frenzy within his body. The scar on his shoulder suddenly burned with heat, resonating with the origin tear on his chest. A strange sensation washed over him, as if these 2 wounds were absorbing the scattered energy around them. The alien Marquis swung his bone blade again. This time Lu Yu did not dodge. The golden void law condensed in his palm, materializing into a long blade. The blade shimmered with gold and silver radiance, a stark contrast to the dark green runes on the bone blade. The moment the 2 weapons clashed, a deafening sonic boom swept through the entire passage. The metal walls trembled violently, sending debris flying. Lu Yu felt his tiger's mouth go numb, but the golden void long blade did not shatter. Instead, the dark green runes on the bone blade began to dim. A flicker of shock crossed the alien Marquis' eyes. He had clearly not expected this human to withstand his attack heat. Now was the moment. The golden void law within Lu Yu erupted completely. Gold and silver light burst from every pore on his body, coalescing behind him into a pair of ethereal wings. The wings fluttered, gently stirring faint ripples in the space around them. He took a step forward. The space within the passage seemed to freeze. The movements of the 2 guards became sluggish, as if trapped in quicksand. The alien Marquis roared, his totem blazing with intense light. Dark green energy surged frantically into the bone blade, trying to break free from the restraint. But it was too late. The golden void long blade in Lu Yu's hand sliced through the space silently. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no blinding light. Only a fine crack spreading through the air. Where the crack passed, the dark green energy melted away like snow under the scorching sun. The alien Marquis' bone blade began to disintegrate, and the totems on his carapace dimmed one by one. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the crack that appeared on his breastplate. The crack spread rapidly, and dark green blood oozed out. "Impossible," he rasped, "you're only immortal." Before he could finish, his body turned to ash. The 2 guards also disintegrated in the spatial ripples, not even letting out a scream. Silence returned to the passage. Lu Yu stood still as the golden void wings slowly dissipated. A wave of exhaustion washed over him. That last strike had nearly drained all his strength. The scar on his shoulder no longer ached, but instead brought a hint of coolness. He looked down and saw that the scar had faded slightly. From the end of the passage came the sound of machinery. A metal door slowly opened, revealing a vast space beyond. A dense surge of primordial cosmic energy poured out, resonating strongly with the origin tear on his chest. But Lu Yu did not advance immediately. He bent down and picked up the fragments of the bone blade left on the ground. The runes on these fragments were fading quickly, but before they disappeared completely, he gleaned some information. These aliens belonged to a race called the Erosion. They worshipped some ancient existence, drawing power through totems. And the energy core on the 3rd underground level seemed to be connected to their faith. Footsteps echoed from afar. The battle had clearly alerted others. Lu Yu put away the bone blade fragments and regulated his breathing. The golden void law slowly recovered within him, and the cool sensation from his shoulder gradually spread throughout his body. He gazed at the open door at the end of the passage. The answer lay there. The metal gate slowly closed behind him, completely sealing off the bloody aura within the corridor. As Lu Yu stepped into this vast expanse, the origin tear on his chest grew faintly warm. He looked around. A lofty dome hung overhead with countless star images swirling above. This place resembled not a military base, but rather an ancient library. The walls were forged from some dark metal engraved with flowing star charts. Identity confirmed: Lu Yu the Immortal. An icy electronic voice echoed through the space. A light screen unfurled before him, with military merit points racing wildly. When the numbers finally settled, even Lu Yu couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The reward for slaying an alien marquis far exceeded expectations. Combined with previously accumulated merits, this figure was enough to make many king-level powerhouses envious. On the right side of the screen, a redemption list automatically expanded. Countless images of rare treasures flowed by, from battle armor to secret arts, from spaceships to elixirs, a dazzling array. His gaze skipped over those flashy options, locking directly onto the weapon category. Filter aligned with gold void laws. The list instantly condensed. 3 paramount treasures floated in midair, radiating heart-stopping fluctuations. The first was a long spear, its shaft entwined with golden patterns, the tip faintly tearing through space. The second was a war blade with wing-like reliefs on the spine, stirring spatial ripples when swung. The third, however, was a pair of wings entirely dark gold, each feather crafted as if from fragments of space itself. His finger paused over the third treasure. Gold void wings. The description was simple: forged from void gold crystal as the main material, merging the sharpness of gold laws with the agility of space laws. When unfurled, they could rend space for short-range teleportation, and the feather edges were sharper than a star's core. The military merits required for redemption amounted to his entire savings. Without hesitation, he tapped to confirm. The merit count instantly dropped to 0. At the same time, a pair of dark gold wings slowly materialized from the light screen hovering before him. They seemed less like physical objects and more like phantoms woven from light and shadow. The moment Lu Yu reached out to touch them, the wings dissolved into flowing light and merged into his body. A sharp pain shot from his shoulder blades. He grunted, feeling something tearing through flesh and muscle growing from his back. The gold void laws churned wildly within him, resonating with the newborn wings. The scar on his shoulder grew hot again, but this time it brought not pain, but a strange sense of harmony. The dark gold wings slowly unfurled behind him. Each feather seemed alive, quivering slightly as they sliced through the surrounding space. With a gentle flap, he vanished from his spot, reappearing 100 meters away. There was no spatial disturbance, no energy ripple, as if he had always been there. He tried to accelerate. Only a blur of golden afterimages remained in the corridor. The trajectory left by the wings etched fine spatial fractures into the air, lingering long after. This speed was more than 3 times faster than before. More importantly, the wings perfectly aligned with his gold void laws. Each flap naturally invoked the power of the laws, requiring no deliberate effort. These wings felt like a part of his body, responding as effortlessly as an arm. He halted midair, folding the wings behind him. The dark gold luster gradually faded, turning transparent, then vanished entirely. Yet they still existed, simply merged into the surrounding space. This was the most terrifying aspect of the gold void wings: invisibility. Footsteps echoed from afar, growing closer. Lu Yu landed back on the ground, his expression calm. The commotion from testing the wings seemed to have drawn others. He sensed the faint presence of the wings behind him, now fused with the space around them, undetectable even to king-level powerhouses. 3 figures appeared at the edge of his vision. The leader was a human immortal in silver battle armor, with 7 stars engraved on his pauldron. He scanned the empty hall, his gaze finally settling on Lu Yu. Was the commotion just now your doing? Lu Yu did not answer, merely watching him silently. The wings behind him quivered slightly, ready to unfurl. The silver-armored immortal's eyes swept over the ground, where faint traces of spatial disturbance lingered, too subtle to escape his perception. He narrowed his eyes as if assessing something. Are you new here? He stepped forward. I am Silver Star, the patrol envoy of this base. The other 2 spread out, forming a triangular formation to encircle Lu Yu. Their movements were subtle, but not beyond Lu Yu's awareness. The wings behind him sent a faint sting of warning. Silver Star's gaze paused briefly on Lu Yu's shoulder. There the scar had grown paler, nearly blending with the surrounding skin. I heard an immortal slew an erosion clan marquis, Silver Star said slowly, fingers tapping unconsciously on his sword hilt. Seems the rumors are true. The air suddenly grew heavy. Lu Yu felt 3 auras lock onto him simultaneously. The wings behind him unfurled slightly, ready to tear through space. The gold void laws flowed quietly within him, resonating with the wings. Just as the tension peaked, Silver Star suddenly smiled. Relax. He waved his hand, and the other 2 eased their stances. To slay an Erosion Clan Marquis is a merit to humanity. I'm just curious, how did you do it? The question seemed casual, but carried hidden intent. Lu Yu paused for a moment, feeling a chill from the scar on his shoulder. He lifted his head, his gaze calm. Luck. Silver Star raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. But he didn't press further, instead changing the subject. The Erosion Clan has been active lately. This base isn't safe, he said with implication. If you need sanctuary, I can offer a few options. It was an invitation and a test. Lu Yu shook his head. No need. The blunt refusal dimmed the smile on Silver Star's face. He gave Lu Yu a long, hard look, then turned and left. The other two followed, closely disappearing into the corridor's end. Only when their auras had completely faded did Lu Yu relax slightly. The wings behind him reappeared, dark gold luster flowing through the air. He could feel them gradually adapting to his body, the synergy with the gold void laws growing ever stronger. With a gentle flap, he merged into space, reappearing at the far end of the redemption hall. This teleportation required no tearing of space, but direct integration and detachment, far more covert than traditional spatial travel. He tried channeling law energy into the wings. The edges of the dark gold feathers shimmered with faint spatial ripples. A casual swipe sent an invisible space blade flying, carving a deep gash into the metal wall. Such attacks were silent and unpredictable. This was the true value of the gold void wings. Not just speed, but a lethal weapon. The origin tear on his chest suddenly vibrated. He looked down to see the teardrop crystal glowing. The light pointed toward a direction, deep within the hall, a corner he had previously overlooked. With a light flutter of his wings, he instantly appeared at the spot indicated by the glow. Here, special redemption items were displayed, mostly related to law comprehension. One dark purple crystal caught his attention. Starlight swirled within it, echoing the star chart overhead. Void crystal sourced from the depths of spatial rifts aids in comprehending space laws. Its redemption price was astonishingly high, requiring the slaying of 3 alien marquises to amass. With his merits now zeroed, Lu Yu couldn't afford it. But he noted the location. The void crystal paired with the gold void wings might advance his space laws further. Just as he prepared to leave, a soft sound came from behind. The gold void wings automatically unfurled, forming a barrier before him. An invisible attack struck the barrier, sending ripples cascading through space. The assailant materialized. It was a figure cloaked in black, face obscured. In hand, he held a short blade engraved with totems similar to those of the Erosion Clan. So it is you, came a hoarse voice from beneath the cloak. You killed the Erosion Clan Marquis and stole the sacred relic. Lu Yu frowned. He didn't recognize the figure, but the aura was identical to that of the previous Erosion Clan Marquis. The cloaked man gave him no time to think. The short blade swung, trailing a murky green light. Where it passed, space corroded with a sizzling sound. The gold void wings burst open. Dark gold light traced an elegant arc through the air, and Lu Yu vanished instantly. He reappeared behind the cloaked man. The wing's edge swept by, leaving a gash in the cloak. Murky green blood dripped to the ground, corroding small pits into the floor. The cloaked man grunted, spinning around to attack again. This time he was faster, the totems on the short blade blazing with blinding light. Lu Yu did not dodge, he folded the wings before him. The short blade struck the wings with a metallic clang. The dark gold feathers remained unmoved without even a scratch. Instead, the blade's glow dimmed noticeably. The cloaked man's pupils contracted, clearly not expecting the wings to be so tough. In that moment of hesitation, Lu Yu moved. The gold void wings fully expanded and countless feathers detached, flying out as a storm of golden light. Each streak of light was a space blade, sealing off all avenues of escape. The cloaked man swung his short blade to block, forming a shield of murky green energy before him. But the space blades ignored the shield, piercing straight through. A scream echoed through the hall. When the golden light faded, the cloaked man lay in a pool of blood. His body was cut into countless fragments, slowly dissipating. The short blade fell to the ground, its totems extinguishing one by one. Lu Yu retracted his wings and landed. This battle was far easier than before. The gold void wings not only provided a speed advantage, but also made his attacks more elusive and unpredictable. He bent down to pick up the short blade. Just before the totems fully died, he caught a fragment of information. The Erosion Clan was searching for a certain sacred relic, one linked to the energy core on the 3rd underground level. More importantly, they believed Lu Yu possessed clues to the relic. Was it because of the scar on his shoulder or the origin tear? He didn't know. Stowing the short blade, the gold void wings gave a soft flutter. He merged into space, vanishing from the hall. A streak of dark gold light flashed through the corridor, leaving no trace behind. A dark golden stream of light coalesced into a form at the end of the passage. Lu Yu stepped out from the void, his golden void wings slowly folding behind him. The scar on his shoulder throbbed faintly, as if reminding him of the hidden dangers lurking on this battlefield. The walls of the passage were covered in marks of varying depths, some scorched by energy weapons, others torn by sharp claws. Ahead came the explosive roar of colliding energies. 3 Erosion Clan warriors were besieging a human cultivator. Malachite green corrosive energy wove into a net in the air, and the human cultivator's protective light shield was already flickering on the verge of collapse. Each swing of his longsword felt sluggish, the runes on its blade flickering intermittently. Luyu did not hesitate. With a light flutter of his golden void wings, he transformed into a bolt of dark gold lightning. Space twisted around him, the distance of the passage seeming to compress. An instant ago he was 100 meters away, the next he had already cut into the fray. The Erosion Clan warrior who sensed the danger first spun around abruptly. It had no time to react. The edge of the dark gold wings swept across its neck. No blood splattered, only a faint hum of space being severed. The Erosion Clan warrior's head separated from its body, the cut as smooth as a mirror. Before the malachite green blood could even spurt out, it was devoured by the spatial ripples stirred by the wings. The other 2 Erosion Clan warriors let out piercing shrieks. They abandoned their siege of the human cultivator, gathering malachite green energy into spheres between their claws. The corrosive energy made the air sizzle, and the passage walls began to melt. Luyu advanced instead of retreating. He fully spread his golden void wings, and countless dark gold feathers detached and flew out. They did not transform into streaks of light, but hovered in the air, trembling slightly. Each feather tugged at the surrounding space, sending out fine ripples through the passage. The 2 Erosion Clan warriors hurled their energy spheres simultaneously. The energy spheres twisted mid-flight, their trajectories becoming unpredictable. They missed their target and collided with each other instead. The malachite green energy exploded, casting the passage in a ghastly green light. In the instant of the explosion, Luyu moved. He passed through the dispersing energy, his wings like blades. Space folded behind him, propelling his speed beyond the limits of visual perception. The 2 Erosion Clan warriors had just realized their attack missed when the dark golden edge swept across their chests. No screams, only the faint sound of bodies being sliced by space. Luyu landed behind them, his wings fluttering lightly. The dark gold feathers returned to their places as if they had never left. 3 Erosion Clan corpses slowly collapsed, their malachite green blood devoured by spatial rifts before it could flow. The human cultivator stood frozen, his longsword trembling slightly in his hand. Thank. Luyu did not look back. His golden void wings vibrated again. He merged into space and vanished into the depths of the passage, leaving behind only the traces of battle and the cultivator whose words of gratitude were left unfinished. The dark golden stream of light flashed across various parts of the battlefield. Each appearance heralded the death of an Erosion Clan member. Luyu no longer sought a single killing blow. Instead, he began experimenting with different combat methods. Facing swarms of low-ranking Erosion Clan warriors, he transformed the feathers of his wings into a dense net of spatial blades. Each feather trembled, faintly tugging at the spatial laws around them. The moment Erosion Clan warriors charged into the blade net, their bodies were sliced into pieces by invisible forces. The malachite green blood was devoured by spatial rifts before it could even spurt out. When encountering a more powerful Erosion Clan captain, he deliberately slowed his pace. He folded his golden void wings in front of him, meeting the opponent's full-force strike heat. The short blade clashed against the wings with a metallic ring, the dark gold feathers unmoving. In the moment of the enemy's shock, the edge of the wing swept past, like a blade's edge. In each battle, he felt the burning heat of the scar on his shoulder. The heat seemed to guide him, yet also warn him of something. The origin tear flowed slowly within him, resonating subtly with the golden void wings. He gradually understood that the golden void wings were more than just a weapon. Each vibration tugged at the spatial laws around him. Each attack deepened his understanding of space. In a broad underground hall, he encountered a true adversary. 5 Erosion Clan warriors fanned out their weapons, glowing with an ominous green light. The leader was exceptionally large, its carapace covered in dark golden patterns. It did not attack immediately. Instead, its compound eyes fixed on the scar on Lu Ye's shoulder. The sacred artifact is on you. A hoarse voice spoke directly into his mind, carrying a mental impact. The surrounding air began to solidify, and malachite green energy filled the hall. Luyu did not answer. His golden void wings fluttered lightly, sensing the subtle changes in space. The Erosion Clan warrior's mental impact was twisted by space upon contacting the wings, dissipating into nothingness. The leader let out a sharp screech. All 5 Erosion Clan warriors attacked simultaneously. They did not charge directly, but thrust their weapons into the ground. Malachite green energy surged from the weapons, spreading across the floor and quickly forming a complex totem. Space began to solidify. Luyu felt a tightness around him as if trapped in a quagmire. The vibration of his golden void wings became sluggish, each flap requiring several times the usual effort. The Erosion Clan warriors began to slowly advance, their weapons blazing with blinding light. He took a deep breath, the scar on his shoulder burning hot. The dark gold feathers on the golden void wings began to emit a faint glow, not the flowing light of previous battles, but a more subdued radiance. Each feather trembled slightly, resonating with the solidified space around them. He recalled the sensation of space being severed in earlier battles. The ripples of space when the wings fluttered. The folding of space when he passed through the void. The golden void wings suddenly spread, not outward, but inward. The dark gold light no longer radiated, but condensed on the surface of the wings. The space at the edge of the wings began to twist, as if sliced by an invisible force. A faint cracking sound came from the solidified space. The leader's pupils contracted. It sensed the anomaly in space. But it had no time to react. Lu Yu moved. His speed was not fast, at least it did not appear so. But with each step, he seemed to cross the barrier of space. The solidified space was as nothing before him. The golden void wings swept through lightly stirring faint spatial ripples. The first Erosion Clan warrior fell, its body neatly sliced in two. The second, the third. They tried to block, but their weapons were severed by space the moment they touched the wings. The malachite green blood was devoured by the spatial rifts stirred by the wings before it could spurt. Only the leader remained. It roared and drove its weapon into the ground, malachite green energy surging wildly. The entire floor of the hall began to melt, corrosive energy rushing toward Lu Yu like a tide. Lu Yu did not retreat. He folded his golden void wings in front of him, dark gold light swirling. The corrosive energy crashed against the wings, emitting a harsh, sizzling sound. But this time the wings were not corroded. Instead, they absorbed and transformed the impacting energy. The dark gold light on the wings grew even brighter. He felt the scar on his shoulder burning, the origin tear accelerating within him. The golden void wings seemed to come alive, each feather breathed, resonating with the surrounding space. He understood something. The golden void wings spread again, but this time they were no longer dark gold. The surface of the wings shimmered with the fine cracks of severed space, as if bearing the weight of all space. The leader let out a despairing shriek. Lu Yu gave it no chance. With a light flutter of his wings, he transformed into a rift in space itself. Not passing through space, but becoming space itself. He swept past the Erosion Clan leader, the edge of his wings stirring faint spatial fluctuations. The Erosion Clan leader froze in place. Its body began to disintegrate, not by being cut, but by being rejected by space itself. Each of its cells was devoured by different spatial rifts, leaving not a trace of blood. Silence returned to the hall. Lu Yu landed back on the ground, his golden void wings slowly folding. He felt the flow of laws within him smoother and deeper than before. The scar on his shoulder was no longer burning, but transmitted a warm sensation. He looked down at his hands. At his fingertips, faint spatial ripples flowed, as if they could tear apart everything before him at any moment. Growing through battle. Only between life and death could one's comprehension of laws advance so profoundly. The dark golden stream of light flared up again, and he merged into space, continuing his advance deeper into the battlefield. Ripples of spatial energy swirled at his fingertips, and Lu Yu could sense every subtle fracture resonating with the surrounding environment. He traversed a desolate battlefield, a dark golden luster flickering faintly around him. A dense cacophonous sound of buzzing wings erupted from ahead. Countless swarms of insectoids rose from the horizon, their exoskeletons gleaming with a metallic sheen under the dim light. Their sharp mouthparts opened and closed, producing a grating, teeth-gnashing sound. This was no scattered assault, but an organized legion. Lu Yu halted. The golden void wings unfurled slowly behind him, their dark golden patterns leaving faint traces in the air. He could feel the warmth emanating from the scar on his shoulder as the origin tears accelerated their circulation within his body. The insect swarm surged forward like a tidal wave. The first wave came from the sky. Flying insectoids dove down, their forelimbs like sharp blades slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. Lu Yu did not dodge. The wings vibrated gently. Space twisted around him, forming an invisible barrier. The diving insectoids collided with the barrier, their bodies torn apart by the spatial force in an instant. Green blood splattered through the air, yet not a single drop could approach Lu Yu. The ground began to tremble. The second wave came from underground. Burrowing insectoids erupted from the earth, their shells covered in hard rock layers, their mouthparts spewing corrosive mucus. The ground beneath Lu Yu's feet started to collapse. He leaped lightly. The golden void wings fully extended, their dark golden radiance swirling. The corrosive mucus was devoured by spatial fluctuations before it could even touch the wings, leaving not a trace. More insectoids swarmed from every direction. Lu Yu closed his eyes. He could perceive the position of every single insectoid, sensing the changes in airflow as they moved. The scar on his shoulder grew hotter, as if reminding him of something. The immortal divine body. The moment this thought flashed through his mind, the origin tears within him began to boil. The dark golden light spread from his wings to his entire body, his skin surface appearing with dense patterns like ancient runes. The third wave arrived simultaneously. From the air, the ground, and underground insectoids from 3 directions charged at once. Their numbers were so vast that the entire sky was obscured and the earth trembled under their steps. Lu Yu stood still motionless. The first insectoid crashed into his body, then the second, the third. Countless insectoids like waves crashing against a reef slammed into Lu Yu wave after wave, but they could not breach that layer of dark golden light. Each impact caused ripples on the light, and then the insectoids' bodies would be pulverized by the spatial force. Green blood and severed limbs flew through the air. Lu Yu could feel the impact from each collision, but these forces were absorbed and transformed by the immortal divine body. The scar on his shoulder no longer burned, but transmitted a peculiar cool sensation. The insectoids' assault grew fiercer. They began to change tactics. Some spewed acid from a distance, while others attempted to dig tunnels from underground. Some even started to self-destruct, trying to deplete Lu Yu's strength with their lives. Lu Yu still did not move. The golden void wings flapped gently, each vibration creating minute spatial fissures around him. Any insectoid that drew near was devoured by these fissures, not even getting a chance to self-destruct. Time passed bit by bit. The corpses of the insectoids had piled into mountains and green blood had soaked the entire land. Yet their numbers seemed undiminished, even increasing. Lu Yu finally opened his eyes. A dark golden light swirled in his pupils, as if he could see through everything. At the very rear of the insectoid legion, he sensed a special presence. The hive. It was a colossal biological construct, its surface covered in thick carapace with countless insectoids continuously emerging from within. It was like a living fortress ceaselessly producing killing machines. Lu Yu took a step forward. The insectoid corpses beneath his feet were ground to dust by the spatial force. He no longer defended passively, but began to advance. The swarm charged madly, trying to stop his progress. But it was to no avail. Wherever Lu Yu passed, space twisted. Any insectoid that approached was torn apart by an invisible force. He was like a red-hot knife cutting through butter, carving a path through the swarm. The hive seemed to sense the threat. It began to tremble violently, its surface carapace opening to reveal densely packed egg sacs inside. More insectoids were produced, including species never seen before. Some insectoids began to merge. They devoured each other, combining into larger individuals. These fused insectoids possessed harder shells and greater strength, charging at Lu Yu with heavy steps. Lu Yu halted. The golden void wings spread once more, this time not just dark golden. Cracks of space flowed on the wings' surfaces as if bearing the weight of the entire world. The fused insectoids collided with him. Space warped and shattered at the point of impact. The shells of the fused insectoids began to disintegrate, not from being cut, but from being repelled by space itself. Every single cell of theirs was being devoured by different spatial fissures. The hive let out a piercing shriek. The sound penetrated the air, causing the entire battlefield to vibrate. The remaining insectoids began to retreat, gathering around the hive to form an impenetrable defense line. Lu Yu could feel the hive's rage and also a trace of fear. He continued forward. Each step landed on the corpses of insectoids, green blood splashing by his boots, yet unable to stain them in the slightest. The dark golden light swirled around him, isolating all threats. The hive began to contract. Its surface carapace closed layer upon layer, trying to protect itself. At the same time, the last batch of insectoids launched a suicidal charge. These insectoids self-destructed directly upon approaching Lu Yu, green blood and corrosive energy splattering everywhere. The entire area was stained a strange green. Lu Yu raised his hand. The spatial ripples at his fingertips began to expand, forming a spherical barrier. All the splattering blood and energy froze upon touching the barrier, then slowly dissipated. When the last insectoid fell, the battlefield suddenly fell silent. Only the hive remained trembling slightly. Its surface was covered in cracks, green mucus seeping from the fissures. The unhatched egg sacs pulsed faintly, as if begging for survival. Lu Yu stood before the hive. The golden void wings slowly folded, the dark golden light gradually fading. The scar on his shoulder transmitted a warm, moist sensation, and the origin tears within him circulated calmly. The hive let out a faint, mournful cry. Then it began to disintegrate. The carapace on its surface fell off piece by piece, revealing the dried-up tissue inside. Those unhatched egg sacs withered rapidly, turning into pools of green mucus. When the last piece of carapace fell, the hive was completely reduced to ruins. Lu Yu stood still, feeling the flow of laws within him. After this battle, his control over space had become more exquisite and his understanding of the immortal divine body deeper. In the distance, more threats awaited, but he was already prepared. The dark golden wings traced an elegant arc through the void as Lu Yu hovered above the ruins of the Zerg hive. Green viscous fluid still trickled slowly, staining the entire area into a grotesque marsh. The air was thick with a pungent, acrid stench, the unique, deathly odor of Zerg blood and tissue decomposition. He extended his hand palm, facing downward. From the depths of the ruins, a dark green crystal rose slowly. It was only the size of a fist, its surface covered with intricate patterns, as if recording the Zerg's eons of evolutionary history. Within the crystal, a faint light flowed, the last remnants of the hive's life energy. Just as the crystal was about to touch his fingertips, the entire space suddenly froze. Time seemed suspended, even the floating dust particles in the air stood still. A will far more powerful than the hives descended, carrying an icy killing intent, locking directly onto Lu Yu. In the depths of the void, a pair of enormous compound eyes slowly opened. Each eye was composed of tens of thousands of hexagonal crystals reflecting Lu Yu's minuscule figure. Merely its gaze caused the surrounding space to warp and fracture. The Zerg Queen. It hadn't even fully manifested, yet through a distant spatial projection, it had turned the entire area into its domain. Lu Yu felt the scar on his shoulder prickle faintly. The origin tear within him accelerated its flow, forming a thin film of light over his golden void wings, resisting the spatial compression from all directions. Human. A frigid mental pulse pierced directly into his sea of consciousness. This was no language, but pure spiritual assault, brimming with contempt and murderous intent. The dark green crystal trembled slightly in Lu Yu's palm, as if trying to break free and return to the queen's control. Lu Yu closed his fingers, gripping the crystal firmly. He raised his head, meeting the gaze of the enormous compound eyes. Just a projection. His voice was soft, yet it sent ripples through the frozen space around him. The queen's will surged abruptly. The void began to collapse, forming a massive gravitational vortex centered on Lu Yu. Countless spatial fragments spun like blades, shredding everything they touched. The golden void wings unfurled violently, radiating a blaze of dark golden light. But this time the light began to disintegrate upon contact with the spatial fragments. Though the queen's true body was distant, its mastery of space far exceeded that of the hive. Each spatial fragment contained devastating laws, causing even his immortal divine body to feel pain. Lu Yu felt his skin begin to crack, golden blood seeping from the minute wounds. He couldn't let this continue. He closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness inward. Deep within the origin tier, a miniature golden divine body was slowly rotating. It was only the size of a fingernail, yet it contained astonishing energy. This was the core he had condensed upon achieving immortality, intimately linked to his life essence. Now he would gamble with it. You wish to perish together with me. The queen's mental pulse carried a hint of mockery. It had clearly sensed the abnormal energy accumulation within Lu Yu's body, but did not believe a human would dare self-destruct his divine body deep in Zerg territory. Lu Yu did not answer. He merely pushed that miniature divine body within him to the critical point. Golden light radiated from every pore, transforming him into a miniature sun. The surrounding spatial fragments began to vaporize upon contact with the light. Even the queen's projection flickered momentarily. You're insane. For the first time, the queen's mental pulse showed a fluctuation of emotion. It could sense that this human was not bluffing. The destructive energy fluctuation was enough to erase this entire area from the universe. Though only a projection, enduring a divine Buddha's self-destruction at such close range would severely wound its true form. More importantly, it was uncertain if this human would actually do it. In the Zerg's cognition, all beings prioritize survival above all else. Self-destructing the divine body meant complete annihilation with no chance of reincarnation. Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes. His pupils had turned entirely golden, devoid of any emotion, holding only absolute calm. You can try. His voice was serene, as if discussing something unrelated to himself. The queen's projection began to flicker unsteadily. Within those enormous compound eyes, countless hexagonal crystals spun rapidly, seemingly calculating various possibilities. The rotation of the spatial fragments slowed. The gravitational vortex's pull also weakened. Lu Yu could feel the queen's killing intent receding, replaced by a sense of weighing options. He took a step forward. The dark green crystal in his hand suddenly emitted a blinding light, resonating with the queen's projection. This was the hive core calling to its creator, the queen's last chance. If he self-destructed, this core would be destroyed as well. The queen's projection fell completely still. Time ticked by, each second feeling as long as an eternity. Finally, the enormous compound eyes slowly closed. Human, I have memorized your aura. The frigid mental pulse swept across Lu Yu's sea of consciousness one last time, then receded like a tide. With the queen's projection gone, the space returned to normal. The void ceased collapsing, the gravitational vortex dissipated, leaving only floating dust and the ruins of the Zerg hive. The golden light on Lu Yu's body gradually faded. That miniature divine body sank back into the depths of the origin tier, returning to stillness. Only he knew that the actual self-destruction was still some distance away. He had merely simulated that energy fluctuation, betting that the queen would not take the risk. He had won. Opening his palm, the dark green crystal lay quietly in his hand. The patterns on its surface shimmered with faint light, and the energy flowing within was purer. Free from the queen's interference, this hive core now fully belonged to him. The golden void wings fluttered gently, lifting him into the high sky. From above, the ruins of the Zerg hive looked like a scar on the earth. The green fluid still trickled, but had lost its activity. Occasionally, a few knotty yet fully withered egg sacs twitched slightly, the last signs of Zerg activity. Luyu could sense other Zerg hives watching from farther away. But they did not act, perhaps wary of the earlier deterrent, or perhaps waiting for a better opportunity. He absorbed the hive core into his body, letting it float alongside the origin tier. The dark green light intertwined with the golden radiance, and the two distinct energies began to merge slowly. The evolutionary secrets of the Zerg contained within the hive core were gradually being deciphered by him. This process was slow but ongoing every moment. The scar on his shoulder felt a warm touch. The divine body was repairing itself. The wounds from the spatial cuts had healed, leaving only faint golden marks. He gazed into the depths of the starry sky. There more challenges awaited. The Zerg would not relent, and powerful beings from other races were also watching covetously. But such was this universe. Either grow stronger or perish. The golden void wings unfurled once more, tracing a graceful streak of dark golden light across the void. His figure vanished into the starry backdrop, leaving only the hive ruins to silently recount all that had transpired. On a planet entirely occupied by the Zerg, countless light years away, the massive true form of the queen slowly opened all its compound eyes. It had memorized that aura, the human who had dared to threaten it. The void voyage persisted for an immeasurable duration. Jean Kong's wings gently swayed amidst the stardust, each flap stirring subtle ripples across the fabric of space. Luyu closed his eyes, sensing the divine energy flowing within him. Those dark golden currents moved like sentient rivers, circulating naturally through his meridians. He was merely a step away from a breakthrough, yet that final stride felt like a gossamer veil, visible but intangible. As he pondered, the surrounding space suddenly froze. It was not an enemy assault nor a spatial seal, but a far more profound stillness. The stars ceased their twinkle, the dust particles hung motionless, and even time seemed to have pressed its pause button. A blurry silhouette slowly coalesced in the void. The figure was not imposing, yet it dimmed the entire starry sky. He stood there like the center of the universe, with all things revolving around him. His features were indiscernible, but one could feel the all-penetrating gaze of his eyes. "Lord of the Chaotic City," Luyu said with a slight bow. The Lord of the Chaotic City's voice resonated directly within Luyu's consciousness, serene, yet imbued with an unquestionable authority. "Your accumulation is sufficient, but you still lack the final step." Luyu listened intently. He could sense that a single thought from this pinnacle powerhouse of humanity could make the entire starfield tremble. The key to the Marquis realm lies in fusion. The Lord of the Chaotic City's voice echoed like an ancient bell. "You are now like a child holding pearls, knowing their value, but not how to string them into a necklace." A flicker stirred within Luyu's heart. He indeed felt the multiple laws operating independently within him, coexisting harmoniously, yet remaining distinctly separate. "Watch closely." The Lord of the Chaotic City raised his hand and gently tapped, causing countless threads of law to emerge in the void. Golden spatial laws, silvery temporal laws, and dark laws of destruction intertwined and coiled, yet they could never truly merge into one. Most Marquis-level powerhouses stop here. The Lord of the Chaotic City said, a hint of regret in his voice. They believe forcibly binding the laws is fusion, but it is nothing more than self-deception. As his words faded, those threads of law began to flow and permeate. Gold and silver intermingled, darkness wove through them, eventually transforming into a stream of chaotic radiance. This stream appeared ordinary, yet it contained a power that could make stars tremble. True fusion is making the laws one entity, like water and milk blending inseparable from each other. Luyu watched the chaotic stream unblinkingly. The divine energy within him seemed to respond, beginning to surge restlessly. The golden void law you cultivate inherently possesses the traits of space and metal, but what you need to do is not to make them cooperate, but to make them truly disappear. Disappear, Luyu repeated instinctively. Yes, disappear. The Lord of the Chaotic City's voice carried profound meaning. When two laws perfectly merge, they cease to be the law of space or the law of metal. They become a new existence. Just as hydrogen and oxygen combine to form water, can you still find the individual gases within it? This metaphor enlightened Luyu. He had always sought balance and coordination among the laws, but never considered transforming their very form. The Lord of the Chaotic City seemed to read his thoughts. Try to imagine your divine energy as unshaped clay. Now what you must do is not carve patterns upon it, but reshape it entirely, firing it into a brand new vessel. Luyu closed his eyes and began to circulate his divine energy according to this idea. The dark golden energy surged within him. He no longer tried to control its flow, but guided it to permeate and transform. At first it was very difficult. The agility of the spatial law and the sharpness of the metal law repelled each other like oil and water refusing to mix. Each forced combination caused violent tremors in his divine energy. "Do not use force," the Lord of the Chaotic City's voice chimed in at the right moment. "Sense the essence of the laws. Why can space contain all things? Why is metal indestructible? Find their common origin." Luyu took a deep breath and emptied his mind. He no longer clung to the result of fusion, but immersed himself in the source of the laws. He recalled the insights gained while drifting in the Stardust Belt. Space is everywhere, yet void of substance. Metal is sharp and rigid, yet can be softened into pliability. Their essence is the manifestation of cosmic rules. Gradually, the resistance within him began to wane. The dark golden divine energy was no longer distinct, taking on a chaotic hue. Though still faint, it had already taken a preliminary form. "Excellent," the Lord of the Chaotic City said, a note of approval in his voice. "Remember this feeling. When you truly break through, it will not be an increase in power, but a metamorphosis of essence." The chaotic stream in the void suddenly dispersed, reverting to countless threads of law, but this time their interweaving pattern was entirely different. Becoming a marquis is only the beginning. The figure of the Lord of the Chaotic City began to blur. "This path is long, but you have already found the right direction." As the final word fell, the frozen space around them began to flow again. The stars resumed their twinkle, the dust continued to drift, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. But Luyu knew it was not an illusion. He felt the now vastly different circulation of his divine energy. Though the dark golden energies had not fully merged, they had begun a fundamental transformation. As the Lord of the Chaotic City had said, he had found the right direction. The golden void wings fluttered gently, carrying him onward. This time his speed was greater, his trajectory more profound, as if resonating with the entire starry sky. The starfield ahead grew unfamiliar, yet his heart was perfectly clear. The opportunity for a breakthrough might be near, and he was prepared. As the last familiar star vanished behind him, Luyu knew he was about to enter a brand new realm. There more challenges awaited along with a vaster horizon. The dark golden figure merged into the boundless starry sky, as natural and harmonious as a drop of water returning to the ocean. The dark golden figure paused amidst the starry expanse. Luyu chose a meteorite drifting at the edge of the Stardust Belt. Its surface was riddled with craters of varying depths, like an ancient steel eroded by the passage of time. He landed at the center of the largest crater. His golden void wings slowly folded, forming a dark golden barrier behind him. Divine power still flowed languidly within him, the sharpness of the gold law and the nothingness of the space law, probing each other like two wary serpents. He could sense the invisible barrier between them, the bottleneck that plagued countless immortals. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into his inner world. The immortal divine body began to emit a faint glow, every inch of skin revealing intricate patterns of laws. The gold law transformed into millions of sharp golden threads coursing through his meridians. The space law spread like a thin mist, attempting to envelop those threads. The first attempt began. The golden threads suddenly tautened, charging toward the spatial mist with a resolve to tear everything asunder. At the moment of collision, Luyu grunted, a trickle of dark golden blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. A searing pain of lacerations shot through his meridians. The spatial mist was torn open by the golden threads, yet it slowly mended itself moments later. This won't work. He recalled the chaotic stream of light that the Chaos City Lord had demonstrated. Not confrontation, not devouring, but resonance. Luyu steadied his breath, letting his mind sink into absolute stillness. This time he no longer tried to control either force, but allowed both laws to flow freely. The golden threads lost their sharp edge, beginning to tremble slightly, emitting a faint hum. The spatial mist undulated in response like a veil stirred by a gentle breeze. Their frequencies slowly drew closer, yet always diverged at the moment of synchronization. Time passed in silence. After an unknown duration, a breakthrough finally occurred as a comet swept past the meteorite, trailing a long tail of flame. The hum of the golden threads suddenly softened, and the undulations of the spatial mist grew rhythmic. Like old friends reunited after a long separation, they finally recognized each other's essence after an extended period of probing. The gold law no longer clung to its need to rend, the space law ceased to guard its nothingness. They began to intertwine and rotate, forming a tiny vortex within Luyu's body. This vortex was extremely unstable, at first expanding and contracting by turns. Luyu felt his entire network of meridians tremble in response, as if on the verge of shattering. Yet he did not intervene, merely observing this nascent structure in silence. At the vortex's center, a hint of chaotic color quietly emerged. It was neither gold nor transparent, but an indescribable shade of hazy gray. Small as it was, it exuded an aura that made one's heart tremble. At this critical moment, the backlash of the bottleneck struck. The two laws which had been on the verge of merging suddenly convulsed violently. The golden threads turned sharp again, and the spatial mist grew dense once more. As if realizing they were about to lose their identities, they began to resist with fury. Lu Yu felt as though thousands of blades were cutting through his body, every cell crying out in agony. Dark golden blood seeped from his pores, forming tiny beads on the meteorite's surface. He clenched his jaw, unleashing the full potential of his immortal divine body. Merge. A low roar exploded in the depths of his consciousness. The golden void wings unfurled abruptly, and countless threads of law shot forth from the wings, enveloping the entire meteorite. Energy from the stardust belt was frantically drawn and transforming into streams of tangible light that poured into Lu Yu's body. This was an allure-nothing charge. Under the pressure of external energy, the two laws were forced closer together. Their resistance grew fiercer, the shocks from their collisions nearly blurring Lu Yu's consciousness. Just as he was about to collapse, that speck of chaotic color suddenly expanded. Like ink dropped into clear water, it spread with alarming speed. Where it passed, the sharpness of the gold law and the nothingness of the space law vanished, replaced by a brand new texture. Neither hard nor soft, neither solid nor void. The dark, golden divine power began to transform, its hue deepening until it became a nearly black shade of dark gold. Its flow also changed entirely, no longer following a defined path, but undulating naturally like breath itself. The bottleneck shattered. No earth-shattering fanfare, no radiant spectacle. Like melting snow, like the break of dawn, everything was accomplished in silence. Lu Yu opened his eyes. The starry sky he saw was different. The space between the stars was no longer a void, but was filled with a fine network. The metallic ore on the meteorite's surface was no longer cold, but radiated a rhythm of life. The golden void wings vibrated gently, no longer a simple flap, but producing a wondrous resonance with the surrounding space. With each vibration, subtle spatial ripples spread outward, only to be quietly smoothed by the gold law. He reached out a hand, and a wisp of dark golden energy danced on his fingertip. This energy was sometimes as sharp as a blade, sometimes as ethereal as mist, transitioning freely between the two states without any hindrance. This was the perfection of law resonance. Not 1 + 1 = 2, but a qualitative transformation into an entirely new power. Lu Yu stood up, the meteorite beneath his feet trembling slightly. He didn't need to test it to feel the might of this new power. If his previous divine power was a lump of iron, this was now refined steel. Yet he also understood that this was merely the beginning. The Chaos City Lord was right. Becoming a Marquis was just the starting point. The road ahead was still long. The golden void wings fully unfurled, and with a single gentle flap. There was no sound of air splitting, no fluctuation of energy. His figure had already appeared on another meteorite tens of thousands of kilometers away. This was not teleportation, but a perfect attunement with space, where every movement followed the universe's own rhythm. He continued flying forward, several times faster than before, yet with even greater ease. The obstacles in the stardust belt were no longer hindrances, but became aids to his flight. Metal fragments spontaneously shifted their trajectories to make way for him, and spatial turbulence naturally calmed along his path. This was the consummation of law resonance, being in sync with the cosmos, in step with all things. The starfield ahead grew increasingly unfamiliar, yet the direction in Lu Yu's heart became ever clearer. The dark golden figure streaked through the stardust belt like a single note in the universe's breath, harmonious and natural. He knew he was ready. Ready to face stronger enemies, to explore more distant starry skies, to tread the path that leads to the pinnacle. The stars receded and spacetime stretched onward. And Lu Yu had finally taken that crucial step. A dark golden stream of light traversed the star belt, causing delicate ripples in the space it passed, like the surface of water caressed by a gentle breeze. Lu Yu felt the surging power within him, each beat of his wings resonating with the rhythm of the cosmos. Ahead, a colossal metallic planet hovered in silence. Its surface was etched with crisscrossing ravines as if carved by an invisible giant blade. Lu Yu slowed down, gently folding his golden void wings as he landed on the planet's surface. The metal beneath his feet was cool to the touch, yet it emitted a faint glow the moment he touched down. The entire planet seemed to respond to his arrival, with faint golden patterns flowing across its metallic surface. He closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to resonate with this metal world. Dark golden energy surged from within him, spreading across the metal like a living entity. Where it passed, the metal's texture underwent a subtle transformation, shifting from cold and lifeless to vibrant and full of vitality. This was no mere infusion of energy, but a resonance and transformation at the level of fundamental laws. The planet began to tremble, its surface ravines slowly healing as the metallic sheen grew ever brighter. Lu Yu could sense that this planet was becoming a part of his power, an extension of his domain of laws. Suddenly, an invisible barrier shattered within his consciousness. Energy surged wildly within him, a dark golden pillar of light shooting into the void, illuminating the entire starfield. The surrounding stars seemed to freeze in that moment, as if time itself had stood still. Lu Yu opened his eyes, dark golden runes swirling within his pupils. He could clearly perceive that his very essence was undergoing a profound transformation. Every cell was restructuring, every strand of divine power sublimating. This was not a simple increase in strength, but a complete metamorphosis from the inside out. His golden void wings unfurled uncontrollably, each feather gleaming with dark golden light. At the edges of his wings, space continuously shattered and reformed, as if unable to bear the weight of this power. He raised a hand, his fingertip tracing through the void. A fine crack appeared in its wake, lingering for a long time without healing. This was not deliberate, but a natural manifestation of overflowing power. The entire metal planet began to melt, transforming into a liquid metallic torrent that swirled around him. This liquid metal shifted forms endlessly, now a blade, now a shield, finally coalescing into a suit of dark golden battle armor. Complex patterns flowed across the armor's surface, each line containing the profound mysteries of space and metal. It was defense weapon and the very embodiment of laws. Lu Yu could feel his consciousness connecting with the broader universe. The trajectories of countless stars, the structure of space, the flow of time, all became vividly clear. This was not an enhancement of perception, but a leap in the level of existence. He gently clenched his fist, and space around him trembled in response. Without deliberate effort, his power naturally influenced everything around him. This was the realm of the Immortal King, one with the universe, one with the laws. In the distant starry sky, an invisible wave radiated outward. Every powerhouse who had reached a certain level sensed this fluctuation. It was the proclamation of a new king's ascension, the inevitable cosmic resonance accompanying a leap in life's hierarchy. In an ancient hall somewhere, an old man lost in thought opened his eyes. His gaze pierced through the endless starry void, landing upon Lu Yu. A new king has been born. The old man whispered softly, his voice echoing through the hall. The star charts on the four walls lit up in response, with one new star shining exceptionally bright. Meanwhile, Lu Yu felt countless gazes upon him, curious, scrutinizing, benevolent, and hostile. These looks came from across the universe, from other peak powerhouses. He paid them no mind. The dark golden armor fit his body perfectly, his golden void wings vibrating gently. Now he was no longer a marquis fumbling through the star belt, but a true king standing among the universe's mightiest. Blackfeather King. A voice sounded within his consciousness, carrying the recognition of cosmic laws. It was not a being speaking, but the title bestowed by the universe itself. The dark golden wings, the dark golden armor, and the essence of power as profound as the night. Together they forged this title. Lu Yu, now to be called the Blackfeather King, slowly ascended into the void. The metal planet beneath him had completely liquefied, forming a massive whirlpool below. At the whirlpool's center, the dark golden light grew ever brighter, finally coalescing into a token. The token was entirely dark gold, its front engraved with complex spatial patterns, its back bearing the sharp edge of metallic might. This was the king's token, the universe's recognition and gift to a king. The Blackfeather King reached out to take it, and the moment he touched it, a flood of information surged into his mind. It contained the rights and responsibilities of a king, the deeper mysteries of the universe, and certain rules that must be obeyed. He gently traced the patterns on the token's surface, feeling the power of laws within. His golden void wings vibrated once more, and this time he appeared directly at the edge of the star belt. The region he once had to navigate with care could now be crossed with a single thought. Looking back, the star belt remained resplendent, but in his perception it was no longer a mystery. The trajectory of every meteor, the distribution of every speck of stardust was crystal clear. This was not visual observation, but comprehension at the level of laws. He moved forward, arriving at an unfamiliar starfield. Here the stars were arranged in a peculiar pattern resembling some ancient formation. Between the stars, energy flowed to form an invisible net sealing off this region. The Blackfeather King could sense that a powerful presence was hidden within this starfield. Not a living being, but some ancient creation exuding an aura of age and immense power. He flew slowly into the starfield's core, the energy net offering no resistance. The power of a king allowed him to ignore such barriers. At the deepest part of the starfield, a dilapidated palace floated in silence. The palace was forged from some black metal, its surface covered with marks of battle. Some marks were fresh, indicating a recent conflict. The Blackfeather King landed before the palace, his dark golden armor a stark contrast against the black metal. The palace gates opened automatically, and a deep voice emerged from within. "Newly ascended king, you have arrived just in time." The interior of the palace was far more vast than its exterior suggested, as if it were a world unto itself. Countless stars were embedded in the dome, while the floor was smooth, mirror-like black metal. At the center of the great hall, a blurry figure slowly coalesced. This figure had no fixed form, shifting like a mist or a stream of light. But from the aura it emitted, this was also a king-level existence. I am the guardian of this starfield. The figure sent a fluctuation directly into the Black Feather King's consciousness. You have received the glory of kingship, but you must also bear the responsibility that comes with it. The Black Feather King stood still, his golden void wings slightly folded. He could sense that this guardian's power was unfathomable, likely a veteran king. What responsibility? The guardian's form stabilized, taking the shape of an old man in a starry robe. His eyes were like twin suns burning with eternal light. The responsibility to guard this universe. The old man raised his hand, and the stars on the hall's dome began to move, forming a vast star chart. Kingship is not an end, but a beginning. When you obtained this power, you also became part of the universe's balance. On the star chart, countless points of light flared up and faded away. Some shone as brightly as the sun, others as faint as a candle flame. The Black Feather King could sense that each point of light represented a king-level powerhouse. We protect not just a single race or civilization, but the order of the entire universe. The old man's voice grew stern. There are beings whose goal is to destroy this order, and our duty is to stop them. The Black Feather King's gaze fell upon one corner of the star chart. Their region's lights were rapidly extinguishing, as if being devoured by something. What is that? The spread of chaos. The old man's expression was grave. Each time a new king is born, the power of chaos grows stronger. This is no coincidence, but the universe's balancing mechanism. The Black Feather King fell silent for a moment. He could feel that dark region expanding unceasingly, causing all order to collapse in its wake. What must I do? For now, you need only familiarize yourself with your power. The old man waved his hand, and the star chart vanished. But remember, when you chose the path of kingship, you already stood against chaos. The great hall began to dissipate, the surrounding scenes blurring. The Black Feather King found himself back at the edge of the star belt, as if everything had been an illusion. But the king's token in his hand was warm, reminding him it was no dream. His golden void wings vibrated gently, dark golden light flowing through the vacuum. The Black Feather King gazed into the distance, his sight piercing the endless starry void. The glory of kingship had been attained, but the true journey was only just beginning. In the void, the dust at the edge of the stardust belt slowly swirled. When Lu Ye's golden sky wings unfurled, they stirred subtle ripples of energy, spreading like water waves across the vacuum. Lu Yu could feel the surging power within him, an energy level entirely distinct from his past. Every cell resonated with the cosmos rhythm. The king's seal in his palm radiated a steady warmth like a beating heart. In the distance, a sleek silver spaceship broke through the nebula, its hull engraved with intricate star patterns. It did not approach recklessly, but halted at a safe distance, releasing a gentle beam of light. Within the beam, 3 figures materialized. The leader, clad in a silver-blue robe embroidered with dense star charts, bowed slightly, with a respectful yet dignified demeanor. Esteemed King, on behalf of the Silver Star Cosmos Nation, I extend our sincerest greetings. Lu Yu remained silent, merely gazing at the arrivals. His golden sky wings swayed gently behind him, their dark golden light tracing graceful arcs in the void. The silver-robed envoy continued. Having heard of your recent ascension to King, the Silver Star Cosmos Nation wishes to present 3 resource-rich star systems as a congratulatory gift and invites you to become our nation's honorary guardian. He raised his hand, and a holographic star map unfurled in the void. The 3 systems were clearly marked, detailing the number and types of resource planets. Energy, veins, life-sustaining planets, rare metals. Each annotation represented staggering wealth. Lu Ye's gaze swept over the star map, offering no immediate response. Just then, another warship tore through the void. This vessel was pitch black, with a ferocious beast's head carved into its prow, exuding an aura of slaughter. The Silver Star Nation is far too stingy, a gruff voice rang out. From the black warship emerged a burly warrior clad in dark red battle armor. He saluted Lu Yu with crisp, decisive movements. The Blackrock Cosmos Nation pays homage to the newly ascended king. We offer 5 military star systems and an entire fleet at your disposal. The dark red-armored commander's gaze was sharp. The Silver Star Nation offers mere resource worlds, but Black Rock grants you true power. The silver-robed envoy's expression flickered but quickly steadied. He shook his head gently. Force is not everything. The Silver Star Nation can provide more enduring development. In the current cosmic landscape, power is the foundation, the Black Rock commander retorted without yielding. Their eyes clashed in the void, sparks seemingly flying. Lu Yu finally moved. He raised his hand slightly, and his golden sky wings vibrated in response. With this simple gesture, both envoys felt an invisible pressure descend upon them. It was not murderous intent nor oppressive force, but a deeper, more primordial power, as if the very space itself was paying homage to the newly crowned king. I appreciate both your kindness, Lu Yu said, his voice calm, yet carrying undeniable authority. I will consider it. He neither chose nor rejected either side. Yet this very attitude only deepened the envoy's reverence. At that moment, the distant stars suddenly blazed. A rainbow-like bridge of light spanned several light-years, extending from the depths of the cosmos. On the bridge, a woman in a plain white gown walked slowly. With each step, a flower of condensed energy bloomed beneath her feet. The radiant flow Cosmos Nation sends its greetings to the king. The woman's voice was ethereal and melodious. She bowed slightly, her movements as graceful as a dance. Having heard of your new dominion, the Radiant Flow Nation offers the Star-Tier star system as a gift. At these words, both the silver-robed envoy and the dark-red commander changed color. The Star-Tier system, the silver-robed envoy exclaimed under his breath. That legendary. It seems Radiant Flow has spared no expense. The dark-red commander snorted, though shock flickered in his eyes. The white-clad woman smiled softly, holding a crystal in her palm. Within the crystal, a miniature star system rotated slowly, the most striking feature being a blue star shaped like a teardrop. The Star-Tier system is not only rich in resources, but crucially possesses a star of consciousness, she explained gently. This star can nourish the spirit, greatly benefiting a king-level cultivator's training. Lu Ye's gaze finally stirred. He could sense the energy emanating from the crystal resonating subtly with the king's seal. The golden sky wings moved without wind, their dark golden patterns glowing with a soft light. Very interesting, Lu Yu finally spoke. However, I need time to consider. He neither accepted the lavish gift nor refused it. This attitude gave all three envoys hope. The silver-robed envoy quickly added, the Silver Star Nation is willing to add the coordinates of an ancient civilization's ruins to our original offer. BlackRock can provide a complete military-industrial system. The dark-red commander followed. The white-clad woman merely smiled faintly. Radiant Flow awaits your visit at any time. Increasingly, representatives from other cosmos nations arrived in this star region. A myriad of spacecraft, warships, and even living mounts transformed the once silent edge of the Stardust Belt into a bustling hub. Each envoy bore generous gifts, each representative displayed utmost sincerity. Yet amidst this clamor, Lu Yu remained calm. He sensed that behind these nations' fervor lay deeper intentions. While a king-level powerhouse was indeed rare, such simultaneous courtship from so many nations suggested more than mere friendship. His golden sky wings folded, gently shutting out the external noise. Lu Yu closed his eyes, feeling the flow of power within. The king's seal vibrated faintly in his palm, as if reminding him of something. When he opened his eyes again, all the envoys fell silent. In 3 days I will make my decision. With these words, Lu Yu turned. His golden sky wings fluttered once, and in the next instant, he vanished, leaving only faint ripples of energy lingering in the void. The envoys exchanged glances, but none dared to call him back. The authority of a king was beyond question. Light years away, Lu Ye's figure reappeared. He looked back at the now bustling starfield, his eyes profound. The king's seal in his hand no longer radiated heat, but instead emitted a cool energy that flowed through his meridians. He could feel his connection to this universe deepening. His golden sky wings spread behind him, each feather shimmering with a dark golden luster. This treasure, which had accompanied him for so long, seemed to have undergone a transformation after his ascension. In the void, a single point of starlight quietly ignited. That starlight was unlike any from the Cosmos Nation's envoys, purer, more ancient. Lu Yu waited silently. He sensed that this wisp of starlight contained power akin to the king's seal. The starlight gradually coalesced into a hazy figure. The figure nodded slightly at Lu Yu, speaking no words, but conveying a clear message. Chaos is spreading. The message was fragmented, yet it sent a chill through Lu Ye's heart. He recalled the star map in that mysterious hall, the lights that kept extinguishing. The hazy figure slowly dissipated, finally, dissolving into a speck of light that merged into the king's seal in Lu Ye's hand. On the seal's surface, a new pattern quietly emerged. The pattern was complex and ancient, as if recording some long-forgotten secret. Lu Yu gently traced the newly formed pattern, feeling the fragments of information flowing within. Though incomplete, he now understood that behind these nations' favor lay a greater crisis. His golden sky wings vibrated softly, carrying him toward his own domain. There he would make his final decision. The starry sky revolved slowly behind him, countless stars flickering unpredictably, as if narrating the eternal mysteries of the cosmos. The starship carved a streak of light through the void. Lu Yu sat cross-legged in the cultivation chamber, a faint golden aura swirling around him. The golden void wings unfurled slowly behind him, each feather quivering as if alive. He retrieved a dark golden crystal from his storage ring. Its surface was covered in intricate patterns, subtly resonating with the golden void wings. This was the supreme treasure he had obtained in the enfeoffment hall, the void core. As his fingertip touched the crystal's surface, a searing surge of energy instantly flooded his meridians. Lu Yu frowned slightly, feeling the power rampaging within him. The golden void fusion law activated on its own, and pale golden threads of energy extended from the wings, winding around the dark golden crystal. The crystal began to melt, flowing like liquid metal. Each drop was as heavy as a star, stirring faint spatial ripples within the cultivation chamber. Lu Yu formed hand seals, guiding the liquid metal toward the wings. The golden void wings trembled violently, the dark golden feathers standing on end. The moment the liquid metal touched the wings, the entire chamber was engulfed in blinding golden light. Lu Yu grunted, experiencing an unprecedented tearing sensation. Two utterly different forces collided and merged. The wings instinctively resisted the foreign intrusion, while the void core sought to dominate with tyrannical force. He closed his eyes, sinking his mind into his inner world. There the golden void fusion law manifested as countless golden threads weaving into a complex, three-dimensional network. The energy of the void core surged like dark golden tides, relentlessly battering the web of laws. Each impact sent tremors through Lu Yu's soul. Sweat dripped from his brow, crystallizing into gleaming beads in the void. Gritting his teeth, he turned his will into the toughest threads, guiding the two forces to interpenetrate bit by bit. The dark golden liquid metal began to seep into the wings' textures. On the once smooth feather surfaces, dense ancient runes emerged. These runes were identical to those on the enfeefment token, exuding an aura of primordial chaos from the dawn of creation. The form of the wings began to change. The once spread wings slowly folded, their edges gleaming with a sharp cold light. Each feather was restructuring and transforming the dark gold, intertwining with the original gold to create a deeper hue. Lu Yu suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of dark golden light passing through his pupils. He sensed a throb deep within the wings, the awakening of the origin of the golden void fusion law. The void core's energy was no longer turbulent, but docilely merged into every corner of the wings. As the last trace of dark golden liquid was absorbed, the entire pair of wings abruptly unfurled. The space within the cultivation chamber silently shattered, revealing the pitch-black void. The wings vibrated gently, stirring not air but ripples in space itself. Lu Yu could clearly perceive his connection to the surrounding space growing tighter. With a mere thought, faint spatial ripples rippled along the edges of the wings. An invisible blade of light sliced through the void silently, cleaving a drifting meteorite in two. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, without the slightest trace of energy fluctuation. This was the power after fusion. The golden void wings were no longer mere flying treasures, but had become a part of his body, the perfect medium for executing the golden void fusion law. Lu Yu slowly rose, the wings naturally spreading behind him. He extended his right hand palm up. The golden void fusion law flowed at his fingertips, condensing into a dark golden spear. The spear was translucent, with countless stars seemingly being born and dying within. At the tip, space twisted faintly, exuding a heart-stopping aura. This was a weapon entirely condensed from laws, its power already surpassing that of ordinary treasures. He gently swung the spear, and where the tip passed, space tore like cloth. The pitch-black spatial rift took a long time to heal, emitting the breath of chaos. Just then the enfeefment token suddenly glowed faintly. The patterns on the token lit up, echoing the runes on the wings. A fragment of information flowed into Lu Yu's mind. Chaos. Erosion. The images were fragmented, but Lu Yu captured the key message. Those extinguished points on the star map were worlds devoured by chaos. And the mission of Infeft Kings was to stop the spread of chaos. The wings vibrated gently, carrying him to the starship's observation deck. Outside the window, the star river was brilliant, but in Lu Yu's perception, the light of certain star regions was dimming. He gripped the dark golden spear in his hand, feeling the power within. Now he stood on the threshold of the peak of enfeefment. Yet against the pervasive chaos, such strength was still far from enough. The starship continued its voyage through the void, heading toward his fiefdom. Lu Yu stood before the observation deck, gazing at the distant stars for a long time. The runes on his wings flickered faintly, interweaving with the starlight. At a certain moment, he suddenly felt a premonition. The wings gave a slight tremor, and he transformed into a streak of dark golden light, directly penetrating the starship's hull and appearing in the boundless void. Here he was several light years away from the starship. Lu Yu hovered in the void, his wings fully spread. The dark golden light flowed in the vacuum, shining in concert with a distant star. He closed his eyes, fully activating the golden void fusion law. Every rune on the wings lit up, projecting a vast diagram of laws into the void. Countless stars flickered within this diagram, as if it were a microcosm of the entire universe. When the diagram fully unfolded, Lu Yu experienced an unprecedented sensation. His consciousness seemed to connect with the entire star region, the trajectory of every star clearly visible. This was the perspective of a peak Infeft King. But just as he immersed himself in this wondrous state, the wings suddenly issued a warning. At the edge of his perception, a star region was dimming at an alarming speed. The footsteps of chaos never ceased. A streak of dark gold light traced an elegant arc through the void. Lu Yu folded his wings and hovered at the coordinate point marked on the star chart. The space before him rippled as if gently stirred by an invisible finger upon the water's surface. The entrance to the secret realm was concealed at the heart of a stellar dust vortex, and only the unique law fluctuations of a sealed king immortal could resonate with this space. The runes on his wings accelerated their flow, creating a subtle resonance with the entrance. A rift split open in the void, emitting light unlike any spectrum known in the universe. Lu Yu felt the gold void fusion laws within him exult, like a parched traveler catching the scent of water after a long drought. The moment he stepped into the secret realm, the laws of time and space abruptly changed. There was no distinction between up and down, left or right. Countless shattered land masses floated within a kaleidoscope of colored light, each bearing a vastly different environment. Some were covered in crystalline glaciers, others burned with eternal flames, and further away lay a metallic plain ravaged by thunderstorms. Lu Yu descended onto the nearest floating island. The soil beneath his feet shimmered with a metallic luster, yet was unexpectedly soft. The air was thick with primal energy, 100 times more concentrated than the outside world. With a gentle breath, he felt the long stagnant bottleneck faintly tremble. His wings spread of their own accord, greedily absorbing the unique, chaotic, primordial force of the secret realm. Dark gold patterns flowed across the surface of his wings, as if they had come to life. Lu Yu could clearly sense that the laws here were far more manifest than in the outside world. Even the occasional ripples flickering through spatial tiers contained profound truths of time and space. He walked slowly across this strange land. With every step, the surrounding scenery shifted subtly. One moment, it was a dense forest of crystal clusters. The next, he stepped into a canyon flowing with rivers of liquid light. Time and space within the secret realm exhibited non-linear characteristics, a domain fully comprehensible only to universe venerables. As he traversed a belt of floating meteorites, his wings suddenly emitted a sharp warning. Lu Yu sidestepped in an instant. An invisible spatial rift grazed the edge of his wing. Where the rift passed, even light was devoured. This was no ordinary spatial tier, but a temporal spatial fault caused by chaotic laws. Even a sealed king powerhouse would find it difficult to escape if caught within. He cautiously avoided these drifting dangers and advanced deeper into the secret realm. The closer he got to the core, the more intense the law fluctuations became. The runes on his wings began to rearrange, autonomously evolving into entirely new configurations. Lu Yu could feel the gold void fusion laws undergoing a qualitative transformation. A vast lake appeared ahead, its surface as smooth as a mirror reflecting the swirling aurora of the secret realm's sky. But as Lu Yu approached, countless luminous fish leaped from the water. These beings, formed from pure light-based laws, swam through the air, scattering specks of starlight. Lu Yu reached out to touch the nearest one. The moment his fingertip made contact, a torrent of information flooded into his sea of consciousness. It was the law insights left behind by an ancient powerhouse concerning the entangled relationship between light and time. He stood silently on the lakeshore, allowing countless light fish to pass through his body, each one bringing a different fragment of law. After an unknown span of time, when the last light fish vanished into the lake's heart, Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes. Golden light swirled in the depths of his pupils. His understanding of time and space had deepened by another layer. Yet to break through that threshold, the most crucial step still remained. He pressed onward, his wings gently swaying behind him, stirring the dense energy currents of the secret realm. As he ventured deeper, traces left by other sealed king immortals began to appear. There were broken weapon fragments deeply embedded in the rock layers, dried bloodstains that still radiated oppressive pressure after 10,000 years, and further away battle phantoms, formed entirely of laws reenacting their conflicts endlessly. These traces all told the same story. Countless sealed kings had come here, seeking a breakthrough, but few succeeded. On a desolate plain at the center, Lu Yu finally stopped. 7 towering stone pillars stood there, each emanating different law fluctuations. The central pillar was covered in ancient markings originating from the same source as the runes on Lu Yu's wings. As he approached the pillar, his wings suddenly unfurled uncontrollably. A dark gold light shot into the sky, resonating powerfully with the pillar. The entire secret realm began to tremble. The 7 pillars lit up simultaneously, forming a massive law field. Lu Yu felt his consciousness drawn out, merging into the field. Countless scenes of stars being born and dying flashed before his eyes. The cycle of the universe from its birth to its end was compressed into a fleeting instant. He saw how stars were conceived within nebulae, how black holes devoured all things, and how chaos silently eroded world after world. In this vast cosmic tableau, he suddenly understood the fundamental difference between a sealed king and a venerable. A sealed king could mobilize laws, but a universe venerable was the very embodiment of law itself. The moment his consciousness returned, the runes on his wings came fully alive. They detached from the wing's surface, danced, and rearranged in the air and finally condensed into a brand new law imprint. This imprint contained both the sharpness of Gold Void and a power more ancient, closer to the very origin of the universe. Lu Yu extended his hand, and the imprint slowly fell into his palm. At the moment of contact, he felt a barrier within him shatter. The surrounding space became pliable and malleable, and the flow of time began to change under the influence of his will. Though he had not yet fully crossed that threshold, he could now see the path ahead. A deep, resonant hum echoed from the depths of the secret realm, as if congratulating another powerhouse for touching the truth of the cosmos. Lu Yu folded his wings, his gaze piercing through layers of space toward the endless starry sky beyond the secret realm. The shadow of chaos was still spreading, but now he had the means to fight against it. The radiance of the stone pillars gradually faded, yet the lingering resonance of the Tao laws still quivered in the air. Lu Yu stood still, the fresh brand on his palm, emitting a faint warmth, pulsating, as if alive, intimately connected to his bloodline. In the instant of that epiphany, he perceived a more concealed summons from the depths of the secret realm. He followed the sensation and moved forward. The ground beneath his feet began to transform. The once hard rock surface started to reveal fine cracks through which a pale blue luminescence seeped. With each step, the surrounding spacetime warped subtly, as if treading on water, stirring invisible ripples that spread outward. Ahead lay a cluster of collapsed structures. Thick cosmic dust blanketed the broken walls and ruins, yet the remaining outlines still hinted at their former grandeur and scale. Most striking was the half-collapsed hall at the center. Though weathered by eons, its materials still emanated a faint fluctuation of the Tao laws. Lu Yu approached the entrance of the hall and noticed a line of ancient inscriptions carved into the portal. These characters shared the same origin as the runes on the wings. Under his gaze, they automatically transformed into comprehensible information, realm of inheritance. Only those who have attained enlightenment may enter. He reached out and gently touched the stone door, which instantly lit up with intricate patterns. This time no wing resonance was needed. The brand on his palm glowed on its own, responding to the door. The heavy stone door slid open silently, revealing a deep, shadowy passage. On both walls, luminous crystals were embedded, casting a soft glow that illuminated the path ahead. Tiny specks of light floated in the air like frozen stars. Lu Yu could sense that time flowed differently here, slower, heavier, with a denser texture. After about 100 paces, the view suddenly opened up. This was a circular cultivation chamber, its dome dozens of meters high, studded with countless star gems that formed a complete celestial map. The star map rotated slowly, casting dappled starlight onto the floor in flowing patterns. At the center of the room lay a meditation cushion, before which rested a dark gold crystal. The moment Lu Yu stepped into the chamber, the star map above began to spin faster. A phantom figure gradually coalesced on the cushion. It was an elder with an indistinct face, clad in an ancient robe, radiating a fluctuation of power that resonated with the brand on Lu Yu's palm. Later Comer, the elder's voice echoed directly in Lu Yu's consciousness, carrying the weathered weight of ages. Your arrival here proves you have touched the essence of the Tao laws. Lu Yu bowed respectfully. Senior, are you the master of this place? Merely a lingering imprint left by this venerable one, the phantom figure swayed slightly. I am Xiansong, who attained nirvana here 3 cosmic epochs ago. Having activated the 7-pillar array outside and bearing the brand of the Chaos Wings, you are worthy to receive my inheritance. The elder raised a finger, and the dark gold crystal at the center slowly levitated, floating before Lu Yu. Within the crystal, countless tiny runes flowed, forming intricate patterns. This is the source imprint, recording my lifelong insights into the Tao laws. The elder's voice turned solemn. Yet the inheritance is no easy task. You must undergo 3 trials. Lu Yu gazed at the crystal, sensing the vast information it contained. This was not merely a cultivation method, but a universe lord's understanding and perception of the world. Please enlighten me, senior. The first trial: illuminate the mind, see the nature. Before the elder's words faded, the starlight in the chamber suddenly blazed. Lu Yu felt his consciousness being drawn into a strange space. Here there was no distinction of up or down, left or right. Only countless flowing threads of the Tao laws interwoven into a web that formed the foundation of the entire world. In this ocean of laws, he had to find his own path. He closed his eyes and released his perception. The sharpness of metal, the flow of time, the layers of space. The characteristics of various laws manifested clearly in his consciousness. But deeper still, something more essential called to him. It was the balance between order and chaos, the cycle of creation and destruction. In this sea of laws, he glimpsed the most primordial form of the universe. After an unknown span, he reopened his eyes. The surrounding threads of laws still flowed, but now he could discern their trajectories. He reached out and gently plucked one thread. The entire network responded with subtle shifts. Good, the elder's voice carried approval. The second trial merged the body with the laws. The scene shifted again. This time Lu Yu felt his body disintegrating into fundamental energy particles. Each particle bore his consciousness merging into the surrounding web of laws. It was an exceedingly perilous experience. The slightest misstep would cause him to truly dissipate into the laws. He guarded his mind, sensing the resonance between the particles and the laws. In this process, his understanding of the laws deepened. No longer was it simple manipulation and application, he was becoming a part of the laws themselves. When the particles recondensed into human form, he felt a closer bond with the entire universe. With a mere thought, the surrounding space responded, as if it were an extension of his own will. The final trial. The elder's figure began to grow translucent. Transcend the laws. This time there was no scene shift, but Lu Yu felt a barrier deep within his heart shatter. He saw what lay beyond the laws, the fundamental principles that drove their operation, the very bedrock of the universe's existence. In that instant, he understood the true inheritance left by Venerable Xian. It was not a specific cultivation method, but a way of perceiving the world. The laws were not tools, they were the language of the universe. To truly transcend, one must learn to write one's own chapter in that language. The 3 trials concluded, and the elder's figure had faded to near invisibility. Remember, a venerable is not the final destination. The last voice echoed in his consciousness. Beyond the laws lies the source. In the instant the elder completely dissipated, the dark gold crystal transformed into a stream of light, plunging into Lu Yu's brow. A vast torrent of information flooded his mind, but this time it brought no discomfort. These insights corroborated his previous epiphanies, gradually merging into a complete system. He sat cross-legged on the ancient cushion, beginning to digest this inheritance that spanned time and space. The starlight in the chamber grew brighter, forming a faint cocoon of light around him. Time accelerated here, or rather Lu Yu's perception had transcended the shackles of time. When he opened his eyes again, galaxies swirled in the depths of his pupils. The brand on his palm had fully merged with his body, leaving no trace, yet he could feel his connection to the universe had become fundamentally different. He rose and bowed solemnly to the now empty cushion. Though they had never met, the inheritance left by Venerable Xian had undoubtedly illuminated his path forward. Those insights into the essence of the laws, those unconventional ways of perception, all were priceless treasures. More importantly, from the inheritance, he learned the truth about chaos. It was not a mere force of destruction, but an indispensable link in the cosmic cycle. It was only because chaos had lost its balance that it now ceaselessly eroded various worlds. As he left the cultivation chamber, the 7 stone pillars outside lit up once more. But this time they were no longer a trial. They were saluting the new inheritor. Lu Yu walked out of the ruins and looked back. The ancient complex was slowly sinking into the ground, fulfilling its final purpose. When the last corner of the eaves disappeared beneath the horizon, the entire secret realm trembled, then fell into stillness. He knew this inheritance would accompany him toward the distant stars, and in the depths of those stars more secrets awaited revelation. The stars slowly faded from the depths of his pupils as Lu Yu stood in the center of the desolate secret realm, feeling the newfound power coursing through his body. It was no mere increase in energy, but a deeper touch upon the very essence of the world. The wind brushed past his robes, stirring subtle ripples, as if the air itself made way for him. He raised his hand, his fingertip gently tracing across the void before him. A fine crack silently bloomed, then swiftly healed. It was not a tear in space, but a natural parting like water flowing around a boulder. The insights into the nature of space from the inheritance echoed in his mind. Space was not a fixed vessel, but a living network. He closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness into his own being. The sharpness of the metal law and the vastness of the space law, once separate, now began to merge under the guidance of the inheritance. The golden radiance no longer charged recklessly, instead it meandered along the textures of space. The fluctuations of space no longer spread chaotically, but were restrained by the order of metal. The 2 laws were no longer a simple superposition, they began a fundamental fusion. Lu Yu could feel that every breath he took altered the spatial structure around him. The air grew viscous and starlight bent around him, forming an invisible domain. Within this domain, he was the sole sovereign. He attempted to take a step forward. There was no sound of wind, no trace of movement. He simply vanished from his spot and reappeared 10 zhong away. This was not teleportation, but a natural folding of space. He stood still and let space itself deliver the destination to his feet. The memories of the inheritance surged in like a tide. The Venerable Xian had left behind not just knowledge, but a perspective on viewing the world. Space was no longer a measure of distance, but a malleable material. Time was no longer a one-way river, but a book of pages to be turned. He continued forward, each step spanning dozens of zhong. The scenery of the secret realm whirled past him, yet remained vividly clear. A colorful butterfly fluttered its wings as he passed, but before its wings were fully spread, Lu Yu already stood at the far end of the realm. Looking back, the butterfly still hung midair, its wings slowly descending. It was not that he had become faster, but that he had altered the flow of time around himself. This preliminary control over time and space deepened his understanding of the fusion of metal and space. The metal law granted structure to space, while the space law granted extension to metal. When the two laws merged perfectly, he would no longer be bound by the constraints of time and space. Ahead lay a forest of stone with jagged rocks, standing at all manner of impossible angles. This was the famed maze of the secret realm, which had trapped countless explorers. Liu Yu did not detour, he walked straight into the stone forest. The monoliths began to shift, the paths twisting and reforming before his eyes. But he merely raised his hand, condensing the metal law into a faint light at his fingertip, and tapped a certain node in the void. The entire stone forest movement came to an abrupt halt. It was not forcibly frozen, but he had found the weak point in the spatial structure, disrupting the maze's operation with the smallest force. Like a gentle push that jammed a spinning gear in the most awkward position. He continued forward, and wherever he passed, the massive stones parted on their own, clearing a straight path. This was not destruction but guidance. He let space choose the most suitable path for itself. Emerging from the stone forest, a vast lake lay before him. The lake water was crystal clear, reflecting the aurora flowing across the sky. He sat down by the shore, pressing his palm gently onto the water's surface. Ripples spread outward from his palm, but oddly they were not circular. They were perfect hexagons. Within each hexagon a different scene was reflected. Some showed fish swimming at the lake's bottom, others birds in the sky, and still others the mountains miles away. Space had become a multifaceted prism in his hands. A silver fish leaped from the lake bottom, passing through one hexagonal ripple. The next moment it emerged from another hexagon, landing on the water's surface dozens of zhang away. The fish wagged its tail in confusion, unable to comprehend how it had suddenly arrived there. Liu Yu smiled faintly. This was merely the crudest application of spatial folding. In the inherited memories, venerable Xianzong could fold an entire starfield into the palm of his hand, reverse time within a specific region, and create self-contained secret realms. But all of this required the perfect fusion of the metal and space laws as a foundation. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the ocean of laws. Golden radiance and silver ripples intertwined within him, each collision sparking new insights. The metal law was no longer mere sharpness, but the embodiment of order. The space law was no longer empty containment, but the vessel of change. He let the metal law construct a precise framework within space, allowing the space law to form stable structures under the constraint of metal. This was not a simple addition, but the birth of something entirely new, a law that possessed both the sharpness of metal and the mutability of space. When he opened his eyes again, the surrounding scene had become entirely different. The lake water was no longer a flat reflection, but a three-dimensional structure. He could clearly see the trajectory of every water current, the refraction of every ray of light, and even perceive the tiniest grains of sand rolling at the lake's bottom in the waves. Space appeared to him as a transparent network, with everything occupying a unique position within it. He extended his finger and gently drew a line in the void. A golden rift appeared in the air, its edges shimmering with silver light. This was no mere spatial tier, but a stable passage fused with the metal law. Through the rift, he could see the scene on the other side. The valley at the exit of the secret realm. He stepped into the rift. There was no dizzying whirl, no spatial tearing. Just a simple step, and he stood in the valley. Looking back, the lakeside scene was still clearly visible on the other side of the rift. This spatial passage was more stable than any he had ever constructed. The metal law gave it a solid framework, while the space law granted it the power of connection. The two complemented each other, making crossing space as easy as pushing open an ordinary door. He waved his hand to disperse the passage, and the rift silently healed, leaving no trace. This effortless control was a manifestation of the preliminary fusion of the metal and space laws. The myriad exquisite applications in the inherited memories now became attainable. In the sky, a flock of birds soared past. Liu Yu's mind stirred, and the metal and space laws flowed at his fingertips. The space at the center of the flock twisted slightly, and a lone bird suddenly found itself at the front of the group. It chirped in confusion, unable to understand why its companions were all behind it. This was not teleportation, but spatial exchange. He swapped the positions of two spaces without moving any object within them. This fine control over space gave him entirely new ideas about future combat methods. No need for brute force, no need for complex techniques. Just a slight alteration of spatial rules could cause an opponent's attack to miss and an enemy's defense to fail. But all of this was only the beginning. According to the inherited memories, the complete fusion of the metal and space laws would bring a qualitative change. Then he would no longer merely utilize space, but become a part of it. Where his will went, his body followed. Where his mind moved, the laws accompanied. He looked up toward the exit of the secret realm and took a step. This time he did not construct any passage. He simply thought of going to the exit, and his body naturally appeared there. He had not moved, rather space acknowledged his will and actively delivered him to his destination. This was the true value of the Venerable's inheritance, not teaching specific techniques, but illuminating a path to the essence of the laws. When he stepped out of the secret realm, the setting sun was just sinking. The last ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a long shadow behind him. But strangely, those shadows did not fall on the ground. They floated in midair, overlapping and intertwining with the real light and shadow. The fusion of the metal and space laws had begun to affect reality, blurring the line between illusion and truth. He knew that from this day forward his view of the world would be forever different. Space was no longer a barrier, time no longer a limit, and laws no longer a constraint. The stars slowly lit up overhead, each one seeming to beckon to him. In the boundless depths of the universe, countless more mysteries awaited his exploration and countless challenges awaited his confrontation. But for now, he only wished to fully digest this hard-won inheritance, allowing the metal and space laws to completely fuse within him. When that day came, he would truly set foot on the path of the powerful, leaving his own mark upon this vast universe. The lingering glow of the setting sun had yet to fully dissipate as Lu Yu stood at the exit of the secret realm, sensing the subtle shifts of the two laws within him. The law of gold flowed like molten metal through his meridians, while the law of space undulated like invisible ripples intertwining with the golden currents. The two forces were no longer distinct. They began to permeate and merge with each other. He raised a finger and gently tapped the void. Where his fingertip touched, the space rippled, and a delicate golden vein spread through the air. It was not mere energy fluctuation, but the tangible manifestation of the laws. The sharpness of gold and the mystery of space had perfectly fused, forging a new form of power. He continued forward, each step causing the space beneath him to warp slightly. Faint golden imprints lingered on the bluestone path after he passed, yet they vanished in an instant. This was no deliberate act, but a natural phenomenon of the perfected laws. Returning to his dwelling, Lu Yu sat cross-legged and began to deeply contemplate the changes within his body. The fusion of the gold space laws had reached a critical point. He could clearly perceive that the two laws were no longer tools he needed to control, but had become part of his very being, as natural, as breathing, as instinctive as a heartbeat. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking inward. The golden law force and the silver spatial ripples revolved slowly in his dantian, forming a tiny vortex. With each rotation, new law runes were born, imprinting themselves upon his flesh, blood, and bones. These runes were not static. They pulsed gently with his breath. When he inhaled, the runes shimmered with gold. When he exhaled, they rippled with silver light. The powers of gold and space had achieved perfect equilibrium within him. The night deepened and moonlight streamed through the lattice window. Lu Yu opened his eyes, a glint of gold flashing in his pupils. He raised his hand and lightly grasped at the moonlight. A wondrous event occurred. The moonlight coalesced in his palm, turning into tangible particles of light. These particles were not still but danced and flickered within tiny spatial fragments. The law of gold gave them form, while the law of space allowed them to transcend the limitations of light. He released his grip and the light particles scattered, but faint golden trails lingered in the air. This was the law fusion of the venerable realm. Without deliberate activation or complex hand seals, the law force had become one with him. Every gesture and movement could resonate with the world's rules. The next morning, Lu Yu arrived at the training ground. He wished to test the change in his strength now that the laws were perfected. At the center of the training ground stood a testing stele forged entirely from mystic iron and covered with defensive runes. It was a device specifically used to test attack power, capable of withstanding a full-force strike below the venerable level. Lu Yu did not use any martial skills. He simply threw a casual punch. The wind of the fist swept through the air, creating subtle spatial ripples. The moment his fist touched the stele, the law of gold and the law of space acted simultaneously. No cracks appeared on the steel's surface, but a faint sound of shattering came from within. The spatial force had directly penetrated the steel's defenses, and with the enhancement of the law of gold, it disintegrated the structure from the inside. Lu Yu withdrew his fist, lost in thought. The power of this strike far exceeded his expectations. It wasn't that the force had grown stronger, but the application of the laws had undergone a qualitative change. The law of gold granted the attack an indestructible quality, while the law of space allowed it to ignore external defenses. He continued to test his other abilities. With a mere thought, his body instantly appeared at the other end of the training ground. This was not teleportation, as space itself had actively yielded to his will. Wherever he passed, faint golden afterimages lingered in the air, lasting for a long time. He then attempted to control metal. At the edge of the training ground lay several weapons, a longsword, a spear, and a battle axe. With just a glance from Lu Yu, these weapons levitated and began to revolve slowly around him. It was not through mental force, but a direct resonance between the law of gold and the weapons. These metallic objects seemed to have gained life, actively responding to his call. More amazingly, as the weapons drew near, they began to adjust their forms. The long sword became sharper, the spear more resilient, the battle axe heavier. The law of gold was optimizing the properties of the metal according to his needs. Lu Yu took a deep breath and retracted the law force. Under his control, the spatial ripples gradually subsided, and the floating weapons fell back to their original places. Yet a faint fluctuation of the laws still permeated the air, proving that what had just happened was no illusion. He walked out of the training ground and entered a bamboo grove. The bamboo leaves rustled in the gentle breeze, and sunlight filtered through the gaps, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Lu Yu reached out and gently touched a bamboo leaf. The bamboo leaf turned to powder at his fingertip, not shattered, but directly decomposed into its most basic particles by the law of gold. At the same time, the surrounding space warped slightly, completely absorbing the energy fluctuation from the decomposition without any leakage. Perfect control, perfect fusion. He continued forward, each step landing on a different spatial node. The ground beneath seemed to actively accommodate his steps, making his walk effortless. Deep within the bamboo grove was a clear pond, its water so pure one could see the bottom. Lu Yu stood by the pond, gazing at his reflection. In the reflection, his form was cloaked in a faint golden halo, the aura naturally emitted by the perfected laws. Strangely, a thin spatial barrier seemed to exist between the reflection and reality, making his image appear somewhat blurred. He reached his hand into the water, and the pond water parted automatically, forming a vacuum-like channel. It wasn't that he pushed the water away with force, but the law of space had constructed an invisible barrier around him. When his fingers touched the pond's bottom, the law of gold stirred slightly. The pebbles at the bottom began to transform, impurities on their surfaces were stripped away, and their internal structures were optimized. In the blink of an eye, ordinary stones became material comparable to refined steel. This was the gold space law of the venerable realm, capable not only of affecting macroscopic spatial structures, but also of altering the very essence of matter. The law of gold allowed him to control all metallic materials, while the law of space enabled him to ignore distance and obstacles. Lu Yu withdrew his hand, and the pond water closed again as if nothing had happened. But he knew everything had changed. The perfection of the laws was not merely an increase in power, but a leap in the level of existence. Now he had truly set foot on the path of a venerable. In this vast universe, he finally had the capital to stand firm. The sun sank again in the west, painting the sky with brilliant sunset clouds. Lu Yu looked up at the sky, his gaze piercing through the clouds, as if to see the mysteries deep within the starry expanse. The gold space laws flowed slowly within him, resonating with heaven and earth. He could sense countless similar law fluctuations in the universe, some powerful, some weak, some familiar, some strange. The road ahead was still long, but he had found his direction. As the last ray of sunlight vanished below the horizon, Lu Yu turned and walked away. His figure appeared and disappeared in the twilight, each step treading on a different spatial plane, as if he might merge into the void at any moment. The path of the venerable had thus begun. As dusk settled, the last few birdsongs in the forest gradually faded away. Lu Yu stood at the cliff's edge, his fingers absently tracing through the void. The golden void law flowed within him as natural as breathing, yet he sensed a subtle deficiency. It was like a flawless painting missing its most crucial hue. He closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness into the origin of the law. Golden light swirled within his sea of consciousness, spatial ripples spreading like ripples on water. But within this familiar tapestry of laws, he attempted to introduce a third trajectory, time. At first it was but a delicate probe. The time law, like a gossamer thread, cautiously approached the domain where gold and void had merged. At the moment of contact, all three laws trembled simultaneously. The sharpness of gold suddenly ran wild, the spatial structure twisted violently, and the flow of time bolted like a runaway steed. Puffed. Lu Yu's eyes snapped open, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat. He forcibly suppressed the surging tide of his chi and blood, the golden light at his fingertips flickering unsteadily. The first attempt had failed. The issue was not with the laws themselves, but with the method of fusion. Gold and void had achieved a perfect balance, and the intervention of the time law was like forcibly wedging a third gear into a precisely operating mechanism. As the night deepened, moonlight spilled across the grove. Lu Yu did not rush to try again. Instead, he stood still, sensing the flow of time within nature. The process of dew condensing, the trajectory of a leaf falling, the shifting positions of the stars. These were all manifestations of time. He suddenly realized that time should not be a third gear forcibly added, but rather the oil that lubricates all gears. On his second attempt, he changed his approach. The golden void law rotated slowly within his palm, forming a stable, dual-colored orb of light. This time he did not inject the time law directly. Instead, he let the flow of time envelop the periphery of the orb like a thin mist. Time began to influence the operational speed of the golden void law. The sharpness of the gold law became more penetrating under acceleration, while the spatial barrier grew more stable within the deceleration field. Yet this influence remained superficial, with the three laws still operating independently. It was like touching a flame through a pane of glass. One could feel the heat, but never truly grasp it. Lu Yu dispersed the orb of light in his hand, his brow furrowing slightly. This would not do. Superficial coordination was after all not true fusion. He needed to find that crucial node to make the three laws resonate from their very essence. Dawn was approaching and the eastern sky began to pale. He recalled the instant of his previous failure. Though the laws had spiraled out of control for a thousandth of a second before the collapse, the three laws had indeed produced a peculiar resonance. But that moment was too fleeting, like a flash of lightning or a spark from flint. He had to seize that instant. Lu Yu took a deep breath, elevating his consciousness to its peak. The golden void law merged perfectly within him, while the time law was like an arrow held taut, ready to be loosed. Now, the flow of time no longer enveloped from the outside, but was injected directly into the core of the golden void law. Agony instantly engulfed his entire being. The three laws clashed violently within him, every meridian feeling as if it would be torn apart. Yet he endured the pain, precisely controlling every subtle change of the laws. The gold law became incredibly active under the acceleration of time, while the spatial structure stabilized within the deceleration of time. The flow of time itself, influenced by the golden void law, underwent a strange differentiation. One part accelerated, another decelerated, and a third maintained its normal pace. Three distinct temporal states coexisted seamlessly within the framework of the golden void law. At Lu Yu's fingertip, a faint tricolored light emerged. Gold, void, and time. The three laws had finally begun their preliminary fusion. Though it was not yet stable, though it was but the shallowest of unions, it was a breakthrough from nothing to something. The light swirled at his fingertip, and the surrounding space began to undergo subtle changes. A falling leaf drifted near the light, suddenly accelerating its decay, only to revert to its original state the next moment. The surface of a nearby stone was alternately weathered by the wind, and then restored to its pristine condition. These were signs of time being distorted. Lu Yu could sense that with the initial fusion of the three laws, his control over his environment had reached an entirely new level. It was no longer just about spatial distance or the essence of matter, but also the river of time. However, maintaining this state was extremely taxing. In but a few moments, his forehead was beaded with sweat. The tricolored light at his fingertip flickered unsteadily, as if on the verge of dissipating at any moment. He was forced to disperse the laws and let out a long breath. He had succeeded, but it was only the beginning. True triple fusion was far more than simply making the three laws operate in parallel. He needed to find that perfect equilibrium to truly meld gold, void, and time into one, allowing them to promote and strengthen each other. The morning sun finally leaped over the horizon, bathing the mountain grove in golden light. Lu Yu stood in the dawn, sensing the slowly calming fluctuations of the laws within him. Though it was but a preliminary breakthrough, he could already see the path ahead. The addition of the time law had caused a qualitative change in the golden void law. It was no longer a simple on plus n equals 2, but an exponential leap. He raised his hand, and a fallen leaf drifted down slowly. The instant it touched his palm, the laws of gold, void, and time flowed naturally. The leaf completed its entire cycle from a tender sprout to withered yellow in a thousandth of a second, only to revert to its original state the next moment. This was not a simple acceleration or reversion of time, but a complete dominion over matter along the dimension of time. Lu Yu gently clenched his fist, and the leaf crumbled into dust, scattering in the morning breeze. The path of triple fusion was still long, but the first step had been taken. He gazed into the distance, his eyes seeming to pierce through layers of space to see a more distant future. In this vast cosmos, a venerable who could command time was a true being at the pinnacle. And now he had finally set foot on this path to the summit. The morning mist in the mountain grove gradually dissipated, and a new day officially began. But for Lu Yu, this was not merely a new day, it was an entirely new starting point. Gold, void, time, triple fusion. This path was destined to be fraught with hardship, but it was also destined to lead to an unattainable peak. Morning light filtered through the forest, casting a flowing golden glow upon Lu Yu's shoulders. With a slight movement of his fingertips, a fallen leaf transformed into shimmering dust under the interweaving of three laws. Just as the dust was about to dissipate, the surrounding air suddenly froze. A single leaf hung suspended in midair, utterly still. "You are too impatient." The voice of the Chaos City Lord came from all directions, yet it seemed to resonate directly within the depths of his spiritual sea. Lu Yu looked up and saw that familiar figure standing at the boundary between morning light and tree shadows, the cloud patterns on his robe seemingly bearing the flow of starry rivers. "City Lord." Lu Yu bowed slightly. The Chaos City Lord's gaze fell upon the frozen leaf, the sharpness of gold, the transformation of void, the flow of time. "You have touched the threshold of all three." But the three laws in your hands remain like three separate streams unrelated to one another. He raised his hand and tapped lightly, and the leaf suddenly trembled. Golden light transformed into veins, space folded into the leaf's flesh, and time accelerated and reversed within the veins. The three laws no longer operated in parallel, but interpenetrated each other, becoming a seamless whole. Do you see? The Chaos City Lord said softly. It is not about making them coexist, but making them become each other. Lu Yu gazed at the leaf. The law of gold was no longer merely sharpness. Under the erosion of time, it became ancient and profound. Space was no longer just containment, it gained form within the solidity of gold. Time was no longer just passage, it found its measure in the extension of space. The three laws were intertwined, inseparable from one another. I have been trying to find a balance. Lu Yu murmured. Balance? The Chaos City Lord shook his head gently. The universe never seeks balance. It seeks harmony. With a wave of his hand, the leaf dispersed, and the surrounding air began to flow again. You think the key to breaking through to the venerable realm lies in the fusion of laws? Wrong. The Chaos City Lord's gaze seemed to pierce through Lu Yu's spiritual sea, staring straight into his deepest confusion. Laws are merely tools, mere appearances. The true key is your understanding of the universe's origin. Lu Yu felt a slight tremor in his spiritual sea. The scenes of the past 3 days of arduous cultivation flashed before his eyes. Every collapse of laws, every depletion of spirit, all pointing to the same root cause. Please enlighten me, City Lord. He bowed solemnly. The Chaos City Lord lightly flicked his sleeve, and the surroundings suddenly shifted. They still stood in the forest, but every leaf reflected starlight, and every breeze carried the aura of ancient times. Close your eyes. The City Lord's voice carried a certain rhythm. Do not look with your eyes, do not perceive with your divine sense. Use your heart to feel this forest. Lu Yu closed his eyes as instructed. At first there was only darkness. Gradually, he heard the breath of the leaves, the subtle rhythms of life resonating with the entire forest. He touched the trajectories of the wind passing through the gaps between branches and leaves, carrying messages from afar. Deeper, the City Lord's voice guided him. Go beyond appearances and feel what sustains all existence, the origin. Lu Yu's breath gradually synchronized with the forest. He felt the profound weight of the earth beneath his feet, the sedimentation of billions of years. He sensed the vast expanse of the sky above an infinite extension. He perceived the flow of time within this space, unhurried yet ceaseless. Suddenly he saw it. Not with his eyes, but with his heart. The entire forest transformed into countless points of light in his perception, each point a form of existence, all interconnected, forming a complete whole. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, space, time. All laws were born from this whole and returned to it. Is this the origin? He silently asked in his heart. No, this is merely a projection of the origin. The City Lord's voice came at the right moment. The true origin cannot be spoken, cannot be named, it can only be felt with the heart. Lu Yu immersed himself in this wondrous perception. He realized that his previous understanding of the laws was too narrow. Gold was not only sharpness, but also the bones of the earth. A void was not only emptiness, but also the foundation upon which all things exist. Time was not only passage, but also the measure of life's evolution. The three laws flowed naturally within him, no longer requiring deliberate maintenance. They were like wanderers who had found their home, merging seamlessly on their own. Do you feel it? The City Lord's voice carried a hint of approval. The fusion of laws is merely a natural consequence of an elevated state of mind. When you truly comprehend the origin of the universe, all laws will open their doors to you. Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes. The forest was still the same forest, but in his eyes it had become entirely different. Every leaf spoke of the mysteries of existence, every breeze sang the song of the origin. Thank you for your guidance, City Lord. He bowed deeply this time, with heartfelt gratitude. The Chaos City Lord nodded slightly. Remember the feeling of today. When you cultivate again, do not think about how to control the laws, but how to resonate with them. The venerable realm is not about conquering the universe, but understanding it. As his words faded, the City Lord's figure gradually dissipated, finally, transforming into a gentle breeze that merged into the entire forest. Lu Yu stood alone, savoring the insights he had just gained. He raised his hand, and the three laws of gold, void, and time flowed naturally this time, without any trace of deliberate effort. They seemed as if they had always been this way, perfectly natural. A new fallen leaf drifted down. The moment it touched his palm, it transformed into a transparent butterfly, its wings etched with the patterns of time and space, gently fluttering toward the distance. This was not an application of laws, it was a gift from the origin. Lu Yu gazed in the direction where the butterfly had vanished, his heart filled with clarity. The path to the venerable realm had finally unfolded clearly before him. It was not a path of conquest, but a path of return. A return to the most primordial harmony of the universe. The forest was silent save for the wind singing like a melody. The wind swept from the other side of the forest, carrying the scent of damp earth. Lu Yu stood still, the laws flowing through his palm as naturally as breathing. He gazed toward the direction where the butterfly had vanished. There the clouds hung low, faintly revealing a pale golden halo, the mark of the sacred ground's entrance. He stepped forward. The fallen leaves beneath his feet no longer crackled, but gently buoyed his stride. Each step felt like treading on the strings of time, the forest behind him slowly fading into a blur of ink wash. Passing through the halo, there was no spatial distortion as imagined, only a tender pull, as if the universe itself extended a hand to draw him softly into its embrace. The scene before him gradually unfolded. There were no grand structures, no resplendent nebulae, only an endless void. At the heart of the void floated an ancient tree, its trunk etched with silver patterns, its branches and leaves raining down specks of starlight. Its roots plunged into nothingness, yet they were more steadfast than any solid form. This was the sacred ground of the human race, the embodiment of the primordial universe's origin. As Lu Yu approached the ancient tree, before his fingers even brushed its bark, he sensed a faint tremor. It was not sound, but the murmuring of countless laws. The sharpness of metal, the embrace of emptiness, the flow of time, and many more primal forces he had yet to encounter, all interwoven into an invisible web. He closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to sink into this sea of laws. At first there was only darkness, pure and devoid of any impurity. Then a faint glimmer ignited in the depths of his awareness, like the first heartbeat of a dormant being. The glimmer expanded, fragmenting into countless fine threads. Each thread was a trajectory of possibility, tangling, colliding, and separating in the darkness. Some dissolved into nothingness, while others coalesced into tangible forms. This was the primordial form of the universe, a collection of infinite possibilities. Lu Yu's breath gradually synchronized with these trajectories. He ceased trying to understand, he simply felt. The law of metal was no longer a sharp blade, but the necessity that formed the skeleton of matter. The law of emptiness was no longer a vessel of nothingness, but the stage that made motion possible. The law of time was no longer a measure of passing, but the rhythm of change itself. The three laws merged naturally within him, like streams flowing into the ocean. The branches and leaves of the ancient tree stirred without wind. A silver leaf drifted down, and upon touching his forehead it dissolved into countless motes of light, merging into his consciousness. He witnessed stars born and annihilated, saw life evolve from single cells to resplendent civilizations. Every instant contained all possibilities, every choice opened new timelines. This was the origin, not a specific power, but the foundation of all existence. After an unknown span, perhaps an instant, perhaps an eternity, Lu Yu's consciousness touched a peculiar region. There no trace of any law existed, only pure being. Without form, without attribute, even the concept of nothingness did not apply. It was the source of all laws and their ultimate destination. Just as he was about to delve deeper into this region, a sharp pang emanated from the depths of his consciousness. It was the fragments of his past memories. The hardships of cultivation in childhood, the ecstasy upon first mastering a law, the life and death crises and battles with formidable foes. All these experiences transformed into heavy chains, attempting to drag him back from the depths of the origin. He heard a voice deep within questioning, are you truly ready to let go of everything? To relinquish your identity, your memories, everything that defines you as the individual Lu Yu? The halo around the ancient tree trembled faintly. Countless blurry figures materialized in the void. The imprints left by the mighty ones who had visited the sacred ground throughout the ages. Most of them had stopped at this step, choosing to return with a partial understanding of the origin, becoming venerable masters who dominated their realms. But Lu Yu knew that was not what he desired. He relaxed his mind, allowing the tide of memories to wash over him. Without resistance, without attachment, he simply watched them rise and dissipate. Like watching fallen leaves drift along a stream, letting them flow away with the current. When the last fragment of memory dissolved, that pure being finally unveiled itself fully before him. There was no light, no darkness, no time, no space. Yet it contained everything. Lu Yu's consciousness slowly sank into it. In that moment, he understood the true meaning of the Chaos City Lord's words. The realm of the Venerable was not to conquer the universe, but to comprehend it. And the ultimate stage of comprehending the universe was to become the universe itself. The ancient tree began to transform. The silver trunk gradually turned translucent, the specks of light on its branches rising like fireflies dancing in the void. The entire ancient tree transformed into a soft halo, completely enveloping Lu Yu. He felt his body dissipate, not destruction, but a return. Every cell dissolved into the most fundamental particles of the origin, merging with this void. Simultaneously, his consciousness expanded infinitely. He saw the forests beyond the sacred ground, the human cities in distant star domains, and countless lives running their own trajectories. Everything was so clear, so naturally interconnected. There was no individual, no whole, only harmonious existence. Just as he was about to fully merge with the origin, a faint connection emerged from the depths of his consciousness. It was his final bond with this universe, not memory, not emotion, but the last trace of his existence as an independent entity. He could choose to sever it and achieve ultimate return, or preserve it and return to the world with his understanding of the origin. In the void, the ancient tree's halo rippled faintly, as if awaiting his decision. Louis's consciousness gently touched that bond without hesitation, without struggle, like caressing a petal, tender yet resolute. The halo slowly receded, recondensing into the form of the ancient tree. Louis's figure gradually materialized beneath its shade, appearing unchanged, yet a cosmic profundity now dwelled in the depths of his eyes. He raised his hand, and a silver leaf drifted down naturally, pausing briefly in his palm before rising with the wind, flying into the depths of the void. This was not an application of laws, nor a gift from the origin. It was a choice. The moment the radiance faded, a faint, crisp sound echoed from the depths of the void like shattering glass or a seed breaking through soil. Liu Yu looked up and saw a faint light slowly blooming in the emptiness before the ancient tree. It was not a star nor a cluster of condensed laws, but a true cosmic embryo. Only the size of a fist, its surface shimmered with chaotic colors, and within countless intricate patterns intertwined. These patterns shifted, constantly expanding like a spider's web one moment and contracting like a whirlpool the next. Liu Yu silently gazed at this faint light. He saw the light within begin to differentiate. Pure and turbid qi separated naturally. The light rose to form a canopy of heaven, while the heavy sank to become the foundation of the earth. In the instant of heaven and earth's creation, countless tiny sparks burst forth from the boundary, like a swarm of fireflies suddenly startled in a summer night's wilderness. These sparks began to combine spontaneously. Some coalesced into burning stars, others cooled into icy planets, while more turned to dust drifting through the nascent cosmos. A blue planet came to rest directly before Liu Yu's gaze. He could clearly see clouds flowing through its atmosphere and liquid water gathering into oceans on its surface. In the depths of the sea, the simplest life began to stir. Single-celled organisms divided, evolved, and crawled from the ocean onto land. Plants covered the barren earth, and animals ran through the forests. An intelligent race built cities, and their spaceships broke through the atmosphere, attempting to explore the stars. Liu Yu's gaze followed one silver vessel. It traversed the asteroid belt, evaded the star's radiation, and finally reached the boundary of this miniature universe. The beings on the ship rejoiced, believing they had touched the edge of ultimate truth. They did not know that their entire universe was being silently observed by an existence. Like fish in a pond, they would never know the world beyond. Liu Yu let out a soft breath. This breath traversed the void, stirring faint ripples on the surface of the miniature universe. The fabric of spacetime within the cosmos grew unstable. Galactic orbits deviated, and the physical laws the civilization had built failed one by one. On that blue planet, the intelligent race fell into panic. Their most brilliant scholars stood on high platforms, shouting at the chaotic heavens, trying to explain everything with formulas they had studied their entire lives. Alas, all their knowledge was built upon the rules of that universe itself. When the universe began to collapse, knowledge became the most useless thing. Liu Yu saw stars extinguish one after another like candles blown out by the wind. Planets collided under the loss of gravitational control, turning to dust. Space itself began to fold, warp, and finally contract into a single point. That cosmos, which had once birthed life, nurtured civilizations, and held joys and sorrows, was now nothing but a vanishing singularity. It still glowed, but the light grew ever fainter, like embers on the verge of dying out. Liu Yu reached out a finger and gently touched that point of light. At the moment of contact, he saw more. Not just the birth and death of this miniature universe, but countless universes rising and falling simultaneously. They rose like bubbles from a sea of nothingness, shining briefly before bursting. Some gave birth to astonishing civilizations, others remained barren, yet all ultimately succumbed to the fate of returning to void. And all this life and death was but a single cycle within a greater whole. Like a leaf's withering in a forest, it was merely the most ordinary metabolism for the entire woodland. A chill touched his fingertip. The last trace of that miniature universe vanished completely. The void returned to its original state, as if nothing had ever happened. Only the ancient tree's branches swayed, gently rustling softly, as if playing a requiem for a departed world. Liu Yu looked down at his own palm. The lines of his palm seemed to retain the final glow of that universe, faint yet exceptionally clear. He recalled the words of the Chaos City Lord. The ultimate stage of understanding the cosmos is to become the cosmos itself. But now he understood becoming the cosmos did not mean eternity. On the contrary, when you truly become a universe, you realize most profoundly that even universes can die. So what then is eternal? A leaf from the ancient tree drifted down, spiraling, and finally came to rest on his shoulder. The silver luster flowing through its veins bore a striking resemblance to the final flash of that miniature universe. Lu Yu gently picked up the leaf and examined it closely. The leaf's veins magnified before his eyes, transforming into a crisscrossing river of stars. He saw light flowing through the veins like energy passing between stars in a galaxy. He could even feel the subtle vibrations within the leaf, pervasive like cosmic background radiation. This leaf was also a universe, merely on a different scale. He released his grip, letting the leaf continue its fall. The moment it left his fingertip, the silver light on its surface blazed brilliantly, then dimmed rapidly, turning into an ordinary withered leaf that crumbled to dust and vanished into the void. Another universe had completed its life cycle. Lu Yu slowly closed his eyes, not seeing with his eyes, but sensing the surrounding void with his entire consciousness. He saw more of these microscopic universes. Every leaf of the ancient tree, every grain in its bark, even every breath he exhaled contained countless universes being born and dying. Some existed only for an instant, others lasted as long as a single breath of his. Their scales varied. Some were as vast as the one he had just witnessed, while others were so tiny they could barely contain the movement of a few elementary particles. But regardless of size or duration, they all underwent the same cycle, born from nothingness, experiencing growth and glory, and ultimately returning to void. And the life and death of all these microscopic universes collectively formed this macro void, this sacred ground that could accommodate the ancient tree's growth and allow him to attain enlightenment. And what lay beyond this sacred ground? The human domain, the endless sea of stars, and even the world he came from. Were they merely a leaf in the eyes of some greater existence? This thought did not bring him fear, but a strange serenity. Since even universes can die, what does the survival of an individual matter? Since all will eventually return to nothingness, what meaning does present existence hold? Meaning does not lie in eternity, but in existence itself. It lies in this very moment as he sits beneath this ancient tree, witnessing the birth and death of countless universes. It lies in that miniature universe that has just vanished, where life once gazed at the stars, built civilizations, and still tried to understand what was happening to them before the end. These fleeting existences, these moments insignificant before eternity, are precisely what form the foundation of all meaning. Like a shooting star streaking across the night sky. Its light vanishes in an instant, but it is precisely for that reason that it appears so extraordinarily beautiful. Lu Yu opened his eyes again. The cosmic depth in his gaze had settled into a translucent calm. He no longer sought to understand the cosmos nor clung to becoming one. He simply sat here as a witness, a participant, a traveler about to return to his own world. In the void, a new point of light was gathering. This time he did not watch it. Instead, he stood up and took a step toward the direction he had come from. Ripples spread across the void beneath his feet, each step seeming to tread upon the life and death of countless universes. Some universes accelerated their demise due to his passage, while others gained new life. He no longer deliberately controlled his power, nor worried about causing destruction. Destruction and creation were two sides of the same coin. Just as the death of that miniature universe had made room for the birth of a new one, the ancient tree gradually receded behind him. The rustling of its branches seemed like a farewell, or perhaps the preparation of a new lesson for the next seeker of enlightenment to arrive. Lee did not look back. He knew that no matter how far he went, this ancient tree, this void, and everything he had just witnessed had become a part of him. Like the final flash of that miniature universe, though it had vanished, it remained forever etched in the lines of his palm. Ahead, the exit of the sacred ground was opening. A familiar scent drifted in from beyond the door. It was the place he came from, a place of strife, desire, birth, aging, sickness, death, love, and hatred. Nothing was perfect, everything was transient. But that was his universe. He quickened his pace, walking toward that gate of light. The luminous portal slowly sealed shut before him, the last trace of void energy sealed away. Lu Yu stood upon the white jade ground of the sacred land, feeling the long mist solid touch beneath his feet. A faint aura of spiritual energy permeated the air, utterly different from the pure void he had just left. He took a deep breath, savoring this familiar, yet unfamiliar world. In that single breath, a faint cracking sound echoed from within his body, like the first fissure spreading across ice, or the crisp snap of a seed breaking through soil. The sound originated from the depths of his dantian, from the small world he had cultivated for years. He turned his gaze inward and saw a realm collapsing and being reborn. The once orderly land masses were shattering, mountains and rivers dissolving into streams of primordial energy. The delicate ecological balance he had painstakingly maintained was utterly broken. Countless beings perished in an instant, only to be reborn in new forms the next moment. This was not destruction, but a metamorphosis. His consciousness sank into the inner world, standing at the center of chaos. Around him surged the primal forces of earth, fire, wind, and water, along with chains of law shattering and reforming. The The world order that once required his constant effort to sustain was now spontaneously evolving toward a more perfect form. The advantage of the undying divine body was fully manifested in this moment. The energy surges that would have shattered his meridians now flowed like gentle streams circulating freely within the reshaped realm. His body was no longer a vessel for the world, but the world itself. The land coalesced anew no longer as flat plates, but as a complete sphere. Stars naturally formed around the sphere, moving in mysterious, graceful orbits. The sun and moon alternated, casting light upon newborn oceans and mountains. He saw the first plant break through the soil, its leaves still glistening with dewdrops. The plant grew at a visible pace, soon becoming a towering tree. Its canopy blotted out the sky, its roots delving deep into the earth. Birds nested among its branches and beasts rested in its shade. All this unfolded naturally, as if it were meant to be. Luyu did not interfere with the process. He was like an observer witnessing the magnificent transformation of his inner world. The laws he had comprehended in the void were now being inscribed as the most fundamental rules of the world, etched into every corner of this newborn universe. The oceans began to rise and fall, the power of tides pulling at the moon's trajectory. Monsoons formed in the atmosphere, carrying moisture from the sea to the land. Rain fell, carving ravines into rocks, gathering into streams, and eventually flowing into the sea. The evolution of life accelerated. Single-celled organisms emerged in the ocean depths, swiftly evolving into complex forms. Fish leaped from the water, amphibians crawled onto the shores, and birds took to the skies. Each species found its place in this world, forming an intricate ecological chain. He noticed that this world was far vaster than he had anticipated. What he thought would be a single planet had expanded into countless galaxies. Stars twinkled in the distant void, some being born, others fading away. The scale of the entire universe had surpassed the limits of his perception. This was not a created world, but a naturally evolving universe. Energy flowed freely within it, requiring no deliberate guidance from him. The cycles of life and death, the alternation of creation and destruction, all followed the most fundamental laws. These laws were not set by him, but were the optimal solutions derived by the world itself. A gentle breeze brushed against his consciousness, carrying the scent of grass. He saw a prairie unfold before him, with wildflowers blooming in scattered clusters. In the distance, snow-capped peaks stood tall, their summits covered in eternal snow. The world was so real it felt disorienting. He could even sense the tremor of every leaf, the weight of every raindrop, and the light of every star. None of this was illusion, it was a universe truly existing within his body. The energy cycle within him perfectly aligned with the world's operation. With every breath, he stirred the flow of heavenly and earthly chi. With every heartbeat, he resonated with the rhythm of the stars. His body had become a bridge connecting the microcosm and the macrocosm, both an observer of this universe and an inseparable part of it. On the prairie, a herd of wild horses galloped past. Their manes streamed in the wind, their hooves thundering like drums. The lead stallion suddenly stopped, rearing up and letting out a neigh. Its eyes gleamed with wild vitality, nothing like a created being. Liu pondered. These creatures possessed true free will. They were not marionettes dancing to a predetermined script. They could think, choose, err, and create. This was the essence of perfect evolution, granting the world true autonomy. In the sky, an eagle spread its wings and soared. It climbed higher and higher, eventually shrinking to a speck, vanishing beyond the clouds. Luyu could sense it continuing upward, piercing the atmosphere and entering the cold void of space. There it began to absorb the power of the stars, its feathers gradually taking on a metallic sheen. Life always finds a way and a direction for evolution. The flow of time in the inner world differed from the outside. A millennium here might pass in an instant out there. This gave him ample time to observe every detail of this universe, witnessing its entire journey from chaos to order. The continental plates were still drifting slowly. Where two landmasses collided, mountains were rising. Volcanoes erupted with molten magma, bringing rich minerals to this newborn land. Seawater crashed against the newly formed coastline, shattering into white foam on the reefs. Everything was dynamic, everything was in flux. Nothing was eternal. Even stars would age and be reborn. This dynamic balance was more enduring than any static perfection. He suddenly understood that this was true immortality, not remaining unchanged forever, but preserving essence amidst change. Like that ceaseless river, the water constantly renewed, yet the river remained the same river. The evolution of the inner world continued. On some planets, sparks of intelligence appeared. Primitive tribes learned to use tools and established the rudiments of civilization. They gazed at the stars, pondering the origin of the world, just as he had once done. This strange resonance brought a faint smile to his face. Perhaps one day among these beings some would also comprehend the truth of the universe and begin to explore the essence of life. Would they, like him, nurture a new world within themselves? This thought filled him with a profound joy. The perfection of a world lay not in its scale or power, but in the infinite possibilities it contained. Every tiny existence added a unique hue to the grand tapestry. He slowly opened his eyes. The white jade ground of the sacred land was still beneath his feet, and the spiritual energy still flowed in the air. But everything had changed. He could perceive the trajectory of every wisp of chi, hear the sound of flowers blooming in the distance, and feel the surging magma deep within the earth. This world and the world within him were fundamentally the same. Both were part of the universe, both evolving at their own pace. He raised his hand, palm upward. A fallen leaf drifted from a distant tree and landed precisely in his palm. Its veins were clear, its edges slightly curled, bearing the unique gold of autumn. Perfection is not the absence of flaws, but the embrace of all flaws. Like this fallen leaf, its withering, its imperfection, its transience, all were part of its existence. It was these very imperfections that constituted its unique beauty. The evolution of the inner world was largely complete. The stars moved in order, life prospered, and the laws formed a self-contained system. This universe would continue to evolve, needing no intervention from him, only his witness. And he, carrying this universe, would continue his journey forward. Louis's palm still held the fallen leaf. The moment he gazed upon its vein patterns, the final star in his inner universe completed its orbital alignment. Countless galaxies resonated simultaneously, emitting a hum only he could hear. This sound pierced through flesh and soul, stirring ripples in the real world. The sacred ground suddenly darkened. Not the darkness of nightfall, but one where all light seemed to collapse toward a single point. The white jade floor lost its luster, flowing spiritual energy solidified into crystalline ribbons, and the sound of blooming flowers in the distance stretched into distorted notes. The flow of time within the entire training ground became uneven. In some areas, petals withered and bloomed again at a visible speed. In others, dust particles hung, suspended in midair, as if sealed within amber. Liu stood still, oblivious to these anomalies. His consciousness had split into billions of fragments, simultaneously observing every corner of his inner universe. On a certain oceanic planet, a shaman of a primitive tribe suddenly knelt, pointing at a newly appeared black star in the sky. In another nebula, a civilization's observatory recorded unprecedented gravitational waves. All these perceptions converged into a torrent, scouring the boundaries of his cognition. Alarms outside the training ground flickered silently. The first to arrive were 3 elders stationed at the sacred ground. They stood at the edge of the distorted light, none daring to take another step forward. "The space-time curvature has exceeded the critical value," murmured the eldest elder, his monitoring instrument already off the scale. "This is no ordinary breakthrough," said another elder, a woman, squinting as she tried to discern the figure at the center of the light. "He is reconstructing the laws around him." Just then Liu finally moved. He gently closed his palm, and the fallen leaf transformed into golden specks of light trickling down through his fingers. With this simple action, all the anomalies began to reverse. Light scattered again, spiritual energy resumed its flow, and the folds of time were smoothed out one by one. But above the training ground, a phantom of black wings appeared. It resembled no known creature's shape, but rather a totem cut from the night sky. Each feather rotated slowly, absorbing the surrounding light and releasing faint starlight. "Black feathers." The female elder gasped. According to records, only 3 supreme beings have triggered such an anomaly during their breakthroughs. The phantom wings lasted for a full 3 minutes. When they finally dissipated, a faint shadow remained on the white jade floor of the training ground, like a contour drawn with the finest brush dipped in ink. This shadow would continue to emit a special energy field for centuries to come, becoming a new cultivation sanctuary of the sacred ground. But that is a story for another time. At this moment, Liu finally regained full consciousness. He looked down at his hands. Beneath the skin, it seemed as though rivers of stars flowed. With a slight focus of attention, he could see countless tiny specks of light shuttling through his blood vessels. This was no illusion, but the manifestation of the complete fusion between his inner universe and his physical body. "How do you feel?" the eldest elder asked cautiously as he approached. Liu lifted his head, his gaze causing the elder to involuntarily step back half a pace. It was no longer the look of a young cultivator, but the eyes of one who bore the vicissitudes of an entire universe. "Very light," Liu said, his voice carrying a peculiar resonance, "and very heavy." This seemingly contradictory answer was in fact the most accurate description. Light was his physical body, every cell seemingly freed from the bonds of gravity. Heavy was his soul, containing an entire universe undergoing its own evolution. News of the breakthrough spread like a supernova explosion. The highest council of the human race immediately retrieved all monitoring data from the sacred ground. The analysis results made even the seasoned council chairman rise from his seat. Breakthrough duration, 27 minutes. Inner universe completeness, 99.9%. Law self-consistency index off the charts. The technical officer's voice trembled as he read out these numbers. All records have been shattered, including those set by the Galactic Emperor 3,000 years ago. What was even more astonishing were the subsequent tests. When Lu Yu stood in the center of the testing ground and displayed his inner universe as requested, the observation instruments captured images that drove all scholars to frenzy. It was not the chaotic, nascent, small world of an ordinary, newly promoted venerable, but a mature universe that had already existed for hundreds of millions of years, possessing a complete evolutionary history. "Look at this spiral arm," an astrophysicist exclaimed, pointing at the star map. "The distribution pattern of stars here perfectly matches the dark matter distribution model. This isn't a simulation, it's the product of natural evolution. A life-bearing planet. Carbon-based life signals detected here." A biologist pressed his face almost against the screen. "And its multicellular organisms, a primitive civilization has already emerged." Typically, the inner universe of a newly promoted venerable is in its infancy, requiring a long period of cultivation and evolution. Lu Yu's universe, however, seemed to have bypassed all the accumulation stages and entered its prime directly. The title Black Feather Venerable spread to every corner of human territory within a single day. Even some reclusive old monsters who had been in seclusion for years were stirred. Atop a perpetually snow-covered planet, a white-haired elder set down his teacup and gazed toward the sacred ground. A new era is coming. In a secret realm of another dimension, a legion engaged in battle with alien races suddenly received orders to protect the growth of the Black Feather Venerable at all costs, for he was the future hope of humanity. Yet Lu Yu, at the center of the storm, remained exceptionally calm. He sat in his newly assigned venerable hall with a projection of his inner universe floating before him. A blue planet rotated slowly at the center of the projection, where a primitive tribe had just discovered fire. "Perfect," he asked himself softly. The council had bestowed upon him the title Perfect Venerable in recognition of his creation of a theoretically impossible perfect universe. But he remembered that fallen leaf. It was imperfection that defined perfection. He extended a finger and gently tapped a certain corner of the projection. A star on the verge of going supernova suddenly altered its trajectory, averting the destruction of its neighboring galaxy. This was not interference, but giving the universe an additional choice, just as someone had once given him a chance. From outside the hall came a respectful inquiry. "Black Feather Venerable, the Star River Academy has sent a delegation to visit you. Will you receive them?" Lu Yu did not answer immediately. His consciousness briefly sank into his inner universe, arriving above the tribe that had just learned to use fire. The primitives were dancing around a bonfire, their faces radiant with the joy of discovering a new world. "Tell them," Lu Yu said, opening his eyes with galaxies swirling in the depths of his pupils, "I will be there shortly." As he stood up, the light within the hall twisted slightly once more. It was not a deliberate leakage of power, but the natural gravitational field of a mature universe. The phantom of black wings flickered behind him for an instant, like the first shadow at the dawn of the universe's birth. The footsteps outside the hall gradually faded away. Lu Yu stood before the projection, his fingers unconsciously tracing the atmosphere of the blue planet. The bonfire of the primitive tribe flickered in his eyes, much like the first flame he had kindled while curled up in the ruins during that snowy night years ago. "Authority has been granted." A cold mechanical voice echoed through the hall. The four walls transformed into flowing curtains of light, and countless streams of information cascaded down like a river of stars. This was the venerable authority directly conferred by the Supreme Council of Humanity, granting access to all classified materials except the ancestral archives. He first opened the history of warfare. Upon the light curtain emerged a holographic record of the dimensional war from 30,000 years ago, countless galaxies being devoured into nothingness by alien races, while human powerhouses sacrificed their star cores in relentless succession, buying precious time for the rear to evacuate. The image froze at the moment a venerable ignited his soul, dragging an entire star domain into the chaos of spacetime. "So that's how it is," Lu Yu murmured softly. He saw that behind the names of venerables marked as fallen, they all bore the same annotation: for the preservation of the Ember Project. The Ember Project. He called up this red-marked file. The light curtain dimmed for an instant, requiring triple authority verification to proceed. When he completed the authentication, the first name he saw made his fingers tighten slightly. Black Feather Venerable Lu Yu, code number 007, internal universe integrity 100. Below was a list of selected candidates for the Ember Project across generations. 6 generations in total. The longest had survived 9,000 years, the shortest merely 3 months. They had all vanished mysteriously after reaching a certain stage of growth, their files annotated with just 2 words: martyrdom. The hall's door slid open silently. An elder draped in a robe embroidered with star patterns stood outside, 7 orbiting golden stars stitched on his cuff. "By order of the speaker, I shall open the ancestral hall for you." Passing through layer upon layer of spatial folding zones, Lu Yu sensed at least 17 energy scans capable of instantly annihilating galaxies. When the final barrier parted, he beheld the ancestral hall floating within a rift in space-time. There were no lavish decorations here, only countless floating tombstones. Each bore a brief epitaph. The oldest was so weathered its inscriptions were illegible. "They are the cornerstone of humanity." The star-rubbed elder pointed to the newest tombstone, added just 3 days ago. Engraved upon it radiant light, Venerable detonated his internal universe at the dimensional border, holding back the alien expeditionary force for 73 days. Lu Yu's fingertips touched the cold surface of the monument. A faint resonance passed from the tombstone into his internal universe, and the primitives on that blue planet suddenly looked up as one, as if hearing a lament from the distant past. "Your authority surpasses theirs." The elder handed him a transparent crystal chip, including the mobilization of 1/3 of humanity's legions, the authority to request the use of our civilization's heritage, and to initiate the final phase of the Ember Project when necessary. As the crystal chip merged into his palm, Lu Yu perceived humanity's deepest secrets. The forbidden weapons sealed at the ends of space-time, the ultimate trump cards paid for with the burning of civilizations. Among them, a plan designated Universal Reset required 9 venerables to simultaneously sacrifice their internal universes. He walked to the deepest part of the hall where a book woven from starlight hovered. The moment his hand touched the pages, the entire ancestral hall trembled slightly. What emerged on the pages were not words, but flowing fragments of memory. He saw the first human gazing at the stars from a barren planet, the first cultivator drawing stellar energy into his body, and the silhouettes of countless sages groping forward through the darkness. The most profound memory belonged to the first speaker. It was during the most brutal period of the dimensional war. This aged man knelt in the ancestral hall and swore an oath. "I wager the fortune of our race for 10,000 generations on a single future." Lu Yu closed the book. The star-rubbed elder had departed unnoticed, leaving him alone in the ancestral hall with countless silent tombstones. Upon returning to the venerable hall, a delegation from the Stellar Academy had been waiting for some time. The white-haired professor at the lead was about to speak, but Lu Yu raised a hand to stop him. "In 3 days, I will hold a public lecture at the Stellar Academy," Lu Yu said, though his gaze remained fixed on the projection of his internal universe. That blue planet had already developed a rudimentary calendar. The primitives were using charcoal to record the paths of stars on cave walls. The delegation members exchanged glances, then bowed respectfully and withdrew. When the hall fell silent again, Lu Yu called up the holographic star map of humanity's territories. His fingers traced the blinking red dots along the borders, zones of alien activity. Then there was the remote star sector where he had once lived, still marked as a resource-poor zone. "Not enough," he said softly. No matter how formidable the power granted by authority, it could not change the fact that humanity's territories were being gradually eroded. Those alien races lurking in the dimensional fissures were like the star in his universe that had nearly gone supernova, capable of igniting the entire war situation at any moment. He began drafting his first venerable decree. It was not for deploying legions or requesting resources, but for establishing observation posts in all border star systems, ostensibly to monitor alien movements, but in reality, as he signed the command on that blue planet within his internal universe, a certain primitive happened to look up and saw a meteor streak across the night sky. A trajectory never seen before was added to the rock paintings. As night fell, Lu Yu stood on the observatory platform of the hall. The distant stars blazed brilliantly, each bright point possibly a fellow compatriot still fighting. He felt the growth of his internal universe. Those primitives were beginning to experiment with planting crops, the embers of civilization spreading. The phantom of black wings slowly unfurled behind him, and this time they did not vanish immediately. Starlight flowed along the edges of the wings as if a corner of the entire Milky Way had been sheared off and draped over him. He knew he was standing at a critical threshold. One step forward bore the heavy burden of humanity's continuation, one step back was the path paved by the lives of countless sages. And within him a universe was breathing softly. The starship trembled within the warp channel, as if traversing a river woven from light. Lu Yu sat with his eyes closed beside the porthole, his fingertips unconsciously tapping a rhythm on his knee. Each tap coincided with the drum beats of a primitive tribe within the universe of his inner cosmos. Those humans who had just learned to use fire were dancing around a bonfire, sparks leaping into the night sky, merging with the true stars. "Venerable One, we are about to arrive at the Council Star." The accompanying officer's voice roused him from his inner vision. Lu Yu opened his eyes. Outside the porthole, a planet entirely constructed of metal was slowly rotating. Countless flight paths crisscrossed the sphere's surface like carved lines, starships weaving through them, as insignificant as specks of dust. As he stepped onto the Council Star's docking platform, the metal ground beneath his feet glowed faintly, Then intricate light patterns emerged. These patterns were not mere decoration. He could sense the energy flowing within them enough to instantly envelop the entire planet in an independent spacetime bubble. Venerable Lu Yu, an elder clad in a pristine white robe, stood silently ahead. He bore no weapon, but the cosmic projection within Lu Yu suddenly trembled slightly. This was a natural reaction upon encountering an existence of equal rank. I am the Council's guide, Immortal. The elder turned to lead the way. With each step the surrounding scenery subtly warped. It was not a deliberate display of power, but the natural influence of his very being. Lu Yu silently adjusted the fluctuation frequency of his inner cosmos, gradually acclimating to this environment. At the end of the corridor stood an unassuming wooden door. A word of caution, Immortal set his hand on the handle. The space within is rather unique. The door opened. The moment Lu Yu stepped in, he felt as if he had plunged into an infinite mirror maze. Twinkling stars surrounded him on all sides above and below. At the center of this sea of stars floated 12 stone thrones. Each throne bore a figure whose presence bent the starlight around them. More strangely, his inner cosmos accelerated its evolution. Among the primitive tribe that had just learned to use fire, a child looked up at the sky, the reflection of stars appearing in his eyes for the first time. A newcomer has arrived. The voice seemed to come from nowhere, yet surged from all directions. Following his intuition, Lu Yu looked toward the nearest throne, where a red-haired woman sat toying with a nebula that ceaselessly collapsed and rebirthed. Have a seat, little one. Another throne occupied by a seemingly young man pointed to an empty seat that had suddenly materialized behind Lu Yu. As he sat, the stone throne automatically adjusted its form, perfectly matching his Bodhi's gravitational distribution. The meeting begins. The figure on the main throne spoke. It was an elder with a blurred face save for his eyes, the left reflecting the past, the right mirroring the future. A holographic star map unfurled at the center, showing the human domain like a winding ribbon of light stretching arduously through the darkness. At the edge of the ribbon, countless red dots flickered and multiplied. The seventh border sector has fallen. The nebula in the red-haired woman's hand suddenly froze. The air pressure in the council chamber seemed to multiply in an instant. Lu Yu felt his breath catch. It was not due to the pressure of these powerful beings, but because he saw on the star map that the fallen sector bordered the star region where he had once lived. That remote and peaceful corner in his memory was now devoured by war. What are the precise losses? The young man asked, tracing a trajectory in the air with his finger. The star map zoomed in, revealing shattered planetary debris and drifting ship fragments. 3 inhabited planets, population 1.2 billion. The station Venerable Panshur has been confirmed fallen. Silence as tangible as matter pressed upon every attendee. Lu Yu unconsciously tightened his grip on the stone throne's armrest. He recalled the primitive people in his inner cosmos who had just learned to paint star paths on cave walls. On a realistic scale, they were less than specks of dust. Yet it was such lives that formed the foundation of humanity's continuation. The aliens have deployed dimension erosion. The elder on the main throne spoke slowly. They are no longer satisfied with occupying space. They are directly rewriting the physical laws of that region. Within Lu Yu's inner cosmos, a star on the verge of a supernova suddenly calmed. He instinctively mobilized the rule power he had just comprehended, then realized something and looked up at the main throne. A flicker of approval passed through the elder's right eye. The newcomer seems to have made a discovery. All eyes focused on Lu Yu. He could feel the power contained in those gazes. Any one of them could tear apart a star. I was thinking. He chose his words carefully while adjusting the projection of his inner cosmos. Since the aliens can erode reality's dimensions, why can't we operate in reverse? With a gentle wave of his hand, the projection of his inner cosmos unfolded in the council chamber. On that blue planet, a primitive man was carving a new pattern on the cave wall. This time not stars, but a geometric figure resembling a dimensional structure. Interesting. The red-haired woman's nebula began to flow again. Go on. We have been on the defensive, trying to preserve our current territory. But perhaps we should proactively create new battlefields. Lu Yu pointed to the barren, uninhabited planets in his cosmos. In these places we set the rules. The young man suddenly laughed. You want to use your inner cosmos as bait. Quite daring. Not bait, Lu Yu shook his head, but a laboratory. If I can simulate a method to counter dimension erosion within my cosmos, you would bear immense risk. The elder on the main throne interrupted him. Your inner cosmos is intrinsically linked to your life essence. If the aliens invade it, the consequences would be unthinkable. Lu Yu was silent for a moment. He saw in his inner cosmos the child who had gazed at the stars finally lower his head and begin drawing the first mathematical symbol in the sand. The progress of civilization always advances through risk. Venerable Panshur guarded the border for 3,000 years and died in battle, he said softly. Compared to him, what is this risk? The council fell silent again, but the atmosphere had shifted. Amid those scrutinizing gazes, a hint of recognition emerged. "Very well," the elder on the main throne finally nodded. "The council approves your proposal. But a safety barrier must be established. Immortal, you are responsible." The guide bowed slightly. "As you command." When the meeting ended and the venerables vanished one by one, Immortal approached Lu Yu. "Do you know why the council is convened in this special space?" he asked. Lu Yu shook his head. "Because here every decision we make leaves a permanent mark on space-time." Immortal pointed to the void where countless points of light emerged. Each major council resolution had condensed here into an indelible trace of light. Lu Yu gazed at these points of light and suddenly saw his own newly proposed plan among them, shining like a newborn star, flickering with uncertain yet hopeful radiance. When he left the council star and returned to his own hall, centuries had passed within his inner cosmos. The child who had drawn symbols in the sand had become the tribe's sage, establishing a crude yet effective calendar and beginning to predict seasonal changes. Lu Yu stood on the observation deck, his black wings spreading once more behind him. This time starlight not only flowed along the edges of his wings, but pulsed like breath, brightening and dimming with their expansion. He gazed toward the border where countless lives were fighting for survival. And within him a civilization was passing its torch through the ages. "Let us begin," he said to himself and to the nascent lives in his inner cosmos. Deep within the hall, the first set of observation equipment had been activated, ready to transmit data from Lu Yu's inner cosmos to the council in real time. Risk and opportunity were now interwoven into an inseparable destiny. Far away on the blue planet in his inner cosmos, the sage suddenly looked up. He could not see Lu Yu, but he sensed a certain watchfulness, as a subject feels the protection of a guardian deity. He carved a new pattern on the cave wall, a figure with spread wings shielding the tribe below. The starry sky remained silent, but the flame of civilization would ultimately find its own path through the darkness. Deep within the hall, starlight cascaded like a waterfall. Lu Yu stood at the center of the observation array, countless streams of light dispersing from his inner universe, weaving intricate star charts in the void. He reached out his fingertips, touching the radiance transmitted by the council, the entrance to the treasury of ultimate treasures containing the accumulated riches of billions of epochs. The instant of contact, the radiance transformed into a flowing river of stars. Countless projections of ultimate treasures floated within the stellar river, each exuding a unique rhythm of law. He closed his eyes, his spiritual perception spreading like a spider's web, sweeping past weapons and armors that could drive cosmic overlords to madness. The three fundamental laws of gold, space, and time resonated within his body. His wings unfurled unconsciously, the starlight flowing along their edges, resonating mysteriously with a certain point within the treasury. There it was. A blinding golden light suddenly flared from a corner of the stellar river. A stream of light broke free and floated before him. It was a pair of metal wings as thin as cicada wings, their surface shimmering with liquid luster, sometimes solid as metal and stone, sometimes illusory as bubbles of time and space. Wings of gold, space, and time. He murmured the true name of the treasure. The wing blades quivered slightly, emitting a clear, resonant chime. No incantation for refinement was needed, no ritual for acknowledgement. The three fused laws naturally built a bridge between the treasure and his divine body. The contribution points required for the exchange were astonishing, nearly exhausting all the merits he had accumulated over the years on the border battlefield. The moment the numbers flickered and vanished in the council system, he felt a certain weight, not of loss, but of exchange. The winged treasure transformed into two streams of light, merging into the black wings behind him. The pristine darkness began to take on a metallic texture, and fine temporal spatial patterns emerged along the wing bones. Each flap stirred subtle ripples of space within the hall. The refinement began. He sat cross-legged, his consciousness sinking into his inner universe. Above the blue planet, a colossal projection of the wings covered the entire sky. The wise men of the tribe looked up, carving new patterns onto the rock walls. The wings had become more ornate, their edges shimmering with the luster of stars and metal. The law of gold awakened first. Countless metallic particles precipitated from the void, adhering to the wing surfaces as if drawn by magnetic force. They were not a mere covering, but embedded into every feather with atomic precision. The weight of the wings increased, yet paradoxically they felt lighter, a sign of the initial fusion of the gold and space laws. He could sense countless microscopic temporal spatial structures within the treasure reorganizing. These structures, like living beings, greedily absorbed the divine power he poured in. The energy consumed each second was enough to extinguish a star. A century passed. The metallic luster on the wing's surfaces gradually subdued, turning into a dark golden undertone. The law of space began to dominate the refinement process. The edges of the wings grew blurry, as if they might merge into the void at any moment. When he gently flapped them, the space of the entire hall warped, and the light beams from the observation equipment bent into strange arcs around the wings. Within the inner universe, the wise men noticed subtle changes in the trajectories of the stars in the night sky. He revised the calendar that had been used for centuries, adding new symbols on the rock walls, interwoven lines of ripples representing space, and straight lines representing metal. 3,000 years into the refinement, the most difficult stage arrived. The law of time began to intervene. The rhythm of each wing flap became erratic. Sometimes fast as flowing light, sometimes slow as congealed stillness. The flow of time within the hall grew chaotic. Some observation equipment aged at 100-fold speed, while others seemed frozen in an eternal moment. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The temporal structures within the treasure were far more complex than those of space. They were not simple accelerations or decelerations, but woven into a tangled web of time. One misstep could lead to permanent exile in some fragment of time. 30,000 years passed in the inner universe. On the blue planet, the descendants of the wise men had built city-states. They observed that the wing projection in the night sky had taken on a strange stratification. Part of it shone brightly like new, while another part was ancient and mottled. Scholars debated whether this was an omen from the heavens or a divine manifestation, eventually erecting a statue of the wings in the center of the largest city-state, offering worship day and night. When the law of time was finally tamed, the three fused laws achieved perfect balance deep within the wings. He opened his eyes. The hall was still the same hall, but everything felt different. He could see the hidden folds in space and perceive the trajectory of time's flow. With a gentle flap of his wings, his body merged into the void, appearing the next moment at the other end of the observation array. Not teleportation, but a natural crossing of spatial distance. When the wings fully spread, the dark golden undertones flowed with the luster of stars, and the edges slightly warped time and space, as if they might tear reality apart at any moment. Within the inner universe, the newly established observatory detected an unprecedented radiance emanating from the guardian deity statue. They did not know that this was the moment the treasure refinement was complete. Lu Yu gazed at the observation equipment still running deep within the hall. Data streams cascaded like a waterfall, transmitting every change in the inner universe to the council in real time. Risk and opportunity had indeed become an inseparable destiny. He flapped his wings, feeling the profound unity with the treasure. This was not an end, but a beginning. A deeper exploration of the fused laws, a more meticulous observation of the inner civilization, and fuller preparation for the border battlefield. From the depths of the starry sky, it seemed a gaze was cast. Was it the council's surveillance or the curiosity of other venerables? He no longer cared. The wings gently brushed through the void, leaving faint golden traces in time and space. His own mark. The dark golden wings trembled gently in the void, each feather gleaming with a starlight luster. Lu Yu stood at the center of the hall, sensing the delicate balance of three laws within his body. The law of space coiled like threads, the law of time surged like flowing water, and the law of chaos blazed like an eternal flame, quietly burning deep within the wings. Suddenly, ripples spread across the space deep within the hall. A figure slowly emerged from the void, shrouded in a hazy gray mist, each step causing the surrounding space to warp slightly. That was the Chaos City Lord, his very existence a manifestation of the law of chaos. You have initially mastered the triple laws. His voice seemed to come from the end of time and space, but the true trial has only just begun. Lu Yu held his breath. He could feel that as the Chaos City Lord approached, the flow of time around him became unstable and the spatial structure trembled faintly. This was the pressure of a venerable level powerhouse. Even though the other party deliberately restrained it, it still triggered an instinctive reaction from the newly refined wings. The Chaos City Lord raised his hand, and a mass of ever-changing gray mist coalesced at his fingertip. Watch closely. The gray mist began to spin slowly at first, then faster and faster. Space folded around the gray mist, time accelerated and decelerated with the rotation. Lu Yu's pupils contracted slightly as he saw the center of the gray mist begin to devour light, even the void itself collapsing toward that point. Chaos annihilation. The Chaos City Lord's voice carried a peculiar rhythm. Not destruction, but a return to the origin. The gray mist suddenly froze. The next moment, centered on the gray mist, the space within a 10-meter radius silently vanished, revealing the deeper structure of the void beneath. There was no explosion, no sound, only the purest annihilation. Lu Yu felt the wings on his back growing warm. Within his inner universe, the twin-winged statue on the blue planet suddenly burst into dazzling light, and the scholars in the city-states recorded this anomaly in terror. Your triple laws correspond precisely to the three stages of annihilation. The Chaos City Lord waved his hand to disperse the gray mist, and the annihilated space slowly repaired itself. Spatial folding creates the annihilation point, temporal acceleration catalyzes the process, and chaotic force completes the transformation. He turned to Lu Yu, his gaze seemingly piercing through the wings to see the law runes flowing within. Try to condense the law of space into a single point. Lu Yu took a deep breath and the wings vibrated gently. Dark golden light streamed between the feathers, eventually converging at the tip of the right wing. The space there began to distort, forming a tiny vortex. Too slow, the Chaos City Lord shook his head. In a real battle, the enemy won't give you time to prepare. He tapped his finger, and a gray light shot into Lu Yu's wing. Instantly, the rotation speed of the spatial vortex surged, nearly spiraling out of control. Stabilize it. The Chaos City Lord's voice was imperious. Use the law of time to slow the vortex's collapse. Sweat trickled down Lu Yu's brow. He felt the spatial vortex frantically devouring the surrounding energy, on the verge of losing control at any moment. The law of time flowed from his left wing, enveloping the restless spatial vortex, making its violence slow and orderly. Just as the two reached a balance, the Chaos City Lord intervened again. Now infused the chaotic force. Lu Yu gritted his teeth, separating a wisp from the chaotic flame deep within his wing and slowly injecting it into the equilibrium point. Boom. He felt as if he had touched the origin of the universe. Space was annihilating, time was flowing backward, and chaos was reorganizing everything. The triple laws intertwined at his fingertips, transforming into a point of ultimate darkness. That point of darkness was only the size of a fingernail, yet it warped all the light in the hall. Disperse it, the Chaos City Lord suddenly commanded. With a thought, Lu Yu slowly separated the triple laws, and the point of darkness gradually dissipated. Only when the last trace of chaotic force was withdrawn into his wing did he let out a long breath, his back soaked with cold sweat. To achieve this level on the first try? The Chaos City Lord's eyes flashed with a hint of approval. It seems the compatibility between the Supreme Treasure and you is even higher than anticipated. He raised his hand and drew a gray line in the air, which rapidly expanded into a screen of light upon which countless flowing runes appeared. This is the complete inheritance of chaos annihilation. The Chaos City Lord said, remember, the power of annihilation lies not in its range, but in its precision. You must learn to achieve the most complete law transformation within the smallest space. Lu Yu gazed at the screen of light, and the runes seemed to come alive, rearranging and combining in his consciousness. He saw how to fold space for maximum stability, how to accelerate time for maximum efficiency, and how to infuse chaos for maximum balance. Within his inner universe, the scholars on the blue planet discovered that the wing projection in the night sky was beginning to display strange patterns. They hurriedly recorded these patterns, unaware that they corresponded to the venerable secret art Lu Yu was comprehending. Try to perform it completely once. The Chaos City Lord stepped back, giving Lu Yu enough space. Lu Yu closed his eyes and fully spread his wings. Dark golden light surged between the feathers, and the three laws began to operate in an orderly manner. Space folded at the tip of the wing, forming a stable singularity. Time coiled around it like threads of silk, accelerating the evolution of the singularity. Finally, chaotic force flowed in like a gentle stream, silently infusing. This time, the dark annihilation point was more solid, and the surrounding space rippled like water. Lu Yu could feel that this tiny black that was devouring everything, light, energy, and even time and space itself. Not bad. The Chaos City Lord nodded slightly. But it still lacks the most crucial element. He reached out and grabbed at the air, and a trial stone from the corner of the hall flew into the annihilation point. The moment the trial stone touched the darkness, it began to disintegrate, not shattering, but reverting from its material form into the most basic energy particles. The process was eerily silent. Do you understand now? The Chaos City Lord looked at Lu Yu. True chaos annihilation is not destruction, but the return of all things to chaos. That is its essential difference from other secret arts. Lu Yu seemed to grasp something. He recalled the evolution of his inner universe from chaos to order, and from order back to chaos. The law runes deep within the wings began to reorganize automatically, becoming more concise and profound. He tried again. This time the spatial folding was more perfect, the temporal acceleration more precise, and the chaotic infusion more natural. When the annihilation point formed, there was not even a ripple in the surrounding space. All energy was perfectly confined within an extremely small range. Excellent. The Chaos City Lord finally showed a satisfied expression. You have mastered the basics. But to truly master it, you need to hone it in actual combat. He waved his hand and opened a spatial gate. The border battlefield will be your best training ground. Lu Yu retracted his wings, and the three laws slowly settled within his body. He could feel that the secret art, chaos annihilation, seemed tailor-made for him, resonating wonderfully with the Supreme Treasure wings. As he stepped toward the spatial gate, the wings on his back vibrated unconsciously, leaving faint chaotic traces in the void. These traces slowly spread and eventually dissipated into the folds of space-time. The Chaos City Lord watched Lu Yu's retreating figure and murmured to himself, the fusionist of the triple laws. Perhaps this time we will truly witness the complete form of chaos annihilation. The spatial gates slowly closed, and the hall fell silent once more. Only the chaotic aura not yet fully dissipated in the air bore witness to what had just transpired. The halo of the spatial gate dissipated behind him as Lu Yu stepped into a desolate star field. Shattered stars floated in the void, and dim stars resembled dying eyes gazing at this war-torn expanse. This is the border of the human realm, where once prosperous star fields have turned to scorched earth after repeated invasions by alien races. He spread his wings behind him, allowing the chaotic aura to flow freely. Tricolor brilliance intertwined in the void, gradually pushing away the surrounding shattered stars, clearing a space ample enough to establish a nation. This is the place. Lu Yu closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the universe within his body. Countless stars flickered to life and extinguished while chaotic currents surged restlessly. He slowly drew forth the laws of the universe within him, resonating with this real star field. The first to sense the change was the nearest broken star. This dying star suddenly burst forth with new vitality as chaotic currents surged into its core, bringing order to its previously chaotic energy. The flares on the star's surface subsided, giving way to a gentle and stable radiance. Following this, 17 planets within 3 light years began to tremble. The ground split open with massive chasms, and chaotic energy surged from the Earth's core, reshaping the forms of these planets. On the once barren rocky planet, liquid water gushed forth from beneath the surface, while an atmosphere reformed under the influence of the laws. Lu Yu hovered at the center of the star field, his wings fully unfurled. Each feather transformed into a runic symbol of law, constructing a complex, three-dimensional formation in the void. This is a spatial architectural technique he learned from the Lord of Chaos, now employed to lay the foundation of the cosmic nation. With chaos as the base, space-time as the bones, and obliteration as the blade. He softly recited the true words of the laws, intertwining 3 supreme laws into a net within the star field. Space-time folded and unfolded, chaos flowed and solidified, and the power of obliteration flickered, erasing all unstable factors. As the last runic symbol of law descended, the entire star field suddenly froze. All stars ceased their movements, and even the most fundamental photon motion fell into stagnation. Only Lu Yu's wings behind him continued to gently vibrate, each movement causing the laws of the entire star field to ripple, then to restart. A new star system was born in the void, with 9 planets orbiting around the central star in an orderly fashion. Each planet was enveloped by different laws. Some accelerated the flow of time, suitable for cultivation, some had unique spatial structures ideal for comprehending spatial laws, and others were suffused with chaotic energy, making them the perfect place for practicing the chaos obliteration. Lu Yu landed on the central planet, which he had chosen as the future capital. He extended his hand to press against the ground, and chaotic energy surged from his palm, spreading along the Earth's veins to the entire planet. The Earth trembled and rose as a black palace slowly emerged from the ground. The palace was neither metal nor stone, but formed from condensed chaotic energy, with 3-color brilliance flowing across its surface. Above the main entrance of the palace, a plaque naturally formed. It bore no words, only 3 intertwined runic marks of law which anyone who saw it would understand. Black Feather Cosmic Nation. As the capital was established, Lu Yu felt the fortune of the entire star field beginning to converge upon him. This fortune was formless and intangible, yet it existed like a trickle flowing into the sea, ultimately merging into the wings behind him. The runes on his wings grew deeper, and the tricolor brilliance gradually blended, exhibiting an almost transparent chaotic hue. He could sense that within this nation he had established, his control over the laws had increased by at least 30%. Not enough. Lu Yu looked up at the starry sky. His gaze pierced through layers of space, resting on a spatial node at the edge of the star field. This was an important passage connecting to other star fields, and a restriction must be set. He spread his wings and instantly appeared before the spatial node. Chaotic energy surged from his wings, constructing a transparent barrier around the node. Any life attempting to pass through here would first undergo the baptism of chaotic energy. For those with malicious intent, the chaotic energy would automatically transform into obliteration power. Just as he completed the last restriction, a fluctuation suddenly came from the distant void. 3 starships leaped through their hulls, emblazoned with the insignia of a neighboring cosmic nation. The leading starship issued a communication request. This is the patrol fleet of the Tianlang Cosmic Nation. A calm male voice came through the communicator. Abnormal law fluctuations detected here. Please state your identity. Lu Yu hovered in the void, his wings gently vibrating. I am the Honorable Black Feather, and this place has been established as the Black Feather Cosmic Nation. The communicator fell silent for a moment before the tone shifted to one of respect. So it's the newly appointed ruler of the Cosmic Nation. On behalf of the Tianlang nation's ruler, I extend my greetings to you, wishing for lasting friendship between our two nations. Lu Yu nodded slightly. He could sense the probing nature of the other party's words. The emergence of a newly appointed cosmic nation ruler would undoubtedly attract the attention of surrounding powers. Fortunately, given the strength he had displayed, the other party would not act recklessly for the time being. After sending off the patrol fleet, Lu Yu returned to the capital palace. He stood at the highest point of the palace, overlooking the newly born planets beneath him. Mountains and rivers were forming, nurtured by chaotic energy, and some of the most basic plants began to sprout from the soil. Although there were no subjects yet, here already possessed all the conditions for life to thrive. His wings unconsciously vibrated, leaving faint chaotic traces in the air. These traces did not dissipate quickly like in the Lord of Chaos Palace, but settled slowly, merging into the laws of this world. Lu Yu could feel that this star field was establishing a deeper connection with him. The movements of every star and the flow of every law resonated within his perception. He could even vaguely sense that 3 months later a meteor would fall to the north of the capital, bringing with it a special metal vein. This is the ability of a cosmic nation ruler, nearly omniscient and omnipotent within his realm. Yet he also knew that the current Black Feather cosmic nation was still too weak. Without enough strong guardians, a complete defense system, and a prosperous economy and population, all of this required time to nurture. As night fell, Lu Yu sat alone in the palace. He took out the trial stone gifted by the Lord of Chaos, lightly rubbing it in his hand. The stone's surface flowed with chaotic luster, and within it seemed to contain endless mysteries. The battlefield at the border, he murmured softly. The trial ground mentioned by the Lord of Chaos might help him elevate his strength more quickly, but before that he must ensure the safety of the Black Feather cosmic nation. His wings slowly folded, the tricolor brilliance flickering in the dark. Lu Yu closed his eyes, his consciousness connecting with the entire star field. In the long years to come, this would be his foundation and the starting point of his ascent to greatness. The stars slowly shifted in the night sky like the trajectory of fate, quietly altering their direction. His fingertips lightly traced the surface of the trial stone, the chaotic luster shifting with the motion. When Lu Yu opened his eyes, the star projection on the palace dome had just moved to a specific angle. A faint light emerged from the void, coalescing into a translucent mission scroll. Ruler of the Black Feather Kingdom, Lu Yu. The text on the scroll bore the cold metallic quality unique to the Virtual Universe Corporation. An alien invasion has occurred in Sector B737. You are hereby appointed as the theater commander. The moment the scroll unfurled, visions of a distant starfield flooded his consciousness. Shattered planetary debris floated in the darkness, and the scorched hulls of warships reflected the dying light of a star. On an ecological planet, the atmosphere was being eroded by a purple corrosive energy, and the vegetation withered visibly. His wings trembled slightly behind him. He could sense every energy fluctuation in that starfield as clearly as the movement of celestial bodies within his own kingdom. Commander authority activated. The prompt of the virtual universe system echoed in his mind. Deployable forces: 3,000 standard warships, 50,000 mecha units, 20 Dominion-level generals. As the numbers flowed through his thoughts, the star map automatically expanded. The purple markers of the enemy forces spread like a plague across the map, having already seized 3 resource planets. The alien spiritual pollution was spreading along the starfield network, causing the defenders in its path to suffer from mental collapse. He walked slowly toward the command platform, the obsidian floor reflecting the flowing starlight. The moment his palm pressed onto the control crystal, a 3-dimensional projection of the entire theater unfolded within the palace. Every light point of the warships, every energy trajectory, became an extension of his perception. First Fleet, retreat to the edge of the Kuiper Belt. His voice was soft, but as it left his lips it transformed into encrypted commands that traversed countless light years to reach the front lines. The blue light points representing the First Fleet began to move, tracing elegant arcs across the starry sky. Almost simultaneously, the alien Purple Fleet, like sharks, scenting blood, swarmed out from the hidden asteroid belt. Lu Yu's fingertips tapped lightly in the void. The Second and Third Fleets suddenly emerged from behind the nebula, their cannon fire weaving a net of death. But the alien fleet, upon being struck, split into hundreds of small squads, warping and leaping in defiance of the laws of physics. Indeed, they excel at spatial jumps. He murmured to himself. His wings unconsciously spread behind him, the tricolor radiance swirling with slightly increased speed. Deeper information flowed through the chaotic aura. Before each spatial jump, the alien fleet's core emitted a specific psychic fluctuation. All units monitor the changes in the spiritual pollution index. His commands spread through the network. When the index exceeds the threshold, immediately concentrate fire on coordinates 741. The battle situation in the projection began to shift subtly. Whenever the alien fleet attempted another jump, the human fleet's firepower always sealed their landing point in advance. After several failed jumps, the purple light points had visibly decreased by a tenth. But the alien commander had also sensed the anomaly. All remaining fleets suddenly converged toward the center, condensing into a massive purple energy sphere. The star map emitted a piercing alarm indicating that the energy level was approaching a critical threshold. A suicide attack. Luyu narrowed his eyes. He could feel the unstable spatial structure within that energy sphere along with the destructive energy it contained. If it detonated, it would be enough to annihilate the entire star system. An urgent request from a frontline general came through the command channel. Your Majesty, should we evacuate the civilian planets immediately? His wings brushed lightly through the air, leaving a few chaotic traces. These traces extended into the projection, resonating with the spatial structure of the distant starfield. He suddenly perceived a subtle weakness within the energy sphere, structural damage left by multiple spatial jumps. No need. His voice remained calm. All fleets maximum power fire simultaneously at coordinates 389. But Your Majesty, that's an empty void zone. A Dominion-level general voiced his objection. The command remained unchanged. As the main cannons of 3,000 warships simultaneously illuminated the darkness, the concentrated energy beams traversed the stars and struck the seemingly empty coordinate point. A miracle occurred the next second. Inside the purple energy sphere, a blinding light suddenly burst forth. The human fleet's firepower seemed guided by an invisible force tearing apart the aliens' ultimate weapon from within. There was no expected massive explosion. The energy sphere collapsed rapidly like a punctured bubble, eventually dissipating into basic particles. One by one, the purple markers on the star map went dark. The command channel fell into a brief silence, then erupted in cheers. But Luyu had already turned, gazing out the palace window at the newborn planet. On a deeper level of his perception, something was changing. While commanding this battle, the chaotic aura he unconsciously emitted had merged into the laws of the Black Feather Cosmic Kingdom. Now, deep beneath his feet, a certain metal vein was taking shape at an abnormal speed, the special mineral deposit brought by the meteor he had foreseen earlier. Mission completion evaluation 98. 7. The virtual universe systems prompt rang out. Reward points have been credited to your account. He gently stroked the trial stone, sensing a resonance within it. The trial on the border battlefield might be closer than he had imagined. As his wings folded, the last traces of chaos merged into the palace floor. The entire structure seemed to become more solid, and the glow of the star projection brightened slightly. This distant star war was nourishing his nascent kingdom in unexpected ways. As night deepened, Luyu stood alone by the window. The distant stars continued their slow movement, but the trajectories of some had undergone subtle yet definitive changes. Stardust drifted slowly beyond the porthole like a jewel case upturned by a child. Luyu's fingertips tapped unconsciously against the armrest of the throne, their rhythm synchronizing with the pulse of a distant star. Report. Spatial wrinkles detected on the third spiral arm. The observer's voice rippled through the command hall. On the holographic star map, a region was folding in defiance of the laws of physics. This was not the warp technology commonly used by the alien race. It was as if the fabric of the universe had been crumpled by an invisible hand. Luyu stared at the distorted space, the chaotic aura flowing silently through his bloodline. He saw not merely the spatial anomaly, but the energy traces hidden behind the folds. 17 ambush points arranged in a ring, all charging in unison. Thunder Eagle fleet shift left by 30 stellar units. His voice was soft, yet it made every commander straighten their spines. Fire coverage coordinates 472 to 493 second intervals. A young officer opened his mouth, but ultimately chose to execute the order in silence. Those coordinates were empty, and even the scanners showed nothing unusual. Yet when the Thunder Eagle fleet's artillery traced the predetermined trajectory, the folded space began to tremble violently. 17 stealth platforms were forced into visibility, 3 of them destroyed directly by the precisely targeted fire. How did they find us? The fragmented signals of alien communications were intercepted, filled with incredulous panic. Luyu offered no explanation. His fingers moved across the holographic star map, as if plucking the strings of an invisible harp. With each light tap, a human fleet altered its course. With every swipe, artillery bloomed in seemingly random locations. Somewhere in the void, a human cruiser suddenly dodged to the flank, and the next second the space it had occupied was torn asunder. On another front, 3 small fleets converged in a spiral trajectory, precisely luring an alien main force into a crossfire net. This was not precognition, but an instinctive reading of the chaotic trajectories. The universe appeared to him as an interwoven stream of energy, and every move the aliens made left an omen within these currents. Blackfeather Sovereign, the chief of staff, couldn't help but whisper, "How do you predict these ambushes?" Luyu's gaze remained fixed on the star map. "When you see the wind blowing across the sand, can you discern the shape of the wind?" The chief of staff was stunned. The aliens' actions are like sand in the wind. Their path is already written in the movement of the grains. Lu Yu tapped lightly, and a remote corner of the star map magnified. Here there will be a feint in 30 seconds. Sure enough, half a minute later, a fast alien fleet emerged from that region in a surprise attack, only to crash directly into the human defensive platforms that had just taken position. The command hall fell into dead silence, broken only by the ticking of instruments. Every officer realized they were witnessing not just exquisite tactics, but a redefinition of the very nature of war. The tide of battle shifted subtly through minute adjustments. The human fleet seemed to possess foresight, always appearing at the most critical moment in the most lethal position. Every alien assault fell into a trap. Every retreat was intercepted by prediction. At one moment, Lu Yu suddenly rose to his feet. The chaotic aura emanated unconsciously, and the floor of the command hall shimmered with faint light, as if the star projections embedded within had come alive. All fleets retreat. He issued a command that defied common sense. The moment the human fleet withdrew, the alien main force emerged from hyperspace. The formation originally intended to encircle the human fleet was now completely exposed in the void. Open fire. Those two simple words seemed to ignite the entire starry sky. The main cannons of the human fleet blazed in unison, their light weaving into a net that enveloped the alien fleet. Explosions flared one after another like a grand cosmic fireworks display. The surviving alien fleet attempted to regroup, only to find that every possible escape route had been sealed off by prediction. They were like insects trapped in a web. The more they struggled, the tighter the bindings grew. Lu Yu closed his eyes. In his chaotic perception, the entire battlefield transformed into a flowing painting, each warship a drop of ink beneath the brush. He needed no thought, only to guide these ink drops to where they were meant to be. When the last alien fleet disintegrated into stardust amidst the crossfire, all red markers on the star map were extinguished. Cheers of victory erupted across human territory, but the command hall remained eerily silent. Every officer fixed their gaze on the figure upon the throne, the Blackfeather sovereign who had single-handedly rewritten the course of battle. Lu Yu slowly sank back into the throne, a faint numbness in his fingertips. He could sense a deeper transformation taking place. It was not merely the prestige brought by victory, but a further fusion of the chaotic aura with the laws of the universe. Deep within the palace, the trial stone emitted a faint resonance, its frequency gradually synchronizing with his heartbeat. Mission completion assessment 99. 1. The virtual system's prompt sounded a slight improvement from before. He did not check the points, but gazed into the distance. The stars remained, but the trajectories of some had already changed. Just like the battle he had just commanded, subtle adjustments had led to a vastly different outcome. An old general approached, his voice tinged with awe. Sovereign, this victory will reshape the entire border battlefield. Lu Yu shook his head gently. The pattern was never fixed, just as the stars are never still. As he turned, his wings folded behind him, and the last traces of chaos merged into the floor. The entire palace seemed to draw a single breath, and the star map projections on the walls grew brighter and clearer. In the distance, the stars continued their eternal journey, but in the data of certain observatories, the physical constants within human-controlled star regions experienced minute fluctuations. No one could connect this to a distant battle except for the solitary figure standing by the window. The trial stone in his hand was warm as a living thing, and the call of the border battlefield grew ever clearer. Stardust drifted slowly beyond the porthole, swirling like golden sand stirred by an invisible hand. Lu Yu stood before the observation window, the trial stone in his palm, emitting a gentle, steady pulse. The call of the border battlefield grew ever stronger, like an ancient melody that only he could hear. Just as he prepared to depart, the star chart suddenly rippled with anomalies. It was not an enemy attack alarm, nor a spatial fluctuation, but something far more subtle, a delicate distortion in the gravitational lines between the stars. Like an invisible pebble cast into a tranquil lake, the ripples spread outward through the fabric of the universe at speeds surpassing light. Venerable One. The old general's voice came through the communicator, laden with undisguised concern. We have received a peace talk invitation from the mechanoid race. Lu Yu's fingertips gently traced the surface of the trial stone. Chaotic chi flowed within him, resonating with the laws of the cosmos in an indescribable harmony. Location: the Dark Nebula Belt. The coordinates just came through. He closed his eyes, and his chaotic perception extended outward like a spider's web. In that region shrouded by interstellar dust, he detected not one, but multiple powerful presences. 7, perhaps 8, each radiating energy fluctuations at the venerable level. This was no peace talk. It was a meticulously laid ambush. Yet he had to go, not because of the mechanoid's invitation, but because the trial stone's resonance had grown intensely fierce at that moment. The key to the border battlefield seemed to lie hidden within this obvious trap. The dark nebula belt resembled a wound in the cosmos, its blackness occasionally pierced by the phosphorescent glow of stellar debris. Liu Ye's flagship sailed alone into this region, the chaotic chi around its hull flowing like a living entity. As he stepped out of the bridge, 8 beams of light instantly blazed to life in the void. At the center stood the mechanoid Venerable Cerberus, his silver-white metallic shell engraved with ancient runes. His optical lens locked onto Liu Yu, emitting a cold, synthesized voice. Blackfeather Venerable, we have prepared a grand welcoming ceremony for you. 7 alien venerables materialized from different directions, each representing the most powerful races in the universe. The violet aura of the psionic race, the crushing gravity of the lithoid race, the spatial distortion of the void race. Each power was enough to tear apart stars. Liu Ye's wings slowly unfurled behind him, chaotic chi spreading like ink dropped into water, diffusing through the void. 8 against 1. When did the mechanoids become so humble? Cerberus' metallic face remained expressionless, but a subtle disturbance flickered in the surrounding energy field. He had not expected Liu Yu to be so calm, as if he had anticipated all this. Your existence disrupts the balance, Blackfeather Venerable. The power of chaos should not be mastered by any individual. Before the words faded, all 7 venerables struck simultaneously. Psionic blasts tore through the void like violet lightning. Fragments of rock coalesced into giant spears capable of piercing planets, and spatial fissures coiled in like venomous serpents. 8 distinct laws of power wove a net of death within the dark nebula belt, each strike aimed at Liu Ye's vital points. Liu Yu did not dodge. He let the attacks draw near, and at the last moment the chaotic chi surged like a living thing. Not defense, not counterattack, but guidance. The psionic blast veered before touching him, colliding with the giant rock spear. The spatial fissures inexplicably shifted their trajectory, redirecting the void race's assault toward the mechanoid Venerable. Under the subtle intervention of chaotic power, the 8 lethal forces began to cancel each other out and clash. Cerberus' core processor raced to comprehend the phenomenon before him. This was no longer a mere contest of strength, it was a distortion of the very laws of the universe. Impossible. No one can interfere with multiple laws simultaneously. Liu Ye's figure flickered within the energy storm, the trial stone, emitting a soft glow on his chest. Laws were never fixed, Cerberus. Like star orbits, they seem eternal, yet can be altered at any moment. He extended a finger and gently tapped the void. Chaotic chi spread like ripples, and wherever it passed, physical constants began to fluctuate. Gravity suddenly intensified, light bent, and even the flow of time experienced subtle changes. A psionic Venerable, horrified, found the energy he had gathered dissipating uncontrollably. Another lithoid Venerable felt his body grow unbearably heavy, as if the weight of the entire nebula pressed down upon him. Cerberus finally realized the problem. You are not fighting us. You are rewriting the rules of this region. Liu Ye's wings fully extended, chaotic chi merging deeply with the cosmic laws. Under his influence, the dark nebula belt was transforming into a domain entirely dominated by him. You chose this place as a trap because its spatial structure is unstable, making it easy to conceal your ambush. His voice was calm, yet it sent a bone-chilling cold through every venerable. But an unstable structure is also the easiest to reshape. Cerberus' metallic shell began to hum with overload. He frantically calculated countermeasures, but the success rate of each plan kept plummeting. In this region transformed by chaotic power, traditional combat tactics had become ineffective. Retreat. The mechanoid Venerable finally issued the command. But it was too late. Liu Yu gently closed his palm, and the entire dark nebula belt suddenly froze. Stellar debris ceased its rotation, energy fluctuations stood still, and even the Venerable's thoughts halted for an instant. It was not the cessation of time, but a unified reset of all trajectories. When flow resumed, the 7 alien Venerables found themselves imprisoned in cages formed from their own energy. The more they struggled, the stronger the cages became. Only Cerberus remained free, but his metallic shell was already covered with fine cracks. Kill me, Blackfeather Venerable. Liu Yu shook his head, his wings slowly retracting. Death is too simple. I want you to take a message back. He approached the mechanoid Venerable, the light of the trial stone reflecting off the metal surface. Tell all those who covet the power of chaos that the border battlefield is about to open. If you still wish to stop me, let it be settled there. Cerberus' optical lens flickered. He could not comprehend Liu Ye's intent. This was clearly a trap, so why openly declare war? What exactly are you trying to do, Blackfeather Venerable? Liu Yu gazed into the distance where the stars moved in anomalous orbits. Chaotic chi swirled around him, resonating on a deeper level with the fundamental laws of the universe. Reshape everything. As the mechanoid Venerable fled in panic, the dark nebula belt returned to its former silence. But had a keen observer been present, they would have noticed that the region's physical constants had been permanently altered. The stellar debris now formed an ancient pattern like an eye opened by the cosmos. Lu Yu stood alone in the void, the trial stone growing warm in his palm. The call of the border battlefield grew clearer, as if echoing his declaration. He knew that the true trial had only just begun. The silence of the dark nebula was shattered by an entirely new tremor. Lu Yu floated within the void, the trial stone radiating a persistent warmth in his palm. The ripples of law left from expelling the mechanical venerable had yet to fully settle when a new threat descended. In the distance, a cluster of silvery gray points of light rapidly expanded, accompanied by the sharp resonance peculiar to metal. They were reinforcements from the mechanical race. The leading mechanical venerable was far more massive than Sebro's, its metallic shell covered in energy conduits, a faint azure force field surrounding its form. Without a word, it deployed its domain. A hum resonated as silvery gray ripples spread outward from its core, pulverizing star remnants into dust wherever they passed. This was a pure mechanical domain, its rules simple and brutal, to completely decompose all non-mechanical creations. Lu Yu felt the space around him tighten abruptly. Invisible pressure surged from all directions, attempting to crush him along with this very stretch of void. His black wings quivered slightly as chaotic chi flowed autonomously, forming a thin layer of protection over his skin. Yet it was not enough. The suppression of the mechanical domain far exceeded expectations. Lu Yu could feel his bones creaking faintly, his breathing growing labored. Such was the might of a seasoned venerable who a mere deployment of its domain had put him on the back foot. He drew a deep breath, the trial stone growing hot in his palm. Chaos laws flowed within him, resonating wondrously with the trial stone. The three laws, space-time and matter, intertwined in the depths of his consciousness like three surging rivers converging into a single ocean. A domain is not meant to be used like this, Lu Yu murmured to himself, his black wings unfurling with sudden force. A wave of dark gold rippled outward from his form. This was no simple clash of laws, but a perfect fusion of three supreme principles. Where the dark gold domain passed, the star remnants crushed by the mechanical domain began to recoalesce, as if time itself was reversing locally. The two domains collided in the void. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a silent contest at the level of law. The silvery gray mechanical domain strove to decompose all things, while the dark gold chaos domain ceaselessly reconstructed the matter it destroyed. Two diametrically opposed rules wove together in the void, canceling and regenerating. The optical lens of the mechanical venerable contracted sharply. Impossible. How could a junior who has just attained venerable status resist my myriad machinery domain? It amplified its energy output, the density of the silvery gray domain surging abruptly in an attempt to crush its opponent with absolute force. Lu Yu felt the pressure intensify. Fine beads of sweat formed on his brow as the range of his chaos domain was compressed by a third. After all, as a newly ascended venerable, his accumulated energy was far inferior to that of these ancient beings who had lived for countless eons. But at that moment, the trial stone suddenly erupted with blinding radiance. An ancient obscure law flowed from the stone, merging into Lu Yu's chaos domain. The originally dark gold domain turned transparent, as if transforming into the formless void itself. The mechanical venerable's domain abruptly lost its target. Its laws continued to operate, its energy continued to output, yet it could find nothing to decompose. Lu Yu and his domain seemed to have merged into the cosmic background, becoming a part of the void. Is this a void supreme treasure? The processor of the mechanical venerable whirred at full speed, attempting to analyze the phenomenon before it. But it soon realized this was no mere concealment, it was an application of a higher order of law, temporarily stripping one's own existence from the current dimension. Lu Yu stood at the center of the etherealized domain, experiencing this peculiar state. He had not truly vanished, but through the power of the trial stone had temporarily written himself into the fundamental laws of the universe. In this state, any attack targeting a physical entity would be ineffective. Yet he knew the state could not last. The energy of the trial stone was depleting rapidly, while the mechanical venerable's domain still shrouded this space. He must counterattack. Lu Yu closed his eyes, sinking his entire consciousness into the depths of the chaos laws. The three laws were no longer merely fusing, they began to transform into one another. Space folding into matter, matter decaying into time, time flowing into space. It was a perfect cycle, a self-consistent system of law. When he opened his eyes again, the dark gold domain reappeared. But this time it was no longer simple defense. My turn. Lu Yu took a step forward. The dark gold domain advanced with his movement, and where it passed, the silvery gray ripples of the mechanical domain retreated in defeat. Not merely neutralized, but assimilated. The chaos domain decomposed, absorbed the mechanical laws, and converted them into its own nourishment. The mechanical venerable finally felt fear. Its domain was being devoured, an occurrence unprecedented in its millions of years of existence. Retreat. It issued the command to its accompanying mechanical warriors, simultaneously beginning to contract its domain, preparing to flee. But Luyu would not give it that chance. The dark gold domain suddenly expanded with accelerated speed, instantly enveloping the entire dark nebula. The movements of all mechanical warriors halted simultaneously. Dark gold patterns began to emerge on their metallic shells, a sign of erosion by the chaos laws. The mechanical venerable roared in fury, detonating a portion of its core energy in a desperate attempt to forcibly tear through the domain's confinement. The wave of explosive energy rippled through the dark gold domain, yet vanished without a trace, like a pebble cast into a deep pool, stirring only a few rings. The chaos domain had perfectly absorbed the impact, even converting the explosive energy into its own momentum. Is this the might of a supreme treasure? Luyu felt the surging power transmitted by the trial stone, and finally understood why countless powerhouses yearned so desperately for a chaos supreme treasure. It was not merely a weapon but a complete system of law, the prototype of a miniature universe. He raised his hand and gently clenched his fist towards the mechanical venerable. The dark gold domain contracted in response, firmly imprisoning the mechanical venerable in place. No matter how it struggled or released energy, it could not break free from this cage woven from fused laws. Go back and tell your kin, Lu Ye's voice echoed through the void. The Chaos Supreme Treasure has chosen its master. Should you dare to trespass again, this will be your fate. He unclenched his palm, and the dark gold domain dissipated abruptly. Finding itself free, the mechanical venerable tore through space, without hesitation, and fled. The accompanying mechanical warriors also retreated, leaving trails of silvery gray streaks across the void. After the last mechanical ripple vanished, the dark nebula fell silent once more. Lu Yu slowly descended onto a massive star remnant, the light of the trial stone gradually dimming. The battle just fought, though seemingly effortless, had been enormously draining. Without the aid of the supreme treasure, he could never have withstood the domain of that mechanical venerable. He looked down at his palm. The patterns on the trial stone's surface seemed more distinct. As his understanding of the chaos laws deepened, this supreme treasure was also gradually unsealing, revealing deeper layers of power. In the distance, the stars continued their anomalous orbits. The summons from the border battlefield grew ever stronger, as if urging him to depart at once. But Lu Yu knew that before heading to that ultimate battlefield, he must fully master the power of the treasure and truly integrate the three laws. The domain clash just now had taught him that even among venerables there were distinct tiers, and he as he was now was still far from strong enough. He closed his eyes, beginning to review every detail of the battle. The construction of the mechanical domain, the response of his own domain, the activation method of the treasure, the fusion process of the laws. Within the dark nebula, only his solitary figure remained immersed in cultivation. The ancient patterns formed by star remnants revolved slowly in the void like eternal witnesses. On the remnants of a star, Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes. The chaotic currents of the void swirled around him, and the trial stone grew warm in his palm. The lingering echoes of the laws from the previous battle had not yet fully dissipated. Fragments of metal still drifted in the distance, like solidified stardust. He suddenly furrowed his brow. Ripples spread through space, and a surge of mechanical energy more intense than before rushed toward him from all directions. Silvery gray figures materialized in the void. More than one mechanical venerable. Hand over the treasure. An icy mechanical voice resonated on the spiritual plane. 3 silvery gray domains unfurled, simultaneously interweaving into an impenetrable cage of laws. This time they had clearly come prepared. Lu Yu rose to his feet, the trial stone humming in his palm. He could feel the oppressive auras of 3 venerables locking onto him from different directions, each domain embodying a distinct mechanical law. No warning, no probing. The mechanical venerable on the left struck first, its silvery gray domain condensing into billions of metallic needles, each sharp enough to tear through space. The domain on the right transformed into flowing liquid metal, devouring even the starlight in its path. The attack from the front was the most bizarre. The domain twisted the flow of time, slowing Lu Yu's movements. A triple killing formation. Lu Yu took a deep breath, sinking his consciousness deep into the trial stone. The law of metal surged through his blood, the law of space vibrated within his sea of consciousness, and the law of time seeped into every cell like a gentle stream. It was not enough. The 3 laws fought independently, like rivers refusing to converge. The mechanical venerable's attacks were already upon him. Metallic needles pierced his protective divine light, liquid metal coiled around his feet, and the flow of time grew ever slower. At the brink of life and death, Lu Yu closed his eyes instead. He recalled the anomalous movements of stars in the dark nebula, the increasingly clear patterns on the trial stone, and the fleeting inspiration that had flashed through his mind during the battle. The 3 laws were in essence extensions of chaos. This thought struck like lightning in the darkness. The law of metal no longer clung to its sharpness, the law of space no longer fixated on distance, and the law of time no longer adhered to its flow. They began to interpenetrate like three pigments blending on a palette. The trial stone erupted with unprecedented radiance. The dark gold domain unfurled once more, but this time it was entirely different. Within the domain, not only were there folds of space and dislocations of time, but also the sharpness of metal. The three laws were no longer a simple superposition, they had undergone a wondrous chemical reaction. Break! Lu Yu uttered a single word softly. The dark gold domain expanded outward from him. Where it passed, the metallic needles turned to dust, the liquid metal solidified and crumbled, and the flow of time returned to normal. The three mechanical domains melted away like snow under a scorching sun. The three mechanical venerables retreated simultaneously, their electronic eyes revealing an emotion akin to shock for the first time. Impossible! The mechanical venerable in front shrieked in a grating mechanical voice. How can a mere domain lord wield three laws at once? Lu Yu did not answer. He raised his right hand, and a dark gold light coalesced in his palm. This time the light was no longer a uniform mass, but displayed a subtle layering. The sharpness of gold as the skeleton, the folds of space as the veins, and the acceleration of time as the driving force. This faint fusion of three laws, though merely a prototype, had already produced a qualitative change. He took a step forward. The dark gold domain surged, enveloping all three mechanical venerables. This time the domain was not merely a cage, it began to dismantle their mechanical bodies from within. The leftmost mechanical venerable attempted to resist, unleashing its silvery gray domain with full force. But the moment it touched the dark gold domain, its mechanical arm began to rust and crumble at a visible rate, as if eons had passed in an instant. At the same time, space folded and twisted, preventing it from effectively channeling energy. The golden sharpness severed its connection to its main body. In the span of 3 breaths, half of one mechanical venerable's body had turned to ash. The other two venerables, seeing this, launched their most powerful attacks without hesitation. A silvery gray beam tore through the void, reducing even the star remnants in its path to nothingness. The other attack was more insidious, targeting his very life essence, attempting to erase Lu Yu's existence at its root. Lu Yu did not dodge. He raised the trial stone to his chest, and the three laws completed a subtle cycle within his body. The law of metal formed a defense, the law of space deflected the attacks, and the law of time accelerated himself while slowing his opponents. The silvery gray beam veered off course 3 feet from him, grazing his clothes and shooting into the endless void. The attack targeting his essence was infinitely diluted by the shifting flow of time and dissipated into nothingness. The moment for a counterattack had arrived. Lu Yu's figure suddenly split into 3 and then merged into 1. This was not a clone, but a visual distortion caused by folding space. When he reappeared, he was already before the second mechanical venerable. A dark gold fist landed lightly on its chest. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no shockwave of energy. The venerable's body began to discolor, age, and crumble from the point of impact. First the outer armor, then the internal structure, and finally the energy core. The entire process was eerily silent, like a sped-up recording showcasing a creation's journey from brand new to decayed. When the last trace of silvery gray vanished into the void, the third mechanical venerable finally understood. Chaos. You have touched the threshold of chaos. This is impossible. Its mechanical voice trembled with barely concealed terror. Lu Yu gave it no chance to continue. The dark gold domain contracted, completely enveloping the last mechanical venerable. This time the fusion of the three laws was smoother, and the domain's color deepened even further. Metal, space, and time no longer repelled each other, but complemented one another, forming a perfect cycle. The mechanical venerable struggled wildly within the domain, its silvery gray energy erupting continuously, yet it could never break through the thin, dark gold membrane. Cracks appeared on its mechanical body, and the light in its electronic eyes gradually dimmed. Tell your king. Lu Yu's voice was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. The chaos treasure already has an owner. If you persist, the mechanical race will pay a price beyond its means. He gently clenched his fist. The dark gold domain shrank to its limit and then exploded violently. The last mechanical venerable's body disintegrated into billions of metallic particles, drifting slowly through the void. Only a single core crystal remained suspended where it had been, emitting a faint silver glow. Lu Yu reached out and took the crystal, sensing the pure mechanical energy within. This might help him better understand the structure of the mechanical race's laws. The battle was over and the dark nebula returned to silence. Lu Yu landed back on the star remnant as the light of the trial stone gradually subsided. He looked down at his hands, feeling the three laws still unsettled within him. In the battle just now, he had indeed touched the threshold of fusing the three laws. Though it was only the most rudimentary fusion, not even a true prototype, the leap in power was undeniable. The law of metal granted an indestructible sharpness, the law of space commanded the dimensions of the battlefield, and the law of time governed the rhythm of change. When the three were initially fused, the resulting power far exceeded the limits of any single law. But this was far from enough. Lu Yu could feel that the fusion of the three laws was extremely unstable, like three fragments barely glued together ready to split apart at any moment. During the battle, the fusion had nearly collapsed several times. Had the trial stone not stabilized the law fluctuations in time, the consequences would have been dire. He sat cross-legged and began to carefully replay every moment in his mind. The image of the mechanical venerable's silvery gray domains dissolving in the dark gold light, the trajectory of the three laws flowing through his body, the chaotic intent transmitted by the trial stone. All the details replayed in his mind. In the distance, the trajectories of the stars seemed to undergo a subtle shift. Those originally chaotic paths gradually revealed a certain order in Lu Yu's eyes, like the patterns on the trial stone secretly aligning with the ultimate principles of chaos. The call of the border battlefield grew clearer, as if reminding him of the urgency of time. But Lu Yu knew that rushing to that ultimate battlefield would be suicide. The three mechanical venerables just now were likely among the weakest of their kind. If he encountered a true powerhouse with his current strength, even the chance to escape would be slim. He had to fully master the fusion of the three laws. He closed his eyes, sinking his mind entirely into cultivation. The trial stone grew warm in his palm, guiding the three laws to slowly merge within him. The sharpness of metal, the agility of space, and the mystery of time under the mediation of the chaotic intent gradually found a point of balance. In the dark nebula, the ancient patterns formed by the star remnants began to spin subtly faster, as if responding to something. Deep within the dark nebula, Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes. The trial stone in his palm had returned to calmness, yet the law energy flowing within him felt more solidified than before. The three laws of gold, void, and time intertwined like three streams, maintaining a delicate balance under the harmonization of the chaotic conception. He stood up, his gaze falling upon the floating mechanical wreckage nearby. The bodies of the three mechanical venerables were shattered, yet amidst the stellar debris a few faint glimmers still shone. Lu Yu stepped through the void ripples spreading beneath his feet, and in an instant he arrived at the center of the wreckage. The first thing to catch his attention was a silver-gray cube. No larger than a palm, its surface was covered with intricate patterns. It floated silently among the broken mechanical limbs, emitting a unique temporal spatial fluctuation. The moment Lu Yu touched it, the patterns on the cube's surface suddenly lit up. A powerful surge of time energy erupted from within, attempting to break free from his grasp. The surrounding stellar debris began to tremble unnaturally, some accelerated in decay, while others reverted to their primordial state. A materialized product of the time law. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. The trial stone warmed slightly in his palm, and the chaotic conception flowed naturally, gradually calming the restless time energy. The silver-gray cube finally quieted, lying docilely in his hand. He extended a thread of divine sense into its interior. In an instant, countless mysteries of the time law surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Acceleration, deceleration, stasis, rewind. The exquisite applications of time manipulation were presented before him in the most intuitive manner. Unlike the chaotic conception provided by the trial stone, this cube seemed more like a tool specifically designed for studying the time law. Its internal structure was astonishingly intricate, with every component embodying the profound mysteries of the path of time. Lu Yu focused his mind, injecting a thread of the time law into the cube. Ripples spread across the cube's surface, and the flow of time within a 3-meter radius suddenly changed. He could clearly sense that within this area time flowed 3 times slower than the outside. A time deceleration domain. This discovery startled Lu Yu. In battle, if he could create such a time domain, his opponent's movements would appear as slow motion before his eyes, while his own attacks could be unleashed at normal speed. But this was merely the cube's most basic function. As he continuously infused it with the time law, the patterns on its surface grew brighter, eventually projecting a 3-dimensional star map. In the star map, countless points of light moved along complex trajectories, each representing a method of applying the time law. Lu Yu's gaze locked onto the brightest point at the map's center. When he focused his divine sense on it, a more profound realization of time surged into his heart. It was no longer simple control over time's flow, but delved into a deeper mystery of time's essence, the temporal fracture. With the aid of the trial stone, he gradually understood the terrifying nature of this ability. Creating a temporal fracture meant causing a brief skip in time within a certain area. Within this fracture, all things would leap over a fragment of time, entering the next moment directly, if applied in battle. Lu Yu took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. Though formidable, this ability was also immensely draining. With his current cultivation, he could probably sustain a temporal fracture for only a single breath. He put away the cube and continued searching the wreckage. Soon he discovered 2 more noteworthy items. One was a silver glove, its surface covered in fine scales, each engraved with spatial runes. The other was an unremarkable black sphere no larger than a fingernail, yet emanating a chilling energy fluctuation. Lu Yu picked up the silver glove first. The glove was cold to the touch, yet exceptionally soft. When he put it on his right hand, it automatically adjusted to fit perfectly. With a thought, the spatial runes on the glove lit up in sequence. He gently grasped toward a distant piece of stellar debris. The space around that fragment suddenly warped, then vanished, reappearing before him in the next instant. The entire process was silent with no energy leakage. Spatial translocation. Lu Yu tested it several times and found that the glove could not only transfer objects but also distort spatial structures to a certain extent. When combined with his void law, the effect was even more amplified. Finally, his gaze fell upon the black sphere. It seemed ordinary, but when probed with divine sense, it was like casting a stone into the sea, utterly imperceptible within. Cautiously, Lu Yu extended a thread of law energy to touch the sphere's surface. The sphere suddenly vibrated, its surface cracking into countless fissures from which piercing red light emerged. A destructive energy brewed within, causing the surrounding stellar debris to begin disintegrating. Lu Yu immediately activated the trial stone, enveloping the sphere with the chaotic conception to forcibly suppress the rampaging energy. The cracks on the sphere's surface slowly closed, restoring its previous calm. But Lu Yu could sense that a terrifying power was sealed within, capable of severely wounding or even killing a venerable-level powerhouse if unleashed. This must have been the mechanical venerable's last resort, simply never used in time. He stored away the 3 treasures and sat back down cross-legged. The silver-gray cube floated before him, the time law flowing within it unceasingly. Lu Yu immersed his mind into it, using the trial stone's chaotic conception to begin comprehending the deeper mysteries of time. Time was no longer an abstract concept, but had transformed into tangible threads. In his perception, each thread of time bore different possibilities. Some threads stretched straight ahead, while others forked continuously, forming countless tributaries of time. The star map projected by the cube rotated slowly in his mind, each point of light corresponding to a method of time manipulation. Lu Yu focused on comprehending the mystery of the temporal fracture, striving to master this ability that transcended conventional time flow. The chaotic conception from the trial stone and the time law of the cube corroborated each other, rapidly elevating his understanding of the path of time. The once vague concept of the temporal fracture gradually became clear. He extended his right hand, concentrating the time law at his fingertips. The surrounding spacetime began to warp, but this time it was not simple acceleration or deceleration. Instead, a fracture-like skip emerged. A piece of stellar debris 3 meters away suddenly vanished, reappearing 5 meters away, with the intermediate process entirely missing. It was as if a segment of time had been cut out, leaping directly to the result. Yet this state lasted only an instant before Lu Yu felt a wave of dizziness. The consumption of the temporal fracture far exceeded expectations, demanding not only immense law energy, but also placing a tremendous burden on his divine sense. He had to stop to regulate his breathing, simultaneously cycling the 3 laws to restore his state. Under the harmonization of the chaotic conception, the gold law provided a sharp edge to cut through temporal spatial barriers. The void law stabilized the surrounding spatial structure, and the time law focused on constructing the temporal fracture. The fusion of the 3 laws was smoother than before, no longer a forced, unstable adhesion, but a true mutual permeation and support. When Lu Yu opened his eyes again, the stellar patterns in the dark nebula had completed several cycles. He could feel that his understanding of the time law had reached a new height. Though still a long way from fully mastering the temporal fracture, he had at least taken a crucial step. The silver glove automatically covered his right hand, the spatial runes glowing faintly. The black sphere was carefully stored away as a trump card for critical moments. It was time to head to the border battlefield. Lu Yu stood up, the 3 laws flowing around him, forming a stable cycle. The dark golden light was no longer as restless as before, but rose and fell naturally like breath. He cast one last glance at this dark nebula, then took a step forward. Ripples spread through space, and his figure vanished instantly among the stellar debris. Only the ancient stellar patterns continued to rotate slowly, as if recording the beginning of yet another legend. Ripples in space slowly settled behind him. Lu Yu stood at the edge of a shattered starfield, the runes on his right silver gauntlet still faintly glowing. That single step had crossed the distance of several starfields, yet the consumption was far less than anticipated. 3 laws flowed naturally within him, dark golden light rising and falling like breath. The sharpness of the metal law, the stability of the spatial law, and the fluidity of the temporal law no longer repelled each other, but formed a perfect cycle. He raised his hand and gently tapped the void with his fingertip. A drifting meteorite ahead suddenly froze. Not bound by force, but time had created a small fault around it. The dust on the meteorite's surface ceased to drift, the minute cracks within stopped spreading, and even the reflected starlight solidified in place. This stillness lasted only for the span of 3 breaths. When the temporal fault vanished, the meteorite continued along its original trajectory, as if nothing had occurred. But Lu Yu knew that in that instant he had indeed severed the flow of time in that region. Compared to his attempt in the dark nebula belt, his control was now far more precise. He closed his eyes, sinking his divine sense into his body. The fusion of the three laws had reached 80%, like three rivers that once flowed separately, finally finding a common estuary. Though not yet fully unified, they could already support and reinforce each other, especially the temporal law. After refining that supreme treasure of the mechanoid race, his understanding of time was no longer superficial. Time was no longer a single river flowing forward, but a complex network composed of countless instants. Each instant contained infinite possibilities, and a temporal fault was merely extracting one fragment from this network. In the distance, a dying star erupted in its final flare. Scorching plasma expanded outward at light speed, forming a resplendent nebula. But in Lu Yu's eyes, this eruption was decomposed into countless independent instants. Every photon from birth to annihilation, every grain of dust trajectory was clearly visible within the grid of time. He extended his right hand, the runes on the silver gauntlet glowing with a faint light. Time began to warp. Not simple acceleration or deceleration, but the creation of a temporal bubble within that erupting nebula. A part of the nebula suddenly accelerated in its evolution, completing in an instant a process that should have taken tens of thousands of years. While another part was nearly frozen, even the movement of photons slowed to a snail's pace. This localized, differentiated manipulation of time was far more difficult than altering it uniformly. It was like simultaneously playing the allegro and adagio movements of a piece, requiring extremely delicate control. Beads of sweat oozed from Lu Yu's forehead. His divine sense was depleting rapidly. The operation of the three laws pushed to their limit. The metal law was responsible for cutting the boundaries between different time flows. The spatial law maintained the stability of the space structure, while the temporal law precisely controlled the flow rate of each temporal bubble. Under his manipulation, the nebula presented a bizarre spectacle. One part had already dimmed into cold dust, another part was still erupting violently, and yet another remained in its initial state. Three different temporal states coexisted within the same space, separated only by a thin layer of temporal fault. This state lasted for about half a quarter hour. The moment space-time returned to normal, that nebula twisted violently before completely dissipating into the void. The forced juxtaposition of different temporal states had ultimately led to the complete collapse of its structure. Lu Yu slowly exhaled. His previous attempt had granted him a deeper understanding of the temporal law. A temporal fault was not merely intercepting a fragment, but creating a branch in the original continuous timeline. Each branch represented a possibility, and mastering time meant controlling the direction of these possibilities. He continued his traversal through the starry void, each step covering vast distances. The stellar debris, spatial rifts, and energy turbulence he encountered along the way all became subjects for his practice. Sometimes he would accelerate the decay of a patch of stardust, sometimes delay the expansion of a spatial rift, and other times create temporal loops within energy turbulence. With each attempt, the fusion of the three laws deepened by another degree. The sharpness of the metal law began to bear the characteristics of time, capable of cutting not only space, but also the timeline itself. The stability of the spatial law was no longer confined to three-dimensional space, but could support the fluctuations of the temporal structure. The temporal law, in turn, permeated every detail of the other two laws. When a rogue planet drifted by in the distance, Lu Yu's mind stirred slightly. The entire planet suddenly froze. Not bound by force, but the flow of time around it was completely severed. The storms on the planet's surface solidified, the core's activity ceased, and even the moons orbiting it were fixed in their paths. This time the stillness lasted a full 10 breaths. When space-time recovered, the planet continued along its original orbit, and all life upon it, if any remained, would be unaware of what had just transpired. Only Lu Yu knew that during those 10 breaths this planet's time had been completely stripped from the normal flow. He looked down at his right hand. The runes on the silver gauntlet had turned dark golden, the power of the three laws perfectly intermingling within. 80% fusion brought not only an increase in power, but a fundamental transformation. Now he could already manipulate the branches of time to a certain extent. Though he could not yet reverse time, he could create different possibilities along the existing timeline. Ahead, the outline of the border battlefield gradually became clear. Wreckage of shattered star frigates drifted in the void, the aftershocks of energy explosions still raging, and in some places the spatial structure was highly unstable, with spatial rifts appearing from time to time. Further away, he could sense powerful auras clashing. It was a battle at the venerable level. Each exchange caused the surrounding stars to tremble slightly. Lu Yu halted his steps, the three laws flowing naturally around him. He looked towards the center of the battlefield, where a fierce confrontation was taking place. A human venerable was besieged by three alien venerables, the situation perilous. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. Lu Yu could clearly see every energy trajectory, the formation of each spell, and could even predict the course of the battle for the next several breaths. This was not prophecy, but a deduction based on his understanding of the flow of time. In his perception, the battlefield was decomposed into countless temporal fragments. Every dodge of the human venerable, every attack of the alien venerables, had corresponding coordinates in the temporal grid. And between these coordinates there existed countless possible connections. Lu Yu raised his hand, dark golden light coalescing at his fingertip. He chose one of these possibilities. A minuscule temporal fault appeared at the center of the battlefield. This fault was extremely subtle, not even immediately noticed by the battling venerables. But it had indeed altered the course of a crucial instant. The human venerable was supposed to be struck by a fatal blow, but under the influence of the temporal fault, that attack deviated by an insignificant fraction. That single fraction of deviation allowed the human venerable to narrowly evade and then land a counterattack. The battle situation was reversed in an instant. Lu Yu lowered his hand, his face slightly pale. Intervening so precisely in such a fierce battle was 100 times more difficult than all previous practice. It required not only calculating every temporal fragment, but also accounting for the interference of venerable-level combat on the temporal structure. But the effect was remarkable. That human venerable seized the opportunity, successively injuring 2 alien venerables, turning the previously unfavorable tide of battle. The remaining alien venerables, seeing the situation was bad, retreated one after another. Lu Yu did not continue to interfere. His previous attempt had given him new insights into the practical application of the temporal law. In the heat of battle, a temporal fault did not need to be large. A subtle deviation at a critical node was enough to change the entire outcome. He continued to advance deeper into the battlefield. The battles he encountered along the way all became subjects for his practice. Sometimes he would allow a human warrior to narrowly evade a fatal strike, sometimes cause a slight delay in an alien's attack, and other times create a moment of warning before an energy explosion. Each intervention was extremely covert, with almost no one noticing that time had ever been altered. Only those warriors who had narrowly escaped death at a critical juncture would vaguely sense an indescribable stroke of luck. Lu Yu's understanding of the temporal law deepened continuously throughout this process. Time was no longer an abstract concept, but had become a tangible, manipulable entity. Each instant was like a pearl, and the timeline was the thread stringing these pearls together. Now he could tie knots on this thread, making certain pearls linger longer, or skipping others altogether. When a massive wreck of a star frigate drifted overhead, Lu Yu's mind stirred. The entire wreck suddenly accelerated its descent, carving a dazzling trail through the void. This was not simple acceleration, but time itself being compressed on this wreck. The distance that should have taken dozens of breaths to fall was covered in a single breath. The wreck crashed heavily into the midst of an alien fleet, triggering a chain of explosions. Lu Yu watched it all with an expressionless face. The power from 80% fusion far exceeded expectations. Now he could manipulate the flow of time over a relatively large area. Though he could not yet reverse time, accelerating or decelerating time in a specific region was no longer a difficult task. More importantly, the fusion of the 3 laws had caused a qualitative change in his divine sense. The flow of time, which he could only vaguely perceive before, was now clearly visible. He could even see the veins of different possibility branches, like watching the ever-branching twigs of a great tree. The scene of the border battlefield unfolded before him. Countless battles were taking place simultaneously across different starfields, each with countless possible outcomes. And in Lu Yu's perception, these possibilities were like a vast star chart, each point of light representing a possible temporal branch. He chose a branch. In that branch, a human fleet was supposed to be completely annihilated. But under the influence of a temporal fault, the flagship's shield held for one more breath, and that single breath allowed reinforcements to arrive. Reality developed according to the branch he had chosen. When he saw the human fleet snatch victory from the jaws of defeat, the corners of Lu Yu's mouth lifted slightly. This feeling of controlling time and selecting possibilities was intoxicating. But he quickly composed his mind. The profundity of the temporal law was far beyond imagination, and his current understanding was probably just the tip of the iceberg. Moreover, his frequent interference with the flow of time had begun to attract the attention of certain powerful entities. In a distant starfield, several terrifying divine senses were sweeping across this region. Lu Yu restrained his aura, letting the 3 laws circulate slowly within him. The dark golden light gradually withdrew inward, finally disappearing completely. Now he looked like an ordinary traveler of the stars, with no hint that he had just been manipulating time. It was time to delve deeper into the battlefield. He took a step forward, his figure merging into the void. Time rippled faintly around him, as if making way for his passage. Ripples rippled through the void as Lu Yu's form coalesced among the stardust. His fingertip brushed against a floating jade slip, its surface pure white and shimmering with star-like points of light. The moment his divine sense delved into it, a torrent of information surged forth like a tidal wave. The cosmic sea. Those three words stirred waves deep within his consciousness. It was an unknown domain that even a master of the cosmos could scarcely glimpse in its entirety, rumored to harbor secrets surpassing the existing rules of the universe. The scenes depicted within the Jade Slip were mesmerizing. Twisted structures of space-time, shattered fragments of laws, and strange life forms born from chaos. Deeper still were the records of explorers from ages past. Some had comprehended entirely new laws there, others had unearthed relics of ancient civilizations, while many had been lost forever in the turbulent currents of space-time. Every word carried the aura of blood and fire. His fingers unconsciously traced the edge of the Jade Slip. The three laws within him stirred silently, time, space, and destruction interweaving, coalescing into barely perceptible dark golden patterns in his palm. He could sense something deep within the cosmic sea calling out to this power. His spiritual sense swept through his storage space. 13 protective artifacts floated silently, 7 of which pulsed with the fluctuations of the law of time. The most ancient was a bronze mirror, its surface covered in cracks, yet still capable of deflecting the flow of time. It had been obtained from some ruins, and now its time had finally come to be of use. But it was not enough. He stepped through the void, and his form dissipated once more. When he reappeared, he stood before a floating star fortress. This was the core stronghold of his race on the border battlefield. The entire planet had been transformed into an instrument of war. "You have come." An aged voice echoed from deep within the fortress. The speaker was surrounded by the dust of time, every wrinkle bearing the marks of countless years. This was the most senior time walker of the race, said to have ventured to the edge of the cosmic sea 3 times. "Senior, it seems you have made your choice." The elder raised his hand, and a rift tore open in the void. "Follow me." Passing through the space-time tunnel, they arrived before an ancient treasury. Countless orbs of light floated and sank within the darkness, each one sealing a rare treasure. The elder pointed to the deepest, dark golden orb, the anchor of time and space. The orb drifted forward, slowly unfolding before Lu Yu into a complex, 3-dimensional rune. "It will allow you to maintain your coordinates within the turbulent currents of space-time. But remember, the more powerful the treasure, the more it attracts covetous gazes." His fingertip gently touched the rune, and the 3 laws flowed naturally. The anchor of time and space hummed, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into his brow. Instantly, a stable coordinate was established within his sea of consciousness, like a divine pillar planted in the midst of a raging ocean. The cosmic sea is unlike any known star domain. The elder's voice was grave. The flow of time there changes in an instant. You might feel only a moment has passed, yet 10,000 years could have elapsed in the outside world. The spatial structure is even more fragmented. One step could transport you across several galaxies. Lu Yu closed his eyes, sensing the fluctuations of the anchor of time and space. Dark golden patterns flickered beneath his skin, resonating wondrously with the treasure. He could see the intricate currents of time like countless interwoven rivers, each leading to a different possibility. And this, the elder produced another crystal. It contains star charts drawn by explorers of the past. Although the structure of the cosmic sea is constantly shifting, some regions are relatively stable. His divine sense entered the crystal, and a vast star map unfolded within his mind. The twisted space-time tunnels, the drifting fragments of laws, and the chaotic zones marked danger, all sent a chill through his heart. But at the deepest part of the star chart, several points of light emitted an alluring fluctuation, places where opportunities for a breakthrough might exist. The preparation process lasted for 3 full stellar days. When the last artifact was refined, Lu Yu stood atop the fortress, gazing at the boundless starry sky. In the distance, the entrance to the cosmic sea flickered in and out of view, a twisted starfield where even light bent. Time flowed slowly around him. He could feel that every breath resonated with the distant cosmic sea. The 3 laws achieved a perfect balance within him, as if they were always meant to fuse this way. It's time to depart. His form transformed into a streak of light passing through layers of nebula. The closer he got to the entrance of the cosmic sea, the more unstable the space-time structure became. Occasionally, shattered fragments of laws brushed past him, carrying a soul-stirring aura. At the moment he was about to step into that twisted starfield, Lu Yu looked back. The starry sky behind him was calm as usual, but he could sense several gazes fixed upon this place. Some held expectation, some worry, and others concealed greed lurking in the shadows. The anchor of time and space grew warm within his sea of consciousness. The dark golden patterns covered his entire body, gradually synchronizing with the fluctuations of the cosmic sea. He took the first step. The flow of time around him suddenly turned violent. Fragments of the past and future flashed before his eyes, countless possibilities blooming and annihilating like fireworks. The anchor of time and space emitted a steady fluctuation, guiding his way. This was the cosmic sea. With the first step, time was no longer a linear river, but a vortex woven from countless fragments. The lights of past and future flickered before Lu Yes's eyes, then swiftly annihilated. The anchor of time and space continued to emit a steady fluctuation within his sea of consciousness, like a solitary lamp that flickered in the gale, yet never extinguished, guiding him through this chaos. This was the cosmic sea. The raging temporal currents tore at his body, the dark gold patterns flickering uncertainly across his skin. With each breath, it felt as though he was swallowing shattered laws. Lu Yu could sense that the equilibrium formed by the three laws within him was under unprecedented pressure. He had to leave behind an avatar. This thought was not a spurofement decision. During the 3 stellar days of preparing to leave, he had already deduced it countless times. The cosmic nation could not be left unguarded. Those hidden gazes held both expectation and worry, and inevitably covetousness. He needed a sufficiently powerful being to hold the rear in his stead. Lu Yu halted. The anchor's fluctuations formed a relatively stable zone around him where the violent temporal currents grew docile. He extended his right hand palm upward. The power of the 3 laws began to converge, the enduring flow of time, the steadfastness of space, and the creative force from the origin itself. A thread of golden light rose from his palm, followed by silvery white spatial force, and finally a streak of chaotic color. The 3 hues intertwined and spun, gradually coalescing into a human form. This process was extremely slow. Every infusion of power required precision to the finest degree. The avatar's strength had to reach the venerable level, which was the limit his current realm could create. The avatar's features gradually became clear, identical to Lu Yes, though its eyes were more indifferent, as if bearing some eternal mission. When the last thread of law force was fully infused, the avatar slowly opened its eyes. Those eyes lacked the vitality of Lu Yes' original body, yet held an added majesty, as serene and imposing as a mountain. "Guard the cosmic nation," Lu Yes' original body said softly. The avatar gave a slight nod without a word. They were one entity. All the instructions and missions had already been conveyed during the creation process. Lu Yu could sense an invisible bond between himself and the avatar. Even across infinite time and space, they could still perceive each other's state. This bond was exceedingly subtle, yet unyielding, as if woven from the most primordial laws. The avatar turned and stepped out of the anchor's protective range. The raging temporal currents became docile around it, as if paying homage to the newborn venerable. Its figure gradually blurred, eventually transforming into a streak of light that shot towards the cosmic nation. Lu Yu watched the avatar depart until that streak of light vanished entirely into the twisted depths of the starry domain. Now he was truly alone. The anchor of time and space emitted a warm pulse again, reminding him to move on. Lu Yu took a deep breath, sensing the unique aura of laws in the cosmic sea. The spatial structure here was extremely unstable, contracting and expanding like a breathing behemoth. He moved forward cautiously, each step landing on nodes where time and space were relatively stable. His divine sense spread out, fully perceiving everything around him. The old man's star chart slowly unfurled in his mind, and he carefully avoided the areas marked as dangerous. Ahead lay a patch of floating law fragments exuding a heart-stopping aura. Lu Yu stopped to observe closely. These fragments seemed to be remnants of a battle between powerful beings containing shattered law force. Touching them rashly could lead to unpredictable consequences. He detoured around this area, choosing a relatively safer path. A few light points on the star chart flickered faintly ahead, places where opportunities for breakthroughs might exist. But even the nearest one at his current speed would require crossing several dozen unstable spacetime regions. Suddenly, the anchor of time and space vibrated violently. Lu Yes's expression hardened, and he immediately stopped. The spacetime structure ahead was undergoing drastic changes. The originally stable passage began to twist and fold, forming a massive spacetime vortex. The vortex's center exuded a suffocating pressure, swallowing even the surrounding light. Lu Yu could feel his own temporal flow becoming disordered, fragments of past and future flashing before his eyes once more. He had to make a choice: risk crossing this unstable region or take a detour. The star chart marked another path, but it would take several times longer, and the areas along the way were even more unknown. The anchor's fluctuations grew urgent, as if urging him to decide. Lu Yu closed his eyes, carefully perceiving the structure of the space-time vortex ahead. The 3 laws circulated slowly within him, attempting to analyze this chaotic region. He saw the vortex's essence, a naturally formed space-time node connecting different layers of the cosmic sea. Though dangerous, if he could pass through safely, it might greatly shorten the distance to his destination. Risk and opportunity coexisted. This was the norm of the cosmic sea. Lu Yu made his decision. He adjusted the fluctuations of the laws around him, gradually synchronizing them with the vortex's frequency. The dark gold patterns covered his body again, but this time 3 different colors of light flowed within them, intertwining to form a thin light shield. He stepped forward, actively heading into the violent space-time vortex. The moment he entered its range, a tremendous tearing force surged from all directions. Time here was fragmented space like a crumpled sheet of paper. Lu Yu could feel his own existence being pulled and twisted by this force. The anchor of time and space emitted a blinding light, stabilizing the temporal flow around him. The light shield formed by the three laws flickered uncertainly under the violent tearing, but never shattered. Lu Yu concentrated entirely on maintaining the balance of the laws. Every subtle adjustment required extremely precise control. At the vortex's center, he witnessed a breathtaking sight. Countless space-time fragments converged here, forming passages leading to unknown realms. Some passages emitted alluring fluctuations, while others were filled with an aura of destruction. Following the star chart's guidance, he chose a passage glowing with a faint golden light. This passage was relatively stable, and its direction aligned with his destination. Just as he was about to enter, a sudden, inexplicable sense of crisis surged within him. Without hesitation, Lu Yu sidestepped to dodge. An invisible blade grazed his robe, carving a fine rift in the space-time vortex. Something was watching him. Lu Yu steadied himself, fully extending his divine sense to meticulously perceive every fluctuation around him. Amidst the vortex's chaos, he caught a trace of an extremely concealed aura, cold, ancient, with the patience of a predator. The cosmic sea held not only natural dangers, but also unknown entities. This realization made Lu Yu even more vigilant. He accelerated, dashing towards the golden passage. That aura followed him like a shadow, maintaining a constant distance, neither closing in nor retreating, as if waiting for the perfect moment to strike. A cold sneer formed in Lu Yu's heart. Since the opponent dared not attack, he, its strength was likely not superior to his. He deliberately slowed down, feigning exhaustion, while secretly preparing a counterattack. When the anchor's fluctuation reached a critical point, Lu Yu suddenly turned. The power of the three laws converged in his palm, transforming into a tricolored streak of light that blasted towards the hidden aura. Where the streak of light passed, space-time twisted slightly. The aura, clearly not expecting Lu Yu's sudden counterattack, revealed its true form in haste. A being of pure shadow, without a fixed shape, only showing a blurred outline at the moment of attack. The tricolored streak struck the shadow being, producing a dull, thunderous roar. The shadow twisted violently, then shattered into countless fragments, dissipating into the space-time vortex. Lu Yu did not linger. He turned and entered the golden passage. In the final moment before the passage closed, he sensed several more similar auras approaching this direction. These shadow beings did not seem to act alone. Within the passage, space-time was relatively stable, allowing Lu Yu to relax his vigilance slightly. Though brief, the skirmish had deepened his understanding of the cosmic sea's perils. It harbored not only natural dangers, but also a variety of unknown entities. He continued onward, his divine sense ever vigilant. The anchor's fluctuations gradually steadied, guiding his path. After an unknown duration, a point of light appeared ahead. As the distance closed, the light grew larger, eventually forming an exit. Lu Yu sped up and burst out of the passage. The scene before him left him momentarily stunned. This was not any region marked on the star chart, but a starry sky he had never seen before. The arrangement of the stars was peculiar, forming a massive vortex-like structure. At the vortex's center hung a star, emitting a soft white light. The radiance contained a reassuring fluctuation. The anchor of time and space grew slightly warm, pointing towards that white star. Lu Yu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to investigate. In the cosmic sea, opportunities often lay hidden in these unknown regions. The closer he got to the white star, the more stable the surrounding space-time became. When he finally reached its vicinity, he was astonished to find that the flow of time here was almost perfectly synchronized with the outside world, and the spatial structure was exceptionally solid. The white star's surface was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting everything around it. When Lu Yu's figure appeared on its surface, ripples suddenly spread across the mirror, and a blurred image slowly emerged. It was an ancient altar. At its center floated a crystal emitting a chaotic aura. The crystal's shape bore some resemblance to the anchor of time and space, but it was more complex and more ancient. Just as Lu Yu was gazing at this crystal, an aged voice suddenly resounded in his consciousness. "Successor, you have finally arrived." Lu Yu's consciousness momentarily froze. The voice did not resonate through the eardrums, but directly echoed within the depths of his soul, carrying the weight of countless ages. The ripples on the surface of the white star gradually calmed, yet the image of the ancient altar and the chaotic crystal became increasingly clear, as if they were just within reach. The anchor of time and space continued to heat up in the palm of his hand, resonating with the crystal in the image. "Who are you?" Lu Yu responded with his divine sense, quietly channeling his divine power. "The guardian," the aged voice said with a hint of weariness, "and also a prisoner." The mirror-like surface of the star suddenly cracked, with fine lines spreading like a spider's web. A blinding white light shone through the cracks, illuminating the surrounding starry sky in a ghastly white. Time is running out. The Guardian's voice grew urgent. The chaotic source core is about to awaken, and you must. Before the words could finish, the entire white star trembled violently. The mirror-like surface shattered in pieces, revealing the surging chaotic airflow within. Lu Yu felt an irresistible pull coming from the center of the shattered star, and the anchor of time and space vibrated violently in his palm, nearly slipping from his grasp. He tried to steady himself, only to find that the surrounding space was collapsing. The white star seemed like a massive vortex, drawing everything around it into its depths. Just before being completely consumed, Lu Yu saw deep within the shattered star, the chaotic crystal radiating a heart-stopping glow. In the next moment, the world spun wildly. Lu Yu felt himself thrown into a completely unfamiliar dimension. There was no concept of up or down, no perception of time passing, only countless violent forces of laws colliding chaotically. Space shattered here into billions of mirror-like fragments, each reflecting different temporal and spatial segments. Time flowed like a shattered river with pieces splashing everywhere. In some areas, time accelerated 1,000-fold, while in others it nearly came to a standstill. Even more terrifying were the fundamental laws. Gravity became erratic here, one moment as light as a feather, the next as heavy as a mountain. Electromagnetic forces sometimes raged like thunder, at other times weak as a thread. The chaos of strong and weak interactions made the essence of matter extremely unstable. As Lu Yu's divine body entered this area, he felt unprecedented pressure. Fine cracks began to appear on the surface of his skin, the marks of space fragments slicing through. His internal organs shifted constantly under the frantic changes in gravity, and his bones groaned under the strain of the violent electromagnetic forces. Is this the true cosmic sea? He struggled to maintain the integrity of his divine body, maximizing the flow of divine power. A golden light emanated from within him, forming a faint protective shield amidst the chaotic torrents of law. But this was far from enough. A fragment of time brushed past his left arm, instantly aging the skin like withered wood, only to be restored to youth in the next moment. Another tear in space cut across his chest, leaving a wound deep enough to see bone, and the blood had yet to flow out before being drawn away by the chaotic gravitational field. Lu Yu gritted his teeth and expanded his divine sense. He had to adapt to the environment here as quickly as possible, or he would be annihilated in no time. The anchor of time and space vibrated slightly in his palm, emitting a soft halo. Where this halo passed, the violent laws seemed to calm down a little. Though still chaotic, there was at least a discernible pattern. Lu Yu felt a surge of inspiration and connected his divine sense with the anchor of time and space. Instantly, the world within his perception became much clearer. Those seemingly chaotic torrents of law actually followed some deeper order. Like the undercurrents in the ocean, the surface may be turbulent, but deep within there was a fixed direction. He attempted to adjust the state of his divine body, resonating his own law fluctuations with the surrounding chaotic currents. This was an extremely dangerous process. A slight misstep could trigger a more violent upheaval of the laws. During his first attempt, his right arm was crushed under the suddenly intensified gravitational field. In the second attempt, a time current caused him to lose 3 days of memory. In the third attempt, Lu Yu had no idea how many times he had failed. His divine body cycled between breaking and reconstituting, while his divine sense wandered between chaos and order. Each failure deepened his understanding of the laws of the cosmic sea, and each serious injury made his divine body tougher. He began to learn to adjust the density of his divine body in anticipation of changes in the gravitational field, to accelerate or decelerate his own flow of time when time currents approached, and to distort the surrounding spatial structure when cracks in space appeared. This process was painful and lengthy. Under the influence of the time currents, he might have been here for hundreds of years, or perhaps just a fleeting moment. Gradually, Lu Yu noticed that his divine body was undergoing some sort of transformation. The originally golden divine power began to intermingle with a hint of chaotic color. This was the imprint left by the laws of the cosmic sea within him. He attempted to expand his domain. In the normal universe, it could cover a star system, but here it could barely stretch to 100 meters. Moreover, the edges of the domain were constantly being eroded by various forces of law, and the divine power required to maintain the domain was thousands of times greater than that of the outside world. Yet even in such an extreme environment, Lu Yu's domain was undergoing a qualitative change. The domain, originally composed purely of the laws of time and space, began to integrate with other fundamental laws. The changes in the gravitational field made the domain heavier. The turmoil of electromagnetic forces filled it with destructive energy, and the chaos of strong and weak interactions made the structure of the domain more complex and stable. Lu Yu was immersed in this painful tempering, forgetting time, forgetting danger, and even forgetting his original purpose. All of his thoughts and spirit were devoted to comprehending the laws and tempering his divine body. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly sensed something and opened his eyes. Before him, a massive tear in space was slowly opening. On the other side of the tear was a completely different scene. There were no chaotic torrents of law, only a tranquil starry sky with an ancient palace floating in the center. The anchor of time and space heated up once more, pointing towards the direction of the palace. Luyu took a deep breath and stepped towards the tear in space. As he walked, his divine body naturally adjusted its state, adapting to the constantly changing environment of the laws around him. The once injurious torrents of law now merely left faint traces on the surface of his skin. Just as he was about to step into the tear, the aged voice echoed in his consciousness once more, "Be careful, the chaotic source core has awakened." Luyu paused slightly, turning to look back at the tumultuous cosmic sea. The tempering here had elevated his strength several times, but he understood that this was merely the beginning. He stepped into the tear in space, his figure vanishing into the tranquil starry sky. The rip behind him slowly closed, completely isolating the area of law chaos. With a single step, the spatial rift silently closed behind him. The violent chaos of laws was completely sealed off as if it had never existed. Luyu stood amidst a tranquil expanse of stars. The sight before him made his breath catch. An ancient palace floated at the center of the starry sky, its entire form forged from some dark metal, its surface bearing the scars of countless ages. It resembled not a structure, but a slumbering behemoth, exuding a heart-stopping pressure in the silence. The anchor of time and space grew hot in his palm, pointing towards the depths of the palace. He attempted to step forward, but his body was abruptly weighed down. It was not gravity, but a force far more profound. Every inch of his skin bore an invisible crushing force. The flow of his divine power became sluggish, and even his thoughts felt as if they were submerged in viscous liquid. This was not an attack, but the inherent state of this space, an omnipresent suppression of laws. He halted, carefully contemplating this sensation of oppression. Divine power struggled to circulate within him. The laws of space and time, which he had commanded with ease in the cosmic sea, now felt obscure and difficult to grasp. He tried to unfold his domain, but it was as if blocked by invisible walls, barely managing to form a thin halo over his skin. There was no violent chaos here, yet it was more perilous than the cosmic sea. That feeling of oppression penetrated to the bones, seeping into every thread of divine power, every cell. It was not destroying, but testing whether any being who stepped here possessed the right to remain. Luyu slowly raised his hand, his fingers tracing lightly through the void. Where his fingertips passed, space rippled faintly, but was quickly smoothed over by a more powerful force. The spatial structure here was unimaginably stable, making even the most basic spatial movement extremely difficult. Suddenly, a realization dawned on him. In the cosmic sea, he had tempered his divine body with violent chaos, fusing multiple fundamental laws. His power seemed to have skyrocketed, but in truth his foundation was hollow. Like a towering pagoda built of sand and gravel, magnificent on the outside, but riddled with voids within. And now the law suppression within the cosmic vessel was exposing these voids one by one. He continued forward, each step excruciatingly slow. Not because he couldn't go faster, but because he dared not. Under such all-encompassing suppression, any rash move could trigger unforeseen consequences. The oppressive pressure intensified with each step. When he was still a kilometer from the palace, he was forced to stop again. Within him, divine power had reached its limit. His domain was compressed to within 3 inches of his skin, and even breathing became difficult. Yet he did not retreat. Instead, he sat down cross-legged on the spot. Closing his eyes, he sank his entire consciousness deep within. Divine power flowed laboriously through his meridians, each cycle having to break through countless obstacles. The law forces he had so easily fused in the cosmic sea now seemed utterly discordant. The gravity field fluctuated erratically, electromagnetic forces flickered, and the strong and weak nuclear forces clashed violently at the microscopic level. So that was it. The fusion he had believed in was merely an illusion. In the extreme environment of the cosmic sea, different laws were forced to coexist, but they had never truly intermingled. Like mixing sands of different colors, appearing as one, yet clearly distinct. And now the law suppression of the cosmic vessel was revealing these sands for what they truly were. Sweat dripped from his brow, evaporating before it could fall. His divine body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from engaging in the most fundamental struggle against the laws of this space. This was not a battle, yet it was more perilous than any fight. At the slightest misstep, the fragile balance within him would shatter, and those seemingly powerful law forces would turn against their master. At that point, no enemy would be needed. He would dissolve into dust under this very starry sky. But instead of forcibly suppressing them, he chose to release his hold on some of the laws. The gravity field was the first to spiral out of control. His body was violently yanked downward as if countless stars were pressing upon him. His bones groaned under the strain, every muscle crying out in agony. Yet he did not reassert control over gravity. Instead, he continued to release his grip on other laws. Electromagnetic forces began to run rampant. Fine serpentine bolts of lightning crawled across his skin, leaving scorched marks in their wake. The imbalance of the strong and weak nuclear forces caused cellular structures to loosen, and his divine body showed signs of collapse. It was an extremely dangerous gamble, yet it was the only way out. Since the path of forced fusion was impassable, he would let them erupt, completely seeking true equilibrium amidst ultimate confrontation. Pain surged like a tidal wave, more intense than when he had endured the chaos of laws in the cosmic sea. Back then it was an external assault, now it was a disintegration from within. His consciousness drifted in a maelstrom of agony, several times teetering on the brink of oblivion. But each time the anchor of time and space sent a wave of cool clarity, keeping his mind lucid. After an unknown span of time, in a fleeting moment, he suddenly perceived a trace of something unusual. At the instant when the gravity field was crushed to its limit, electromagnetic forces raged at their peak, and the strong and weak nuclear forces were on the verge of complete collapse. A marvelous resonance emerged among the three laws. It was not fusion, but a deeper level of coordination. Like armies that had acted independently, suddenly finding a rhythm of cooperation at the brink of life and death. He seized this ephemeral flash of insight and began to adjust with painstaking care. He no longer tried to fuse the different laws, but instead let each perform its own function. The gravity field was responsible for stabilizing the foundation, electromagnetic forces for energy circulation, and the strong and weak nuclear forces for structural maintenance. The laws of space and time served as the thread that wove it all together. It was an agonizingly slow process. Every minute adjustment risked the backlash of the laws, and each change could trigger a chain reaction. His divine body cycled between collapse and reconstruction, his consciousness wavering between clarity and chaos. But change was indeed taking place. The once hollow foundation began to solidify, and the hidden voids were filled one by one. Although his overall strength had not visibly increased, the internal structure had undergone a qualitative transformation. When the last thread of law force found its place, the surrounding pressure suddenly eased. It wasn't that the law suppression of the cosmic vessel had weakened, but that his divine body had finally adapted to the environment. Like a diver acclimating to deep-sea pressure or a mountaineer to high-altitude hypoxia. He slowly opened his eyes. The starry sky remained, the palace remained, but the world he saw was different. He could now clearly perceive the veins of law flowing through space. The invisible suppression was no longer a blanket oppression, but a force that could be sensed and utilized. He rose and continued toward the palace. This time his steps were much lighter. Not faster, but each step landed on a node where the laws flowed, like walking with the current instead of against it. Upon reaching the palace gates, he stopped and reached out to touch the cold metal. The doors were engraved with ancient patterns that seemed decorative but contained profound mysteries of the laws. A mere glance granted him a new understanding of the laws of space and time. But just as he was about to push the doors open, the aged voice echoed in his mind again, more urgent than before: "Leave this place at once. The Chaos Origin Core has already taken notice of you." Luya's hand froze midair. He could sense something stirring in the depths of the palace. It was neither living nor dead, but a presence far more ancient and primordial. The anchor of time and space burned fiercely in his palm, no longer a guide, but a warning. The searing pain in his palm grew ever more acute, as if he were clutching a red-hot branding iron. Luyu stared into the gloom deep within the palace, where it seemed some presence was slowly opening an invisible eye. The warning from the anchor of time and space intertwined with the urging of that ancient voice, forming a peculiar resonance. He withdrew his hand, which had been about to touch the door, and took a half-step back. The patterns on the metal door began to flow before his eyes. The once static lines seemed to come alive, sketching out a star chart unlike any he had ever seen. The positions and arrangements of those stars corresponded to no known star domain. He closed his eyes and sank his divine sense into the anchor of time and space. This time it was no mere directional guide. Countless fragmented images flashed through his consciousness: shattered stars, a blazing battlefield, and a figure that spanned the heavens and the earth. With a mere gesture, that figure extinguished stars and reversed time itself. The final image froze on a tome suspended in the void. Its cover was forged from an unknown metal, engraved with patterns identical to those on the palace gate. Over there. Luyu opened his eyes and turned toward the side hall to the left of the main palace. Previously shrouded by a temporal turbulence, it now revealed a faint, elusive path. With each step, ripples spread across the stone floor beneath his feet. The interior of the side hall was far more vast than it had appeared from the outside, as if he had stepped into another dimension. Countless tomes floated in midair, some pristine, others tattered and worn. His gaze swept past those recording secret arts and cultivation techniques, heading straight for the deepest part. Their tome with a metallic cover emitted a faint glow resonating with the anchor of time and space. The instant his fingers touched it, the tome transformed into a stream of light that merged into his brow. Information surged in like a tidal wave. In the 36,000th year of the Origin era, we discovered the secret of the immortal divine body. The words were not read through his eyes, but were branded directly into the depths of his consciousness. It was a record from an ancient age chronicling a place known as the Origin continent. There, a group of powerhouses at the pinnacle of cultivation sought to transcend the limits of immortality. They discovered that the so-called immortal divine body was in truth an artificially created life form. Its creators were known as the Creators, who, using themselves as templates, sowed the seeds of the immortal divine body across the universe. And these seeds would awaken at the destined moment. Luyu could feel his heartbeat quicken. The questions that had long plagued him finally found an answer: why his path of cultivation differed from others, why he was innately attuned to certain laws, and why the anchor of time and space had chosen him. So none of it was mere coincidence. The records also mentioned that before their departure, the Creators left guidance across various universes. The most crucial of these guides was hidden deep within the cosmic ark's core region. Why did they create the immortal divine body? This question had no clear answer in the records, but a vague passage hinted at a premonition. The Creators foresaw a certain catastrophe and were leaving embers for the universe. Suddenly, the entire side hall shook violently. The floating tomes fell, and the fabric of space-time began to distort. Luyu sensed something drawing near. It was neither living nor inanimate, but a pure, frigid will. The Chaos Source Core. With no time to ponder, he vanished in a flash, reappearing at the hall's exit. Looking back, he saw the space where the tomes had floated collapsing into a pitch-black vortex. Within the vortex, countless eyes opened simultaneously. Those eyes had no pupils, only pure darkness. They all turned in unison toward Luyu, their gaze carrying both scrutiny and an indescribable longing. The anchor of time and space burst forth with a blinding light, forming a barrier around him. The owner of the eye seemed halted by this radiance, pausing its advance. But Luyu knew this was only temporary. He turned and dashed deeper into the palace. Since the Chaos Source Core had already taken notice, his only path to survival was to find the true guidance left by the Creators. The murals on the corridor walls came to life. The scenes of stellar motion and biological evolution they depicted were now reenacted in reality. Miniature stars were born, burned, and extinguished around him. The sprouting and withering of life occurred in an instant. These were no illusions, but compressed fragments of time and space. He finally understood that this palace itself was a temporal treasure. Every ornament, every carved line contained the supreme mysteries of the laws of space-time. At the end of the corridor, he saw a door. Unlike the palace gate, this one was formed of pure light, its flowing runes identical to the patterns on the anchor of time and space. The moment his hand touched the door of light, the entire cosmic arc trembled. In a star domain countless light years away, an old man who had been meditating with closed eyes suddenly opened them. The birth and death of stars reflected in his eyes as his gaze pierced through the endless void, settling on the direction of the cosmic arc. Finally, someone has touched that door, the old man murmured to himself, his voice tinged with both anticipation and deep concern. Meanwhile, the scene beyond the door of light made Luyu hold his breath. There were no ornate decorations, no precious tomes, only an endless expanse of stars. But unlike the starry sky seen from outside, every star here moved along a specific trajectory, as if enacting the most fundamental mysteries of the universe. At the very center of the starry void floated a single drop of golden liquid. It rotated slowly, exuding a terrifying wave of energy. Luyu could feel his immortal divine body resonating with it, like a long-lost kin. This is... He reached out, and the golden liquid flew autonomously into his palm. The moment it made contact, a torrent of information surged into his mind. This time he saw the complete truth. The Creators had indeed foreseen a catastrophe that would engulf the entire multiverse. To confront this calamity, they created the immortal divine body and searched for suitable inheritors across the universe. The cosmic arc was the trial ground left by the Creators. Only an immortal divine body that passed the trials could obtain the true inheritance. The golden liquid slowly merged into his palm, forming a fine golden mark. At the same time, the light of the anchor of time and space gradually dimmed, eventually becoming an ordinary pendant. Luyu could sense that a wondrous connection had been established between himself, this palace, and the entire cosmic arc. The laws that had once seemed obscure and unfathomable were now clear and distinct. But just as he prepared to explore further, the entire palace began to collapse. Not a physical collapse, but the disintegration of the space-time structure. Corridors, side halls, the door of light. Everything was dissolving into the most fundamental particles of space-time. The will of the Chaos Source Core descended once more, this time clearer and colder. It surged in like a tide, freezing space-time, and silencing all things in its path. Without a second thought, Lu Yu instinctively channeled the power he had just acquired. The golden mark on his palm blazed, opening a door of light before him. In his final moment before stepping through the door of light, he glanced back. In the depths of the collapsing palace, he saw the true form of the chaos source core, not an entity nor energy, but a singularity in constant flux of birth and annihilation. At the center of that singularity, a human face was faintly visible. That face bore a striking seven-tenths resemblance to his own. As the door of light sealed shut, he heard the final whisper of that ancient voice. Remember, you are both hope and destruction. When his vision cleared again, he was standing outside the cosmic arc. The colossal structure behind him was slowly sinking into the void as if it had never existed. The golden mark on his palm pulsed with a faint warmth, reminding him that what had just happened was no illusion. He looked up at the boundless starry sky, feeling for the first time that this seemingly familiar universe concealed far too many secrets unknown. And the truth of the immortal divine body was merely the first step in unraveling these mysteries. The distant stars flickered on and off as if winking at him or as if issuing a silent warning. The road ahead was still long, but at least now he had a clearer direction. The lingering radiance of the light gate flickered at his fingertips like dying fireflies. Lu Yu stood in the void, watching the last silhouette of the cosmic arc sink into the darkness. The golden patterns on his palm still burned, maintaining a faint resonance with that fading spacetime. He closed his eyes, letting his consciousness sink into his inner world. The once chaotic nebula was slowly rotating, with countless specks of light flickering in the darkness. But now he saw more. Fine golden threads interwoven among the nebula like the veins of destiny. That was the mark left by the anchor of time and space. A fragment of shattered information suddenly flooded his mind. It was neither words nor images, but a pure comprehension of the laws. It came from the pendant that had already dimmed like a seed, taking root in the depths of his consciousness. The universe is a living entity. The moment this thought surfaced, the nebula within his inner world began to spin at an accelerated pace. The golden threads blazed with dazzling light, connecting the entire nebula into a complete network. He saw a tiny point of light forming at the center of the nebula. It was neither a star nor a planet, but a singularity, a nascent node of spacetime. With the pulsation of the singularity, the surrounding nebula began to collapse inward. Matter and energy underwent subtle transformations under extreme compression. The fabric of spacetime was restructuring, and the laws were being rewoven. This process was both familiar and alien. Familiar because it was the very scene he had witnessed during the collapse of the cosmic arc. Alien because this time he was the creator, not an observer. The golden threads extended deep into the singularity, synchronized with every pulse. Lu Yu could sense a symbiotic bond forming between himself and this nascent spacetime node. As it breathed, he felt the undulations of spacetime. As it grew, he perceived the perfection of the laws. But this inheritance was incomplete. Like an ancient tome with its key chapters torn away, he could only deduce the whole from the existing clues. Those fractured streams of information vaguely pointed to a higher realm, the Lord of the universe. Not to control the universe, but to become the universe. This realization sent a chill through his fingertips. The evolution of his inner world accelerated. The singularity had stabilized and began to slowly absorb the surrounding nebular matter. With each absorption, it grew stronger, and its influence over the surrounding spacetime increased. Lu Yu attempted to guide this process. He focused his consciousness on a single golden thread and gently plucked it. The pulsation of the singularity changed accordingly, the rate of absorption fluctuating. The fabric of spacetime rippled like the surface of water spreading outward. But when he tried to manipulate multiple threads simultaneously, the singularity began to tremble violently. The surrounding nebula surged chaotically, and cracks appeared in the spacetime structure. He immediately ceased his intervention. The singularity slowly regained stability, continuing its predetermined evolutionary trajectory. This inheritance was a warning. In his current state, he was not yet capable of fully wielding this power. Like a child swinging a giant axe, the slightest misstep could harm himself. He withdrew from his inner vision and gazed once more at the starry sky. The distant stars still burned, the nebula still rotated. Everything seemed as usual. But now he could see more. The faintly visible threads of spacetime between those stars, the hidden nodes of spacetime deep within the nebula. This universe was far more complex than he had imagined. A sudden sharp pain shot through the golden patterns on his palm. He looked down and saw that the pattern was slowly changing. The once simple lines began to branch out and extend, forming more intricate markings. These new patterns resonated with the golden threads within his inner world. As the markings changed, another fragment of shattered information flooded his mind. This time it was an insight about anchors. The Lord of the universe could establish anchors in spacetime, using them to stabilize their own existence. Even if the physical body was destroyed and consciousness dissipated, as long as one anchor remained, one could return from the river of spacetime. Perhaps this was the truth of the immortal divine body. Not that death was impossible, but that death was no longer the end. Yet this realization brought not peace, but deeper doubt. If even death could be transcended, what then was the true end? Had the face he saw within the chaotic primordial core, that existence so similar to him, also set up countless anchors? He is both hope and destruction. The words echoed in his ears once more. The evolution of his inner world had entered a new phase. The singularity began to emit a faint halo illuminating vast swaths of the surrounding nebula. Under this light, the matter within the nebula began to coalesce, forming more complex structures. Tiny crystals were born within the halo, spontaneously arranging themselves into regular geometric shapes like the rudiments of some fundamental architecture. This was the precursor to the birth of a celestial body. Luyu could sense that when the first complete star formed, his inner world would ascend to a new level. But it was still too early. The foundation was not yet stable. He needed more insights, a more complete inheritance. The golden patterns on his palm had finished transforming. The new pattern was more complex and more mysterious. It was no longer just a mark, but like a star chart marking certain crucial spacetime coordinates. One of the coordinates was exceptionally bright. The direction it pointed to was distant, yet it felt close. Like suddenly seeing a sign to your hometown in a strange city. This discovery made his heartbeat quicken. Perhaps the next part of the inheritance lay there. He cast one last glance at the direction where the cosmic arc had sunk, now empty. The void was calm, as if nothing had ever happened. But the star chart on his palm was burning, and the singularity in his inner world was pulsing, all reminding him that the journey had only just begun. As he prepared to move, the singularity in his inner world suddenly transmitted an abnormal fluctuation. It seemed to be resisting something, or perhaps wary of something. Luyu stopped and carefully perceived. In the deepest part of the singularity, he caught a trace of an alien aura, cold, ancient, carrying a familiar malice. It was the aura of the chaotic primordial core. It had not disappeared, but it entered his inner world in some form along with the inheritance. This discovery sent a chill down his spine. Hope and destruction, it turned out, were inseparable from the very beginning. The star map burned on his palm like a searing brand. Luyu followed the coordinates, traversing through the void. The singularity within his inner world pulsed continuously, each beat causing the surrounding nebulae to tremble faintly. A shattered starfield appeared ahead. Wreckage floated like the tomb of some civilization. Amid the stellar remains, dark currents surged. A shadow emerged from the depths of the debris. It had no definite form, more like a flowing mass of darkness. Countless tiny crystals spun within the dark, emitting a grating friction sound. As it approached, the temperature plummeted, and even light began to warp. Intruder, the shadow projected its thought, cold and mechanical. This starfield belongs to the great bone-eroding lord. Luyu halted. He could sense an abnormal reaction from the singularity within. The essence of the chaotic origin was stirring, as if it had encountered a kindred spirit. The shadow drew closer. It extended a tentacle formed of condensed darkness, probing across the void. Where the tentacle passed, ripples spread through space, and the lingering stellar remains instantly turned to dust. Your aura is peculiar, the shadow's thought carried greed. Surrender what lies within you, and perhaps it'll grant you an intact corpse. Luyu said nothing. He raised his hand, and the star map on his palm blazed to life. Where the light touched, the darkness on the shadow's surface began to fade, revealing its dense crystalline structure within. The shadow let out a sharp shriek. It clearly hadn't anticipated that its essence could be seen through so directly. The battle erupted in an instant. The shadow transformed into countless black blades striking from all directions. Each blade carried corrosive energy, and even the void wailed in their wake. Luyu remained motionless. The singularity within his inner world pulsed gently. The surrounding space suddenly froze, and the black blades halted a few meters away as if trapped in an invisible quagmire. He extended a finger and tapped lightly. The frozen black blades began to shatter inch by inch, dissolving into specks of fluorescent light. The entire process was eerily silent, as if he were merely brushing dust from his sleeve. The shadow twisted violently. It reformed, but its volume had significantly shrunk. The spinning crystals clattered in rapid succession, betraying its panic. Impossible. The shadow's thought was filled with shock. You've only just begun this path, how could you? Luyu finally spoke, his voice calm enough to chill the heart. Did your master not tell you that some things are not to be touched? He took a step forward. That single step caused the entire shattered starfield to tremble. The nebula within his inner world began to spin, and countless newborn stars ignited around the singularity. These rays shone through his body, projecting a magnificent star map across the void. The shadow began to retreat. It sensed a fatal threat, a primal fear that made it want to flee. Too late. Luyu raised his palm. The star map detached from his hand, expanding rapidly through the void, enveloping the entire starfield. Every star in the map glowed, connecting into arcane trajectories. The shadow was trapped at the center of the star map, madly crashing against the barriers of light. Each impact caused its form to dissipate further. The crystals that constituted its body began to disintegrate, emitting crisp sounds like shattering porcelain. Wait, the shadow projected a plea. I can tell you the bone-eroding lord's plans. I know many secrets. Liu Ye's gaze remained unflinching. He could feel the essence of the chaotic origin within him stirring, restlessly eager to devour this dying alien. This put him on alert. He hesitated, no longer gently closing his hand. The star map contracted. The light grew brighter and brighter, finally condensing into a searing white point. The shadow writhed and twisted within, ultimately dissipating completely, leaving not a trace behind. The point of light slowly flew back to Liu Ye's palm, reverting to the star map imprint. Yet now a barely perceptible black had appeared on the star map, the last remnant of the shadow's essence sealed within the map. The void returned to calm. The shattered starfield remained deathly still, as if nothing had happened. Only the finer debris of the stellar remains bore witness to the brief but fierce confrontation. Liu looked down at the star map on his palm. The newly emerged black that was moving slowly like a bug trapped in amber. He could sense that through this black that he could glimpse fragments of information about the bone-eroding lord. But it was dangerous. Like lighting a torch in the dark, it could illuminate the path ahead, but also expose one's position. The singularity within his inner world pulsed with satisfaction. The energy it had just devoured made it more solid, and the nebula's rotation quickened slightly. Yet deep within the singularity, the essence of the chaotic origin seemed to have grown a fraction. Hope and destruction indeed inseparable. He raised his head, gazing in the direction the star map indicated. The bright coordinates still flickered in the distance, but now he sensed more gazes turning toward this direction. The battle just now was like a pebble cast into a still lake. The ripples were spreading. Should he press forward or lie low for a while? The star map on his palm grew warm, the sealed black struggling more violently. It seemed to be afraid of something, perhaps sensing the approach of its master. Liu made his decision. He continued forward, but his pace slowed considerably. The nebula within him operated silently, perfectly concealing his aura. He was now like a mote of dust in the void, utterly inconspicuous. Yet in his perception, everything around him became clear. The movements of distant galaxies, the flow of nearby energy, even the subtle folds of space-time itself, all presented themselves to his consciousness. This was a new ability from the inheritance, a perception of the universe's essence gradually awakening. Ahead, a colossal nebula rotated slowly. At the center of the nebula, something was awakening. Its aura was ancient and powerful, far surpassing the shadow from before. The black dot on the star map suddenly froze, then began to tremble wildly. It seemed the true trial had only just begun. The void trembled. At the heart of the slowly rotating nebula, a rift opened silently. It was not a tear, but rather as if space-time itself had willingly made way. First, a finger emerged, pale as a specimen steeped in formaldehyde, its tip wreathed in a nauseating aura of decay. The mere appearance of this finger caused the space around Liu to freeze. Not a simple freeze, but utter stillness. A deathly silence where even the most fundamental vibrations of particles ceased. The rotation of the nebula within him ground to a sudden halt, as if an invisible hand had seized his throat. The Lord of Bone Erosion. It had no fixed form, rather its form shifted incessantly. At times it was a writhing mass of shadow, at others an agglomeration of countless wailing faces, then it would transform into pure, light-devouring darkness. The only constant was its eyes, two bottomless pools of stagnant water reflecting the apocalyptic end of the cosmos. No words were spoken, nor were they needed. That pale finger pointed lightly at Liu. Time lost all meaning. His consciousness was forcibly stretched, then instantly compressed. He saw his past, present, and future flow like three parallel rivers, stirred and mingled at will by that finger. The premonition of death was so vivid it seemed to carve itself into the depths of his soul. But at that moment the singularity within him erupted. It was not resistance, but resonance. The faint aura of the primordial chaos core produced a bizarre, sympathetic vibration with the Lord of Bone Erosion's power. The star chart seared in his palm, the sealed black dot screamed as it melted, transforming into a wisp of pure energy devoured by the singularity. Liu moved. It wasn't that he moved, but that the universe propelled him. The perception granted by his inheritance was pushed to its absolute limit. He saw it. Wherever the Lord of Bone Erosion's finger passed, the fundamental rules of the universe were forcibly rewritten, yet imperfectly, leaving behind subtle creases and fractures. Like a fish, he slipped into the crevices of these rules. The pale finger grazed past his robe. The sleeve of his left arm dissolved into nothingness, erased along with that portion of space-time. There was no wound on his arm, yet an eerie emptiness of having never existed surged within him. In the Lord of Bone Erosion's eyes the stagnant water rippled. It was not surprise, but rather the irritation of a sleeper disturbed by a mosquito. It raised its entire hand. Fingers spread, palm facing inward. A miniature universe teetering on the brink of heat death took shape in its palm. Countless stars within it completed their final life cycles, collapsing and extinguishing, releasing their last despair and entropy. This was the embodiment of law, the authority of termination. Lu Yu felt the flame of his life flicker. His soul seemed to be drawn into that palm universe to become its final fuel. The nebula within him spun at an unprecedented speed. The singularity pulsed madly, greedily, absorbing the omnipresent aura of annihilation, yet crying out in agony under the burden of its limits. He couldn't withstand it, Hedon. He took a deep breath, though there was no breathable matter around. His consciousness sank into his inner world, reaching out to the long-dormant treasure, the fragment of the void mirror. It was once a sacred artifact used by an ancient civilization to observe dimensional barriers. Though now broken, its core function remained. The fragment floated silently above the singularity, its surface reflecting not Lu Yu's image, but the miniature universe within the Lord of Bone Erosion's palm. Within the reflection, the flow of laws became crystal clear. Now, Lu Yu's hands formed empty grips. In his left hand, silver threads of light representing order appeared like threads weaving fate. In his right, dark currents, symbolizing chaos, coiled, as if capable of eroding all existence. These two diametrically opposed primordial forces began to converge and intertwine before him. It was not a simple fusion, but guiding chaos to fill the voids of order and harnessing order to restrain the frenzy of chaos. A chain of law shimmering with unstable gray light gradually took shape. Its links were sometimes as solid as divine metal, sometimes as illusory as a bubble. The miniature universe in the Lord of Bone Erosion's palm came crashing down. Lu Yu hurled the newly formed rough chain of fused laws like a javelin. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The moment the gray chain touched the miniature universe, both fell into an eerie stasis. The gray light on the chain flickered wildly, at times crystallizing the universe's edges into orderly structures, at others dissolving them back into more fundamental chaotic energy. The termination process within the miniature universe was disrupted, entropy reversed, and then accelerated, trapped in a logical dead loop. A hiss, like red-hot iron plunged into ice water. Countless cracks spread across the surface of the miniature universe. The light of its dying stars became chaotic and disordered. It did not explode. Instead, like a silent play, it began to disintegrate and collapse from within, eventually turning into an extremely unstable mass of energy that oscillated between order and chaos, slowly dissipating. The Lord of Bone Erosion's hand trembled slightly. A faint, almost invisible scorch mark appeared on its palm. Those stagnant water eyes for the first time truly focused on Lu Yu. No longer the gaze for an ant, but one of scrutiny and a cold fury at being offended. The surrounding void began to boil. More shadows emerged from the depths of the nebula. The Lord of Bone Erosion's minions emitting silent howls as they surged from all directions. Lu Yu did not hesitate. The moment he hurled the law chain, he had already begun to retreat. The void mirror fragment blazed with light, reflecting a twisted, unstable spatial passage behind him. This was not long-distance teleportation, but a brief path forcibly torn open under a pressure as dense as solid matter. He stepped into the passage. Just before the passage closed, he looked back. The Lord of Bone Erosion did not pursue. It simply hovered in place, its eyes piercing through the closing spatial ripples, locking firmly onto him. A thought, cold and direct, imprinted itself into Lu Yu's mind like a brand marked. The passage closed completely. Lu Yu emerged in a strange asteroid belt. Floating rocks and ice crystals surrounded him. The light of a distant star was faint and cold. He staggered, dropping to one knee on a massive asteroid. His face was pale as paper, the nebula within him spun sluggishly, and the singularity had dimmed considerably, evidence of the immense toll the confrontation had taken. The eerie emptiness of his left arm's non-existence remained strong. He raised his right hand. The star chart on his palm was still there, but at the spot where the sealed blacked had been a minuscule gray mark now pulsed, radiating a constant chilling aura. The Lord of Bone Erosion's mark. He looked up into the depths of the void. There the Lord of Bone Erosion's presence was slowly receding, but the feeling of being targeted by a supreme being clung to him like a festering sore impossible to shake. He had escaped safely, but the trouble was only beginning. He concealed his aura, his figure merging into the shadows of the asteroids like a drop of water disappearing into the ocean, silently advancing toward the next coordinate point. The meteor belt was cold and silent, lit only by the faint light of a distant star. Lu Yu hid in the shadow of a massive rock, feeling the slow rotation of the nebula within his body. Every rotation brought a tearing pain, and the emptiness of his left arm was like an abyss that could never be filled. He lowered his gaze to his palm. The star chart still revolved, but at the sight of the original seal a gray mark was emitting a faint chilling aura. The mark of the Lord of Bone Erosion was like an invisible thread connecting him to that supreme being. He had to leave this area quickly. He mobilized his remaining power, and the fragment of the void mirror vibrated faintly within him. Spatial ripples undulated before him, forming an unstable passage. This teleportation was more difficult than before. Each spatial jump felt like tearing his own soul. When he stepped out of the void again, he had arrived in an unfamiliar star region. Countless shattered remnants of stars floated here, and massive starship fragments lay scattered in the darkness like tombstones. In the distance, a ruined star fortress hovered silently, its shell covered with scars from battle. Lu Yu concealed all his aura, drifting toward the fortress like a speck of dust. Just as he approached, an invisible ripple swept across the area. Unknown energy fluctuation detected. A mechanical voice echoed from deep within the fortress. Several figures emerged from the shadows, clad in silver-gray armor, wielding weapons that glowed with a faint light. "Who goes there?" The leading figure demanded coldly, his voice carrying a metallic quality through the visor. Lu Yu stopped floating silently in the void. He did not answer, but allowed a trace of his aura to leak out naturally. It was the remnant of his confrontation with a cosmic sovereign, bearing the lingering resonance of clashing laws. The figures suddenly froze. "This aura," one of them murmured, his voice trembling with disbelief. They could feel the residual pressure, the mark of a being from a higher plane. Just then ripples appeared in the distant void. A streak of light pierced the darkness, arriving in an instant. As the light faded, an old man draped in a starry robe was revealed. His gaze locked onto Lu Yu, immediately surprise flickering in his eyes. "Blackfeather Venerable." The old man's voice echoed in the void, tinged with hesitation. Lu Yu raised his eyes slightly. The title surprised him a little. "It seems news travels faster than I thought." The old man's face showed a complex mix of awe and wariness. "The Lord of Bone Erosion personally struck, yet failed to detain you. This news has spread across 3 star regions." He waved his hand lightly, and a screen of light unfolded in the void. Countless runes and information flowed across it, with one title appearing repeatedly: Blackfeather Venerable. Lu Yu watched the flowing information on the screen quietly. The descriptions were exaggerated and distorted, painting his escape as an earth-shattering confrontation. Rumors always morph in transmission, eventually becoming stories far from the truth. "They say you clashed head-on with the Lord of Bone Erosion, and then left calmly." The old man's voice carried a probing tone, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the position of Lu Yu's left arm. It appeared intact, yet exuded a strange sense of dissonance. Lu Yu neither confirmed nor denied it. He felt the chill from the mark on his palm, and knew the truth was far more complex than the rumors. "I need a place to rest," he said calmly, his voice echoing softly in the void. The old man bowed slightly and made a gesture of invitation. "It is our honor to have the Blackfeather Venerable grace us." Under the old man's guidance, Lu Yu entered the Star Fortress. Along the way, beings of various races cast complex looks: curiosity, awe, and veiled hostility. The interior of the fortress was far more vast than its exterior suggested. Space had been cleverly folded, creating layered areas. They passed through a dazzling corridor and finally arrived at a quiet courtyard. In the center of the courtyard floated a clear spring, its surface reflecting the myriad stars. "This place is suitable for the Venerable to rest." The old man withdrew quietly, leaving Lu Yu alone. He walked to the spring and looked down at the water. His reflection still showed a pale face, but his eyes were deeper than before. The brief clash with the Lord of Bone Erosion had elevated his understanding of the laws to a new level. As he mused, a commotion arose in the distance. Several powerful auras were approaching rapidly. "Where is the Blackfeather Venerable?" A booming voice rang out from outside the courtyard, filled with undisguised battle intent. Lu Yu slowly raised his head. "What must come will come." Reputation is a double-edged sword, bringing convenience, but also unnecessary trouble. He took a step and appeared outside the courtyard. 3 figures hovered in the void, each of different forms, but all radiating formidable power. Clearly these were experts who had come to verify the rumors. "Are you the Blackfeather Venerable who escaped the Lord of Bone Erosion?" The central figure, a creature covered in crimson scales, asked. His voice was like thunder, stirring ripples in the void. Lu Yu did not answer, merely watching them in silence. This silence only provoked greater hostility. "Let me test whether you deserve that reputation." The crimson creature roared, erupting with blazing light. A spear of flame coalesced in the void, thrusting forward with destructive force. This strike could shatter stars. The surrounding space began to warp, and the temperature soared. The 2 onlookers stepped back slightly, giving room for the sudden duel. Lu Yu remained still. Just as the flame spear was about to strike, he gently raised his right hand. There was no cataclysmic collision, no violent fluctuation of laws. The spear, capable of incinerating stars, suddenly froze upon touching his palm. Then, like a reflection in water, it slowly dissipated. The crimson creature's pupils contracted sharply as he stared in disbelief. His full-powered strike had been effortlessly neutralized. Impossible. He roared, attempting to strike again, but found himself unable to move. An invisible force bound him firmly in the void, even sealing the energy within his body. The two onlookers' faces changed dramatically. They hadn't even seen how Lu Yu had acted. Spatial laws applied to this extent, one murmured, his voice filled with deep shock. Lu Yu withdrew his gaze, ignoring the immobilized challenger, and turned back toward the courtyard. This brief conflict had conveyed enough information. After he left, the binding in the void slowly released. The crimson creature stumbled out, pale-faced, daring no further provocation. News spread quickly. The Blackfeather Venerable had subdued a genius warrior of the Crimson Scale clan with a single move. This intelligence spread across the cosmic sea at an astonishing speed. In the intelligence networks of major powers, files on the Blackfeather Venerable were constantly updated and refined. In a distant star region within a palace floating in a nebula, several figures sat around a table condensed from starlight. Confirmed. Did he truly escape the Lord of Bone Erosion? A figure shrouded in shadow inquired. Confirmed. Our informants within the Bone Erosion clan report that the Lord of Bone Erosion personally attacked, but failed to detain him. Another figure replied, his voice grave. The table fell into a brief silence. It seems the landscape of the cosmic sea is about to change. Finally, an aged voice broke the stillness. Issue an order for now. Do not antagonize this Blackfeather Venerable. We need more intelligence. Similar dialogues unfolded across every corner of the cosmic sea. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yu had become a focal point for various powers. At that moment, Lu Yu sat by the spring in the courtyard, quietly sensing the changes within his body. The confrontation with the Lord of Bone Erosion, though costly, had deepened his understanding of the void laws. The void mirror fragment rotated slowly within him, emitting a soft glow. He could feel that his next breakthrough was not far off. But the gray mark on his palm constantly reminded him that the crisis was far from over. The Lord of Bone Erosion's mark was like a sword hanging over his head, ready to fall at any moment. He looked up at the simulated starry sky above the courtyard. The stars twinkled like countless eyes watching him. In this vast cosmic sea, reputation was both a talisman and a death warrant. The title of Blackfeather Venerable had become the center of a vortex, and he stood at the very heart of that vortex. The spring water trickled over the stones, producing a delicate murmur. Lu Yu sat cross-legged by the spring, his fingers unconsciously tracing the water's surface, creating ripples that spread outward in concentric rings. The lingering resonance of the void law still flowed within his body, each breath carrying tiny stardust-like glimmers of light. He closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness deep within. The fragment of the void mirror floated at the center of his sea of consciousness like a shattered moon. The cracks left from forcibly activating it during his clash with the bone-eroding lord had not yet fully healed, but the edges had grown smooth, radiating a warm, gentle light. This was not simple repair. The fragment was slowly merging with his soul. He recalled the sensation of the bone-eroding lord's sky-covering hand bearing down upon him. It was not a gap in power. That chasm was as vast as the starry sea compared to a speck of dust, but a crushing superiority in the realm of law. The void was a tamed beast in the enemy's hands, while he could only clumsily pry at a single hair of its hide. But now that hair was growing. He guided the newly born void power within him, carefully bypassing the gray mark on his palm. That mark was like a sleeping viper, occasionally emitting a faint warmth as a reminder that the bone-eroding lord's gaze had never strayed far. He could not rush. He slowed his breathing, letting each exhalation stir subtle ripples in the surrounding space. The simulated starlight in the courtyard began to warp, forming a hazy halo around him. This was not intentional. It was the natural manifestation of law. Time lost its meaning here. After an unknown duration, he opened his eyes, and a sliver of silver light flickered deep within his pupils before vanishing. As he rose, his joints emitted a faint series of cracks like a machine long and used. He walked to a corner of the courtyard where several test blocks of star-patterned steel were placed, their hardness sufficient to withstand attacks at the immortal level. Without gathering power, without assuming a stance, he simply extended a finger and gently tapped one of the blocks. His fingertip touched the cold metallic surface. There was no sound, no light. From the point of contact, the star-patterned steel silently transformed into fine gray powder, cascading down in a soft shower. It was not destruction, but more like being returned to a more fundamental state. The void was not nothingness. It was the end where all things returned to stillness, and also the starting point of birth. He stared at his finger, lost in thought. Such a direct influence on the material realm had been impossible before. The life and death chase with the bone-eroding lord had been like a heavy hammer, driving his understanding of the void deep into the core of his soul. But it was not enough. He sat down again, this time focusing his attention on the mark on his palm. The gray lines writhed like living things, slowly squirming beneath his skin. He attempted to separate an extremely faint thread of void power as slender as a strand of hair and gently touched the edge of the mark. A hum sounded. The mark suddenly burned hot. A chilling malevolent will surged back along that thread of power with astonishing speed. Lu Yu immediately severed the connection. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. In that instant he had once again glimpsed those indifferent eyes of the bone-eroding lord. Indeed, forcibly erasing this mark was still beyond his ability. This was not merely a gap in power, but a chasm in life level and law comprehension. He ceased trying to touch the mark and instead began to observe it. The mark was not dead. It too breathed, absorbing some kind of energy permeating the surrounding space in an exceedingly strange manner. The absorption was faint but continuous. Was the bone-eroding lord locating him through this? Realization dawned in his heart. This mark was both a kill order and a potential coordinate beacon. He attempted to use his newly comprehended void power to construct an extremely thin membrane around the mark, not to isolate it. That would surely be detected instantly, but to distort it like shrouding a lens with a layer of mist. The process was slow and meticulous. He had to ensure this camouflage perfectly synchronized with the mark's own fluctuations without the slightest deviation. Sweat soaked through his robes. The intense mental focus left him feeling waves of dizziness. When the final thread of power was woven into place, the mark on his palm seemed to dim by an imperceptible fraction. The feeling of being watched, though still present now, seemed as if seen through frosted glass, blurred and muted. The first step was a success. He let out a long breath, the air crystallizing into tiny ice crystals. This was merely a temporary measure. He could never deceive that existence forever. But at least it bought him precious time. In the days that followed, he entered a deeper level of seclusion. He no longer deliberately drove his power, but instead allowed his body and mind to immerse themselves completely in the comprehension of the void law. The scenery in the courtyard began to take on a grotesque, surreal quality. Stones were sometimes transparent as crystal, sometimes heavy as a black hole. The spring water sometimes flowed backwards, sometimes froze into dazzling ice flowers. This was the natural externalization of law affecting the surrounding environment. His consciousness wandered through an ocean of void. There was no up or down, no time or space, only countless flowing threads of law. He swam slowly among them like a fish, feeling their veins and rhythms. Occasionally he would wake to check his own condition. His physical body, under the infiltration of void power, was undergoing subtle changes. Bone density increased, taking on a faint metallic sheen. When his blood flowed, it carried the faint sound of starlight, sand streaming. Most notably, his heart, with each beat, was like a minor spatial tremor, pumping ever purer power throughout his body. The enhancement at the soul level was even more pronounced. His sea of consciousness had expanded several times over, and the light from the void mirror fragment now illuminated nearly every corner. The cracks on the fragment had vanished, replaced by a sense of seamless natural completeness. It was no longer a foreign object, but had become an integral part of his soul's core. He could even faintly sense in the endlessly distant depths of the void the existence of other fragments. They were like stars emitting similar fluctuations. One day a stir in his heart roused him from his deep meditative state. There was no omen, no earth-shattering breakthrough of a bottleneck. Everything happened naturally, like water flowing into a channel. He opened his eyes. The courtyard was still the same courtyard, the spring water still babbled. But in his eyes the world was completely different. The structure of space was clearly visible to him, like a transparent spiderweb. He could see the trajectories of energy flowing through these grids, and the most basic arrangement of particles and matter. He could even feel that if he wished he could slightly pluck these silk threads, triggering changes in localized regions. He raised his hand palm, facing upward. With a slight movement of his mind, a twisted halo of light coalesced in his palm. Within the halo, space was intensely compressed, forming a miniature black hole model that devoured the surrounding light. And beside the black hole model, an extremely faint wisp of gray lightning silently bred, leaping and emitting an aura of annihilation. This was the preliminary product of combining the void law with his own original power. He dispersed the phenomenon in his palm. His realm had stabilized and taken a great stride forward. Though he was still far from the level of the bone-eroding lord, at least he was no longer completely defenseless. He looked down at the gray mark on his palm. The mark remained, but the threatening sensation like needles pricking his back had lessened considerably. It was not because the mark had weakened, but because he himself had grown stronger. Fame was a whirlpool, but power was the boat and oar. He stood up, stretching his body, which had been still for so long. His joints emitted a crisp ringing like the collision of jade stones. The seclusion was over. It was time to step once more into that boundless cosmic sea. This time he would no longer be the black feather venerable who could only flee in panic. His fingertips hovered in the air, gently strumming an invisible string. Time, like crumpled silk, rippled delicately in Lu Ye's palm. He stared at the warped region, watching a speck of dust complete its cycle of birth and annihilation within a thousandth of a second. This was not a mere accumulation of power. The sharpness of the metal law plunged into the spatial interlayer enveloped by the flow of time. The three intertwined like vines, achieving a peerless balance on a microscopic scale. He could feel the veins of laws flowing beneath his skin like three streams of different hues attempting to merge into a single channel. The light in the courtyard grew bizarre. A metallic cold gleam spread across the edges of the stone steps, while a falling leaf hung, suspended in midair, its veins withering visibly. This localized temporal anomaly lasted for 3 breaths before dissipating. Not enough. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the universe within his body. There it was no longer a chaotic void, but a clear geometric structure. Silver spatial grids formed the foundation, golden threads of laws wove through them, and a transparent temporal force pulsed like breath. The 3 forces had woven a dense network save for a few nodes that still flickered with unstable light. One node suddenly trembled violently. The sharpness of the metal law tried to break free, carving fine fissures into the space-time mesh. Cold sweat beaded on Lu Yes's brow as his consciousness transformed into countless filaments, meticulously mending the damage. Instead of forcibly suppressing it, he guided the sharp energy to spin along the temporal currents, letting it gradually shed its edges in this special cycle. When the last tremor subsided, the 3 forces achieved perfect resonance at the node. They no longer repelled each other, but like a finely tuned instrument, played a harmonious chord. This resonance swiftly spread throughout the entire network. Lu Yu could sense a qualitative transformation occurring within his inner universe. The once illusory structure of laws began to condense like vapor, crystallizing into ice, each facet reflecting the luster of the 3 principles. He opened his eyes and reached out to touch the stone table before him. The instant his fingertip landed, a ripple spread across its surface. The hard stone turned transparent at the point of contact, revealing an internal metallic crystalline structure, while the dust accumulated on the table's edge accelerated its weathering, then reversed to a pristine state. The 3 laws acted simultaneously on the same object, yet showed no sign of conflict. One final step remained. He gazed at the sky above the courtyard, his sight piercing through the clouds to rest upon the flickering points of law in the void. Now he could perceive more clearly the countless connections between those points of light, like a colossal net covering the entire universe. What he needed to do was to synchronize this small net within his body with the great net outside. He released his control over the forces, letting the 3 laws flow naturally. Silver ripples of space radiated from him, blurring the sense of distance in all objects they passed. Golden sharpness left lasting etchings in the air, while the transparent temporal field caused the ancient tree in the courtyard to cycle endlessly between tender sprouts and withered branches. The overlapping region of the 3 domains began to produce peculiar effects. A falling leaf split into dozens of identical replicas in the silver light, each coated with a metallic sheen by the golden radiance, then underwent the complete cycle of sprouting, withering, and crumbling within the temporal field. These anomalies gradually converged, finally coalescing onto Lu Yes's raised palm. A tricolored orb slowly rotated, containing within it the folding of space, the flow of time, and the eternity of metal. Fine patterns flowed across the orb's surface, totems born from the complete fusion of the 3 laws. The moment the final pattern closed, Lu Yu felt a barrier within his body silently shatter. It was not an earth-shattering eruption, but a natural occurrence like the melting of ice and snow. The 3 laws no longer distinguished themselves from one another. They fused into a new power, one that possessed the expansiveness of space, the fluidity of time, and the resilience of metal. He gently clenched his fist, and the orb silently sank into his palm. All anomalies in the courtyard instantly subsided, everything returning to its original state. Only the tender sprouts and withered leaves coexisting on the ancient tree bore witness that what had just occurred was no illusion. 99% fusion. Only that last faint, intangible membrane remained, but it was infinitely close to perfection. At this moment, he could simultaneously mobilize the 3 laws, allowing them to shift freely in the ever-changing flow of battle, and even begin to touch upon the essence of the laws themselves. The points of light in the void grew clearer. He could even faintly perceive near one particularly bright point an aura that shared the same origin as the gray mark on his palm. Time to set out. As the last wisp of tricolored radiance sank into his palm, the tender sprouts and withered leaves that coexisted in the courtyard silently dissipated. Just as Lu Yu was about to step forward, the air before him suddenly rippled like water. Without warning, without any fluctuation of energy, it was as if it had always been there. At the center of the ripples, an eye emerged. Pure gray, devoid of any emotion, yet it caused the surrounding space to bend naturally and the flow of time to turn viscous. Come with me. The voice of the Chaos Lord resonated directly within his consciousness, not through hearing, but as a resonance at the level of fundamental laws. Lu Yes's vision twisted, and when it cleared, he stood in a vast emptiness. Above, below, left, and right were all flowing gray mist where time lost its meaning and space continuously folded and unfolded. The Chaos Lord stood amidst the mist, his form blurry, as if he might dissolve into the chaos at any moment. Your progress has exceeded expectations. The Chaos Lord's voice carried a strange echo. But the time we have left is running short. The gray mist suddenly surged, coalescing into a star map. Countless points of light flickered, each representing a universe. At the edge of the star map, vast regions were being eroded by a certain darkness. Not nothingness, but a living, voracious devouring. They are called the Annihilation Clan. The Chaos Lord pointed at the darkness. They are neither life nor energy, they are the reverse side of the laws. Where they pass, the fabric of space-time collapses, and everything returns to chaos. Lu Yu gazed at the rapidly shrinking region of light on the star map. Those devoured points of light, just before they were extinguished entirely, would erupt in a final burst of brilliance like the last gasp of a dying man. At this rate, how long can we hold out? 3,000 years. Or perhaps less. The Chaos Lord's voice was terrifyingly calm. The Annihilation Clan's devouring is accelerating. They are learning, evolving. The gray mist shifted again, simulating a scene of the Annihilation Clan's attack. Lu Yu watched as the barrier of a certain universe was easily torn open. The flow of time within suddenly accelerated millions of times, and all life completed its entire lifespan in an instant. Stars were born and extinguished, civilizations rose and crumbled, until the entire universe turned to a handful of ash. They can control time. Not just time. The Chaos Lord waved away the image. They can distort all laws. Space, matter, energy, all become meaningless before them. The only thing that can oppose them is a power that transcends a single law. Lu Yu finally understood why the Chaos Lord had been so eager to train him. The fusion of 3 laws was only the beginning. You must become a Universe Lord. The Chaos Lord's gaze pierced through the gray mist. Not an ordinary Universe Lord, but a supreme being capable of wielding chaos and reshaping order from the void. 7 points of light suddenly blazed in the void, arranged in a peculiar pattern. Each emanated a soul-shaking aura, some as scorching as a stellar core, others as frigid as absolute zero. The 7 most ancient Universe Lords forged a covenant at the dawn of chaos. Their combined power can temporarily hold back the Annihilation Clan, but the price is their eternal imprisonment at the border, unable to leave. One of the points of light began to flicker, its glow unsteady like a candle in the wind. The Azure Sky Lord is nearing his limit. The region he guards is the last line of defense. If it falls, the Annihilation Clan will surge through, directly threatening the core universe cluster. Lu Yu felt the gray mark in his palm grow warm. He could faintly sense a call from a kindred aura near that flickering point of light. What must I do? Go to the Chaos battlefield. The Chaos Lord's voice turned grave. It is the remnant of an ancient battlefield and the place where the 7 Universe Lords left their legacies. Find the Azure Sky Lord's legacy and inherit his will. It is the fastest path, yet the most perilous choice. The gray mist parted before Lu Yu, revealing a path leading into the unknown. On either side of the path, temporal turbulence cascaded like waterfalls. Occasionally shattered stars and the wreckage of civilizations could be seen sinking and floating within the currents. Once you set foot on this path, there is no turning back. Either become a new Universe Lord and take over the Azure Sky Lord's duty, or like countless pioneers before you, become a speck of dust in the chaos. Lu Yu lowered his head to look at his palm. The 3 laws flowed harmoniously within him, forming a perfect cycle. Only one final barrier remained, that faint, elusive membrane. He could sense that true breakthrough required not bitter cultivation, but an epiphany born between life and death. I will go. No grand declarations, just those 2 simple words. Yet in this chaotic void, those 2 words stirred a certain resonance. The surrounding gray mist trembled slightly, and the flow of time subtly shifted. The Chaos Lord's form grew even more indistinct, nearly merging with the background. Remember, you go not to die, but to survive. For all of us. As the words faded, a gentle, yet irresistible force pushed Lu Yu onto that path. The temporal turbulence instantly enveloped him. No longer an observer, but a direct participant. He felt his body stretched, his consciousness shredded and reassembled. The 3 laws activated automatically, forming a thin film of light around him that barely resisted the erosion of the turbulence. Ahead there was no light, only eternal chaos. But he could sense that something awaited him in that direction. Not the Azure Sky Lord's legacy, but something deeper. Something kindred to the gray mark on his palm, yet more ancient, more fundamental. He stepped forward, each footfall landing on a different fragment of time and space. One moment, it was the dazzling birth of a star, the next the dirge of a civilization's end. Countless memory fragments floated within the temporal turbulence left behind by those who had walked this path before. A fragment grazed his cheek. He saw a silver-armored warrior battling fiercely in the chaos, surrounded by the blazing law of fire. The warrior was immensely powerful, his flames capable of incinerating stars, yet they proved utterly useless against the Annihilation clan. Those beings of darkness passed directly through the flames. The moment they touched the warrior, his silver armor turned to ash and his existence was erased from the timeline completely. Another fragment crashed into his consciousness. This time it was a woman in green robes who commanded the law of life. She could revive withered trees and raise the dead, yet she was helpless before the Annihilation clan. Those beings of darkness were neither life nor death, they were the antithesis of all things. The woman in green eventually exhausted her power, transforming into a withered world tree that slowly disintegrated in the chaos. More and more fragments surged in, each telling the same story, the limit of a single law. The tricolored light membrane around Lu Yu began to fluctuate. The pressure of the temporal turbulence grew immense, and the operation of the three laws became sluggish. He felt it hard to breathe, as if the weight of the entire chaos was pressing down on him. Just as the light membrane was about to shatter, he made a bold decision. He withdrew his defenses, allowing the temporal turbulence to scour his body. Pain reached its zenith in an instant. His skin split open and blood was swept away by the turbulence as soon as it flowed out. His bones groaned under the unbearable strain, and his consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse. But amidst this extreme agony, the barrier that had always hindered him began to loosen. The three laws were no longer forcibly merged by him, but were naturally interweaving under the external pressure. With space as the foundation, time as the guide, and metal as the bone, a new power was born within him. Gray, the same gray as chaos. This power was faint yet incredibly tenacious. It flowed slowly through the temporal turbulence, and wherever it passed, the violent currents became docile, and the shattered fragments of time and space rearranged themselves. Lu Yu opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils, a gray vortex slowly rotated. He saw it. In the deepest part of the chaos battlefield, where the bones of countless pioneers lay piled, a faint light flickered. It was not the light of the Azure Sky Lord's legacy, but a more essential, more primordial light. It was the origin of chaos itself, the starting point of all laws and their end. He stepped forward, no longer affected by the temporal turbulence. Wherever he passed, chaos retreated, as if welcoming its sovereign. At the end of the path, what awaited him was not the expected legacy, but a choice. Become a universe lord, take over the Azure Sky Lord's duty, and guard the border for eternity. Or absorb the origin of chaos, becoming an existence beyond even the Chaos Lord's imagination. Lu Yu stood before the door of choice, the gray mark on his palm blazing as hot as a stellar core. The gray mark on his palm burned like a living thing, pulsing with an ominous rhythm. Lu Yu stood at the entrance of the sacred ground, feeling the newly born chaotic force within him resonate with this ancient realm. The summons from the depths of the sacred ground was clearer than ever, as if the blood flowing through his veins was no longer blood, but fragments of the very laws that governed this space. He stepped into the sacred ground. This time, there was no energy barrier to block him, no spatial turbulence to tear at him. The scene within was entirely different from his memories. The three distinct regions, the forest of space, the river of time, and the mountain of metal, now appeared before him in a state of intermingling. Silver spatial tree roots plunged into the flowing river of time, while the surface of the metal mountain was etched with patterns of intersecting spacetime. The entire sacred ground resembled a shattered painting that had been reassembled. Each fragment retained its original characteristics, yet was inextricably linked to the others. Lu Yu closed his eyes, and the scenes he had witnessed in the cosmic sea surfaced in his mind. The birth and death of countless universes like fleeting fireworks in the night sky. Those broken fragments of law were now beginning to reorganize within the special environment of the sacred ground. He walked deeper into the forest of space. The silver leaves rustled without wind, each leaf reflecting a different spatial dimension. The spatial maze, which once required immense effort to traverse, now appeared to him like a transparent spiderweb. He reached out a finger and gently touched the void. Where his fingertip touched, ripples spread through space. These were not simple spatial fluctuations, but layers upon layers of spatial dimensions flipping like pages of a book. He saw a star being born in one dimension, in another a black hole devouring a planet. These scenes, which should have existed in different times and spaces, now presented themselves to him simultaneously. So that's it, Lu Yu murmured. Space was never a flat existence, but a superposition of countless dimensions. This insight gained in the cosmic sea was now strikingly clear in the special environment of the sacred ground. He turned and walked towards the river of time. The water still flowed, but its speed was extremely unstable. In one section, the current was as torrential as a waterfall. In another, it was so slow it seemed almost frozen. This was the temporal turbulence he had experienced in the extra-dimensional space, now manifested by the sacred ground. Lu Yu stepped into the river. The power of time washed over his body, but could no longer cause him the discomfort it once did. The gray chaotic force flowed within him, smoothing out the disordered temporal fluctuations. Standing in the middle of the river, he felt the subtle differences in the flow of time across different parts of his body. On his left hand, time accelerated, the skin aged and regenerated at a visible rate. On his right arm, time was nearly frozen, even the flow of blood became sluggish. This contradictory sensation would have driven anyone mad, but Lu Yu merely observed it calmly. In the cosmic sea, he had witnessed even more extreme temporal phenomena. One universe had ended at its very beginning, its entire life cycle a mere blink of an eye. Another seemed eternal and unchanging, where even the aging of stars was imperceptibly slow. Time was never a uniform river, but a restless ocean. Finally, he arrived at the mountain of metal. This peak, composed of various strange metals, now presented an even more complex form. Spatial cracks frequently appeared on the mountain's surface, and the texture of the metal constantly changed under the influence of time. Lu Yu pressed his palm against the mountain. The cold touch of metal spread through his palm, but was quickly transformed by the chaotic force. He perceived the most subtle structural changes within the metal, the arrangement and combination of atoms under the influence of space and time. The clues obtained from the extra-dimensional realm now proved useful. Those fragmented pieces of information about the essence of matter elevated his understanding of the laws of metal to a new height. Metal was not just matter, it was a vessel for law. It carried the stability of space and recorded the imprints of time. The three laws began to truly merge within him. It was no longer a forced patchwork, but a natural fusion. Like water blending with milk, like light coexisting with shadow. Space was the skeleton, time was the bloodline, and metal was the flesh. The gray chaotic force surged through his meridians, and wherever it passed, the three laws were perfectly integrated. The sacred ground began to tremble. The silver trees of the forest of space dissolved into specks of light, the waters of the river of time rose as mist, and the mountain of metal crumbled into dust. The boundaries of the three regions vanished completely, and the entire sacred ground transformed into a chaotic void. In this void, Lu Yu saw something more fundamental. The threads of law interwove in the emptiness, forming a boundless net. Each node was a universe, each connecting line a resonance of law. He saw that his own universe was just an ordinary node on this net, connected to countless others through threads of law. And further along the net, there were some particularly bright nodes. These were universes that had achieved perfect integration of laws. Their threads of law were thicker, and their radiation range broader. But what concerned Lu Yu most were the damaged parts of the net. Some threads of law were broken, and some nodes were dim and lifeless. These damages were spreading slowly like a disease, eroding the entire net. He now understood what the Chaos Lord had been guarding and why the Firmament Lord had to garrison the border. This net of laws was the foundation of all existence, and its damage meant the end of all universes. The gray chaotic force boiled within him. This power born from the fusion of the three laws seemed to have a special effect on repairing the net of laws. He could feel that if he wished, he could use the chaotic force to temporarily mend those damaged places. But that was not the fundamental solution. Lu Yu withdrew his perception and turned his attention back to himself. The fusion of the three laws was at its final stage, with only the last step remaining. He needed to find a point of equilibrium where the three laws no longer suppressed each other, but instead complemented one another. He recalled his insights from the temporal turbulence. Extreme pressure led to extreme fusion. Perhaps he needed to apply sufficient pressure to himself. He actively guided the three laws to collide within him. The law of space wanted to expand, the law of time wanted to flow, and the law of metal wanted to solidify. These three conflicting tendencies clashed violently within him, nearly tearing his body apart. Fine cracks appeared on his skin, and before blood could flow out, it was devoured by spatial fissures. His perception of time became chaotic. An instant felt like eternity, and eternity like an instant. Signs of metallization appeared and disappeared across his body, as if he might turn into a metal statue at any moment. This pain far exceeded the limits he had endured in the temporal turbulence. But Lu Yu's gaze remained calm. He carefully regulated the intensity of the conflict among the three laws, keeping them at the critical point he could just barely withstand. In this extreme agony, he saw more. The energy waves generated by the conflict of laws stirred ripples in the void of the sacred ground. These ripples resonated with the net of laws, allowing him to perceive its structure with greater clarity. He saw the detailed condition of a certain damaged area. Their spatial dimensions had collapsed, the flow of time was severed, and material structure was disintegrating. The simultaneous failure of the three laws was causing the universe in that region to slowly dissipate. Instinct told him that the chaotic force could repair this damage, but reason held him back. With his current strength, forcibly repairing such severe damage would only drain him dry. He needed a more complete understanding of the relationship between the three laws. Lu Yu focused his perception to the extreme, concentrating on the fusion of laws within him. He no longer tried to control the three laws, but guided them to naturally seek balance. Just as at the dawn of the universe, when various fundamental forces spontaneously reached a state of equilibrium. Just as at the birth of life, when various elements spontaneously formed organic molecules. The laws had their own way of coexisting, whose forceful intervention was counterproductive. Time passed bit by bit. The void within the sacred ground began to fluctuate, as if echoing the changes within his body. Finally, in a certain instant, the three laws achieved perfect balance. Space no longer expanded chaotically, but formed a stable internal structure. Time no longer flowed in confusion, but cycled according to a specific rhythm. Metal no longer solidified at random, but transformed freely between solid and liquid states as needed. The gray chaotic force became even more profound, with faint starlight flickering within it, as if it contained the entire cosmic sea. Lu Yu opened his eyes. The void of the sacred ground was now completely different in his sight. He could directly see the course of the threads of law and perceive the state of each universal node. This perspective transcended ordinary vision. It was a perception on the level of law. He saw the imprints left by the Chaos Lord, the border guarded by the Firmament Lord, and the traces of countless pioneers who had explored before him. These powerful beings shone like beacons on the net of laws. But further away there were some dark regions. The threads of law in those areas were twisted and broken, as if deliberately destroyed by some force. The aura emanating from those regions felt familiar to him. It was a power akin to chaos, but far more violent. The gray mark on his palm suddenly burned with intense pain. A stream of information flowed into his consciousness through the mark. It was the final message left by the Firmament Lord. About the truth of the net of laws, about the origin of those dark regions, about an impending crisis. Lu Yu slowly clenched his fist, the gray chaotic force flowing between his fingers. The fusion of the three laws was complete, but the true challenge was only just beginning. The gray chaotic energy swirled at his fingertips, coiling like a living entity. Lu Yu gazed at his palm, sensing the perfect fusion of three laws within his body. Space, time, and metal, three forces that were once incompatible, now achieved an unprecedented harmony within him. The sacred void appeared before him in a new light. Countless threads of law interwove into a net, each strand trembling faintly, emitting a hum only he could perceive. Some threads shone bright as stars, others dim as dust, some twisted like serpents, while others were straight as swords. He saw the mark left by the Lord of the Firmament gleaming upon the web of laws, a guardian oath of a powerhouse to this void. He also saw traces left by the Lord of Chaos covering the entire sacred ground like a fine spiderweb. Further away, the footprints of pioneers flickered like fireflies in the endless darkness. But what concerned him most were the broken threads of law. They seemed severed by some force, their fractures emitting a disturbing aura of darkness. This aura was akin to the chaotic energy within him, yet more violent, more chaotic, like two distinct fruits from the same tree. The burning sensation in his palm returned. The message left by the Lord of the Firmament unfolded in his consciousness like an ancient scroll. The web of law is not eternal. The Lord of the Firmament's voice echoed in his mind, carrying a weariness weathered by ages. In every era there are beings who seek to tear the web of law. They call themselves lawbreakers, believing the existing laws constrain the evolution of the universe. They pride themselves on destruction and revel in chaos. Lu Yu's fingertips unconsciously traced through the void. With his motion, the surrounding threads of law subtly adjusted their paths, emitting a faint resonance. This control over the laws felt so natural, as if he were born with it. Lawbreakers. He murmured the unfamiliar term. The chaotic energy within him seemed to react to the word, stirring restlessly. The gray energy flowed through his meridians with an instinctive vigilance. His gaze fixed on the direction of the broken threads of law. The aura emanating from there made his chaotic energy feel both familiar and hostile. It was like facing a misguided kin, both wanting to lead it back to the righteous path and preparing for battle. The flow of time within the sacred ground began to change. This was not deliberate, but a natural overflow of the time law within him. The surrounding space warped slightly and metal elements condensed into fine crystals in the air before quickly dissipating. The fusion of the three laws deepened. He could feel that this merging was not merely a combination of power, but a fundamental transformation. Like carbon turning into diamond under immense pressure, his chaotic energy was undergoing a qualitative change. A fragment of memory suddenly flooded his mind. It was a scene of battle between the Lord of the Firmament and the lawbreakers. Countless threads of law snapped in the void, the entire cosmic sea trembling. The figures of the lawbreakers were blurry, only the dark energy in their hands visible, a twisted form of chaotic power. They have strayed onto the wrong path. The Lord of the Firmament's voice echoed in the memory. The essence of chaotic power is creation, not destruction. Yet they use this power to destroy the web of law, leading to the collapse of the entire cosmic sea. Lu Yu closed his eyes, feeling the chaotic energy flowing within him. This power was warm and encompassing like a mother's embrace, like the cradle of all things. It was indeed vastly different from the violent energy in the hands of those lawbreakers. But why did the same source of power diverge into two extremes? This question took root in his heart. As his thoughts deepened, the chaotic energy within him began to accelerate. The three laws collided and merged in the depths of his consciousness, sparking new insights. The law of space granted him the breadth to perceive all things, the law of time gave him the depth to discern cause and effect, and the law of metal provided the ability to alter matter. When these three laws perfectly fused, the resulting chaotic energy seemed to touch something deeper. He reached out and gently touched a broken thread of law. The touch was cold and piercing. The thread writhed violently like a wounded serpent. The dark energy seeping from the break tried to corrode his finger, but was effortlessly neutralized by the flowing chaotic energy. So that's it, he murmured to himself. The lawbreaker's mistake lies not in using chaotic energy, but in misunderstanding its essence. Chaos is not disorder, but another form of order. It is not destruction, but another form of creation. This realization struck like lightning. The chaotic energy within him suddenly surged. Gray energy erupted from every pore, forming a swirling halo around him. Within the halo, space was born and died, time flowed backward, and metal transformed freely between forms. The boundaries of the three laws vanished completely at that moment. He felt as though he had become the law itself. No, he had become the soil that nurtures the law. Like the primordial chaos at the dawn of the universe, where all rules were yet to be defined and all possibilities existed. The sacred void began to tremble. The broken threads of law seemed to sense something and started to quiver. The dark energy seeping from the breaks grew restless, as if encountering a natural enemy. Luyu slowly raised his hand palm upward. The gray chaotic energy gathered in his palm. This time the energy was not simply flowing, but began to self-evolve. A tiny universe was born in his palm, stars flickering, life cycling through it. This miniature universe lasted only a brief moment before dissipating. But in that instant he understood the true purpose of chaotic energy. It was not a weapon for battle, nor a shield for defense. It was the source of creation, the beginning of all things. In the distance, the aura from the dark regions suddenly intensified. The lawbreakers seemed to have sensed the changes in this sacred ground and began to gather. Luyu could feel several hostile consciousnesses approaching. These consciousnesses were filled with desires for destruction and chaos identical to the lawbreakers in the Lord of the Firmament's memories. Yet there was no fear in his heart. The chaotic energy, perfectly fused from three laws, flowed calmly within him. This power gave him a new perspective, allowing him to see many things he had previously failed to understand, including the reason why the lawbreakers had strayed. They were too eager, too fixated on power itself, forgetting the meaning behind it. Like someone who only sees fire's ability to burn, forgetting it can also bring warmth and light. The first shadow appeared at the edge of the sacred ground. It was a figure entirely composed of dark energy, its face indistinguishable, only the violent aura within it perceptible. It held a spear woven from broken threads of law, its tip pointed toward Luyu. Then came the second, the third. In a short moment, dozens of shadows gathered at the edge of the sacred ground. The dark energy they emitted merged into one, dimming the once bright web of law. Luyu gazed at them calmly, the chaotic energy in his palm pulsing slightly. He could feel that chaotic energy also flowed within these lawbreakers. But their chaotic energy was twisted into a tool of pure destruction. "Return to the righteous path," he said softly. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly spread across the entire sacred ground. The shadows grew agitated, emitting piercing roars. Enraged by his words, they raised their dark spears simultaneously. But Luyu merely waved his hand gently. The gray chaotic energy surged like a tide, not toward the lawbreakers, but toward the broken threads of law. The fractures eroded by dark energy began to heal under the nourishment of chaotic energy, the twisted threads straightening once more. The lawbreakers roared in fury and hurled their spears. Dozens of dark energies tore through the void, snapping threads of law in their path. These spears contained the purest will of destruction, capable of tearing through any defense. Luyu did not dodge. He simply watched the incoming spears, a gray light swirling in his eyes. The moment the spears were about to strike him, time seemed to freeze. No, not seemed. Time truly froze. The dark spears hung still before him, their tips inches from his brow, unable to advance a single inch. Even the lawbreakers' throwing motions were frozen in place like insects trapped in amber. This was the ultimate application of the law of time. But not entirely. In the frozen time, space began to fold. The region where the dark spears lay was isolated, forming an independent small space. Then the law of metal took effect. The spears began to disintegrate from the tips, breaking down into basic metal elements and dissipating into the void. The entire process was fluid, the three laws used seamlessly. When time and space resumed their flow, the lawbreakers were astonished to find their spears gone. Luyu still stood where he was, not even a fold in his robe disturbed. Impossible. A lawbreaker roared, its voice filled with disbelief. Luyu did not reply. He only continued to channel chaotic energy, repairing the damaged threads of law. As the broken threads gradually restored, the entire sacred ground began to radiate new vitality. The lawbreakers seemed to realize something and began to retreat slowly. The dark energy within them appeared so filthy before the pure chaotic energy, like mud before a clear spring. But Luyu had no intention of letting them leave. He raised his hand palm, facing the retreating shadows. The gray chaotic energy spread like a spider's web, weaving into a vast net in the void. This net was not for capture, but for purification. When the chaotic net enveloped the lawbreakers, piercing screams echoed through the sacred ground. The dark energy struggled violently within the net, but could not break free from the chaotic power's restraint. The twisted chaotic energy began to be purified, returning to its original form. When the screams ceased, only pure chaotic energy remained in the net, along with some bewildered fragments of consciousness. These fragments had once been the core of the lawbreakers, now stripped of all violence and chaos. Luyu waved his hand gently, and the fragments dissipated with the wind. The purified chaotic energy merged into his body, further enhancing his power. The sacred ground returned to tranquility. The restored web of law shone brighter than before, and the purified areas were even more robust than the rest. The mark left by the Lord of the Firmament flickered faintly, as if in approval. Luyu slowly closed his eyes, feeling the surging power within him. The perfect fusion of the three laws allowed him to touch the essence of chaotic energy. But this was not the end. He could feel there was still a long road ahead. The gray mark on his palm no longer burned, but emanated a gentle warmth. This journey had only just begun. The gray chaotic energy flowed slowly within his body like a stream formed by melting snow in early spring. Luyu sat cross-legged in the center of the restored sacred ground, sensing the subtle changes occurring in his inner world. The three laws, once clearly distinct, had now completely merged into one. The silver radiance of the law of time, the deep blue of the law of space, and the dark gold of the law of matter had all transformed into a profound gray. This gray was not lifeless, but a chaotic hue pregnant with infinite possibilities. The inner world began to tremble. At first, it was merely a faint tremor, like a slumbering beast turning in its dream. Then the trembling grew more intense, the entire world shaking. Luyu could feel the once stable structures of the world collapsing like snow and ice melting under the spring sun. He did not panic. Instead, he relaxed his mind and allowed the changes to occur naturally. This was the inner world responding to the perfect fusion of the three laws, an essential step toward a higher realm. The once flat land began to undulate. Mountains rose abruptly, their peaks piercing the clouds. River valleys deepened and torrents roared. The sea surged from the edges of the continent, its azure waves crashing against the newborn coastline. All this happened with astonishing speed, yet it carried an ancient rhythm. The sky was also changing. The once monotonous firmament split into multiple layers. The outermost was a deep void, the middle a flowing sea of clouds, and the innermost a clear blue sky. The sun and moon hung simultaneously at opposite ends of the sky, golden sunlight interweaving with silver moonlight scattering across the newborn earth. Luyu noticed that this new world was more real than before. The wind rustled through the treetops, raindrops splashed into fine droplets upon hitting the ground, and even the air was filled with the fresh scent of earth and grass. But this was only the beginning. After the basic structure of the world stabilized, deeper changes were taking place. Luyu could sense the threads of law that formed the world's origin being rewoven. They were no longer simple parallels or intersections, but formed a more complex, three-dimensional network. The threads of time ran like warp and weft, penetrating every corner of the world. They no longer flowed in a single direction, but formed loops at certain nodes. A fallen leaf might hover in the air for days without falling, and a stream might flow upstream and then downstream. The elasticity of time filled this world with wondrous changes. The threads of space wove layers upon layers of dimensions. The main space was stable and vast, while the subspaces were hidden and exquisite. At certain special nodes, different dimensions overlapped, forming natural teleportation channels. A bird might flap its wings and pass through a mountain only to appear 1,000 miles away over the sea in the next moment. Most marvelous were the changes in the threads of matter. They no longer merely constituted solid objects, but could freely transform their forms. Rocks became transparent as crystal under moonlight, and water solidified into crystalline staircases in sunlight. The boundary between matter and energy became blurred, and the entire world was filled with a flowing beauty. Luyu immersed himself in this wondrous process of evolution. He could clearly perceive the vibration of every thread of law, the opening and closing of every spatial node, and the meandering of every stream of time. This world was like a work of art. He had personally crafted every detail, reflecting his will. Yet the changes continued. In the deepest part of the world, a gray seed germinated silently. It absorbed the chaotic energy produced by the fusion of the three laws and grew slowly. When it broke through the soil, Lu Yu felt an unprecedented throb. It was a world tree. Its trunk was a chaotic gray while its leaves shimmered with iridescent light. Each leaf was a miniature world. In some, the long river of time flowed between the veins, on others the labyrinth of space was reflected on the surface, and at the edges of still others the essence of matter condensed. The roots of the world tree plunged deep into every corner of this newborn universe. The main root connected to the source of time, the lateral roots entwined around spatial nodes, and the fibrous roots penetrated the essence of matter. It was both the heart and the skeleton of this world. As the world tree grew, Lu Yu felt his consciousness expanding. He was no longer merely an observer, but had truly become the master of this world. Every whisper of the wind, every fall of a raindrop, every rustle of a leaf was within his perception. Even more astonishing, this world began to give birth to the first life. Under the shade of the world tree, tiny specks of light began to flicker. Initially, they were pure energy clusters, then slowly condensed into simple forms. Some resembled floating dandelion seeds, others swimming jellyfish, and still others leaping flames. These primordial beings frolicked among the branches and leaves of the world tree, grew within the cycles of time, and explored the labyrinths of space. They had no fixed form, but changed constantly with their environment. In areas where time flowed quickly, they transformed into streaks of light. At folds in space, they split into multiple individuals. At points of matter transformation, they condensed into crystals. Lu Yu watched the birth and evolution of these lives, a wondrous feeling welling up in his heart. This was no longer a simple increase in power, but true creation. He was witnessing the entire process of a universe maturing from its infancy. The world tree continued to grow. Its crown had already touched the dome of this world, and star-like specks of light began to condense among its branches and leaves. These specks of light rose slowly and finally fixed themselves in the firmament, becoming true stars. The sun and moon alternated, the stars revolved, and this world had finally completed its transformation from a demiplane to a complete universe. Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes and found himself still sitting in the center of the sacred ground. But the feeling within him was utterly different. The newborn universe was slowly rotating in the depths of his consciousness, becoming more perfect with every moment. He raised his hand, and a ball of gray chaotic energy appeared in his palm. But this power was different from before. It contained the flow of time, the folding of space, and the transformation of matter. It was no longer merely a means of attack or defense, but truly possessed the dual nature of creation and destruction. The web of laws in the sacred ground seemed to sense something and emitted a faint resonance. The purified areas shimmered with a soft light, as if celebrating the birth of this new universe. Lu Yu could feel that his connection to this world had become even stronger. Every breath synchronized with the world's rhythm, and every heartbeat resonated with its pulse. He was this world, and this world was him. But this fusion did not cause him to lose himself. Instead, it allowed him to recognize his own essence more clearly. He was the master of this universe, and also its guardian. He was the maker of rules, and also the keeper of rules. In the distance, a newborn leaf swayed gently in the breeze. Silver power of time flowed through its veins, blue ripples of space were reflected on its surface, and golden essence of matter condensed at its edges. This leaf was both a part of the world tree and a microcosm of the entire universe. Lu Yu gazed at this leaf, and understanding gradually dawned in his heart. This journey had indeed only just begun. The second evolution of the inner world was not an end, but a new starting point. Ahead lay even vaster realms to explore, and even more profound truths to comprehend. But he no longer sought instant success. Just as this world needed time to grow slowly, so too did his cultivation require gradual progress. The important thing was that he had found the right direction. The gray mark in his palm grew slightly warm, no longer a burning pain, but a warmth like a mother's embrace. This journey had indeed only just begun. The gray chaotic power flowed in the palm of his hand, like a miniature universe breathing. Lu Yu sat cross-legged beneath the world tree, feeling the perfect fusion of laws within him. Time darted like silver thread, space unfolded like blue silk, and matter settled like golden sand. Each power obediently responded to his command, weaving into a harmonious symphony under his will. Yet when he attempted to condense these powers into the true embryonic form of the universe, an invisible obstruction appeared. It was as if the painter had all the colors ready, but could not find the blank canvas to begin. The power of the laws kept rotating and compressing under his guidance, yet it could never break through a certain threshold, unable to transform from power into world. The branches and leaves of the world tree swayed gently above him, each leaf reflecting the complete network of laws. One newly sprouted silver leaf drifted down, landing perfectly on his knee. The power of time flowing through the leaf veins intertwined perfectly with the ripples of space, yet it remained just a part of this world rather than an independent existence. Lu Yu gazed at the leaf, suddenly understanding something. What he lacked was not power or laws, but a starting point. That singularity capable of igniting all possibilities, the fulcrum that could transform the illusory into the real. Just as a seed needs that initial sprout to grow into a towering tree, he tried to compress the chaotic power to its extreme. The gray energy spun wildly in his palm, the surrounding air began to twist, and even the light bent around it. The branches of the world tree moved of their own accord, making a rustling sound, as if feeling uneasy about this perilous act. The energy sphere grew smaller, its density increasing until it became an almost invisible black dot. Lu Yu could feel the terrifying energy contained within, potent enough to tear apart space and crush matter. Yet it remained merely a highly compressed lump of energy, not the origin of the universe. It lacked something essential, something that transcended laws, transcended power, even transcended concepts. Sweat trickled down from his temple. This was not fatigue from the consumption of power, but rather a cognitive dilemma. It was like a person possessing all the building materials, yet not knowing how to design the house. He possessed all the materials needed to create the universe, yet could not find that initial motive. He recalled the process of this world's birth. When chaos first opened and purity and turbidity separated, it was not due to the forcible intervention of some power, but rather because of an unspeakable opportunity. Just as a seed naturally sprouts under the right temperature and humidity, just as life naturally emerges under suitable conditions. This is not something that can be achieved through brute force. Lu Yu released his palm, allowing the condensed energy to slowly dissipate. He leaned against the trunk of the world tree, feeling the vitality flowing beneath the bark. This world was already so complete, so rich, yet he could not even create the smallest universe. Frustration coiled around him like vines. He closed his eyes, letting his consciousness sink within. There the power of laws flowed like a colorful stream, quietly coursing through his meridians. The river of time shimmered with silver light, the pulse of space rippled in blue waves, and the source of matter glimmered with golden light. They coexisted harmoniously, yet remained distinctly separate. He attempted to guide their convergence, forming a vortex at his dantian. The three-colored powers intertwined and spun, trying to fuse into a whole. The fluctuations of energy made his body tremble, slightly pain tearing through his meridians. Yet just as success was within reach, an invisible barrier appeared once more. Like a thin oil film on water, it seemed weak, yet was astonishingly resilient. The three-colored energies scattered before the barrier, returning to their respective paths. Lu Yu opened his eyes and deeply exhaled. The issue did not lie within the laws themselves, but in the absence of a common core. Just like a group of skilled musicians who cannot play a harmonious symphony without a conductor, he needed to find the point that could unify all laws. As the night deepened, the light in the sacred ground gradually dimmed, and only the world tree continued to emit a soft silver glow. Lu Yu gazed up at the crown of the tree, where the leaves flickered in the darkness like stars in the night sky. Stars. This word struck a chord deep within him. He recalled listening to an old scholar speak of the origins of the universe when he was in his homeland. The elderly man with white hair drew diagrams in the sand with a trembling finger, saying that all stars originated from an infinitely small point, which then birthed time, space, and matter in a great explosion. At the time, he thought it was an interesting theory, but now he had a different insight. Perhaps he had been striving in the wrong direction all along. He attempted to create the universe using existing laws, but the birth of the universe should precede the laws. Just as a baby's cry predates language, instinct precedes thought. He needed to return to a state before everything began. Not chaos, not order, but some more primitive, fundamental state. Lu Yu closed his eyes again, but this time he did not attempt to control the power of the laws. Instead, he emptied his mind, returning to the most basic perception. He felt the rhythm of his breathing, the pulse of his heartbeat, the flow of his blood. These primal signs of life were closer to the essence than any laws. Gradually, he entered a wondrous state. Neither awake nor asleep, but a pure existence. In this state, the concepts of time, space, and matter lost their meaning, leaving only the most basic perception. In this state, he felt a faint yet fundamentally profound vibration. It was not in the meridians, not in the dantian, nor even within the body. It existed at the intersection of body and soul, in the crevice between reality and illusion. Like an inaudible melody, an invisible light. Lu Yu cautiously approached this vibration, daring not to disturb it. He felt as though he were a person groping in the dark, finally touching the edge of a door. This door was so small, so concealed, that it would have been impossible to find without being in this completely emptied state. He attempted to gently push it open. There was no collision of power, no clash of laws, only a subtle change, like a seed breaking ground, like dawn breaking. Behind that door he saw, not a scene, not a sound, not anything that could be captured by the senses. but a possibility, a pure unrefined foundation of existence. This was the starting point he had been searching for all along. Luyu did not rush to grasp it, but quietly observed and felt. He understood why all his previous attempts had failed. When you try to create something new with existing tools, you are already constrained by those tools in your imagination. True creation requires a return to the void. He allowed that starting point to slowly grow in his perception, like nurturing a delicate seedling. It absorbed the power of the laws flowing within him, but reorganized them in an entirely new way. Not fusion, but transcendence. Time was no longer a linear flow, but a multidimensional tapestry of space was no longer a fixed dimension, but a malleable clay. Matter was no longer solid particles, but fluctuating energy. This transformation was not violent, but rather gradual and imperceptible, like ice and snow melting in the spring breeze, naturally turning into streams. Uncertain how long had passed when the first ray of morning light pierced through the branches and leaves of the world tree, falling upon Lu Ye's face, the tiny starting point within him finally stabilized. It was no longer just a point, but a self-sufficient cycle, a self-sustaining system. Though still small and fragile, it had already met all conditions for independent existence. Luyu opened his eyes. The world now bore different colors in his vision. Not because he had mastered new powers, but because he understood the true meaning of creation. He spread his palm. This time no gray chaotic power emerged. Yet within his perception, a brand new universe was slowly rotating like dew in the morning light, tiny yet complete. The bottleneck had not yet been fully broken, the road still long, but he had already taken the most important step. The leaves of the world tree swayed gently in the morning light, as if offering blessings to the newly born universe. As his fingertip lightly touched the void, an invisible ripple spread outward. At first, only the air in the courtyard trembled faintly, and the leaves of the world tree rustled without wind. But in the next second, the entire world fell into absolute silence. Birds hung motionless in midair, falling leaves froze mid-arc, and even the morning light seemed to congeal into golden amber. Lu Ye's perception surged outward like a tide. It swept past the branches of the world tree, pierced through the clouds, and skimmed over mountains and rivers. In a town, early risers had just raised their teacups, but the ripples on the tea's surface suddenly stilled. A vendor in the market opened his mouth to shout, but the sound caught in his throat. A ball chased by children hovered an inch above the ground, unable to fall. His domain continued to expand. Beasts in the forest remained frozen in mid-lunge, and fish in the stream were suspended at the moment they broke the water's surface. The wind ceased, the clouds scattered, and even the flow of magma deep within the earth slowed. When the domain covered the entire continent, Lu Yu sensed a resistance. It was not from the material world, but from something deeper, the very laws of the plane itself resisting this change. Countless fine chains emerged from the void, entwining around the edges of his domain, attempting to halt its expansion. These chains were woven from ancient pacts, a self-protective mechanism of this world. Lu Yu exhaled softly. The miniature universe gestating within him began to spin faster. It no longer absorbed the laws of the outside world, but instead released new rules of its own. When the chains touched these rules, they melted away silently, like snow meeting sunlight. The plane's resistance turned into acceptance. The domain broke past the continent's boundaries and extended toward the ocean. Towering waves froze into crystalline sculptures, and deep-sea leviathans remained poised in their swimming postures. Next came the neighboring continent, then the entire planet. Standing beneath the world tree, Lu Yu could clearly see every corner of the planet. The polar glaciers, the equatorial rainforests, the molten core, all were laid bare in his perception with perfect clarity. But this was not enough. His consciousness continued to extend outward, breaking through the atmosphere and entering the frigid vacuum of space. The domain began to expand at light speed. The craters of the moon, the red deserts of Mars, the gaseous vortex of Jupiter. Every planet, every satellite, and even every drifting asteroid within the solar system was incorporated into his domain. Lu Yu felt a slight dizziness. Perceiving every detail of such a vast expanse simultaneously placed an immense burden on his spirit. But the miniature universe within him operated with even greater fluency, as if this was its true state. When the domain crossed the orbit of Pluto, he encountered a new obstacle. It was not from the material plane, but from the very structure of spacetime. The spacetime in this stellar region exhibited a solidified quality, as though it had been deliberately reinforced. The expansion of the domain slowed noticeably, like moving through thick honey. Lu Yu concentrated, urging the universe within him to spin faster. New rules spread like ink drops in water, diffusing through the solidified spacetime. Wherever they passed, the spacetime structure began to reorganize, becoming more flexible and more accommodating to his domain. The speed increased once more. The faint light of Proxima Centauri entered his perception, followed by more stars. Centaurus, Sirius, Vega. One by one, familiar stars were covered by the domain. Lu Yu began to sense every fluctuation of nuclear fusion within these stars, perceive the precise orbits of planets around them, and even capture the slow aggregation of interstellar dust under gravity. His consciousness was like an ever-expanding bubble enveloping everything along its path. When the domain expanded to 20 light-years, Lu Yu felt a sharp pain from the miniature universe within him. It was like the soreness of a muscle overstretched, but it originated from a deeper essence. He realized this was the current limit. Not the limit of his spiritual strength, but the boundary that the newborn universe could support. Lu Yu sat cross-legged beneath the world tree, his palm cradling the slowly spinning microcosm. Starlight rippled across the sphere's surface like countless fireflies dancing in the darkness. He could sense the tremor of every particle within, the restless stirring of power not yet fully tamed. After breaking through to the realm of universe master, his understanding of power had become utterly transformed. What was once like viewing flowers through a mist was now a clear perception of every thread of energy's flow. He sank his divine sense deep into the microcosm. It was an exceedingly slow process, like carving on a sheer cliff. A single misstep would undo all progress. His consciousness transformed into billions of silk threads entwining every corner of the universe. From the tiniest quantum fluctuations to the gravitational vortices of galaxies, everything was vividly laid out in his perception. The microcosm suddenly trembled violently. A crack appeared on the sphere's surface and chaotic energy surged out. This energy carried a primal ferocity, struggling to break free from its bonds. The surrounding air began to warp and the leaves of the world tree rustled without wind. Lu Yu remained unruffled, tapping lightly with his fingertip. The triple fused laws interwove into a net in his palm. Time, space, and matter, the three fundamental laws that constitute the universe, now merged perfectly, transforming into a flowing river of light that gently enveloped the restless, chaotic energy. This was not confrontation, but guidance. Like the great Yu, taming the floods, blocking was inferior to channeling. He let the chaotic energy surge within the net of laws, yet it could never escape the invisible boundary. Each collision made the net of laws more solid. Each turn made the energy more docile. Ripples spread across the surface of the microcosm. The cracks began to heal not through simple repair, but by restructuring into an even more perfect form. The once rough edges of the universe were now smooth as a mirror reflecting the myriad stars. Lu Yu could sense that this microcosm was undergoing an essential transformation. It was no longer a lifeless object, but had taken on the qualities of life. Each rotation carried a unique rhythm, gradually synchronizing with his heartbeat. The once chaotic energy flows now moved like a disciplined army, operating in perfect order under his will. But this was not enough. He delved deeper, his consciousness piercing the surface to reach the universe's core. Here was an ocean of chaos where countless primal energies churned and collided. They were like untamed beasts following the most instinctive laws of motion. And at the deepest part of these energies, a crystalline core was pulsing slowly. This was the true spirit of the supreme treasure. It slumbered here like a fledgling yet to break from its shell. Lu Yu infused the triple fused laws into the core. The law of time slowed the core's pulse, stretching each moment to its extreme. The law of space constructed a perfect cradle protecting the fragile true spirit. The law of matter provided essential nourishment, accelerating the true spirit's growth. This process lasted 3 full days and nights. When the dawn of the 4th day pierced the clouds, the microcosm suddenly radiated an unprecedented light. The light was not blinding, but carried the softness of morning glow, bathing the entire world in a hazy radiance. The true spirit at the core had awakened. Like a newborn infant, it curiously perceived the world. When it discovered Lu Yu's presence, it sent an affectionate thought, like a fledgling imprinting on the first creature it saw. Only then was the refinement truly complete. Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes. The microcosm in his palm had transformed dramatically. Its once dull surface now flowed with iridescent light. Countless tiny star vortices were born and extinguished within it, each containing astonishing energy. He shifted his thought slightly. The microcosm suddenly vanished, turning into a stream of light that sank into his brow. Looking inward, it hovered at the center of his sea of consciousness, perfectly merging with the triple fused laws. The power of time formed a halo around it, the power of space built a stable framework, and the power of matter provided a ceaseless flow of energy. Now he could finally wield this supreme treasure at will. The moment of testing had arrived. Lu Yu raised his right hand and gently clenched it toward the distant mountains. There was no earth-shattering roar, no burst of energy light. That 1,000-meter peak vanished silently, as if it had never existed. It was not destruction, but an erasure of its very existence. Even the surrounding space showed subtle distortions, the reach of the treasure's power. He then turned his gaze to the sky. The microcosm spun gently in his sea of consciousness, the triple fused laws operating in tandem. The clear sky suddenly darkened. not from clouds, but because the entire sky had been replaced by a starry expanse. Day turned instantly to deep night, the Milky Way flowing slowly overhead. This was no illusion, but a true spatial displacement. He had swapped the starry sky 1,000 miles away with the sky before him. Starlight cascaded onto the earth and plants grew withered and regrew at a visible rate. Time accelerated for these flora, completing hundreds of cycles in mere breaths. This was the true power befitting a universe master. The combination of the supreme treasure and the triple fused laws had produced a qualitative change. It was no simple 1 + n = 2, but an exponential leap. He could now easily accomplish what he once dared not imagine. For instance, probing the mysteries of time and space. Lu Yu activated the treasure again, targeting the star region, where he had previously sensed anomalous fluctuations. His vision instantly crossed a distance of 10 light-years. It was a bizarre star region. The light of stars here was distorted, as if viewed through a convex lens. Planets moved in chaotic orbits, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, even briefly reversing. The fabric of space-time was shattered here. Deeper still, he perceived a massive void. It was not an ordinary black hole, but something far more fearsome. A darkness from which even light could not escape, an abyss where time itself ground to a halt. Just as he prepared to probe further, a subtle ripple emanated from the depths of the void. Cold, ancient, and carrying undisguised malice. Lu Yu immediately severed the connection. Fine beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. Even this brief contact had subjected him to unprecedented pressure. The entity within that void was far more powerful than he could imagine. He steadied his breath and shifted his attention to another direction. 25 light-years away in the region where traces of chaotic force remained. The scene here was even more eerie. The entire starfield was dyed a dark red like dried bloodstains. Debris of stars floated in the void, forming some mysterious pattern. At the center of these fragments, a mass of chaotic energy was slowly writhing. It seemed to breathe, each contraction and expansion causing tremors in the surrounding space. What concerned Lu Yu most was that this energy contained an extremely pure chaotic force. Purer than any chaotic energy he had encountered before, nearly reaching the level of the origin. And it seemed to be waiting for something. Lu Yu cautiously extended a thread of divine sense. The moment it touched the chaotic energy, a sudden change occurred. The mass of energy violently churned, transforming into a gigantic face. The face's features were indistinct except for a pair of eyes that were startlingly clear, 2 swirling star vortices deep enough to chill the heart. The face turned toward Lu Yu, its corners lifting slightly. Then the entire mass of energy suddenly contracted into a dark red crystal, which tore through space and vanished. The whole process was unbelievably fast. Lu Yu withdrew his divine sense, frowning slightly. The feeling that face gave him was strange. It didn't seem alive, more like some preset program. When specific conditions were met, it would manifest, then self-destruct. It reminded him of some ancient restriction. A leaf of the world tree brushed his shoulder, bringing a cool touch. Lu Yu snapped out of his contemplation, noticing that the microcosm in his palm was growing warm. The treasure was warning him of danger. He gently caressed the sphere's surface, feeling the power flowing within. Though he had now initially grasped the treasure's power, he still had a long way to go before fully unleashing its potential, especially when facing those ancient entities hidden in the depths of the universe. Yet this only ignited his fighting spirit. The path of cultivation was like sailing against the current. If it were all smooth sailing, it would lose its flavor. These hidden threats, these unsolved mysteries were the very forces driving him forward. He stood up, gazing at the boundless starry sky. The microcosm spun quietly in his sea of consciousness, merging seamlessly with the triple fused laws. Each rotation caused subtle ripples in the surrounding space. Now he could precisely control these ripples, preventing them from spreading outward. This was a qualitative leap, from barely managing to wielding with effortless ease. From this day forward, he truly deserved the title of Universe Master. The night wind ruffled his robes, and starlight danced in his hair. The world tree rustled behind him as if celebrating. In the distance, the market had fallen silent, with only scattered lights flickering in the darkness. Everything seemed peaceful, but Lu Yu knew that beneath this calm undercurrents were stirring. That chaotic face, that void in space-time, and countless yet undiscovered secrets all awaited him in the darkness. And now he was ready. The treasure in hand, the laws in his heart. The path ahead was perilous, yet all the more worth anticipating. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. It was the power of a universe master, the radiance that had finally bloomed after countless trials. Dawn was approaching. A new day, a new journey. The light before dawn filtered through the branches of the world tree, casting mottled shadows on Lu Yu's face. He stood at the edge of the treetop, overlooking the gradually awakening human realm below. The miniature universe slowly rotated within his sea of consciousness, intertwining with the triple fusion law to form a serene star map. In the distance, 2 figures tore through the void. The Chaos City Lord was surrounded by a hazy mist, each step resonating with the rhythm of time and space distortion. The giant axe founder resembled a drawn blade, his rugged face bearing a scrutinizing gaze. Congratulations. The voice of the Chaos City Lord seemed to come from another dimension. From this day forth you shall be the third cosmic lord of the human race. The giant axe founder grinned, revealing his stark white teeth. Let me test the mettle of the newly appointed cosmic lord. As his words fell, a shadow of the axe cleaved through the morning mist. Liu did not flinch. The miniature universe appeared in his palm, and the triple fusion law naturally flowed, forming a barrier as thin as a cicada's wing before him. At the moment the axe shadow struck the barrier, time and space slightly twisted, and the violent energy was silently decomposed and absorbed. Not bad. The giant axe founder sheathed his battle axe, a glint of approval flashing in his eyes. You are qualified to stand alongside us. The Chaos City Lord lightly waved his sleeve, and 3 stone benches coalesced in the void. They each took their seats, beneath them the surging sea of clouds, above them the rising sun. The Cosmic Lord is not just about power. The Chaos City Lord lightly tapped his fingertip, and a star map unfolded between the 3 men. Countless points of light represented various star systems of the human realm, with several flickering ominously in red. The insect race is gathering at the borders, the mechanical race lurks in the shadows, and there are those ancient existences hiding in the dark. The voice of the Chaos City Lord was gentle, yet it made the surrounding air feel heavier. Every decision could affect the survival of billions of lives. Liu gazed at the flickering red dots on the star map. The miniature universe gently trembled in his sea of consciousness, conveying a sense of crisis from distant star realms. He recalled the days of struggling to survive in the primordial universe and the civilizations that had been consumed by the flames of war. The greater the power, the heavier the responsibility. He murmured. The giant axe founder patted his shoulder, the force causing the surrounding sea of clouds to ripple. Don't think too much. Fight when necessary, kill when needed. This is how we protect our race. The morning light grew stronger, casting a golden hue over the 3 figures. The Chaos City Lord began to recount the history of the human race. From their first wobbly steps on the primitive planet to their first venture into the starry sky, from struggling to survive in the cracks among myriad races to now standing tall among the powerful races of the universe. At every turning point there stood a cosmic lord who stepped forward, paving the way for the race with their blood. We are not the strongest race. The gaze of the Chaos City Lord pierced through the clouds, looking towards the endless starry sky, but we have never bowed down. Liu listened quietly. The miniature universe deeply fused with his consciousness, allowing him to sense something far greater. Countless human lives, wishes like fine threads entwined around the 3 cosmic lords. That was faith, hope, and also a heavy shackle. Go and look at your people. The giant axe founder stood up, his battle axe glinting coldly in the sunlight. Remember this weight. The silhouettes of the 2 ancient beings gradually faded, leaving Liu alone at the summit of the sea of clouds. He closed his eyes, his consciousness spreading with the fluctuations of the miniature universe. On a remote agricultural planet, farmers toiled in golden wheat fields, sweat dripping into the fertile soil. Children ran along the ridges, their laughter rising and falling with the waves of wheat. In a bustling interstellar port, merchant ships moved like threads, with specialties from different star systems converging here. The sounds of merchants bargaining and crew members unloading formed a vibrant symphony. At a border outpost, a young warrior gripped an energy gun tightly, vigilantly watching the depths of the starry sky. His face still bore youthful innocence, yet his eyes had already witnessed the baptism of war. Billions of lives, billions of stories. The miniature universe gently rotated, reflecting all of this in Liu's heart lake. He felt a wonderful connection. Each human's joy and sorrow, hope and fear flowed like small streams, ultimately merging into the ocean of consciousness of this cosmic lord. This was not a burden, but a gift. He opened his eyes, the reflections of the entire human realm shimmering in his gaze. I will protect all of this. The whispered vow blended with the morning wind, drifting towards the distance along with the branches of the world tree. In the distance, the rising sun finally leaped over the horizon, casting brilliant rays upon the earth. A new day officially began, and Liu's journey had just begun. He stood up, his garments rustling in the morning breeze. The miniature universe vanished in his palm, fully merging with the essence of his life. From this moment on, he was no longer a solitary cultivator, but the cosmic lord carrying the hopes and futures of the entire human race. This honor must be defended with his life. This responsibility would guide him to the end of the universe. The sunlight grew brighter, stretching his shadow long. At the peak of the world tree, the 3rd cosmic lord of the human race quietly gazed at his territory, at his people. The road ahead was still fraught with thorns, but he was no longer lost. As the morning light grew stronger, Liu stood atop the world tree, his gaze piercing through layers of clouds, as if he could see the vitality in every inch of human territory. The miniature universe slowly revolved within him, the subtle pulses of billions of lives trembling like strings of a zither, playing a silent symphony deep in his consciousness. A streak of light came from the horizon, and the figure of the Chaos City Lord condensed within the radiance. He walked through the void, the star charts on his robe flickering with each step, as if bearing the breath of the entire universe. You came at the right time. Luyu did not turn around, his voice as calm as a deep pool. The Chaos City Lord stood beside him, his gaze sweeping over the endless branches of the world tree below. Luo Feng is about to break through to the venerable realm. These words drifted lightly in the morning breeze, yet they stirred a ripple in Lu Ye's eyes. He recalled the figure drenched in sweat on the training ground, the youth who never accepted defeat. In his memory, Luo Feng was still at the peak of the Domain Lord level, yet now he had touched the threshold of the venerable. How long did he stay at the Domain Lord level? Luyu asked. 327 years. The Chaos City Lord's voice carried a hint of admiration. This speed ranks among the top 5 in human history. Luyu nodded gently. Advancing from Domain Lord to Venerable in 300 years was indeed astonishingly brilliant. In the past, such news would have shaken the entire human territory. But now, he looked inward at the slowly rotating miniature universe within him, feeling the vast power it contained. Compared to a universe master, the breakthrough of a Venerable was merely a ripple in a pond. He walked steadily. Luyu finally said, his tone calm and unreadable. The Chaos City Lord glanced at him, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He had expected to see astonishment or at least some emotion, but Lu Ye's reaction was too indifferent, as if discussing an insignificant piece of news. You don't find it surprising? Luyu finally turned around, the sunlight outlining a dazzling halo behind him. Everyone has their own path. Luo Feng walks the orthodox path of cultivation step by step. And I. He paused, his palm facing upward as a wisp of starlight danced at his fingertips. Walk a different path. That path had allowed him to stand at a higher place ahead of time. The Chaos City Lord stared at the starlight on his fingertips and suddenly understood. The law fluctuations contained in that starlight had surpassed his understanding of venerable level power. You broke through. The City Lord's voice tightened slightly. Luyu did not answer directly, but looked into the distance. His gaze pierced through the clouds and landed on a distant agricultural planet. There a farmer had just straightened his back, wiped the sweat from his brow, and smiled contentedly at the bountiful wheat fields. The universe is vast, City Lord, Luyu said softly. Vast enough to hold countless possibilities. These words struck the Chaos City Lord like a thunderclap. He was finally convinced that the young man before him had stepped into that legendary realm. The very realm he himself still desperately sought. When did it happen? The City Lord's voice was hoarse. Just now, Luyu withdrew his distant gaze. When I truly understood what I wanted to protect. A gentle breeze passed by and the leaves of the world tree rustled as if countless worlds were whispering. The Chaos City Lord was silent for a long time before finally letting out a long sigh. If Luo Feng finds out, he'll probably be discouraged. The corners of Lu Ye's mouth lifted slightly. He won't. The stronger the opponent, the more it fuels his fighting spirit. He recalled the days of fighting alongside Luo Feng. That youth who always charged ahead, his eyes forever burning with an unyielding flame. Such an opponent, such a friend, deserved his eternal respect. Should we tell him? The Chaos City Lord asked. Luyu shook his head. Let him advance at his own pace. Some paths must be walked alone. He raised his hand and gently tapped the void with his fingertip. Starlight rippled outward, transforming into a miniature star chart. Among the stars, one shone especially bright. It was the exact location of Luo Feng at that moment. After he breaks through to Venerable, I will go to him. The Chaos City Lord studied the star chart and suddenly noticed a detail. When Luyu conjured this star chart, he had used no law power whatsoever, as if the vast starry sky was inherently part of his being. This realm of effortless mastery had surpassed his comprehension. What do you plan to do? The City Lord couldn't help asking. Luyu withdrew the star chart, his gaze turning profound. Humanity needs more powerhouses. Luo Feng has that potential. When he needs it, I will give him a push. Not by forcing growth, but by offering guidance at critical moments. This was his respect for a friend and his responsibility for humanity's future. The sun grew fiercer, casting their shadows on the leaves of the world tree. The Chaos City Lord suddenly felt a sense of disorientation. Once he had been the senior guiding the young, but now he could no longer fathom the depths of this youth. Universe Master. He murmured, as if savoring the weight of the term. Luyu neither denied nor confirmed it. He simply stood quietly, feeling the operation of the miniature universe within him. The joys and sorrows of billions of lives flowed like tiny streams into the ocean of his consciousness. This gift also meant responsibility. Tell Luo Feng that I look forward to a battle with him, Luyu finally said. After he becomes a venerable. The Chaos City Lord nodded, his form gradually dissolving in the morning light. He knew this news would drive Luo Feng to work even harder. That young man never refused a challenge. After the city lord's figure vanished completely, Lu Yu let out a soft breath. He spread his palm, and the miniature universe appeared in his hand. Among it, the star representing Luo Feng flickered faintly, heralding the imminent breakthrough. "Keep it up, old friend," he whispered, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Far away, countless light years distant, Luo Feng, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes. He felt a tremor in his heart, as if he had heard a familiar voice. Shaking his head, he closed his eyes again, focusing all his energy on breaking through the bottleneck that had troubled him for so long. Atop the world tree, Lu Yu smiled faintly. The morning breeze blew, carrying the fragrance of distant flowers. A new day had just begun, and their legend was writing a new chapter. The morning breeze, carrying the damp scent of dew, swirled around the apex of the world tree. The miniature universe in Lu Yu's palm rotated slowly, with billions of stars flickering within. When the star representing Luo Feng gradually stabilized, he closed his hand and cast his gaze toward the distant horizon. The fluctuations emanating from the depths of the cosmic sea grew increasingly distinct. He walked slowly toward the core region of the world tree. With each step, faint ripples spread beneath his feet. These ripples were not mere ripples of energy, but the natural resonance of spatial laws responding to his movement. The branches and leaves of the world tree swayed gently, as if echoing his footsteps. At the center of the core region, a clear spring flowed quietly. This was not an ordinary water source, but the spring of time and space formed by the world tree, drawing upon void energy. Lu Yu reached his hand into the spring. What his fingertips touched was not cold liquid, but countless fine fragments of time and space. He closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness into the miniature universe within his body. The trajectories of countless lives wove into a network within his perception. A civilization in a remote galaxy was undergoing an energy crisis. A tribe on a primitive planet had erupted into conflict over water sources. An interstellar caravan had just narrowly escaped a spatial storm. All these subtle fluctuations left their traces in his mind. It's still not enough. He opened his eyes, his pupils reflecting the flowing river of stars. The danger of the inclined peak realm was far greater than ordinary beings could imagine. There, the laws of the primordial universe were in their most chaotic state. Time and space were folded into countless layers, and the slightest misstep would lead to eternal entrapment within dimensional fissures. And the Duandong River inheritance was one of the most ancient secrets of the cosmic sea. It was said that whoever obtained it would touch the most fundamental laws of the universe. He lifted his hand from the spring. Water droplets slid from his fingertips, condensing into crystalline ice in midair. These ice crystals were not caused by cold, but were a phenomenon resulting from the extreme compression of time's flow. The laws of time and space still need further refinement. Lu Yu walked toward a main trunk of the world tree and pressed his palm against the rough bark. The consciousness of the world tree merged with his own, and the cosmic knowledge it had accumulated over countless eons surged into him like a tidal wave. He witnessed scenes of powerhouses from the previous cosmic era falling within the inclined peak realm. He saw the bloody storms that erupted when the Duandong River inheritance last manifested. These fragments of memory gave him a clearer understanding of the region he was about to enter. He needed a treasure capable of stabilizing time and space. A certain branch of the world tree suddenly emitted a soft glow. Lu Yu reached out and gently stroked it. The branch naturally snapped off and, upon falling into his hand, transformed into an emerald green staff. The staff's surface was covered with natural patterns. Though they appeared random, these patterns subtly aligned with the laws governing the universe's operation. Staff of time and space. He murmured softly, feeling the stabilizing power contained within the staff. But this was still insufficient to counter the temporal turbulence of the inclined peak realm. His gaze fell upon a few particularly bright stars within the miniature universe. These stars represented coordinates he had left behind during his past travels. Each coordinate pointed to the location of a rare material. The first coordinate pointed to the edge of a black hole. There, the distortion of time and space reached its extreme. Any matter approaching would be torn apart. Yet within this ultimate destruction, the purest crystals of time and space were nurtured. Lu Yu extended his finger and gently tapped on the light point representing that star. At the edge of a black hole tens of thousands of light years away, an unremarkable stone suddenly emitted a faint glow. The stone's surface was covered in cracks, each flowing with a silvery light. It had drifted at the edge of the black hole for millions of years, enduring extreme spatial pressure, its internal structure having undergone a fundamental transformation. Now it was time to retrieve it. The space before Lu Yu rippled slightly, and the stone materialized out of thin air. It was only fist-sized, yet its weight rivaled that of a planet. The very space around the world tree became subtly distorted by its presence. Core of time and space. He grasped the stone, feeling the surging energy within. The second coordinate pointed to the interior of a dying star. The temperatures there could melt any known material, Yet within the star's core a special metal was nurtured, eternal gold. This metal could withstand extreme energy impacts, making it the ideal material for crafting protective equipment. Similarly, he reached out and tapped gently. In another distant star domain, a star trembled slightly. A piece of golden-red metal separated from its core, traversing layers of space to appear before him. The eternal gold radiated a scorching aura, but the moment it touched the core of time and space, its temperature naturally subsided. The two materials resonated with each other, creating a wondrous harmony. Lu Yu suspended the staff of time and space, the core of time and space, and the eternal gold before him. He pressed down with both hands, and the three materials began to fuse slowly. This was not a simple combination of substances, but an interweaving at the level of laws. The patterns on the staff of time and space came to life, winding around the core of time and space, and the eternal gold like vines. The eternal gold gradually melted, forming a thin coating over the surface of the core of time and space. The silvery light within the core of time and space shone through the film of eternal gold, blending with the staff's emerald glow. The entire process lasted for 3 full stellar days. When the last trace of light faded, a brand new staff appeared before Lu Yu. The staff was a dark gold color with silvery patterns flowing across its surface. At its head was set a crystal that constantly shifted its form. The moment he grasped the staff, the surrounding space immediately stabilized. Even the swaying of the world tree became more rhythmic, as if time itself flowed more smoothly here. Scepter of Time and Space. He named this newly born treasure. With the scepter in hand, his confidence in facing the inclined peak realm grew. But the trials of the Devouring River inheritance involved not only the laws of time and space, but also an understanding of the essence of life. Lu Yu sat down cross-legged, sinking his consciousness entirely into the miniature universe. This time he no longer focused on the trajectories of individual lives, but perceived the overall pulse of the network of life. The rise and fall of countless civilizations, the evolution of countless races, the birth, aging, sickness, and death of countless individuals. All of these constituted the most fundamental rhythm of the universe. He saw a civilization that developed rapidly after discovering a new energy source, only to fall into civil war due to the unequal distribution of resources. He saw a race at a crossroads of evolution, choosing different paths, one leading to extinction, the other to prosperity. He saw an individual breaking through their limits in a desperate situation, changing the fate of an entire galaxy. These scenes flowed through his consciousness, gradually coalescing into a deeper understanding of life's essence. The trials of the Devouring River inheritance tested not only power, but also one's comprehension of all things in the universe. Only by truly understanding the meaning of life could one obtain that ancient wisdom. When Lu Yu opened his eyes again, his pupils no longer held the reflection of stars. Instead, they had become like the deepest void, seemingly empty yet encompassing all things. He stood up. The scepter of time and space emitted a soft hum in his hand. The branches and leaves of the world tree swayed without any wind, as if bidding him farewell. In the distant starry sky, a powerful surge of energy erupted from the direction where Luo Feng was located. That young man had finally broken through his bottleneck and officially stepped into the realm of a venerable. A faint smile touched Lu Yu's lips. It was time to depart. He took a step forward, his figure gradually fading until he completely vanished from the spot. Only the branches and leaves of the world tree continued to sway, gently recording all that had just transpired. Deep within the cosmic sea, the inclined peak realm and the Devouring River inheritance awaited the next challenger. And this time the challenger was fully prepared. Ripples shimmered in the void as Lu Yu's figure coalesced atop the world tree. He gazed down at his hands. The left palm bore a silvery white mark of time and space, while the right was entwined with verdant laws of life. The two forces achieved a delicate equilibrium within him. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the depths of his soul. A figure identical to him separated from his true body, yet its eyes were gentler, surrounded by a dense aura of life. "You stay here," Lu Yu instructed his primal clone. "Guard this domain and protect the yet untapped human prodigies." The clone gave a slight nod, tapping the void with a fingertip. Countless emerald specks scattered, weaving an invisible barrier around the world tree. This barrier not only contained the mysteries of space-time laws, but also incorporated Lu Yu's latest insights into the essence of life. It could sense the life fluctuations of any approaching entity, distinguishing goodwill from malice. The moment the barrier took form, Luo Feng, light years away, felt a subtle resonance. Having just stabilized his venerable level cultivation, he stood atop a desolate planet's peak, gazing at the starry sky. A warm force brushed against his soul, like a mentor's caring glance. "Senior Lu Yu." Luo Feng murmured, his fists clenching involuntarily. He sensed that this was Lu Yu's parting protection. This silent care stirred a warmth in his heart, reinforcing his resolve to grow stronger. Meanwhile, Lu Yu's true body had arrived at the border of the human domain. An ancient stargate stood there, its frame engraved with the marks of past powerhouses. He reached out to gently touch the weathered carvings, feeling the aura of ages within them. Leaving already? A hoarse voice sounded behind him. The Chaos City Lord materialized in the starry void, his form flickering amid starlight, as if merging with the entire cosmos. Lu Yu turned and bowed to this eternal guardian of humanity. Some paths must be walked alone. The Chaos City Lord's gaze seemed to pierce the void, glimpsing the distant cosmic sea. The Qingfeng Summit has grown restless lately. Cosmic overlords from many races are gathering there. Rumor has it, the legacy of the Duandong River lineage is about to reappear. That is precisely why I must go, Lu Yu said calmly. Not just the Duandong River legacy, but also the Luchong Mountain and the cosmic boat. The ruins of those ancient civilizations hold wisdom beyond our era. The two exchanged a silent gaze, each reading the profound meaning in the other's eyes. Humanity needed explorers for those unknown realms and guardians for its foundations. Such was the choice that powerhouses had to face. Suddenly Lu Yu's brow furrowed. Through his clone at the World Tree, he sensed an anomalous space-time fluctuation brewing at the periphery of the human domain. It wasn't a natural fluctuation, but seemed to be an artificially open passage. It seems some uninvited guests have arrived, Lu Yu said softly. The Chaos City Lord also detected the anomaly, chaotic energy swirling around him, the Zerg, or the mechanic race. Neither. A silvery light flashed in Lu Yu's pupils. This aura is unfamiliar, yet carries a hint of recognition. As they spoke in a void of nothingness hundreds of thousands of light years from the human domain, a spatial rift spanning several light years began to slowly open. What seeped through the rift was not the familiar dark universe, but an uncharted star region. The Lu Yu clone atop the World Tree opened his eyes, emerald irises reflecting the celestial anomaly. He raised his right hand and pressed it gently against the World Tree's trunk. Instantly, an invisible life perception network radiated from the World Tree, covering half the primordial universe. Through this network, he clearly sensed the aura pouring from the spatial rift, an ancient, powerful life fluctuation, raw and primal, as if from the dawn of the universe. An ancient race, the clone murmured, frowning slightly. This unexpected turn disrupted his original plans. If the true body was about to depart for the cosmic sea and unpredictable variables emerged in the primordial universe, humanity would face a pincer attack. Before the Stargate, Lu Yu's true body, linked by soul, understood everything. He looked at the Chaos City Lord. It seems my itinerary needs a slight adjustment. The Chaos City Lord shook his head. Follow your original plan to the cosmic sea. Leave this to me and your clone. Humanity isn't so fragile that you must handle everything personally. Lu Yu paused, then finally nodded. He knew the Chaos City Lord was right. Humanity needed more powerhouses and had to grow through trials. Overprotection would only hinder the entire race's development. He cast one last look into the distance toward the World Tree, where Luo Feng and others were training. Then he turned and stepped into the Stargate. Silver light flashed, and space-time shifted. When Lu Yu's vision cleared, he stood in a completely alien starry sky. Here there were no familiar galactic spirals, only boundless chaotic currents flowing through the void. In the distance, a towering, unimaginable peak loomed, the famed peril of the cosmic sea, the Qingfeng Summit. In another direction, a colossal, battered ship floated silently, still exuding terrifying pressure, the cosmic boat left by an ancient civilization. Lu Yu sensed countless powerful auras surging in this vast cosmic sea. Cosmic overlords, cosmic lords, and even more ancient mysterious beings moved about, seeking their own fortunes. He took a deep breath, feeling the vastly different law fluctuations here. In the primordial universe, laws flowed like gentle rivers, easily guided. Here, they raged like a tempestuous ocean, teeming with the unknown and danger, yet holding greater opportunities. Back in the primordial universe, the massive spatial rift finally stabilized. Emerging from it were beings clad in bone armor. Their eyes blazed like burning stars, exuding a savage aura. The leader raised his head to the starry sky, as if sensing this unfamiliar universe. His gaze fixed on the human domain, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. At last. Found it. His whisper echoed in the void, carrying the cadence of an ancient tongue. Atop the World Tree, Lu Yu's clone rose slowly, emerald eyes glinting with gravity. The ancient god race. So you truly exist. Stardust shattered beneath his feet, turning into countless specks of light. Lu Yu retracted, his aura blending into the chaotic currents like a drop of water merging into a surging ocean. In the distance, the outline of the peak domain flickered in and out of the chaos, resembling a slumbering giant beast, each surge of air akin to its breath. 3 streaks of light pierced through the void, crossing paths at the spot where he had just paused. Those were the tracking marks of the undead clan, exuding a decayed aura of death. Liu Ye's fingertips quivered slightly, a ripple of time and space quietly spreading out, completely erasing the residual marks of life. These alien races were more perceptive than he had anticipated. He gazed in the direction of the cosmic vessel. That ancient giant ship floated silently, its hull marked by crisscrossing cracks as if etched by the passage of time. And within the shadow it cast lay the location of the Dundong River's inheritance. The chaotic currents suddenly surged violently. A massive shadow emerged from the void. It was the true form of the shocked demon ancestor, its serpentine body stretching for miles, every scale glinting with a cold metallic sheen. Behind it followed 12 cosmic lords, forming a battle array, forcing the chaotic currents to part wherever they passed. "It's right around here." The voice of the shocked demon ancestor reverberated through the void. "The inheritance of the Dundong River must belong to my demon clan." Liu Yu held his breath, his form entirely phasing out, merging with time and space. He could sense another subtle fluctuation approaching. The alluring domain of the insect queen, like an invisible web, was quietly enveloping the area. The three factions converged here, yet all maintained a tacit distance. No one wished to exhaust their power before the inheritance was unlocked. He needed to move faster. Time and space folded beneath his feet. With a single step, he was already several light years away. Delicate golden patterns began to emerge within the chaotic currents, spreading like veins through the void. This was a sign that the inheritance of the Dundong River was about to commence. Suddenly, a blinding light illuminated the path ahead. A dilapidated temple emerged from the chaos above. Its door hung a weathered plaque inscribed in ancient divine script with the three characters, Dundong He. Each stroke contained a profound rhythm of law, dazzling to behold. The temple door slowly began to open, with the light seeping through its crack, causing the surrounding chaotic currents to retreat. Now is the time. Three figures shot forth from different directions. The shocked demon ancestor transformed into human form, dark purple lightning wrapping around its body. The insect queen danced in light veils, countless spiritual phantoms manifesting behind her. On the other side, the myriad gun barrels of the mechanical father lit up simultaneously, the cold intent of murder locking onto the temple door. Just as they were about to collide, Liu Yu moved. He did not rush towards the temple door, but instead directly dove into the seemingly calm, chaotic currents in front of the temple. The structure of time and space here was exceedingly fragile, as if it would collapse with the slightest touch. Time and space twisted into a subtle arc at his fingertips. He swam through the layers of time and space folds like a fish, each step landing on the nodes where laws intertwined. The struggle at the temple door had reached a fever pitch, the energy shock causing the entire void to wail, yet no one noticed this quietly infiltrating figure. The chaotic currents suddenly thickened. A transparent barrier appeared ahead, inscribed with countless ancient runes. This was the first trial set by the Dundong River, time and space corridor. Liu Yu closed his eyes, allowing his perception to spread. The runes on the barrier began to reorganize within his consciousness, transforming into strands of time and space trajectories. They intertwined like threads of fate, with only one leading to the true location of the inheritance. He extended his finger and lightly touched one of the nearly transparent trajectories. The barrier silently dissipated. The scene before him suddenly became clear. He stood beside a winding river, the water composed of pure time and space energy, each drop reflecting different world vistas. This was the legendary Dundong River. A stone tablet stood by the riverbank, inscribed with "Those who flow upstream may obtain my path." The river surged beneath his feet. With each step he took, countless time and space illusions rushed towards him. Sometimes it was the fierce slaughter on ancient battlefields, sometimes the magnificent sight of stars being born, and at times the complete narrative of a civilization's rise and fall. These were not merely illusions. Each experience was testing his Tao heart, with the slightest misstep leading to a loss within the river of time and space. He saw himself as a child practicing in his clan, unaware of the vastness of the universe. He witnessed the shock of stepping into the starry sky for the first time, with countless stars beckoning him. He saw the years of fighting alongside Luo Feng, those life and death moments still burning in his heart. The illusions grew increasingly vivid, nearly dragging him in. Just then a subtle shift in his mind alerted him to a warning from his avatar left in the original universe. The fleet of the ancient divine clan had already breached the borders, advancing towards the heartland of the human race. The branches and leaves of the world tree trembled violently, each leaf transmitting a signal of danger. He couldn't afford to be distracted. He severed his distracting thoughts, his gaze becoming clear once again. The river suddenly surged, and a massive whirlpool appeared ahead. At the center of the whirlpool, an ancient stone platform slowly rose, upon which floated a crystalline jade slip. That was the core inheritance of the Dundong River. Just as he was about to move forward, a sound of space shattering suddenly came from behind him. The shocked demon ancestor tore through time and space, bloodied and barging in. Clearly the battle outside was exceptionally fierce. Just a mere cosmic lord dares to covet the inheritance. The shocked demon ancestor scoffed, dark purple lightning coalescing in its palm. Lu Yu did not turn back, merely gazing quietly at the stone platform. Words began to appear on the surface of the jade slip, the prologue of the ancient divine scripts. Inheritance, time and space, are ever-changing, only the Tao endures. The assault of the shocked demon ancestor was upon him. Lightning transformed into a massive net, sealing off all avenues for evasion. But Lu Yu's figure suddenly blurred at the moment the lightning struck, rippling and dissipating like a reflection in water. In the next moment he appeared before the stone platform, his finger gently touching the jade slip. The entire Dundong River began to tremble. The river water rolled upwards, condensing into countless runes of law in the void. They surrounded Lu Yu like stars, each rune containing the mysteries of time and space. The pupils of the shocked demon ancestor suddenly constricted. It felt a kind of pressure stemming from the essence of life, a natural awe faced by lower beings in the presence of higher existences. Impossible. How could you possibly gain the recognition of the inheritance so quickly? Lu Yu slowly turned around, his eyes reflecting the flowing starry rivers. The jade slip transformed into a point of light in his palm, merging into his body. He could feel that his understanding of time and space was undergoing a qualitative leap. The previously obscure mysteries of law now became exceedingly clear. Inheritance cannot be seized. His voice was calm, but resonated with an ancient echo. It has chosen me. The shocked demon ancestor roared and lunged again, but this time its movements appeared slow and full of flaws in Lu Yu's eyes. Time and space seemed to solidify at his fingertips, flowing with his thoughts. He gently raised his hand, and the time and space surrounding the shocked demon ancestor began to fold and twist. This cosmic strongest being was terrified to discover that the distance between itself and Lu Yu was infinitely stretching, clearly close at hand, yet seeming as distant as an entire universe. Is this a time-space closed loop? Lu Yu did not respond. His consciousness had already immersed in the ocean of inheritance. The insights of the Dundong River, accumulated over millions of years, surged in like a torrent, confirming and merging with his original path. The river began to dissipate, and the temple gradually became ethereal. The place of inheritance had completed its mission and was returning to the void. When he opened his eyes again, he had returned to the tumultuous sea of chaotic currents in the universe. In the distance, the peak domain still stood tall, the outline of the cosmic vessel flickering in the chaos. But everything had changed. He could sense the dramatic shifts occurring in the original universe far away. The fleet of the ancient divine clan had already surrounded the city, and the human territories were on the brink of collapse. The lament of the world tree crossed endless time and space, resonating in his heart. It was time to return. He gazed towards the direction of the original universe, his eyes penetrating through layers of time and space. This time he would confront this war concerning the survival of his race with a renewed stance. Time and space unfolded a pathway before him, each step treading upon the veins of law. The chaotic currents parted automatically, granting him a path. The ancient divine clan would not know that they were about to face an enemy who had just inherited the most precious legacy of ancient civilization. And the various forces in the cosmic sea would not perceive that among the vast starry skies a true sovereign had emerged. The time-space passage extended beneath his feet, each step treading upon the veins of the laws. The chaotic currents receded like tides, revealing an ancient stone door ahead. A faint golden glow swirled within the door, as if leading to another dimension. Lu Yu did not hesitate for a moment and stepped inside. The scene before him shifted abruptly. He stood beside a winding river, its crystal-clear waters revealing nothing but the riverbed, reflecting no image of himself. On both sides of the riverbank grew extraordinary silver plants, their branches and leaves swaying gently in the still air. "You have arrived." The voice came from upstream. A vague figure stood upon the water's surface, obscured in features, yet emanating a profound sense of time and space. The inheritance of Dundong River prioritizes the state of mind. The figure slowly raised a hand, and countless images emerged within the river's depths. Lu Yu saw his mundane life on Earth, in his past life, the anxiety and uncertainty at the moment of his crossing, and every choice made on the path of cultivation. If given a chance to start over, what would you change? The river suddenly boiled, every crossroads of choice unfolding before his eyes. If he had not chosen the perilous ancient path through the starry sky, if he had backed down at some critical moment of life and death. Lu Yu gazed at the surging river, gently shaking his head. No need to change. His voice was soft, yet it gradually calmed the boiling waters. Every choice, right or wrong, has shaped the person I am today. The figure slightly nodded, and the images in the river continued to flow. This time it was the scene of him fighting alongside his fellow humans, the moments of life and death against foreign powerhouses, and the lonely years of comprehending the Tao beneath the starry sky. If to preserve the survival of humanity, you must sacrifice all that you cherish, would you be willing? This question was sharper than the last, piercing to the depths of his heart. Lu Yu saw the river reflecting the flames of war across human territories, witnessing the world tree swaying precariously under the assault of the divine race's fleet. He fell silent for a moment, his fingertip lightly gliding across the water's surface. I would not wish to. This answer caused the figure to shift slightly, seemingly taken aback. But I am willing to give everything to protect them. The river suddenly froze, all the images solidifying into crystalline fragments. Those he cherished sparkled within the fragments. Protection and sacrifice are two sides of the same coin, the figure stated with a hint of approval. It is good that you can understand the distinction between them. The river began to dissipate, the silver plants transforming into floating points of light. Lu Yu found himself standing before a gigantic chessboard scattered with stars, each piece representing a real star. Now test your wisdom. An old man with white hair sat across the chessboard, lightly tapping its edge with his fingers. His eyes were like a deep, starry sky, reflecting countless possibilities. This is a strategic simulation of the ancient divine race versus humanity. You play as the white pieces representing humanity. Lu Yu stared at the chessboard. The white pieces were trapped in a corner, while the black pieces surged in like a tide, the situation dire. This was not a simple chess game. Every move affected the survival of billions. He picked up a white piece, but did not drop it immediately. Every star on the chessboard spoke of its own trajectory, every nebula portrayed the flow of energy. This was not merely offense and defense, but a microcosm of the entire universe. You are hesitating, the old man remarked lightly. The battlefield changes in an instant, hesitation is death. Lu Yu's fingers moved above the chessboard, feeling the potential chain reactions triggered by each possible move. I am listening. Listening to what? The whispers of the stars, the pulses of energy, and the rhythm of the rules. His finger stopped at a seemingly insignificant position. It was neither the center of the battlefield nor a resource-rich area, just an ordinary star domain. The white piece was dropped. The entire chessboard vibrated suddenly. That seemingly ordinary white piece landed precisely on a node of energy flow. The black piece's offensive momentum faltered as if the tide had struck an invisible dam. The old man's eyes slightly narrowed. An interesting move. But not enough. The black pieces then fell, sealing off all escape routes for the white pieces. The situation once again fell into a deadlock. Lu Yu remained calm and picked up another white piece. This time his gaze shifted beyond the chessboard's offense and defense, looking toward a more distant realm. True wisdom lies not in momentary victory or defeat. The white piece was placed in another unexpected position. This time, even the rules of the game began to fluctuate. The old man finally revealed a look of surprise. You are changing the rules of the game. No, Lu Yu gently shook his head. I am merely understanding the essence of the rules. As he spoke, the stars on the chessboard began to rearrange. The white and black pieces were no longer simple oppositions, but formed a more complex pattern. It was as if the fundamental path of the universe was being materialized within this small space. The old man gazed at the chessboard for a long time, finally, sighing softly. The inheritance of Duandong River has been waiting for a successor like you. The chessboard slowly faded, and the old man transformed into specks of starlight merging into the void. The surrounding scene shifted again, and Lu Yu found himself standing in an ancient hall. In the center of the hall floated a jade slip emanating a gentle glow. As he approached, the jade slip automatically unfolded, revealing a dense array of ancient texts. These texts were not to be seen with the eyes, but directly imprinted upon his mind. Every character was imbued with boundless wisdom, each sentence revealing the mysteries of the universe. The state of mind is like water, capable of reflecting all things. Wisdom is like light, capable of penetrating the fog. The knowledge within the jade slip surged like a torrent, not merely an infusion, but a mutual verification with his fundamental path. The insights from both his past and present converged at this moment, transforming into his unique understanding. He saw the essence of time and space as no longer an abstract concept, but a natural existence akin to breathing. He felt the threads of the rules, as if he could hear the heartbeat of the universe. He did not know how long it had passed when the jade slip slowly closed, transforming into a flowing light that entered his forehead. The hall began to collapse, stones falling like rain. Yet as each stone approached him, it automatically veered away as if pushed aside by an invisible force field. Lu Yu walked out slowly. His steps were light, yet they caused the entire space to tremble. The moment he stepped out of the hall, the structure behind him collapsed with a thunderous roar, turning into a cloud of dust. The chaotic currents surged towards him once more, but this time they were gentle and warm. Time and space presented a brand new appearance in his eyes, no longer a barrier that needed to be forcibly torn, but a domain that could be freely maneuvered. He gazed toward the direction of the primordial universe, his gaze penetrating the endless void. The ancient divine race's fleet continued its rampage, while humanity's defenses still struggled to hold. But this time he saw not only the surface of the warfare, but also the causal threads hidden beneath the laws of energy flow even. The potential pathways of the future. Time to go back. He gently raised his hand, and time and space automatically parted to create a passage. This time he no longer needed to forcibly tear the void, but rather as a master invited time and space to make way for him. The ancient divine race would not know that they were about to face not only an enemy inheriting the legacy of ancient civilization, but also a true powerhouse who understood the essence of inheritance. And this war concerning the survival of a race had only just begun. The void unfurled beneath his feet into a flat road, each step landing on the nodes of time and space. Chaotic streams of energy swirled around him like obedient pets, no longer requiring effort to resist. Lu Yu could feel a brand new power flowing within him. Not merely an enhancement of cultivation, but a fundamental shift in his comprehension of the essence of the universe. When he reappeared at the edge of the battlefield, the scene before him had changed entirely. The burning wreckage of starships was no longer a simple scene of destruction. He could discern the trajectory of every energy line and the movement of each metallic fragment. The ancient divine race's warships transformed in his eyes into a network composed of countless energy nodes, and those seemingly ferocious attacks adhered to a certain fixed operational logic. So that's how it is, he murmured softly. His voice did not carry in the vacuum, yet it caused ripples in the surrounding time and space. A divine race warship was launching a destructive energy beam at the human defense line. To the onlookers, it was merely a deadly beam of light. But in Lu Yu's eyes, he could see the structural weaknesses within the energy beam, perceive the operational frequency of the warship's energy core, and even predict from which direction the next wave of attack would come. He did not rush to act, but quietly observed every detail on the battlefield. The human cultivators formed battle formations, struggling with perfect coordination, yet they were always found out by the divine race at the most critical moments. This was not a gap in strength, but a suppression on the level of thought. The ancient divine race seemed to always predict the tactical changes of the human side in advance. Lu Yu closed his eyes, immersing his mind in the newly acquired understanding. The laws beyond the realm unfolded a new perspective in his consciousness. He was no longer limited to observing appearances, but directly touched the underlying logic of how things operated. Those seemingly flawless divine race warships gradually revealed their essence in his eyes. They were merely executors of a fixed program. When another wave of energy beams was about to strike the human flagship, Lu Yu finally moved. He did not perform any flashy techniques. He simply raised his hand gently and pointed at a certain spot in the void, where his fingertip touched time and space, slightly twisted. The beam, capable of destroying stars, suddenly deflected kilometers away from the flagship, as if it had collided with an invisible mirror and returned along its original path, accurately striking the engine of a divine race warship. The explosion's firelight blossomed silently in the vacuum. The battlefield fell into a brief pause. Both the human and divine races were shocked by this sudden turn of events. Lu Yu did not pause. His fingers continued to point in the void, each time landing on seemingly unrelated spots. Yet these subtle movements plunged the divine race fleet into chaos. The energy shield of one warship suddenly failed, easily breached by the human cultivators. Another warship's weapon system inexplicably overloaded, triggering a chain reaction of explosions within. Even an entire squadron of divine race ships seemed to lose their navigation, turning wildly in the void, even colliding with their own allies. This was not a crushing of strength, but a dimensional strike at the level of cognition. Lu Yu could see the underlying rules on which the divine race warships relied, just as a programmer could spot the vulnerabilities in code. He did not need to confront Hedon, he only needed to exert slight influence at critical nodes to cause the entire system to collapse. Found you. His gaze locked onto an inconspicuous auxiliary ship at the back of the battlefield. While other warships fell into chaos, this ship maintained a stable trajectory, continuously sending out some form of coordinating signal. From the perspective of the laws beyond the realm, Lu Yu could clearly see how those invisible information streams directed the entire divine race fleet. This seemingly ordinary ship was in fact the central nervous system of the entire fleet. He took a step forward. Time and space compressed beneath his feet, and in an instant he crossed a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers. When he appeared before the auxiliary ship, the protective array on its hull barely activated. But it was already too late. Lu Yu's palm gently pressed against the ship's surface. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no flash of energy collision. The external shield of the ship silently melted away like ice and snow under sunlight, while the intricate internal structures failed beneath his palm. The entire ship suddenly fell into silence, all systems ceasing operation simultaneously. Meanwhile, the divine race fleet on the battlefield became like puppets with their strings cut, their offensive suddenly becoming chaotic. The originally exquisite coordination vanished, and each warship began to fight independently, even interfering with one another. Though the human cultivators did not comprehend what had happened, they would not miss this opportunity for counterattack. The battle formations reorganized, steadily harvesting the now uncoordinated divine race ships. Lu Yu hovered before the now paralyzed auxiliary ship, his divine sense delving deep within its hull. He saw the operation of the divine race's command system, an efficient yet fundamentally inflexible combat program based on fixed algorithms. All tactical changes were based on preset models, and once faced with situations outside those models, chaos would ensue. Mechanical intelligence. He gently shook his head, gathering a thread of temporal power at his fingertip. This was not to destroy the ship, but to extract more information from it. With the support of the laws beyond the realm, his divine sense flowed like water, permeating every corner of the ship and reading the vast amounts of data stored within. Countless battle records, tactical analyses, and energy manipulation techniques surged into his mind. If an ordinary cultivator were to attempt this, they would likely be overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. But Lu Yu calmly received it all, reorganizing this information within a new cognitive framework. He saw the weaknesses of the ancient divine race, as well as the opportunities that the human race had long failed to notice. When the last thread of information was digested and absorbed, Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes. The situation on the battlefield had completely reversed. The divine race fleet, lacking unified command, was being encircled and was steadily retreating. Yet Lu Yu knew this was merely a localized victory. The true strength of the ancient divine race was far beyond this. His gaze turned toward the depths of the starry sky, where stronger energy fluctuations were approaching. The true test is only just beginning, he said softly as a strange halo began to swirl around him. It was not the light of energy, but a visual phenomenon created by the bending of time and space around him. The newly arrived divine race fleet displayed an entirely different formation. Each warship emanated a chilling aura, their trajectories more unpredictable, and their methods of attack became increasingly bizarre. An invisible ripple swept across the battlefield, causing all human cultivators to feel a jolt, as if something was attempting to invade their consciousness. A mental attack. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. This form of assault was nearly unsolvable within human understanding, relying solely on cultivation to withstand. But from the perspective of the laws beyond the realm, he could clearly see the structure and trajectory of those mental ripples. He took a step forward, actively welcoming that wave of mental energy. When the ripple touched the curvature of time and space around him, a marvelous deflection occurred. Like light passing through a prism, the originally unified mental attack was decomposed into countless subtle wavebands, interfering with each other and ultimately dissipating into nothingness. The divine race fleet clearly had not anticipated this situation. Their offensive hesitated for a moment. It was this brief hesitation that gave Lu Yu ample time. His hands traced profound trajectories in the void, each movement creating ripples in time and space. These ripples appeared chaotic, yet at a certain moment formed a marvelous resonance. When the resonance peaked, the rules of the entire battlefield were temporarily rewritten. The energy systems of the divine race warships suddenly became extremely unstable, shield strengths fluctuating randomly and weapon accuracy plummeting. Meanwhile, the human cultivators felt the surrounding energy becoming exceptionally harmonious, their consumption of spellcasting reduced by more than half. This was not a simple enhancement or weakening, but a temporary modification of the underlying rules. Through the vision provided by the laws beyond the realm, Lu, you could see how each cultivator interacted with the surrounding energy, as well as how the divine race warships utilized the rules to strengthen themselves. All he did was slightly adjust the parameters of these interactions. The battle once again tilted. The human cultivators grew increasingly emboldened, while the divine race fleet fell into unprecedented difficulty. They attempted to readjust to the modified rules, but this required time, and Lu Yu would not grant them that time. His figure flickered across the battlefield, each appearance pausing briefly at key locations, subtly altering the rule parameters of that area. Sometimes he would make the energy flow more smoothly, other times he would temporarily solidify the spatial structure or even fine-tune the flow of time. These changes, insignificant on their own, accumulated to make it exceedingly difficult for the divine race fleet. When the last divine race warship turned to stardust under the concentrated fire of the humans, the entire battlefield finally returned to calm. The surviving cultivators gazed at the figure floating in the void, their eyes filled with awe and gratitude. Lu Yu, however, merely stared quietly at his palm. The laws beyond the realm brought not only power, but also a completely new way of understanding. He could see the rule threads that others could not, and understand the essence of things that others could not grasp. But this was only the beginning. What the ancient divine race displayed was merely the tip of the iceberg. The real challenges lay ahead. The dust in the void slowly drifts away and the lingering energy waves sweep across the battlefield like a sigh. Lu Yu stands atop the shattered star, remains his fingertips still trembling from the moment of rewriting the rules. The laws from beyond flow within him like a river just awakened, still searching for its ultimate course. Just as he prepared to leave, a subtle fluctuation caught his attention. The fluctuation was hidden within the core of a broken planet, as if an ancient consciousness had been awakened by the earlier upheaval of rules. He descended onto the planet's surface where the ground was riddled with cracks. As he drew nearer, the cracks began to emit a faint blue glow, gradually outlining a complex geometric pattern. At the center of the pattern floated a crystalline fragment no larger than a fingernail, yet it radiated an unsettling ancient aura. The fragment gently vibrated in his palm, and 3 ancient characters directly imprinted themselves into his consciousness. Along with it came fragmented memories, a colossal river traversing the starry heavens, flowing not with water, but with countless shimmering runes, a silhouette standing at the river's source, altering the trajectories of stars with every gesture, and finally the river breaking apart, the runes scattering, and the legacy lost. These memories were so vivid as if they had just transpired. Lu Yu could sense that he could draw upon this fragment to access the complete legacy if he wished. It was a temptation sufficient to drive any cultivator mad, directly obtaining the lifetime cultivation and insights of an ancient power. Yet his fingers slowly curled, gripping the fragment tightly. The laws from beyond whispered softly within him, serving both as a reminder and a warning. He saw the limitations concealed within the legacy. The vast river, no matter how grand, was ultimately a path forged by another. Walking to the end of someone else's road may allow him to become the second Duandongha, but he could never surpass. Not now, he murmured softly, his voice swallowed by the void. The fragment settled quietly in his palm, as if it understood his choice. In the distance, the surviving cultivators began to gather. Some wanted to approach, but were hindered by the natural force field emanating from him. That force field was not deliberately set, but was the result of the interaction between the laws from beyond and the starry sky. Anyone who approached him felt as though they had entered an entirely different set of physical laws. "Senior Lu," a young cultivator called out from across the force field, "we need your guidance." Lu Yu lifted his head, his gaze extending beyond the crowd towards the depths of the starry sky. There he sensed another wave, a fluctuation of the same origin as the Duandongha legacy, yet entirely different. This wave was more obscure, more ancient, like a slumbering behemoth breathing in the darkness. "You all return to your base first." His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable strength. "I have some matters to confirm." The crowd exchanged glances, ultimately bowing respectfully before turning to leave. They could feel that this powerful being who had just saved them had embarked on a path beyond their understanding. Once they were far away, Lu Yu opened his palm. The fragment reappeared, but this time it did not convey memories, it projected a star map. On the star map, 7 points of light were arranged in a mysterious trajectory, one of which flickered in his hand. The 7 tokens of legacy. He gazed at the star map as the laws from beyond began to automatically analyze the patterns within. This was not merely a coordinate marking, but a multidimensional spatial mapping. Each token's position was constantly shifting, following a fundamental rhythm of the universe. What caught his attention more was an almost imperceptible dark point at the edge of the star map. That dark point resonated subtly with the 7 points of light, but emitted a completely different aura, more primitive, closer to the source of the rules. Perhaps that was what he was truly searching for. He stowed the fragment away, and his figure began to blur. This time he did not tear through space, but instead allowed himself to merge into the flow of the rules. The laws from beyond enveloped him, making him a part of the rules, moving forward with the very breath of the universe. This mode of movement consumed his spirit immensely, yet deepened his understanding of the rules with each passing moment. He witnessed how the birth and death of stars influenced the curvature of space, how dark matter interlinked the entire galaxy like a web, and how time flowed at subtly different rates in varying gravitational fields. Uncertain how long it had been, he paused on the surface of a dead white dwarf star. The gravity here was enough to crush ordinary cultivators, but for him it felt like stepping on solid ground. According to the star map, this should have been a place where another token once lingered. Yet now there was nothing but the solidified stellar core material. He crouched down lightly, touching the surface with his fingers. The laws from beyond spread like ripples, reading the memories of this space over billions of years. He saw that the token indeed once stayed here, but was taken away 3,000 years ago. The person who took it left behind an extremely obscure aura. That aura felt familiar to him. It shared the same origin as the laws from beyond, but was even deeper. Rising to his feet, he gazed into the boundless starry sky. 7 tokens, 7 legacies, perhaps merely parts of a larger puzzle. And that dark point hidden at the edge of the star map was the center of the puzzle. The fragment warmed slightly in his embrace, as if urging him to make a decision. The complete legacy was within reach. With just a thought, he could obtain the power that countless people yearned for. But he simply patted his chest, gently calming the fragment. Wait a little longer. What he needed to find was not the peak of others, but the path that belonged to him. The laws from beyond granted him the ability to perceive the essence of the rules, and what he must do was to utilize this ability to create possibilities that even ancient powers had never imagined. In the depths of the void, that dark point flickered once more. This time, he clearly sensed its call, not through the fragment, but directly through the connection established by the laws from beyond. Something was waiting for him there. Not a legacy, not a token, but an answer. An answer about the essence of the rules, the source of power, and how to transcend all established paths. He stepped forward, and his figure completely merged into the starry sky. This time his goal was no longer to seek a legacy, but to uncover a truth that even Duan Dongha had never touched. Ripples spread beneath his feet upon the void, each step landing on a note of the laws. The core region of Qingfeng realm was utterly different from its periphery. Here there were no resplendent stars, only solidified darkness, as if the clamor of the entire cosmos had been devoured by this domain. The exterior law flowed slowly within his body, resonating subtly with this deadened space. He could sense that the laws here had been twisted by some power. The boundaries of time and space had blurred, and even light could not escape this region's gravity. A fissure appeared ahead, stretching across the void. It was no ordinary spatial rift, but a fault line in the very laws. Through the fissure, he could see countless shattered fragments of time and space tumbling within. Each fragment bore the imprint of some era. He extended a finger, concentrating the exterior law at its tip, and gently tapped the edge of the fissure. The power of the law spread like a spiderweb, outlining the true contour of the fissure. This was no naturally formed crack, but a channel forcibly torn open by some power. From deep within the channel came a faint call, resonating with the exterior law. It felt like an old friend long parted, gently tapping on the strings of his heart in the darkness. He stepped into the fissure. Time and space twisted around him, and countless rays of light and shadow flashed by. He witnessed the moment of Qingfeng realm's formation, saw countless powerhouses locked in fierce battle, and glimpsed the fading afterimages of shattered ultimate treasures. These memory fragments surged in like a tide, only to be filtered one by the exterior law. At the end of the channel lay a floating ruin. A broken complex of palaces floated in the void, each palace forged from an unknown metal. Though eroded by countless ages, they still retained their general outlines. The exterior law was exceptionally active here, as if it had returned home. He landed before the largest palace. Its gates had long since collapsed, leaving only a gaping opening. Through the opening, he could see countless weapon fragments scattered within the hall, each emitting a heart-stopping aura. These are... He crouched down and picked up a fragment of a blade. The moment the blade fragment touched his hand, the exterior law activated on its own, reading the information contained within. It was a shard of a peak-tier ultimate treasure, once possessing the power to rend stars, now reduced to a broken shell. He pressed forward, the exterior law extending like tendrils in all directions. Every piece of rubble, every crack spoke to him of this region's history. At the deepest part of the palace complex, he found an intact altar. The altar was built from 7 different colors of crystal, and despite the erosion of countless years, it still emitted a faint halo. Suspended at the center of the altar was a transparent crystal, within which flowed a 7-colored radiance. The exterior law trembled violently around the crystal, as if encountering a being of the same origin. He approached slowly, sensing the immense energy contained within the crystal. It was no ordinary power, but the manifestation of laws in existence that transcended common sense. Just as he was about to touch the crystal, the entire altar suddenly flared to life. A 7-colored light shot into the sky, weaving into a screen of light in the void. Countless runes emerged on the light screen, each representing the application of a law. Inheritance trial commence. A cold voice echoed through the space, devoid of any emotion. He stood still, the exterior law accelerating within him. This was not what he had anticipated, but it was within reason. Such an important treasure could not be without any protective measures. The runes on the light screen began to reassemble, forming a human silhouette. The silhouette's face was indistinct, but one could sense the vast power contained within it. Defeat me, and you shall receive the inheritance. The silhouette spoke, its voice identical to the one before. He did not act rashly, but carefully observed the silhouette's composition. The exterior law told him this was not a living being, but a projection of the laws, a part of Qingfeng realm's core rules. The silhouette moved. It threw a simple punch, yet it contained the power to shatter stars. Where the fist wind past, space shattered inch by inch, revealing the chaotic void beyond. He sidestepped, concentrating the exterior law at his fingertips. He chose not to meet force with force, instead turning the law's power into fine threads that coiled around the silhouette. The moment the threads touched the silhouette, he felt the laws tremble. The silhouette was not a physical entity, but an existence woven from countless strands of rules. Each strand of rule was flawless without any discernible weakness. But this was precisely the kind of situation the exterior law excelled at. He closed his eyes, immersing his mind entirely in the perception of the laws. Every movement of the silhouette left traces on the level of the laws. These traces spread like a spiderweb, eventually converging into a complete system of rules. Found it. He opened his eyes, the exterior law coalescing in his palm into a blade of light. The blade did not strike the silhouette, but instead cut toward an inconspicuous node in the void. The moment the node shattered, the silhouette's movements abruptly halted. The strands of rules composing the silhouette began to disorder like tangled threads dancing chaotically in the void. Rules. Restructuring. The silhouette uttered fragmented words, its form beginning to dissipate. He stood still, watching the scene unfold. The exterior law told him that the strike just now had not destroyed the silhouette, but had altered the foundational rules supporting its existence. The light screen flared again, and the runes reassembled. This time what emerged was not a silhouette, but a star chart. The chart was slightly different from the one he had obtained before, with several additional flickering points of light. Each point of light represented a region of anomalous laws, likely the locations of other ultimate treasures. The crystal at the center of the altar drifted down, slowly stopping before him. He reached out and took the crystal, feeling the power of the laws flowing within it. This was no ordinary treasure, but the manifestation of Qingfeng Realm's core laws, the key to understanding the essence of this region. Just as he prepared to further investigate the crystal, the entire ruin suddenly shook. The distant palaces began to collapse, and more cracks appeared in the void. The exterior law sent a warning: this region was collapsing. Without hesitation, he tucked the crystal into his bosom and flew back the way he came. The moment he left the altar, the entire ruin completely disintegrated, dissolving into countless specks of light that faded into the void. It was as if this region's sole purpose was to guard that crystal. Passing through the law fissure, he returned to the core region of Qingfeng Realm. The crystal in his bosom grew slightly warm, resonating on a deeper level with the exterior law. He could sense that the crystal contained not only power, but also information about the nature of the laws. This information was slowly merging into his consciousness, altering his perception of the world. The void before him rippled again, and a new fissure slowly opened. Beyond the fissure lay another unknown region. The exterior law perceived an even stronger resonance within it, several times more intense than that of the crystal. He did not enter immediately, but stopped before the fissure, carefully sensing the changes in the laws within. The exterior law told him that this region was completely different from the previous ruin, containing a far more dangerous aura. The crystal in his bosom suddenly lit up, projecting a beam of light deep into the fissure. Where the light passed, the laws became clearly visible. He saw a complete ultimate treasure floating deep within the fissure. The pressure it emanated caused the surrounding void to tremble. This was the true peak-tier ultimate treasure. He took a deep breath and stepped into the fissure. This time what he had to face was not only the trial of the treasure itself, but also the truth about the nature of the laws hidden behind it. The rift in the void slowly closed behind him, completely isolating the clamor of the Qingfeng Realm's core zone. Lu Yu stood in a silent darkness with only the crystal in his arms emitting a warm pulse. The supreme treasure suspended ahead exuded a soul-shaking pressure. It was a pitch-black longsword with dark golden patterns flowing along its blade, and 3 gemstones of different colors embedded in its hilt. The void around the blade's edge constantly twisted, as if it could not bear the power naturally radiating from it. The laws of the outer realm trembled faintly within Lu Yu, resonating uniquely with the black sword. He could sense that the rules contained in this sword perfectly echoed the threefold fused laws within him. The Sovereign Sword. This name naturally surfaced in his mind, as if it were always meant to be called thus. Just as he prepared to approach, the black sword suddenly let out a soft chime. The dark golden patterns on the blade lit up, and 3 distinct forces of rules erupted simultaneously. To the left, the void crystallized into ice. To the right, black flames ignited. Ahead was a twisted chaos of time and space. The 3 rules blended perfectly, forming an inescapable killing field. Lu Yu's pupils contracted slightly. This sword could actually harness 3 completely different laws and fuse them so exquisitely. Had he not already mastered the integration of these 3 laws, he would not even be able to approach it now. He slowly raised his right hand, and the threefold laws circulated within him. The law of ice condensed into frost in his palm, the law of darkness transformed into shadows wrapping around him, and the law of time and space created a subtle distortion around his form. The 3 forces interwove in his hand, creating a wondrous resonance with the rules emanating from the black sword. The ice crystals in the void began to melt, the black flames gradually extinguished, and the temporal turbulence subsided. But the trial of the black sword had only just begun. The blade suddenly split into 3 phantom images, each containing a pure force of 1 law. They transformed into 3 blurry humanoid forms charging at Lu Yu from different directions. The first phantom wielded a sword of ice crystal, freezing even time and space wherever its blade passed. The second phantom was surrounded by black flames, leaving burning footprints in the void with every step. The third phantom was the most eerie, its form flickering constantly through time and space, making its true position impossible to capture. Lu Yu took a deep breath, activating the laws of the outer realm to their fullest. He could feel that this was not only a trial, but also a lesson, a teaching on how to wield the 3 laws to their utmost. He faced the first phantom, and the law of ice in his palm suddenly reversed. The frozen void instantly melted, transforming into countless fine droplets. The droplets reassembled in midair, forming a watery curtain that completely neutralized the assault of the ice crystal sword. The second phantom was already closing in. Lu Yu did not dodge. Instead, he formed a vortex with the law of darkness before him. The black flames were swallowed by the vortex, converting into pure energy that replenished his depleted law force. The most dangerous was still the third phantom. It suddenly appeared behind Lu Yu with temporal force condensed into a blade aimed straight at his back. But Lu Yu had anticipated this. At the moment the temporal blade struck, his form twisted slightly, swapping positions with the phantom. This was a deeper understanding of the law of time and space, a refined application executed in the nick of time. The 3 phantoms merged back into the black sword. The patterns on the blade grew even brighter, as if acknowledging his performance. Yet the trial was not over. The black sword suddenly trembled, and the 3 gemstones on the hilt lit up simultaneously. An even more terrifying pressure descended, and the entire space began to collapse and reconstruct. Lu Yu found himself standing in a void with countless intersecting beams of light before him. Each beam of light represented a force of rules. They collided, fused, and annihilated, enacting the essence of laws. This was the manifestation of the origin of rules. He focused his observation, activating the laws of the outer realm to their peak, trying to comprehend the mysteries of these rule operations. The crystal in his bosom grew warmer, transmitting more information into his consciousness. So the sovereign sword was not merely a weapon but a key to unlock the origin of rules. He reached out, attempting to touch those beams of light. The touch at his fingertips was both icy and blazing, calm and violent, a mix of contradictory sensations that assaulted his perception. Was this the essence of rules? Countless streams of information flooded into his mind concerning the origin, evolution, and fusion of laws. He saw how the law of ice was born from extreme cold, how the law of darkness grew in shadows, and how the law of time and space flowed through dimensions. The 3 laws collided and interwove in his consciousness, ultimately achieving perfect balance. When he opened his eyes again, the beams of light ahead had dissipated, and the black sword floated quietly in the void, radiating a gentle glow. This time he did not hesitate, and walked directly toward the black sword. The moment he grasped the hilt, the 3 gemstones blazed with dazzling light. A vast torrent of information surged into his mind regarding the sword's origin, its power, and the mission it carried. The sovereign sword was born from the origin of rules, a perfect fusion of 3 fundamental laws. It could sever rules, reconstruct laws, and even alter the operation of the world to a certain extent. The blade trembled gently, resonating on a deeper level with his 3-fold laws. He could feel that this sword was like an extension of his own body, an extension of his law force. As the resonance deepened, his understanding of the essence of rules continued to deepen. What was once vague became clear, and what was once awkward became masterful. This was the true value of a supreme treasure. It was not just a weapon, but a mentor guiding its wielder toward higher realms. The void began to ripple, and this space was about to dissipate. Lu Yu tightened his grip on the sovereign sword, feeling the boundless power within. When he stepped out again, he had returned to the core zone of the Qingfeng realm. The black sword in his hand emitted a faint glow, interacting subtly with the surrounding environment. He could feel that the rules of the Qingfeng realm had become different in his eyes. What was once obscure and difficult to understand in the operation of laws was now clearly visible. What was once incomprehensible in spatial structures was now apparent at a glance. This was the ability granted by the sovereign sword, eyes that could see through the essence of rules. The void ahead rippled again, but this time he sensed the change in rules in advance. The sovereign sword trembled slightly, as if warning him of approaching danger. A figure stepped out of the void, surrounded by powerful fluctuations of laws. It was a formidable expert he had never seen before, with a scrutinizing gleam in their eyes. "So you have obtained that sword?" The newcomer's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Lu Yu tightened his hold on the sovereign sword, the 3-fold laws circulating within him. He could sense that this encounter was no coincidence. The journey through the Qingfeng realm seemed to have only just begun. The sword's edge gently shifted, ripples appearing in the void. The figure shattered the starlight as it approached, shimmering patterns of laws flowing across its silver-white armor. With each step taken, the rules of the Qingfeng realm twisted, as if the entire space was bowing down in submission to him. The sword of dominion forged over billions of epochs has actually fallen into your hands. The newcomer's gaze swept over the sword's body as if it were tangible, and the surrounding space-time suddenly froze. My name is Xianzhu, the master of the Void Tao. Liu Ye's fingers turned slightly pale as the sword of dominion emitted a warm sensation. The triple laws surged within his bloodlines, transforming into intricate patterns that climbed up his wrist. He saw the threads of rules entwined around Xianzhu, the veins that were once hidden deep within the void, now clearly visible like the lines on a palm. Void Tao, he murmured softly, the sword's tip naturally drooping 3 points. This angle precisely intercepted 3 nodes of the flowing rules surrounding Xianzhu. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Xianzhu's eyes. The laws fluctuating around him suddenly halted for a moment, as if a surging river had crashed against an invisible dam. It seems you are more interesting than I imagined. Xianzhu raised his hand, as if to push, and the entire star domain began to fold. Countless stars were compressed into 2-dimensional silhouettes, the structure of space-time emitting a mournful wail under the unbearable strain. Liu Yu did not retreat. The sword of dominion traced a simple arc, where the sword's edge past the folded space-time unfolded once more. The stars that had been flattened burst forth with brilliance again, as if an invisible hand had smoothed the crumpled canvas. Cutting through the rules, Xianzhu finally put away his indifferent demeanor. You have just refined this sword. Before he finished speaking, the sword's edge had already arrived. There was no dazzling brilliance, no earth-shaking momentum. This strike was as simple as a beginner's direct thrust, yet it accurately pierced the core node of Xianzhu's law operation. A crack appeared in the domain formed by the Void Tao, like a spider web formed by pebbles striking the ice surface. Xianzhu was violently pushed back 1,000 miles, and fine cracks appeared on his armor. He looked down at his chest where a faint sword mark lingered. It was not a physical injury, but rather a small fragment of the laws that had been permanently erased. Very good. Xianzhu suddenly laughed, his aura rising steadily. The core area of the Qingfeng realm began to tremble, and countless secret realms resonated, revealing their outlines. It's worth me using 70% of my strength. The void transformed into a cage. Millions of chains of rules coiled in from various dimensions, each chain carrying the shattered shadow of a world. This was the killing move of the Void Tao, prison of 10,000 realms. Liu Yu closed his eyes. The sword of dominion hummed softly in his palm, the triple laws merging in an unprecedented way. He saw time accelerating between the chains, space twisting and folding outside the cage, and matter collapsing and reassembling under the pressure of the laws. The sword's edge slowly lifted, its motion as slow as if it were trapped in a mire. Yet as the tip traced the profound trajectory, the prison of 10,000 realms suddenly came to a halt. The world shadows on the chains shattered one after another like bubbles being popped. Xianzhu grunted softly, a trickle of golden blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Impossible. He stared fixedly at the black sword. You clearly have not yet entered the level of the strongest. Liu Yu opened his eyes, his pupils reflecting the shattered rules. He finally understood the true purpose of the sword of dominion, not to sever, but to reconstruct. With that single strike, he had rewritten the core rules of the prison of 10,000 realms, transforming the cage that should have bound his enemy into a trap that ensnared the caster. Do you want to continue? Liu Yu asked softly. The sword of dominion emitted a joyful tremor, as if it had just quenched its thirst with nectar. Xianzhu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, the cracks in his armor slowly mending. However, his aura was retracting, shifting from a towering wave into a bottomless cold pool. I admit you are qualified to wield it. Xianzhu slightly nodded, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. But deep within the Qingfeng realm, those truly ancient beings will not be as easy to deal with as I am. The void rippled, and Xianzhu's figure gradually faded. Before leaving, he cast a deep glance at Liu Yu, saying, "Be wary of the inspectors from the Temple of Time and Space. They detest the rewriting of rules." The echoes of his words lingered in the starry space, as the Qingfeng realm fell silent once more. Liu Yu released the sword hilt, realizing his palm was already soaked with sweat. The confrontation with Xianzhu seemed effortless, yet every moment danced on the edge of life and death. Had it not been for the timely feedback of the sword of dominion to his understanding of the rules, he would have long been crushed into the most basic particles by the prison of 10,000 realms. He lowered his head to gaze at the sword body, its obsidian-like material flowing with 3 colors of brilliance. The flashes of insight during the battle were now transforming into streams of information surging into the depths of his consciousness. So this is the realm of a half-step strongest. It was not an elevation of power, but an insight into the essence of the rules. It was like a child suddenly understanding the mysteries of language. What they saw was no longer just the shapes of characters, but the meanings they carried. In the distance, the nebula suddenly spun, abnormally 7 stars arranged in a circle in a manner that defied logic. Instinctively, Lu Yu swung the sword in a horizontal slash, where the sword's edge past the recently formed monitoring formation quietly crumbled. He frowned slightly. It seemed Xianzhu was right. Some existences had already noticed the unusual fluctuations in the rules. The Sword of Dominion emanated a warm sensation, the triple laws operating spontaneously. Time accelerated, creating subtle discrepancies around him, while space folding made his figure flicker between reality and illusion, and the reorganization of matter continually optimized his sword-holding posture. In this state, the ordinary strongest in the universe could no longer do anything to him, unless he encountered those ancient beings who had touched the source rules. The sword tip suddenly pointed toward an empty direction. Having watched for so long, do you not intend to reveal yourself? Lu Yu spoke calmly. The void split open, revealing a woman cloaked in starlight. She wore a veil woven from stardust, her eyes reflecting the life and death of countless worlds. Seventh Inspector of the Temple of Time and Space, Xianzhi. She slightly bowed, her movements elegant, yet bearing undeniable authority. You have just rewritten the 3600th fundamental rule of the Qingfeng realm. Lu Yu tightened his grip on the sword hilt. From her, he sensed a far more dangerous aura than from Xianzhu. It was not a suppression of power, but a more fundamental threat, as if the very rules of the universe were endorsing her. So, he subtly adjusted his breathing rhythm. According to the rules, you should be punished. Xianzhi raised her right hand, a slowly spinning hourglass resting in her palm. However, you were given a choice. The sand within the hourglass suddenly froze, and the entire area fell into a standstill. Only within 3 feet of the Sword of Dominion did time continue to flow normally. Join the Temple of Time and Space, or Xianzhi lightly tapped her fingertip, and the frozen time began to collapse. The stars that had been frozen shattered like broken glass. Be erased from existence. Lu Yu laughed. He suddenly understood why the holders of the Sword of Dominion throughout history had met untimely ends. The purpose of this sword was to challenge those self-righteous rule-makers. The sword's edge trembled lightly, the triple laws merging in an unprecedented way. Time, space, and matter broke down their boundaries at this moment. I choose the third path. The moment the words fell, the sword was already drawn. The blade's edge sliced through the frozen fabric of time and space. It was neither a flash of light nor a fleeting shadow, but the very laws of existence wailing in agony. Time, space, and matter, the threefold principles, were torn apart like shredded silk, fluttering and unraveling on either side of the sword. The swirling galaxies within Xuanji's eyes abruptly halted. The hourglass in her palm emitted a faint crack, and the stagnant grains of sand began to stir with restless agitation. How dare you? Before the words could fade, the sword had already arrived. There was no earth-shattering collision, no cataclysmic aftermath. Where the sovereign blade passed, the collapsing spacetime smoothed out like wrinkles being pressed flat, unfurling into a complete tapestry. The shattered fragments of stars flowed back to their original positions as if they had never known destruction. Lu Yu's figure flickered between reality and illusion. With each flicker, he precisely evaded the chains of laws swirling around Xuanji. Those chains, once the embodiment of the universe's foundations, now struck blindly, like venomous serpents missing their mark every time. It's not a question of daring. Lu Yu's voice echoed from all directions simultaneously. It's a matter of necessity. The blade's edge abruptly shifted, not striking at Xuanji, but cleaving toward a certain node in the void. Crack, the sound of something intangible shattering. The starlight around Xuanji dimmed sharply for an instant. For the first time, astonishment flickered in her eyes. You severed the connection of laws. Only temporarily, Lu Yu finally materialized, the sovereign blade angled downward. It seems the inspectors of the temporal spatial temple are not invincible after all. His breathing was steady, and the hand gripping the sword showed not a trace of tremor. Yet only he knew the immense strain that single strike had cost him. The perfect fusion of the threefold laws was still an enormous burden for him at this stage. Xuanji fell silent for a moment. Starlight coalesced around her once more, but it no longer bore the same aggressive intensity as before. Inheritors of the sovereign blade are indeed all madmen, she said with a slight shake of her head. But do you believe this is all there is? The majesty of the temporal spatial temple. There's no need to intimidate me with majesty, Lu Yu interrupted her. If the temporal spatial temple truly sought my life, they would have sent more than just a single inspector. These words plunged Xuanji into utter silence. The expression beneath her veil was indecipherable, but those eyes which reflected myriad realms clearly wavered for a fleeting moment. Interesting, she finally spoke after a long pause. Since you have chosen the third path, let me see how far you can walk upon it. The starlight began to dissipate, and Xuanji's form grew translucent. Remember, laws may be challenged, but the price must be paid. When you truly touch that line, we shall meet again. The final traces of starlight annihilated, and the entire void returned to its original state. As if the confrontation that could have felled even the mightiest of ordinary universe powerhouses had never occurred. Only Lu Yu knew that something had fundamentally changed. The sovereign blade trembled faintly, the light flowing along its edge deeper than ever before. The recent battle had awakened a sliver of true will within this ancient divine weapon. Do you too crave more? Lu Yu gently stroked the blade, sensing the throbbing resonance emanating from it. The sword sang with a clear, crisp tone as if in response. He gazed into the depths of the void, toward the dark domain, where even starlight could not reach, the cosmic sea. The laws of Qingfeng realm had already been rewritten by him, and the inspector of the temporal spatial temple had temporarily retreated. But none of this was enough, far from enough. The peak of the cosmic venerable, a realm that seemed unattainable to countless beings, had become a shackle to him. His inner universe was perpetually missing that final step, no matter how he tried. It felt as though an invisible membrane separated him from success. Between life and death. He murmured to himself. Throughout history, every being who had successfully opened their inner universe had done so under extreme pressure. Tranquil cultivation could never touch the most essential mysteries. It was time to go to the cosmic sea, that perilous land where even the mightiest of the universe might fall, that graveyard burying countless remnants of civilizations, that place, which might hold the final catalyst he needed. With his resolve set, Lu Yu hesitated no longer. The sovereign blade made a gentle slash forward, and the void parted like a curtain, revealing a passage into the unknown. The aura emanating from the other end of the passage made even the surrounding stars tremble. He stepped forward, and his figure vanished into the depths of the passage. The cosmic sea was not a true ocean. It was a domain of chaos where even time and space had lost stable form, and shattered laws drifted like duckweed. Occasionally, enormous shadows swept past from the depths, remnants of obsessions left by fallen powerhouses from ancient eras. Lu Yu hovered atop the wreckage of a shattered continent, the sovereign blade planted before him, emitting a soft glow that barely held back a safe zone. He had been journeying here for an unknown duration. Time held no meaning in the cosmic sea, but it could have been an instant or millions of years. During this time, he had encountered 3 crises potent enough to fell a venerable. Once a storm of laws nearly swept him into an eternal lost dimension, once an onslaught of ancient grudges whose obsessions could even erode the very fabric of laws, and once, which he preferred not to recall, a dying remnant of an incompletely dead universe whose deathly aura nearly shattered his Tao heart. But after each crisis, he could feel the throbbing of his inner universe becoming more pronounced. That membrane seemed to be thinning. Not enough. He opened his eyes, and his gaze reflected a slowly rotating nebula in the distance. The nebula exhibited an eerie dark gold hue, within which the faint outline of a palace was visible. A faint, almost imperceptible sense of summoning emanated from there, resonating subtly with the sovereign blade. The fluctuation of a pinnacle treasure. Lu Yu could feel the sword's eagerness. An existence of equal rank meeting in this desolate cosmic sea was like 2 solitary lamps encountering each other in the darkness. He rose, drew his sword, and flew toward the dark gold nebula. The closer he drew, the stronger the summoning sensation became. Yet simultaneously, the aura of danger grew denser. At the edge of the nebula floated countless fragments of broken weapons. Some remnants still bore Tao resonance that chilled the heart, clearly indicating their former masters had once been powerhouses who commanded awe across the land. Halt! A dry, rasping voice suddenly rang out. Lu Yu stopped, holding the sovereign blade horizontally before him. A figure emerged from the depths of the nebula. It was an old man clad in shattered armor, clutching a broken spear in his hand. The old man's eyes were hollow, and his body bore no trace of life force. He seemed more like a husk driven by obsession. This place is forbidden. The old man raised his broken spear, pointing it at Lu Yu. Where the spear tip aimed, the laws themselves recoiled. This was not suppression through power, but a form of authority at a higher level. A guardian, is it? Lu Yu mused. Even death cannot grant you peace, just to protect the treasure within. The old man did not answer. The broken spear had already thrust forward. The thrust seemed slow, yet it sealed off all possibilities of evasion. Where the spear tip passed, even the chaotic currents froze solid. Lu Yu did not meet the attack. Heat in his form rippled like a reflection in water. By folding space, he shifted positions tens of thousands of times within a thousandth of an instant, each movement precisely evading the spear tip's lock. Yet the old man's attack followed like a shadow. The broken spear seemed to predict all his movements, always aimed at his true body. It's useless. A flicker of emotion passed through the old man's hollow eyes. In this place, I am the law. As the words fell, the space around Lu Yu suddenly solidified. It was not a cessation of time, but space itself transforming into an unbreakable cage. Even the law interference of the sovereign blade lost its effect for the first time. At this critical juncture, Lu Yu smiled instead. So that's how it is. He no longer attempted to evade, but gently extended the sovereign blade forward. The sword tip met the spear tip in midair, producing no sound. Yet centered on the point of impact, the entire nebula trembled violently. For the first time, surprise flickered in the old man's hollow eyes. You are no ordinary venerable. Ordinary venerables wouldn't dare venture into the cosmic sea, Lu Yu replied, turning his wrist slightly. The light flowing along the blade suddenly retracted, making it appear as ordinary as common iron. Yet it was this seemingly mundane strike that caused the broken spear in the old man's hand to shatter inch by inch. Wielding a supreme treasure with a mortal heart, the old man murmured, watching the spear that had completely turned to dust in his hands. No wonder. No wonder. His form began to dissipate like a sand painting scattered by the wind. Enter later Comer. But remember, a treasure chooses its master, it cannot be taken by force. The final words drifted away in the chaotic currents, and the old man's figure vanished entirely. Lu Yu stood still, breathing heavily. That seemingly effortless strike had actually consumed his entire foundation. Condensing the threefold laws to their utmost and returning to simplicity had been an immense strain on him. Yet the gains were equally immense. Under the pressure of life and death, he felt that membrane within him thin by another fraction. He could even faintly perceive that behind the membrane lay a chaotic world in gestation. He looked up toward the depths of the nebula. The outline of the palace had grown clearer. He took a step and advanced. This time there was no further obstruction. At the core of the dark gold nebula floated a palace forged from an unknown metal. Its great doors stood open as if awaiting his arrival. The moment he stepped into the palace, all external clamor vanished. Even the inherent chaotic currents of the cosmic sea could not penetrate this place by so much as a hair. At the center of the grand hall floated a sphere of light that constantly shifted forms. At times it became an ancient bell, then a pagoda, and then the simplest of stones. Sensing Lu Yu's arrival, the sphere of light drifted slowly before him. A pinnacle treasure. Lu Yu could feel the joy transmitted by the sovereign blade, a delight at encountering a kindred spirit. He did not rush to claim it. Instead, he sat cross-legged, laying the sovereign blade across his knees. Tell me, how do I take that final step? These words were not addressed to the treasure, but to himself. The sphere of light seemed to understand his words. Its transformation slowed, eventually settling into the form of an ancient mirror. The mirror's surface was blurred, reflecting no image, only a mass of chaos. Lu Yu gazed into the chaos within the mirror, his mind gradually sinking into it. He saw his inner universe. It was not a complete world, but a chaotic egg wrapped in a membrane. Within the egg, earth, water, fire, and wind surged faintly. Stars gestated, life sprouted. Yet everything remained in its most primordial state. A catalyst was missing. A catalyst to split the chaos, separate the pure from the turbid, and give birth to a universe. The initial spark. This spark could not be granted by external force nor replaced by any treasure. It could only be realized through enlightenment amidst life and death and transcendence at the ultimate limit. He suddenly understood the meaning of the old man's final words. A treasure chooses its master, it cannot be taken by force. The same held true for opening the inner universe. It was not a matter of accumulating enough power for a natural progression, but required a certain awakening. The chaos within the mirror began to rotate faster and faster until it formed a vortex. At the center of the vortex was a point infinitely small, yet infinitely vast. Within this point lay all possibilities and also all endings. Lu Yu's consciousness drew closer to that point. With every fraction of approach, he felt his own laws collapse, only to be reassembled in the ruins. Time was no longer a linear flow, space was no longer a fixed dimension, a matter was no longer a tangible entity. All concepts lost their meaning. Only the true self remained eternal and unchanging. He understood. The opening of the inner universe was not the creation of a new world, but the projection of the true self into the void, making the void exist through him. So, that's it. He opened his eyes, and his gaze reflected the birth and death of the entire cosmic sea. The sovereign blade across his knees silently transformed into a stream of light, merging into his brow. The mirror formed from the sphere of light also flew in, simultaneously fusing with the sovereign blade. The palace began to collapse. The nebula started to dissipate. Lu Yu rose to his feet, feeling the universe that had finally broken through its shell within him. It was neither that of a venerable nor a universe lord. It was an unprecedented path. He stepped out of the crumbling palace and returned to the cosmic sea where chaotic currents raged. But this time the chaos could no longer erode him in the slightest. On the contrary, wherever he passed, the chaos spontaneously parted into pure and turbid, evolving into earth, water, fire, and wind, as if greeting its own creator. In the depths of the void, Xuanji's figure materialized once more. Watching Lu Yu stroll through the chaos, a grave expression appeared in her eyes for the first time. So quickly. She did not finish her sentence, but the corners of her lips beneath the veil curled slightly into a smile. It seems the gamble paid off. The starlight dissipated, and she vanished once more into the void. Meanwhile, Lu Yu walked deeper into the cosmic sea. There he sensed a familiar fluctuation, one that shared the same origin as the sovereign blade, yet was more ancient, more profound. A new journey had only just begun. Chaotic currents writhed like billions of frenzied pythons tearing at the shattered remnants of stars strewn across the starfield. Lu Yu trod across a floating star carcass, and as the crumbling rock beneath his feet touched the laws circulating around him, it spontaneously reassembled into crystalline jade steps. A tricolor radiance emanated from between his brows, weaving a hazy veil within the chaos. The edge of the sovereign's sword was now fully sheathed, only leaving fleeting fissures in the void when struck by the currents. Marks where both time and space were severed simultaneously. From the distant dark nebula came the muffled roar of colliding laws. 7 shadows wreathed in corrosive auras were hunting a dying star. Chains of malachite green pierced its core, draining the last vestiges of light and heat. Lu Yu's gaze swept across that starfield. He recognized them as the Elders of the Star Eaters, an ancient race that thrived on devouring the essence of stars. The eldest among them suddenly turned its 6 pairs of compound eyes, locking onto this uninvited guest. A human, a rasping thought pierced the chaos. Leave this sacred feast ground. The other 6 shadows turned as well, their retracted chains trailing corrosive paths across the void. The abandoned star collapsed violently, and its erupting light cast their scales like venom-dipped daggers. Lu Yu continued walking forward. His steps seemed slow, yet in 3 strides he had crossed half a starfield. The barrier of laws erected by the Star Eater elders twisted into a dazzling rainbow the moment it brushed against his robes. The youngest elder let out a piercing shriek. Its forelimbs dissolved into the rainbow, not destroyed, but transformed into drifting motes of light. This is... The ancient elder's compound eyes contracted violently. Law reconstruction. Lu Yu had already passed through their encirclement. Behind him, the 7 Star Eater elders stood frozen in place, their essence undergoing a terrifying mutation. The law of corrosion reversed into life-giving nourishment, and blossoms as brilliant as stars bloomed across their scales. From the depths of the chaos came an ancient bell toll. 3 pyramid-shaped war fortresses tore through the nebula, their surfaces shimmering with billions of runes. The vertical pupils atop each tower simultaneously projected beams of light, weaving a cage that spanned several light years. Human sovereign. A mechanical thought emanated from the central fortress. This domain has been declared forbidden territory by the Void Spirit clan. Lu Yu finally stopped. He studied the slowly rotating runes, recognizing them as a sealing art specifically designed to suppress inner universes. Any universe lord would have their essence suppressed here. But he merely exhaled gently. The breath he released transformed into a river of stars within the chaos, countless miniature celestial bodies moving along arcane trajectories. As this star river grazed the war fortresses, the runes on their surfaces extinguished one after another like campfires doused by rain. All 3 fortresses retreated simultaneously, plowing deep furrows through the chaos. The metal on their surfaces was undergoing accelerated aging, rusting in an instant. Not a universe lord. The Void Spirit clan's thought wavered for the first time. What path is this? Lu Yu had already stepped into the heart of the starfield's chaos. Here the chaotic currents were so dense they had condensed into liquid, and within each droplet of chaotic liquid floated shattered fragments of laws. An ordinary venerable would not last 3 breaths here, and even a universe lord would need to unfold their inner universe to barely stand. Yet he closed his eyes. The sovereign's sword hummed softly within his sea of consciousness, resonating with some distant entity. That resonance pierced through layers of chaos, pointing toward a strange space-time that ceaselessly collapsed and was reborn. There he saw it. Countless broken cosmic remnants formed a ring, and at its center floated a point of ultimate light. That point of light breathed in the alternation of darkness and radiance, and with each flicker the entire starfield's chaos trembled in response. A cosmic seed. It was not a physical object, but the conceptual core left behind when a supreme universe collapsed. Now it was sealed by over a dozen powerful wills, with the strongest experts of various races weaving a complex web of laws around it. Lu Yu noticed 3 figures in the innermost layer. On the left was the elder of the mechanical clan, its silver fluid body constantly shifting forms, billions of calculation units simultaneously deducing the seed's evolution trajectory. On the right was the insectoid empress, her mental tendrils woven into a web covering half the starfield, each strand connecting to distant hives. And standing directly before the seed was a human draped in a starry robe. Yet from him Lu Yu sensed an aura both familiar and strange, the law resonance of Xuanji, which he had once felt in the inheritance hall. "You're here." The starved man turned, his face blurred in the starlight. "I've waited long for you." The other two experts cast their gazes toward him. The mechanical elder's processor emitted an overloaded hum, and the insectoid empress web quaked violently. Luyu did not respond. His gaze pierced through the starry robe, seeing the law structure operating within the man's body. A forbidden technique to transform oneself into a vessel, now, frantically, siphoning the energy dissipating from the cosmic seed. It seems Xuanji didn't tell you everything, the starved man chuckled softly. She always likes to bury surprises in her chess game. The chaos suddenly froze. The mechanical elder's body exploded into a torrent of data, and the insectoid empress web shattered inch by inch. The starved man spread his arms, and the entire starfield's chaos began to collapse toward him. Let me see. His voice twisted amid the law tremors. Whether the path you've forged can bear the true essence of the cosmos. The cosmic seed suddenly erupted with a light that devoured everything. Light consumed everything. It was not a warm light, nor one that illuminated the darkness. This was the antithesis of existence, the final tide that erased all concepts, laws, and traces. Luyu's perception shattered in the very first instant. Vision, hearing, divine sense scanning. All means of perception reliant on external information melted away like thin ice under a scorching sun, vanishing without a sound. Only the instinct buried deep within his divine body, forged through countless cycles of annihilation and rebirth, screamed in frenzy. Danger. A pure absolute will of destruction surpassing every formidable foe he had ever encountered surged forth from the starved man, carrying the nascent power of a cosmic seed. He did not try to see, nor did he try to hear. In the absolute darkness where perception was lost, he contracted inward. His will became a solitary beacon anchoring the boundary of his own existence. The operation of the 9 tribulations scripture was nearly instinctual. The phantom of his inner universe flickered across his body, forcibly drawing and dismantling and assimilating the onrushing destructive energy. This process was as agonizing as tearing his soul apart piece by piece. His divine body, formidable enough to withstand a normal universe master, now groaned under the unbearable strain. Cellular particles cycled between annihilation and rebirth, each cycle draining a portion of his essence. After an unknowable time, perhaps an instant, perhaps an eternity, the all-devouring tide of light finally receded. His vision returned, but what lay before him was no longer the chaotic star domain. This was a desolate expanse of star fragments where laws were fractured and space-time was in turmoil. Drifting in the distance were broken remnants of stars and twisted folds in space. Clearly, the eruption of the seed's power triggered by the starved man had hurled them all away from their original coordinates. And Luyu now stood at the heart of this shattered battlefield. Directly ahead, the void rippled, and 2 figures stepped forth almost simultaneously. To the left was a writhing, shifting shadow with no fixed form. At times it morphed into a colossal face composed of billions of compound eyes. At others, it extended countless pale tentacles covered in suckers. A dense field of negative spiritual energy materialized with whispers of despair, hatred, and madness directly eroding the soul. This was the Lord of 1,000 illusions, a master of telepathic power who excelled at toying with minds and forging hellish illusions. To the right stood a dark gold skeleton tens of thousands of meters tall. Cold soul fire burned in its eye sockets, and countless intricate curse runes were etched into its bones. It wielded a massive scythe entwined with black, deathly aura. Its mere existence accelerated the decay of the surrounding stars, forcibly draining life force. This was the skeletal lord, a titan of the undead race who commanded the law of death. Where his scythe pointed, all vitality ceased. Behind them, in the distant starry void, countless immortal legions materialized. The carapaces of bug-type immortals glimmered with an eerie light, their mandibles clicking. The cannons of mechanical-type immortals gathered destructive energy. Other alien immortals, their auras interlinked, formed vast battle arrays that sealed the entire void. All retreat was cut off. Human Luyu. The voice of the Lord of 1,000 illusions resonated directly in Luyu's mind, layered with countless, overlapping noises attempting to disrupt his thoughts. Hand over everything you obtained from the Xuanji ruins, including the secrets you carry. Perhaps we might grant you an intact corpse. The skeletal lord remained silent, merely raising his scythe of death, his killing intent locking onto Luyu's soul core like icy spears. Luyu hovered in place, his robes somewhat tattered from the earlier energy surge, but his posture remained upright. He took a deep breath, and the nascent phantom universe within him accelerated its rotation, forcibly repelling the invading negative spiritual energy and deathly aura. He knew that explanations were futile and begging for mercy was a joke. From the starved man detonating the seed to the precise interception by these 2 universe masters, this was a death trap set for him from the start. The only path to survival lay in a desperate battle. He did not answer the Lord of 1,000 illusions. His response was a sudden eruption of divine light. Boom. Luyu moved. His venerable level divine power burned without reservation, his speed surpassing the limits of thought, in an instant leaving only a slowly fading afterimage in his wake. His first target was the seemingly more enigmatic Lord of 1,000 Illusions. Seeking death. The billions of compound eyes of the Lord of 1,000 Illusions flashed simultaneously, and an invisible storm of mental energy shot toward Lu Ye's sea of consciousness like billions of needles. At the same time, the surrounding space twisted and illusions proliferated, mountains of corpses and seas of blood, betrayal by loved ones, a shattered Tao heart. A cascade of scenes targeting the weaknesses of the mind played out enough to make even an ordinary universe master lose their composure. But Lu Ye's will had long been tempered to indestructibility through countless breakthroughs. The phantom of his inner universe rose and fell within his sea of consciousness, anchoring his true self. The terrifying illusions shattered like waves against a reef. His movements showed no hesitation. He threw a punch. On his fist converged the power of his inner universe, no longer mere divine force, but bearing the essence of creation, evolution, and bearing. Where the fist passed, the chaotic laws were forcibly smoothed, and the turbulent energy was directly suppressed. The mental storm gathered by the Lord of 1,000 Illusions was brutally pierced through by this punch. The shadowy body trembled violently, emitting a sharp shriek. It had not expected Lu Ye's mental defenses to be so formidable, nor that the power level within his attack was so peculiar, capable of directly shaking its very essence. Just then the icy scythe of death silently descended upon Lu Ye's back. The skeletal lord had seized the moment when Lu Yu was fully engaged with the Lord of 1,000 Illusions. The scythe's trajectory left a trail of deathly gray in space, where all laws wailed and perished. In the blink of an eye, without turning his head, an ancient bronze shield materialized behind Lu Ye's head. Clang! A thunderous crash echoed across the starry void. The bronze shield blazed with brilliant light, revealing phantoms of mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars forcefully blocking the death scythe strike. Destructive death ripples spread, reducing nearby floating star remnants to dust. A supreme treasure, the universe's steadfast shield. The immense impact sent Lu Yu stumbling forward, his blood and chi churning. But he used this momentum to accelerate again, instantly closing in on the wounded Lord of 1,000 Illusions. He formed a sword gesture with his fingers, the tip condensing an extreme concentration of chaotic energy, and thrust directly at its core. The Lord of 1,000 Illusions, shocked and enraged, rapidly contracted its shadow into a shield covered in agonized faces. SSSHH. The sword finger pierced the face shield. Countless faces let out piercing wails as the shield fluctuated violently, nearly collapsing. The Lord of 1,000 Illusions seized the chance to retreat as countless streams of mental energy, its aura noticeably weakened. His divine body strength is abnormal. And that shield, it's a top-tier defensive treasure. The Lord of 1,000 Illusions transmitted its thoughts tinged with fear to the skeletal lord. The soul fire in the skeletal lord's eye sockets flickered. His eternally cold voice finally showed a trace of fluctuation. Suppress him. With that, his massive skeletal true form took a step forward. The death scythe swung again, this time with countless vengeful spirit phantoms entwined around the blade, emitting soul-rending howls. At the same time, his free bone claw pressed against the void. Domain of death. A gray-white domain expanded rapidly around him, dimming starlight, silencing laws, and even slowing time itself. This was a domain of pure death law intended to forcibly drain Lu Ye's life force and suppress his divine power. Lu Yu immediately felt a heavy weight pressing down on him, his divine power moving sluggishly, as if trapped in quicksand. With his movements restricted, facing the skeletal lord's full-powered death scythe, and the Lord of 1,000 Illusions' regathered mental attacks waiting to strike, the situation turned dire. His eyes sharpened. He could not be trapped. Within him, the phantom of his nascent universe spun at an unprecedented speed, forcibly resisting the erosion of the domain of death. He held nothing back, pushing the 9 tribulations scripture to the extreme limit of his venerable realm. Open! With a low shout, chaotic-colored light burst from his body, forcibly carving out a domain of his own within the gray-white domain of death. Though small, covering only a few zhang around him, it was enough to restore some of his mobility. Instead of evading the skeletal lord's scythe, he charged forward, the universe's steadfast shield raised before him. In his other hand, a seemingly unadorned long sword had appeared. A supreme treasure, the sky-rending sword. The blade hummed with a clear resonance. Even before its full edge was unleashed, it had already caused fine black cracks in the surrounding void. Slash! The sword light flared, not dazzlingly brilliant, but carrying a resolute will to tear through everything and reorder existence, striking precisely against the scythe's edge. Clang! A piercing metallic clash accompanied a violent collision of laws. The skeletal lord's massive form trembled slightly, and the vengeful spirit phantoms on his scythe were shredded in large swaths by the sword light. Lu Yu, however, was sent flying backward by the recoil, his sword arm slightly numb, and a trickle of golden blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. But using his backward momentum, the sky-rending sword traced an arc, unleashing a sharp sword chi that tore through space toward the Lord of 1,000 Illusions, who was preparing a large-scale soul curse. The attack forced him to interrupt his casting and dodge again. Legions. Combined attack. The Lord of 1,000 Illusions shouted, both shocked and enraged. In the distance, the already prepared Immortal Legions launched their assault simultaneously. Billions of energy beams, mental shocks, physical projectiles, and curse ripples surged like a flood of destruction across the void, converging on Lu Yu from all directions as he barely stabilized himself. Individually, these attacks posed little threat to Lu Yu, but concentrated into a legion's combined strike, quantity became quality, and their power was enough to threaten a universe master. With the skeletal lord advancing step by step in his domain of death, the Lord of 1,000 Illusions watching from the side, and the Immortal Legion's devastating volley in the distance, Lu Yu was truly cornered. His divine body rapidly repaired the damage from the earlier clash, but his divine power was depleting at a fierce rate. Yet in his deep eyes there was no despair. Instead, a fiercer flame burned. Pressure. Immense pressure. The siege of 2 universe masters and the harassment of an Immortal Legion. This life and death battle beyond limits was like a giant hammer repeatedly forging his divine body, his will, and the nascent universe within him. With every collision of laws and every brush with death, his understanding of his own power grew sharper, and his comprehension of the universe's essence deepened. Under the pressure of life and death, the operation pathways of the 9 tribulation scripture seemed to undergo new changes. The phantom of his inner universe absorbed the energy scattered from the battle, and the omnipresent law fluctuations triggered by the 2 universe masters slowly and infinitesimally solidifying. An opportunity. He sensed a faint opportunity for breakthrough in the midst of this hopeless situation between life and death. Again, Lu Yu let out a low roar, wiping the blood from his lips, his battle intent blazing to the heavens. He charged at the skeletal lord once more, the sky-rending sword and universe-steadfast shield shining in harmony as chaotic divine light clashed violently once again with the gray-white domain of death and the invisible mental onslaught. In the shattered star battlefield, energy storms raged, and the wails of laws mingled with the clang of weapons in an unending symphony. A lone figure besieged by 2 universe masters and a hail of fire from countless legions seemed like a fragile boat in a tempest on the verge of capsizing at any moment. Yet it stubbornly remained afloat, constantly honing and transforming under the extreme pressure. The skeletal claws of the Bone Lord tore through the void, the domain of death encroaching upon every inch of space like a relentless tide. Wherever the gray-white mist passed, even the starlight dimmed and withered. Lu Yu's Jinyu shield trembled violently, the chaotic divine light flickering uncertainly under the onslaught of the death laws. The figure of the Lord of Illusions flickered in and out of existence in the void, an invisible mental impact slithering into his sea of consciousness like a venomous snake. Lu Yu's soul quaked violently, the 9 Calamity secret tome operating at its peak, barely maintaining clarity in his spiritual platform. In the midst of this life and death ambush, a beam of obliteration grazed his divine body, leaving a deep wound that exposed the bone at his shoulder. Divine blood splattered across the void, each drop containing immense energy momentarily shining in the starry sky. Pain coursed through his body like an electric current. Yet this pain sharpened his senses. Under the pressure of the death domain, amid the tearing of mental impacts and the burning of the obliteration beam, he suddenly caught a glimpse of an unusual fluctuation. It was not the fluctuation of laws nor the tremor of energy, but something deeper, like the heartbeat of the void itself. Within his divine body, the newly birthed cosmic phantom trembled slightly. The originally slowly rotating nebula accelerated, countless stardust-like points flickering in and out of existence. In this tremor, he clearly sensed the source of that unusual fluctuation. It was omnipresent, yet elusive, permeating every inch of the void, flowing through every vein of the laws. When the death domain collided with the chaotic divine light, when mental impacts intertwined with the barriers of the soul, and when the obliteration beam tore through space, this fluctuation would manifest like an undercurrent beneath the surface of water. So that's how it is. Lu Yu's eyes flashed with understanding. He no longer simply resisted the attacks, but actively guided the powers of the 3 enemies, allowing them to form a peculiar resonance around him. The split-sky sword traced profound trajectories, no longer merely attacking, but sketching ancient patterns in the void. Wherever the sword tip passed, that fluctuation became clearer. The Bone Lord let out an angry roar, the death domain suddenly contracting into millions of bone spears raining down. The figure of the Lord of Illusions split into countless forms, launching mental impacts from various dimensions. The artillery of the undying legion became denser, dyeing the entire starry sky in hues of destruction. Lu Yu did not flinch or evade. The Jinyu shield hovered before him, slowly rotating. He abandoned all defenses, immersing his entire mind in that peculiar fluctuation. Bone spears pierced through his divine body, mental impacts tore at his soul, and artillery scorched every inch of his skin. Agonizing pains surged like a tide, yet his gaze grew brighter. Just as his divine body was on the brink of collapse, he finally grasped the essence of that fluctuation. It was not energy nor laws, but the breath of the void's essence. When different laws clashed intensely, when life and death intertwined at their limits, the void would produce a certain resonance akin to the plucking of a string. This was the trigger he had long sought, the key to unlocking the most crucial aspect of his internal universe. Open, Lu Yu whispered lowly, and the cosmic phantom within him suddenly expanded. The originally vague nebula began to condense, countless stardust points attracting, colliding, and merging with one another. An invisible barrier manifested within his divine body, the wall of his internal world rapidly evolving. On the barrier, countless fine cracks spread out. Each crack corresponded to an external attack, corresponding to a breath of the void's essence. The erosion of the death laws made the barrier resilient, the tearing of mental impacts made it transparent, and the burning of the obliteration beam made it solidify. The Bone Lord seemed to sense something. His bony claws clenched tightly, and the death domain transformed into a colossal hand pressing down towards Lu Yu. Too late. Lu Yu looked up, the tension in his eyes replaced by a transcendent calm. The split sky sword was lightly waved, the sword tip pointing at a certain spot in the void. That spot was precisely the node of power operation for the giant hand of death, as well as the rhythm point of the void's essence breath. At the moment the sword tip touched the giant hand, there was no earth-shattering explosion, only a faint hum. The giant hand of death dissipated like a bubble, returning to gray-white mist. The mental impact of the Lord of Illusions followed closely, yet inexplicably dissipated when it approached Lu Yu's vicinity, as if it had struck an invisible wall. That was not defense, but resonance. Within Lu Yu, the evolution of the cosmic barrier had reached a critical moment. The cracks grew more numerous and denser, ultimately covering the entire barrier. What emerged from the cracks was no longer a vague phantom, but the tangible breath of the cosmos. Creation and destruction, genesis and termination, life and death. The opposing forces wove together on the barrier, achieving a delicate balance. In the instant this balance was achieved, the barrier shattered. It was not a collapse, but a transcendence. Countless fragments transformed into the purest essence, energy merging into that newly birthed cosmos. The nebula began to accelerate its rotation, stardust points coalescing into true stars. The originally illusory space began to solidify, and time began to flow. A brand new fluctuation spread from within Lu Yu, perfectly synchronized with the breath of the void's essence. At this moment, he no longer borrowed the power of the cosmos. He became the cosmos itself. The split sky sword emitted a clear sword cry, the patterns on the sword body seeming to come alive, connecting with the veins of the newly birthed universe. The Jinyu shield automatically flew back, hovering behind Lu Yu, its chaotic patterns reflecting the universe within him. Lu Yu slowly raised his hand and gently pressed towards the distant Bone Lord. There was no surge of energy, no manifestation of laws, yet the death domain surrounding the Bone Lord began to collapse. It was not destroyed by external forces, but rather crumbled from within, as if it had lost the foundation of its existence. The Lord of Illusions let out a muffled groan, countless illusions shattering simultaneously, leaving only the main body stumbling back in the void, filled with shock. The artillery of the Undying Legion continued to rain down, but bizarrely veered off course as it approached Lu Yu, as if the space he occupied had become independent from this starry sky. This is the universe within me. Lu Yu felt the tangible universe within him, sensing its resonance with the breath of the void's essence. With every breath, endless energy surged from the void, merging into the newly birthed universe, propelling its growth. Stars were being born, nebulae were condensing, and laws were being perfected. Although still very immature, it already possessed the foundation for independent operation. He looked towards the two cosmic lords, his gaze calm, yet filled with a disturbing majesty. The Bone Lord roared in anger, gathering power. The death laws once again converged. But this time Lu Yu merely cast a gentle glance, and that gathered death law dissipated on its own. It was not destroyed, but assimilated, absorbed by the universe within him, becoming a part of the nourishment for the newly birthed cosmos. Seeing this, the Lord of Illusions tore through the void, without hesitation, attempting to flee. Yet the surrounding space had seemingly become a fortified wall, and no matter how hard he tried to break through, he could not. Since you are here, why hurry to leave? Lu Yu's voice was light, but clearly reached the perception of every being. He extended his right hand, his fingers slightly spread. The space surrounding the Lord of Illusions began to contract, not being compressed, but stripped away. from this starry sky into another universe. No. The Lord of Illusions let out a desperate scream. His divine body began to disintegrate during the process of spatial separation, transforming into the purest energy and flowing into Liu Ye's newly birthed universe. Seeing this, the Bone Lord suddenly plunged his bony claw into his chest, extracting a gray-white bone orb. The orb radiated an unsettling aura of death, the essence crystallization of his cultivation over millions of years. Let's perish together. The bone orb erupted with blinding gray light. The death laws pushed to their limits. Even time and space began to decay. This was the Bone Lord's final desperate strike, capable of severely injuring or even killing a cosmic lord. Yet Liu Yu merely watched quietly until the bone orb flew before him, then gently parted his lips. A tiny vortex formed before his lips, devouring the bone orb that contained terrifying energy. The gray light flickered within the vortex before completely vanishing. The Bone Lord stood frozen, the fire of the soul in his eyes flickering wildly, filled with disbelief. That was the crystallization of his millions of years of cultivation, capable of annihilating a star domain, and it was just swallowed. Liu Yu felt the changes in the universe within him. After the bone orb entered the newly birthed cosmos, it was immediately decomposed and absorbed. The essence of the death laws was analyzed and reconstructed by the source of the universe, becoming part of the newly birthed cosmic law system. A gray-white nebula formed at the edge of the universe, containing pure death aura juxtaposed against the life nebula, achieving a certain balance. Thank you for the gift. Liu Yu looked at the Bone Lord, his tone calm. The Bone Lord wanted to say something, but his divine body had already begun to dissipate. Having lost the essence bone orb, his very existence began to collapse. The gray-white skeleton shattered piece by piece, ultimately turning to ashes, drifting through the starry sky. A cosmic lord who dominated countless eras thus fell silently. The Undying Legion in the distance immediately ceased their attacks and began to withdraw in an orderly manner. Yet Liu Yu merely moved his mind, and the entire space occupied by the Legion was sliced off, absorbed into the universe within him. There was no resistance, no struggle, as natural as pouring a cup of water into the sea. The starry sky returned to silence. Only the broken stars and residual energy fluctuations testified to the harrowing battle that had just transpired. Liu Yu floated in the void, sensing the growth of the universe within him. With every moment, new stars were born and laws were perfected. Though still far from maturity, it had already developed the ability for self-evolution. More importantly, he had found a way to resonate with the essence of the void. From now on, his cultivation would no longer be limited to absorbing energy and comprehending laws, but rather to breathe in unison with the entire void, growing alongside countless universes. He gazed into the depths of the endless starry sky, his eyes seeming to pierce through layers of dimensions, beholding a vaster world. This was just the beginning. The void was as silent as a tomb. Fragments of stars drifted slowly, the residual energy undulating soundlessly in the vacuum. Liu Yu floated among them, eyes closed, sensing every pulse of the universe within his body. At the edge of the nascent universe, that gray-white nebula intertwined with the nebula of life. Death and vitality were no longer adversaries, but had become the two poles of the cosmos breath. With every rotation of the nebula, new laws were woven into the fabric of the void. He opened his eyes, and in the depths of his pupils the river of stars flowed. In the distant space suddenly tore apart. Three terrifying presences descended simultaneously. To the left was a molten giant burning with eternal flames, every rock streaming with magma. To the right was a translucent spirit entity, countless mental tendrils spreading through the void. At the center stood a mechanical life form, its metal shell etched with ancient runes. The new Lord of the Universe. The molten giant's voice caused the surrounding space to tremble. Surrender your cosmic origin, and you may be spared death. The spirit entity's mental fluctuations pierced directly through the void, such a fledgling universe perfect as nourishment for our ascension. The mechanical life form remained silent, but its runes had already lit up, locking onto every move Liu Yu made. Three alien lords, each ruling over vast star domains, had come in alliance. They had sensed the aura of the newborn universe like sharks catching the scent of blood. Liu Yu gazed at them calmly, as if admiring three exquisite works of art. You have arrived just in time, he said softly. My universe needs more nourishment. The molten giant laughed in fury, its flames surging arrogance. A torrent of magma at billions of degrees gushed forth, melting even space itself in its path. This was power capable of evaporating stars enough to incinerate an entire star domain. The spirit entity launched its attack simultaneously, invisible mental spikes aimed directly at Liu Ye's core consciousness. This was a strike against the very essence of the soul. Any ordinary universe lord would risk mental collapse with a single misstep. The mechanical life form's runes fully activated, and an energy matrix spanning several light years instantly formed, sealing the entire region of space. 3 killing moves flawlessly coordinated. Yet Lu Yu merely raised his hand. Not to defend, not to evade, but to gently clench it. The magma torrent halted 1,000 meters from him, as if striking an invisible wall. The mental spikes dissipated the moment before touching his consciousness like raindrops falling into the ocean. The energy matrix flickered violently, then shattered inch by inch, scattering into countless specks of light. All 3 alien lords changed expression simultaneously. Impossible. The molten giant roared, gathering its power again. But this time it found its connection to its origin, star domain severed. Lu Yu's internal universe was expanding. Not an expansion in volume, but an extension in the plane of existence. His cosmic laws began to cover this void, rewriting the fundamental rules of reality. The spirit entity was the first to sense the anomaly. Its mental tendrils hit walls in the void. The entire space became alien and repulsive. The dimensional ocean where it once swam like a fish now solidified into iron. His universe is devouring reality. The spirit entity emitted a sharp fluctuation. The mechanical life form attempted to initiate a jump sequence only to find all coordinates wildly shifting. It was like a fly caught in a web. The more it struggled, the tighter the bonds. Lu Yu took a step forward. No sound, no light, but all 3 alien lords simultaneously felt a tremor from the depths of their life instincts. It was the primal fear of lower life forms facing a higher existence. "Welcome to my universe," Lu Yu said. The molten giant was the first to collapse. Its divine body began to disintegrate, transforming into fundamental energy particles that flowed toward the nascent nebula within Lu Yu. It tried to resist, but the laws of death had already permeated every cell. "No, I am eternal and indestructible." Its roar was cut short as the last shred of consciousness dissipated into the void. The spirit entity let out a silent wail. Its mental structure was being assimilated. Memory, emotion, will. Everything that constituted itself was dissolving. It had once devoured the consciousness of countless civilizations. Now it too had become nourishment. The mechanical life form was the most tenacious. Its core runes continuously recombined, seeking loopholes in the new universe's laws. But it soon discovered that the laws were still evolving, and every flaw was patched in an instant. "What are you?" the mechanical life form finally asked. Lu Yu did not answer. He watched as the mechanical life form turned into a pure stream of information absorbed by the data nebula within his internal universe. Those ancient runes became another cornerstone for the new cosmic laws. The entire process took but a moment. 3 alien lords who had dominated star domains vanished silently, leaving not a single trace. Their power, laws, and memories all merged into Lu Yu's internal universe. Deep within the star domain, countless powerful consciousnesses trembled. The aura of the molten lord has vanished. The fluctuations of the spirit sovereign have ceased. The runic signals of the mechanical emperor have been annihilated. What happened? Streams of consciousness crisscrossed the void, attempting to probe the secrets of this region of space. But when their perception touched a certain boundary, they involuntarily recoiled. Their newborn universe was breathing. With each breath, it altered the very structure of laws in the surrounding star domains. Lu Yu sensed the growth of his internal universe. The essence of the 3 alien lords made the nebula more radiant and the laws more complete. The information structure provided by the mechanical life form in particular brought a qualitative leap to the data layer of the universe. He gazed into the distant depths of the starry sky, where more powerful auras were watching. Not enough yet, he murmured to himself. The will of his internal universe was perfectly synchronized with his thoughts. The gray-white nebula began to spin faster, and the laws of death spread through the void. Millions of light years away, an alien fleet was assembling. They had received the final signals from the 3 fallen lords and were preparing to investigate. But death was faster. A gray-white mist silently enveloped the entire fleet. No explosions, no flashes, only silent annihilation. Ships, soldiers, commanders. Every existence aged, decayed, and turned to dust in an instant. Even memories were erased as if they had never existed. On the alien homeworld farther away, high-ranking officials witnessed this scene through surveillance devices. They could not comprehend what had happened, only that an elite fleet had simply vanished. "Retreat! Retreat immediately!" The Supreme Commander issued the order. But the order could no longer be transmitted. The death mist was spreading at superluminal speeds, dimming stars and extinguishing civilizations in its path. This was not an attack, but an erasure at the level of law. Lu Yu stood motionless, but his will, along with the expansion of his internal universe, had already covered the entire star domain. One by one, alien civilizations perished in silence. Their technology, magic, and supernatural abilities were meaningless before the laws of the newborn universe. Like patterns on a canvas washed clean by clear water, leaving no trace. The star domain chaos began to tremble. Ancient beings awakened from their slumber, sensing a threat. Not from an external enemy, but from a change in the universe itself. A new lord has been born. The Black Feather Lord cannot be opposed. These thoughts traveled through the void laden with awe and fear. Lu Yu heard these voices but paid them no heed. His attention was entirely focused on the evolution of his internal universe. The nebula of life and the nebula of death had achieved perfect balance, with countless stars being born and annihilated within. Each star was a microcosm with its own system of laws, and these microcosms continuously collided and merged, driving the growth of the main universe. He felt a deep resonance with the primordial void. With every breath, new energy surged from the void. With every heartbeat, new laws took shape in the universe. This was the power of the Black Feather Lord. Not domination, not destruction, but creation and evolution. He looked upon the alien high-ranking officials still watching his while brushing over them gently. Countless light years away in the hall of the Alien Council, all members froze simultaneously. They felt the gaze of that existence like ants facing the firmament. Leave this star domain. A voice echoed in their consciousness, calm, yet absolute. No threat, no warning, just a simple statement. But every alien high-ranking official understood this was their last chance. To refuse meant being completely erased from reality, like those civilizations that had vanished. They began an emergency evacuation, activating hyperspace jumps at any cost to flee the star domain that was about to belong to the Black Feather Lord. Lu Yu withdrew his gaze and continued to feel the pulse of his internal universe. Stars were born, laws were perfected, and life evolved. All of this proceeded orderly under his will while maintaining a natural rhythm. He raised his hand, and a miniature star appeared in his palm. It was a projection of his internal universe, containing infinite possibilities. The star domain chaos gradually calmed, but all survivors knew that this starry sky had changed masters. The era of the Black Feather Lord had begun. Stardust flowed between his fingers as gentle as fine sand. Lu Yu gazed at the miniature star in his palm, sensing the countless lives within it moving along their predetermined trajectories. They would never know that every second of their existence stemmed from the will of some being. He gently closed his palm. In that instant, invisible ripples expanded outward from him in all directions. This was not the tremor of energy, but a rewriting of the laws. Wherever it passed, the trajectories of the stars subtly altered, and the fundamental properties of matter were redefined. The vacuum began to breathe, darkness acquired warmth, and time accelerated or slowed in specific areas. The star fields within hundreds of light years trembled simultaneously. The fleeing alien fleet suddenly came to a halt. Their engines continued to roar, yet the vessels were frozen in amber-like spacetime. The commander was horrified to discover that even thought had become sluggish, each idea requiring 1,000 times more time than usual. What is this? An elder alien attempted to send a signal, but found that even the most basic quantum communication had failed. Their technology, essential for survival, had lost meaning at the most fundamental level of the laws. Lu Yu stood in the void, perceiving everything within the domain. The rotation of each planet, the burning of each star, even the vibrations of every microscopic particle were vividly clear in his senses. He did not need to exert control. With just a thought, this starry sky would move according to his will. He noticed an alien fleet attempting to initiate their self-destruct sequence. With a flicker of thought, the space occupied by that fleet was isolated, and the flow of time was adjusted to nearly a standstill. The self-destruct command was eternally frozen at the moment of issuance. No words were necessary, no threats required. Merely showcasing his existence was enough for all observers to understand. In this star field, the will of the Lord of Black Feathers was the supreme law. Near a gaseous giant planet, the remaining alien reconnaissance ship was recording data. The captain suddenly noticed that all readings on the instruments were fluctuating wildly, then unified to display an ancient universal language. Observation is permitted, interference will lead to annihilation. The captain felt a chill throughout their body, realizing this was the last leniency granted by that being. They immediately ordered a halt to all active scans and switched the fleet to pure observation mode. Lu Yu perceived the compliance of those aliens, but paid it no mind. His attention shifted to more distant questions. Becoming the lord of this star field was merely the beginning. The cosmic sea was far more vast than imagined. What secrets did those ancient civilizations, those beings who had walked this path, earlier hold? He recalled the legends he had heard in the lower dimensional world. In the cosmic sea, there were black markets, trading intelligence, ancient markets for bartering goods, and libraries recording the secrets of various dimensions. Yet these places were typically only open to beings of equivalent level. How to find them? Lu Yu sank his thoughts into the universe within himself. Countless stars twinkled as every miniature universe evolved in its unique way. He noticed that a civilization in a marginal star system had just discovered superluminal communication technology and was excitedly sending signals into the cosmos. This gave him an insight. He gently extracted a strand of cosmic origin and shaped it into a transparent crystal. Within the crystal, nebulae swirled, as if encapsulating an entire miniature universe. This was his token, a demonstration of his power. Only beings of equivalent level could comprehend the integrity of the laws contained within. Then he began to emit signals at the level of the laws. Not electromagnetic waves, not gravitational waves, but directly embedding a piece of information into the fundamental laws of the universe. It was like signing a canvas only those who understood the art could notice. The message was simple: black feather seeking trade. Almost simultaneously with the signal's emission, he felt a response. Not from a specific direction, but directly feedback from the level of the laws. A vague thought crossed dimensions: newborn master. Interesting. Come to the dark abyss market and bring your ticket. Along with the thought came a set of complex coordinates, not spatial coordinates, but information about dimension entry points that could only be accessed at specific times and energy frequencies. Lu Yu noted this information, but did not act immediately. He first needed to fully master this newly acquired star field. The domain of laws continued to expand silently, altering the physical constants within its range. In some areas, the speed of light was reduced, while in others the gravitational constant was slightly adjusted. These changes seemed subtle, yet transformed the entire star field into a vast recognition system. Any unauthorized intruder would be immediately exposed due to the differences in physical laws. A wandering planet happened to breach the boundary of the domain. Its surface mountains began to bend at unnatural angles. The atmosphere automatically condensed in the vacuum. The internal composition of the planet was rewritten, gradually transforming into a translucent crystalline structure. This was not a punishment, merely a natural result. Just as a drop of water falling into the ocean would automatically become salty. All observers silently recorded this scene. They understood that from now on this star field had new rules. Not written statutes, but ironclad laws etched into the essence of the universe. Lu Yu felt every change within the domain as a gardener tended to his garden. He noticed a young civilization attempting to step out of their home planet, so he gently adjusted the radiation environment within their stellar system to clear obstacles for them. Ruling did not mean oppression, a creation was the essence. He separated a strand of consciousness to maintain the stability of the domain of laws, while his main consciousness began to prepare for the journey to the dark abyss market. The cosmic origin crystal spun in his palm, the internal nebulae evolving rapidly, showcasing the complete cycle from creation to conclusion. It was time to connect with the broader world. But before that, he needed to ensure the safety of this star field. As his thoughts turned, the boundary of the domain began to solidify, forming an invisible barrier. This was not to prevent entry or exit, but to mark ownership. Any existence crossing the barrier would automatically report to him, as if they had disturbed a spider's web. The last alien fleet finally escaped to the boundary of the domain. At the moment of crossing, all crew members felt a slight dizziness, as if something had scanned them at the soul level. They dared not look back, accelerating into the distant deep space. Lu Yu watched them leave without obstruction. Let them carry away their experiences from here, saving him the trouble of declaring it himself. The star field fell utterly silent, leaving only the rhythm of the star's movement and the faint hum of the web of laws. The might of the Lord of Black Feathers had been deeply imprinted in the structure of this universe, and even after his departure this influence would persist for several epochs. He looked down at the crystal in his hand, the speed of the swirling nebulae gradually slowing. It was time to meet other beings in the cosmic sea. The dark abyss market sounds like an interesting place. The starship traversed layers of spatial ripples, gliding like a fish through water. As the familiar silhouette of the Milky Way appeared on the observation screen, Lu Yu could sense the subtle response of this cosmos to his return. The trajectories of the stars seemed to pause for an instant, as if paying homage to the new master of this starfield. The outline of Earth grew gradually clearer in his vision. On the azure planet's surface, countless points of light flickered rhythmically like a swarm of fireflies awakening in the night sky. As his starship entered the atmosphere, those lights flared up, abruptly converging into a bridge of radiance that stretched across the entire continent. "Welcome home, Lu Yu." The voice of the Chaos City Lord came through the communication channel, tinged with rare warmth. The starship landed on the plaza before the highest council of the human race. As the hatch opened, Lu Yu's footsteps faltered for a moment. Before him stretched an endless sea of people from the council steps to the horizon. People of different skin tones and ages looked up, their eyes interwoven with reverence and anticipation. A faint hum hung in the air. It was not an ordinary sound, but the vibration of air from countless individuals holding their breath simultaneously. When Lu Yu stepped onto the red carpet, the hum vanished. The whole world seemed to fall into absolute silence. Then a tidal wave of cheers erupted. The sound waves nearly tore apart the clouds in the sky. At the top of the council steps, the giant axe founder nodded at Lu Yu. In his eyes, weathered by countless epochs, a flicker of subtle approval gleamed. Lu Yu walked slowly along the red carpet. He could feel a faint tremor beneath his feet, not from the crowd's roar, but from Earth's own response to his presence. His newly acquired domain of laws resonated with the pulse of this ancient planet. "We have awaited this day for a long time," the Giant Axe founder said as Lu Yu ascended the final step. His voice was low, yet it cut through the thunderous cheers with clarity. The Chaos City Lord stood beside the Giant Axe, holding a dark golden badge in his hand. The badge's surface shimmered with an uncanny luster, as if an entire cosmos revolved within it. "The highest council of the human race has unanimously decided," the Chaos City Lord's voice resonated across the plaza and through countless broadcast devices to every corner of human territory, to bestow upon Lu Yu the title Lord of Black Feathers, ranking him among the supreme combat forces of the race. As the badge was pinned to Lu Yu's chest, he felt a gentle wave of energy sweep through his body. It was not a scan or a test, but an acknowledgement. The will of the human race, accumulated over countless epochs, formally accepted him as one of the three pillars supporting this civilization. After the ceremony, the three entered the deepest chamber of the council. Its walls were carved from solid space-time crystals, their surfaces flowing with a silver halo. "Sit," the Giant Axe founder said, waving a hand as three chairs materialized from the void. Their backrests bore different shapes, each reflecting the law traits of its occupant. On Lu Yu's chair, patterns of black wings shimmered faintly. "The news you brought is of great importance," the Chaos City Lord cut to the chase. "We have long heard of the Abyss Bazaar's existence, but confirming its precise location is unprecedented." The Giant Axe founder touched his fingertip lightly, and a star map of human territory materialized in the air. Countless points of light represented the galaxies under human control, while at the borders of the territory some regions flickered with uneasy red glows. "The cosmic sea has never been calm. The threats we face extend far beyond the alien races you encountered," the Giant Axe founder said in a low voice. "Some entities are older than our universe itself." Lu Yu fixed his gaze on the blinking red points on the star map. He could sense that behind each red dot lurked a crisis capable of annihilating an entire civilization. So the Chaos City Lord interjected, "It is time for you to know the full truth." The three pressed their palms simultaneously onto the crystal pillar at the chamber's center. The pillar blazed to life, projecting three beams of light that plunged into their foreheads. In an instant, Lu Yu's consciousness was swept into a torrent of information. Countless images, data, and sensory fragments surged like a tide, relics of ancient civilizations, coordinates of dimensional rifts, threat assessments beyond the known universe, the hidden reserves of the human race. He saw the files classified as top secret in a remote galaxy. The final warning left by human ancestors still echoed in the cosmic background radiation. In another dimension, an ancient sealed entity struggled to break its cage, and the mysterious ruins scattered across the universe all hinted at a greater enigma. As the stream of information gradually subsided, Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes. The chamber scene came back into focus, but in his sight the world had become utterly different from before. "Now you understand," the Giant Axe founder said, rising as his chair dissolved into flowing light. "What it means to be a pillar." The Chaos City Lord also stood. "It is not merely power, but responsibility. What we must guard together is not just these galaxies, but the very spark of human civilization." Lu Yu looked down at his palm. The cosmic source crystal appeared silently within it, its internal nebula rotating in sync with his heartbeat. "I understand," he said. The two words were soft, yet they caused a subtle ripple in the space-time structure of the entire chamber. It was not an oath, not a promise, just a simple realization, as natural as water flowing downward or stars moving in their orbits. When he stepped out of the chamber, the celebration outside continued. The night sky was ablaze with dazzling fireworks, and representatives from different galaxies exchanged gifts and covenants. As Lu Yu appeared, all eyes focused on him once more. This time he did not avoid their gazes. He walked to the edge of the council hall's terrace, looking down at the rejoicing crowd below. In a fleeting moment, he felt his consciousness connect with the entire destiny network of the human race. The hopes, fears, dreams, and struggles of countless individuals, like tiny tributaries, converged into the great river of civilization. He let out a soft breath. Thousands of light years away, a dying star suddenly rekindled with vitality. It was no coincidence. It was his first silent vow to this starry sky. The fireworks in the night sky blazed even more brilliantly, as if the entire universe celebrated a new chapter for human civilization. The glow of the fireworks slowly faded in Lu Yu's eyes, the clamor of the celebration seeming to be muffled by a transparent membrane. He stood at the edge of the balcony, his fingers unconsciously tracing the intricate patterns on the railing. Those cheers, those expectant gazes, had now transformed into a heavy weight pressing upon his perception. The Chaos City Lord appeared silently by his side, his robe swaying gently in the night breeze. "Follow me." Without further explanation, only three words lingered in the air with a faint echo. They traversed an inconspicuous passage behind the hall where energy patterns on the walls illuminated and dimmed in sequence with their footsteps. They finally halted before a door composed of dark crystal. The patterns upon it resembled a frozen galaxy of stars, each curve imbued with a rhythm that transcended visual perception. What you sense is merely the beginning. The Chaos City Lord raised his hand to the door and ripples spread across the crystal surface. The true pillar requires an understanding of deeper laws. The space beyond the door was unexpectedly austere. There were no lavish decorations, no complex instruments, only a dark orb of light suspended at the center. It rotated slowly with faint sparks flickering across its surface like distant stars in the night sky. This is a miniature cosmic sea. The Chaos City Lord's voice resonated clearly in the empty chamber. Not a model, not a projection, but a genuine collection of microscopic universes. Lu Yu gazed at the dark orb, the primal crystal in his palm, growing warm. The moment his consciousness touched its surface, he was pulled in by an irresistible force. In an instant, he found himself amidst countless overlapping dimensions of time and space. Billions of miniature universes swirled around him, each governed by entirely different physical laws. In some universes, time flowed backward, in others, space folded into Mobius strips. Still others saw matter assembling and disassembling in ways that defied all common sense. Feel the resonance between them. The Chaos City Lord's voice came from a distant place, yet imprinted itself clearly on his consciousness. True strength lies not in conquering laws, but in understanding the harmony among them. Lu Yu closed his eyes, allowing his perception to traverse countless universes. He noticed that certain universes, despite their divergent rules, could produce wondrous resonance upon contact. This resonance was not a clash of power, but a deeper complementarity and fusion. Dimensions. He murmured, his fingers unconsciously tracing complex trajectories in the air. Those trajectories perfectly aligned with the structural laws of a particular miniature universe. The Chaos City Lord nodded slightly. Indeed, a law of a single dimension, however perfect, remains fragile. True evolution lies in the confluence of multiple dimensions. As he spoke, the scene before Lu Yu shifted once more. The once independent miniature universes began to draw closer, their dimensional laws intertwining like threads of various colors on an invisible loom. Each interweaving gave birth to new possibilities, new forms of energy. Yet amidst this beautiful fusion, Lu Yu keenly detected a hint of discord. A miniature universe in one corner suddenly convulsed violently upon contact, its once stable structure beginning to collapse. Extradimensional laws. The Chaos City Lord's voice carried a warning. They appear powerful, yet they are fundamentally in conflict with the foundation of our universe. Lu Yu concentrated on observing that process of collapse. The extradimensional laws acted like an invading virus, forcibly altering the basic structure of the universe. On the surface, they brought more potent manifestations of energy, but in truth, they were undermining the deepest equilibrium of the cosmos. Many powerful beings are seduced by this semblance of strength. The Chaos City Lord waved his hand lightly, and the collapsing universe was restored to its original state. In the end, they not only fall themselves, but also disrupt the surrounding fabric of spacetime. Beads of sweat formed on Lu Yu's brow. He could feel his consciousness growing weary under the onslaught of countless laws, yet something was quietly awakening deep within his soul. The crystal in his palm vibrated faintly, the nebula within it swirling at varying speeds, as if adapting to the different temporal flows of the universes. Remember this sensation. The Chaos City Lord's voice gradually faded. True breakthrough lies not in the accumulation of power, but in the depth of understanding. When Lu Yu's consciousness returned to his body, he saw the dark orb in an entirely new light. Now he could clearly discern the unique rhythm of each miniature universe within it and perceive the subtle connections between them. He slowly raised his hand, and the crystal in his palm projected a miniature star chart. The points of light in the chart were no longer static. They moved according to a complex pattern linked by fine threads of energy. This is only the beginning. The Chaos City Lord looked at the star chart in his palm, a flicker of approval barely visible in his eyes. The true path is for you to explore yourself. Lu Yu did not reply. His gaze remained fixed on those swirling miniature universes, sensing the infinite possibilities they held. Thousands of light years away, another dying star suddenly altered its trajectory of decay, reigniting its core in a novel way. This was not a display of power, but a natural extension of understanding. Like water finding its course, like flowers blooming and leaves falling. When Lu Yu raised his head once more, there was something in his eyes that defied description. It was not the sharp edge of power, but a deeper serenity resonating with the entire cosmic sea. The star chart slowly rotated in his palm, each point of light corresponding to a fragment of a universe in the distant spacetime. Lu Yu watched these flowing light trails, the patterns of the three laws, gold, void, and time, interweaving into a web deep within his consciousness. He gently nudged one of the trajectories of the gold law. Where his fingertip touched, 3 points of light in the star chart suddenly deviated from their original orbits, forming a brand new triangular structure. Space twisted slightly within the triangular region, and the flow of time changed accordingly. Stellar evolution that would have taken a millennium was now compressed into a fleeting play of light and shadow. This was not mere acceleration, but the natural consequence of the 3 laws working in concert. The Chaos City Lord stood 3 paces away, his sleeves billowing without any wind. He saw the golden patterns swirling around Liu Ye's fingertip, resonating with the spatial ripples, while the passage of time at the resonance nodes fluctuated between fast and slow. No, Liu Yu suddenly withdrew his finger. The triangular structure collapsed instantly, and the 3 points of light returned to their original paths. He closed his eyes, reconstructing the attempt within his consciousness. The sharp, piercing quality of the gold law could never perfectly fuse with the expansiveness of space. Whenever the two were on the verge of achieving balance, the flow of time would produce abnormal fluctuations. It was like trying to press down 3 vibrating strings, each with a different frequency all at once. He changed his approach. This time he let the spatial ripples spread naturally first, then introduced the keen edge of the gold law. Only when the spatio-temporal structure began to stabilize did he carefully adjust the flow of time. The points of light within the star chart suddenly emitted a soft white glow. A star that was on the verge of extinction reignited within the miniature universe. A golden stellar flame burned slowly within the folds of space, its timeline maintaining a subtle asynchrony with the main universe. Success! The Chaos City Lord leaned forward slightly. He noticed the star's unique manner of burning. The gold law endowed it with a blazing intensity. The spatial folds allowed it to continuously absorb energy from the void, and its independent time flow shielded its evolution from external interference. Beads of sweat formed on Liu Ye's forehead. Maintaining this balance required the simultaneous operation of 3 entirely different comprehensions of the laws, his consciousness teetering on a tightrope over an abyss. He attempted to extend this balance over a broader scope. As a second, and then a third star lit up, he clearly felt his consciousness beginning to overextend itself. On a larger scale, the 3 laws produced unexpected interference effects like ripples on water colliding with each other. What troubled him most was that no matter how he adjusted, the 3 laws always seemed to revolve around some invisible center. It was as if an intangible thread guided all the changes. He recalled the words of the Chaos City Lord. True breakthroughs come not from the accumulation of power, but from the depth of understanding. Liu Yu suddenly withdrew all control over the laws. The points of light in the star chart instantly reverted to their original state. The stars he had ignited dimmed once more. The Chaos City Lord let out a soft, surprised sound, but did not interrupt. In the absolute silence, Liu Yu perceived the center that had always been there. It was the primordial will of the original universe. No matter how he altered his application of the laws, he was always dancing within this framework. It was like a fish swimming in water. No matter how agile, it could never escape the medium of water itself. He needed to find a 4th law, a power that did not belong to this cosmic sea system. The crystal in his palm suddenly vibrated violently. Liu Yu opened his eyes and discovered an extremely faint gray current had appeared in the star chart. This current wove between the points of light, and wherever it passed, the laws of gold void and time experienced a brief disorder. The extraterritorial law. The Chaos City Lord's voice carried a rare gravity. You have finally stirred it. Liu Yu carefully controlled that wisp of gray current. It was unlike any law within the cosmic sea. It possessed no attributes, yet it could influence all attributes. When it passed through the gold law, the sharpness softened. When it swept over a spatial fold, the fold would temporarily flatten. When it touched the flow of time, the boundary between past and present would blur. But this control was extremely difficult. The extraterritorial law was like quicksand between the fingers. The tighter the grip, the faster it slipped away. He changed his mindset, no longer trying to control, but to guide. The gold law formed channels, the space law constructed paths, and the time law regulated the flow. Under the combined action of the 3 perfected laws, that wisp of gray current finally began to circulate through the star chart along a predetermined route. When it completed its first cycle, a strange phenomenon occurred. A small area within the star chart suddenly became independent. The points of light there were no longer influenced by the primordial will of the original universe, operating as a self-contained system. Although the range was small and the duration brief, it was indeed the possibility of transcendence. Liu Yu felt something shatter deep within his consciousness. It was not a collapse, but a sensation of bonds being broken. The bottleneck that had long plagued him loosened at this moment. Under the harmonizing influence of the extraterritorial law, the 3 perfected laws finally achieved true fusion. The star chart in his palm began to evolve autonomously. Complex networks naturally formed between the points of light, each node a perfect equilibrium point of the 3 laws. and the extraterritorial law like blood flowed through the network, endowing the entire system with properties that transcended the cosmic sea. This is the embryonic form of transcendence. The Chaos City Lord stepped closer, his gaze profound as he watched the autonomously evolving star chart. He saw within a certain miniature universe a planet moving in a way that defied reason. It existed simultaneously on multiple spatial planes, and for a time had become a reversible river. Luyu remained silent. His entire being was immersed in that profound state. The fusion of the three laws allowed him to see the fundamental structure of the universe, while the introduction of the extraterritorial law granted him a glimpse of the infinite possibilities beyond that structure. It was like a creature that had always lived on a two-dimensional plane suddenly grasping the concept of height. But this understanding was still shallow. The extraterritorial law receded like a tide, and the star chart soon returned to its original state. That transcendent state lasted only a fleeting moment. It is enough. The Chaos City Lord waved his hand gently, and the star chart dissipated into the air. The theory has been validated. What remains is a long process of accumulation and insight. Luyu slowly raised his head. His gaze had become deeper, as if nebulae were spinning within his pupils. Tens of thousands of light years away, a desolate star field suddenly burst into a strange radiance. The laws of gold void and time naturally converged there, forming a unique domain. This was not his deliberate doing, but a natural emanation from his elevated realm. The extraterritorial law. Luyu murmured to himself, what exactly is it? The Chaos City Lord did not answer directly. He reached out and drew a rift in the air. On the other side of the rift was pure nothingness. It is like this fissure. It is not part of any part of the cosmic sea, yet it truly exists. Luyu stared at the rift, a glimmer of understanding dawning. The perfect fusion of the three laws was just the beginning. The introduction of the extraterritorial law was the true key. But which door this key could open, and what lay beyond that door were things he would have to discover for himself. He lowered his head to look at his palm. The crystal had returned to normal, but the way the nebulae within it moved had undergone a subtle change. The motion of every star bore the hallmark of the fusion of the three laws, and in the deepest part a nearly invisible wisp of gray current was slowly coiling. The possibility of transcendence, as subtle as this wisp of current, yet truly existed. The faint gray current in his palm coiled slowly like a dormant viper. Luyu could sense the alien power it contained, not of this cosmic sea, yet undeniably real. He tucked away the crystal and looked up at the Chaos City Lord. I'm going to the abyss of deities. A flicker of understanding passed through the Chaos City Lord's eyes. That is one of the most perilous forbidden zones in the cosmic sea. Even immortal-level powerhouses might fall there. Precisely why I need to go. Luyu's voice was calm. He craved the true pressure of life and death, the need to push himself to the brink and break through. The fusion of the three laws was complete, but transforming them into the power to create a miniature cosmic sea required deeper comprehension. The Chaos City Lord did not dissuade him. He reached out and drew a vortex in the air, its center a profound darkness from which the roar of chaotic law currents could be faintly heard. Remember, the greatest danger in the abyss of deities is not the ancient deity remnants, but the chaotic space-time structure there. The laws there are shattered. Luyu stepped into the vortex. The tearing sensation of distorted space-time assaulted him instantly. Unlike any previous teleportation, he felt as if he had been thrown into a meat grinder, every inch of his skin torn by different law forces. The law of metal condensed into a tangible edge on his left arm, the law of space formed a flowing barrier on his right, and the law of time created a subtle temporal differential field around his body. The three forces flowed naturally, barely resisting the external chaos. When he stumbled out of the vortex, the sight before him made his pupils contract. This was a shattered starfield. Vast fragments of stars floated in the void, some still rotating slowly, emitting dying light. Further away, countless black holes and white holes intertwined in a bizarre equilibrium. But what chilled the heart most were the colossal skeletons drifting in the void. Some were like mountain ranges, others stretched like rivers of stars. Even after being dead for untold eons, they still emanated a chilling aura. The abyss of deities. Luyu hovered on a massive star fragment, sensing the chaotic law fluctuations around him. The space here was like a shattered mirror, each fragment obeying different laws. Time was even more fragmented. Some regions flowed extremely fast, while others were nearly frozen. He attempted to mobilize the three laws within him. No sooner had the law of metal condensed into a sword form than it was swallowed by a sudden spatial rift. The channel built by the law of space twisted and deformed in the temporal turbulence. The law of time was even harder to stabilize, sometimes accelerating, sometimes reversing. Just as I thought. Instead of alarm, Luyu felt delight. This extreme chaotic environment was precisely the proving ground he needed. He chose a direction and began traversing this shattered starfield. Each step required precise coordination of the three laws. The slightest misstep would tear him apart in the chaotic space-time. 3 days later, Lu Yu stopped in a relatively stable region. Ahead floated a complete deity skeleton. It wound like a river of stars with eerie runes shimmering on its bones. Even in death, those runes still autonomously absorbed the surrounding law power. Lu Yu approached cautiously. When he was still 1,000 miles from the skeleton, the runes suddenly flared. A gray shockwave swept forth, shattering space inch by inch in its wake. Lu Yu reacted instantly. The law of metal coalesced into a shield before him. The law of space constructed folded dimensions, and the law of time attempted to slow the shockwave's speed. But the three laws began to collapse the moment they contacted the shockwave. The gray energy contained a more fundamental power that directly dismantled the structure of the laws. In the critical moment, Lu Yu remembered the wisp of gray current in his palm. Instead of resisting, he guided that barely perceptible current to meet the shockwave. A wondrous thing happened. The gray current, like a drop of water merging into the sea, silently neutralized part of the shockwave's energy. Though only a tiny fraction, it bought Lu Yu a moment to evade. He narrowly dodged the main impact, but the hem of his robe was grazed by the residual wave and instantly turned to nothingness. Extraterritorial law. Lu Yu gazed at the dissipating gray current, lost in thought. This power from beyond the cosmos seemed to have a special countering effect on the dangers of the abyss of deities. But the current in his palm was far too weak to sustain prolonged use. He had to find another way. In the days that followed, Lu Yu continuously traversed thought and gained insights in this shattered starfield. He encountered time traps trapped in a looping time fragment for an entire month. He also faced spatial mazes searching for exits in infinitely folded spaces. Each crisis forced him to understand the fusion of the three laws on a deeper level. Gradually, he began attempting to simulate the birth of a miniature cosmic sea within himself. At first, it was merely a simple interweaving of laws. The law of metal served as the framework, the law of space constructed the dimensions, and the law of time granted flow. But such a structure was extremely unstable, often collapsing after a mere moment. Until one day, he was besieged by 3 deity skeletons simultaneously. It was at the edge of a cluster of black holes. The 3 skeletons formed a bizarre, triangular formation, releasing gray energy that nearly sealed all escape routes. The laws of metal, space, and time retreated step by step under the assault of the gray energy. Lu Yu was pushed to the brink. At the critical moment of life and death, he made a bold attempt. Instead of trying to control the fusion of the 3 laws, he let them collide, interweave, and annihilate naturally. Like the great explosion at the dawn of the universe. Deep in his consciousness, the 3 laws clashed violently, generating energy far beyond imagination. The sharpness of the law of metal was embraced by the void of the law of space, while the flow of the law of time injected variables into the collision. Just as the energy peaked, a faint glimmer ignited at the center of the collision. It was an infinitesimally small point, yet it contained unimaginable energy. It began to spin and expand spontaneously, constructing the simplest space-time structure. A miniature cosmic sea. Though it lasted only a fleeting moment before dissipating, the feeling of opening a new world was deeply imprinted in Lu Yu's consciousness. He opened his eyes, facing the 3 approaching deity skeletons, and slowly raised his hand. In his palm was no longer a simple fusion of 3 laws, but a miniature universe model rotating slowly. Though still crude, it already possessed the ability to sustain itself. When the gray energy surged again, Lu Yu did not dodge. The miniature universe in his palm suddenly expanded, engulfing part of the gray energy. The power that could tear apart immortal-level experts vanished into the miniature universe like a mud ox entering the sea, causing only faint ripples. The 3 deity skeletons seemed to sense the threat and began to retreat. But Lu Yu would not give them the chance. He stepped forward, and the miniature universe in his palm expanded once more. This time it was no longer passive defense, but actively devouring the surrounding chaotic laws. The laws of metal, space, and time achieved perfect balance within the miniature universe, while a nearly invisible wisp of gray current wove through them, stabilizing the entire structure like adhesive. When the miniature universe expanded to 100 miles in radius, the 3 deity skeletons were finally completely engulfed. They decomposed and reorganized within the miniature universe, transforming into the most fundamental law, energy, nourishing this newborn cosmos. Lu Yu hovered in the void, sensing the transformation of the power within him. He had finally touched the threshold of the method to open a miniature cosmic sea. But this was not enough. The current miniature universe was too small, too fragile, unable to exist for long. He needed more insights, deeper comprehension. He gazed deeper into the abyss of deities, where older deity remnants lay, more chaotic space-time structures existed, and the secrets of the extraterritorial law were more likely hidden. Lu Yu took a deep breath. The miniature universe in his palm slowly contracted, finally, turning into a point of light that vanished into his body. It was time to move forward. The chaotic currents in the void churned like black ink, with Lu Ye's figure flickering in and out of sight. He had just withdrawn the miniature universe into his body when the surrounding spacetime began to ripple with unusual undulations. 12 twisted pillars of light pierced through the chaos, encircling him in a ring. Within each pillar a figure emerged clad in dark silver armor etched with dense patterns of laws. These patterns were not mere decorations, they formed the core of a formation that perfectly linked the auras of the 12 warriors. The leader stepped forward, their boots cracking the void like a spiderweb. Embedded in their visor were 3 constantly rotating crystals corresponding to the fundamental laws of matter, energy, and spacetime. By our master's command, we cleanse this domain. Their voice emerged through the visor with a metallic rasp. Surrender what you gained in the abyss of demon gods, and you may keep your corpse intact. Lu Ye's fingertips brushed lightly over his sleeve, a faint glimmer of light flowing between them. He could sense that these warriors were entirely different from the demon god bones he had encountered before. Their auras were more condensed, and their movements bore a refined, hard-forged synchronization. 12 silver lights burst forth, suddenly weaving like silver threads into a net that sliced the entire void into countless fragments. Each beam precisely targeted Lu Ye's vital points, freezing even spacetime with their combined strike. Lu Yu merely lifted his eyelids. The miniature universe in his palm unfurled silently, this time, not covering 100 miles, but condensed within a mere inch. Those silver lights, capable of tearing apart galaxies, crashed against this invisible barrier like drops of water falling into a deep pool, failing to stir even a single ripple. How is this possible? A flicker of chaotic light flashed across the crystal visor of the leader. The warriors behind him shifted formations in unison, their powers merging through the armor's patterns into a colossal axe that spanned the void. The axe blade crackled with the law of annihilation, annihilating all chaotic currents in its path. Lu Yu finally moved. He took a step forward, and ripples naturally emerged beneath his feet on the void. The miniature universe in his palm suddenly reversed, reflecting the devoured silver lights with even greater ferocity. In the instant the silver light collided with the colossal axe, time seemed to freeze for a moment. Then the colossal axe began to disintegrate from blade to handle, as if erased from existence by an invisible hand bit by bit. The armor of the 12 warriors emitted piercing cracking sounds simultaneously, the meticulously inscribed law patterns fading visibly at an alarming rate. The leader retreated abruptly, the 3 crystals blazing with blinding light. They tried to summon all their power to stabilize the formation, only to find their laws mired in quagmire, unable even to perform the simplest spacetime traversal. Lu Ye's fingertip gently tapped out. This tap seemed slow, yet appeared simultaneously at 12 different points. Each point landed precisely on the core law nodes of the armor, like a key turning in a lock. Crack! A continuous sound of shattering echoed. The 12 suits of armor disintegrated simultaneously, scattering into drifting silver dust in the air. The warriors, now exposed to the chaotic currents, wore expressions of disbelief on their faces. The leader's visor shattered last, revealing a face covered in silver patterns. In their eyes reflected the slowly rotating miniature universe in Lu Ye's palm, and a sudden realization dawned. You are no ordinary immortal. Before the words faded, their body began to decompose from limbs to torso, and finally the head. All law structures were thoroughly analyzed and devoured by the miniature universe. Lu Yu stood still, sensing the changes within it. The law structures of the 12 warriors were being dismantled and reassembled. The exquisite joint secret techniques unfolded like an open scroll, clearly presented in his consciousness. Especially the formation that had flawlessly fused the power of 12 individuals. The principle of balance it contained was far more refined than what he had previously understood. This balance was not a simple superposition of power, but a resonance of laws of different attributes, generating exponential amplification. Within the miniature universe, a new transformation was underway. The framework, originally composed solely of the laws of metal, space, and time, began to sprout fine veins. These veins mimicked the joint secret techniques just acquired, weaving the 3 fundamental laws more tightly together. The strand of gray chi that served as a binder now moved through the veins like a living creature. Wherever it passed, the structure there grew more stable. Lu Yu closed his eyes, fully deducing this new structure. He saw the edge of the miniature universe begin to expand autonomously. Though slow, it no longer required his continuous infusion of power to sustain. The energy from the devoured demon god bones now flowed orderly along the newly formed veins like blood circulating through vessels. When he opened his eyes again, the miniature universe had stabilized to a range of 1,000 miles. Though this range was smaller than the 100 miles forcibly expanded earlier, its structure was over 10 times more robust. Deep in the void, a more powerful presence seemed to be awakening. Lu Yu withdrew the miniature universe, sensing the newly formed veins flowing slowly within. These secret techniques acquired from the Servant Legion had indeed advanced the structure of his miniature universe by a significant step. But he knew this was still only the beginning. The true trial awaited in the deeper darkness ahead. The atmosphere in the void grew increasingly oppressive, as if countless eyes had opened within the darkness. Lu Yu stood still, sensing the transformation of the miniature universe within him. Those newly formed veins pulsed like living creatures, each contraction driving the breath of the entire universe. The three laws of gold, void, and time were no longer separate entities, but interwoven into an intricate web. The gray currents surged through them, polishing every junction until it gleamed like a mirror. He raised his hand, and a faint glow materialized in his palm. This was no longer a simple aggregation of energy, but the true embryonic form of a miniature universe. 1,000 miles of space rotated slowly within his hand, with new patterns of law constantly forming at its edges. The combined secret techniques deciphered from the Servant Legions had now been completely integrated into the foundations of this universe. In the distance, a shadow tore through the void. The figure of the newcomer was blurred, as if composed of countless shattered mirrors. It did not attack immediately, but hovered silently, observing the faint glow in Lu Ye's palm. Interesting. A raspy voice resonated directly in Lu Ye's consciousness. It was not language, but the resonance of laws. Lu Yu did not respond. He was feeling every pulse of the universe within him. The energy from the devoured demon god bones was now flowing orderly along the newly formed veins. With each cycle completed, the structure of the universe grew more stable. The shadow suddenly moved. It did not approach, but extended an arm made of fractured space and made a gentle slash. The entire void began to fold. Countless spatial faults sliced toward Lu Yu like blades. This attack far surpassed those of the Servant Legions, each fault imbued with the law of rending. Lu Yu remained where he stood. The faint glow in his palm trembled slightly. The incoming spatial faults, upon nearing 100 miles around him, suddenly slowed and then dissolved like snow and ice. It was not resistance nor evasion. It was assimilation. The miniature universe, self-contained, directly incorporated the external attack into its own operational system. Those spatial faults, capable of tearing apart stars, became nourishment for the universe's growth. The shadow's form visibly faltered for an instant. Lu Yu finally looked up at his opponent. His pupils reflected the entire trajectory of the miniature universe, every flow of law clearly visible. So that's it, he murmured to himself. The embryo of a miniature universe lay not in its scale, but in the completeness of its structure. When internal laws formed a self-consistent cycle, external attacks instead became a driving force for the universe's growth. The shadow struck again. This time it was no longer simple spatial folding. Countless fragments of time peeled away from its body, transforming into arrows that shot forth. Each arrow carried the law of a different time flow. If struck, different parts of the body would be trapped in entirely separate streams of time until complete disintegration. Lu Yu finally moved. He took a step forward. Just one step, and the entire void trembled. The faint glow in his palm suddenly expanded, enveloping all the incoming time arrows. A marvelous transformation occurred. Those arrows, bearing chaotic time flows, suddenly became uniform the moment they entered the glow's range. The disparate time streams were forcibly unified, transforming into pure time law that merged into the operation of the miniature universe. The shadow began to retreat. It realized that the being before it had surpassed its comprehension. Lu Yu did not give it a chance to escape. He extended his right hand, fingers spread. The miniature universe in his palm suddenly projected a phantom, enveloping the entire void. This was not an attack, but an overlay. The shadow let out a silent roar. Its body began to disintegrate within the phantom. The shattered mirrors that composed its essence were stripped away one by one, then absorbed and assimilated by the miniature universe. The entire process was eerily silent. No explosions, no flashes, only devouring at the level of laws. When the last mirror was absorbed, the miniature universe had visibly expanded. Lu Yu sensed the changes within him. The newly absorbed laws of space and time were driving the miniature universe toward a deeper transformation. The law veins, once simply interwoven, began to split into finer branches. Each branch evolved autonomously, seeking the optimal structure. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the core of the universe. There he witnessed a more astonishing sight. The gray currents, once mere binders, now permeated every corner of the entire universe. They were no longer simple binders, but had become a higher-order existence. Above the three fundamental laws of gold, void, and time, the gray currents had constructed the embryo of a fourth law. The law of balance. Not a simple equilibrium of power, but a fundamental law enabling different attributes and levels of laws to coexist harmoniously. With the initial formation of the law of balance, the operational speed of the miniature universe accelerated sharply. The 1,000-mile space began to expand autonomously, with new space constantly generating at its edges. These newly born spaces were no longer simple voids, but complete spaces with their own basic law structures. Lu Yu opened his eyes, a flash of gray light passing through his pupils. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within. This power was no longer a mere accumulation of energy, but stemmed from the complete operation of the entire cosmic system. Now he stood at the pinnacle of a universe master. He could even sense that if he encountered an ordinary supreme being of a universe, he would be fully capable of contending Hedon. Not through brute force, but through this ever-perfecting miniature universe C system. Deep within the void, more auras began to stir. Clearly the battle had disturbed beings from even deeper realms. Those ancient consciousnesses, long dormant, seemed to have taken an interest in this newborn cosmic system. Lu Yu neither retreated nor advanced. He simply stood still, continuing to perfect the miniature universe within him. With every breath, new law veins were generated. With every heartbeat, old structures were optimized. This newly formed miniature universe C still needed time to grow. And time was precisely what he lacked least. Within the self-contained miniature universe, the flow of time had already begun to diverge from the outside world. An instant outside might be a millennium inside the universe. He awaited the arrival of the next challenger. And at the same time, he awaited the continued evolution of the miracle within him. In the boundless void, a new cosmic system was quietly taking shape, and its creator gazed with calm eyes at the ancient beings awakening from the darkness. The aura within the void grew increasingly oppressive. The restless ancient consciousnesses did not reveal themselves immediately, but observed this nascent cosmic system from the darkness. Lu Yu could sense countless gazes piercing through the void, landing upon him with scrutiny and curiosity. Time flowed onward within the accelerated operation of the miniature universe. After an unknown duration, a figure finally stepped forth from the void. It was a silver-skinned alien being, slender in form, with the radiance of billions of stars swirling within its eyes. With each step it took, ripples spread across the void, as if the entire cosmos was making way. Nascent Lord of the Cosmos, the alien's voice echoed directly within Lu Yu's consciousness. Your system is intriguing. Lu Yu did not respond, merely watching the being in silence. He could sense that this alien was unlike any adversary he had faced before. Within the alien's body lay complete cosmic laws already perfected to their utmost. The silver-skinned being raised a hand, and a miniature star coalesced at its fingertip. This was no mere simulation of energy, but a true manifestation of stellar law. The blazing light illuminated the void, causing even the miniature universe within Lu Yu to tremble slightly. Let me see if your system can withstand true cosmic power. As the words faded, the miniature star had already arrived before Lu Yu. Lu Yu advanced instead of retreating, his inner miniature universe spinning at full speed. The law of balance formed an invisible barrier around him, disintegrating the star's power layer by layer. The moment the blazing light touched the barrier, it melted away like snow beneath the sun. A flicker of surprise crossed the alien's eyes. Interesting. It raised its hand again, and this time countless stars swirled within its palm. Each star represented a different cosmic law, interweaving to form a net of laws that covered the entire void. Lu Yu took a deep breath. He knew this was no longer a simple probe. The alien had unleashed its true strength. This was a contest between ultimate cosmic lords. Driven by his will, the miniature universe began to expand rapidly. New space was generated continuously, colliding Hedon with the net of laws. The void warped, and the flow of time became chaotic. Two complete cosmic systems clashed violently within the cramped void. During the first month, both sides probed each other's limits. Lu Yu constantly adjusted the structure of laws within him, seeking the alien's weakness. The alien, however, shifted its attack patterns with effortless grace, from stellar eruptions to black hole devouring, from temporal distortion to causal reversal. With every exchange, Lu Yu felt his inner miniature universe tremble. Some structures even developed cracks, yet they were swiftly mended by the operation of the law of balance. The alien's assaults grew increasingly fierce. By the second month, the battle reached a fever pitch. The void could no longer withstand the collision of their powers and began to collapse on a massive scale. Shattered fragments of space flew in all directions, only to be ground into nothingness by their respective laws. Wounds began to appear on Lu Yu's body. These were no ordinary injuries, they were traumas at the level of law. Each wound gnawed at the foundation of his universe, attempting to dismantle his system from within. Yet he did not retreat. On the brink of life and death, his understanding of the law of balance deepened. The triple structure within him began to adjust spontaneously, the boundaries between energy, matter, and law gradually blurring. The turning point finally arrived in the third month. During a nearly catastrophic collision, the triple structure within Lu Yu suddenly began to merge. Energy transformed into law, law coalesced into matter, and matter converted back into energy. A perfect cycle formed within him. In that moment, he understood what it truly meant to be a cosmic lord. It was not merely about controlling laws, but making the laws a part of one's very being. The alien also sensed Lu Ye's transformation. It halted its assault, a hint of gravity appearing for the first time in its silver eyes. You have broken through. Lu Yu did not answer. He extended his hand, and an ancient longsword coalesced within his palm. It was not formed from energy, nor was it a manifestation of law. It was the crystallized will of his entire sea of miniature universes. The sword's blade was a dull gray, yet it contained infinite potential. This sword is named Dominance. As the words fell, the blade's edge was already upon the alien. The alien defended with all its might, conjuring a barrier composed of billions of stars around itself. But the Dominance sword ignored all defenses, piercing directly through the barrier and into the alien's core. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no cataclysmic shockwave. The alien's form began to dissipate, like morning mist meeting the sun. It looked down at the wound on its chest, its eyes holding not anger, but a glimmer of comprehension. So this is balance. As the alien vanished completely, the void returned to stillness. Lu Yu sheathed the Dominance sword, sensing the new power system within him. The triple fusion had elevated his sea of miniature universes to a new height. Every particle now contained a complete cosmic cycle. Yet he knew this was not the end. In the void, more ancient consciousnesses were awakening. The previous battle was like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, and the ripples it caused were spreading. He gazed into the depths of the void, where even more powerful beings were watching him. The Dominance sword vibrated slightly in his hand, as if anticipating the next battle. Lu Yu sat cross-legged, beginning to digest the gains from this months-long battle. Every encounter with a formidable foe was the perfect opportunity to perfect his own system. The sea of miniature universes rotated slowly within him, each cycle more perfect than the last. New challenges would soon arrive. The void was as silent as ink. Lu Yu sat cross-legged, a faint glimmer swirling around him. The miniature universe sea rotated slowly within him, each cycle stirring subtle ripples that spread like barely perceptible waves through the emptiness. The insights from the previous battle were settling deep within his consciousness. The word balance, spoken by the alien before its dissipation, had taken root in his sea of heart, sprouting and growing. He recalled the moment the sovereign sword pierced through the enemy's defense. It was not a crushing of power, but the influence of some deeper law at work. He opened his palm, and a silvery white stream of light coiled around his fingertips. This was the residual energy collected from where the alien had dissipated, containing its understanding of the cosmic laws. The light pulsed in his palm like a living firefly. Lu Yu closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness into the universe within his body. Countless stars flickered in the darkness. Nebulae rotated slowly, newborn stars spewed blazing flames, while aging celestial bodies collapsed into black holes under gravitational pull. All seemed chaotic, yet followed a mysterious rhythm. His divine sense transformed into billions of threads, probing every microscopic particle. Here time flowed at a different pace. The decay of a single atom was the cycle of birth and death for an entire universe. The leap of an electron was the folding and unfolding of space-time. He saw the most fundamental form of the laws, not as cold, rigid rules, but as living, ever-evolving entities. They intertwined like vines, interdependent, yet mutually restraining. This was balance. Not a static confrontation, but a dynamic harmony. Lu Ye's consciousness shuttled between the microscopic and the macroscopic. Observing a black hole devouring a star, he noticed that at the end of destruction, a breath of new life always began to stir. Destruction and creation were two sides of the same coin. He recalled his clumsy attempts when he first opened the miniature universe sea. Back then, he believed power was everything, frantically filling the universe sea with energy, which nearly caused the entire system to collapse. Now he understood that true strength lay not in the abundance of energy, but in whether the system could perfect and evolve itself. The silvery white light unfolded in his consciousness, transforming into ancient patterns. This was the alien's understanding of the cosmos, bearing a cold and precise beauty. Lu Yu did not accept it entirely, but savored its essence carefully. He noticed that while the alien's system was meticulous, it lacked a certain vitality. Like a perfect machine, it could operate efficiently, but could never truly grow. This was not the path he sought. His fingertip traced through the void, leaving trails of golden light. These trails interwove to form a complex, three-dimensional network. Every node in the network trembled slightly, as if breathing. He began to deduce. The first model took shape in his consciousness. It was a perfect spherical universe with all laws evenly distributed. But the model soon collapsed. Too balanced, it lost the impetus for evolution. The second model was more complex, incorporating asymmetric structures. Yet after a short operation, it began self-consuming, its energy rapidly decaying amid internal conflicts. The third, the fourth. Countless models were born and perished in his consciousness. Each failure deepened his understanding of balance. In the void, time lost its meaning. It could have been an instant or an eternity. When the un-1000 first model illuminated his consciousness, Lu Yu finally found the critical point. It was not balance, but dynamic imbalance. Just as life requires metabolism, the universe needs constant imbalance to find the impetus for progress. Absolute balance meant death, while moderate imbalance was the wellspring of evolution. This realization struck like lightning, illuminating the entire sea of consciousness. All the fragments of laws began to reorganize, autonomously arranging themselves according to a new rhythm. The silvery white alien light was refined bit by bit, integrating into this nascent system. His inner universe underwent drastic changes. The trajectories of stars grew more complex, the shapes of nebulae twisted and recombined. The once stable energy currents suddenly turned violent, raising colossal waves within the universe sea. Yet amidst this chaos, a new order was gestating. Beads of sweat appeared on Lu Yu's forehead. This was the most perilous moment. The slightest misstep could cause the entire universe sea to collapse completely. He guided the transformation with caution, like a helmsman steering through a storm, yielding to the force of the gales while maintaining the course forward. Finally, as the last trace of alien light was fully absorbed, the new system stabilized. The miniature universe sea was reborn. Stars no longer followed fixed orbits, but drifted freely within a dynamic range. Energy was no longer evenly distributed, but formed gradients across different regions. Even the most fundamental flow of time began to show subtle variances. The entire universe sea came alive. It was no longer an exquisite model, but a truly vital entity. It would self-adjust during operation, seeking optimal solutions through change. Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes. Galaxies swirled in his gaze. Universes were born and died within them. He reached out and gently tapped the void. A new law trajectory emerged. Not an imitation nor an inheritance, but a creation entirely his own. The eternal evolution art. The name surfaced naturally in his heart. This was not an end, but a beginning. Every cultivator who practiced this art would open a unique miniature universe sea. They would evolve into entirely different forms based on their own understanding and insights. Some might lean toward destruction, others toward creation. Some might pursue extreme complexity, while others might return to the simplicity of the great Tao. But no matter how they evolved, they all shared a common trait: forever changing, forever growing, forever seeking the next possibility. Deep within the void, ancient consciousnesses seemed to sense something, casting more intense gazes. Lu Yu could feel their vigilance, even a trace of barely perceptible wariness. He smiled faintly, retracting the glimmer that swirled around him. The sovereign sword materialized in his palm, its blades patterns growing deeper. It too had grown during the deduction, the luster flowing along its edge, bearing a rhythm of life. New challenges would soon arrive. But this time he was no longer fighting alone. Within him, countless miniature universes were quietly evolving, each potentially giving birth to new possibilities. Eternal evolution, thus attaining freedom. The void is boundless, the road ahead long. Yet in his eyes there was only calm anticipation. The energy in the void receded like a tide, only to gather anew like spring rain. Lu Yu's fingertips gently brushed across the blade of the sovereign sword, and the edge trembled slightly, as if responding to his touch. The primordial power drawn from the microcosmic seas flowed slowly along the sword's patterns. Each line seemed to come alive, constantly adjusting its trajectory as it moved. A faint hum emanated from deep within the blade, as if something was awakening. He took out a crystalline core. This was the final essence extracted from a universe on the verge of extinction. Its surface was covered with fine cracks, yet it contained astonishing energy within. The moment the core touched the blade, the cracks blazed brilliantly like the burst of a nebula. The sword began to turn transparent, revealing countless tiny points of light wandering inside. They collided and merged with one another, constructing new pathways within the blade. These pathways were no longer simple energy channels, but possessed a quality of self-evolution. The patterns at the hilt began to extend, winding around his wrist like vines. A trace of coolness seeped through his skin, resonating with the microcosms within his body. He could sense each universe trembling at a unique frequency, feeding its understanding back to the sword. Suddenly, a tiny vortex emerged at the center of the blade. It spun slowly, devouring the free energy particles around it. With each swallow, the vortex solidified further until it became a profound point, like the primordial singularity of a universe. This singularity began to expand. Inside the blade, a miniature universe was forming. Nebulae swirled, stars were born and annihilated, and laws wove themselves together. Though minuscule in scale, it possessed all the traits of a complete universe. The weight of the sovereign sword was changing, not heavier or lighter, but as if it bore the weight of a world. When he swung it, faint trails lingered where the blade passed. These trails did not dissipate immediately, but continued to evolve as if painting upon the void. Occasionally, ripples spread across the blade like a pond disturbed by a pebble. Each ripple expanded, subtly adjusting the surrounding space. The flow of time within these ripples shifted subtly, sometimes swift as a fleeting moment, sometimes slow as a frozen tableau. He tried pointing the sword's tip at a spot in the void. The space there immediately began to fold layer upon layer like blooming petals. Each fold contained different combinations of loss, some leaning toward stability, others toward change. After the folding space spontaneously disintegrated and reassembled into a new structure. This was not mere destruction and creation, but a transformation imbued with the essence of evolution. The light on the blade gradually receded, no longer dazzling, but deep and water-like. When light struck the blade, it was not reflected but absorbed and transformed, becoming nourishment for the inner universe's evolution. Occasionally, the blade trembled on its own. It was not due to external force, but the resonance triggered when the inner universe evolved to a critical point. At such times, the blade's edge would adjust its angle autonomously, as if seeking the most suitable orientation for the current spacetime. He released his grip, and the sovereign sword did not fall, but hovered in midair, slowly rotating. The space around the blade twisted with it, forming a tiny domain. Within this domain, time, space, matter, and energy all operated according to a unique rhythm. When his fingers touched the hilt again, a warm current flowed back along his arm. It was feedback from the universe within the blade, containing the results of countless simulations of possibilities. With each touch, he felt fragments of different futures streaming through his fingertips. The blade's edge sliced through his own shadow. The shadow did not break, but began to move on its own. It detached from the plane, becoming a three-dimensional entity. Though still illusory, it had acquired an independent mode of action. It mimicked Liu Ye's movements while adding its own interpretation. Every motion of this shadow evolved, from clumsy to skilled, from imitation to innovation. When it finally dissipated, it left behind not nothingness, but a complete growth trajectory imprinted upon the void. The sovereign sword finally ceased all its anomalies. It hovered there quietly, appearing no different from an ordinary longsword. Only upon close scrutiny could one discern the faint flow of starlight within the blade and the profound heaviness, as if bearing countless worlds. Liu reached out and grasped the hilt. This time he felt no cold metal, but a living universe. Every heartbeat resonated with the pulse inside the blade. Every breath caused the glow on the edge to flicker and change. The patterns on the blade flashed one last time, then vanished completely. They had not disappeared, but merged into the sword's essence, becoming an inseparable part of it. When the blade's edge last cut through the void, it left no trace. It was not because it lacked sharpness, but because its manner of cutting had transcended the realm of ordinary destruction. Space was not split, but naturally made way for it like water flowing around a rock. The sovereign sword's transformation was complete. It was no longer merely a sword, but a growing life, a self-evolving universe, a companion brimming with infinite possibilities. Deep in the void, the ancient consciousnesses sent out more complex fluctuations. Caution mixed with inquiry, wariness mingled with curiosity. Liu gently stroked the blade, feeling the vibrant life within. This time, when new challenges came, they would face them together. The sword's edge trembled, rippling the void like water's surface. When Liu opened his eyes, he stood at the entrance of the human race's sacred ground. Beneath the colossal axe sculpture encircled by stars, two figures stood in silent vigil. The axe founder's rugged face bore a rare solemnity. The legendary axe, said to have split heaven and earth, rested slantwise on his shoulder, its dark flowing light resonating with the surrounding starfields. Chaos City Lord stood beside him. The nebula patterns on his robe rotated slowly, each particle a miniature world undergoing birth and destruction. Let us begin. The axe founder's voice rumbled like colliding stellar cores. Liu nodded and stepped into the heart of the sacred ground. As he sat cross-legged where the chaotic chi flowed thickest, the very laws of the sanctuary began to reconfigure. The once chaotic streams of primordial energy spontaneously revolved around him, forming a colossal vortex. At its edges, time and space lost their boundaries, fragments of past and future flickered and interwove within the light. The sovereign sword lay across his knees. The starlight, pulsing within the blade, gradually synchronized with his breath. As the first wave of energy surged up his spine, Liu heard the sound of his own bones shattering. It was not destruction, but reconstruction. Every cell disintegrated and reassembled, gene chains fractured into billions of motes of light, then reconnected under a higher order. He saw his entire life unfold before him. From his first breath on his home planet to the awe of stepping into the starry void, and through countless breakthroughs on the brink of life and death. Each pivotal moment materialized into tangible light and shadow, merging into the swirling chaotic chi around him. At the sanctuary's periphery, the axe founder turned his axe blade slightly. It has begun. Chaos City Lord's sleeves billowed without wind, more intense than anticipated. Before them, the entire sacred ground had transformed into a colossal cocoon of light. Grotesque shapes bulged occasionally on the cocoon's surface, The physical manifestation of Lu Yu's inner obsessions, his thirst for power, his duty to protect his race, his quest for higher realms. Each obsession battered against the barrier of the universe's mightiest. Lu Yu's consciousness drifted amidst the agony. He saw himself as a child chasing fireflies on the grasslands. Those faint points of light now reignited within the chaotic currents, each one a slumbering cosmic origin. He saw the bloodstains on his palm from his first grip of a sword. Those stains now spread across the sovereign sword, merging with the river of stars within the blade. Countless versions of me existed simultaneously across time and space, all converging toward a singularity. Not enough, Lu Yu whispered in the depths of his consciousness. The sovereign sword suddenly rang with a clear tone. The blade was no longer a vessel bearing the starry sky. It had become the sky itself. Countless tiny stars were born, blazed, and died upon its edge, each cycle releasing unimaginable energy. The second wave struck with greater ferocity. The protective barrier at the sanctuary's edge began to crack. The axe founder stepped forward, his axe blade tracing a perfect arc. All the fissures instantly froze, then resumed, spreading at a slower pace. His Tao is too overbearing. Fine beads of sweat broke out on the axe founder's forehead. Chaos City Lord formed hand seals, and the phantom of 3,000 worlds emerged behind him. He seeks not only to break through, but to reshape the very laws of the universe. Within the light cocoon, Lu Yu was enduring the most perilous phase. His consciousness split into billions of fragments, each living a different life in a different time and space. In one, he aged and died peacefully on a remote planet. In another, he fell in a stellar war. In yet another, he followed an entirely divergent path of cultivation. All these possibilities now devoured and fused with each other. The sovereign sword suddenly lifted from his knees and hovered above his head. Its point aimed downward, its hilt upward, forming a bridge between heaven and earth. What flowed from the hilt was no longer starlight, but chains of law condensed into substance. These chains pierced through Lu Yu's body, connecting him to the very source of the primal universe. Now, Lu Yu opened his eyes. His left eye was a blazing star, his right eye a spinning black hole. All the fragmented consciousnesses unified in an instant, not through simple accumulation, but through a synthesis that transcended logic. He was simultaneously the child chasing fireflies, the sovereign commanding the stars, and the embodiment of infinite possibilities. The sacred ground began to collapse. Not a structural collapse, but a disintegration at the level of existence. Stars dimmed, space folded, time ceased to flow. Everything converged toward Lu Yu's location. The axe founder swung his blade wildly, cleaving new dimensions in the void to barely prevent the sanctuary's total annihilation. The phantom of Chaos City Lord's 3,000 worlds shattered one by one. With each break, he formed a new seal. The final step. Chaos City Lord's voice carried a rare tremor. Lu Yu rose to his feet. As the sovereign sword fell into his hand, the entire primal universe quivered. Not in fear, but in welcome. He gazed into the depths of the void. The ancient consciousnesses sent forth ripples once more, but this time the waves bore recognition. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no cataclysmic display of power. When Lu Yu stepped out of the light cocoon, all anomalies subsided silently. He appeared no different from before his seclusion, save for something ineffable in the depths of his eyes. The axe founder sheathed his weapon, the cracks healed on their own. Success. Lu Yu nodded and gave a gentle wave of the sovereign sword. Where the blade passed, the shattered sanctuary began to repair itself, not returning to its former state, but evolving into a more perfect form. Chaos City Lord exhaled deeply, the phantom of 3,000 worlds reigniting on his sleeves. The human race finally has its ninth cosmic overlord. Beyond the sanctuary, countless human powerhouses sensed something and bowed in that direction. Lu Yu felt the surging power within him. The sovereign sword vibrated softly in his palm. Not a resonance, but a dialogue. A new era was about to dawn. Stardust settled, slowly coalescing into a rotating nebula in Lu Yu's palm. This was no mere aggregation of energy, but a true universe born from nothingness. Each grain of dust evolved spontaneously within the nebula. Nascent star systems were faintly taking shape. The axe blade of the axe founder hung motionless in midair. This powerhouse, renowned for cleaving dimensions, had momentarily forgotten to restrain the rippling law fluctuations around him. He stared at the nebula no larger than a palm, his atoms apple bobbing slightly. This is... The Chaos City Lord's robe sleeves billowed without wind, the phantom of 3,000 worlds flickering faintly on the fabric. He took half a step forward, then stopped abruptly. In his eyes, which had witnessed the rise and fall of countless epochs, reflected the miniature starry sky in Lu Yu's palm. The nebula continued to expand. Not an expansion in volume, but an accumulation of internal dimensions. The originally two-dimensional vortex suddenly gained thickness, with tiny specks of light glowing in its depths. That was not reflected light, but the primordial blaze of stars igniting on their own. Blackfeather Luyu uttered the title softly. The moment the words fell, the universe in his palm abruptly split into 3,000 intertwined miniature galaxies. Each galaxy operated at a different temporal flow. Some had just birthed nebulae, while others were already in their twilight years. The remaining energy of the sacred grounds was frantically drawn in, not through forcible plunder, but because these newborn universes breathed spontaneously. They inhaled and exhaled chaotic currents, leaving the purest cosmic essence within and expelling impurities as stardust. The axe founder finally withdrew his battle axe, a faint hum emanating from the blade. It was not a warning, but a natural resonance upon encountering a being of equal rank. Your cosmic sea. The Chaos City Lord's voice was somewhat hoarse. How vast is it? Luyu did not answer. He turned his palm, letting the miniature cosmic sea float between the three. It was no longer a simple nebular cluster. Within dimensional barriers were forming and slender space-time tunnels connected the different galaxies. A supernova erupted in one of the miniature galaxies. Its dazzling light shone through the dimensional barriers, casting flickering patches of radiance on the three faces. Impossible, the axe founder murmured. A newborn cosmic sea cannot possibly contain a supernova explosion. Before he could finish, a black hole appeared in another galaxy. It was not a simulation, but a real event horizon devouring surrounding stars. Even more astonishing, an adjacent galaxy extended gravitational tendrils beginning to supply energy to that black hole. A self-regulating ecosystem. The phantom of 3,000 worlds on the Chaos City Lord's sleeve suddenly extinguished entirely. Not through dissipation, but forcibly suppressed by the cosmic sea in Luyu's palm. This most ancient of human powerhouses showed an expression of disbelief for the first time. 90,000 light-years, Luyu finally spoke. The sacred grounds fell into dead silence. A newborn cosmic sea typically has a standard diameter no greater than 100 light-years. This was an iron law of the primordial universe, never broken. Even the dazzlingly talented origin ancestor at his inception measured only 8,000 light-years. 90,000. The number echoed through the void, causing the very laws around the two powerhouses to tremble. And it is still growing. Luyu added. With a light tap of his finger, a rift suddenly tore open inside the cosmic sea. Not a rupture, but a new dimension being generated. The original 3,000 galaxies began to replicate themselves, becoming 6,000 in an instant. The axe founder took a deep breath, spinning his battle axe in his palm. He looked at the Chaos City Lord, who was staring fixedly at a forming star cluster deep within the cosmic sea. There, a pale blue planet had just coalesced. Continental plates were shifting, and the primordial ocean began to stir. Most astonishingly, the faintest unicellular life appeared on the planet's surface. A life-bearing planet. The Chaos City Lord's voice was barely audible. A newborn cosmic sea has birthed a life-bearing planet. This was not a simple energy construct, but true genesis of life. Time flowed on that planet at an astonishing rate. In the span of a few words, the ocean had turned azure. Luyu closed his palm. The miniature cosmic sea vanished between his fingers, but its presence grew even stronger. The entire sacred grounds resonated with it, every mote of dust moving along a mysterious trajectory. I need to go into seclusion to consolidate. Luyu said, his gaze sweeping over the two powerhouses. 3 months. The axe founder nodded slowly. He was still immersed in the shock of the cosmic sea he had just witnessed. As a powerhouse famed for might, he understood better than anyone what a 90,000 light-year newborn cosmic sea meant. This was no mere quantitative change. When a newborn cosmos surpasses a certain threshold, a qualitative transformation occurs. What exactly that transformation is, human history had no record, because no one had ever reached this height. The Chaos City Lord finally withdrew his gaze. The phantom of 3,000 worlds on his sleeve rekindled, but dimmer than before. Not from energy depletion, but because these simulated worlds felt inferior before a true cosmic sea. Humanity will protect your seclusion, the Chaos City Lord declared solemnly. From today, you are the Blackfeather Supreme. Luyu nodded slightly. He turned and walked toward the depths of the sacred grounds. With each step, tiny nebulae blossomed beneath his feet. Not deliberate, but the overflowing aura of the cosmic sea within him affecting reality. When he vanished from sight, the axe founder spoke in a low voice. Did you see it? The Chaos City Lord did not answer. He raised his right hand, and in his palm appeared the phantom of his own cosmic sea from when he first became a supreme. 8,000 light-years in diameter, once a record that had made humanity celebrate for an entire epoch. The phantom trembled slightly in the air, then dissipated on its own. I saw it, the Chaos City Lord finally said, his voice laced with complex emotion. It's not just the scale. His cosmic sea is spontaneously evolving higher-order physical laws. The axe founder tightened his grip on his battle axe. The blade reflected his solemn expression. Surpassing the origin ancestor. The Chaos City Lord remained silent for a long time. At the edge of the sacred grounds, a remnant star suddenly altered its orbit, beginning to revolve around the center of the grounds. Not through Lu Yu's deliberate control, but because his very existence had changed the gravitational distribution of this space. "I fear it is more than that," the Chaos City Lord said softly. I sensed, within his cosmic sea, a river of time flowing. These words plunged the two powerhouses into simultaneous silence. That a newborn cosmic sea could nurture life was already astonishing. If it could also naturally generate a river of time, it meant this cosmic sea was not a mere creation, but a true self-evolving complete universe. The Axe founder suddenly laughed. The laughter echoed through the empty sacred grounds, shattering several floating meteorites in the distance. Excellent. What a ninth supreme of humanity. He swung his battle axe, cleaving a rift in the void. Not to leave, but to reinforce the dimensional barriers of the sacred grounds. The Chaos City Lord understood, and from his sleeve flew 3,000 streams of light, merging into the edges of the rift. The two supremes began to fortify defenses together, not against external enemies, but to build the sturdiest cradle for humanity's future hope. Deep within the sacred grounds, Lu Yu sat cross-legged in the void. He opened his palm again, and the miniature cosmic sea reappeared. It had now grown to 100,000 light-years, with the number of internal galaxies exceeding 10,000. The most astonishing change was at the center of the cosmic sea. There was no longer a simple cluster of galaxies, but a colossal tree formed of stars. Its trunk was intertwined nebulae, its branches and leaves were rotating galaxies, and its roots delved deep into space-time of different dimensions. At the top of the star tree, a fruit was taking shape. It was not matter, but the embodiment of some law. The fruit's surface flowed with the most primal runes of the primordial universe, each rune representing a fundamental force. Lu Yu gazed at the fruit, his eyes deep as an abyss. This was not an end, but only a beginning. He could sense that when this fruit of law ripened, it would bring even more astonishing changes. Perhaps then he would truly understand why the Sovereign Sword had chosen him. The miniature cosmic sea rotated slowly in his palm, each rotation inhaling and exhaling vast amounts of chaotic currents. Beyond the sacred grounds, powerhouses across the entire human domain felt a resonance in their hearts, turning their gazes in this direction. The bell of a new era had already tolled. At the apex of the colossal starry tree, the fruit of law trembled gently. As Lu Yu's fingertip touched its surface, countless runes spiraled up his arm. This was not the transmission of energy, but the resonance of fundamental laws. He closed his eyes, sensing the harmony between the miniature cosmic sea within him and the primal source of the original universe. Beyond the sacred ground, the chaotic currents suddenly froze. The primordial axe creator halted his battle axe, a frown creasing his brow. He sensed an awakening power that transcended comprehension, of force that sent even a being of his supreme stature into trepidation. Fall back. The voice of the Chaos City Lord carried an unprecedented gravity. Both supreme beings retreated simultaneously, leaving two trails of light in the void. At the center of the sacred ground, Lu Yu rose slowly. His form remained unchanged, yet every movement rippled through the entire cosmic sea. When he opened his eyes, his pupils no longer reflected stars, but countless interwoven chains of law. "So that is it," he murmured softly, yet his voice pierced dimensional barriers, echoing across the entire human domain. Every powerful being who heard this voice involuntarily paused. The rhythm of law within that voice granted them new insights into their own cultivation paths. Lu Yu raised his right hand palm upward. There was no burst of energy, no flare of radiance. Yet from him a domain of law began to expand. Initially, it covered only the sacred ground, then spread to the surrounding star regions. Within this domain, stars altered their orbits and life on planets evolved in blissful ignorance. The domain continued its expansion. 1,000,000 light-years, 10 million, 100 million. Wherever it passed, the fabric of space-time subtly transformed. The event horizons of black holes quivered faintly, the rotation of nebulae grew more harmonious, and even dark matter began to arrange itself according to some profound mystical order. This is, in the distant demon territory, a slumbering supreme being opened its vertical pupils. It sensed the primal source of the original universe, rejoicing, welcoming a new kind of existence. Lu Yu stood at the heart of the law domain, perceiving the motion of every particle. He saw the threads of gravity weaving a web between galaxies, electromagnetic forces forming barriers around atomic nuclei, the strong force binding quarks, and the weak force driving stellar decay. These once abstract concepts now manifested before him as flowing patterns of light. He extended a finger and gently plucked one of the luminous threads. 30 million light-years away, a galaxy on a collision course suddenly altered its trajectory, like a dance partner executing an elegant last-minute turn. The destructive energy of the impending crash dissipated into nothingness, transforming into nourishment for the birth of new stars. Mastery of the laws. The primordial axe creator murmured. He saw 4 phantom forms materialize around Lu Yu, each representing one of the universe's 4 fundamental forces. These phantoms were not mere energy projections, but the embodiment of the primal laws themselves. The 3,000 streams of light from the Chaos City, Lord's sleeve flew out, autonomously circling Lu Yu. Each stream of light represented a cosmic mystery, and now they orbited the newborn supreme being like pilgrims paying homage. Lu Yu took a step forward. This step transcended the bounds of time and space, bringing him directly into the chaotic currents at the edge of the sacred ground. The violent chaos became docile as lambs before him, parting to form a path. He raised his hand again, this time gently clenching it at the void. Every star in the entire human domain flared for an instant. It was not an eruption of energy, but a resonance of law. Countless cultivators experienced a sudden epiphany in that moment. A long stagnant bottlenecks unexpectedly cleared. Thank you, the ninth supreme being. Someone was the first to cry out this title, and soon the same sentiment echoed across the entire human domain. The collective will of billions of living beings converged into an invisible torrent, merging into the domain of law surrounding Lu Yu. At last, the primal source of the original universe bestowed its acknowledgement. There were no heavenly tribulations, no extraordinary phenomena, only the most fundamental baptism of law. Lu Yu felt his soul forge an eternal connection with the original universe. From then on, he was the law, and the law was him. He looked down at his palm. The miniature cosmic sea had grown to 1,000,000 light-years, and atop the colossal starry tree, within the fruit of law had finally ripened. The runes flowing on the fruit's surface rose one by one, merging into his soul. In that moment, he understood what true mastery of the laws meant. It was not about forcibly altering the rules, but understanding them, guiding them, allowing the universe to operate along its most harmonious path. Destruction and creation were merely choices made in a single thought. It is not enough. Lu Yu gazed into the endless void beyond the sacred ground. His sight pierced layer upon layer of dimensions, perceiving a realm far vaster than the original universe. There more mysteries awaited exploration, more laws begged for understanding. Yet he knew that today was merely a beginning. As humanity's ninth supreme being, his burden was not just his own path of cultivation, but the future of all human civilization. And mastery of the laws would be his ultimate weapon to safeguard it all. The colossal starry tree swayed gently in his palm, each leaf a galaxy in the throes of evolution. The fruit of law had fully merged into the canopy, awaiting the next cycle of flowering and fruiting. Lu Yu withdrew his gaze, and the law domain began to contract slowly. It was not a waning of power, but a transition to more precise control. Ultimately, the domain condensed to a 3-foot radius around him, forming an invisible robe of law. Outwardly, he appeared no different from an ordinary cultivator, yet every supreme being could sense the terrifying might so perfectly concealed. The primordial axe creator and the Chaos City Lord exchanged a knowing smile. Humanity had finally welcomed its ninth, true pinnacle existence, and the potential this being displayed might lead the human race to unprecedented heights. The bell of a new era had truly begun to toll. The great axe founder stepped forward, ripples spreading across the void beneath his feet. He gazed at the intangible robe of laws enveloping Lu Yu, his eyes holding both gratification and a trace of solemnity. The alien races won't grant us much time. His voice reverberated through the void. The wounds left by the last great war are slowly cracking open in certain dimensions. Chaos City Lord raised a hand and lightly tapped, unfurling a star chart before the 3 of them. Countless points of light represented the territory of humanity, while the edges flickered with an ominous dark red. In those regions marked as rifts, twisted tentacle-like shadows could be faintly seen writhing. Lu Yu's fingertips traced the edge of the star chart. When he touched those dark red markers, the robe of laws rippled slightly, drawing in a wisp of alien aura for analysis. 3 months. He closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. At most 3 months, and the first wave of erosion will breach the dimensional barrier. The star giant tree at the heart of the sacred ground suddenly swayed, scattering starlight like countless galactic leaves. The starlight interwove in the void, outlining the most fundamental patterns of the primordial universe's laws. These patterns appeared simple, yet contained the essence of space-time structure. These patterns reflected in Lu Yu's pupils as his consciousness resonated in harmony with the entire primordial universe. No longer forcing control, he understood the universe's pulse as naturally as breathing. He reached out and pressed lightly on a law pattern representing spatial stability. The pattern glowed at his touch, spreading from his fingertips across the entire star chart. Those dark red rift markers shrank slightly under the illumination of the stabilizing law. Yet this was far from enough. The alien erosion stemmed from distortions in the universe's fundamental rules, and mere reinforcement was like painting over rotten wood. Reconstruction is needed, Lu Yu murmured. His consciousness sank into the sea of laws. Their time crisscrossed like threads and space folded layer upon layer like stacked paper. Matter and energy flowed through these warp and weft, obeying the most ancient covenants. Luyu did not attempt to change these covenants, but followed their currents, seeking the loopholes hollowed out by the alien races. His perception spread like a fine net, sweeping through every tributary of the laws. He paused beside a law concerning dimensional overlap. There, on what should have been a smooth, mirror-like surface of law, fine jagged cracks appeared. The alien aura seeped through these cracks like ink dripping into clear water. Luyu pressed his palm against the cracks, not to repair, but to guide. He bent the law of space-time slightly at that point, forming a natural eddy. Any being attempting to cross would be trapped in this eddy, cycling endlessly like water caught in a whirlpool. Next came the law of matter conservation. At the borders of human territory, he established nodes of energy conversion. Any alien energy attempting to invade would be transformed by these nodes into pure photons, showering the colonized planets in need of light. Each adjustment was delicate and precise, like a master lutenist plucking strings to produce a harmonious melody. The primordial universe not only accepted these fine-tunings, but became more coordinated by eliminating the noise brought by the alien races. When Luyu reopened his eyes, the starlight in the sacred ground had shifted its trajectory. Countless points of light formed a complex, three-dimensional array in the air, each node corresponding to a specific coordinate in the real universe. This was his manifestation of his understanding of laws into a model for others to learn. This array is called Heavenly Cycle Guardianship. Luyu's voice echoed through the sacred ground. Based on 360 law nodes, any supreme being can preside over it. The Great Axe founder stared at the array, then suddenly swung his iconic Great Axe. The storm raised by the axe blade could tear apart stars, yet upon touching the array, it was gently dispersed into the 360 nodes and absorbed into nothingness. Remarkable. Chaos City Lord showed rare admiration. This is not rigid defense, but guiding attacks back into the cycle of the universe. Luyu nodded, lightly tapping with his fingertip, and the array began to self-evolve. It could not only defend, but also absorb attack energy, transforming it into nourishment for human territory. The fiercer the alien assault, the richer the resources humanity gained, turning the enemy's malice into fuel for growth. But the array needs an energy source. Chaos City Lord reminded. Luyu walked toward the star giant tree. At the crown, new buds were blooming. This time they bore not rule fruits, but crystalline law crystals. They flew automatically to key nodes of the array, like installing power sources into precision machinery. These crystals will self-proliferate, Luyu explained. They absorb cosmic background radiation and convert it into energy to sustain the array. As long as the primordial universe endures, the array will never cease. As he spoke, the roots of the star giant tree had pierced through dimensions, extending to every corner of human territory. Through these roots, Luyu could sense the pulse of all human worlds. In a remote colonial star domain, he perceived a scarcity of resources. Their cultivators stagnated in their realms due to thin energy. With a flicker of thought, Luyu extended a hidden thread of law from the star giant tree, connecting to the core of that star domain. The core began converting energy more efficiently, releasing gentle yet abundant spiritual energy. This was not creation from nothing, but optimization of the existing energy cycle, like clearing a blocked blood vessel to allow the universe's own energy to flow more smoothly. Are you redistributing cosmic resources? The Great Axe founder keenly sensed the change. No merely eliminating waste. Luyu shook his head. The primordial universe inherently has enough resources to nourish all life, but they are unevenly distributed and inefficiently utilized. He continued adjusting. In a densely populated star sector, he optimized the law of matter recombination, allowing abandoned planetary debris to transform into habitable worlds more quickly. In a nebula zone with violent energy, he set balancing nodes, taming dangerous energy storms into mild, controllable sanctuaries for cultivation. Each adjustment was trivial, like a stream flowing into the sea. But when thousands of such fine-tunings occurred simultaneously, the entire human territory began to radiate new vitality. The leaves of the star giant tree grew ever more resplendent, each leaf's galaxy accelerating in evolution. This was the primordial universe's feedback to all that Luyu had done. As he made the universe more harmonious, the universe granted him deeper insights. The alien races won't sit idly by as we grow stronger, Chaos City Lord said, gazing into the depths of the void. They must sense these changes. Luyu's gaze pierced countless light years, landing on the restless rifts. I await them. The Heavenly Cycle Guardianship Array activated fully the moment his words fell. All 360 law nodes lit up simultaneously, weaving an invisible net across the universe. This net blocked no peaceful passage, but reacted automatically to any intrusion with malicious intent. Yet deep within the array, Luyu planted a hidden measure unknown even to the Great Axe and Chaos. It was not an offensive setup, but a recording device. Any attempt by the alien races to decipher the array would be recorded and analyzed, turned into nourishment for perfecting the array. Defense was never the ultimate goal, understanding was. Lu Yu felt the breath of the primordial universe, those ancient and profound laws whispering in his soul. Mastering laws was not the end, but the beginning. The start of understanding this universe and the broader realms beyond it. The star giant tree swayed gently in the sacred ground, a leaf drifting down and transforming into a new star chart in the void. What it marked were the yet unexplored distant dimensions. The bell of a new era had tolled, and its sound traveled to places farther than anyone could imagine. The star chart in the void rotated slowly, countless points of light, tracing unfamiliar trajectories. The strongest of the black feathers stood before the chart, his fingertip brushing across a dim star path. Here. His voice was soft, yet it froze the air in the great hall. The founder of the giant axe and the city lord of chaos stepped forward simultaneously, the auras of the three interweaving into an invisible force field before the star chart. That star path was as thin as a thread, nearly lost amidst the brilliant sea of stars. But it persisted stubbornly, like a scar that could never fully heal. "I have traveled every corner of the cosmic sea," said the founder of the giant axe, his gaze heavy. "Yet this path alone I have never seen." The city lord of chaos extended his hand, the power of laws probing into the star chart like flowing water. The star path trembled slightly, completely devouring his force. "Not devouring," the black feather shook his head. "It is transformation." Lu Yu observed from a short distance. He noticed that the spatial structure around the star path was exceptionally fragile, as if a single touch would cause it to collapse utterly. This was no naturally formed passage, it was more like a tear forcibly ripped open by some power, then barely stitched together by time. "Let me try." Lu Yu stepped forward, a faint glimmer of light gathering at his fingertip. It was not an aggressive force, but the purest essence of the universe. As that wisp of light touched the star path, the entire star chart suddenly came alive. The star path pulsed like blood vessels, dim points of light, igniting one after another. Countless streams of information surged into Lu Yu's consciousness through his fingertip. Shattered stars, collapsed space-time, and a crack that pierced through countless dimensions. "This is a scar left by war." Lu Yu opened his eyes, his voice filled with awe. "It is not a natural passage, but a path forcibly punched through by some existence." A sharp light flashed in the eyes of the black feather's strongest. "Can you determine who?" Lu Yu shook his head. The information was too fragmented, leaving only the lingering echo of power. Yet the majesty emanating from that echo made the hearts of the four powerhouses tremble. The founder of the giant axe tightened his grip on the axe handle behind him. "No matter who created it, this passage is now almost completely sealed." "Not sealed," the city lord of chaos suddenly spoke. "It is waiting." He pointed at a nearly invisible point of light at the end of the star path. "It requires a specific key." The four fell silent. The star chart rotated quietly in the void, and the faintly visible star path seemed to breathe. Each flicker pulled at their thoughts. Suddenly Lu Yu recalled the revelation from the stellar giant tree. He closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness into his inner universe. The stellar giant tree swayed gently, a single leaf drifting down. The veins on that leaf were an exact match for the points of light in the star chart. "I may have a clue." Lu Yu opened his eyes, a phantom image of the leaf appearing at his fingertip. The moment the phantom overlapped with the star chart, the entire star path blazed with light. In the brilliance, they saw a passage piercing through the void. On either side of the passage were shattered fragments of space-time, occasionally offering glimpses of other dimensions, blazing rivers of stars, frozen nebulae, and countless incomprehensible bizarre sights. "The passage is extremely unstable," the black feather's strongest frowned. "It would require immense power to maintain passage." Not only that, the founder of the giant axe pointed to several particularly twisted regions within the passage. "The spatial laws here are completely chaotic. Forcing a passage would only result in being torn apart." The city lord of chaos suddenly laughed. "So we have found the method, yet cannot use it." Lu Yu did not answer. His consciousness extended along the passage, sensing the fluctuations of laws at every twisted point. These fluctuations seemed chaotic, but actually followed a peculiar pattern. It felt like the sensation he had when adjusting the energy nodes of the human domain. "We don't need to force our way through," Lu Yu said softly. "We can repair it." Silence fell over the great hall. Repair a passage leading to the origin continent. The thought was too mad. Yet looking at Lu Yu's calm expression, the other three powerhouses did not immediately refute him. "How much power will it require?" The founder of the giant axe asked the crucial question. Lu Yu calculated, "If we combine the strength of the four of us plus the energy reserves of the All Heavens Guardian Grand Array, we should be able to repair the first node." And then ere the city lord of chaos pressed. "Then," Lu Yu's gaze pierced into the depths of the passage, "each repaired node will become a new fulcrum, allowing us to continue repairing the next." The Black Feather's strongest suddenly stepped forward. Let me scout ahead first. Before the others could react, he separated a strand of divine sense, projecting it into the passage through the connection Lu Yu had established. That strand of divine sense advanced with difficulty through the passage, dodging each twisted vortex. Suddenly, a violent fluctuation erupted from the depths of the passage. The Black Feather's strongest divine sense was instantly torn apart, but he still transmitted a crucial piece of information in the final moment. At the other end of the passage, something had awakened. It is not a life form, the Black Feather's strongest said, his face pale. It is the embodiment of laws. The passage in the star chart began to tremble violently, the originally stable paths of light flickering erratically. An invisible pressure came from the other end of the passage, causing the four powerhouses' nerves to tauten simultaneously. Lu Yu felt the All Heavens Guardian Grand Array activate automatically, all 360 law nodes igniting at once. The Grand Array had sensed the threat from the other end of the passage. It has found us, the City Lord of Chaos said in a deep voice. The founder of the Giant Axe had already unslung his giant axe, fight or retreat. But Lu Yu shook his head. It is inviting. He could feel that there was no malice in that pressure, it was more like a test. Like a gatekeeper examining the qualifications of a visitor. He took a step forward, facing the trembling passage alone. The power of the stellar giant tree flowed within him, creating a peculiar resonance with the existence at the other end of the passage. The passage suddenly stabilized. A voice resounded directly in the consciousness of the four, speaking in an ancient and beautiful language. Strangely, they all understood its meaning. Restorer, you have finally come. The voice in the passage spread like ripples, stirring layers of waves deep within the consciousnesses of the four powerhouses. The voice was ancient and distant, carrying a texture that transcended time and space. Lu Yu felt the star giant tree within him tremble slightly, the starlight flowing through its branches and leaves resonating with the presence at the other end of the passage. He could clearly perceive that this was not hostility but an anticipation that had awaited countless eons. Restorer. The City Lord of Chaos frowned slightly, his gaze shifting between Lu Yu and the passage. The primordial axe founder still gripped his great axe tightly, his muscles taut as a bowstring. Beware of treachery. Only the Black Feather Supremacy stood still, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. His gaze into the depths of the passage grew profound, as if piercing through layers of time and space to glimpse some destined trajectory. The light within the passage began to gather anew, coalescing into a gentle, luminous door. Beyond the door, countless stars could be faintly seen, swirling with laws interweaving into magnificent patterns. I must enter. Lu Yu's voice was calm, yet resolute. The City Lord of Chaos was about to speak to dissuade him, but the Black Feather Supremacy raised a hand to stop him. This is his path. The primordial axe founder snorted coldly. What if it's a trap? Then we shatter it. The Black Feather Supremacy's tone carried an unshakable confidence. But I sense this is no trap. Lu Yu had already stepped forward. As he approached the luminous door, the phantom of the star giant tree naturally emerged around him, its branches and leaves stretching and creating a wondrous resonance with the door. The scene beyond the luminous door gradually became clear, revealing a vast and boundless starry sky across, which floated countless shattered star fragments. At the other end of the passage lie the fragments of the origin continent. The Black Feather Supremacy suddenly spoke. I can sense the aura of a supremacy. At these words, both the City Lord of Chaos and the Primordial Axe founder changed countenance. The origin continent was the legendary source of all universes and the final destination of all cosmic supremacies. Throughout countless cycles of ages, only a handful of powerhouses had ever set foot on that land. The luminous door suddenly expanded, enveloping all four. The next moment, they appeared in a shattered expanse of stars. Here the flow of time was exceptionally slow, and the fabric of space was as fragile as a spider's web. Looking out, countless star fragments floated in the void, each exuding an ancient aura. This is... The City Lord of Chaos looked around, his voice tinged with awe. An ancient battlefield. The Black Feather Supremacy whispered, the remnants left after the origin continent shattered. Lu Yu felt the star giant tree within him exulting. Every leaf was absorbing the residual ancient laws here. He closed his eyes, feeling the flow of Tao resonance in this realm. Suddenly, light blazed on a massive star fragment ahead. A blurry figure slowly coalesced, woven from countless threads of law, radiating a soul-stirring aura. Restorer, you have come too late. The figure sent out a wave of thought. The passage is on the verge of collapse. Lu Yu stepped forward. What must I do? Rebuild the bridge, connect the fragments. The figure raised a hand, pointing into the void. Countless points of light emerged, forming a complex star map. But before that, someone must become the cornerstone of the bridge. The Black Feather Supremacy suddenly smiled. So that's it. He turned to Lu Yu, a strange light flickering in his eyes. I now understand my mission. The city lord of chaos seemed to realize something, his face paling slightly. Black feather you. Becoming a cosmic supremacy is not for eternity, but for bearing responsibility. The black feather supremacy's body began to glow, countless law runes emerging from within him. My path ends here. The primordial axe founder tightened his grip on the great axe. Is there no other way? This is the best choice. The black feather supremacy said calmly, my Tao has always been about guardianship. Lu Yu wanted to speak, but was stopped by the black feather supremacy's gaze. Remember, restore. The black feather supremacy's voice became ethereal. Every end is a new beginning. His body dissolved into countless motes of light, merging into the star fragment beneath their feet. The entire starry sky suddenly blazed with light. Countless threads of law interwove into a vast net, reconnecting the shattered star fragments. The passage began to stabilize, its light becoming gentle and enduring. The city lord of chaos sighed deeply. Is this the destiny of a supremacy? The primordial axe founder remained silent, simply slinging his great axe back onto his back. Lu Yu felt the change in the star giant tree within him. After absorbing the laws released by the black feather supremacy's dissipation, the tree grew even more luxuriant, with crystalline fruits beginning to form among its branches and leaves. He hasn't vanished. Lu Yu said softly, he has become part of the passage. The figure formed of laws nodded slightly. Sacrifice is the necessary price for reconstruction. Now the passage is stable. You may return. When Lu Yu and the other two returned to the primal universe, the All-Heaven Guardian array activated automatically. 360 law nodes blazed simultaneously, as if welcoming their return. Months later, at the center of the primal universe, the avatar left behind by the black feather supremacy stood in the void. Before him floated 3 supreme treasures. These were all gifts left by his true body before departing. My true body should have already arrived at the origin continent, the avatar said with a smile. These are the presents he left for you. Lu Yu received one of the supreme treasures, a crystalline leaf originally from the star giant tree within him, but refined by the black feather supremacy, with supreme divine power, imbued with the law of guardianship. He had planned all of this long ago. The city lord of chaos remarked with emotion. The primordial axe founder snorted coldly, but respect flickered in his eyes. That fellow always liked to act on his own. The black feather avatar smiled. My true body said he awaits you on the origin continent. With these words, the avatar began to gradually dissipate, dissolving into specks of starlight that merged into the void. Thus, all traces of the black feather supremacy vanished from the primal universe, leaving behind only 3 supreme treasures and a legend. Lu Yu clenched the leaf in his hand, feeling the will it contained. The star giant tree within him swayed gently, as if responding. What are your plans now? Asked the city lord of chaos. Lu Yu gazed into the depths of the starry sky. Continue repairing the passage. The black feather supremacy has paved the way for us. We must not let his sacrifice be in vain. The primordial axe founder nodded. If you need anything, just ask. 3 years later, Lu Yu stood before the entrance of the passage. After years of repair, the passage was now largely stable and safe for travel. The city lord of chaos and the primordial axe founder came to see him off. Are you sure you want to go alone? The city lord asked. Lu Yu nodded. The passage has only just stabilized. It cannot bear too many. Moreover, the primal universe needs you to hold the fort. The primordial axe founder handed him a small axe. Take this. It may prove useful in a critical moment. Lu Yu took the small axe, feeling the terrifying power it contained. It was a sliver of the primordial axe founder's origin essence, possessing astonishing might. Take care, the city lord of chaos said solemnly. Lu Yu took one last look at the primal universe, then turned and stepped into the passage. Within the passage, starlight swirled and laws interwove. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure. Lu Yu activated the power of the star giant tree, forming a protective barrier around himself. After an unknown span of time, light appeared ahead. When Lu Yu exited the passage, the sight before him was breathtaking. Shattered stars floated in the void, and countless law fragments streaked by like meteors. In the distance, a ruined continent loomed faintly, exuding an ancient and powerful aura. Was this the origin continent? Lu Yu felt the star giant tree within him leap with joy, as if returning to its homeland. He stepped forward, and the void beneath his feet automatically solidified into a path. Suddenly, a familiar figure materialized in the void ahead. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The black feather supremacy said with a smile. His aura was countless times more powerful than in the primal universe, and the laws swirling around him had already surpassed the category of a cosmic supremacy. You? Lu Yu was somewhat astonished. The black feather supremacy raised a hand to cut him off. This is not the place to talk. Follow me. He led Lu Yu through layers of void, finally arriving before a floating palace. The palace was constructed from countless star fragments radiating an eternal aura. Welcome to the origin continent. The black feather supremacy pushed open the palace gates, or rather, welcome to the true battlefield. Inside the palace, countless powerhouses were cultivating. Each of them radiated immense power. The weakest among them was comparable to a cosmic supremacy. These are. Lu Yu stared in shock at the scene before him. Powerhouses from various universes. The Black Feather Supremacy explained, "We have all come here for the same goal." "What goal, eh?" The Black Feather Supremacy's gaze grew profound guardianship. At that moment, the entire palace suddenly shook. A tremendous roar came from outside, as if something was battering this realm. "They're here again." A powerhouse who had been cultivating opened his eyes, his tone calm. The Black Feather Supremacy looked at Lu Yu, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Are you ready, Restorer? The true battle begins now." Lu Yu felt the battle intent of the star giant tree within him and nodded slowly. The phantom of the star giant tree manifested behind him, its branches and leaves spreading as countless streams of starlight swirled. At this moment, he understood his true mission. Not only a restorer, but also a guardian. To guard this realm, to guard all universes, to guard all that is worth guarding. The Black Feather Supremacy patted him on the shoulder. "Come on, let me show you the world." The two walked side by side towards the outside of the hall. Their countless powerhouses were already assembled, their gazes fixed steadfastly into the depths of the void. A battle concerning the survival of all universes awaited them. The void trembled. The moment Yu pushed open the palace doors, what Lu Yu sensed was not the anticipated roar of battle, but a silence that was almost frozen solid. This silence was more suffocating than any uproar, as if the entire universe was holding its breath in anticipation. He stepped out of the palace. The sight before him made his breath catch. There was no earth, no sky, only countless shattered dimensional fragments floating in the void. Upon each fragment stood a formidable warrior, their gazes all fixed on the same direction, the slowly collapsing boundary of the void. "Steady yourself," Hyus' voice sounded in his ear. "The laws of the origin continent differ from those of your universe." As the words fell, Lu Yu felt an invisible pressure surging from all directions. This pressure did not act upon the body, but directly upon every law within him. The phantom of the stellar giant tree shook violently behind him, the originally fluid starlight becoming sluggish and difficult to move. He tried to mobilize his power, only to find that the strength that could once shake a universe could now barely keep him standing. "Do you feel it?" Hyus' gaze remained fixed on the distance. "This is dimensional suppression. Everyone who first arrives on the origin continent goes through this process." Lu Yu nodded with difficulty. The power within him was draining away rapidly, like a mighty river suddenly compressed into a stream. The branches and leaves of the stellar giant tree began to retract. The shadow that once covered half the void could now barely protect a few meters around him. "My current power." He sensed the residual energy fluctuations within him. "I'm afraid I'm not even as strong as a cosmic supreme." Yu chuckled lightly. "To be precise, it's at the level of a low-rank warrior of the origin continent. But don't worry, everyone is the same." In the distance, a dimensional fragment suddenly disintegrated. The warrior standing on it swayed for a moment, then steadied himself, but his face was noticeably paler. "They are attacking the dimensional structure," said a woman clad in silver armor, as she swept past them, her voice cold and stern. "This time is fiercer than the last." Lu Yu followed her gaze and finally saw the enemy's form. It was not a specific creature, but an ever-expanding expanse of nothingness. Where it passed, dimensional fragments crumbled, laws collapsed, as if the entire universe was being erased bit by bit. "What is that?" He couldn't help but ask. "We call it annihilation." Hyus' voice was deep. "It is neither life nor energy, but the antithesis of existence. Its sole purpose is to return everything to nothingness." The stellar giant tree trembled uneasily within Lu Yu. As a restorer, he could clearly feel the threat that nothingness posed to existence. It was a force that fundamentally negated everything. "Prepare for battle," a resonant voice echoed through the void. Lu Yu saw the surrounding warriors begin to move. Their movements were slow and laborious under the dimensional suppression, but the determination in every pair of eyes was unshakable. Yu patted him on the shoulder. "Stay close to me. Remember, on the origin continent, power is not the most important thing. What matters is your understanding and application of the laws." Lu Yu took a deep breath and began to adjust his state. He abandoned his forceful control over power, instead turning to sense the operation of laws within this dimension. The stellar giant tree seemed to perceive his change and began to alter its form. It no longer tried to resist the dimensional suppression, but attempted to integrate into this new environment. A glimmer of understanding arose in his heart. So that's it. In lower dimensions, power manifests as control over laws. Here, power manifests as resonance with the laws. He tried to take a step. It was as heavy as dragging an entire galaxy, but he persisted, taking a second step, a third. With each step, he adapted to the special laws of this dimension. With each step, he adjusted his own power frequency. A quick learner. A hint of approval flashed in Hyus' eyes. Ahead, the nothingness had approached to a distance where details could be discerned. Yu could now clearly see that where the nothingness passed, even the fabric of space-time was disappearing. Not destruction, but complete erasure, as if those dimensions had never existed. A warrior struck first. He waved his hand, drawing countless dimensional fragments into a stream of light that shot towards the nothingness. Yet the stream dissipated the instant it approached the void, not destroyed, but simply non-existent. Conventional attacks are useless, another warrior shouted. Use existence anchoring. Yu saw the warriors begin to form a peculiar formation. Countless threads of law extended from each person, intertwining in the void to form a vast net. This is the net of existence. Yu explained as he formed seals. We use our own existence to counter the nothingness. Remember, don't try to attack it, instead prove the fact that we exist. Yu imitated the others, releasing the law threads of the stellar giant tree. When his threads intertwined with those of others, a strange sensation flooded his heart. He felt as if he had become part of a greater existence. The net of existence advanced, colliding hidden with the expanse of nothingness. There was no explosion, no impact, only a confrontation on a nearly philosophical level. The nothingness tried to erase the net's existence, while the net insisted on the fact of its own being. Yu felt unprecedented pressure. Every inch of his skin, every law within him screamed, as if on the verge of being completely negated. The stellar giant tree shook violently within him, its branches and leaves turning translucent. Hold on. Hayu's voice sounded as if from afar. Remember what you are fighting for. What am I fighting for? Yu's thoughts blurred under the pressure. He saw countless fragments of memory. The universes he had restored, the lives he had protected. Every smile, every tear, every new beginning and farewell. These were things that nothingness could not negate. Having existed, they were eternal. The stellar giant tree suddenly burst forth with unprecedented radiance. Not the light of power, but the light of existence itself. The branches and leaves that were about to become transparent solidified once more, even more resplendent than before. Good lad, praised a warrior whose body was wreathed in flames. You've grasped the essence of the power of existence so quickly. Yu did not answer. His entire mind was immersed in that wondrous state. He understood that on the origin continent, strength was not determined by the magnitude of power, but by the depth of existence. The nothingness began to recede. Not because it was driven back, but because it could advance no further. The net of existence stood like an insurmountable barrier, firmly guarding this dimensional boundary. When the last wisp of nothingness dissipated in the void, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. We've held for now. Yu wiped the sweat from his brow. But they will return, and each time they will be stronger. Yu slowly withdrew his law threads, feeling the residual tremors within him. He now understood what Yu meant by guardianship. This was not a war that could be won outright, but an endless vigil. I need to become stronger, he whispered, gazing into the depths of the void. Not for personal gain, nor for domination, but merely to protect those existences worthy of protection. The stellar giant tree swayed gently within him, as if echoing his resolve. This time its form was more solid, and the starlight flowing between its branches carried a hint of the origin continent's unique rhythm. Yu looked at him, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. You will grow stronger, restorer. After all, you are the one we have been waiting for so long. In the distance, dimensional fragments still floated in the void, and the warriors had already begun repairing the damaged boundary. It was a poignant and beautiful tableau. Countless beings from different universes gathered here for the same purpose, proving the meaning of life through their own existence. Yu took a deep breath, feeling the pressure and opportunity this unfamiliar dimension offered. His new journey had just begun. Yes, words dissipated into the void, leaving behind a silent echo. Yu could feel the gazes upon him, some scrutinizing, some expectant, and others laced with barely concealed wariness. He gave a slight nod, asking no further questions. In this unfamiliar dimension, words were often the weakest proof of existence. The starry giant tree within him gently swayed, weaving strands of extra-dimensional laws into an invisible net. These laws from his homeland, upon their first contact with the energy of the origin continent, emitted subtle tremors. Yu adjusted his breathing imperceptibly, allowing the two distinct forces to achieve a delicate balance within him. Follow me. Yu turned and stepped onto a path of starlight that materialized from thin air. Yu followed closely. With each step, the starlight beneath his feet rippled, distorting the surroundings into flowing shadows and light. He noticed that this starlight was not mere decoration. Each ray transmitted information, recording the intensity of the being passing through. The origin continent has no fixed territories. Yes voice flowed along with the starlight. Every inch of space you see is the result of countless dimensional fragments piled together. Here the strong carve out their own domains while the weak cling to them for survival. As he spoke, a vast starfield unfolded before them. Countless shattered stars floated in the void, some burning with eternal flames, others condensed into crystalline ice, and many more existing in a delicate state between being and nothingness. Lu Ye's fingertips trembled unconsciously. The starry giant tree resonated strongly with this starfield. In his perception, the shattered stars transformed into countless tiny vortexes, each slowly inhaling and exhaling primordial energy. These are source crystal fragments. Hey, you stopped pointing at the nearest icy star. The most basic energy source of the origin continent. The strong use them to build their domains, the weak rely on them to maintain their existence. Lu Yu approached the icy star. To others it was merely a floating meteorite. But in his perception, this star contained surging torrents of energy within. The extra-dimensional laws operated autonomously, forming an invisible barrier around him that shielded him from external probing. He reached out his fingertips, gently touching the icy surface. In an instant, the roots of the starry giant tree pierced the dimensional barriers, establishing a secret connection with the source crystal fragment. A stream of cool energy surged in through his fingertips, circulated through his body, and was then converted into pure existential force by the extra-dimensional laws. This process was so subtle that even Heiyu standing beside him remained unaware. Be careful, Heiyu warned. Source crystal fragments bear the imprints of their original owners. Absorbing them recklessly will invite unnecessary trouble. Lu Yu withdrew his finger, a strand of refined origin force now residing within him. This force intertwined with the extra-dimensional laws, neither merging nor repelling, forming a peculiar symbiotic state. I understand, he responded softly while secretly accelerating the absorption. The roots of the starry giant tree silently spread through the dimensional inner layers like an invisible spiderweb, connecting to dozens of nearby source crystal fragments. Most of these fragments had lost their owners, their imprints blurred by the erosion of time. The extra-dimensional laws, acting like the most precise filter, stripped away the lingering wills, leaving only the purest essence. As energy continuously poured in, Lu Yu felt his understanding of the origin continent's laws rapidly deepening. The rules of this world were more complex than he had imagined. Existential intensity depended not only on the quantity of energy, but also on the depth of one's comprehension of the laws. Look over there. Heiyu pointed into the distance. A massive floating continent was slowly moving through the void. Its surface was covered with peculiar architectural clusters, some towering like spires, others buried deep underground. Countless specks of light danced around the continent, each representing a powerful being. That is Thousand Star City, one of the largest settlements on the origin continent. Heiyu explained. And it's a place where you need to act with caution. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes. With the enhancement of the extra-dimensional laws, his vision pierced the protective barrier surrounding Thousand Star City, revealing the true scene within. Powerful beings, each occupied their own domain, maintaining a fragile balance with one another. At the deepest part of the city, a few soul-shaking auras flickered faintly, existences capable of shaking the very dimensions. Are we going there now? Heiyu shook his head. Not yet. You need to adapt to the basic laws of the origin continent first, or those old monsters will detect something amiss the moment you enter the city. They continued traveling through the starfield. Lu Yu listened to Heiyu's explanations while secretly operating the extra-dimensional laws. The roots of the starry giant tree had already extended to hundreds of source crystal fragments, the absorption rate increasing rapidly. This primordial energy settled and transformed within him, gradually forming a tiny crystal, the rudiment of a source core unique to the powerhouses of the origin continent. Suddenly, an energy fluctuation came from ahead. 3 figures materialized from the void, blocking their path. They were clad in armor woven from starlight, wielding spears formed of pure energy. The leader's sharp gaze swept over Lu Yu before finally settling on Heiyu. Heiyu, is this the restorer you brought back from the border? His voice carried undisguised scrutiny. Heiyu stepped forward half a pace, subtly shielding Lu Yu. Lu Yen, this is none of the Star Radiance Guard's business. The one called Lu Yen sneered. Any being entering the domain of Thousand Star City falls under our jurisdiction. His gaze shifted back to Lu Yu especially, a restorer of unknown origin. Lu Yu could feel that Lu Yan's gaze contained a special probing law. This law, like a fine net, tried to pierce through his disguise to see the essence of his existence. The starry giant tree swayed gently, and the extra-dimensional laws constructed a more complex defense within his body. I come from the border wasteland dimension, Lu Yu replied, calmly, simultaneously releasing a carefully disguised aura of existence. This aura was mixed with the origin force he had just absorbed, perfectly matching the state of a powerhouse newly arrived in the origin continent. Lu Yan's brow furrowed slightly, clearly finding nothing amiss. But he did not give up his probing. The border wasteland dimension. As far as I know, no restorer has been born from any border wasteland dimension recently. New dimensions are born and destroyed on the origin continent every day. How much can you possibly know? Heiyu interrupted, If there's nothing else, we have a journey to continue. A spark of fire gathered at Liu Yan's fingertip containing a peculiar law force. Liu Yu could sense that this law was particularly sensitive to foreign energy. The starry giant tree immediately adjusted its energy operation, completely concealing the extra-dimensional laws. The spark of fire danced on Liu Yan's fingertip for a moment before finally extinguishing. It seems I was indeed overthinking it. Liu Yan stepped aside, but his gaze still lingered on Liu Yu. However, I must warn you, things are not peaceful in Thousand Star City lately. The source cores of a few old monsters have been stolen. Everyone is on high alert for unfamiliar faces now. Hey Yu snorted coldly and continued on with Liu Yu. Only after they had left that starfield far behind did Hey Yu slow down. Liu Yan is one of the keenest investigators in Thousand Star City. You performed well, just now no flaws exposed. Liu Yu did not reply. His attention was entirely focused on the changes within him. The rudimentary source core was growing at an astonishing speed. The fusion of the extra-dimensional laws and the origin force was proceeding even more smoothly than anticipated, even beginning to give rise to unique variations. Tiny crystals started to condense among the branches and leaves of the starry giant tree. These crystals were neither pure extra-dimensional laws nor simple origin force, but an unprecedented new form. Each crystal contained enough power to shake space itself. We've arrived. Hey yes, words snapped Liu Yu back to reality. They stopped before an unremarkable meteorite. Its surface was covered in cracks, appearing as if it could disintegrate at any moment. But in Liu Yu's perception, it contained a concentration of primordial energy even richer than that of Thousand Star City. Hey Yu cast a spell, and the cracks on the meteorite's surface began to glow, eventually forming a portal. This is my temporary stronghold. Hey Yu stepped inside first. You can cultivate here until you have fully adapted to the laws of the origin continent. Liu Yu followed, and the sight before him made him pause. The interior of the meteorite was a completely independent small world. Countless source crystal fragments floated in the sky, slowly rotating along some mysterious trajectory, emitting a soft radiance. The ground was made of pure energy, rippling with every step. The most striking feature was the ancient tree at the world's center. It resonated powerfully with the starry giant tree within Liu Yu. This is a branch of the origin ancient tree. Hey Yu's voice held a hint of pride. It took me 3,000 years to find it, and another 5,000 to transplant it here. Liu Yu approached the ancient tree, sensing the immense vitality within it. This tree shared the same origin as the starry giant tree, but had taken a completely different evolutionary path. Each of its leaves recorded the ancient history of the origin continent, and every vein contained profound truths of the laws. The extra-dimensional laws began to operate autonomously, establishing a connection with the origin ancient tree. This time Liu Yu did not hinder the resonance. He needed to understand the rules of this world faster, and the origin ancient tree was undoubtedly the best teacher. Energy flowed between them, and a torrent of information surged into Liu Yu's mind. He witnessed the birth of the origin continent, the rise and fall of countless powerhouses, and the endless battles along the dimensional borders. These memory fragments were like a flood, nearly overwhelming his consciousness. The starry giant tree emitted a soft glow, categorizing and refining the information, discarding the dross. The extra-dimensional laws displayed astonishing adaptability, beginning to autonomously deduce the law system of the origin continent. A complete source core condensed within Liu Yu's body. This source core exhibited a unique double helix structure, one strand being the silver-white of the extra-dimensional laws, the other the pale gold of the origin force. The two forces intertwined, yet remained distinct. The moment the source core formed, Liu Yu felt the invisible barrier between himself and the origin continent vanish. He had now truly become a part of this world. Hey Yu seemed to sense something and turned a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Your adaptation speed is faster than I imagined. Liu Yu slowly opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils, silver and pale gold light flickered in turn. Because I have understood the truth of this world, he said softly. On the origin continent, the meaning of existence lies not in resistance, but in integration. Outside the meteorite, the void remained vast and boundless. Thousand Star City shone in the distance like a lighthouse guiding the lost. Further away from the direction of the dimensional borders came a subtle tremor. The tide of nothingness was gathering for a new assault. Liu Yu felt the surging power within him, knowing he stood at a new starting point. What changes the fusion of the extra-dimensional laws and the origin force would bring, even he could not predict. Haiya's gaze lingered on Liu Yu for a moment, a subtle ripple flashing in her deep-set eyes. She gently raised her hand, pointing towards the distant cluster of buildings floating in the void. The outer area of Qianqing City is known as the Meteor Belt. It is home to countless outsiders like us. Numerous shattered star fragments slowly rotated around Qianqing City, forming a natural barrier. Above these fragments, makeshift dwellings and temporary defensive structures could be faintly seen. The Meteor Belt follows the most primitive laws. Haiya's voice was soft, yet carried a warning tone. The weak are preyed upon by the strong. As her words fell, 3 figures silently appeared at the edge of the meteor fragment they occupied. The newcomers were clad in dark gray robes, the hems embroidered with twisted serpent patterns. The leader was a middle-aged man with a sinister expression, his gaze bypassing Lu Yu, landing directly on Heiyu. New arrivals. The sinister man grinned, revealing a set of uneven teeth. According to the rules, surrender 30% of the source power you have obtained here. Heiyu's brows furrowed slightly, but she did not respond immediately. Her fingertips gently brushed through the void, causing a barely perceptible ripple of energy. Lu Yu stood motionless. The double spiral source core within him was slowly rotating, silver and pale golden light flowing through his meridians. Through the resonance with the origin ancient tree, he had grasped the fundamental rules of this area. Here strength determined everything. It seems you do not understand the rules. A tall, thin man stepped forward behind the sinister figure, gathering a dark red energy in his palm. Either surrender your source power, or... His words were abruptly cut off. Lu Yu's figure suddenly blurred for a moment. It was not an afterimage created by speed, but a more essential change. He seemed to exist simultaneously in several different spatial dimensions. The dark red energy in the thin man's palm silently dissipated. He stared wide-eyed, incredulously looking at his empty hand. What did you do? The sinister man's voice suddenly rose, filled with suspicion. Lu Yu solidified his form back in front of them. In his right palm, a dark red energy was slowly rotating, but its color was changing at a visibly rapid pace, from dark red to silver-white, finally settling into a pale golden hue. What an interesting energy structure, Lu Yu said softly, as if appraising a work of art. Too bad it's too crude. He closed his fingers, and the energy transformed into specks of starlight, dissipating into the void. The sinister man's expression turned exceptionally grim. The 3 figures behind him simultaneously released powerful auras, intertwining 3 different colored fields of source power, forming an invisible net that enveloped Lu Yu. Heiyu was about to act, but saw Lu Yu shake his head slightly. Let me test the rules of this world. Lu Yu stepped forward. With that simple step, the entire meteor fragment suddenly trembled slightly. The double spiral source core within him accelerated, forming a faint halo of silver and pale golden light around him. The 3 fields of source power, upon contacting this halo, melted away silently, as if ice and snow met the blazing sun. They were not shattered or negated, but assimilated and absorbed by a higher level power. The sinister man stumbled back, half a step, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with horror. Who are you? Lu Yu did not answer. His consciousness was immersed in the changes of his source core. In that fleeting moment, the laws beyond the realm seamlessly fused with the power of origin, creating a brand new power form. This power could not only defend, but also analyze and absorb the opponent's attacks. Let's go. Lu Yu turned to Heiyu, as if everything that had just happened was nothing. Heiyu gave him a deep look and nodded. Just as they were about to leave, the sinister man suddenly shouted, "Wait! You have destroyed our source power field. Do you think you can just walk away?" Lu Yu halted, glancing back at them. His gaze was calm, yet sent a chill through the 3 of them. Your source power field has inherent flaws. Lu Yu's voice was flat. If it operates forcibly, it will backfire within 3 months. Just now I helped you resolve the hidden danger. One could say, I saved your lives. The 3 exchanged glances, their expressions fluctuating. They had indeed felt a sense of stagnation while the source power field was operating, but could never pinpoint the reason. The sinister man gritted his teeth, suddenly kneeling on one knee. I am Mo Lin of the Shadow Serpent Clan, willing to follow you, my lord. The 2 behind him hurriedly knelt as well. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. This development was quite unexpected. He looked at Heiyu, who shrugged, lightly indicating that it was up to him to decide. Why? Lu Yu asked. Mo Lin looked up, a hint of bitterness flashing in his eyes. In this meteor belt, a small clan, without backing, finds it hard to survive. The power you displayed just now far exceeds any powerhouse we have encountered. Lu Yu fell silent for a moment. His consciousness extended into the distant void, sensing the numerous varying auras in this area. Indeed, as Mo Lin had said, this place was filled with chaos and danger. Take me to your stronghold. Mo Lin's eyes brightened, and he quickly stood to lead the way. The meteor fragment they were on was much larger than it appeared from the outside. Passing through several rudimentary defensive formations, a cluster of buildings constructed from shattered star stones appeared before them. Dozens of Shadow Serpent Clan members were gathered in the central open space. Upon seeing Mo Lin bring in a stranger, they cast wary glances. My lord, this is our Shadow Serpent Clan stronghold in the meteor belt, Mo Lin said respectfully. Lu Yu surveyed the surroundings. The concentration of source power here was quite thin and extremely unstable. Most of the Shadow Serpent Clan members residing here had pale faces, evidently affected by the poor environment over time. The source power field here has been tampered with, Lu Yu suddenly said. Mo Lin was taken aback. What? Lu Yu did not explain, but instead walked slowly to the center of the stronghold. His right foot lightly stepped on the ground. Silver and pale golden light radiating outward from him like ripples on a water surface. The ground began to emit a faint humming sound. Several runes hidden underground lit up successively, then quickly dimmed again. When the last rune extinguished, the concentration of source power in the entire stronghold suddenly increased several-fold. The members of the Shadow Serpent clan were all astonished. They had never felt such pure and dense source power. Someone set up a suppression formation at the ley line node of your stronghold. Lu Yu said, a very clever technique. Had it not been for my extreme sensitivity to the flow of source power, I would never have detected it. Mo Lin's expression turned ashen. It's the He Yao clan. They have always wanted to annex our stronghold in the meteor belt. Just then a sharp sound of breaking air came from afar. 3 pitch-black arrows tore through the void, aimed directly at Lu Yu's forehead, throat, and heart. The arrows were so swift that they reached Lu Yu almost simultaneously with the sound. Lu Yu did not even look up. He simply raised his right hand gently and drew a circle in the void. The 3 arrows suddenly halted 3 feet away from him, then began to disintegrate at a visibly rapid pace, transforming into the most basic particles of source power, absorbed by the invisible vortex in Lu Yu's palm. A surprised voice came from a distance. A tall figure clad in black heavy armor stepped out from the void. With each step he took, the space beneath him rippled, indicating that his strength far surpassed that of Mo Lin and the others. To break my shadow arrows, you have some skill. The man in black armor said, his voice like metal scraping against metal. However, the stronghold of the Shadow Serpent clan is something my He Yao clan will claim. Lu Yu finally lifted his head, looking at the man in black armor. In his pupils the silver and pale golden light flickered alternately once more. You can try. The black-armored man's heavy boots struck the cracked earth, sending tiny sparks from the collision of metal and rock. The gaze beneath his helmet was like a tangible blade scraping across Lu Yu's skin. The Obsidian clan acts without needing outsiders' consent. As his words fell, the space behind him twisted abruptly, and dozens of shadow arrows materialized silently. Unlike the earlier probing strikes, these arrows bore dark red patterns on their surfaces, pulsing faintly, as if alive. Lu Yu stood still, the silver-white and pale gold light in his pupils swirling unceasingly. In his eyes, those arrows were no longer physical entities, but aggregates of countless fine threads of law. Each pattern spoke of the Obsidian clan's crude understanding of the laws of shadow. The rain of arrows descended. Mo Lin couldn't help but cry out, "Watch out." Lu Yu, however, tilted his head slightly, his gaze piercing through the dense volley to fix upon a fine crack in the black-armored man's chest plate. There a trace of familiar aura lingered, one that shared the same origin as the foreign object lurking deep within his immortal body. The arrows disintegrated the instant they touched his robes, dissolving into pure streams of energy absorbed by the ground. The concentration of source energy within the stronghold surged once more, and a faint golden halo became visible to the naked eye in the air. Impossible. The black-armored man retreated half a step, his armor screeching harshly. Lu Yu paid no heed to his shock. In that fleeting clash, he had seized a crucial piece of information. The fluctuation of law leaking from the crack matched the core frequency of the soul-seizing seed within him perfectly. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the deepest recesses of his immortal body. There a light point the size of a grain of rice was spinning slowly. Its surface was covered in layers of camouflage, mimicking the fluctuations of Lu Yu's own origin, nearly merging seamlessly with his divine form. Had he not encountered higher dimensional laws in the origin continent, he would still be unable to detect the seed's existence. Now he would unveil its true nature completely. Silver-white and pale gold light radiated from Lu Yu's body, forming an invisible barrier around him. The black-armored man's roar, Mo Lin's exclamation, all external sounds faded away. His consciousness transformed into billions of fine threads entangling the seed. The first layer of camouflage dissolved swiftly upon contact with the higher dimensional laws. Dense runes emerged on the seed's surface, each containing exquisite, soul-seizing laws. These runes interlocked, forming a self-consistent circulatory system that silently siphoned the host's life essence. Lu Yu's conscious threads delved deeper. The second layer was a memory-altering module. Like a fine net, it enveloped the host's soul core, ready to rewrite the host's cognition and memories at any moment. Once activated, the host would unknowingly become the caster's puppet. The third layer was the most concealed, a precise, triggering mechanism. It was linked to the host's cultivation realm. The moment the host broke through to a certain threshold, it would instantly activate the first 2 layers, completing the possession. Such an exquisite and malevolent design could not be the work of an ordinary immortal. Lu Yu mobilized the dimensional laws he had comprehended in the origin continent, silver-white and pale gold light, interwove into a net within the seed. Each ray of light analyzed the seed's essence, tracing its origin. Countless fragments of information surged through his consciousness. A blurry figure gradually sharpened, clad in a starry Taoist robe, holding a whisk his eyes containing the vicissitudes of eons. His Tao title resonated within the echoes of laws, crystallizing into three weighty characters: Tianyuan True Lord. Lu Yu's eyes snapped open. Silver white and pale gold light burst from his body, freezing the space of the entire stronghold. The black-armored man, preparing a second attack in the distance, was immobilized mid-throw, his face frozen in a clear expression of shock. So it was you, Lu Yu murmured to himself. He finally understood why he had stood out among countless geniuses, why his path of cultivation seemed smooth, yet always felt like an invisible hand was guiding it from the shadows. All the fortuitous encounters, all the breakthroughs were meticulously designed nourishment, aimed solely at cultivating this immortal body to the optimal state for possession. Tianyuan True Lord, that ancient being who had vanished several epochs ago, was orchestrating his rebirth through such means. Mo Lin and the Shadow Serpent clansmen stared blankly at Lu Yu. They did not understand what had happened. They could only feel a suffocating pressure radiating from Lu Yu. It was not mere suppression of power, but a sense of existence from a higher plane, compelling them to kneel instinctively. The black-armored man struggled to break free from the spatial constraints, his armor groaning under the strain. The contempt in his eyes had long been replaced by fear. As a general of the Obsidian clan, he had never felt such terrifying pressure. Lu Yu slowly raised his right hand, a wisp of pale gold light coalescing at his fingertip. It was not source energy, but a dimensional law beyond this world's comprehension. You're unlucky. Lu Yu's gaze fell upon the black-armored man. Today, I need a whetstone. The pale gold light tapped forth gently. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no dazzling display of light. The black-armored man, along with his armor, began to disintegrate from the edges, dissolving into fundamental particles that dissipated into the air. He did not even have time to scream before he was erased from this world entirely. The Shadow Serpent clansmen held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Yet Lu Yu acted as if he had done something trivial. His focus remained on the seed within him. Now that he knew the identity of the schemer, every subsequent step required greater caution. Since Tianyuan True Lord dared to plant a soul-seizing seed in an immortal body, he must have left contingency measures. Rashly removing the seed could trigger unknown countermeasures. But leaving it be was akin to burying a bomb within his own soul that could detonate at any moment. Silver white and pale gold light swirled in his eyes once more. This time he no longer sought to eliminate the seed, but began to analyze every component, understand its operating principles, and seek that delicate equilibrium. He would let the seed continue to exist, yet ensure it could never sprout. Mo Lin approached cautiously. Senior, are you all right? Lu Yu did not answer. His consciousness was fully immersed in an ocean of laws. His cultivation on the origin continent had taught him that every law had its flaw, every design its defect. Even an existence like Tianyuan True Lord could not create a flawless soul-seizing seed. Found it. At the very core of the seed, there was an extremely tiny blank area. There were no runes, no threads of law. As if the designer had intentionally left a backdoor. Lu Yu's conscious threads slipped in silently. A stream of encrypted information flowed into his consciousness. It was a divine sense imprint left by Tianyuan True Lord, recording the seed's activation conditions and ultimate purpose. As expected, when the host broke through to the peak of immortality, the seed would fully activate, and Tianyuan True Lord's soul would be reborn through this body. More chillingly, this information also revealed that Tianyuan True Lord had planted such seeds in multiple geniuses across different eras. They would compete and devour each other, and only the strongest would become Tianyuan True Lord's perfect vessel. A faint smile curled at the corner of Lu Yu's mouth. Tianyuan True Lord would never have imagined that one of his vessels would not only discover his scheme, but also acquire knowledge of laws beyond his era's comprehension. Silver white and pale gold light began to reweave the seed's internal structure. Lu Yu did not destroy its core function. Instead, he implanted his own divine sense imprint into that blank area while modifying the activation conditions. From now on, the seed would continue to draw upon his life essence, but all the energy it absorbed would be intercepted and transformed by his newly implanted imprint. And the activation condition had been changed from breaking through to the peak of immortality to an imaginary realm that can never be reached. Having done all this, Lu Yu slowly exhaled. The silver white and pale gold light in his eyes gradually faded, and the surrounding spacetime returned to normal. The Shadow Serpent clansmen looked around in bewilderment, as if the frozen moment had been an illusion. Senior, Mo Lin called out softly again. Lu Yu turned to look at him, a newfound depth in his eyes. Take me to see your clan's ancient texts, he said, especially the records concerning ancient powerhouses. Mo Lin nodded hastily and led the way personally. Lu Yu followed behind his steps, unhurried. The soul-seizing seed within him still spun slowly, but now it was no longer a threat. Instead, it had become a window for him to understand Tianyuan True Lord. This game of chess spanning time and space had only just begun. Mo Lin led Lu Yu through the winding stone path where night pearls embedded in the cliffs on both sides emitted a faint cold light. The gazes of the Shadow Serpent tribe followed their figures, a mixture of reverence and unease in their eyes. The library was situated at the deepest part of the tribe. An ancient stone door slowly creaked open, dust dancing in the light. Mo Lin respectfully stepped aside, allowing Lu Yu to enter this dusty realm of knowledge alone. The bookshelves soared to the ceiling, densely packed with ancient texts exuding the aura of time. Lu Yu's fingertips lightly brushed the spines of the books, his divine sense spreading like silk threads, swiftly sifting through useful information. His attention settled on a rolled, yellowed beast hide. It recorded how a formidable figure named Tian Yuan emerged in ancient times and vanished just as mysteriously. Between the lines, it vaguely hinted that this powerhouse mastered a secret technique to split the soul. Lu Yu's fingertips tapped lightly on the page. It was time. He closed his eyes, and the modified seed within his body began to tremble slightly. The originally calm flow of life essence suddenly accelerated, surging into the seed like a burst dam. A silvery white light flickered around him, distorting the surrounding air. The ancient texts in the library rustled as if blown by an unfelt wind, pages flapping noisily. Mo Lin paced anxiously outside the door, but dared not barge in. Lu Yu deliberately released his suppression of the seed, allowing its devouring force to manifest without restraint. He could sense a hidden passage deep within the seed being activated and a faint wisp of consciousness peering in from a distant time and space. Heavenly origin true, Lord, have you finally noticed? He continued to amplify his energy output. The silvery white light grew increasingly intense, enveloping the entire library in a strange halo. The bookshelves began to shake and ancient texts fell to the floor. Now is the moment. Lu Yu's divine sense pierced into the seed's core like a sharp sword, precisely intercepting the information fragments contained within the foreign consciousness before it could fully descend. Countless images flashed through his mind amidst a vast sea of stars. A blurry figure slept, surrounded by dozens of glowing points, each representing a genius who had been implanted with the seed. A few of those points shone exceptionally brightly, having evidently matured to a considerable degree. The figure stirred slightly. Lu Yu immediately withdrew his focus, firmly sealing the intercepted information deep within his sea of consciousness. He maintained the illusion of energy output, secretly severing his true connection to the seed's core. The seed continued to devour energy frantically, but those energies had long been transformed and stored by the imprints he had planted. Outwardly, he appeared to be a perfect vessel on the verge of complete control. In the distant time and space, the sleeping figure seemed to have fully awakened. A powerful consciousness surged through the channel established by the seed, carrying scrutiny and greed. Lu Yu held his breath, immersing his entire mind in observing that consciousness. He could feel the entity meticulously probing every corner of the seed, checking the completeness of this vessel. Now is the moment. He deliberately caused a momentary disturbance in the silvery white light, as if unable to withstand such a powerful energy flow. This flaw was fleeting, but enough to catch the entity's attention. As expected, the consciousness immediately intensified its probing, attempting to connect more deeply with the seed's core. An almost imperceptible smile curled at the corner of Lu Yu's mouth. When the consciousness was fully immersed in its probe, he activated the trap he had long prepared. The modified seed suddenly reversed the energy flow, instead beginning to drain the power within that consciousness. An enraged roar echoed from the distant time and space. Lu Yu could feel the consciousness struggling frantically, trying to sever its connection with the seed. But he had already laid down layers of restrictions within the seed. Now these restrictions wrapped around the consciousness like spiderwebs, preventing it from escaping. The silvery white light in the library suddenly became blinding, the entire space trembling violently. Mo Lin finally pushed the door open, unable to resist, but was frozen in place by the sight before him. Lu Yu was surrounded by a radiant halo, the light flowing and rotating like a living entity. Within him, a silent battle raged fiercely. The consciousness of the heavenly origin true Lord furiously assaulted the restrictions, trying to regain control. But Lu Yu had calculated every possibility, the restrictions reconfigured and reinforced under the assault, tightening instead. As time passed, the consciousness struggle gradually weakened. Lu Yu could clearly sense that the entity's power was being slowly devoured and transformed by the seed. Just as he prepared to deliver the final blow, a sudden change occurred. The consciousness abruptly split itself, with the majority of its power actively severing the connection to the seed, leaving only a small part as a price. At the same time, Lu Yu felt several other glowing points become unusually active. The heavenly origin true Lord had actually sacrificed part of his soul to preserve his main body. And it seemed he intended to accelerate the cultivation progress of the other seeds. Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes, the silvery white light around him gradually subsiding. The library returned to calm, only the scattered ancient texts bearing witness to what had just happened. Senior, are you alright? Mo Lin asked cautiously. Lu Yu did not answer, only quietly sensing the changes within his body. The seed still rotated slowly, but now it contained a trace of power, not his own. It was the essence stripped from the consciousness of the heavenly origin, true Lord, now flowing docilely through his meridians. This game was far from over. Though the heavenly origin true Lord had suffered a loss, he had also made Lu Yu aware of the other seeds. Those geniuses implanted with seeds would likely soon become his enemies. Lu Yu walked to a stone window, gazing at the vast mountains outside. The afterglow of the setting sun fell upon him, casting a long shadow. The roles of hunter and prey were never fixed. The mountains outside the stone window gradually blurred in the twilight, resembling rice paper soaked in ink. Lu Yu unconsciously rubbed the rough stone texture of the window frame with his fingertips while a newly born power flowed quietly through his meridians like a stream. It carried the unique aura of the Tianyuan true master, yet it lay docilely around the seed. Suddenly, that power trembled without warning for an instant. Far away deep within the Tianyuan palace, a man meditating on a jade throne abruptly opened his eyes. The Fortinine eternal lamps in the hall flickered in unison, casting his shadow against the wall into a fragmented silhouette. Dare to refine my divine sense. The whisper resonated in the empty hall as the jade armrests beneath his palms cracked like a spider's web. He distinctly felt the moment when that fragment of his soul was completely devoured, as if someone had snuffed out the lamp he had placed in the world. What enraged him even more was the last sensation relayed back by that fragment of soul. His opponent not only did not collapse during the possession, but instead treated his divine sense as nourishment. For the first time in 1,000 years, someone had managed to reverse the devouring of his seed. He tapped his fingers on the armrest, causing the cracks to close in response. Moing. 3 figures quietly emerged from the shadows, all clad in dark night-like attire. They knelt on the ground, the sound of their clothing brushing against each other almost inaudible. To the southeast, 3,000 miles away. Investigate who has touched my seed. The leader of the black-clad figures raised his head, his eyes hollow and devoid of spirit beneath the mask. What if we encounter resistance? The Tianyuan true master condensed a wisp of ghostly light at his fingertips and flicked it into the other's forehead. Kill, without mercy. Bring the corpse back. The 3 figures dissipated into blue smoke and the hall returned to silence. The Tianyuan true master gazed towards the southeast, the corners of his lips curling into a cold arc. He was curious about what kind of ant dared to gnaw at the scales of a giant dragon. Lu Yu was bent over picking up scattered ancient texts when his movements suddenly halted. The air in the library became stagnant. It was not true stillness, but a deeper, more profound change. The flowing breeze, the floating dust, and even the motes of light dancing in the air all became heavy at that moment. The ink-scaled creature coiled on the beam tightened its scales involuntarily. Senior. Lu Yu slowly stood upright and gently placed the ancient texts back on the shelf. His motions remained calm, but his gaze had changed, like a lone wolf sensing the scent of a hunter on the snowfield. A guest has arrived. Before the words fell, 3 shadows pierced through the wall like phantoms, surrounding him in a triangular formation. They were shrouded in eerie shadows, their features indistinguishable save for the bone bells hanging from their waists that chimed softly in the wind. Dingling. At the sound of the bell, the 3 shadows struck simultaneously. No shouts, no killing intent, only 3 grayish winds of finger strikes cutting through the air. Wherever the finger winds passed, the bookshelves silently turned to ashes, leaving not a trace behind. Lu Yu lightly tapped his toes, his figure fluttering back like willow fluff. The finger winds brushed past the hem of his clothing, leaving 3 bottomless black holes on the stone wall behind him. He glanced down at the cuff that had been swept by the residual waves, the fabric dissolving rapidly. Annihilation finger. You truly hold me in high regard. The black shadows, missing their strike, immediately shifted formation. The 3 of them moved in overlapping rhythms, their figures continually merging and separating, as if the entire library had sunk into a viscous mire. The air began to distort, countless small black fissures flickering in and out of existence in the void. The ink-scaled creature let out a long howl, its body swelling up as it opened its mouth to spew forth scorching white flames. The flames collided with those fissures, getting torn apart and dissipating into nothingness. Don't move, Lu Yu gently admonished. This is the erosion void array, brute force won't break it. He closed his eyes, his divine sense sinking into his body. The seed was slowly rotating, with fine silver patterns emerging on its surface. When his divine sense touched those patterns, the surrounding spatial fluctuations suddenly became clear and discernible. So that's how it is. Lu Yu suddenly took a step forward. That step happened to land on a node of an impending fissure, causing the entire array to stall slightly. The shadow on the left let out a muffled grunt, their finger techniques nearly collapsing. He did not stop, taking 3 more steps. Each step landed precisely in the gaps of the array's operation, as if he were stepping on rocks in a rushing current. The shadow's formation began to become chaotic, They attempted to adjust, but found Lu Yu always a step ahead in intercepting the flow of spiritual energy. He had already seen through all the changes in this array. The leading shadow's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and the speed of his hand seals suddenly accelerated. The other two understood immediately, biting their tongues and spitting out essence blood. The blood mist merged into the array, causing those black fissures to suddenly expand, resembling gaping maws. Lu Yu finally moved. He did not retreat. Instead, he charged towards the largest fissure. At the moment of being engulfed, he pointed his fingers like a sword, lightly tapping a spot in the air. Buzz! All the fissures trembled simultaneously, then shattered like a mirror. The backlash of power surged back like a tide, and the three shadows were thrown back, crashing against the wall. Lu Yu stood in place, his garments billowing. He looked down at his fingertips, a wisp of silver light, slowly retracting. It seems the flavor is not bad. He revealed a meaningful smile. Just as he shattered the array, the seed had spontaneously operated, transforming and absorbing a portion of the array's power. Though faint, it allowed him to clearly feel the seed's thirst. The three shadows struggled to rise, dark red blood seeping from beneath their masks. They exchanged glances and simultaneously crushed the bone bells at their waists. Dingling, the piercing sound of the bell transformed into tangible sound waves, crashing in layers. Where the sound waves passed, even space began to wrinkle. This was a desperate technique, a final strike issued at the cost of their souls. Lu Yu finally frowned. Not because the attack was terrifying, but because he felt the seed display an unprecedented desire for this power. As if a starving wolf had caught the scent of blood, it stirred restlessly within him. He hesitated for a moment, then made a decision. No longer dodging or blocking, he opened his arms wide, allowing the sound waves to engulf him. "Senior!" the ink-scaled creature exclaimed in shock. The anticipated destruction did not come. Those terrifying sound waves, upon touching Lu Yu's body, converged like rivers returning to the sea, completely merging into him. The seed spun joyfully, its surface glowing brightly, completely devouring and transforming the invading power. The three shadows stood frozen in place, their eyes beneath the masks filled with disbelief. Their soul-burning ultimate strike had actually been eaten. Lu Yu slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, a flash of silver light flickering in his eyes. "Send a message back for me." He looked at the leading shadow. "Just say." The flavor was a bit bland. "Bring more next time." The shadow's pupils constricted, and before he could react, Lu Yu casually waved his hand. A gentle breeze swept by, and the three bodies crumbled like sand sculptures, dissipating into countless light particles. Only a broken bone bell fell to the ground with a clatter, rolling into the corner. Lu Yu bent down to pick up the bone bell, gently rubbing it in his palm. The bell's body was engraved with intricate runes which gradually dimmed under his touch. "It seems the hunt needs to begin early." He gazed towards the west, the direction of the Tianyuan Palace. The bone bell crumbled to dust in her palm, the intricate runes flickering like dying fireflies. The powder sifted through her fingers, scattering a thin layer of silver gray upon the blue stone. Mo Lin held her breath. She saw the senior lower his gaze to the ashes, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. It was not joy, but the knowing look of a hunter who has found his quarry's trail. "Clean this up," Lu Yu said, dusting off his sleeves as if brushing away a few specks of dirt. "The guest from the Tianyuan Hall should be arriving soon." As his words faded, the leaves of the parasol tree beyond the courtyard wall rustled without any wind. Amidst the rustling leaves, a figure clad in black appeared in the center of the courtyard. The newcomer wore a deep purple official robe embroidered with golden cloud patterns, a cyan jade token hanging at his waist. His face was pale and beardless, his brow bearing the authority of one long accustomed to high office. "I am the envoy of the Tianyuan Hall, Zhao Wuyo." His gaze swept across the empty courtyard, pausing for a moment on the fading traces of spiritual energy in the corner. "By order of the Hall Master, I have come to respectfully invite you to the hall for a discussion." Lu Yu stood with his hands behind his back, his robes fluttering gently in the rising wind. "And if I refuse?" Zhao Wuyong smiled faintly, a gilded imperial edict sliding from his sleeve. "Do you know what it means to reject the goodwill of the Tianyuan Hall?" As the edict unfurled, the air around them instantly solidified, as if an invisible mountain bore down upon them. "The Hall Master values talent and is willing to offer you the position of a guest elder. If you refuse." He paused, deliberately tapping the edict lightly with his finger. The bluestone slabs cracked inch by inch, the fissures spreading like a spiderweb to Lu Yu's feet. Mo Lin struggled to breathe, the oppressive pressure nearly making her collapse. But Lu Yu simply watched the crack stop at the tip of his shoe, as if admiring some amusing trick. "Guest elder." Lu Yu chuckled softly. "Is it my cultivation you desire, or the seed within me, eh?" Zhao Weiyang's expression shifted slightly before returning to normal. "You jest, sir. The Tianyuan Hall welcomes talents from all corners. How could we covet? 3 hours ago, the 3 mongrels you sent said the same thing." Lu Yu interrupted him, stepping forward to crush the cracks that reached his toes. Unfortunately, they were too noisy. I found them annoying, so I silenced them. Zhao Weiyang's pupils constricted sharply. He had indeed sensed the auras of 3 shadow guards vanish here, but he never expected the other to admit it so bluntly. What chilled him more was the tone in which this man spoke of the shadow guards as if he had merely swatted a few flies. It seems you are determined to be an enemy of the Tianyuan Hall. Zhao Wuyong slowly put away the edict, his spiritual energy beginning to circulate his sleeves, billowing without wind. If that is the case, do not blame me for being ruthless. He pressed his palms together, and 9 golden halos materialized behind him. Within each halo, an ancient seal rotated bearing the characters Suppress, Seal, Forbid, Bind, Lock, Trap, Crush, Awe, and Annihilate. As the 9-character mantra was invoked, time itself seemed to freeze in the entire courtyard. Even the falling parasol leaves hung suspended in midair. The 9 characters' soul-suppressing art. Mo Lin gasped in shock. This was one of the supreme secret techniques of the Tianyuan Hall, said to have once slain a mighty cultivator at the Void Return stage. A cold sneer curled on Zhao Weiyang's lips. He had cultivated this technique to its pinnacle. With all 9 characters unleashed, even a cultivator of the same rank would have their soul annihilated. Yet when he looked at Lu Yu, an inexplicable dread settled in his heart. The man still stood with his hands behind his back, not even the hem of his robe disturbed. More terrifying still, Zhao Wuyong felt his condensed spiritual energy draining away at an alarming rate, like rivers flowing into the ocean, not even stirring a ripple. Had your fun. Lu Yu finally lifted his gaze, silver light swirling in his eyes. My turn. He merely took a single step forward. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no world-annihilating power. Yet the 9 golden halos behind Zhao Wuyong shattered on cue like glass struck by a pebble. The ancient seals wailed and dissipated. The parasol leaves resumed their fall as if nothing had happened. Zhao Wuyong staggered backward, a coppery taste rising in his throat as blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He looked down in disbelief, finding that his nascent soul, which he had painstakingly cultivated for 300 years, was trembling faintly, as if confronted by something utterly terrifying. You? Who are you? He asked hoarsely, his voice dry. Lu Yu walked over to him, bent down, and picked up the fallen edict. The gilded silk turned to ash at his fingertips, scattering in a flurry. Go back and tell the Hall Master of the Tianyuan Hall. Lu Yu said, his voice soft, yet each word striking Zhao Weiyang's soul like a hammer. If he wants the seed, let him come for it himself. Sending mere cats and dogs. He paused, looking towards the western horizon, a deepening smile on his lips. Won't be enough to satisfy my hunger. Zhao Wuyong trembled all over. Under the gaze of those silver eyes, he felt like a fish on a chopping block, unable to even conceive of resistance. This was absolute crushing power, the helplessness of an ant facing the heavens. Get lost, Lu Yu said, waving his hand as if shooing away an annoying fly. Zhao Wuyong, as if granted a pardon, forced himself to his feet and fled without looking back, transforming into a streak of light. His speed was such that a single moment's delay would mean utter doom. Only then did Mo Lin dare to breathe deeply, her back drenched in cold sweat. She looked at the senior's silhouette and felt that his azure robe was heavier than any mountain. Lu Yu gazed in the direction Zhao Wuyong had vanished, his fingers tapping absently in the void. With each tap, a faint silver flash flickered like ripples on water, disappearing in an instant. Senior, did you let him go on purpose? Mo Lin asked cautiously. You need a messenger to fish, Lu Yu replied, withdrawing his gaze. The residual pressure in the courtyard dissipated instantly. Besides, he opened his palm, revealing a tiny golden rune that had somehow appeared there. It struggled and writhed in the silver light before dissipating into a wisp of smoke. The fish need to know how tempting the bait is. Thousands of miles away, Zhao Wuyong, who was racing through the clouds, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He discovered in terror that a corner of his hard-cultivated nascent soul was missing, as if something had bitten it off. And the whisper of that man in the azure robe echoed relentlessly in the depths of his soul. Tell the Hall Master to bring enough betrothal gifts next time. I am very hungry here. Mo Lin stood in the courtyard, watching the last wisp of green smoke vanish from Lu Yu's palm. The plume drifted westward as if drawn by some invisible force before dissolving into the twilight. Her throat suddenly felt parched. Lu Yu remained motionless, his azure robes gently stirring in the evening breeze. His gaze rested on his right hand, where a faint glow still lingered on his fingertips from the talisman he had just crushed. That light resembled neither spiritual energy nor any power she had ever witnessed. It seemed almost alive. Senior, she called softly. Lu Yu did not answer. His silver eyes gradually dimmed as if veiled by a thin mist. The air in the courtyard grew stagnant, and even the sound of the wind faded away. A tremor of dread seized Mo Lin, but felt as though the entire space was collapsing toward that azure-robed figure. Lu Yu slowly closed his eyes. Something within him was awakening. It was not spiritual energy, not true essence, nor anything describable by any known cultivation system. It was more like a long-dormant, ferocious beast finally awaiting the moment to break free from its cage. He could feel the extraterritorial laws flowing through his meridians. The sensation was like being scorched by ice and fire simultaneously, or having thousands of needles piercing every inch of his flesh. The pain was so vivid, yet it carried a strange sense of fulfillment. Lin retreated half a step. She saw Lu Yes' robes billowing without wind, his hair floating gently in the air. The stone slabs in the courtyard began to crack and silver light seeped from the fissures. Those rays slithered like living things converging at Lu Yes' feet. Stay back. Lu Yes' voice was soft, but carried an unyielding weight. Lin immediately retreated to the edge of the wall. Holding her breath, she watched as the silver light coiled around Lu Yes' body like vines. The first wave struck without warning. Lu Yes' body jolted violently. Silver light erupted from every acupoint on his body, solidifying into tangible chains in the air. Those chains were not made of ordinary metal. They were composed of countless dense runes, each spinning wildly and emitting a piercing shriek. The chains tightened inward. The sound of flesh being compressed was starkly clear in the silent courtyard. Cracks like cobwebs appeared on Lu Yes' skin, and silver light shone through the fissures, illuminating him like a figure crafted from glass. Lin covered her mouth, suppressing a cry. She saw Lu Yes' right hand disintegrate first. The 5 fingers dissolved into specks of silver light, scattering in the air. Then his arm, his shoulder blade, his chest. His entire upper body decomposed and reorganized amidst the silver radiance. Pain surged like a tidal wave. Lu gritted his teeth, a flash of crimson flickering in his silver eyes. The extraterritorial laws were tearing apart his original divine body. Every inch of flesh wailed, every bone shattered. This agony surpassed any torture, for it stemmed from the collapse of his very life essence. Yet he did not resist. Instead, he released all defenses, allowing that force to rampage within him. The second wave followed swiftly. This time it was the reshaping of his bones. Silver light coalesced into a new skeleton, its form no longer resembling that of a human. The spine extended into sharp bone spurs, the shoulder blades spread out like wings, and curved horns sprouted from the sides of the skull. The newborn bones radiated a cold sheen, their surfaces covered with naturally formed runes. Those runes shifted incessantly, each change causing the surrounding space to tremble. Lin felt the ground beneath her feet shake. Cracks appeared in the courtyard walls, and tiles from the eaves fell with a rustle. The entire small yard seemed on the verge of being ground to dust under the impact of the silver light. Lu now resembled a doll that had been shattered and then hastily pieced together. Silver light flowed over his body, attempting to mend the cracks, but new collapses kept occurring. His consciousness began to blur. Fragments of memory surged in his mind. The pursuit by the Lord of Tianyuan Hall, the desperate battle in the extraterritorial secret realm, the ecstasy of obtaining the law core, and things far more ancient, things he had nearly forgotten. A vast darkness. Something whispered in the darkness. It was not language, but a wave that acted directly upon the soul. It called, it tempted, it threatened. Lu Yes' silver eyes turned completely crimson. The third wave arrived. This time it was the tempering of his soul. Silver light invaded his consciousness, directly scattering his 3 souls and 7 spirits one by one, then reweaving them with the power of the extraterritorial laws. The sensation was like being cast into a furnace, then plunged into an icy abyss. Extreme heat and extreme cold alternated, his consciousness wavering between clarity and chaos. He saw a starry sky, not the sky of this world. The stars there were arranged in unfamiliar patterns, and the Milky Way flowed with silver blood. Vast shadows drifted through the cosmos, each movement causing space to tremble. Then he heard a song, ethereal, distant, carrying an inhuman rhythm. That song guided him, tempted him to abandon resistance and merge completely with the extraterritorial laws. No. Lu forced out a single word through clenched teeth. The silver light suddenly surged. All the stone slabs in the courtyard turned to powder. Lin was slammed against the wall by an invisible force. She barely looked up to see Lu Yes' figure twisting and deforming in the silver radiance. His back tore open, and silver wings of light burst forth. Those wings were entirely composed of runes, each feather a spinning curse seal. The moment the wings spread, the time and space of the entire courtyard froze. Lin found herself unable to move. It was not a binding force, but time itself had ceased to flow. She could see the falling dust suspended in midair, could see the trajectory of the silver light, but could not even blink. Only Lu was in motion. His new divine body was taking shape. Silver hair cascaded to his waist. His skin was so pale, it was almost translucent, and the veins beneath no longer carried blood, but liquid silver light. Those crimson eyes gradually settled, deepening into a profound dark silver. The strangest thing was his shadow. It no longer obeyed the laws of light, but writhed and morphed on the ground of its own accord. At times it took the shape of a multi-headed monster, then stretched out countless tentacles, and then contracted back into a perfect human silhouette. Time began to flow again. Mo Lin collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. The frozen moment from before filled her with dread. It was a power entirely beyond her comprehension. Lu Yu slowly descended. His wings of light folded, turning into 2 silver tattoos on his back. He looked down at his hands, and with a light flick of his finger, a crack split open in space. So that's it, he murmured to himself. The extraterritorial laws were never meant for cultivation. It was alive, a part of some supreme being. What they called absorption and fusion was merely becoming its new vessel. But this vessel of his seemed special. Lu Yu could sense that the extraterritorial laws were restless within him. It sought to fully control this body, but always hit a wall. Something in his origin resisted, devoured, and transformed those external forces. It was hunger, that insatiable hunger that had accompanied him since birth, which could never be filled. The silver light flowed through his meridians, assimilating everything in its path. But whenever it tried to invade the deepest recesses of his soul, it was torn apart and devoured by a more primal, more savage force. A smile curled at the corner of Lu Yu's lips. He understood. He was not merging with the extraterritorial laws, he was feeding. Mo Lin cautiously approached. The current Lu Yu exuded an extremely dangerous aura, like a slumbering beast that might attack at any moment. Senior, did you succeed? Lu Yu turned his head to look at her. Those dark silver eyes were fathomless. Mo Lin saw no emotion in them, only a void. Succeed. He repeated the word softly, as if hearing an amusing joke. This is only the beginning. He raised his hand palm, facing upward. Silver light gathered in his hand, forming a constantly spinning black hole. It was only the size of a fingernail, yet it emitted a chilling suction force. The rubble, fallen leaves, and even the light in the courtyard were drawn toward it. Mo Lin felt her own spiritual energy stirring, as if it might leave her body at any moment and be devoured by that tiny black hole. The extraterritorial laws are indeed powerful, Lu Yu said, closing his palm and making the black hole vanish. But in the end, they are external things. He paused, a dark glint flashing in his silver eyes. And I only believe in what I put into my stomach. Tens of thousands of miles away in the Tianyuan Hall, a soul lamp suddenly extinguished. The disciple guarding the lamps panicked and ran to report, but failed to notice an extremely fine silver thread silently drifting out from the extinguished lamp and vanishing into the void. Lu Yu seemed to sense something as he looked up at the sky. He licked his lips as if tasting something delicious. Who will be next? Mo Lin stood still, her fingertips turning cold. She watched Lu Yu standing in the center of the courtyard, moonlight falling upon his shoulders, yet seemingly devoured by some invisible force, leaving even light and shadow unable to linger intact. Lu Yu closed his eyes, feeling the power flowing within him. Silver light coursed through his meridians, no longer surging recklessly as before, but meekly converging into the depths of his dantian. There, instead of an ordinary cultivator's golden core or nascent soul, was a slowly rotating vortex, pitch black as ink, yet occasionally flickering with fine silver glimmers. With each rotation, barely perceptible cracks in the void emerged and vanished at the vortex's edge. He opened his eyes, the dark silver pupils reflecting no scenery within. Mo Lin instinctively retreated half a step, her fingers unconsciously pressing on her sword hilt. You are afraid, Lu Yu said softly, yet his voice reached her ears with perfect clarity. Mo Lin's fingertips trembled slightly. She was indeed afraid, of fear stemming from instinct, like a rabbit encountering a venomous snake or an antelope catching the scent of a lion pride. The person before her was no longer the senior who had needed her protection, but something more ancient and perilous. Lu Yu took a step forward. Without a whisper of wind or a ripple of spiritual energy, he abruptly appeared before Mo Lin, so close that she could see her own reflection in his pupils. Don't be afraid, he said, reaching out his fingertips about to touch her cheek. I won't hurt you. Mo Lin stood frozen, her breath caught in her throat. She could feel that if Lu Yu wished, even the breath she exhaled would be devoured by him. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact, Lu Yu's hand suddenly veered, grasping lightly at the void to his left. It seems we have a guest. The void was torn open by his bare hands. An elderly man in a cyan robe stumbled out from the rift, his face filled with shock. Impossible. This is the void concealment art of the Tianyuan Hall. How could you? The old man's words halted abruptly. He looked down at his chest, where a fist-sized hollow had appeared without his notice. There was no blood, no wound, as if that part of his body had never existed. Not bad taste, Lu Yu said, withdrawing his hand, a wisp of smoke lingering around his fingertips. Stronger than the last one. As the old man fell, disbelief still lingered in his eyes. His body turned to ash before hitting the ground, scattered by the night breeze. Mo Lin finally understood why that soul lamp had extinguished earlier. Lu Yu turned to look at her. Now do you understand? A hint of emotion finally appeared in his silver eyes, the focused gaze of a hunter sizing up its prey. Mo Lin forced herself to release the sword hilt and took a deep breath. Senior, what exactly are you? Me, Lu Yu chuckled softly. I'm just a hungry man. He raised his hand, and the tiny black hole appeared in his palm again. But this time it was no longer an unstable mass of energy, it was as solid as black jade, with silver patterns flowing across its surface. Watch closely. This is the true law of the outer realm. The black hole slowly ascended, hovering above the courtyard. Moonlight warped, starlight bent, and even space itself collapsed toward that tiny black point. The ancient trees in the yard began to tilt, roof tiles clattered, and everything slid toward the black hole. Lin felt her sleeves flutter and her long hair pulled by an invisible force. But she stood her ground, staring unblinkingly at the black hole. It grew, from the size of a fingernail to a fist to a millstone. Star-like points of light began to emerge on its black surface, slowly rotating to form an ancient pattern. Lu Yu stood beneath the black hole, his silver hair stirring without wind. His figure blurred in the distorted space, only his silver eyes remained bright. This is the core of the void, his voice rang out with unusual clarity in the trembling space. All laws return to emptiness, all things return to silence. From now on I am the void, and the void is me. The black hole suddenly ceased its expansion and began to contract inward. With each contraction the pressure it emitted grew stronger. When it shrank back to the size of a fist, the entire courtyard had returned to calm, but Lin could sense that something fundamental had changed. The black hole in Lu Yu's hand was no longer unstable energy, but a complete self-contained miniature world. He held it gently like a black pearl. Go! The black hole rose from his palm and sank into his brow. On his forehead a black mark slowly emerged, shaped exactly like a miniature black hole. At that moment the clear sky suddenly darkened. It was not clouds obscuring the sun, but the entire sky turning a deep purple. Stars appeared in broad daylight, flickering with eerie light. Across the origin continent, slumbering ancient beings opened their eyes one after another. Someone has touched that realm. A new true god is born. This aura, it's the power of the void. Lu Yu felt the power surging within him. The law of the outer realm had become a part of him, no longer an external invader, but an extension of his very essence. That eternal hunger was finally appeased for a moment. He looked into the distance, his gaze piercing through layers of void, landing on those awakened existences. From this day forth, I am the void, true god. The words were soft, yet they spread clearly across the entire origin continent. Every cultivator, regardless of their cultivation level, heard this proclamation in that moment. Lin knelt not out of fear, but from an instinctive reverence. She watched Lu Yu's silhouette, which seemed to have merged with the entire void, both existing and not existing. Lu Yu made a gesture to raise her, and a gentle force lifted her up. No need to kneel to me. A hint of human warmth flickered in his silver eyes. Take me to see this world. He took a step forward, and the void parted before him, forming a path paved with starlight. Lin followed behind him, feeling the completely unfamiliar fluctuations of laws around her. These were the laws belonging to the void, true god. Just as they were about to step into the void passage, a beam of golden light shot toward them from the horizon. Within the golden light, a majestic voice rang out. Sir, you have unlawfully seized the law of the outer realm, disrupting the order of heaven and earth. What crime do you plead? Lu Yu did not even turn around. He merely raised his hand slightly, and that beam of golden light enough to destroy a city froze in the void, shattered, and finally dissipated into specks of light. An ant dares to interrogate me. His voice was calm, yet it caused that existence thousands of miles away to grunt, clearly sustaining significant injury. Lin finally understood completely. From this day forward, the landscape of the origin continent would be forever changed. A new true god had been born. And this true god fed on the void. The road, paved with starlight, extended beneath his feet, each step leaving behind faint silver ripples. Lu Yu could sense the microcosmic sea within him undergoing violent changes, countless stars rearranging in the void, the cycle of birth and destruction accelerating 1,000-fold. Lin followed him 3 steps behind, instinctively lightening her breath. She could feel the tremors of the surrounding laws, as if the entire void rejoiced for this newly awakened true god. Stop! Lu Yu suddenly came to a halt. He raised his right hand palm, facing upwards, and slowly opened it. A glimmer of light appeared in his palm, swiftly expanding into a swirling nebula. Lin held her breath as she witnessed countless stars evolving at an incredible speed within that microcosmic sea. Stars burned out, black holes swallowed everything, and new nebulae emerged from the chaos. This is, she murmured. Lu Yu did not respond. The changes of the universe in his palm were reflected deep within his silver eyes. The laws from beyond the realm were merging completely with his essence. Those once incomprehensible high-dimensional structures now felt as natural as breathing. At the center of the microcosmic sea, a singularity began to vibrate violently. It was neither matter nor energy, but rather some existence that transcended current understanding. Lu Yu could feel that this singularity was drawing from some essence within the void. an underlying rule so fundamental that even true gods could scarcely touch it. The moment the singularity exploded was silent, yet it made Lynn's soul shudder. She saw a brand new dimension being born within that microcosmic sea. Stars operated within it in ways that defied common sense. Time lost its meaning there, and the laws of causality were completely rewritten. Transcendence. Luyu murmured softly. The microcosmic sea in his palm suddenly shrank into an infinitely small point, then rapidly expanded again. This time it was no longer confined to his palm, but encompassed the surrounding void. Lynn gasped. She saw the starlight road beneath her feet being assimilated by that microcosmic sea, the surrounding void's energy pouring into it like a tide. This was not devouring, but rather a higher level of fusion. Luyu closed his eyes, feeling a new perspective brought about by this metamorphosis. He could see the primal structure of the universe, those interwoven lines of law now appearing to him like a transparent spider web. As long as he wished, he could reach out and rewrite it at any moment. Yet this was still not enough. With a slight thought, the microcosmic sea underwent another change. Countless parallel timelines were born and extinguished within it, each evolving a completely different system of laws. Some timelines had gravity as a repulsive force, others reversed time, and some even lacked the concept of matter. Great true God. Lynn's voice trembled. The surrounding void is lamenting. Indeed, the void of the origin continent was emitting subtle tremors. This was not fear, but a deeper resonance. Luyu could feel the very essence of the primal universe responding to his microcosmic sea. He gently clenched his fist, and the microcosmic sea in his palm suddenly brightened. An invisible wave radiated outward from him, subtly altering the structure of the void. Those once fixed lines of law began to sprout new branches. Far across countless light years, several ancient beings simultaneously opened their eyes. The essence is shaking. A new transcender has been born. Not an ordinary true God. He is rewriting the foundational rules. Luyu could not hear these whispers, but he felt the distant gazes upon him. Those eyes bore surprise, vigilance, and a hint of undetectable expectation. He looked down at the universe in his palm. At this moment, the microcosmic sea had completed its final transformation. It was no longer a simple inner universe, but had become an independent existence transcending the essence of the primal universe. The laws within were entirely defined by him, and the energy cycle formed its own system. Most remarkably, it still maintained some connection with the primal universe. Like the root system of a tree, it grew independently, while deeply rooting itself in the soil. Isn't it fascinating? Luyu suddenly spoke, his silver eyes turning to Lynn. When you can redefine the concept of existence, the world will become exceptionally soft. He extended his finger and lightly traced the void. A crack appeared in response. On the other side of the crack was neither darkness nor another dimension, but an indescribable non-existence. It was a realm that even the void could not touch, an absolute void. Lynn felt a wave of dizziness. Just glimpsing that crack caused her understanding of the world to begin to collapse. Yet Luyu seemed to have anticipated this reaction. He closed his fingers, and the crack instantly vanished. It still needs time to adapt. His tone was calm, for you and for me as well. The microcosmic sea in his palm slowly retracted into his body. Luyu could feel it now, like an unceasing engine continuously drawing energy from the void, transforming it into brand new laws. This transformation was not plunder, but a form of sublimation. The void that had been drawn upon was not weakened, but rather became more enriched. Like a carefully pruned garden, though its form had changed, it radiated new vitality. He looked up into the depths of the void where those awakened beings continued to gaze at him. But this time there was something else in his gaze. It was neither a challenge nor a threat, but a calm declaration. Lynn suddenly understood that from this moment on, the landscape of the origin continent would not only change, but even the most fundamental operational rules of this world could be completely rewritten. And all of this was merely the beginning. Luyu took a step forward. The starlight road beneath his feet extended automatically. This time it was no longer just a passage connecting 2 points, but had become a manifestation of some law. With each step he took, new rules took root and sprouted in the void. Let's go, his voice dispersed in the starlight. Let us see this newly refreshed world. Lynn took a deep breath and followed in his footsteps. She could feel that with each step she took, her cultivation was undergoing subtle changes. It was not about becoming stronger, but rather becoming more attuned to this changing world. The void closed behind them, leaving behind a trace of eternal transformation. The star-paved road stretched beneath their feet, each step leaving faint ripples of law. Luyu walked slowly, as if attuned to the every subtle tremor of this void. Lynn followed half a step behind, able to hear the sound of her own blood flowing with unprecedented clarity, a sound purer than before, as if resonating with a grander rhythm. Deep within the void a light flared without warning. It was neither starlight nor any known form of energy. Like a drop of ink falling into clear water, it spread rapidly, dyeing the surrounding void into a pristine white. At the center of the whiteness, a human silhouette slowly coalesced. Lin felt her breath catch. It was not pressure, but something more fundamental that rejected this entity's arrival. Her cultivation instinctively contracted, as if encountering a natural predator. Seventh avatar under the celestial origin, true lord. The white figure spoke, its voice devoid of emotion, yet causing the starry road to tremble faintly. Lu Yu halted, his gaze calm as he regarded the being. He could sense that the laws carried by this avatar were utterly incompatible with this void, like forcing a square peg into a round hole each moment of its existence, disrupting the fragile equilibrium just established. You should not have come, Lu Yu said. The avatar raised its right hand palm up. A white lotus bloomed within each petal, composed of densely packed runes. By the true lord's command, eliminate the anomaly. The lotus rose spinning, and where it passed, the starry road laid by Lu Yu began to fade. Not destroyed, but overwritten, like writing new ink over old on white paper. Lin felt a pang of unease. She saw the nascent laws being forcibly rewritten, like seedlings crushed under a boulder, struggling to breathe, surviving only in the cracks. Lu Yu did not move. He watched the white lotus with the expression of a scholar studying a fascinating subject. An exquisite construction of laws, he murmured. But a pity, too perfect. He extended his index finger and gently tapped the void. No light, no sound, yet the white lotus suddenly froze in midair. The runes composing its petals began to falter, rustling like pages stirred by the wind. The avatar's white silhouette flickered for the first time. What are you doing? It asked, a hint of human emotion, confusion, finally coloring its voice. Let me teach you something, Lu Yu replied. His finger continued to trace invisible strings in the void. A structure too perfect is in fact the most fragile. The white lotus began to disintegrate, not shattering, but deconstructing. The connections between runes were precisely severed. Each component remained intact, yet lost its meaning as a whole. The avatar retreated half a step. This simple action caused cracks to appear in the white domain. Impossible, it said. This law structure was personally designed by the true lord. It cannot be unraveled. Lu Yu smiled. It was a faint smile, yet it reminded Lin of melting snow in early spring, clear and cold. Your true lord's design is based on the rules of this universe, he said. And I am creating new rules. He took a step forward. The completely dismantled white lotus suddenly recombined, not returning to its original form, but transforming into countless specks of light that merged into the starry road. The faded road reignited, more brilliant than before. The avatar's white silhouette fluctuated violently. It raised its hands, and countless white chains shot forth from the void, each link engraved with suppression runes. These were the celestial origin true lord's famed spirit-binding chains, said to drain all power from even an immortal god they ensnared. The moment before the chains touched Lu Yu, they all halted in midair. Not blocked, but forgetting how to advance. Lu Yu gazed at the chains, his eyes gentle, as if watching lost children. A fascinating design, he said, using causal relationships between laws to construct a binding. But he blew a soft breath. The chains began to reverse, not along their path of arrival, but backward along the axis of time. They regressed from their mature form to primal runes, then from runes to pure energy, and finally dissipated completely into the void. What if even causality itself is rewritten? The avatar's white outline grew translucent. It looked down at its hands, a semblance of thought appearing for the first time. What are you? It asked. Lu Yu did not answer. He raised his right hand palm up, the same gesture as the avatar's earlier. But in his palm appeared not a white lotus, but a miniature nebula. Within it, countless laws interwove like threads, weaving a constantly evolving model of the cosmos. Tell your original body, Lu Yu said, that this world has no need for a true lord. He closed his hand. The moment the nebula vanished, the avatar's white silhouette completely disintegrated. No explosion, no light. It disappeared as if it had never existed. Lin exhaled deeply, realizing she had been holding her breath. She stared at Lu Yu's back, suddenly grasping the significance of what had just transpired. An avatar of the celestial origin true lord, one of the most powerful beings in the origin continent, had been utterly helpless before this man. No more precisely, it had been stripped of even the right to exist. Lu Yu turned, his gaze falling on Lin. Afraid? He asked. Lin thought for a moment, then gently shook her head. No, it's just unreal. It will become real soon enough, Lu Yu said. He looked into the depths of the void, where something seemed to be awakening. That avatar was just the beginning. The celestial origin true lord's original body must have already sensed what happened here. He raised his hand, his fingertip tracing a line across the void. A thin crack appeared, and on the other side were countless open eyes, the awakened beings watching. They are waiting, Lu Yu said. Waiting for a signal. What signal? A proof. Lu Yu replied, his fingertip lightly touching the crack, which healed instantly. Proof that I am worthy to redefine the rules of this world. Mo Lin suddenly understood that the confrontation with the Avatar had been more than a battle. It was a performance stage for all the awakened entities to witness. The starry road continued to extend, and this time its end was no longer a void. Dimly visible, a colossal gate was slowly taking shape. The door was engraved with ancient runes, each one breathing, as if possessing its own life. Lu Yu walked toward the gate. His steps were light, but each one made the gate clearer. Mo Lin followed, feeling her cultivation operating in a new way. Not growing stronger, but becoming more fitting, like a key finally finding its correct lock. She glanced back. Where the Avatar had vanished, a small white flower now bloomed. On its petals lingered the residual law aura of the celestial origin true lord, but it had become gentle and serene, becoming part of this newborn void. Will he come? She asked. The celestial origin true lord's original body. Lu Yu did not turn, his voice drifting on the wind. He has no choice. The runes on the portal pulsed like a living breath, each flicker causing the void to tremble. Lu Yu halted 3 feet before the door, his robes stirring without a breeze. Watch closely, he said to Mo Lin. This is how rules are rewritten. He reached out to press against the door. Just as his fingertips were about to touch, the entire portal suddenly froze. The runes ceased their breathing, shifting to a piercing crimson. The void began to collapse, not shattering, but vanishing like pencil marks erased from paper. Mo Lin felt the ground beneath her feet dissolve. The once solid starlight path was disintegrating into fundamental particles. She instinctively channeled her cultivation, only to find even her spiritual energy fleeing this region. Step back 3 paces. Lu Yu's voice remained calm. Mo Lin obeyed. The moment her third step landed, a transparent barrier materialized before her. The collapsing void crashed against the barrier, sending ripples cascading outward. Kin, Lu Yu said to the empty space ahead. Are you too afraid to show your true form? A sigh echoed from the void. The voice was neither old nor young, yet carried an eternal, unyielding majesty. An insignificant ant dares to demand an audience with my true self. Before the words faded, cracks suddenly appeared in the barrier before Mo Lin. She saw the void's collapse accelerate tenfold, countless stars extinguished in an instant. This was not destruction, but utter erasure, as if they had never existed. Lu Yu smiled. He took a single step forward. That simple step halted the collapse. Not through force, but as if time itself were rewinding. Stars reignited, the void mended, and even the runes on the portal resumed their rhythmic breath. Your rules do not apply here, Lu Yu declared. He raised his hand, fingers spread. At his fingertips flowed a radiance Mo Lin had never seen. Not spiritual energy, not laws, but something far more primal. For the first time, Lord Tianyuan fell silent. Mo Lin sensed something converging from all directions. Not energy, not matter, but a concept. Like moths drawn to a flame, they surged toward Lu Yu's fingertips, coalescing into a shifting, formless light. Power from beyond the realms. Tianyuan's voice finally trembled. You have stolen the power of the outer realms. The orb of light at Lu Yu's fingertips suddenly burst. There was no sound, no shockwave, but Mo Lin saw the entire void begin to fade. The profound darkness turned ashen, the starlight dimmed, and even the portal grew translucent. Not stolen, Lu Yu said. It is an invitation. As his words fell, the faded void regained its color, but not as it was before. The stars rearranged into an entirely new pattern. The void rippled with alien waves, and the very air carried a foreign scent. This is... Mo Lin held her breath. Behind Lu Yu, she saw reflections of countless worlds. Some brimmed with life, others were desolate and dead, and some defied all logic. Rivers flowing backward, oceans of flame, stones that spoke. Each world was seeping its own rules into this void. Lord Tianyuan finally revealed himself. He did not approach from any direction, but simply emerged from the void, like a pattern that had always been painted there, now seen for the first time. Clad in a plain white robe, his features were indistinct save for his eyes, terrifyingly clear. Within those eyes there were no pupils, only endlessly spinning galaxies. Do you believe these chaotic rules can defy the order of the Tianyuan world? Lord Tianyuan raised his hand, palm upturned. In his palm appeared a sphere of light. So pure, so perfect that a single glance made Mo Lin dizzy. It was not power, but the embodiment of correctness itself. As if all things in existence should be measured against it. Lu Yu, however, laughed. Order. He shook his head gently. You call this order? He pointed at the sphere. The sphere twisted, its surface erupting in countless fine cracks. Through the cracks, Mo Lin witnessed a suffocating sight. Within the sphere were countless souls compressed to their limits, wailing endlessly, fueling the sphere's operation. An order forged from the agony of billions of lives. Lu Yu's voice turned cold. It's time for it to end. Lord Tianyuan's fury finally ignited. He waved his hand, and the sphere exploded. Countless beams of light like swords shot toward Lu Yu, each bearing the power to erase existence. Lu Yu neither dodged nor avoided. He made a simple gesture. He snapped his fingers. The incoming light froze midair. Then they began to change direction not by reflection, but like tamed beasts docilely orbiting around Lu Yu. Impossible. Lord Tianyuan lost his composure for the first time. How can you manipulate the Tianyuan laws? Lu Yu did not answer. He simply gave a gentle push, and the tamed light drifted slowly toward Lord Tianyuan. Though slow, the light carried an irresistible inevitability. Lord Tianyuan retreated hastily, tracing countless runes before him. Each rune could suppress an entire world, yet now shattered like fragile glass before the light. Your problem, Lu Yu finally spoke, is that you trust your own rules too much. He walked forward. With each step, a white flower bloomed in the void, identical to the one that had appeared where his clone vanished. Lord Tianyuan suddenly halted his retreat. He realized these flowers were altering the environment, not through force, but by making the void itself accept the change. As naturally as a drop of water merging into the ocean. Laws of the Outer Realms. Lord Tianyuan's voice was laced with disbelief. You have made the laws of the Outer Realms accepted by this world. Lu Yu was now standing 3 feet before him. A distance trivial for mortals, but for two supreme beings, it was almost face-to-face. Not acceptance, Lu Yu said. It is a return. He reached out and gently placed his hand on Lord Tianyuan's chest. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no dazzling radiance. Lord Tianyuan merely swayed, then began to grow transparent. They'll take this avatar, Lu Yu said. Lord Tianyuan looked down at his fading body and suddenly laughed. Interesting, he said. Then he'll play along. With those final words, he vanished completely. In his place remained a slowly blooming white flower, its petals imbued with the aura of Tianyuan's laws, now as docile as a lamb. Lin could finally move. She had been suppressed by an invisible force, barely able to breathe. Is it over? She asked. Lu Yu bent down, picked the white flower, and gently tucked it into Lin's hair. It has only just begun, he said. From the depths of the void came the sound of chains breaking. The sound of chains breaking echoed in the void like the beginning of an ancient song. Lu Yu stood still, his gaze fixed on the white flower nestled in Lin's hair. The aura of Tianyuan still flowed around the petals, no longer carrying hostility, but rather seeming to have found a home, gentle and obedient. It has just begun. Lin softly repeated his words, her fingertips unconsciously brushing over the petals. Lu Yu did not respond. He extended his hand, palm facing up. The white flower suddenly flew from Lin's hair, hovering 3 inches above his palm, slowly spinning. The petals began to peel away, transforming into fine specks of light. These specks did not dissipate. Instead, they coalesced into intricate patterns, moving like living creatures in his palm. Lin held her breath. She could feel the power contained within those patterns. This was the essence of the Tianyuan true Lord's avatar, the core principles that constituted this avatar. At this moment, they were under Lu Yu's control, gradually being peeled away and analyzed. Are you going to absorb it? She couldn't help but ask. Lu Yu's fingertips gently traced the patterns. The patterns immediately became lively, like a swarm of awakened snakes trying to break free from their bindings. Yet no matter how they struggled, they could not escape the confines of his palm. Not absorption, he said, but restitution. Suddenly the patterns erupted with blinding light, shaking the entire void. The essence of Tianyuan resisted, instinctively rejecting the fate of being analyzed. A sobbing echo resonated from deep within the void, a lament of the laws being forcibly rewritten. Lu Yu's eyes reflected the wandering patterns of light. Deep within his pupils, it seemed that similar patterns were quietly emerging, resonating with the Tianyuan essence in his palm. Lin felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She saw Lu Yu's figure becoming blurred in the light, as if he were merging with the wandering patterns. This was not a simple absorption of power, but a deeper fusion, like 2 rivers of the same source finally converging after a long separation. The laws beyond the realm. She murmured, finally understanding the meaning behind Lu Yu's words. The white flowers continued to bloom in the void. They swayed silently, the patterns on the petals resembling those in Lu Yu's palm. The entire void seemed to transform into a vast net, with the Tianyuan essence struggling as the prey caught within. Lu Yu closed his palm. All the light instantly converged, the wandering patterns compressed by an invisible force into a droplet of crystal-clear liquid suspended in his palm. The liquid contained a heart-stopping power, yet was as tranquil as morning dew. He raised his hand, pressing the droplet against his forehead. At the moment of contact, an anomaly occurred. The droplet suddenly boiled, transforming into countless tiny spikes attempting to pierce his skin. The essence of Tianyuan was making its final resistance, preferring self-destruction over assimilation. A slight smile appeared on Lu Yu's lips. His body began to emit a gentle white light, resonating with the glow of the surrounding white flowers. The spikes that tried to resist melted away upon contact with the white light, like ice and snow meeting the sun. Lin saw his figure becoming transparent in the radiance. This was not a display of weakness, but a purer state, like he was transforming from entity to concept. The droplet finally merged into his forehead. The void fell silent for a moment. Then all the white flowers simultaneously burst forth with an unprecedented brilliance. The patterns on the petals came to life, flowing and reorganizing like living beings. The structure of the entire void began to undergo subtle changes, the originally stable laws starting to loosen before coalescing anew in another form. Lu Yu opened his eyes. His pupils were gone, replaced by constantly flowing laws of patterns. Those patterns contained both his original power and the characteristics of the Tianyuan essence. He gently raised his hand. The void shattered in response. It was not a destructive break, but rather a shattering like glass, revealing a deeper reality behind. The shards did not fall. They floated in the air, each reflecting a different scene. Some shards displayed the rise and fall of myriad worlds, while others mirrored the flow of the laws. In some shards, the furious visage of the Tianyuan true lord could be faintly seen. He knows now, Mo Lin said softly. Lu Yu paid no heed to the scenes within the shards. His attention was entirely focused on his palm. The patterns in his palm were slowly changing the power of the Tianyuan essence, perfectly merging with his original strength. The changes brought about by this fusion far exceeded imagination. He could feel his control over the void reaching a new level. No need to wield power. With just a thought, the surrounding void would naturally align with his will. This was not a forced alteration of the rules, but rather allowing the rules to willingly serve him. A shard floated before him. Reflected within it was the Tianyuan true lord himself, his eyes burning with flames of wrath. You will pay the price for this, came the voice of the Tianyuan true lord from the shard, carrying a heart-stopping pressure despite the countless realms separating them. Lu Yu extended his finger and gently tapped the shard. The shard shattered in response, transforming into specks of starlight that dispersed. The Tianyuan true lord's voice abruptly ceased. Price. Lu Yu finally spoke, his voice frighteningly calm. Do you still not understand? He looked around. All the shards in the void began to tremble, then shattered one after another. With each shard that broke, the patterns in his eyes grew brighter. Mo Lin felt a wave of unease wash over her. She could sense Lu Yu's aura steadily rising, but this elevation was not merely a simple increase in power, it was a fundamental transformation. Like a caterpillar breaking free from its cocoon, shedding its old form to gain a new mode of existence. At the moment the last shard shattered, the patterns in Lu Yu's eyes reached their brightest. Then all the light suddenly converged and his eyes returned to normal. But Mo Lin knew he was completely different now. Lu Yu took a step forward. With such a simple step, the entire void shifted in response. It was not he who moved within the void, rather the void shifted in accordance with his footsteps. He raised his hand, and a white flower appeared in his palm. This flower was unlike any of the previous ones. Its petals flowed with two utterly different laws, yet they perfectly merged together. The Tianyuan essence. He whispered, so that's how it is. The flower spun in his palm, and with each rotation an invisible ripple spread outward. Wherever the ripple passed, the structure of the void underwent subtle changes. Mo Lin suddenly understood something. You didn't just absorb his power, she said in disbelief. You also unraveled the essence of the Tianyuan laws. Lu Yu did not respond directly. The white flower in his hands suddenly transformed into flowing light, flying back to Mo Lin's hair. This time, Mo Lin felt the power contained within the flower far surpassed before. This was not a simple gift of power, but a deeper connection. Through this flower, she could vaguely sense Lu Yu's current state. It was a form of existence that surpassed her understanding. It's time to go, Lu Yu said. He extended his hand, and the void parted to create a path before him. It was not a forcibly torn spatial passage, but the void willingly making way for him. Mo Lin followed behind him, unable to resist glancing back. The void, once filled with white flowers, was slowly dissipating, like morning mist fading under the sunlight. The flowers wilted one after another. Where the petals fell, the void returned to its most primordial state. It was like a natural fading after fulfilling its mission. When she turned back, she found Lu Yu looking at her. His gaze had returned to its usual demeanor, but deep down there still lay something indescribable. Where are we going next? She asked. Lu Yu's gaze was fixed on the end of the path. There lay not any known world, but a region of chaotic uncertainty. To seek answers, he said. The path slowly closed behind them. The last trace of the Tianyuan essence completely dissipated as if it had never existed. Only the white flower in Mo Lin's hair proved that what had just occurred was not an illusion. The petals trembled gently, as if narrating a story that was just beginning. The halo at the end of the passage gradually dissipated, and Mo Lin's toes touched the solid ground. The air was thick with the mingled scent of ancient dust and decaying spiritual energy. She looked up and saw a barren plain before her, with broken stone pillars towering in the distance, their surfaces engraved with runes eroded by the passage of time. This is... Lu Yu stood by her side, his gaze calmly sweeping across the land. He did not deliberately release his aura, yet the weeds beneath his feet instinctively shrank away from his steps. The former trial ground, he said softly. Now nothing but ruins. The white flower in Mo Lin's hair trembled slightly. Through that faint connection, she sensed the power flowing within Lu Yu resonating with this land. It was not devouring nor conquest, but a more ancient dialogue. At that very moment, tens of thousands of miles away at the center of the origin continent, within a crystal palace suspended amid the clouds, dozens of precious mirrors reflecting various realms trembled simultaneously. Unusual activity in the northeast. An observer in a star-patterned robe strode swiftly into the hall holding a bronze compass that spun incessantly. The compass needle shook violently before finally fixing on a direction that had never before illuminated. Several elders meditating with closed eyes in the hall opened their eyes at once. It's the direction of the ancient trial ground, the white-bearded elder said with a slight frown. How could that dead land suddenly awaken? Another precious mirror lit up in time, revealing the wasteland where Lu Yu and his companion stood. Though the image was blurry, it clearly showed the spiritual energy around them undergoing a wondrous transformation. Withered grass and trees sprouted new shoots, and on the surface of the broken stone pillars the long-dimmed runes faintly glimmered. It's not awakening, a female elder said slowly, rising her fingertip lightly touching the mirror. It's reconstruction. No sooner had she spoken than the scene in the mirror rippled violently. Above the once peaceful wasteland, countless fine silver threads materialized out of thin air, weaving into a colossal net covering heaven and earth. Each thread pulsed with a law fluctuation that stirred the soul. The heavenly origin laws have been rewritten, the white-bearded elder said, his breath slightly quickening. Who possesses such ability? Meanwhile, deep within a volcano in the eastern domain of the origin continent, in a palace where lava boiled, a red-haired man abruptly rose from his throne. The flames swirling around him instantly surged, casting the entire palace in a crimson glow. A new void fluctuation. He gazed toward the northwest, a flicker of gravity in his eyes, stronger than the last. In the western domain, beneath the endless sea of sand, an ancient consciousness, slumbering for a millennium, was awakened. The grains of sand began to flow in a regular pattern, forming a giant face. At the position of the face's eyes, two clusters of golden sand slowly rotated, as if gazing at something. A true god-level existence has been born, a low murmur echoed through the sand sea. From the void. Deep in the southern domain's forests, a group of elves draped in vines raised their heads in unison. The sacred tree they had guarded for generations rustled without wind, its leaves emitting a pleasant clatter. The aged elven elder pressed his hand against the trunk and listened with closed eyes. The sacred tree rejoices, he murmured, and fears. On the northern ice plains within a castle built entirely of ice, a mirror of crystallized frost reflected the image of the wasteland. A woman in an ice-blue gown silently watched Lu Yu in the mirror. Her fingertip traced a light path across its surface, trailing a string of fine ice crystals. Finally, here are you. Her voice was very soft, yet it dropped the temperature of the entire castle another degree. At that moment, Lu Yu on the wasteland seemed to sense something. He lifted his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through layers of space to meet the eyes watching him from afar. Mo Lin felt the white flower in her hair suddenly grow scorching hot. She saw a silver pattern flicker in the depths of Lu Yu's pupils. They've noticed, she said. Lu Yu did not reply, only slowly raised his right hand. With his movement, the entire wasteland began to tremble slightly. The broken stone pillars repaired themselves, and the incomplete runes became whole again, emitting a soft radiance. Even more astonishing, the edges of the wasteland began to expand outward. Lands that had belonged to other powers were now being slowly covered by this newborn territory. It was not an invasion, but rather the land reclaiming the domain it once possessed. He is expanding his territory, an elder in the Crystal Palace exclaimed in shock. Everyone saw that the area of the wasteland displayed in the mirror was growing at a visible rate. More terrifying was that on all the newly formed land, the laws had undergone a fundamental change. The barriers and seals set by various powers were rendered ineffective under the coverage of the new laws. Inform all domain lords immediately, the white-bearded elder decided without hesitation. The structure of the origin continent is about to change. Like a stone cast into a calm lake, the ripples of this news spread rapidly to every corner of the continent. Void True God. Somehow this title began to circulate among the high echelons of all powers. No one knew his origins, nor his purpose. The only certainty was that his appearance had already shaken the thousand-year-old balance of the origin continent. At the center of the wasteland, Lu Yu finally lowered his hand. By now the wasteland had expanded threefold, its edges even touching the borders of several major powers. Mo Lin felt the gazes from all directions grow denser and more complex, some wary, some hostile, some curious. Will they come? She asked. Lu Yu turned to look south, where several streaks of light were rapidly approaching through the sky. They are already here. The first to arrive was a mass of blazing flames. As the fire dissipated, the figure of the red-haired man emerged. He hovered in midair, the flames around him crackling as they scorched the air. "Are you the so-called void, true god?" His voice boomed like thunder echoing across the wasteland. Lu Yu did not answer, he only looked at him quietly. The red-haired man narrowed his eyes. He tried to sense Lu Yu's cultivation level, but found that his divine sense vanished like a stone dropped into the ocean the moment it approached the other man. This heightened his vigilance. Soon after, the southern sky was covered by a swath of emerald green. The elven elder arrived riding a giant leaf, his gaze first falling upon the newly sprouted grass and trees. "The laws of life have been rewritten," he murmured to himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. Then the icy blue light from the north and the sandstorm whirlwind from the west arrived in succession. The domain lords representing the most powerful forces of the origin continent gathered here for the first time for the same reason. They exchanged glances and saw the same gravity in each other's eyes. "Who exactly are you, sir?" The woman in the ice blue gown spoke, her voice cold as frost. "Why break the balance of the origin continent?" Lu Yu's gaze slowly swept over every domain lord present. Whenever his eyes fell on someone, that person would involuntarily tense up. "Balance." Lu Yu finally spoke, his voice soft yet clear in everyone's ears. "What you call balance is merely a stalemate." The red-haired man snorted coldly. "Such bold words. Do you think you can change the entire origin continent with your own strength?" "The change has already happened," Lu Yu said calmly. As his words fell, the entire wasteland suddenly glowed with a soft white light. The runes on the fully repaired stone pillars detached from their surfaces and floated in midair, forming a massive circular pattern. At the center of the pattern, Lu Yu's figure began to blur, as if merging with the entirety of heaven and earth. "From this day forth, this place shall be called the Void's sacred domain." His voice no longer merely reached their ears, but resounded directly in the depths of everyone's consciousness. "It belongs to no power and follows no old laws." The faces of the domain lords changed simultaneously. They felt that with Lu Yu's declaration, the laws of this land had become completely solidified beyond any external alteration. What alarmed them even more was that they found their own strength significantly suppressed within this territory. Meanwhile, Lu Yu's aura was perfectly integrated with the land, unfathomably deep. "So this is the might of a true god," the elven elder murmured. Mo Lin stood beside Lu Yu, feeling the complex gazes coming from all around. She knew that from this moment on, the name Void True God would spread across the entire origin continent, and the land beneath their feet would become a new force that all powers must reckon with. The white flower in her hair bloomed silently, the dewdrops on its petals glistening with a strange luster under the sunlight. The white light over the wasteland gradually receded, and the floating runes slowly sank into the earth like fireflies. Amidst the stone pillars, Lu Yu's figure became clear once more, but the aura around him had merged seamlessly with this land. Mo Lin noticed a subtle movement of his fingertips, and ripples spread across the ground in response. Beneath the cracked yellow earth, tender green shoots were faintly visible, breaking through the soil. "Follow me." Lu Yu's voice was soft, yet it compelled Mo Lin to follow his steps involuntarily. They passed through the stone pillars and arrived at an open valley. The valley was surrounded by mountains on three sides, with the only entrance guarded by the stone pillar formation. At the center, a clear spring gushed forth, and faint white mist drifted over the water. Lu Yu crouched down and pressed his palm against the ground. Mo Lin saw a fine silver light flowing from his fingertips, seeping into the soil like tree roots. A faint tremor ran through the earth, and the spring suddenly swelled, forming a winding stream. "This place has abundant water and pure terrestrial energy." Lu Yu stood up, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding mountains. "It is suitable as a foundation." Mo Lin looked toward the valley entrance. In the distance, figures of several domain lords still lingered, yet none dared to cross the boundary defined by the stone pillars. She noticed the woman in the ice blue long dress, standing at the forefront, her hem swaying without any wind. "They won't give up easily," Mo Lin murmured. Lu Yu did not turn back. He tapped his finger lightly, and ripples appeared in the air as a transparent barrier slowly rose, enveloping the entire valley. The same runes as those on the stone pillars flowed across the barrier, flickering in and out of sight under the sunlight. "Let them see," Lu Yu said. "Let them understand that this place is now forbidden ground." He turned toward the depths of the valley and traced complex trajectories in the air with his hands. Each movement triggered tremors in the terrestrial veins, and the ground began to rise, forming natural bulwarks. Rocks reshaped under his will, transforming into terraced platforms and pathways. Mo Lin watched all this, suddenly sensing a strangeness in the air. She turned to look across the stream, where the space was distorting, rippling like a reflection on water. "This is a connection point." The silver light at Lu Yu's fingertips had not faded. "A passage to our homeland." The The distorted space gradually stabilized, forming a gate of light. The scene within the gate was blurry, only faint green and a sky different from that of the origin continent were visible. When the first figure stepped out of the light gate, Lin instinctively tightened her grip on her weapon. It was a young man in simple cloth garments, his face still filled with confusion and fear. He stumbled a few steps and fell to his knees, digging his hands deep into the soil. "Get up." Liu Ye's voice made the man tremble. "From now on you need not kneel." More and more people emerged from the light gate. They were dressed in various styles, some still carrying packs, their faces all marked by the bewilderment of arriving in a strange land. But when they saw Liu Yu standing on the heights, their eyes gradually calmed. An elderly man tottered to the stream and cupped a handful of spring water. Water droplets fell through his fingers, refracting a spectrum of colors in the sunlight. "This water." The old man's voice trembled. "It can heal old wounds." The crowd stirred. Some followed the old man's example, drinking the water, while others began to examine the surrounding vegetation. Lin saw a young girl carefully touching a new sprout, and the plant grew visibly before her eyes. "They are special. Those abandoned by their homeland often possess unique talents," Liu Yu remarked, watching the busy crowd. He raised a hand and pointed toward the northern part of the valley. The rock face there split open with a sound, revealing a hidden vein of ore. Strangely, the ore was not ordinary metal, but crystals emitting a soft, radiant light. "Source crystals," Liu Yu explained. "Unique energy crystals of the origin continent." The young man who had arrived first began to organize the others. Under his direction, people began to systematically gather the ore and construct simple dwellings. Some demonstrated the ability to manipulate rock, while others could accelerate crop growth. Lin noticed that the old man who had discovered the spring's healing properties was immersing his hands in the stream. With his movements, the water began to divert on its own, irrigating the newly cultivated fields. By nightfall, the valley had taken on a rudimentary form. Simple but sturdy stone houses clung to the mountainside, tender seedlings broke through the soil in the fields, and the lights of miners flickered at the cave entrance. Liu Yu stood on the highest platform, gazing at the scattered lights below. Lin stood beside him and noticed that what reflected in his eyes were not only the lights, but also flowing runes. "It is not enough," he said suddenly. Silver light spread from beneath his feet, covering the entire valley like a spiderweb. Every building, every field, and even every inhabitant was touched by this faint glow. Lin felt the energy in the air accelerate. The walls of the newly built stone houses began to reinforce themselves, crops in the fields grew faster, and even the miners' tools were coated with a faint silver sheen. The young man ran up to the platform, his face alight with excitement. "Great Divine One, a new vein has been discovered in the northern mine." Liu Yu nodded slightly. "Take me to see." Deep within the mine, the light from the source crystals illuminated the tunnel as if it were daylight. In the newly discovered vein, the crystals displayed a rare golden hue, and the energy flowing within them caused a prickling sensation on Lin's skin. Liu Yu pressed his palm against the crystal wall. The golden source crystals suddenly blazed with light, and the entire mine shook violently. When the light faded, the crystal wall had become as transparent as glass, with energy flowing within like a living entity. "These source crystals." The young man's voice trembled. "They seem to be breathing." A commotion suddenly arose outside the cave. Lin rushed out first and saw a large crowd gathering beyond the barrier. In addition to the domain lords from the daytime, many unfamiliar faces had appeared. The woman in the ice blue long dress stood at the forefront, holding a continuously rotating ice crystal in her hand. "Void Divine One," her voice pierced through the barrier. "You have brought in foreign races and occupied the source land. Do you wish to make an enemy of the entire continent?" Liu Yu slowly walked out of the mine, his silver-white hair flowing in the night breeze. He did not look at the crowd outside the barrier, but instead gazed at the residents who had come out to investigate. "Tell them," his voice echoed in everyone's ears, "what this place is." The young man took a deep breath and walked to the edge of the barrier. Despite his pale face, his voice was remarkably firm. "This is the Void's sacred domain, the origin of humanity." An uproar erupted outside the barrier. The red-haired man laughed in fury, arrogant. "With these exiled wretches you dare to claim origin." Liu Yu finally lifted his gaze to look beyond the barrier. He said nothing, merely raising a hand gently. The entire valley suddenly blazed with light. Every building, every inch of land, and even every leaf emitted a silver-white radiance. These lights interwove in the air, forming a colossal phantom, a vague human shape bearing a seven-part resemblance to Liu Yu, yet more ancient and majestic. The phantom looked down upon the crowd beyond the barrier, and its invisible pressure forced several domain lords to take half a step back. The ice crystal in the ice-blue woman's hand suddenly shattered. She stared at the phantom, uncertainty flickering in her eyes for the first time. "Is this the manifestation of the progenitor?" the elf elder muttered in a low, shocked voice. The phantom lasted for 10 breaths before slowly dissipating. Yet the oppressive aura lingered in everyone's heart. Lu Yu turned and walked toward the depths of the valley, his silver-white hair flowing behind him. Tomorrow begin building the city walls. The night had not yet faded, and the sound of metal clashing against stone echoed through the valley. The residents following the blueprints drawn by Lu Yu mixed the mind source crystal fragments into clay, constructing walls that glimmered faintly. A young man was supervising the eastern section, occasionally crouching down to measure the width of the brick seams with his fingers. Sweat beaded at his temples, yet he dared not wipe it away. The phantom that streaked across the sky last night still weighed heavily on his heart, making even his breaths feel burdensome. Mo Lin silently appeared at the end of the wall foundation. The dark patterns on her armor melded with the morning light, appearing even more profound than the night before. The scouts from the northern foothills are approaching 3 miles closer. Her voice was lowered to a whisper like a blade scraping against a whetstone. They are testing the resilience of the barrier. The young man suddenly looked up just in time to catch a glimpse of a reflection darting between the distant mountain trees. It was the spyglass adjusting its angle. He tightened his grip on the mud trowel, his knuckles turning white. The true God said. Mo Lin's vertical pupils narrowed into slits. Wherever the wall is built, the holy domain will expand there. As the first rays of sunlight climbed over the source crystal vein, an alarm sounded from the northern watchtower. 3 well-equipped cavalry units shattered the morning mist, their dark iron armor engraved with frost wolf totems. The leading commander raised a tattered banner, an emblem of a small settlement that had been slaughtered just last week. Kneel to welcome the Winter Domain's guard team. The roar shook the newly built wall, causing dust to fall. Lu Yu stepped out from the half-finished city gate. Today he did not tie his silver hair, allowing it to cascade like a waterfall over his plain white robe. As he passed the pile of source crystals, he casually picked up a fragment the size of a dove's egg and toyed with it between his fingers. A scarred brute burst out from the cavalry unit, swinging a heavy axe towards Lu Yu's face with a slicing wind. The crystal fragment slipped from his hand. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a faint pop sound. The brute, along with his axe, was frozen in place, his skin swiftly covered with a glass-like sheen. The morning light filtered through his transparent chest, casting colorful spots on the snow behind him. Source crystal transformation, Mo Lin explained to the young man who stood rigid. It is the mercy bestowed by the true God. The remaining cavalry let out terrified screams, their formation instantly collapsing. But the hooves sank into the suddenly softened frozen ground, silver strands of light emerging from below the ice, entwining through the gaps in their iron armor and piercing into their flesh. Lu Yu stepped over the first cavalryman, turned into glass. That man remained in the pose of swinging his axe, his pupils frozen in eternal terror. He walked towards the disbanded military formation, and wherever he passed, the frost wolf totems dimmed one after another. Some cavalry tried to throw their spears, but the weapons shattered into metallic dust midair. Some knelt in surrender, but before their words fell, they turned into new glass sculptures. When the last cavalryman let out an inhuman scream under the erosion of the source crystal, the main force finally burst forth from the northern woods. 300 siege crossbows were lined up at the top of the slope, their bolts coated with meteorite infused with restraining energy. The domain lord in an ice-blue gown floated behind the crossbow formation, her skirt swirling with a blizzard. Void true God. She formed hand seals, and countless ice shards coalesced in the air. This place is the site of the Winter Domain's ancestral sacrifice. Lu Yu finally came to a stop. He bent down and picked up a piece of the frost wolf banner that had been trampled, his fingers brushing over the embroidered patterns. Not anymore. He exhaled. The tattered banner transformed into silver light points, merging into the torrent of source crystals flowing towards the valley. The entire snowfield came alive, the frozen ground cracking open with countless chasms, and the silver light surging beneath like the bloodline of a waking giant beast. The rocks beneath the siege crossbow formation crumbled, and the crossbowmen fell into the glowing abyss like falling leaves. The ice-blue domain lord ascended rapidly, the blizzard coalescing around her into a giant ice dragon. At the moment the dragon's breath erupted, Lu Yu glanced at her once. Just once. The ice crystal dragon began to source crystallize from its head, the glass-like texture spreading at a terrifying speed to its tail. The domain lord attempted to sever the energy connection, only to find her fingertips transforming into translucent crystals. You dare. Her fragmented voice and half a severed arm shattered into light points. The young man, supporting himself against the trembling city wall, saw the northern sky erupt in a rain of glass. The last expression of the domain lord before her dissolution was frozen in disbelief and terror, like a mural that had been erased. The surviving soldiers of the Winter Domain began to flee. They tore off the frost wolf insignia from their armor, frantically digging into the frozen soil in an attempt to bury their silver-glowing boots. One centurion knelt in the snow, scraping his skin with a knife until white bones were exposed, yet beneath it a faint silver glow still flowed. The holy domain does not take prisoners. Mo Lin's voice spread across the battlefield with the wind. The young man closed his eyes. He could hear the source crystal joyfully flowing through the earth veins and the faint sounds of more frozen soil turning into fertile land. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Lu Yu standing atop the ruins that once belonged to the Winter Domain's altar, silver hair entwined with the residual energy waves that had yet to dissipate. The true god bent down and drew a crystalline long sword from the altar's base. The blade melted into water in his palm, then solidified into a new form, an entirely silver staff with glowing veins flowing within. The city wall. Lu Yu lightly tapped the staff on the ground. Build it to the altar here. The young man stumbled down from the wall foundation, picked up a source crystal brick, and walked towards the heart of the former enemy territory. The brick was heavy, yet he felt it was much lighter than the day before. As he crossed the boundary, he crushed a half-glassified, severed finger beneath his feet. By noon, the outline of the new city wall had spread over the northern ridge. The work crew included many of the Winter Domain citizens who had surrendered last night. Their speed in building the wall was even more frenzied than the locals, as if they wished to pound all their fears into the foundation. Mo Lin surveyed the newly annexed territory. There was some glass dust on the surface of her armor, which fell off as she moved. When a certain surrendered citizen collapsed from exhaustion, she pressed the hilt of her sword against his back. The true god is watching. The surrendered citizen jumped up as if electrocuted, hoisting a double-weight source crystal brick towards the unsealed gap in the wall. The young man found Lu Yu at the remnants of the old altar. The true god was examining the three-dimensional map, hovering in his palm, silver light, threads outlining the landscape of 1,000 miles. The silver representing the holy domain slowly encroached upon the surrounding territories, pausing slightly when encountering certain strongholds that flickered with golden light. They call us natural disasters. The young man spoke almost involuntarily. Lu Yu flicked a golden light point on the map. In a fortress 1,000 miles away, several domain lords holding a joint meeting suddenly began to source crystallize, their screams freezing in open mouths. Natural disasters. Lu Yu repeated the term, the trajectory of territorial expansion reflected in his silver-white pupils, very fitting. As dusk fell, the new city wall had reached the site of the former Winter Domain's main city. The craftsmen dismantled the frost wolf totem pillars, grinding the stones into powder to mix with the newly fired source crystal bricks. A child attempted to hide a glassified remnant of the domain lord in his pocket, but Mo Lin grabbed him by the nape and placed him in front of the unset wall mud. Watch, she pressed the child's hand into the wall mud. This is history. The young man tallied the list of the fallen in the evening breeze. In truth, no one had truly died. All adversaries had turned into glass sculptures, some embedded in the city wall as decorations, while others stood in the newly built square to showcase the majesty of the holy domain. His pen paused at one column under the name of the ice blue domain lord. He could only write the words dissolved. Amid the hooting of night owls, Lu Yu appeared at the highest point of the new city wall. He lightly tapped the parapet with his staff, and the entire winding wall of 100 miles lit up simultaneously. Silver light flowed along the terrain, as if embedding luminous veins into the earth. In the more distant darkness, 7 or 8 powerful auras quietly retreated. A domain lord attempted to communicate from afar for negotiation, but the sound waves shattered into ripples upon touching the silver light barrier. The young man sat with his knees hugged under the arrow tower, hearing the crisp sounds of source crystals growing deep within the soil. He recalled the words from the mine last night. It seems to be breathing, and finally understood at this moment that it was never the source crystals that breathed, but this land awakened by the true god. Mo Lin's shadow loomed over him. Are you afraid? He shook his head, pointing towards the forest outside the wall that was still source crystallizing. Every glass, trees, branches, and leaves reflected silver light under the moonlight, breathtakingly beautiful. I was wondering. He swallowed. When the wall is built to the end of the world, where will we stand to enjoy the scenery? For the first time, a ripple resembling a smile flickered in Mo Lin's vertical pupils. She gazed at the figure in a white robe fluttering at the top of the wall, the true god's silver hair connecting with the galaxy. The next day at dawn, the work crew continued to push north with source crystal bricks. The young man walked at the forefront, his boots crushing a jade crown left behind by a domain lord. The north wind swept fragments of glazed debris across the city wall, and the young man raised his hand to shield his eyes. Through the gaps between his fingers, he saw source crystal bricks oozing fine beads of moisture in the morning light. Not dew, but the condensation of overly dense cosmic energy materializing. He bent down to touch the brick surface, and his fingertip felt a pulse akin to a heartbeat. Mo Lin's bone whip suddenly coiled around his wrist. Don't touch. Silver light flowed through the cracks between the bricks, and several threads of energy were attempting to burrow into the gaps beneath his fingernails. The young man jerked his hand back, leaving a faint silver mark on his skin. The true god's avatar is adjusting the energy field, Lin said, flicking her bone whip and pointing toward the inner side of the city wall. There stood 7 newly erected obelisks, each topped with a phantom bearing Lu Yes likeness. Any contact could be deemed an invasion. The young man rubbed his numb fingertips. He recalled that when he had checked the roster the previous night, these obelisks had not existed. The true god's methods were always so silent, like snow blanketing a desolate plain. The work crew continued their march northward. The crisp sound of jade crowns shattering under their boots still lingered in their ears, while ahead came the crackling of broken glazed branches. This forest was crystallizing at a visible rate. A squirrel froze mid-flight into amber, and the stream congealed into a winding silver ribbon. At noon, they reached the edge of the ice field. The snowy plain was the last unconquered zone. The icy wind lashed their faces with frost, a stark contrast to the constant temperature of the glazed forest behind them. The young man exhaled a puff of white mist, noticing several newcomers in the crew shivering, not from cold, but from the clash of source crystal energy and primordial ice laws within their bodies. Lin hurled her bone whip. The tip pierced the ice, and a silvery web of cracks instantly spread outward. A muffled rumble of glacial fissures came from beneath the ice, and snow began to slide in avalanches from a peak 100 meters away. Fall back. The moment the group stumbled backward, the entire ice field collapsed into a vast silver lake. Liquid source crystal churned in the lake's center, occasionally surfacing fragments of unmelted icebergs. The remnant soul of a domain lord wailed within the crystal liquid, its voice like a snow owl with its neck throttled. The young man crouched by the lake shore, watching his reflection warp in the crystal. The face suddenly transformed into that of the ice-blue domain lord, its pupils still frozen with final terror. An illusion. Lin tossed 3 formation stones into the lake. As the ripples spread, all reflections returned to normal. That night, they camped by the crystal lake. The young man wrapped himself in a blanket for the night watch, hearing a steady vibration from the lake bed. The phantoms of the 7 obelisks hovered around the camp. Each time the vibration sounded, the scepters in the phantoms' hands flickered in unison. He recalled the true god's parting instructions. That avatar sat atop the tallest obelisk, its silver hair cascading like a waterfall woven from moonlight. Occasionally, a passing bird would dissolve into particles of light upon touching the tips of the hair. "Are we alive?" A sob came from a corner of the camp. It was a youth who had just awakened his ability, his arm oscillating between glazed and fleshy states. No one answered. Lin was polishing her bone whip. The scraping sound was like another form of comfort. The young man walked over to the youth and handed him half a source crystal brick. It was a leftover edge piece from the day's masonry, its energy much gentler. The youth greedily absorbed the brick's silver light, and his arm finally stabilized into a pale glazed hue. "Being alive means you can still feel pain," Lin said suddenly. Her vertical pupils reflected the churning crystal liquid in the lake. "The day you lose even the sensation of pain, that's when you truly become part of the wall." In the dead of night, a rain of source crystals began. Fine silver threads fell from the sky, striking the tent fabric with sounds like a chime. The young man lifted the tent flap and saw the entire camp bathed in a sacred halo. In the distance, the outline of the new city wall was slowly growing in the rain like a colossal living skeleton. Someone sat down behind him. It was the out-of-control youth from the day, with lingering silver specks in his pupils. "I dreamed the wall was built to the edge of the starry sky," the youth said, his voice hoarse. "And then the true god even mortared the stars into the cracks." The young man gazed at the obelisks looming through the rain. The phantoms atop them were simultaneously looking up, a gesture that sent a chill down his spine. 7 avatars, yet sharing the exact same angle of gaze. By dawn, the rain had ceased, and the lake's surface had solidified into a mirror-like plane of source crystal. The crew continued northward across the slick, reflective ground, the sounds of slipping boots echoing one after another. Lin suddenly halted. Ahead lay a bizarre boundary line. On this side, the ground shimmered with silver source crystal. On the other side, it remained pristine tundra. A herd of reindeer was grazing on lichen white mist, lingering between their antlers as they raised their heads. "Fall back 50 li." She held her bone whip horizontally across her chest. "A domain lord is sleeping here." The young man narrowed his eyes. He saw an ice house deep in the tundra with a totem made of animal bones planted on its roof. Each bone quivered slightly, resisting the energy field of the obelisks. During the crew's retreat, the young man lingered at the rear. He deliberately let a source crystal brick fall from the cart, and while pretending to pick it up, secretly broke off a fragment. The fragment quickly melted into silver liquid in his palm, flowing along his blood vessels toward his elbow. That night, he came down with a high fever. His dreams were fragmented, now seeing the ice-blue domain lords sinking in the crystal liquid, now seeing the true gods' avatars turning in unison. Finally, he dreamed of standing at the edge of the city wall, and when he reached out to touch the stars, his entire arm turned into source crystal. Lin wrapped her bone whip around his festering right arm, courting death. As the whip tightened, silver liquid spurted from the wound, corroding honeycomb-like holes in the tent fabric. The young man weakly pointed north. That ice house is calling to me. It's the residual ice law attracting the source crystal energy, Lin said, sprinkling black medicinal powder on his wound. You nearly became a sacrifice to the clash of two laws. The pain brought him fully awake. Outside the tent came the snores of the crew. The phantoms of the obelisks were slowly rotating in the night sky. An avatar atop one obelisk suddenly lowered its head, its silver hair falling like the noose of judgment. The young man curled up in his sleeping bag, hearing the chattering of his own teeth. He thought of the reindeer he had seen that day. The sky reflected in their pupils was still a pristine blue, untouched by silver radiance. For the next 7 days, the crew worked along the edge of the tundra. The new city wall curved here, enclosing the entire primordial tundra within. Each evening after work, the young man would glance toward the ice house. The bone totem grew dimmer by the day, an owl perched on it, its feathers covered in frost. At dawn on the 8th day, an aurora appeared over the tundra. The colorful ribbons collided with the silver barrier, and the exploded energy fell as a shower of snow dust. The young man caught a flake in his hand, but it melted into sweet coppery blood. Lin leaped onto a crenellation of the wall, her bone whip taut in the wind. It's waking up. The ice house exploded with a roar, and a colossal figure rose from the snow mist. It was an old woman draped in bearskin, every white hair encrusted with frost. She gripped a bone staff from whose head hung teeth that clashed together, generating a cold current. You've crossed the line, thieves, the old woman said, pointing her staff at the city wall. Where the cold past 100 meters of the wall instantly became coated in white frost. The 7 obelisks lit up simultaneously. The phantom scepters wove a net of light in the sky, slowly pressing down upon the tundra. The old woman roared and stamped her foot, sending ice spikes from the earth to meet the light net. The young man peered from behind a crenellation, watching the space where the two forces clashed, warp and distort. The source crystal barrier rippled, and several brick joints cracked and reformed. He suddenly understood why the true god kept these domain lords alive. They were the finest whetstones for tempering the laws. As the light net fully enveloped the old woman, her final scream as she turned into an ice statue was, "You will all be devoured in return." Lin leaped from the wall, her bone whip coiling around the statue's neck. With a gentle tug, the statue shattered into countless ice crystals. A particularly bright ice bead rolled to the young man's feet. When he picked it up, he heard the howling of wind and snow sealed within. Before the day's work ended, he saw the true gods' avatars raise their hands in unison. 7 beams of silver light shot toward the center of the tundra, condensing into a new obelisk. The obelisk was wrapped in a source crystal relief of a reindeer, but its eyes were the frozen glare of the old woman at the moment of her death. As night fell, the young man embedded the ice bead into a gap in the city wall. He stepped back 2 paces and saw that the bead amidst the silver light of the wall looked like the last unconquered star. Lin's shadow loomed over him, having regrets. He shook his head, unconsciously picking at the brick with his nails. The energy seeping from the cracks stung his wound, and this pain made him feel alive. When the wall encircles the world. He paused, then corrected himself. When that time comes, we'll plant tundra on top of the wall. Lin's vertical pupils contracted into slits. She looked northward at the advancing crew, where the aura of a new domain lord was awakening. The bone whip glowed coldly in the night, like another form of Psi. The ice bead pulsed faintly within the crevice of the wall, like a heart held captive. The young man stared at the silver glowing surface, suddenly feeling as if the entire city wall was breathing. The energy seeping from the brick gaps no longer stung, but instead coiled around his fingertips like sticky cobwebs. The bone whip of Lin hung silently. You've touched the foundation. It was not a question. He looked down at his right hand, which had somehow slipped into the crack between the bricks as energy crawled up towards his shoulder blade along his veins. A subtle tremor ran through the city wall. To the north, a blizzard suddenly swept across the tundra, and the newly erected obelisk flickered in and out of sight within the snowy curtain. 7 avatars simultaneously turned in this direction. The young man yanked his hand back, pulling out a few strands of silver. Those energies writhed in the air like living things, then suddenly burrowed back into the wall. The city wall emitted a hungry, swallowing sound. It recognizes you. Lin's vertical pupils reflected the source crystal patterns emerging on his palm. From the moment you picked up that ice bead, the wall has been marking you. As the wind and snow struck the wall, all the shackles of the slave laborers flared up simultaneously. The young man heard the sound of ice cracking within his mind. The dying roar of the old crone pierced through time and space, echoing inside his skull. The ice bead shot out from the wall crevice, landing steadily into his burning palm. The divine avatar's staves struck the ground in unison. Silver light flooded over the city wall like a tide, wherever it passed the slave laborers melted away, their energy greedily absorbed by the bricks. An instant before the silver tide struck, Mo Lin hurled the young man towards the crenellation. As the bone whip coiled around his waist, he saw that beneath the hoods of those avatars there were no faces, only rotating nebulae. "Look north." Mo Lin's voice carried a tension he had never heard before. Deep within the tundra, a new pillar of light rose. It was not the silver gleam of the obelisks, but a more ancient bronze color. Within the pillar of light, the phantom of a city emerged. Each icicle hanging from the eaves was engraved with spells. A figure dressed in fur sat on the highest flying eaves, legs dangling, gently swaying. The ice bead in the young man's palm suddenly turned scorching hot. He heard the old crone's voice chuckle softly in his ear. "Finally, a worthy one has come." The divine avatars all levitated. The web of light woven by the staves did not press down upon the tundra this time, but instead enveloped the entire section of the city wall. The silver tide reversed. The young man felt a gaze fall upon him from the nodes of the light web, like countless needles piercing his spine. Mo Lin's bone whip exploded into a sky full of scales, eroding a brief gap in the silver tide. She shoved him into the shadow of the crenellation. "He is looking at you." "Who?" "The one behind the wall." The young man looked up. At the densest point of the light web, the silver radiance coalesced into a giant eyeball. Within the pupil, no scenery was reflected, only a starry sky that constantly collapsed and reformed. As the gaze fell upon him, the source crystal patterns on his palm suddenly ignited. The city wall began to proliferate. Bricks squirmed and extended like living things. The silver glowing wall surface sprouted new crenellations and arrow towers. But this time the masons were no longer slave laborers, but puppets crawling out from the silver tide. They smeared their source crystal-formed fingers over the mortar joints, and each crevice lit up with eye-shaped patterns. The bronze pillar of light on the tundra suddenly split apart. 7 figures stepped out from the pillar of light, their fur hems adorned with ice bells. The one sitting on the flying eaves finally stood. He raised a hand, plucked an icicle from the eaves, and blew gently towards the city wall. The icicle transformed into a flock of geese. The wings of each goose refracted scenes from different times and spaces. As they swept across the tundra, the newly proliferated wall suddenly froze. The source crystal puppets remained frozen in their masonry, poses, the eye-shaped patterns flickering madly beneath the ice. The divine avatars raised their hands in unison. The eyeball's pupil contracted, and the collapsing starry sky suddenly exploded. The flock of ice geese vaporized in the silver light, but the fragments of those times and spaces splashed onto the wall surface. Some bricks suddenly turned into rotten wood. An arrow tower was covered in moss, and a section of the wall even reverted to the rubble before it was built. The young man looked at his palm. The source crystal patterns were devouring the old crone's ice bead. The howling of the wind and snow gradually seeped into his bloodline. He tried to reach out towards that section of the wall that had turned to rubble, and the bricks suddenly floated and reassembled. Mo Lin's bone whip coiled around his wrist. "Do you want to become the new domain lord?" "I am becoming part of the wall." He saw silver flakes drifting in his own exhaled breath. "Or the wall is becoming me." From the north came the light sound of ice bells. The fur-clad domain lord walked over, treading upon the frozen silver tide. Wherever he passed, space-time twisted. Some puppets suddenly grew green hair, and some brick crevices bloomed flowers out of season. He stopped 100 paces away, unstrapped the leather pouch from his waist, and tilted his head back to drink. The young man smelled the scent of tundra juniper. The divine eyeball suddenly closed. All the avatar staves struck the ground. A tearing sound came from the foundation of the city wall. Silver roots drilled up from the earth, entangling the old wall base, pulsing like blood vessels. The young man felt something climbing up from the soles of his feet. The wall was parasitizing him in reverse through the source crystal patterns. The ice bead completely melted in his palm. The old crone's final roar transformed into a warm current surging into his heart. He heard her say, "Eat it." Mo Lin's bone whip suddenly stabbed towards his chest. An instant before the scales touched his skin, the young man tore open his own clothes. The source crystal patterns had already spread to his heart, and embedded in the very center was an eye formed of ice crystals. The fur-clad domain lord tossed over his wineskin. The pouch transformed into an ice dragon in midair, opening its maw to swallow that eye. The divine avatars vanished collectively. When the silver eyeball opened again, chains flew out from its pupil. Each chain was forged from compressed fragments of space-time. The clashing sound of their links was mixed with the lamentations of countless worlds. The young man stood still. In the instant the ice dragon and the chains struck simultaneously, the eye on his chest suddenly rotated. The city wall came alive. Countless bricks burst forth with silver radiance. The source crystal patterns flowed from the wall's surface onto the earth. The frozen tundra cracked open with ravines, and at the bottom of the ravines more eyes surfaced. They all looked up at the divine eyeball in the sky. The weight of their gaze froze spacetime. The ice dragon shattered into icy mist before the chains. As the aroma of wine spread, the young man saw the fur-clad domain lord smiling. That man crushed a suddenly blooming tundra flower under his boot heel. The moment the flower's juice seeped into the earth's crevices, all the eyes wept simultaneously. Silver teardrops flowed backwards into the sky like a rain falling in reverse. The divine eyeball dissolved within the curtain of rain. A roar came from behind the wall, a sound that caused the newly revived city to collapse once more. The young man knelt by the crenellation, watching the eye on his chest slowly close. Mo Lin's bone whip lightly tapped his back. He has remembered you. Who? The true lord of Tianyuan. She looked towards the reassembling eyeball at the end of the wall. The main body. On the northern tundra, the fur-clad domain lord took off his fur hat in salute. Behind him, more bronze pillars of light rose, and within each pillar stood a blurry figure. Beneath the city wall, the silver roots were spreading wildly underground. The young man pressed his palm against the wall surface. The bricks obediently parted, revealing the pulsating source crystal veins deep within. He took out a prism within which the last afterimage of the ice bead swirled. Then let him watch. He pressed the prism into his chest. Watch me tear down his wall. The instant the prism plunged into his chest, the entire city wall pulsed with a heartbeat like a war drum. Veins of source crystal surged through the brick and stone like silver serpents awakening to pierce through a frozen crust. The young man lowered his gaze to his chest. The eye crafted from ice crystal had fully merged with the prism. Deep within its pupil floated the reflection of a tundra. The bone whip of ink-black scales suddenly stiffened. They're here. At the end of the wall, the fully reconstituted eyeball of the true god split open with a crack, and 3 figures tumbled out from the fissure. On the left was a monk draped in a cassock adorned with stardust. Each step he took branded a burning Sanskrit character onto the frozen earth. On the right was a barefoot maiden with an eternal marigold pinned in her hair. In the center, a burly man carried a giant bronze battle axe, where the blood dripping from its blade shattered the ground. Squirming, screaming fleshy sprouts grew. The burial flower monk, the time weaver, the world devourer. The bone whip of ink-black scales slithered like a living serpent. The 3 hounds that gnaw bones before the throne of the true god. The young man tapped the wall with a bent finger. Silver roots burst forth from the earth in response, coiled around his ankles, and climbed upward. Source crystal spread along the meridians of his legs, condensing into 2 icy wings at his shoulder blades. When he spread his wings, every eye on the tundra snapped open simultaneously. The world devourer charged first. The arc of light cleaved by the giant bronze axe split space, and from the rift surged countless mutilated limbs. Those arms grasped at weapons of nothingness, swarming toward the wall like a plague of locusts. The young man raised his hand and pressed down in the air. Thousands of silver spears thrust out from the battlements, each tip holding an ice crystal eye. The moment the spear formation collided with the torrent of limbs, time and space twisted into a vortex at the point of impact. As the mutilated arms seized the silver spears, they suddenly reversed direction and plunged themselves into the world devourer's own chest. The law of mirrors. The time weaver chuckled softly. She plucked the marigold from her hair and blew on it gently. The petals scattered and transformed into golden hourglasses. As the sand grains flowed backward, the rebellious arms returned to nothingness, and the wound on the world devourer's chest healed as if a video were playing in reverse. The eye on the young man's chest swiveled slightly. The ice shards shed by the source crystal wings solidified into countless prisms in the air. Each mirror reflected a silhouette of the time weaver at a different age. A dying infant, a decrepit crone, a pregnant woman. When she saw an eyeball bloodshot and bulging burrow out from her own belly, the marigold suddenly withered between her fingers. A trick with age. She shrieked and tore her long hair to shreds. The strands fell to the ground, writhing and transforming into temporal maggots. The burial flower monk had been chanting with his eyes closed. The moment the time weaver broke down, he suddenly opened his eyes. Within his pupils were no eyeballs, only 2 slowly rotating black lotuses. The trajectory of the falling lotus petals sliced through reality. The city wall around the young man began to fade, the bricks and stones gradually turning into inkwash-like phantoms. The sea of suffering has no shore. Starlight seeped from the monk's palms as he pressed them together in prayer. The young man looked down at his chest. The ice crystal eye was injecting silver light into his veins. His skin became transparent, revealing the surging source crystal network beneath. When the inkwash erosion reached his feet, he suddenly stamped the ground, shattering it. Every eye beneath the frozen soil blinked simultaneously. Silver light burst forth from the deep veins of the earth, scattering the inkwash world into swirling ashes. The stardust on the burial flower monk's cassock exploded in succession. Each dying star branded a scorch mark on his skin. The world devourer seized the opportunity and swung his giant axe with full force. What the axe blade cleaved was no longer a crack, but an entire collapsing plain. The wreckage of countless worlds carrying their anguished howls slammed into the city wall. The ice crystal eyes on the tundra burst one after another. The young man spread his ice crystal wings and flew to meet the torrent of planes. An instant before impact, he dissolved into billions of silver threads. Each thread pierced into the core of some world's wreckage. When the silver threads retracted, those collapsing planes were forcibly stitched together by him, forming a cloak studded with stars. The cloak swept over the world devourer's head. The burly man let out a mournful howl. His giant bronze axe began to grow in reverse. The handle pierced through his palm, and the blade embedded itself into his chest. As he fell to his knees, the imprints of countless worlds surfaced on his skin. Every civilization he had ever devoured was taking its revenge in this moment. The Time Weaver struggled, grasping at the void, trying to salvage a possibility of victory from the timeline. The moment her fingertips touched a certain future branch, her entire arm suddenly dried up and turned to dust. The young man appeared behind her. His source crystal right hand gently pressed down on the crown of her head. "You looked for the wrong timeline," he whispered. The Time Weaver's body collapsed like a sand tower. The burial flower monk finally stopped his chanting. He tore open his stardust cassock, revealing a black lotus seed embedded in his chest. The moment the lotus seed split, the entire tundra began to undergo beautification. Bodhi trees of a metallic texture grew from the frozen soil. The eye on the young man's chest opened fully. Silver light flooded the land like a tide. In the moment of contact with the silver light, every Bodhi tree bore ice crystal eyes at the tips of its branches. As a billion eyes gazed simultaneously at the lotus seed, the black lotus peeled away petal by petal, revealing the curled-up infant embryo at its core. "So that's it." The young man reached out and crushed the embryo. "You are nothing but the evil thoughts expelled from the true God's body." The burial flower monk turned to ash along with the destruction of the lotus seed. The world devourer was still struggling. Those world imprints had turned him into a walking tombstone. The young man strolled up to him and touched his fingertip, now made of source crystal, to the center of his brow. The giant bronze axe came fully alive. Its blade opened into serrated teeth and bit through its master's neck. The bone whip of ink-black scales coiled around the last few grains of stardust, half a quarter hour faster than estimated. The young man looked toward the true God's eyeball at the end of the wall. That eyeball was oozing dark golden blood, and in its pupil was the reflection of the ice eye on his own chest. Silver roots had already spread to the horizon, weaving a vast network beneath the tundra. It's only just begun. He tore off his source crystal left arm. From the wound, what gushed forth was not blood, but a surging silver radiance. The moment this arm hit the ground, a sound came from beneath the frozen earth, the simultaneous blink of countless ice crystal eyes. The pupil of the true God's eyeball contracted sharply. Silvery light slithered across the frozen ground like a living thing burrowing into the earth. The young man watched the silver radiance surging from his severed arm. Those lights were not liquid, but rather countless tiny eyes flowing in unison. Mo Lin's bone whip drooped to the ground, its tip quivering faintly. She gazed toward the true God's eye at the end of the city wall, whose dark golden blood trickled down the wall's veins, painting an eerie totem on the ice field. "The fragments of their memories are reassembling," the young man said softly. The ice eye in his chest rotated slightly, silver light weaving into nets deep within his pupils. The ashes of the burial flower monk had not yet fully dissipated, and every particle bore the mark of black lotus seeds. The young man extended his intact right hand, his fingertips brushing through the drifting embers. In that instant he saw not a single memory, not a single image, but countless shattered fragments of time and space surging forth simultaneously. The time confuser traversed millions of timelines. The burial flower monk sowed lotus seeds across countless worlds, and every universe devoured by the world eater unfolded within his consciousness. Mo Lin sensed the anomaly. The space around the young man began to warp, ripples spreading through the air as if countless invisible threads descended from the void, coiling around him. "Are you absorbing their memories?" She tightened her grip on the bone whip, scanning the surroundings warily. Though the fallen powerhouses had dissipated, the imprints they left behind were awakening across this land. The young man did not answer. The eye in his chest opened fully, silver light flowing out like a tangible substance, forming intricate luminous patterns beneath his feet. These light patterns connected to the silver root network beneath the earth, causing the entire tundra to tremble faintly. The true God's eye pupil contracted even tighter. The dark golden blood flowed faster. The city wall began to crack and rubble tumbled along the bloodstains. Not memories, but laws. The young man finally spoke, his voice carrying a strange resonance, as if countless voices were speaking simultaneously. He raised his right hand, the source crystallized fingertips tracing gently through the air. Every stroke left a silver afterimage. These afterimages did not fade, but hovered midair, slowly assembling into some kind of structure. Lin narrowed her eyes. Those silver lines were neither words nor patterns, but rather the embodiment of some essence itself. Just by gazing at them, she felt something deep in her consciousness being stirred. Every powerhouse holds a fragment of some law. The young man continued, his fingers tracing more silver lines that wove together in the air. The time confuser manipulates timelines, the burial flower monk sows karma, the world eater devours realms. Yet none of them knew that all these powers originate from the same law. The silver root network beneath the earth suddenly blazed with blinding light. The entire tundra turned translucent, revealing countless intersecting streams of light beneath the ice, like the neural network of some colossal creature. Lin instinctively stepped back. She saw at the intersections of those light streams countless crystalline eyes opening and closing, each reflecting a different vision. The law of the outer realm. The young man murmured, not creation, not destruction, but existence itself. The eye in his chest suddenly turned toward Lin. Silver light swirled, and Lin felt her consciousness pulled into a strange space. Here there was no up or down, only countless flowing rays of light, and endlessly forming and dissolving bubbles. Each bubble contained a world. Some were newly born with rotating nebulae, some were in their prime with brilliant civilizations, others were dying with black holes devouring everything. These are. Lin's bone whip involuntarily rose, pointing at the nearest bubble. Inside was a world she recognized, the very battlefield they now stood on. The young man's voice echoed in this space. Every world is a manifestation of existence. The true God is merely a thief who stole the authority of existence. The scene within the bubble suddenly shifted. Lin saw something writhing deep within the true God's eye. It was not a physical entity, but a mass of ever-changing darkness extending countless tiny tentacles that connected to every world bubble. It is devouring existence, the young man said. Not matter, not energy, but the very right of worlds to exist. Suddenly, Lin understood. She watched the world bubbles connected by the dark tentacles, seeing them slowly grow transparent, as if they were about to shift from existing to never having existed. So the burial flower monk's lotus seeds, she murmured, are imitations of the true God's methods. The young man's voice carried a chill. The lotus seeds parasitize the core of a world, tampering with its record of existence, turning it into part of the true God. The space shook violently. Lin's consciousness was flung back to reality as she stumbled, noticing that the silver eye in the young man's chest was flowing with dark golden blood. The true God's eye trembled violently on the city wall, dark golden blood cascading like a waterfall. The blood fell onto the silver root network, emitting a corrosive hiss. It has sensed us. The young man wiped away the blood flowing from his chest. The moment it left his body, it dissipated into silver radiance. Lin looked up, her pupils contracting sharply. The city wall was collapsing. Not a physical collapse, but a dissolution at the level of existence. The bricks did not shatter. They simply turned transparent, then vanished completely, as if they had never existed. The true God's eye hovered in midair, the darkness in its pupils writhing madly. Those dark tentacles extended from the eye, reaching toward them. The young man raised his source-crystallized right hand. The silver light at his severed arm suddenly surged, forming a pillar of light shooting into the sky. The secret of the law of the outer realm lies not in confrontation, but in definition. His voice echoed across the entire tundra. All the silver roots beneath the earth surfaced, each bursting with blinding radiance. Within this light, Lin saw reflections of countless worlds. The worlds devoured by the world eater, the pure lands Buddhicized by the burial flower monk, the timelines traversed by the time confuser. Every world touched by these powerhouses now reappeared in the silver light. Lin suddenly realized what the young man intended to do. The dark tentacles had already reached them. Wherever they passed the tundra, the sky, even the light itself began to grow transparent, as if they were about to be erased from existence entirely. The eye in the young man's chest turned completely silver. He spread his arms as if to embrace the oncoming darkness. I define this place as the anchor of existence. Silver light exploded. Lin had to close her eyes, but even so the light pierced through her eyelids. She felt the world spinning, reconstructing, being redefined. When she opened her eyes again, the scene had completely changed. The tundra was gone, the city wall was gone, and the true God's eye had vanished. They floated in a silver void surrounded by countless flowing world bubbles. Each bubble reflected a different scene, some familiar, some strange. The young man stood before her, the silver eye in his chest, calmly gazing in a certain direction. Lin followed his gaze and saw, surrounded by countless world bubbles, a mass of darkness writhing. That mass of darkness extended tentacles trying to connect to the nearest world bubble. But when the tentacles touched the silver light on the bubble's surface, they recoiled as if struck by lightning. "This is my domain," the young man said. "An existence defined by me." Mo Lin noticed that his severed left arm had regrown no longer in source crystallized form, but composed of pure silver light, with countless tiny runes flowing within it. "Where is the true God?" she asked. The young man pointed at the mass of darkness. "That is its essence, a thief trying to tamper with existence." The darkness suddenly churned violently, extending more tentacles. These tentacles no longer tried to connect to world bubbles, but came directly at them. The young man simply watched calmly. Just as the tentacles were about to touch him, he raised his arm of silver light and gently snapped his fingers. The oncoming tentacles all froze in midair. Then, starting from the tips, they gradually became transparent and finally vanished completely. "In my domain I define what can exist and what cannot." The darkness let out a silent roar. Though Mo Lin could not hear the sound, she felt the vibration of its rage spreading through the entire silver space. More dark tentacles surged from the core, but this time instead of attacking they began to coil around themselves, weaving into some complex structure. The young man frowned slightly. "It is learning." The structure woven by the darkness gradually stabilized, forming a twisted black throne. A blurry figure slowly emerged on the throne. The figure reached out a hand, pointing at the nearest world bubble. That bubble suddenly began to tremble violently, the silver light on its surface rapidly fading. "It wants to redefine my domain." The silver eye in the young man's chest narrowed slightly. "Interesting." Mo Lin tightened her grip on the bone whip. "Can you stop it?" The young man did not answer, but raised both hands. Silver light surged from his palms, turning into two streams of radiance that poured into the trembling world bubble. The silver light on the bubble's surface reignited, but the figure on the dark throne continued, pointing at other bubbles. One by one world bubbles began to tremble, their silver light flickering unsteadily. "It is clever," the young man said. "Knowing it is difficult to challenge my definition authority alone, it attacks multiple targets simultaneously." Mo Lin saw the scenes within those world bubbles begin to distort. In some, mountains and rivers reversed, in others stars fell, in some civilizations vanished in an instant. "If this continues..." She did not finish her sentence, but the meaning was clear. The young man suddenly smiled. It was the first time Mo Lin had seen such a distinct expression on his face. "You have forgotten the ultimate secret of the law of the outer realm." The silver eye in his chest suddenly split into countless tiny specks of light, which flew toward every world bubble and merged into them. Once the specks of light merged, the bubbles stopped trembling, and the silver light on their surfaces became incredibly stable. The figure on the dark throne seemed stunned. "The law of the outer realm is not creation, not destruction, nor even definition." The young man's voice echoed through the silver space. "But accepting existence itself." He pointed at the dark throne. "I accept your existence." As the words fell, the dark throne began to disintegrate, not erased, but accepted into the structure of this silver space. The black tentacles transformed into silver patterns, the twisted throne became a stable pedestal, and the blurry figure gradually sharpened, turning into another young man. Mo Lin gasped. The figure reborn from the darkness was identical to the young man standing beside her except for his eyes, which were pure obsidian. The black-eyed young man smiled faintly, a very interesting realization. The silver-eyed young man responded calmly. "You were always a part of me." Mo Lin suddenly understood. The true God, the thief who stole the authority of existence, was essentially the shadow side of the young man himself. He had been fighting another part of himself all along. The two young men raised their hands simultaneously, silver light and darkness intertwining in their palms. This time it was not confrontation, but fusion. "Accept all that exists," said the silver-eyed man, "including one's own darkness." The black-eyed man nodded, "Including all possibilities and impossibilities." The moment their hands touched, the entire silver space shook violently. All the world bubbles lit up simultaneously, and in each bubble an eye emerged, some silver, some black, some interwoven with gold and silver. Mo Lin felt her consciousness stretched again, drawn into a higher dimension. Here she saw the very fabric of existence, the cycle of countless worlds, birth and death, and the fundamental law that defines all things. When she came to, she found herself standing on the tundra again. The city wall still stood in the distance, the true gods. I still gazed from the battlements, but everything was different. The young man stood beside her. The eye in his chest had closed, leaving only a silver scar. "Is it over?" she asked. The young man gazed at the city wall. The pupil of the true gods, I no longer writhed with darkness, but calmly reflected the entire tundra. "It has only just begun," he said, but his tone was completely different now. "Now the real battle begins." Mo Lin followed his gaze and saw something rising behind the city wall. It was a massive silver gate, its doors engraved with totems from countless worlds. The gate slowly opened, revealing an unfathomable darkness beyond. But within that darkness, something was awakening. The silver door opened silently, the darkness within it deeper than any night Lin had ever seen. It was not the mere absence of light, but a living void slowly seeping through the crack. The young man took a step forward. The silver scar on his chest suddenly glowed faintly like a sleeping eyelid trembling lightly. Step back. His voice was soft, yet carried an unyielding power. Lin instinctively retreated, the moss beneath her feet, emitting a faint crunching sound. The moment she moved, the darkness within the door suddenly solidified, transforming into several slender tendrils that shot out. Those tendrils had no substance, yet they twisted the air they passed through. The young man raised his hand, silver light swirling in his palm, to form a thin barrier. The instant the tendrils struck the barrier, Lin heard the sound of shattering glass. It was not the barrier that shattered, but space itself. Where the tendrils pierced through, they left web-like cracks. The young man frowned slightly, and the silver light abruptly surged, forcibly mending those spatial fissures. But at the edge of his palm, fine beads of blood had already seeped out. Not enough, he murmured, to whom it was unclear. The darkness within the door began to churn, condensing into a vague, humanoid shape. The shadow had no features, no clear outline, yet it made Lin feel nauseous. She saw the wild grass on the tundra wither rapidly around the shadow, and even the soil turned an ashen gray. The young man took a deep breath. The scar on his chest fully opened, revealing a brand new eye, one woven with silver and gold, its pupil reflecting the shadows of countless worlds. The moment the silver-gold eye gazed upon it, the shadow's movements noticeably halted. But after just a breath, it continued forward, each step leaving corrosive marks on the tundra. Lin found it hard to breathe. It was not from fear, but because the surrounding air was growing viscous. An invisible pressure surged from within the door, weighing heavily on her, almost bending her spine. The young man raised his hand to form a seal, and silver light transformed into chains that coiled around the shadow. The chains passed through the shadow's body without causing any harm. Instead, upon contact, the silver light began to dim, and rust appeared on the surface of the chains. "It is negating existence itself," the young man said, his voice carrying an unprecedented gravity. The shadow suddenly accelerated, turning into a black streak that lunged straight at them. The young man neither dodged nor avoided, but brought his hands together before his chest. A burst of silver-gold light erupted, forming a swirling vortex before him. The black streak crashed into the vortex, producing a grating, teeth-clenching, tearing sound. Lin saw the young man's arms trembling, and cracks began to appear at the edges of the silver-gold vortex. Those cracks were neither silver nor black, but a complete nothingness. "Be careful!" Lin couldn't help but shout. The young man suddenly withdrew his force, and the vortex shattered with a bang. The broken silver light and the black shadow dissipated together, but the suffocating pressure grew even heavier. From the darkness behind the door, a low laughter echoed. It was not a sound transmitted through the air, but a resonance that rang directly in their minds. The young man knelt on one knee, a thread of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The eye on his chest narrowed slightly, its silver-gold light flickering unevenly. This was merely a probe. He wiped the blood from his lips, his voice still calm. "Not even a servant." Lin looked at the silver door. Only now did she see that the darkness behind it was not empty. In that depth, something more ancient, more colossal, was slowly turning. The mere awareness of its existence nearly halted Lin's thoughts. The young man straightened his body. He extended his hand, his fingertip tracing complex patterns in the air. With each stroke, the eye on his chest dimmed further, while the patterns gradually coalesced into tangible, luminous runes. The moment the runes took shape, the turning behind the door suddenly ceased. The pressure abruptly lessened, and Lin gasped for breath, realizing she had been holding it all along. The young man gazed at the door, a hint of fatigue appearing for the first time in his silver-gold eyes. "It knows," he said. The door began to close slowly. Just before the last gap vanished, Lin caught a glimpse of an eye. Not the eyeball of a deity, nor the eye on the young man's chest, but something beyond her comprehension. A single glance left her frozen with cold. When the door completely disappeared, the tundra regained its previous calm. But Lin clearly saw that centered on where the door had been, all moss within a 10-step radius had turned to ash. Even the soil had lost all its nutrients, becoming dead sand. The eye on the young man's chest finally closed, completely reverting to that silver scar. His face was terrifyingly pale, his breathing marked by unnatural pauses. "What was that?" Lin asked, her voice trembling involuntarily. The young man looked toward the city wall. In the pupil of the deity's eye, silver light was slowly swirling, as if recording everything that had just happened. "The origin." His answer was brief and heavy, "the beginning of all things, and also the end." He raised his hand, looking at the still drying blood on his fingertips. Those drops of blood were not red, but carried a faint silver sheen. What it sent was not a servant, but a thought, the young man continued, a probing thought. Lin could not imagine it. A mere thought had pushed them into a bitter struggle. If the entity itself descended, she dared not think further. The The young man seemed to read her mind and shook his head gently. Do not worry. It cannot descend directly, yet otherwise it would not have sent a probe. But his eyes told Lin that this was only a temporary comfort. Though the silver door had closed, it had left a crack in the world. And beyond that crack, the entity known as the Origin had already taken notice of this world. Noticed him. The young man turned, his silver eyes reflecting the distant city wall. The deities, I watched them silently, the silver light in its pupil flickering, as if conveying some message. It knows my current state. The young man said in a low voice. Next time it will not be just a probe. Lin followed his gaze and noticed a change in the deity's eye on the city wall. Deep within that silver pupil, she seemed to see a trace of the most subtle darkness, like ink dripping into clear water, slowly spreading. The young man also noticed this change. He gently touched the scar on his chest, a look of resolve flashing in his silver eyes. Time is running out, he said. The blood droplets at his fingertips shimmered with an eerie silver glow under the moonlight, each drop resembling frozen starlight. The young man stared at the unusual blood color, as if deciphering some ancient code. Deep within, his silver eyes reflected distant city walls along with the eternal gaze of the true divine eye atop them. Lin noticed the tremor at his fingertips. It was not fatigue, but something deeper quivering within. Your blood? She asked softly, her voice torn apart by the night wind. The young man pressed his fingertip to his lips, tasting the silver liquid. His expression remained unchanged, as if he was already familiar with this flavor. It remembers my aura, he said, just as I remember it. A faint humming sound emanated from the direction of the city walls. The darkness in the pupil of the true divine eye slowly and steadfastly spread. The originally pure silver light was tainted like ink seeping into clear lake water. Lin felt a chill creeping up her spine. She recalled the original appearance of that eye, pure silver white, as flawless as fresh snow. Now it was changing, contaminated by some indescribable existence. The young man stepped forward. His footsteps left varying imprints in the sand, each step carrying a certain rhythm, as if conversing with the land. Follow me. They traversed the ruins and arrived at a dilapidated hall. The dome had collapsed significantly, and moonlight poured in from the gaps, spreading a silver-white carpet of light across the broken floor. In the center of the hall stood a fragmented stone statue, vaguely recognizable as a sword-wielding warrior. The young man paused before the statue. He reached out, gently tracing the carvings on the statue's pedestal. Those patterns glimmered faintly under the moonlight, like sleeping fireflies being awakened. This was once the original place of vigilance, his voice echoed in the empty hall. The first awakened ones made their vows here. Lin took note of his choice of words. Awakened ones. Not practitioners, not warriors, but awakened ones. Awakened from what? The young man did not answer directly. His fingers moved along the carvings, a complex gleam flashing in his silver eyes. The truth, he finally said, the truth about our world. The pedestal of the statue suddenly emitted a faint glow. The carvings came alive, pulsating like blood vessels. The young man pressed his palm at the center, and the silver blood seeped into the stone patterns. The hall began to tremble. It was not a violent earthquake, but a deeper tremor, as if the entire world was gently shaking. From beneath the base of the statue, a beam of silver light slowly rose, coalescing into a blurred image in the air. It was a starry sky, but it was unlike any sky Lin was familiar with. The arrangement of these stars was strange and twisted, as if narrating some mad language. In the center of the starry sky, a massive silver vortex slowly swirled, exuding an unsettling aura. Origin, the young man gazed at the vortex. It exists nowhere, yet is everywhere. The vortex in the image suddenly contracted. The stars began to twist and deform, ultimately coalescing into a giant eye. Similar to the true divine eye on the city wall, yet entirely different. This eye was older, deeper, its pupil not silver, but pure darkness. Lin felt a wave of dizziness. The eye seemed to be staring at her, penetrating through her flesh and blood, gazing directly into the deepest secrets of her soul. The image suddenly dissipated. The hall returned to calm, with only the moonlight continuing to flow quietly. The young man withdrew his hand, the silver blood at his fingertips now dried up. It is closer than we think. He said the true divine eye is not only a monitor, but also a passage. Lin finally understood the determination in his eyes. This was a war that could not be avoided. From the moment they awakened, they had already stood at the center of the battlefield. We need allies, she said. The young man nodded. The silver eyes turned northward, where the mountains stretched like the backs of a giant beast under the moonlight. The Frostwolf clan still preserves the ancient heritage. Their shamans can hear the whispers of the earth. He then looked eastward. The practitioners of the Emerald Forest grasped the secrets of the soul. They can converse with the stars. Finally, his gaze fell upon his own palm. The silver scar was faintly glowing, resonating with the distant true divine eye. But I need to understand this power first. His voice was soft, as if speaking to himself. Understand why it chose me. Mo Lin suddenly realized that this seemingly omnipotent young man was also groping in the dark. He possessed immense power, but did not know its source or cost. Your memories? She cautiously inquired. How much has returned? The young man remained silent for a long time. The night wind tousled his bangs, and his silver eyes flickered uncertainly in the shadows. Fragments, he finally said, like a shattered mirror, each piece reflecting a different truth. He walked toward the gap in the hall, gazing up at the night sky. The stars continued their predetermined paths, indifferent to everything happening on the ground. Some memories are too dark for me to dare touch. Others are too bright, making them impossible to behold. Mo Lin saw a fleeting pain in his eyes. It was not the pain of an ancient existence, but the confusion and struggle of a young man. Enveloped by silver eyes and mysterious power, he still retained the emotions belonging to humanity. In that moment, Mo Lin suddenly understood something. You are not searching for power, she said. You are searching for yourself. The young man trembled slightly. The light in his silver eyes rippled like a calm lake disturbed by a thrown stone. He did not deny it. A distant howl of a wolf pierced the night's silence. That sound was desolate and ancient, carrying the breath of the mountains and fields. Day is breaking soon, the young man said. We should set off. He took one last look at the statue in the center of the hall. Moonlight illuminated the face of the sword-wielding warrior, the stone-carved eyes seemingly watching them, sending them off on their unknown journey. Mo Lin followed in his footsteps. The moment she stepped out of the hall, she looked back. The corners of the statue's mouth seemed to lift slightly, revealing an almost imperceptible smile. The night had not yet fully receded, and the mountain mist clung to the woods like gossamer veils. The young man halted, his silver eyes fixed on the faint glimmer along the eastern horizon. Mo Lin stood 3 paces behind him, sensing an indescribable shift in the air. This is far enough, he said. His voice was soft, yet carried an unyielding finality. Mo Lin stood frozen, watching his silhouette appear especially solitary amidst the morning mist. You intend to go alone? The young man did not turn around. His fingers unconsciously traced an ancient pendant at his waist, the sole item he had taken from the hall. Some paths can only be walked alone. The mist swirled around him, as if imbued with life. Mo Lin noticed that the tiny droplets began to alter their trajectory an inch from his skin, as though repelled by an invisible force. She recalled the fragments of memory he had spoken of the previous night, a shattered mirror, each shard reflecting a different truth. Now he sought to gather those shards and piece together the complete picture. You seek the extraterritorial laws. The young man finally turned. His silver eyes, no longer piercing in the growing dawn, instead revealed a profound weariness. Not to seek, but to comprehend. His fingertip traced through the air, conjuring a trail of tiny silver specks. Those specks formed intricate patterns before swiftly dissipating. Power itself holds no meaning, understanding is the key. Mo Lin suddenly grasped his true intent. Not to pursue greater strength, but to uncover the truth behind power. Those forgotten memories, those shattered mirror shards, were all connected to some ancient secret. The young man gazed toward the distant mountain ridges. The first ray of sunlight crested the ridge, gilding his profile in a golden edge. The ultimate evil. He murmured the words heavy on his lips, perhaps was never a specific entity. Mo Lin felt a chill. It came not from the morning breeze, but from the implication behind those words. You mean? I must go. He did not let her finish. Taking a step forward, his form began to blur in the morning light. Not vanishing, but gradually merging with his surroundings. Mo Lin watched as he transformed into a wisp of silver light, melding into the rising sun. Only a faint trace of his presence remained, along with the mist still flowing in peculiar patterns. She stood alone on the mountain path, suddenly overwhelmed by an unprecedented loneliness. The young man, or rather the sentient mass of energy, moved through the forest. His form shifted constantly, sometimes solidifying like a human body, other times dispersing like thin mist. This was his newfound understanding of his own power, a result of the memory fragments beginning to reassemble. An ancient oak tree caught his attention. Symbols long forgotten were etched into the bark, identical to those he had seen in the hall. He reached out to touch the carvings, a slight sting emanating from his fingertips. Memories surged like a tide. He saw another version of himself standing beneath the tree, gripping a long sword gleaming with silver light. It was no physical blade, but one forged from pure energy. From the shadows opposite, something writhed. We must stop it, a voice said in the memory, familiar yet foreign. The cost is too great, another voice replied. Then came darkness. The memory fractured here, leaving only a sharp pain. He withdrew his finger, a glint of understanding flashing in his silver eyes. The shards were slowly piecing together, revealing a disquieting truth: the so-called ultimate evil might be the consequence of power itself spiraling out of control. He pressed on, arriving at a stream. The water was clear to the bottom, but in his eyes the water molecules displayed anomalous trajectories. Certain particles briefly vanished at specific points, then reappeared. Traces of the extraterritorial laws. He crouched and plunged his hand into the water. What reached his fingertips was not a cold sensation, but a peculiar resonance. Those vanishing and reappearing particles obeyed laws distinct from this world. Transcendence. He whispered, feeling the weight of the word on his lips. Not becoming stronger, not conquering anything, but understanding the true principles governing all things. Understanding the laws hidden beneath appearances, the code that constituted the essence of the world. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the water's surface. He observed the light spots, noting one particularly bright fleck that remained stationary, unaffected by the current. He reached out to touch it. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The stream ceased to flow, the wind stopped blowing, even the swaying leaves were suspended midair. Only his mind continued to function, observing this paused world. So that was it. The extraterritorial laws were not a power to wield against anything, but a key to understanding the essence of the world. The so-called ultimate evil was merely a distortion caused by an imbalance of laws. And true transcendence required not defeat, but restoration. Time resumed its flow. He stood up, a new light gleaming in his silver eyes. The memory fragments were accelerating their reassembly. Those dark, bright, painful, and joyful shards all pointed toward a single direction. He was not seeking a method to vanquish evil, but a path to restore balance to all things. This realization brought him a peculiar calm, as if his long-standing confusion had finally found an outlet. From afar came the crisp, melodious chirping of birds. But in his ears the sound was broken down into more fundamental frequencies, each note narrating the operational laws of this world. He continued forward, each step leaving a silver imprint on the ground, which soon dissipated, returning to the world's energy cycle. Perhaps the secret of transcendence lay hidden in these most mundane details. In the trajectory of every falling leaf, in the formation of every dewdrop, in the interval between every heartbeat. He looked up at the sky, the movement of clouds transformed into complex formulas in his eyes. Those formulas constantly recombined and shifted, revealing the true visage beneath the world's surface. At that moment he understood what he truly had to do. Not conquest, not victory, but understanding. Understanding this world, understanding the extraterritorial laws, and ultimately understanding himself. The light in his silver eyes gradually dimmed, no longer so dazzling, yet far more profound. Like a bottomless deep pool reflecting the very essence of the world. His silhouette faded deeper into the woods, eventually merging entirely into the boundary between sunlight and shadow. That place was neither light nor darkness, but a more fundamental state of existence. The interplay of light and shadow among the forests swirled around him, as if responding to the extra-dimensional laws flowing within his body. The silver mark beneath his feet flickered in and out of existence, each dissipation carrying away a trace of superfluous fluctuation, drawing his presence closer to the rhythm of this world. Ahead lay an open river valley where the water flowed at a leisurely pace, shimmering with fine golden specks under the sunlight. Several figures stood by the riverbank, their auras as steady and profound as ancient pines, yet perfectly harmonized with their surroundings. They had evidently sensed his arrival long before, but showed no hostility, merely waiting in silence. At their head was an elderly man with snow-white hair, clad in a simple gray robe, leaning on an unremarkable wooden staff. His gaze was gentle, yet deep, as if it could pierce through the surface to perceive the essence beneath. To his left stood a woman with a cool, aloof demeanor, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall, her eyes as limpid as water, and faint traces of frost swirling around her fingertips. On the right was a robust, middle-aged man, his features resolute, his aura as steady and imposing as a mountain. Traveler from afar, the elder spoke, his voice as calm as a flowing stream. The power that courses through you is unlike any law we have ever known. He halted, his silver eyes calmly meeting the elder's gaze. Laws have no fixed form, much like the flow of this river. Now swift, now gentle, yet always adhering to a deeper principle. The woman furrowed her brow slightly, the chill at her fingertips condensing a little. What you say has some truth, but extra-dimensional power has always been regarded as taboo. Countless predecessors lost themselves by touching upon such forbidden knowledge. How can you prove you are not another threat? Instead of answering directly, he raised his hand palm, facing upward. A wisp of silver light slowly materialized, neither dazzling nor scorching, simply hovering in stillness. The air around seemed to warp slightly, and the ripples on the river's surface subtly shifted direction as if drawn by some invisible force. Whether it is a threat or not lies not in the source of the power, but in how it is understood and wielded. His voice was soft, yet it reached each person with perfect clarity. You have guarded this continent for many years, and should know better than anyone that the so-called ultimate evil is merely a distortion born from the imbalance of laws. The burly man snorted, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Anyone can spout theories, but the reality is that this twisted force is devouring our world. If you truly have insight, then provide concrete proof. The silver light in his palm revolved slowly, gradually forming into a complex pattern. The pattern was not static, it constantly shifted and reorganized, as if simulating some deeper operational mechanism. Observe the flow of the river, he said. Pointing to the water surface not far away, he continued, to you it may appear merely as a natural phenomenon governed by gravity and terrain. But in my eyes, every undulation of the ripples, every trajectory of a droplet tells the story of how extra-dimensional laws and native laws intertwine and coexist. The elder's eyes flickered, his wooden staff tapping the ground unconsciously. Go on. The world we inhabit is akin to this ever-changing pattern. The silver design in his palm expanded slowly, absorbing the surrounding light. Native laws form its foundational structure, while extra-dimensional laws serve as variables to adjust its equilibrium. When variables are ignored or suppressed, the structure gradually distorts, eventually collapsing. The chill at the woman's fingertips dissipated unnoticed as she gazed at the silver pattern, a contemplative look emerging in her eyes. You mean the evil we have been fighting all along is actually a manifestation of the world's own imbalance? Precisely. He withdrew his hand, and the silver pattern vanished with it. Defeating it may temporarily alleviate the crisis, but it cannot cure the root problem. Only by restoring the balance of the laws can everything return to its proper course. The burly man fell silent for a moment, then suddenly punched a massive boulder beside him. There was no earth-shattering sound, but fine cracks appeared on the boulder's surface before it crumbled into dust, scattering in the wind. Restoration. Easier said than done. We haven't even grasped how to touch the essence of the laws. That is because you have been trying to understand the entire world from within. A subtle luster swirled in his silver eyes. It is like a fish trying to comprehend water, unaware that it is always immersed within it. Extra-dimensional laws offer precisely a perspective that transcends this limitation. The elder slowly stepped forward, his staff leaving shallow imprints on the grass. Young man, what you say is indeed thought-provoking. But you must understand the origin continent has witnessed too many so-called salvation promises, each ultimately turning into greater disasters. I am not here to promise salvation. His voice remained serene. I am merely offering a possibility, a chance to restore harmony without requiring any sacrifice from any party. A brief silence fell over the river valley, broken only by the gentle murmur of the water. A few fallen leaves drifted down from the treetops, but upon nearing the ground, they abruptly changed course, as if lifted by an invisible current spiraling slowly upward. The woman took a soft breath, her initial suspicion gradually giving way to curiosity. The extra-dimensional laws you display seem able to resonate with our power. Laws are inherently without distinction between internal and external. They merely take different forms of expression. He raised his hand slightly, and a fallen leaf landed precisely on his fingertip. The power you cultivate is at its core the application of certain laws. It is just that for a long time we have only seen the surface, never touching the core. The elder's gaze sharpened. How can you convince us that you are not another person seeking to use extra-dimensional laws to dominate the world? The light in his silver eyes swirled gently, reflecting the elder's stern countenance. Domination stems from fear, understanding from the pursuit of knowledge. If my intent were to dominate, what I would have demonstrated now would be the suppression of power, not the resonance of laws. He took a step forward, the silver mark under his feet, now fainter than before, almost merging with the environment. Please sense carefully whether the extra-dimensional force within me carries any trace of aggression. The three exchanged glances, then closed their eyes in concentration. Moments later, the elder opened his eyes, first a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Indeed, your power is more like a form of harmonization, not conquest. Because the essence of extra-dimensional laws is balance. He gazed towards the distant mountains. Like sunlight and shadow, life and decay, they have never been opposites but two sides of the same coin. The burly man finally unclenched his fist, his tone softening somewhat. So what is your proposal? Cooperation. His voice was soft, yet carried an unwavering conviction. Not a master-subordinate relationship, not exploitation, but a joint exploration of the truth behind the laws. Using the perspective of extra-dimensional laws combined with your profound understanding of native laws to find a way to repair the imbalance. The woman nodded gently, and frost gathered at her fingertips once more, but this time not as a defensive measure. Rather, she let the chill flow and transform in her palm, as if conducting an experiment. If what you say is true, this might be a path we have never considered. The elder pondered for a long while, then slowly raised his wooden staff, tracing an arc in the air. Where the arc passed, space rippled slightly, revealing countless tiny points of light that swirled like a galaxy. The guardians of the origin continent once swore an oath never to easily trust an outsider. The elder's voice carried the weight of years. But in your words, there is a truth we have not heard for a long time. The points of light slowly converged, forming a complex and beautiful pattern that bore a remarkable resemblance to the silver pattern he had shown earlier. It seems our laws share the same origin. A faint smile appeared at the corner of the elder's mouth. Perhaps this is the guidance of fate. He inclined his head slightly, the light in his silver eyes finally receding, completely becoming as calm and deep as a still pool. Not fate, but choice. Just as the river chooses to flow to the sea, we choose to move towards balance. The four stood in the river valley, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows around them. A gentle breeze carried the faint fragrance of wildflowers from afar, along with the promise of new possibilities. In that moment, the seed of an alliance was quietly sown. It was not an alliance forged by mutual interest, but one born from a shared pursuit of truth. In the coming storm, this might very well become the key to changing everything. The light and shadow in the valley flow slowly, as if time itself has slowed its pace here. The old man gently tapped the ground with his wooden staff, causing the floating points of light to suddenly brighten, resonating with the patterns surrounding the silver-haired youth. A faint buzzing sound filled the air, like countless strings being plucked simultaneously. To construct a formation capable of resisting the ultimate darkness, 3 conditions are necessary. The old man's voice echoed in the valley: a sufficiently pure energy source, an understanding of the essence of the laws, and the awareness of sacrifice. The burly man stepped forward, the ground trembling slightly beneath him. The energy source is not a problem. The power of the heart of origin is sufficient to support any formation's operation. The woman raised her palm upwards, cold air crystallizing into ice petals that spun in the air. But we must consider the secrecy of the formation. If it is detected before completion, all efforts will be in vain. The silver-haired youth closed his eyes, silver patterns spreading from his fingertips, intertwining with the light patterns drawn by the old man. The resonance between the external laws and the local laws can create a perfect camouflage layer. Just as river water naturally flows around a boulder, the dark forces will instinctively avoid this area. The four stood firm, forming a wondrous rhombus. The old man stood to the north, his staff lightly tapping the ground, a yellowish light rising from beneath. The burly man occupied the south, fists clenched, crimson energy swirling around him. The woman guarded the west, icy blue air condensing into intricate patterns on the ground, and the silver-haired youth stood in the east, silver patterns dancing in the air like living creatures. Let us begin. The old man's voice was soft yet possessed an undeniable power. The energy within the earth began to surge, as if a slumbering dragon was slowly awakening. The burly man let out a low growl, crimson energy transforming into a solid pillar of light that shot into the sky, spreading out at a height of 100 meters to form a transparent barrier. The woman flicked her fingertips, the ice petals merging into the barrier, giving it a faint blue sheen. The silver-haired youth's silver eyes reflected the constantly changing structure of the formation. Not enough. A deeper connection is needed. He extended his palms, silver patterns reaching out like vines towards the other 3. The old man responded first, lightly tapping his staff, the yellow light actively meeting the silver patterns. At the moment the 2 forces made contact, the ground of the entire valley trembled slightly. The burly man hesitated for a moment, then relaxed his guard, allowing the crimson energy to intertwine with the silver patterns. The woman made her decision last, the icy blue air wrapping around her like threads. For distinctly different forces converged in the center of the valley, spinning and merging. The formerly transparent barrier began to reveal complex patterns resembling some ancient script and like naturally formed crystalline designs. The formation I requires a guardian. The old man looked at the other 3. Once the formation is activated, the guardian cannot leave the formation I by even a step. The burly man grinned. Just right, I was looking for an excuse to sit quietly for a while. The woman gently shook her head, her icy blue hair dancing in the energy flow. Guarding the formation I is not as simple as sitting still. We need to constantly adjust the energy flow to ensure the balance of the 4 powers. The silver-haired youth felt the power within him, waning beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Balance is the hardest part. The formation gradually took shape, 4 colors of light interweaving into a massive dome above the valley. From the outside, this was merely an ordinary valley. Even the energy fluctuations were nearly undetectable. But inside the formation, the energy flowed like a surging river, cycling back and forth among the 4. Do you feel it? The old man suddenly spoke, his gaze sharp as he looked eastward. In the distant horizon, a hint of ominous dark color was spreading, like ink dropping into clear water, slowly yet firmly tainting the entire sky. The silver-haired youth's silver eyes narrowed. They are coming. The burly man snorted coldly, just in time to test this new toy. The woman gathered a more chilling air at her fingertips. Do not underestimate them. This is just the advance party. The dark tide surged, withering the grass and trees, eroding the rocks in its path. When the darkness reached the edge of the formation, ripples appeared on the barrier, like raindrops falling into a lake. Steady. The old man's voice was calm as water. Do not attack, proactively observe their characteristics. The darkness lingered at the periphery of the formation like a lost herd of beasts. Occasionally, a few shadows attempted to breach the barrier, but upon contact they dissipated into blue smoke. The silver-haired youth carefully observed the movement of the darkness. They are searching for weaknesses. A clever tactic. Suddenly, all the darkness retreated, simultaneously regrouping 100 meters away. A vague humanoid figure stepped out from the darkness, its body composed entirely of pure shadow with only the position of its eyes flickering with crimson light. Outsiders. The voice of the shadow sounded like countless fragments rubbing against each other. You dare to meddle in this world. The silver-haired youth did not respond, merely adjusting the output of energy slightly. The silver patterns flickered within the barrier, forming a tighter connection with the other three powers. The shadow extended its hand, a black lightning bolt striking directly at the barrier. This time the barrier shook violently, and all four felt a tremendous impact. It's time to counterattack. The burly man let out a low roar, crimson energy gathering on the surface of the barrier to form a vortex of flames. The woman gently shook her head. Wait a bit longer. Let it come a little closer. The shadow indeed fell for the bait. Seeing the barrier fluctuate, it immediately pressed forward. The moment it stepped into an invisible boundary, the old man firmly tapped his staff. Now, the four colors of light erupted suddenly like the rising sun. Wherever the light reached, the darkness melted away like ice and snow. The shadow let out a piercing shriek, its form twisting in the intense light. But just then an unexpected change occurred. The shadow suddenly split into dozens of smaller entities, simultaneously charging at the barrier from different directions. The formation shook violently again, and the energy flow experienced a brief chaos. It's mimicking our formation structure. The silver-haired youth immediately sensed the anomaly. It's learning. The old man's expression grew grave. We must change the energy frequency immediately. The four simultaneously changed their hand seals, and the patterns on the barrier began to rapidly reorganize. But the shadow's learning speed was astonishingly fast. Every time the energy frequency changed, it could find a new countermeasure within seconds. If this continues, it will completely analyze us. The woman's fingertips had already crystallized into frost. We need a completely unexpected move. The silver-haired youth suddenly closed his eyes. Trust me. The other three exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. The silver patterns surrounding the silver-haired youth suddenly all dissipated, and he stood like an ordinary mortal. Yet the formation did not weaken, instead it erupted with even more dazzling light. This is... A look of astonishment flashed through the old man's eyes. Reverse resonance. The silver-haired youth explained softly. When one force suddenly disappears, the other forces will spontaneously seek a new balance. This balance is something it cannot predict. As expected, the shadow's attacks suddenly became chaotic. It clearly could not comprehend this completely illogical energy change. The burly man laughed heartily. Good lad. You've got it. The crimson energy seized the opportunity to counterattack, transforming into countless firebirds that charged at the shadow. The woman manipulated the cold air to crystallize into ice spikes on the ground, blocking the shadow's retreat. The old man's yellow energy formed a cage, capturing the dispersed shadow entities one by one. The silver-haired youth reconnected the silver patterns, perfectly merging the four powers within the newly formed balance. The light grew ever more intense, ultimately purifying all the darkness completely. When the last hint of shadow dissipated, the valley returned to tranquility. But none of the four relaxed their expressions. This is just a probe. The old man gazed at the clear sky. The real storm is still to come. The silver-haired youth felt the flowing energy within the formation, distant clouds reflecting in his silver eyes. But at least we have proven the possibility of cooperation. The woman gently brushed the leaves off her shoulder. Next, we need to refine every detail of the formation. The energy chaos earlier almost allowed it to find a breakthrough. The burly man moved his shoulders. I thought it was quite thrilling. But you're right, next time we need to be better prepared. The sun began to set in the west, casting long shadows of the four. They stood in the center of the freshly formed formation, like four pillars supporting the temporarily peaceful sky. The silver-haired youth could feel the external laws within him, merging more deeply with the laws of this world. Every moment new understandings were forming in his mind. This is not the end, not even the beginning of the end. But perhaps it is the end of a beginning. The distant mountains glowed with a golden-red hue under the sunset, like burning flames or like solidified blood. In this land where beauty and danger coexist, a greater storm is brewing, and they are already prepared to face it. The silver patterns on the young man's fingertips trembled faintly. It was not the wind. There was not a single breath of wind in the river valley. The water's surface was stagnant as a mirror reflecting the contorting clouds above. That tremor originated from a deeper place, from the groan of the bedrock beneath their feet, from the lament of every elemental particle in the air. The earthy yellow energy in the old man's hand dissipated silently, slipping through his fingers like grains of sand. He looked down at his palm, the wrinkles carved deeper in the twilight. "It's here," the woman said. The fallen leaves on her shoulder had yet to be brushed away, but now they crumbled into dust. It did not descend from the sky, nor did it burrow up from the earth. The darkness began to corrupt the light itself. The golden red luster of the river valley peeled away layer by layer like fading silk. Where the light died, it left behind a void more complete than nothingness. It was not a shadow, it was the antithesis of existence. A low growl rumbled from the burly man's throat. The crimson energy that flared around him dimmed instantly, like a torch drenched in water. The silver-haired young man closed his eyes. The extra-dimensional laws shrieked within his veins, resonating with the world's lament. He saw the threads of law snapping one by one, not torn apart, but erased from the very concept of being by some force. "The formation," he said. The four pressed their hands to the ground simultaneously. Silver, crimson, blue, and yellow light flared again, weaving into a net that tried to seize this collapsing space. Where the light touched the boundary of darkness, a sound like shattering porcelain rang out. The energy field of the formation buckled inward like a dome crushed by an invisible weight. The silver-haired young man felt his fingerbones creak under the pressure. This was not a contest of strength, it was the negation of the right to exist itself. The darkness began to coalesce into form. It had no specific visage, no outline, nor even a stable volume. At times it blanketed the entire sky, at others it shrank to the height of a man. Observing it alone caused cognition to collapse. The silver-haired young man averted his gaze, perceiving its movements only through the flow of the formation's energy. It was learning. In their first encounter, the shadow had only charged blindly. Now it was analyzing the formation structure, searching for the tiniest fissure in the newly forged equilibrium. The old man let out a muffled grunt. A crack appeared in the foundation built of earthy yellow energy. It was not a lack of power, the very concept of solidity had been undermined. "It's rewriting the rules," the woman said, her voice taut. The frost she released no longer crystallized into ice, but evaporated into nothingness midair. Not evaporated by heat, but by the negation of the possibility of condensation. The burly man roared and threw a punch. Crimson energy surged forth as a dragon of fire hurtling toward the darkness core. The fire dragon disintegrated before touching the darkness. It was not blocked. The causal chain constituting the phenomenon of impact had been severed. The patterns in the silver-haired young man's eyes swirled at an unprecedented speed. The extra-dimensional laws and the native laws fused under his will like two metals of different colors cast into a new alloy in searing heat. He saw it. Amidst the countless broken threads of law, one remained unyielding. It was connection, the symbiotic relationship forged among the four energies within the formation. "Don't resist." His voice was nearly inaudible amidst the shriek of energies. "Guide it." The other three understood instantly. They abandoned their direct assault on the darkness, channeling all their power into the cycle they formed. The formation's light shifted, transforming from a shield into a vortex. The part of the darkness that had descended was caught by this rotating force, beginning to deviate from its original trajectory. It tried to negate this vortex, but the vortex itself was composed of four constantly transmuting energies. The moment the command of negation was issued, the target's essence had already changed. This was the variable brought by the extra-dimensional laws, a factor that did not exist in the fundamental rules of this world. The darkness experienced its first stagnation. Not a pause, but a gap for thought. In that instant, the silver-haired young man severed his connection to the formation. Like a gear springing loose, he withdrew from the perfect energy cycle. This act was so contrary to logic that even the darkness showed a moment of bafflement. The formation fluctuated violently due to the sudden missing link, but the other three gritted their teeth, maintaining the crumbling balance. And the silver-haired young man had already stepped into the heart of the darkness. Not a physical step. His body still stood at the edge of the formation, but his consciousness, carrying the newly fused laws, invaded the conceptual plane of the darkness existence. Here there was no light, no darkness, no space or time. Only countless interwoven definitions and rules like an ocean of abstract symbols. And the darkness essence was the largest countercurrent among them, frantically polluting the other threads of law. The silver-haired young man's consciousness transformed into a silver carving knife, not to sever, but to sculpt. He slightly deflected the definition of death. He gently tied the causality of ending and rebirth into a loop. He blurred the boundary of existence by an infinitesimal measure. These alterations were so minute they were nearly imperceptible, like changing a single punctuation mark in an epic saga. But it was enough. In the river valley outside, the condensed form of darkness suddenly twisted violently. A part of it began to die, and from that death sprouted a radically different existence. Its boundaries endlessly replicated and annihilated themselves. It was still immeasurably powerful, but it was no longer unified. The pressure on the formation plummeted. The other three seized the opportunity instantly. The crimson energy no longer took the form of firebirds, but simulated the pulse of a dying star. The icy chi no longer sought to freeze, but constructed a quantum labyrinth at absolute zero. The earthy yellow energy no longer shaped a cage, but formed infinitely recursive folds in space. They no longer attacked the darkness itself, but the contradictions within it that the silver-haired young man had disrupted. The existence of the darkness let out a silent shriek. It was not a sound, but the tremor from the simultaneous collapse of countless rules. It began to contract, not a retreat, but an absorption of all information present, including that variable it could not comprehend, to analyze and archive it, preparing for its next descent. When the last wisp of darkness receded from the river valley, what remained was not peace, but a place forever altered. Half the river flowed in reverse. Several suspended stones hung frozen in midair, neither rising nor falling. The leaves of a poplar tree had turned blue, slowly crystallizing. The silver-haired young man opened his eyes, coughing up a mouthful of silver blood. His silver pupils had dimmed considerably, with several fractures in the patterns within. The burly man sat on the ground, gasping for breath, his right arm twisted unnaturally. The woman leaned against a rock, her face pale as paper. The air around her was still cold, but that cold carried a taste of deathly stillness. The old man was the only one still standing. He gazed at the warped river valley, his voice hoarse. It has taken a part of this place's rules. The silver-haired young man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The extra-dimensional laws seared within him. The reverse invasion had nearly torn the very foundation of his existence. It has also left something behind, he said softly. On his fingertip, an extremely faint wisp of dark energy coiled like a living thing. Not a part of its essence, but debris shed during its interaction with this world's rules, captured and isolated by the extra-dimensional laws. This wisp of dark debris was no longer aggressive. It merely cycled endlessly through self-replication and self-annihilation like a program trapped in a logical paradox. The woman stepped closer, gazing at the wisp of darkness. Can you control it? The distant mountains still lay under the sunset, but a barely perceptible tinge of gray had mixed into the golden-red luster, like a crack running through a perfect painting. The storm was not over. It had merely changed its form, seeping in deeper and more thoroughly. And they, having paid a grievous price, had finally touched the true form of their enemy. Not its power, but the fundamental rules that constituted that power. The silver-haired young man withdrew the wisp of dark debris. It vanished into his palm, merging into the prison forged by the extra-dimensional laws. The lights of the base began to flicker to life on the opposite bank of the river, like stubborn eyes in the darkness. The silver-haired young man stood alone on the observation deck at the highest point of the base. The night wind swept through his loose strands, the silver interwoven with a few nascent dark threads, as if stained by something. He opened his palm. The dark fragment spun quietly within the cage forged by the extraterritorial law. It no longer attempted to erode, merely repeating a ceaseless cycle of fission and annihilation like an eternal pendulum. Below the observation deck, the entire energy network of the base began to illuminate in a visible pattern. Countless streams of light surged along the preset channels, converging into a vast array that covered the entire valley. The light patterns intertwined, casting flickering shadows across his profile. He closed his eyes. The extraterritorial law circulated slowly within him, mending his shattered foundations. Each cycle brought a faint, sharp sting, like the ache of new flesh growing over a wound. The dark fragment suddenly trembled. It was subtle, almost imperceptible. But he caught it, like a single grain of sand falling into a placid lake. He opened his silver eyes. The patterns within them reconnected, yet they were far more intricate than before, like a spider's web rewoven after being torn apart. Begin. His voice was soft, yet it carried weight in the air. The array's light blazed with sudden intensity. Thousands upon thousands of beams shot into the sky, weaving into a colossal cage in the night. The boundary between light and shadow blurred. The entire valley was shrouded in a translucent light barrier. He stood at the center of the light barrier, the extraterritorial law operating at full capacity. The dark fragment suddenly became active. No longer content with self-replication, it began to batter the inner walls of the law's cage. Each impact caused the silver-haired young man's brow to furrow slightly. The outlines of the distant mountains began to warp. It was not an optical illusion, but a tangible deformation. Rocks flowed like molten wax, and tree branches twisted into impossible angles. Space itself was being rewritten. Darkness seeped from the void. It was not the violent erosion of before, but a more insidious, more thorough infiltration. It flowed along the crevices of rules like water seeping into sand. The silver-haired young man tapped his fingertip. The extraterritorial law transformed into a fine silver net, meeting the infiltrating darkness. The moment they touched, there was no sound, only a violent tremor in space. He coughed up a mouthful of silver blood. The blood fell upon the observation deck floor, instantly crystallizing into tiny silver particles, then dissipating as motes of light. The darkness coalesced into a form. It was not a complete entity, merely the projection of a single tentacle. Yet the weight of the rules it carried caused the entire valley to sink. Cracks like a spider's web spread across the observation deck floor. The array's beams began to flicker like candles in a dying wind. The patterns in the silver-haired young man's eyes flared again, more dazzling than ever before. He no longer attempted to resist, but to guide. He let the darkness flow. He let its rules reveal their full form within the channels constructed by the extraterritorial law. Agony instantly engulfed his entire being. Every inch of flesh was being dismantled and reassembled. The very foundation of his existence groaned under the unbearable strain. But he saw. In the instant the dark rules flowed through, he perceived the logic of their operation. It was not chaos, not destruction, but an absolute simplification. To dismantle all complex structures back to their most basic state, to reduce order to disorder, to return life to silence. Like an unending entropic increase. He understood why their previous struggles had always been in vain. They had been using the rules of this world to comprehend the extraterritorial entities, like trying to scoop water with a net. The array's light suddenly softened. It was no longer a rigid confrontation, but a yielding to the darkness flow, building fine tributaries within it. Like streams branching from a great river. The dark tentacle paused slightly. It had encountered an unprecedented situation. Not resistance, not flight, but guidance. More silver blood seeped from the corner of the silver-haired young man's mouth, but his gaze grew ever brighter. The extraterritorial law operated at an unprecedented speed, not to oppose the dark rules, but to learn from them, to mimic them, and finally, to transcend them. He extended a finger. A minuscule point of light flickered at its tip. It was not silver-white nor darkness, but an indescribable color, as if it were the convergence of all colors or their utter absence. This point of light touched the dark tentacle. There was no explosion, no impact. The dark tentacle began to disintegrate on its own. It was not destroyed by an external force, but its internal rules suddenly became contradictory. The rules that were meant to simplify everything were now generating complexity. Like a perpetual motion machine, suddenly discovering it needed energy. The darkness writhed violently, attempting to retract the tentacle. But it was too late. The point of light from the silver-haired young man's fingertip had already merged into the depths of the dark rule structure. It did not destroy, it merely modified a single, most fundamental parameter. And so the entire system of rules began to subvert itself. The dark tentacle dissipated like smoke, leaving no trace behind. Only the residual ripples of the rewritten rules lingered in the air, causing a slight refraction in the surrounding light. The radiance of the array gradually subsided. The silver-haired young man stood still. The patterns in his silver eyes had dimmed to their nadir, almost invisible. Yet he remained standing. He lowered his head to gaze at his own palm. The dark fragment had vanished. It was not destroyed, but fully understood and absorbed, becoming a part of the extraterritorial law itself. The cost was severe. He could feel the foundations of his existence further fractured, like a piece of glass riddled with cracks, threatening to shatter completely at the slightest touch. But it was worth it. He looked into the distance. The contours of the mountains were slowly returning to normal, and the distorted spaces were gradually smoothing out. Yet on the horizon, perpetually shrouded in twilight, that gray fissure seemed to have widened by a fraction. The storm had indeed changed its approach, and he at last had seized its tail. Below the observation deck, the lights of the base still glowed one after another like stubborn eyes in the darkness. But this time those lights seemed more resolute than before. He turned. His silver hair drifted gently in the fading light barrier. The first step had been taken. The silver-haired youth slowly descended from the observation platform. The stone steps emitted a faint sound of friction underfoot, each step tugging at countless fine cracks within his body. He deliberately lightened his movements, as if even a slight exertion would shatter this body like dried pottery. The metallic door of the base slid open silently. The interior was darker than usual, and the energy reserves were evidently depleted from the earlier confrontation. Several researchers were busy replacing the emergency lights in the corner. When they looked up and saw him, their expressions held something more than mere reverence. There was a mix of fear and unease. He did not linger and walked straight towards the depths of the corridor. The sound of his footsteps echoed in the empty passage, but this time the sound carried a barely perceptible hesitation. He could feel a certain support within him slowly collapsing, like glaciers silently melting under the spring sun. The automatic door of the medical area sensed his approach, but delayed half a second before opening. "You need to." The young physician's words stumbled midway. He could see the current state of the silver-haired youth. Those fine cracks had spread from the intricate patterns deep within his pupils to beneath his eyelids, like flaws suddenly appearing on the most exquisite porcelain. No need. The silver-haired youth bypassed the medical chamber and walked towards the innermost resting room. His movements remained steady, but his right hand trembled ever so slightly when closing the door. The door closed behind him. He finally allowed himself to lean against the cold metal wall. Breathing became difficult for the first time. Each inhalation felt like swallowing shards of glass into his chest. He looked down at his palm, where silver veins were faintly visible beneath the skin once as brilliant as the Milky Way, now dimmed like the embers of a dying fire. He shut his eyes. His consciousness sank into the collapsing starlit sky within himself. The once orderly network of laws was now riddled with broken trajectories. The fundamental rules sustaining his existence were twisted and torn during the forced acceptance of dark fragments. It was like a carefully woven tapestry being violently pulled apart, each broken thread emitting a silent lament. He saw how the invading dark rules rampaged within him. They were meant to destroy everything. Yet at the last moment he modified their core parameters, not to resist, but to guide. He redirected this destructive force inward, allowing it to dissolve itself, like diverting a flood to drown its own source. The cost was heavy. He opened his eyes and the patterns in his silver gaze dimmed further. The resting room's lights automatically adjusted to the softest brightness, yet it still stung his vision. The trauma at the level of rules was affecting his perception of the real world. Light, sound, temperature. Everything was becoming distorted and foreign. A cautious knock sounded from outside the door. "Come in." His voice was lower than usual, tinged with a barely perceptible hoarseness. The commander entered holding the freshly compiled damage report. This usually composed middle-aged man was now frowning, even his breaths were deliberately lightened. The disruption of rules around the observation platform has subsided. The commander placed the data pad on the table without opening it, but the base's energy reserves have decreased by 40%. Additionally, 3 on-duty researchers exhibited slight consciousness confusion, describing that in that moment they saw the end of logic. The silver-haired youth nodded slightly. This was within his expectations. The clash at the level of rules always leaves traces like a boulder thrown into water, ripples spreading far. "Let them rest," he said. "They will recover by tomorrow." The commander hesitated, his gaze lingering on his face for a moment. The fine cracks were not obvious under the soft light, but with the commander's keen perception, it was impossible not to notice something amiss. I need to be alone." This statement was made quietly, but carried an undeniable weight. The commander silently saluted and turned to leave. The door closed again, isolating him from everything outside. Now only he remained with the collapse spreading within. He moved to the center of the room and slowly sat down. The coolness of the floor seeped through his clothing, surprisingly providing a sense of comfort. At least this sensation was still real. He began to sort through the chaotic rules within him. This was an extremely dangerous process, akin to walking at the edge of a cliff where a slight misstep could lead to a complete plunge into the abyss. Each broken trajectory of the laws needed to be carefully reconnected, and every distorted parameter had to be recalibrated. Sweat trickled down from his brow. It was not transparent, but carried a faint silver hue, instantly evaporating into tiny points of light upon hitting the metal floor. This was a sign of divine essence loss. Each drop meant he was getting closer to becoming mortal. Time passed in silence. At a certain moment, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. That was the core rules protesting against his forced corrections. He had to stop for a moment, awaiting the wave of pain to pass. Breaths became rapid and shallow. He recalled long ago when he first constructed this divine body, the mentor had said, "Rules are both power and shackles. The more perfectly you weave them, the more terrifying the backlash when they collapse." Now he truly grasped the meaning of those words. Outside the window, the light of the eternal sunset began to shift. This was an unusual phenomenon. Ever since this world was frozen in twilight, the sun had never moved a fraction. He struggled to stand up and walk to the window. The gray crack on the horizon had indeed widened. It was no longer a fine line, but a blurred shadow like ink droplets slowly spreading on rice paper. Through it one could vaguely see the scene on the other side. It was neither a starry sky nor void, but some existence far more ancient and primal. The storm had changed its method. It no longer sought to destroy from the outside, but began to infiltrate. Like water searching for cracks in a container, silently seeping in. His fingers unconsciously tightened, knuckles whitening from the strain. The pain within remained clear. Each heartbeat felt like a hammer striking a broken bell. But he could not stop, nor could he afford to slow down. This game had entered a new phase, and he had just paid a heavy price to gain a slight advantage. As he turned around, he caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror. The silver hair remained, but it had lost its former luster. The cracks around his eyes were more pronounced, spreading spiderweb-like to his cheekbones. What concerned him most was his eyes. Those silver orbs that once pierced through the essence of rules were now veiled in a thin mist. He leaned closer to the mirror, scrutinizing carefully. This was not merely fatigue or damage. This was a decline at the essence level, a sign that his divinity was beginning to unravel. If this continued one day, he would completely lose this power and revert to an ordinary life. This thought did not frighten him. Instead, it brought a strange sense of calm. He raised his hand, gently touching the mirror's surface. A cold sensation traveled from his fingertip, and at the same time a faint light suddenly emanated from a broken trajectory of rules within him. Like a spark igniting in the dark, fleeting, yet illuminating the way. Perhaps this was the right path. No longer trying to maintain a perfect divine body, but accepting this imperfection. Just as he accepted that dark rule, turning the collapse itself into part of his strength. This idea was bold, yet perilous. But he no longer had many choices. He left the mirror and returned to sit in the center of the room. This time he did not attempt to repair those cracks, but began to guide them, allowing the broken rules to reconnect along new trajectories, stabilizing the distorted parameters at a new equilibrium. The process was even more painful than before. It was like breaking a bone that had already healed incorrectly and rejoining it the right way. Every second was agony, every moment challenged the limits of endurance. Yet he did not stop. Silver sweat continuously dripped, pooling on the floor before quickly evaporating. His breath became heated, his body temperature rising and falling abnormally. At one moment, he even smelled a burnt odor. That was the overloaded rules scorching his essence. Just when he thought he was about to completely collapse, a sudden stillness settled within him. The cacophony of collapse faded, replaced by an unfamiliar balance. It was unstable, like walking on a taut tightrope, but it indeed existed. He opened his eyes. The world in his vision still carried slight distortions, but it was no longer uncomfortable. It was like looking through frosted glass. Though not clear enough, it had a unique texture. He attempted to adjust his power. A faint glow flickered at his fingertips, dimmer than before, yet more solid. It was no longer as dazzling as it once was, but rather restrained, like the reflection of the moon in a deep pool. A narrow victory. The price. These two phrases echoed in his mind. He stood up, the pain within still present, but it was no longer an obstruction. Like the scars on a warrior, they reminded him of past battles and bore witness to his determination to move forward. He pushed open the door to the resting room, and the corridor lights remained dim. The commander waited outside, visibly relieved upon seeing him. "The situation has stabilized," the silver-haired youth said, the hoarseness in his voice gone, replaced by a calmness forged through adversity. "Notify all departments, an emergency meeting will be held in 1 hour. You need to rest. We have no time left." He looked towards the observation platform at the end of the corridor. There the gray crack was slowly expanding, and a new round of the game was just beginning. This time he no longer possessed a flawless divine body nor overwhelming power advantage. But he had something else, a deeper understanding of the enemy, and that slight advantage gained at a heavy cost. That was enough. The faint light at his fingertips flickered gently in the dim corridor like a dying candle flame in the night breeze. He gazed at that glimmer, sensing the delicate balance of two laws within him. This was not the power he was familiar with, yet it felt closer to the truth than ever before. The commander quickened his steps to keep pace, his boots clanking rhythmically against the metal floor. The observation deck reports that the rift's expansion rate has increased by 30%. He did not turn back, merely gathered the light at his fingertips into his palm. Notify the technical division. Lower the energy barrier threshold by 2 levels. But that would reduce the defense. We need more of the anomalous energy to permeate through. His voice was soft, yet carried an unyielding resolve. Since we cannot stop it, let it become a part of us. Beneath the dome of the observation deck, the gray rift writhed slowly like a living thing. Technicians bustled before the control panels, the dancing data on the screens reflecting their tense faces. As the energy barrier's threshold was lowered, the entire space fell into a strange stillness. What seeped from the rift was no longer pure darkness, but a lustrous fluid. It drifted down like rain, and upon touching the residual energy field of the barrier, transformed into countless twinkling specks of light. He stood in the center of the observation deck, letting the specks fall upon his shoulders. A piercing pain spread along his nerves, yet it quietly dissipated upon reaching the equilibrium point within him. The two laws began to interweave in a new way, neither a struggle for dominance nor a simple coexistence. "Record the data," he said to the research team behind him. "Pay attention to the changing patterns of the energy frequencies." The lead researcher rapidly tapped the control panel, and a complex waveform diagram emerged on the holographic projection. "The fusion of laws is generating new resonances. This completely exceeds our theoretical models." He raised his hand, letting the specks gather in his palm. The once dim light suddenly blazed, yet it was not the harsh glare of before. Within the radiance, intricate patterns faintly appeared like the lost script of an ancient tome. "This is not a simple fusion," he said softly. "This is evolution." The two laws within him, once clearly divided, were now forming a brand new structure. Like two rivers converging, they did not pollute each other, but instead nurtured a richer ecosystem. The rule conflicts that once brought excruciating pain had now become the driving force for change. The rift suddenly trembled violently. Unstable energy surge, a technician's warning voice quivered. Recommend immediate restoration of the barrier. He did not move. His gaze was locked onto the center of the rift where a blurry outline was slowly emerging. It was neither a physical entity nor an illusion, but a more fundamental form of existence. Continue recording. His voice was eerily calm. This is the first time we have truly seen them. The outline gradually sharpened, revealing an indescribable geometric shape. It was both as orderly as a crystal and as mutable as a fluid. When its edges touched the specks of light in the air, it emitted a crisp sound like wind chimes. The newborn power within him began to resonate with it. He closed his eyes, feeling this form of communication that transcended cognition. No words, no symbols were needed. This was a direct dialogue between laws. In a certain instant, he felt as if he had touched the underlying code of the universe. So that's how it is. When he opened his eyes, the outline in the rift had vanished, but the realization lingered in the depths of his consciousness. He turned to the team awaiting his orders and saw a mix of confusion and anticipation on each face. We have been misunderstanding their intentions all along. He said, this is not an invasion, but an invitation. The commander stepped forward. Are you saying that this anomalous energy does not seek to destroy us? Destruction and creation are two sides of the same coin. He opened his palm, letting the newborn light flow at his fingertips. What they bring is not an end, but an opportunity to transcend the existing rules. The data on the holographic projection suddenly began to fluctuate wildly. The researcher's exclamation was drowned out by the equipment's alarm. The rift expanded at a visible rate, but this time what gushed forth was not unsettling darkness, but a torrent of energy as brilliant as the aurora. It swirled around the observation deck, finally converging upon him. The pain returned, but it was accompanied by the throb of rebirth. He could feel every cell within him restructuring, every rule reconfiguring. This was not assimilation by anomalous energy, but the discovery of a higher level of harmony. When the last stream of energy merged into him, the entire world revealed a brand new appearance to his eyes. The once solid walls now appeared as flowing light and shadow. The technicians became walking clusters of energy. Even time itself revealed its delicate threads. He saw how laws wove reality and how they were in turn shaped by it. Shut down all defense systems, he said. But do it. When the last barrier vanished, the entire observation deck was flooded with resplendent light. The team members instinctively closed their eyes, but he alone stood in the center of the radiance like a watchman in the eye of a storm. As the light gradually subsided, people were astonished to see the rift begin to heal slowly. It did not disappear but merged into the surrounding space, becoming a new undertone of this world. He looked down at his hands. A strange luster flowed faintly beneath the skin, the testament to the perfect fusion of two laws. We have always feared change, feared losing the existing order. His voice echoed in the silent observation deck. But true power comes from the courage to embrace the unknown. Outside the window, the stars seemed brighter than ever. The positions of certain celestial bodies had shifted subtly, as if the entire universe had just undergone a silent update. The commander hesitated, then asked softly, "What are you now?" He smiled faintly, his gaze still fixed on the distant stars. Still a guardian, just in a different way. The light slowly settled within the observation platform, like stardust coming to rest. He raised his palm, the luster beneath his skin flickering with his breath. His fingertips traced the air, leaving a thin silver trail, briefly lingering in reality like a spider's web. "I need to go to the Well of Laws." This statement caused the commander's pupils to constrict. That was the oldest forbidden place in the entire Origin continent, said to be the source of all laws in the world. In the past 300 years, any life attempting to approach would be crushed by the primal laws. "Are you sure?" The last exploration team sent there. They tried to resist the laws, he interrupted, his silver gaze sweeping across the control panel. "And what I intend to do is to communicate." As the transport ship passed through the clouds, he leaned against the window. The pedestrians on the city streets below transformed into countless points of light, each a pulsating energy spectrum. He could see every line of law connecting them to this world. Some bright as freshly cast silver threads, others dim and on the verge of breaking. The Well of Laws lay beneath the cliffs at the northern end of the continent. When the hatch opened, what greeted him was not the expected energy storm, but an eerie silence. Even the wind vanished the moment it approached the well, as if devoured by some invisible force. He walked alone toward that distorted space. Here rocks defied gravity and floated, and the growth trajectories of plants displayed impossible geometric shapes. Each step felt like treading on the boundary of different worlds. The well was not a physical entity, but a vortex of void that constantly collapsed and reformed. He stretched out his hand, silver energy flowing from his fingertips like probing tendrils. The void suddenly solidified. Billions of laws manifested simultaneously, weaving into a colossal net that covered the heavens and the earth. Each strand of the net vibrated at different frequencies, transmitting the oldest memories of this world. He witnessed the very first moment of the continent's birth, how primal energy coalesced into matter and how life was birthed. It was overwhelming. The torrent of information nearly overwhelmed his consciousness. The silver light beneath his skin flickered violently, resonating with the laws in the well. He had to kneel, his silver hair cascading to cover his pale face. This was not resistance, but understanding. It was like reading billions of books at once, each one flipping its pages at the speed of light. "Stop," he whispered. It was not a command, but a request. Miraculously, the clamor of the laws began to subside. The turbulent streams of energy gradually became docile, like tamed wild horses. He slowly stood up, the silver pupils reflecting the entire structure of the law network. So this was it. The laws of the origin continent were not eternal, they were slowly evolving. But these changes were too subtle, requiring millennia to perceive. The laws from the outside acted like a catalyst. He cautiously touched one of the dim strands of the net. It was the law of growth weakening for some reason. The expansion rate of forests was slowing and crop yields were declining year after year. The silver energy flowed along the strand, not forcefully repairing, but awakening. He sensed the dormant vitality deep within this law, like awakening a hibernating seed. As the silver light reached the end, the entire strand suddenly brightened. Far away in the emerald forest, the guardian looked on in astonishment as ancient trees sprouted new branches. Tender green buds unfurled at a visible speed, and unprecedented vitality pervaded the forest. But this was just the beginning. As he touched more strands of law, unexpected occurrences arose. Several previously unrelated laws began to intertwine, resulting in changes he had not anticipated. Metal melted in the rain and flames burned in water. Residents of a small border town suddenly found themselves able to see through walls, while livestock in neighboring towns floated in midair. The uncontrolled ripples spread along the network of laws. He immediately retracted all energy, but it was too late. The vortex at the well began to rotate counterclockwise, emitting a low hum. This was the warning of the law system to him. "What have you done?" The commander's voice came through the communicator, tinged with suppressed panic. 17 abnormal phenomena have been reported across the continent. He did not reply. All his attention was focused on stabilizing the law network. The silver light no longer flowed gently like a stream, but transformed into billions of fine threads, precisely entwining each restless law. This was a silent game of strategy. He had to return everything to the right path without destroying the original structure. Sweat slid down the side of his forehead, evaporating into silver mist the moment it left his skin. 3 hours and 27 minutes. When the last strand of law stabilized, he was nearly exhausted. Yet a glimmer of enlightenment sparkled in his eyes. He understood the true purpose of the external laws. It was not to force change, but to exert subtle influence at critical junctures. Like a gardener pruning branches, it required a profound understanding of the plant's habits. On the way back to the observation platform, he kept observing his hand. The silver light beneath his skin became more restrained, almost indistinguishable from normal skin color. This was a sign of enhanced control. "We need to establish safety protocols," he said to the team that welcomed him. "We can only fine-tune one law at a time, and we must calculate the chain reactions in advance." The technician hesitated, "But with our current computational capacity." "Use this," he pointed to the restarted law monitoring device. The data stream on the screen was completely different. Each law displayed a complex map of connections. It can now reveal deeper connections. The crowd gathered around, shocked to find that the instrument no longer captured simple energy readings, but rather the real-time dynamics of the entire law network. "You changed the principles of the monitoring device?" the chief engineer asked in disbelief. "No," he gently stroked the surface of the instrument. "I simply made it able to see what I have always seen." Outside, the night quietly fell. The positions of the stars shifted slightly, as if some invisible hand was adjusting the clock of the universe. He stood in the center of the observation platform, feeling the resonance of two types of laws within him. The external energy was no longer an adversary to the native laws, but had become a bridge of communication. The real challenge had just begun. To restore the declining essence of this ancient world, he had to learn to play the most precise notes on the strings composed of billions of laws. A slight misstep could lead to the collapse of an entire civilization. The silver gaze turned toward the distance, piercing through the clouds, landing on those stars that still flickered in the darkness. Their more laws awaited understanding. His fingertips brushed against the metal casing of the law monitor, the icy sensation spreading along his nerve endings. On the screen, billions of law threads interwove into a flowing river of stars, each faint glimmer influencing the fate of distant star systems. "The gravitational constant in the third star sector needs adjustment." His voice rippled across the observation deck. The technical team held their breath as they operated. When the value was fine-tuned to the 12th decimal place, the nebula in the third star sector outside the window suddenly unfurled, the previously chaotic stardust reorganizing into a spiral formation. The navigation efficiency across the entire star sector increased by 17% without causing any spatial tremors. 3 months had passed, and such fine-tuning had been performed thousands of times. The morning mist had yet to dissipate when a transport ship pierced through the clouds and landed on the observation deck's plaza. The captain strode over, clutching a sealed container that held soil samples collected from a newly colonized planet. The microorganisms in this soil can thrive under intense radiation, the captain said, opening the sample container. Pale purple colonies shimmered under artificial sunlight. They've altered the atmospheric composition. He pinched a small amount of soil silver light flowing between his fingers. The genetic code of the colonies unfolded within his consciousness, revealing an energy conversion method entirely distinct from native life forms. This was not a phenomenon explainable by natural evolution. Anomalous gene sequences detected, the monitor chimed. 700 discrepancies found compared to known biological laws. The lab fell into silence. Everyone realized this was no longer a simple case of species mutation. He closed his eyes. Extraterrestrial laws seeped into the sample like a trickling stream, tracing the origins of these microorganisms. Fragmented images flashed through his mind. A meteorite crashing, spores awakening, and the civilizational imprint of a distant galaxy. It's the Sours. He opened his eyes, his silver irises reflecting the startled faces around him. An advanced civilization is scattering seeds of life across the Milky Way. Suddenly alarms blared. The monitoring screen displayed a spatial anomaly at the edge of the 7th star sector. An unnatural gravitational source was forming. The fleet immediately entered combat readiness. When the advanced ships reached the coordinates, the transmitted images left the entire command center in dead silence. An artificial celestial body, 3,000 kilometers in diameter, was slowly emerging from the void. The surface of the celestial body was covered in geometric light patterns, their designs exhibiting the same mathematical principles as the gene sequences in the soil samples. "It's speaking to us," he said, lightly touching the communication panel, encoding messages with gravitational waves. The decoded information sent chills down everyone's spines. It was a set of coordinates marking 137 sewing points within the Milky Way. Accompanying it was an assessment report on Earth's civilization level. The assessment concluded threatening, control recommended. He stood before the holographic star chart, silver law threads swirling around him. With a light tap of his finger, extraterrestrial energy spread like a spiderweb, leaving marks on certain nodes of the chart. These are their energy relay stations. The marked points formed an eerie geometric pattern. Sever them. 3 days later, 17 task forces launched their strikes simultaneously. Each team carried law disruptors he had calibrated. When the devices activated, the light patterns on the artificial celestial body began to flicker erratically. One by one, the marked points on the star chart went dark. The artificial celestial body emitted shockwaves attempting to rebuild the network, but each try was precisely intercepted. "They are reassessing us," the technical officer stared at the data stream. "The threat level has been raised." He walked slowly to the edge of the observation deck. Clouds churned beneath his feet, stars twinkled overhead. The extraterrestrial energy within him reached a new equilibrium, with the native laws flowing as naturally as breath. "Initiate the web-weaving plan," he ordered. Over the next 2 weeks, 3,000 engineering ships deployed across the designated star region. They were not building fortresses or fleets, but weaving law nodes into the very fabric of space. Each node was meticulously designed to enhance humanity's control over the surrounding star systems without disrupting existing universal constants. When the final node was activated, the entire star region seemed to be infused with life. Planetary orbits became more stable, stellar activity calmed, and even the efficiency of hyperspace routes tripled. The Sours' celestial body began to retreat. The monitor captured a new message from them, no longer an assessment report, but a diplomatic request. He stood before the communication screen, gazing at the representative's face, a form unclassifiable by Earth's biology. The translator converted the alien language into familiar syllables. "We acknowledge your sovereignty over this star region." He did not respond immediately, but looked into the depths of the starry sky. Countless other civilizations watched from the darkness. Today's peace was built upon a balance that might collapse tomorrow. "I accept your acknowledgement," he finally spoke, "but on one condition." He brought up the Milky Way star chart and drew a curve between human-controlled space and the Sours' territory. "This will be a neutral zone. Both sides may pass through, but any form of law interference is prohibited." The alien representative was silent for a long moment, their tentacle-like fingers tapping lightly on the control panel. "Agreed." The moment the agreement was reached, the law network on the monitor suddenly expanded. The blue area representing human influence spread outward, forming a delicate balance with the purple area of the Sours. As night fell, he stood alone at the top of the observation deck. The evening breeze brushed through his hair, carrying the scent of distant stardust. The silver light within him flowed peacefully, echoing the stars in the night sky. A subordinate delivered the latest report. At the edge of the neutral zone, traces of a third civilization had been discovered. Its law structure was more ancient and complex. He took the report, the paper trembling slightly between his fingers. It was not fear, but anticipation. The stars continued to twinkle, but each beam of light told a different story. In this nascent cosmic era, humanity's steps would not cease, and his task was to ensure those steps always trod the right path. Silver data streams flowed gently across his retina. He stood at the center of the observation deck, his gaze piercing through layers of star charts. The newly discovered civilization at the edge of the neutral zone possessed a structure of laws that coiled around spacetime, like ancient vines, each vein containing an order beyond existing comprehension. His fingertips traced the holographic projection, and the interwoven lines of law trembled slightly. The silver light within him undulated in response, as if echoing some distant resonance. Commander, the law network of the third civilization is expanding. The assistant's voice came through the communicator, carrying a barely perceptible tension. He nodded gently, his gaze still fixed on the constantly reorganizing geometric patterns. These laws were neither as aggressive as those of the Sours, nor as flexible and mutable as those of humanity. They were more like an eternal poem chanting the truths of the cosmos with the most ancient syllables. Prepare the deep space exploration vessel. His voice was calm, yet it sent an abrupt silence through the entire control center. The assistant hesitated, then finally confirmed in a low voice, destination. The source of laws. The vessel slowly rose in the spaceport, its silver-white hull reflecting the light of distant stars. As he stepped onto the bridge, every instrument lit up simultaneously, as if welcoming their creator. The moment the hyperspace engine activated, the stars transformed into streams of light. He stood before the observation window, watching the familiar starfield drain of color behind him. The boundary of the neutral zone was like a transparent veil. Passing through it, he could feel the faint tremor of the law network. The deep space exploration vessel glided through the void like a silver needle piercing a drop of ink. The darkness ahead grew denser, and even the starlight began to dim. Anomalous space-time curvature detected. The ship's AI issued a prompt. The view outside the porthole began to warp, stars stretched into filaments only to shatter into points of light the next moment. The silver light within him suddenly accelerated, forming a dense network beneath his skin. The sensation was wondrous, like parched soil finally receiving a long-awaited rain. When the distortion reached its peak, an entirely new starfield unfolded ahead. The stars here were arranged into unimaginable geometric patterns, each star moving on a specific orbit, as if following a precise musical score. Nebulae were not chaotic clouds of gas, but were woven into intricate lace patterns rotating slowly in the void. Even more astonishing was the law network. It was no longer an invisible force, but had manifested as luminous threads connecting the entire starfield into a whole. Each thread pulsed faintly, transmitting streams of information that surpassed the speed of light. Intelligent signal source detected. The AI's voice carried a rare hesitation. Unable to parse its encoding method, he approached the console and lightly touched the sensor area. Silver light flowed from his fingertips, merging with the detection data. In the depths of his consciousness, he felt a call, like an ancient bell tolling across time and space. Follow the signal. The exploration vessel advanced along the path woven by the glowing threads, and the surrounding scenery grew increasingly beyond imagination. Planets were no longer spheres, but polyhedral crystals, each face reflecting a different fragment of spacetime. Stars were no longer blazing balls of gas, but pure energy vortices, orderly in their emission of light. Finally, at the center of the starfield, they saw the source of the signal. It was neither a celestial body nor any known construct of civilization. It was more like a great tree woven from light, its roots plunging into the void, its branches extending into countless dimensions. Each leaf was a complete universe, each vein recorded the rise and fall of a civilization. He stepped out of the ship, suspended in the void. The silver light swirled around him, resonating with the tree of light. Then from the center of the tree, a figure slowly emerged. It had no fixed form, shifting between flowing mercury and condensed starlight. As it drew near, he sensed not hostility nor curiosity, but a profound scrutiny. Seeker. A thought echoed directly in his mind, requiring no translation, no understanding, as if it were always meant to be. What are you? He asked in his mind. Watchers. The thought came again. We guard the source of laws. The branches and leaves of the tree of light swayed gently, countless images of time and space flowing within them. He saw the spark of human civilization flickering on one leaf, saw the Sours expanding on another, and witnessed countless other unknown civilizations thriving in their own times and spaces. Is every universe a leaf on this tree? He asked. It is more complex than that. The Watcher's thought carried a hint of amusement. Each leaf is a possibility, a branch created by a choice. The universe you inhabit is merely one of countless possibilities. He gazed at the nearest leaf and saw a familiar earth within it. But looking closer, he noticed the continents had slightly different outlines, and the course of history had taken subtle divergences. And the laws. Laws are the veins of the tree's trunk running through all possibilities. The watcher drew closer, and starlight coalesced into the shape of a hand gently touching his forehead. In an instant, a torrent of information flooded his mind. He saw how laws were born from nothingness, how they wove the fabric of space-time, and how they manifested differently in each possibility. This knowledge was so vast it nearly overwhelmed his consciousness. The silver light churned intensely within him, helping to organize the information. When the initial shock subsided, he began to understand the true structure of this universe. No, of all universes. The light within you is a seed of the law. The watcher withdrew its hand. It chose you not by chance. Why me? Because your civilization is at a turning point. The watcher's form began to dissipate, merging back into the tree of light. Every civilization upon reaching a certain stage faces a choice to continue growing on its original leaf or to attempt to touch the trunk itself. The tree of light suddenly blazed with radiance, countless leaves illuminating at once. He saw on a distant leaf a civilization annihilated in an instant for touching a law it should not have. On another leaf, a civilization had successfully integrated into the law network, becoming new watchers. Now it is your turn to choose. The exploration vessel's communicator suddenly blared with urgent alarms. The assistant's voice was panicked. Commander, anomalous fluctuations in the neutral zone. The third civilization. They are actively contacting us. He cast one last glance at the tree of light, then turned and returned to the bridge. As the hatch closed, the watcher's thought echoed in his mind once more. Remember, every choice creates new branches. Tread carefully, seeker. The return journey felt exceptionally long. He sat in the command chair, sensing the resonance between the silver light within him and the distant law network. Those knowledge fragments still churned in his mind, awaiting full digestion. As the exploration vessel passed through the neutral zone, he saw the envoys of the third civilization who had been waiting. Their forms were strikingly similar to the watcher beside the tree of light, only more solid, closer to a physical state. We sensed your awakening. The envoy's thought echoed directly in his mind. Welcome to the true universe. He stood on the bridge, gazing at this representative of a civilization beyond comprehension. The silver light within him flowed calmly, resonating with the radiance on the other. At this moment, he truly understood what he had been seeking. Not power, not dominion, but the ultimate truth that pervaded all universes. Stars twinkled outside the porthole. Each point of light was a universe of possibility, each trajectory an unwritten epic. His fingertips traced lightly across the console, the silver light flowing with the motion. A new journey had just begun. The light within the bridge rippled faintly, the luminescence upon the third civilization's envoy pulsing like breath. He felt the silver light within him resonate with the other, as if two different frequencies were seeking a common rhythm. You know of the Tianyuan true lord. It was not a question, but a confirmation. The silver light trembled gently in the depths of his consciousness, transmitting a warning. The envoy's form leaned slightly forward within its halo. That is the title recorded in your civilization's annals. To us it resembles more of a cosmic immune response. The stars beyond the porthole suddenly warped like the surface of a pond disturbed by a thrown stone. Before the scout ship's alarm system could activate, the silver light within him had already reacted. Silvery patterns spread from his fingertips to his forearm, forming intricate motifs beneath his skin. It is here, the envoy stated calmly. There was no sound when space tore, only a hollow in perception. A shadow seeped out from the void, more solid and more hungry than memory served. It did not seem to move, but rather devoured the very space along its path. The silver light flowed autonomously, forming a faint aura around him. The fragments of knowledge obtained from the tree of light suddenly became active, rearranging and recombining within his consciousness. Do not confront it directly. The envoy's thought flowed through his mind like a clear spring. Observe its method of feeding. The shadow swept past an uninhabited planet. Rock and ice dissolved silently, not destroyed, but erased from the very fabric of existence. He noticed where the shadow had passed, the spatial structure bore minute creases like crumpled paper. The scout ship's engines suddenly failed, all control systems flashing restart indicators. The assistant reported anomalies urgently over the communication channel, but he could no longer hear. The silver light was conversing with something. Not the shadow itself, but an entity behind the spatial rift the shadow had torn. It is a bug, he murmured, silver light flickering in the depths of his pupils. A bug in the cosmic system. The envoy's radiance suddenly intensified. You have seen the essence. The shadow changed direction, lunging towards the scout ship. Time became viscous, each second stretched taut. In that elongated instant, he saw something writhing at the shadow's core. Not matter, not energy, but the embodiment of a concept. The silver light burst forth autonomously, weaving a net of light before the bridge. The moment the shadow struck the net, the entire universe seemed to pause for an instant. There was no explosion, no impact, only a torrent of information. He saw the final moments of countless civilizations facing the shadow, witnessed their varied resistances and their perishing. Within these fragments, the silver light guided his consciousness towards a common point. Every civilization devoured by the shadow had at some stage tampered with a fundamental law. "It is repairing errors," he said, gasping. The shadow broke through the light net. The scout ship's hull began to disintegrate. The silver light fluctuated violently, forming a final protective layer around him. At that moment, the envoy of the third civilization extended an arm forged of light. The radiance was no longer gentle, but sharp as a blade. "Learning time is over." The envoy's thought carried unprecedented gravity. "Now practice." The instant light clashed with shadow. The silver light within him suddenly seethed. The knowledge gained from the tree of light finally integrated, forming a complete picture within his consciousness. He understood the reason for the Tianyuan True Lord's relentless dispatch of power, not pursuit, but quarantine. The Tianyuan civilization itself might be an infected system, and the silver light, the antibody. The shadow writhed within the envoy's radiance, but did not recede. Instead, it began to split, dividing into countless tiny black shadows like a virus spreading. "It has learned." The envoy withdrew its light, its form noticeably dimmed. The scout ship's backup systems finally activated. The engines emitted a faint hum. He steadied himself against the console's silver light coalescing in his palm. "It is not learning," he said softly. "It is awakening." All the divided shadows suddenly turned, no longer attacking the scout ship, but converging towards a specific cosmic coordinate. The silver light trembled violently within him, transmitting fragments of an ancient memory. He saw it. Among the interwoven branches of infinite possibilities, a civilization had attempted to rewrite the universe's underlying code, and the shadow was the backlash from that failed attempt. The Tianyuan True Lord, the last survivor of that civilization, had been trying to contain the disaster. "We have all been seeking answers in the wrong places," he said to the envoy, silver light swirling in his eyes. "This is not war, but healing." The shadow coalesced again in the distance, its form becoming clearer. It was no longer formless darkness, but gradually took on a structure. Twisted, pathological, yet a structure nonetheless. The scout ship's sensors picked up energy readings, frequencies never before seen. The silver light adjusted automatically, resonating with that frequency. The envoy's light flickered slightly. "Your silver light. It is synchronizing with the shadow." He nodded, feeling two distinct vibrations within him gradually find their balance. Because they originate from the same source. The shadow completed its coalescence. It now resembled an inverted tree of light, its branches all composed of void. At the center of that twisted trunk, a point of silver light flickered, identical to the silver light within him. The Tianyuan True Lord's voice transcended time and space, echoing directly in his mind. "You finally understand. Now choose, repair this flaw with me, or become its nourishment." The silver light condensed in his palm into a small tree of light, mirroring the distant tree of darkness. He saw between the two trees countless possibilities blooming and withering on the branches. "I choose the third path." The silver light burst forth, not to oppose the shadow, but to merge with it. The scout ship rocked violently in the energy surge, but he stood firm. The envoy observed silently nearby, its radiance carrying a hint of anticipation. In the instant the silver light and shadow completely merged, he saw the original error. Not the hubris of a single civilization, but a contradiction born from the universe's own evolution. The shadow was the universe's attempt at self-correction, only its method was too absolute. "Balance," he whispered, the silver light flowing with his will. The shadow began to change, shifting from pure nothingness to a translucent gray. It no longer devoured everything, but began to filter. The celestial bodies it touched did not vanish, but underwent subtle transformations, as if recalibrated by a higher law. Surprise appeared in the Tianyuan True Lord's thought for the first time. "What have you done?" "Neither destroyed nor repaired," he replied, the silver light burning calmly in the depths of his eyes. "Only understood." The gray shadow tree revolved slowly in the starry void. It now resembled a mirror reflecting the universe's true visage. In that reflection, he saw the Tianyuan True Lord's true form. Not a tyrant of evil, but a watcher trapped in a time loop, endlessly repeating the same mistake, trying to avert a greater catastrophe through extreme means. "You may rest now," he said to that weary existence. The silver light flowed, the shadow tree swayed gently. The Tianyuan True Lord's consciousness gradually dissipated, not destroyed, but finally freed from an endless duty. The envoy came to his side, its light gentle. "You have created a new possibility." He gazed out the porthole. The gray shadow tree was slowly dissolving, turning into specks of starlight, merging into the cosmic background radiation. The silver light flowed peacefully within him, maintaining a subtle connection with the distant network of laws. "No," he said softly. "I merely returned things to where they were always meant to be." The scout ship's engines returned to normal. The assistant's voice came through the communicator reporting the restoration of spatial stability. But he knew some things had changed forever. The stars twinkled outside the window. Each point of light was a universe, just recalibrated, each trajectory an epic that had just found its balance. His fingertips lightly traced across the console, the silver light flowing with the motion, leaving faint luminous trails in the air. A new balance just established. The star chart on the console suddenly flickered violently, red alerts pulsing in silence. Beyond the porthole, the stars began to warp like reflections in water stirred by an invisible finger. The silver light at his fingertips trembled faintly. It was not a threat nor hostility, but a frigid order slicing into reality with the precision of a scalpel. Ripples spread through space, and a figure composed purely of geometric lines slowly materialized. It had no face, no body, only a constantly shifting polyhedral structure, each facet reflecting a corner of the cosmos. The liquidator, the lines intoned, each syllable as precise as a mathematical formula. The final line of defense for the Tianyuan system. Silver light swirled in his palm, dissolving into fine drifting motes. He gazed upon this being of pure logic, sensing the absolute rationality it harbored within. This was not the will of the Tianyuan True Lord itself, but an automated program left behind by that entity. A fail-safe mechanism ensuring cosmic equilibrium remained unbroken. The geometric entity halted abruptly. All its facets turned toward him simultaneously. Unauthorized interference detected. Initiating purge protocol. Without warning, without omen, space itself began to fold. The metal hull of the scout ship groaned in agony. He felt the same pressure crushing his bones, his internal organs twisted by an invisible hand. Silver light instinctively protected its master, forming a thin film over his skin that fiercely contested the oppressive force. He raised a hand and tapped the void. The silver light spread like a spiderweb, seeking cracks in the folded space. This was not a clash of power, but a dialogue of rules. The geometric entity operated on the laws set by the Tianyuan True Lord, while his silver light was reinterpreting those very laws. One facet of the polyhedron suddenly dimmed. Error. Rules have been modified. The geometric entity began to spin at high speed, each facet projecting a different attack pattern. The flow of time in the bridge alternated between fast and slow. The direction of gravity shifted constantly. Even light began to bend. The assistant's startled cry came through the communicator, stretched and compressed into a bizarre distortion. He closed his eyes, the silver light flowing steadily within him. There was no need to resist, only to understand. When time accelerated again, he moved with its current. When gravity reversed, he fell along with it. When light bent, he walked along its arc. Each transformation became an opportunity to comprehend the essence of this system. The geometric entity's rotation gradually slowed. Unable to parse target behavior pattern, he opened his eyes, and in his silver pupils were reflected every facet of the geometric being. "You are not fighting me," he said softly. "You are fighting an entire recalibrated universe." The silver light suddenly blazed, yet it did not strike the geometric entity. Instead, it merged into the surrounding starry sky. The stars beyond the porthole began to respond. The radiance of each star adjusted its frequency slightly. The motion of every galaxy underwent a subtle shift. Individually, these changes were insignificant, but together they formed an irresistible tide. The lines of the geometric entity began to blur, its edges turning jagged. System conflict. Inconsistent laws. The polyhedral structure shuddered violently, trying to stabilize itself. But the rules it was based on were being denied by the entire universe. Like an erroneous mathematical formula that cannot exist within correct calculations. He took a step forward. Silver light spread beneath his feet, forming a bridge toward the geometric entity. "Your mission is complete." When his fingers touched the surface of the geometric entity, there was no explosion, no blinding light. Only a faint crackling sound like ice melting under the spring sun. The geometric entity disintegrated into countless points of light, each one a mathematical symbol, a physical constant, a fundamental law of the universe. They hovered in the air for a moment, then quietly merged into the silver light, becoming part of a new equilibrium. The static in the communicator faded, the assistant's voice returned to normal, space anomaly eliminated. All systems functioning properly. He stood in the center of the empty bridge, the silver light flowing serenely within him. The final failsafe had been removed. All traces left by the Tianyuan True Lord had been transformed and absorbed. Beyond the porthole, the stars moved in quiet order, each star in its rightful place, every orbit as precise as clockwork. But this was no longer mechanical precision. It was the harmony of life. He looked down at his own palm, where silver light swirled gently. The liquidation was complete. A new epoch had truly begun. The silver light within the bridge slowly receded, flowing back into his body like an ebbing tide. The stars revolved quietly outside the viewport, the orbits that had just undergone violent adjustments, now exhibiting an unprecedented harmony. There was no mechanical coldness, no forced order. Every star radiated its unique glow in its designated position. He walked toward the console, his fingertips lightly brushing the panel. Silver light swirled at the interface, reading streams of data from every corner of the universe. The voices of countless civilizations poured into his perception through the quantum network, not panic cries for help, but steady operational reports. The laws that the celestial origin lord had forcibly unified were now naturally recalibrating themselves. Energy fluctuations are stable. The assistant's voice rang through the communication channel, carrying a subtle trace of reverence. All star domains have returned to normal. He did not respond, merely fixing his gaze upon the star chart. The regions once marked by geometric symbols now shimmered with a soft silver luminescence. The imprints left by the celestial origin lord were being slowly but steadily transformed, melting away like snow in spring, leaving no trace. The silver light circulating within him quivered faintly. It was not resistance, but a deeper resonance. He could sense a fluctuation from a distant dimension, the final message sent by the celestial origin lord's true body before its complete retreat. It was not a threat, but rather a promise, or perhaps a warning. At the edge of the star chart, a region never before marked suddenly flared to life. The energy signature emanating from there was identical to the celestial origin lord's, yet carried a resolute sense of departure. The silver light in his palm grew slightly warm, recording this coordinate. Not for pursuit, but for vigilance. He walked slowly toward the viewport, pressing his palm against the cold, transparent metal. The stars outside seemed to sense his gaze, their light flickering faintly. This was not submission, but recognition. The entire fabric of cosmic laws was being rewoven, every string resonating with the silver light within him. Should we track the retreat trajectory? The assistant inquired. He shook his head, silver light swirling in the depths of his pupils. No need. The celestial origin lord had already paid a sufficient price. That transdimensional entity had not only lost its most crucial avatar, but had also been forced to abandon its long-cultivated foundations within this universe. The geometric forms that had been transformed, the laws that had been recalibrated, these were irrecoverable losses. The silver light flowed calmly through his veins, bringing with it a newfound perception. He could now hear the whispers of the stars, sense the pulsation of the cosmos heartbeat. This was not an increase in power, but a deepening of understanding. The universe the celestial origin lord had sought to rule with absolute order was in its essence a living, ever-evolving entity. The console suddenly projected a holographic star chart. Tens of thousands of civilization coordinates lit up simultaneously, each emitting a unique energy signature. These civilizations, once suppressed by the celestial origin lord's uniform laws, were now bursting forth with their own vitality. His fingertips glided over those points of light, silver light flowing in their wake. There was no need for forceful intervention, no need to impose rules. The universe had its own path of balance, civilizations had their own trajectories of development. All he had to do was safeguard this natural evolution. The silver light within him vibrated gently, bringing fragments of distant memories. Why was the celestial origin lord so obsessed with absolute order? Why would it go to any length to subsume the entire universe under a single set of laws? These questions churned within the silver light, yet found no answers. Perhaps there would never be answers. At the center of the star chart, a familiar star system suddenly emitted a powerful signal. It was the cradle of human civilization, Earth. The silver light was exceptionally bright in that star region, as if responding to something. He closed his eyes, allowing his perception to extend along the network woven by the silver light. Past nebulae, beyond black holes, skimming over countless civilizations that were just awakening. Finally, it came to rest above Earth. The people there were still gazing at the stars, utterly unaware of the cosmic revolution that had just transpired. But they could sense a change. The stars at night seemed brighter, the colors of the sky richer. This was the most subtle manifestation of the recalibrated laws. The silver light rotated serenely within him, carefully storing away the image of Earth. This fragile blue planet was once the starting point of everything for him. Now, like countless other civilizations, it needed to find its own path within the new cosmic balance. Received a transdimensional signal. The assistant's voice was hesitant. From an unrecognizable coordinate. He opened his eyes, silver light swirling in his irises. There was no need to check the data. He had already sensed that signal. It was the final message left by the celestial origin lord before its complete departure from this universe. Not a challenge, not a threat. Just a simple coordinate and a timestamp. 1,000,000 years. That was the deadline set by the celestial origin lord. 1,000,000 years hence, when the universe had evolved to a new stage, when the silver light had fully merged with this cosmos, they might meet again. Then this unfinished conversation would continue. He waved his hand gently, and the silver light carefully sealed away that coordinate. A million years to him now was but a fleeting instant. But for the countless civilizations in the universe, it was time enough for immense development. The points of light on the star chart began to move naturally, new connections forming between civilizations. Trade routes were reopened, cultural exchanges revived. Without the celestial origin lord's forced unification, each civilization found a more natural way to coexist. The silver light flowed across the console, reflecting myriad possibilities. The choices of every civilization, every interstellar encounter, were weaving the future of the universe. This time, without external force, everything was happening naturally. He turned away from the viewport, a faint trail of silver light tracing behind him. Ripples spread across the bridge floor with each of his steps, not energy waves, but a resonance of laws. The entire warship vibrated in harmony with the silver light within him, becoming part of the new cosmic equilibrium. As he approached the exit, he cast one last glance back at the star chart. The final coordinate left by the celestial origin lord was slowly dimming, eventually vanishing completely. It was not concealment, but true departure. The silver light flowed calmly through his veins, carrying the pulse of the entire universe. Stars whispered, black holes sang, and supernovae narrated the cycle of life in their explosions. All of this was no longer a variable to be controlled, but a landscape to be appreciated. The hatch slid open silently, and the corridor beyond was bathed in soft silver light. With every step, faint halos rippled under his feet. This was not a display of power, but proof of existence. The retreat of the celestial origin lord was not an end, but a beginning. A beginning of true freedom for all beings in the universe. The silver light spun gently in his palm, reflecting infinite possibilities. Silver light swirled within the palm, trembling gently like a living entity. The fragments of memory stripped from the clone's origin now transformed into intricate luminous patterns, slowly unfurling in the depths of consciousness. A secret the celestial origin lord had concealed for eons finally revealed a sliver of itself. Deep within the warship, a door that had never opened slid aside in silence. A path paved with silver light extended beneath the feet, each step stirring faint ripples. On the walls of the passageway, flowing star charts emerged, every star whispering ancient tales. The sight within the secret vault made the breath catch for a moment. It was not a display of glittering treasures, but a floating nebula. Countless specks of light revolved slowly in the void, each halo encasing a different object. Some emanated the fluctuations of primordial laws, while others contained energy structures beyond comprehension. The first to draw attention were three exceptionally radiant halos. Within the first halo, a fragmentary stone slab floated in stillness. Its veins were not carved, but seemed to be natural patterns formed at the dawn of the universe. When the gaze fell upon it, those veins began to flow and reconfigure, enacting the ultimate mysteries of matter and energy. Within the second halo, a crystalline droplet constantly shifted its form. At times it became a star, at others it condensed into a dewdrop, and then scattered into mist. It exuded the breath of life's origin, yet carried the silence of undying annihilation. The third halo was the most peculiar, empty within. Yet when perception touched its edge, the entire nebula trembled. It was an existence more void than emptiness itself, where even the concepts of time and space lost meaning. Silver light flowed spontaneously from the body, resonating subtly with these hidden treasures. No appraisal was needed, the memories deep within the bloodline had already recognized the origins of these artifacts. That stone slab recorded the most fundamental laws of the origin continent, the key to understanding the very foundation of this universe. That droplet was the distilled essence of a primordial civilization, holding countless possibilities for life's evolution. And that void was the root of emptiness that the celestial origin lord had never fully mastered. Beyond these three supreme treasures, thousands of other collectibles drifted within the nebula. There were inheritance cores left by extinct civilizations, strange metals born from supernova explosions, and even several miniature galaxy models rotating slowly. A hand reached out to touch the nearest inheritance core. In an instant, countless images flooded the mind. A once glorious civilization re-emerged before the eyes. Their technology, their art, their understanding of the universe, all transformed into flowing light and shadow. When the memory ended, the core crumbled into dust and scattered through the fingers, but that knowledge was forever etched into the depths of consciousness. Silver light swirled joyfully within the body, showing exceptional affinity for these newly acquired insights. Unlike the celestial origin lord's method of forcibly devouring civilizations, this inheritance was more like an equal exchange. Before its demise, that civilization had sealed its most essential essence, here awaiting a worthy successor. The exploration of other treasures continued. With each new artifact touched, the silver light underwent corresponding changes, sometimes branching into new paths, other times merging and optimizing existing structures. These rare resources from the origin continent were driving an evolution in the silver light that even the celestial origin lord had never anticipated. Especially that ever-shifting droplet. When the silver light made contact with it, the entire warship trembled faintly. The essence of the silver light underwent a profound transformation, beginning to acquire more characteristics of life. This was not mere energy growth, but a sublimation of essence. Time flowed differently within the secret vault. By the time a preliminary understanding of all the treasures was gained, only a fleeting moment might have passed in the outside world. Yet the silver light had already completed several cycles of evolution, reaching new heights in its comprehension of cosmic laws. Finally, the gaze turned toward that peculiar void. The root of emptiness that the celestial origin lord could never control now drifted slowly closer, drawn by the silver light. Just as the fingertips were about to touch it, the entire nebula froze. All the specks of light ceased their rotation, and even time seemed to stand still. Then that void began to contract, eventually condensing into a tiny black that sank into the palm. There was no earth-shattering change, no sign of energy eruption. But deep within the essence of the silver light, a trace of eternal emptiness had been added. This trace of emptiness made the silver light deeper and more inclusive. When leaving the secret vault, the nebula behind began to dissipate naturally. The vacancies left by the taken treasures were slowly being filled by newborn silver light. The vault itself was also undergoing a transformation. The silver light in the corridors became more spirited, and every component of the warship resonated with the silver light within the body. It was no longer a simple relationship of control and being controlled, but a state of symbiosis. As the silver light altered the warship's structure also influenced the evolution of the silver light. Returning to the bridge, the scene on the star chart had changed anew. Those previously scattered specks of light began spontaneously forming more complex networks. Communication between civilizations was no longer limited to trade and culture, deeper cooperation was budding. Several civilizations had even initiated joint research projects exploring the mysteries of the universe together. All of this was happening naturally without any external force driving it. The silver light in the palm rotated gently, reflecting infinite possibilities. The celestial origin lord had collected these treasures to fulfill some grand objective. But now these artifacts would serve their purpose on an entirely new path. The silver light flowed calmly through the bloodline, carrying the many newly acquired secrets. The whispers of the stars became clearer, the songs of black holes revealed new rhythms, and even the explosions of supernovae displayed patterns previously undetected. This is not the end, nor even the beginning of the end, but merely the beginning of the beginning. The starlight on the bridge flickered within the silver glowing veins. The network of luminous points on the star charts continued to extend, yet the silver light no longer concerned itself with their external connections. His gaze penetrated the surface, perceiving the surging energy tides behind every civilization and hearing the subtle tremors of matter flowing across the star domains. The silver light within his bloodline was no longer mere energy, it began to weave its own laws. From that eternal void in his palm, countless silver threads spread across his body, each one redefining the boundaries of existence. The whispers of the stars became so clear, as if softly recounting the secrets of the universe's birth right in his ear. The silver light could distinguish the unique frequency of nuclear fusion within each star and sense the nascent celestial bodies gestating in distant nebulae. These sounds were no longer chaotic. They formed an eternal symphony. The song of the black holes had also changed its tune. Melodies once filled with the meaning of destruction now revealed the rhythm of cyclical rebirth. The silver light could see the twisted spacetime behind the event horizon, where matter was broken down into its most fundamental particles, awaiting a moment to rejoin the cosmic torrent. The pattern of supernova explosions became even more apparent. Each splendid death followed some exquisite mathematical formula. The angle of energy released the trajectory of ejected matter, all narrating the code of the universe's self-renewal. The silver light closed his eyes. The silver light within began to flow in reverse, gathering from his limbs and body toward his heart, then surging from his heart to the center of his brow. There a miniature universe was taking shape. This universe was vastly different from the outside. Its stars were composed of pure silver light. Its space-time structure was denser and far more elastic. Every fundamental particle moved according to the will of the silver light, yet retained a natural randomness. This was not creation, but evolution. The silver light could feel himself becoming the very law of this miniature universe. Within it, time could accelerate or reverse, space could fold or extend infinitely. The boundaries between life and death blurred, existence and nothingness transformed into each other. But it was not enough. This universe still lacked something essential. It could operate on its own and evolve simple structures, but it could not truly exist independently of the silver light's will. The silver light sank his consciousness into that eternal void. There he saw the unfinished blueprint of the celestial origin sovereign. The treasures scattered across various secret vaults now reassembled in the void, forming an even grander vision. The celestial origin sovereign had sought to create a perfect universe, one without entropy, without destruction, an eternal, unchanging utopia. He had gathered the essence of countless civilizations, attempting to forge them into an ultimate creation. But the silver light saw the flaw. Eternal immutability is death. Without decay there is no rebirth, without chaos there is no order. True perfection lies not in stillness, but in dynamic balance. The silver light began to reweave those treasures. He turned the whispers of stars into the warp and weft of space-time, composed the songs of black holes into cycles of energy, and forged the explosions of supernovae into the fountainhead of creation. The wisdom of every civilization was preserved, but not as mere copies. They became part of the new universe's diversity. This process was slow and arduous. The silver light could feel his consciousness under immense pressure. Sustaining the operation of a universe consumed unimaginable mental energy, let alone infusing it with entirely new laws. The silver light's body began to grow transparent. Flesh and blood gradually transformed into silver light veins. His bones revealed patterns of stellar arrangements. His breathing synchronized with the warship's energy core. His heartbeat resonated with supernova explosions in distant star domains. Just as he was about to collapse, the point of void in his palm suddenly expanded. It was no longer a black dot, but became a passage connecting the inner and outer universes. Energy from the outside poured in through this channel, while internal laws seeped outward through it. The silver light suddenly understood. True breakthrough did not lie in creating an independent universe, but in establishing a dialogue between the inner and outer worlds. Let the micro and macro nourish each other, let creation and the created fulfill each other. At this moment, the silver light's realm began to ascend. He was no longer merely the silver light, nor simply the heir of some civilization. He had become something more ancient and essential, a child of the void itself, yet transcending the void's constraints. The silver light could feel that he was only a hair's breadth from that legendary realm. With just one step, he could become an eternal true god, coeval with the universe. But he stopped, not due to insufficient power or incomplete understanding. Rather, at the final moment, the silver light saw a truth overlooked by the celestial origin sovereign. Eternal true gods are not immortal. They simply chose a way to dance with the universe. Some transformed into laws, some became concepts, some merged into space-time. They indeed exist eternally, but at the cost of losing themselves. The silver light looked down at his palm. The silver light still flowed, but now carried a trace of human warmth. It was a trait belonging to his original civilization, an imprint left by countless generations of lives' evolution. These seemingly insignificant traits might be the truly precious things. On the bridge's star chart, the luminous points of those civilizations suddenly grew brighter. They seemed to perceive the silver light's choice at this moment, expressing resonance in their own ways. The silver light smiled faintly. For now, he did not intend to take that step. Not out of fear, but because he had understood a more meaningful path. There were already enough eternal true gods, but perhaps what this universe truly needed was a being who could connect all things while retaining its own heart. The ascension of the realm reached a certain completeness at this point. Not a stagnation after the peak, but finding a height more suited to oneself. The silver light could feel that even without becoming an eternal true god, he had already touched the mysteries of that level. That was enough. The silver light turned his attention back to the star chart. The networks of civilizations were undergoing new changes. Several more advanced civilizations seemed to have sensed the silver light's recent breakthrough and began adjusting their own development paths. This was not imitation, but natural inspiration from a higher-level existence. The silver light waved a hand gently, and the luminous points on the star chart began to arrange themselves according to new patterns. This was not interference, merely providing them with a more optimized reference framework. The choice always remained in their own hands. The miniature universe within him continued to operate, but no longer sought complete independence. It was like a heart maintaining a harmonious resonance with the external universe. Each pulse deepened the silver light's understanding of the essence of all things. This was the pinnacle of the void, true God. Not the extreme of power, but the completeness of understanding. Not the absolute of control, but the art of coexistence. The silver light gazed at the endless starry sky beyond the porthole, knowing that his journey had only just entered its most splendid phase. Ahead lay countless mysteries to explore, countless civilizations to encounter. And at this moment he was ready. The light points on the star chart gradually faded. The silver glow, or rather Luyu, gazed through the bridge's viewport toward a region more ancient and profound. On the origin continent, the call of the well of laws trembled deep within his soul, no longer a temptation, but a weighty responsibility. With a subtle shift of his form, without relying on any starship, jump his essence as a void true God, had already transported him to that source where laws intertwined. The well of laws still floated in the void, billions of runes swirling like stars, but Lu Ye's perception had transcended its former limits. What he saw was not the surface radiance of order, but the shadows writhing slowly beneath. The lines of law were no longer as sharp and clear as before, their edges were frayed, as if gnawed by an invisible force. As energy flowed through it, occasionally stirred discordant ripples like hidden whirlpools beneath a calm lake. He extended his right hand, his fingertips not yet touching the well's wall, yet his void aura had already delved in like strands of silk. In an instant, a torrent of chaotic information crashed against his consciousness. It was not destructive violence, but a viscous, suffocating sluggishness. The connections between laws were becoming redundant and chaotic. Newborn rules intertwined with ancient decrees, each weakening the other. Like fine sand falling into the gears of a precision instrument, it had not stopped turning, but an ominous grinding sound had begun. Entropy, Luyu murmured. This was not damage from external force, but a defect buried since the moment of creation. As the source of myriad laws, the origin continent's very order was slowly tending toward internal chaos. Every birth of a new law, every civilization's understanding and application of laws injected an irresolvable noise into this vast system. The accumulation had reached a critical point. He recalled the miniature cosmic sea within himself. It maintained dynamic balance precisely because it did not expand infinitely. Its internal laws achieved a subtle cycle of birth and death. But the well of laws before him was like a beast that devoured endlessly, yet could not digest. He could hesitate no longer. In Lu Ye's eyes, the power of the void origin began to coalesce. It was not to destroy, but to reorder. He named it Primordial Return, using his own miniature cosmic sea as a blueprint to guide the well of laws through a complete internal reconstruction. No sooner had the action begun than the backlash arrived. The chaotic fragments of law within the well seemed to possess a collective consciousness. Sensing the intrusion of an external, they erupted in an instant. Countless twisted chains of law burst forth from the well's mouth, no longer in a pure energy form, but laden with sharp shrieks and chaotic imagery, like billions of solid venomous snakes coiling and biting toward Luyu. Luyu remained motionless, a faint silver halo naturally emerging around him. The halo appeared thin, yet it contained the principle of birth and death from his miniature cosmic sea. The first chain of law struck the halo. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The chaotic runes at the chain's tip melted and reorganized like snow under the sun, reverting to a strand of pure, fundamental law essence, silently absorbed by the halo. But more chains surged forward relentlessly. They no longer attacked Hedon, but began to twist and deform, evolving into bizarre forms of assault. Some transformed into a sweeping psychic assault attempting to corrupt Lu Yes, while others simulated the collapse of galaxies, triggering temporal and spatial turbulence. Still others directly replicated fragments of Lu Yes' past battles, coalescing into energy phantoms resembling him wielding swords of law to strike. Silver light swirled in Lu Yes' pupils. What he saw through was not the surface, but the chaotic core of the laws behind these attacks. He formed two fingers into a sword and gently tapped forward. Where his fingertip passed, space did not shatter, but revealed a fine net-like pattern. The manifestation of the law veins from his internal cosmic sea. Disperse. His words became law. The charging energy phantom froze mid-motion. The chaotic laws composing its existence were combed and stripped by an invisible force, like unraveling a tangled thread, instantly reverting to formless light points that dissipated into nothingness. The psychic assault crashed against his abyss-like mental barriers, failing to stir even a ripple. Yet the depths of the well of laws surpassed all imagination. The initial chaotic attacks were merely an appetizer. The well itself began to tremble violently. Within, the almost solidified supreme laws that had settled over countless eons were stirred. A dark golden law appeared out of nowhere. It bore no trace of violence, yet everything around it grew heavy. This was the law of existence solidification. It did not attack, but assimilated, seeking to freeze even Lu Yes' void essence into part of the well's wall. Luyu felt his own thought processes slow and his energy flow stagnate. He took a deep breath, not of air, but drawing on the power of his internal miniature cosmic sea. Within that cosmic sea, a star had just entered its twilight, erupting as a supernova, releasing the majestic force of destruction and rebirth. Break! He let out a low shout. The silver light around him surged, no longer defensive, but actively meeting the dark golden law. At the moment of contact, there was no explosion, only a grating sound, as if the most fundamental structures of matter were being forcibly twisted. The silver light, like the most precise scalpel, cut along the internal veins of the solidification law, not to destroy, but to activate the primordial vitality latent within it. The dark golden law trembled violently. Its solidified layers flaked away, revealing the flowing radiance within. It eventually transformed into a gentle golden stream, returning to the well no longer aggressive. But this was only the beginning. The breaking of the solidification law was like poking a hornet's nest. From the depths of the well of laws, more ancient and essential powers awakened. Chaotic currents began to emanate. They were not disorderly, but represented a tendency toward the silence of all laws, the ultimate manifestation of entropy. Where the currents passed, even the concepts of space and time began to blur and dissolve. Luy's expression grew grave. This was the true core of the malady. He cupped his hands before his chest, and the miniature cosmic sea within him operated at an unprecedented speed. Nebulae were born and died, civilizations rose and fell. The cycle of all matter and energy was pushed to its limit. A miniature projection perfectly replicating the structure of his internal cosmic sea coalesced between his palms. Primordial return activate. He thrust the projection toward the well of laws. The projection and the chaotic currents collided with a roar. There was no light, no sound, only a fierce clash of concepts. The chaotic currents attempted to assimilate the projection into absolute nothingness, while the projection, with its perfect internal dynamic balance, forcibly defined the boundaries of order. At the point of collision, the scene became grotesque and surreal, sometimes evolving into the spectacle of world creation, sometimes collapsing into a singularity where even light could not escape. Luyu stood at the center of the storm, his body trembling slightly. His consciousness simultaneously bore the load of the miniature cosmic sea's high-speed operation and the pressure of confronting the chaotic currents heat. Fine cracks began to appear on his skin, with silver light seeping through, a sign that his essential power was being pushed to its extreme. He could hear the roar of eons of accumulated inertia and chaos from the depths of the well of laws. The primordial return plan felt like swimming upstream against a turbulent river that had flowed for countless ages. But he did not retreat. His will merged completely with the cosmic sea projection in his palm. Within the projection, it began to simulate the pristine state the well of laws should have had in the primordial era, when laws though simple were clear and vibrant. This thread of primordial order information, like a drop of ice water into boiling oil, instantly triggered a chain reaction within the chaotic currents. Within the chaos, a discordant order emerged. The trend of entropy was forcibly halted and reversed for the first time. The primordial return had officially begun. Deep within the well of laws, the primordial order, like a pebble cast into stagnant water, sent ripples spreading with startling speed. The phantom of the cosmic sea within Luy's palm rotated slowly, each revolution subtly altering the trajectories of the surrounding chaotic currents. Order began to emerge from chaos, structure began to sprout from disorder. He extended his right hand, his fingertip tracing lightly in the void. A silver trail materialized within which countless densely packed stars revolved. This trail began to replicate and extend itself, constructing a stable geometric structure at the heart of the chaotic currents, a node of entropy. The moment the node took shape, the surging chaos around it abruptly halted. As if time itself had tied a knot at this point, the trend of entropy was forcibly severed. Luyu could sense that this node was consuming the energy of his miniature cosmic sea at an alarming rate. He retrieved the fragmented stone tablet from his bosom. The edges of the stone tablet were jagged, its surface etched with ancient, indecipherable patterns. As the tablet neared the node, these patterns suddenly emitted a faint glow, resonating with the stellar movements within the node. Next, he produced the crystalline droplet. It floated within the chaos, seeming to contain countless folded spaces within. When the droplet fell upon the stone tablet, a transformation occurred. The patterns on the tablet's surface seemed to come alive, flowing and rearranging autonomously. The liquid seeped into the tablet's cracks, filling the missing parts. The two fused slowly at the center of the entropy node, releasing ripples that transcended the cognitive boundaries of this universe. At that very moment, the entire well of laws trembled violently. It was not a physical tremor, but a shudder at the conceptual level. The inertia and chaos that had settled here for eons were thoroughly enraged, and an ancient colossal consciousness awakened from the deepest abyss of the well. The final divinity had descended. It had no concrete form, yet it was omnipresent. It was like the inevitability of all things, ending like the twilight that every civilization must eventually face. Its mere presence caused the newly formed entropy node to tremble. Luyu felt his thoughts slowing, his memories beginning to blur. This was not an attack, but an erosion inherent to its existence. The final divinity did not even need to act. Its very presence ceaselessly corroded all concepts not of its own. So this is conceptual corrosion. He struggled to maintain clarity of consciousness, the rotation of the cosmic sea within him accelerating once more. Stars flickered within him, the rise and fall of civilizations replayed at 1,000-fold speed. Each civilization's and deepened his understanding of the nature of finality. Cracks began to appear on the entropy node. The The silver trajectories composing it grew dim, the stellar movements within stuttering. The corrosion of the final divinity was silent, yet more terrifying than any violent assault. Lu Yu took a deep breath, sinking his consciousness into the deepest part of his inner universe. There existed laws that did not belong to this universe, extraterritorial laws. These laws were incompatible with the rules of the current universe, yet precisely because of this difference they remained intact under the corrosion of the final divinity. He channeled the extraterritorial laws into the negentropy node. The cracks on the node's surface began to mend, and the silver trails reignited. But this time the color of the trails changed, from pure silver to a flowing light tinged with iridescence. The final divinity seemed provoked. Chaotic currents began to coalesce, forming countless pitch-black tentacles. These tentacles were not physical, but the manifestation of the concept of ending itself. They coiled around the negentropy node, attempting to drag it into eternal stillness. Lu Yu tapped his fingertip, and the extraterritorial laws constructed intricate defensive patterns on the node's surface. Whenever a black tentacle drew near, the patterns would flare, converting the tentacle into harmless fundamental particles. But this was only the beginning. The final divinity's attacks grew more insidious. Lu Yu suddenly felt a pang of dread. He found himself forgetting how to maintain the negentropy node. Knowledge of the node's structure was vanishing from his memory. Conceptual corrosion had reached his cognitive level. He immediately summoned the extraterritorial laws to shield his core consciousness. These laws from other universes proved astonishingly effective. The final divinity could corrode everything in this universe, yet struggled to affect concepts that did not belong to it. The loss of memory ceased. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Yu began his counterattack. He no longer merely defended, but guided the extraterritorial laws to take the offensive. Iridescent light shot forth from the negentropy node, precisely striking the black tentacles. The struck tentacles did not explode or vanish. Instead, they underwent a reverse evolution. From the concept of ending, they regressed into a neutral concept of existence. For the first time, the final divinity exhibited an emotional fluctuation. It was a surprise that had not been felt in eons. The chaotic currents began to churn wildly, forming a massive vortex within the well. At the vortex's center, the final divinity began to condense a temporary form, a constantly shifting shadow composed of pure darkness. The shadow extended a finger, pointing at the negentropy node. This simple gesture contained the will to end all things. Where the fingertip passed, even chaos itself was annihilated. This was an attack that transcended the levels of energy and matter, a direct erasure of the essence of existence. Lu Yu felt his own existence becoming tenuous, as if the next moment he would be completely erased from the history of this universe. At this critical juncture, he poured his entire consciousness into the negentropy node. The fragmented stone tablet within the node suddenly erupted with blinding light. The flowing patterns completely reorganized in that instant, forming a complete design. The design resonated with the cosmic sea within Lu Yu and echoed with the extraterritorial laws. The power of the three combined, constructing a transparent barrier before the node. The final divinity's finger touched the barrier. There was no thunderous roar, no explosion, only a fierce collision of concepts. Countless ripples spread across the barrier's surface, each ripple the birth and death of a miniature universe. The erasing force of the final divinity was dispersed into these miniature universes born by their creation and destruction. The barrier held. The shadow of the final divinity wavered slightly, as if unable to comprehend why its attack had failed. Seizing this moment, Lu Yu made a bold decision. He actively dispersed the barrier. Then he temporarily ceded control of the negentropy node to the extraterritorial laws. Iridescent light instantly flooded the entire well of laws. These laws from other universes began to operate autonomously. They did not follow the rules of this universe, and thus were not completely restrained by the final divinity. The iridescent light entangled the shadow of the final divinity, beginning to analyze its composition. The final divinity struggled violently, chaotic currents churning wildly, but it could not shake off the entanglement of these alien laws. Standing at the heart of the storm, Lu Yu observed the process closely. He noticed that under the influence of the extraterritorial laws, the shadow of the final divinity began to flicker unstably. Occasionally, the darkness composing the shadow would recede, revealing something more fundamental beneath. It was an extremely faint silver light. Just as he sought to investigate further, the final divinity let out a silent roar. The entire well of laws began to collapse, the chaotic currents turning savage beyond measure. The final divinity would rather destroy this lair it had inhabited for eons than allow itself to be further analyzed by the extraterritorial laws. Lu Yu knew it was time to leave. He withdrew control of the extraterritorial laws, compressed the negentropy node to its smallest size, and carrying the fused entity of the node and the fragmented tablet rushed out of the well. Behind him, the well of laws was collapsing at an astonishing speed. The shadow of the final divinity flickered amidst the chaos, its eyes of pure, unadulterated darkness fixed unblinkingly on the direction of Liu Ye's departure. Within that gaze, besides the accumulated fury of eons, there was also a barely perceptible trace of apprehension. The moment the rainbow light dissipated at his fingertips, the entire well of laws suddenly fell into a dead silence. It was not calm, but rather a heart-stopping stillness before a storm. The chaotic currents ceased their surging, and the shadow of the remnants of the divine essence of the end froze in place. Even the debris from the collapsing well wall hovered in midair. Liu Ye's pupils constricted slightly. In the next moment, countless colors erupted from the bottom of the well. It was not light, but the boiling remnants of laws. The grudges left behind by numerous fallen powerhouses mixed with shattered rules, forming a scorching wave. Wherever it washed over, space vaporized, and time crumbled into dust. Several miniature universes that had not completely dissipated let out their final wails in the heat wave, bursting one after another like bubbles. The chaotic heat wave. When Liu realized what it was, the heat wave had already surged towards him. His skin felt a burning pain as the protective laws on the surface of his divine body rapidly disintegrated. This was not an ordinary attack, but the backlash accumulated over billions of years from the entire well of laws. Every powerhouse that had fallen here, their unscattered obsessions and shattered laws now transformed into a tide of vengeance. He closed his eyes. The source of emptiness awakened within him. When the absolute void unfolded, there was no sound, no light, only an ever-expanding realm of nothingness. Centered around Liu, the space within a 10-meter radius suddenly disappeared. It was neither darkness nor void, but an absolute nothingness from which even the concept of existence was drawn away. The heat wave collided with the edge of the realm of emptiness. There was no explosion, no impact. The foremost remnants of laws crashed against an invisible wall, then silently decomposed and dispersed. Those howling specters of strong beings, those boiling chaotic currents, lost all attributes the moment they touched the realm of emptiness, returning to the most primal nothing. But the heat wave was too massive. The entire well of laws was erupting, the accumulation from countless eras transforming into this act of revenge. The realm of emptiness began to tremble under the continued assault, and Liu felt his divine body bearing unimaginable pressure. Every inch of his skin was crying out in agony, and faint cracking sounds came from deep within his bones. He had to hold on. His right hand lifted slightly, and the source of emptiness flowed in his palm. This time he was not going to create emptiness, but to guide it, opening a fine crack at the edge of the realm of absolute emptiness. The moment the crack appeared, the raging heat wave immediately found its outlet, surging crazily inside. It was not a spatial crack, but a direct passage to nothing. As the heat wave surged in, it was like a flood rushing into an abyss, unable to even stir a ripple. Liu meticulously controlled the size and position of the crack, ensuring that the heat wave could flow in just enough without breaking the balance of the realm of emptiness. This process was extremely perilous. He had to maintain three things simultaneously: the defensive realm of absolute emptiness, the guiding passage to nothing, and the stability of his own divine body. Any mistake in any aspect would lead to a total collapse. The grudges within the heat wave seemed to realize what was happening. They began to coalesce into indistinct specters of powerhouses. There were ancient gods clad in starry battle armor, mages mastering elemental origins, and swordsmen severing causality. They were all strong beings who had once challenged the well of laws and failed, and now their obsessions revived within the heat wave. The first figure to break through the heat wave was a three-headed, six-armed Azura war god. He wielded 6 different divine weapons, each strike carrying the power to sever reincarnation. The weapons struck the realm of emptiness. Although no substantial damage was caused, the stability of the realm clearly diminished. Liu frowned slightly. The source of emptiness accelerated its circulation within him, infusing more power into the defensive realm. But he knew that this could not last long. The heat wave was endless while his divine power was limited. He had to change his strategy. He began to move. Under the protection of absolute emptiness, Liu slowly advanced toward the mouth of the well. Each step was on the edge of collapse, the heat wave following closely, constantly impacting the moving realm. The specters of those strong beings followed closely behind, letting out silent roars. The second wave of attack came from the grudge of an elemental mage. He raised his hand to summon a 9-colored elemental torrent: fire, water, wind, thunder, light, dark, time, space, and fate. 9 types of originating laws fused into a devastating impact. This time the surface of the realm of emptiness finally showed faint cracks. Liu let out a muffled groan, a trickle of silver divine blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. His divine body was approaching its limit. But he did not stop. Instead, he quickened his pace. The source of emptiness operated at full strength, drawing in more heat waves into the passage to nothing. This process was akin to dancing on the tip of a knife. Guiding too little would breach the defense, guiding too much would cause the passage to spiral out of control, potentially pulling him into the void. Finally, he saw the faint light of the well's mouth. But at that moment, the shadow of the remnants of the divine essence of the end suddenly appeared ahead. It was no longer a complete divine essence of the end, but a fragment shattered during the collapse of the well. Yet it still carried part of the original Bodhi's power, especially that aura capable of bringing all things to an end. The shadow raised its hand, and a gray beam shot forth. This beam ignored the spatial distance and appeared directly within the realm of emptiness. Liu Ye's pupils constricted violently. Could the power of the end truly penetrate absolute emptiness? In a moment of dire peril, he made a daring decision. He actively shrank the realm of emptiness. The originally 10-meter radius realm instantly shrank to just enough to encase his body. At the same time, he expanded the passage to nothing. The heat wave, losing the realm's obstruction, surged wildly, colliding with the beam of the end. The two destructive energies violently collided in the narrow space, and then were simultaneously drawn into the passage to nothing. Liu Yu seized the opportunity to rush out. His divine body nearly disintegrated as he passed through the mouth of the well. His skin was covered in cracks, and silver divine blood continuously seeped out and swiftly evaporated. But he succeeded. Under the onslaught of the chaotic heat wave and the remnant of the end, he had forcibly carved out a path of survival. Looking back, the well of laws had been completely submerged by the boiling heat wave. The specters of strong beings lingered in the well, letting out unwilling howls. The shadow of the end floated in the center of the heat wave, its dark eyes still locked onto his direction. Liu Yu did not linger any longer and turned to plunge into the chaotic void of the outside world. In the place he left, a drop of silver divine blood floated in the void, emitting a faint glow. It was the trace he left behind in the final surge, proof of this life and death trial. The chaotic heat wave was still surging within the well, but it could no longer reach his figure. The realm of absolute emptiness slowly dissipated, and the source of emptiness returned to calm. Only the waves of sharp pain coming from within his divine body reminded him of the perilous battle that had just occurred. Liu Yu looked down at his hands, where the silver glow beneath his skin flickered in and out of visibility. Through the tempering of the chaotic heat wave, the strength of his divine body seemed to have improved another level. The cracks that had appeared under extreme pressure were slowly healing the newly formed tissue, even more resilient than before. This is the path of evolution for the true gods of the void. Rebirth through destruction, breaking through in the face of despair. He gazed into the endless chaotic void, his eyes deep and profound. The backlash from the well of laws had cost him dearly, but it also deepened his understanding of the source of emptiness. Especially in that final moment, the power of the end could actually penetrate the defenses of absolute emptiness, which made him realize that his cultivation was still far from enough. But for now, he needed to find a place to heal. His divine sense swept through the surrounding chaotic currents, and he selected a relatively calm area. There he would begin to digest the gains from this battle while contemplating his next plan. The dark eyes of the remnants of the end, along with the specters of those strong beings in the heatwave, hinted that this universe still concealed more secrets. And he had already embarked on the path of exploration with no possibility of turning back. The chaotic currents flowed slowly, gradually swallowing his figure. Chaotic currents coiled around him like ink-black silk ribbons as Liu Yu sat cross-legged deep within the folds of the void. Silver light shimmered beneath his skin, the scorch marks left by his earlier struggle against the well of laws slowly healing. Yet what truly shook his divine consciousness was the lingering aura of termination within his meridians, those black spiderweb-like corrosive energies still attempting to dismantle his newly formed divine body. He suddenly opened his eyes. The chaotic heatwave had tracked him down. A torrent of dark red energy tore through the void's folds, countless phantom figures of powerful beings shrieking within the inferno. This time they did not charge blindly, but coalesced into three solid battle bodies. The left one, spear-wielding, was wreathed in lightning laws. The right one, fire-controlling, held the flames of world incineration in its palm. The central one brandished a dark halberd crystallized from resentful thoughts. The three battle bodies struck simultaneously. Lightning turned into chains, sealing all escape routes. Heavenly fire formed a crucible barrier, and the dark halberd aimed directly at the divine core. Liu Yu instinctively moved to unfold the domain of absolute void, but at the moment the divine art took shape, he forcibly reversed the flow of laws. An otherworldly divinity awakened within his bloodline, and a vortex of dim light emerged in his chest. This was not defense, but an opening. He actively drew the chaotic heatwave into the nascent microcosmic sea within his body. The first wave nearly tore his consciousness apart. Resentment and obsession transformed into billions of venomous thorns stabbing into the nebula. The unformed planetary systems trembled violently. The lightning laws of the spear-wielding battle body exploded across the star, sea azure electric serpents tearing apart two life-bearing planets in their infancy. The agony nearly made Lu Yu lose consciousness. Yet he stubbornly maintained the devouring vortex, watching as the invading resentments began to mutate under the influence of the universe's primordial force. The dark obsessions touched the creative power at the nebula's core like snow meeting lava, crystallizing into glittering fragments amid a piercing sound of annihilation. Essence of laws. He immediately guided these fragments to his divine Bodis wounds. When silver divine blood mingled with the essence, it rang out like forged metal striking stone. The meridians once corroded by the aura of termination were recast with stellar patterns. Seizing the opportunity, the fire-controlling battle body poured heavenly flames into his left arm. The entire limb carbonized instantly, yet amidst the flow of essence it shed its charred shell, and the newborn skin revealed a dark gold flame totem. The halberd-wielding battle body suddenly split into 9 afterimages. The trajectory of the dark halberd disrupted the causality of time and space, appearing directly at the location where the divine core had been 3 seconds prior. This was an attack touching upon the laws of time. Instead of retreating, Lu Yu advanced, allowing the halberd tip to pierce his chest. The moment the divine core was penetrated, he forcibly reversed the direction of the devouring vortex. The 9 afterimages of the battle body were dragged backward into his inner universe. As they struggled, the energy they scattered poured entirely into the damaged star regions. New stellar systems were born from the aftermath of destruction, their orbits entwined with the freshly purified laws of time and space. At this moment, he became a cosmic furnace. Externally, he ceaselessly devoured the chaotic heat wave. Internally, he continuously purified the resentments. His divine body underwent transformation amid repeated collapse and reconstruction. When the spear-wielding battle body was finally fully absorbed by the microcosmic sea, its lightning laws had transformed into a lightning imprint on his spine. The fire-controlling battle body detonated its heavenly fire core before dissipating. Energy capable of incinerating star regions rampaged through Lu Yu's meridians, leaving scorched earth in its wake. Yet he guided this violent energy toward the final bottleneck, those terminating spider threads entrenched deep within the divine core. The purification process was like a stellar collision. The light burst forth from his 7 apertures as heavenly fire and terminating force tore at each other, carving lasting luminous trails across the void. When the last wisp of dark energy was incinerated, the divine core suddenly vibrated at an unprecedented frequency. The nirvana was complete. Lu Yu slowly rose, his carbonized skin flaking away like stardust. His newborn divine body flowed with an intertwining radiance of dark gold and silver white. The flame totem on his left arm and the lightning imprint on his spine echoed each other. As he slightly raised his hand, miniature star vortices flickered into and out of existence between his fingers, a manifestation of the devouring trait integrated into his very instinct. He gazed at the still churning chaotic heat wave, his vision piercing through the energy torrent, vaguely glimpsing the owner of those dark eyes at the bottom of the well. Only now did he truly understand that the so-called trial was never a test of survival, but a catalyst to drive the awakened to actively devour danger. New fluctuations came from the depths of the void. More entities drawn by the chaotic heat wave were approaching, and a few of their auras were even more dangerous than the battle bodies. The dim vortex in Lu Yu's chest flared again, but this time with a hunting rhythm. The divine body after nirvana thirsted for new nourishment. The chaotic heat waves coiled upward like billions of hungry tentacles, yet the moment they touched the newborn divine body, they annihilated into stardust. Lu Yu stood at the center of the energy storm, veins of dark gold and silver white flowing beneath his skin, each line seeming to inscribe the codes of cosmic birth and death. The void suddenly froze. The surging energy tides halted midair, shattered stardust crystallized into eternity. A will beyond time and space descended, and the entire chaos while transformed into a colossal vortex resembling a pupil. From the depths of the vortex, billions of light eyes opened, each reflecting the faintest tremor of Lu Yu's divine core. Zero returner. The soul-shaking thought detonated directly on the cognitive plane. This was not a sound, but a forced infusion of the entire origin continent's memory torrent into his consciousness. Countless civilizations wailing under the erosion of the final spider silk, star domains collapsing in entropy, even time and space themselves issuing the mournful cries of rupture. The lightning brand on Lu Yu's spine suddenly blazed. The thunder law automatically formed a defense, yet it shattered inch by inch the moment it contacted the torrent of thought. He fell to one knee, the carbonized ground radiating a web of cracks beneath him. Your very existence is a paradox. The second wave of judgment followed. This time, it was the lingering wills of countless devoured war bodies transforming into crimson spear shadows that pierced the divine form. The resentment of the flame control war body reignited in his meridians. The lightning of the spear-wielding war body exploded in his marrow. Cracks like molten lava began to appear on the surface of the newborn divine body. Lu Yu suddenly looked up. The flame totem on his left arm erupted with the brilliance of a supernova, and miniature star vortices whirled furiously around him. The lingering thoughts attempting to seize the divine body were shredded by the star vortices, transforming into pure energy that converged into the faint light vortex in his chest. Prove your worth. The third judgment of the primordial will materialized. The stagnant energy tides surged again, but no longer as chaotic heat waves. Instead, they condensed into 9 light bands spanning the void. Each light band displayed a different color of law representing the 9 fundamental laws that constitute reality. The first, a silver-white band of matter conservation, pressed down from above. Lu Yu raised his hand and grasped the void. The star vortex between his fingers suddenly expanded, tearing and deforming the front of the light band. But the weight of the law contained within the band far exceeded expectations, and the bones of his arm emitted the cracking sound of unbearable strain. The Nirvana divine core vibrated at an unprecedented frequency. Dark gold radiance seeped from the cracks, etching intricate patterns onto the surface of the silver-white light band. Where the patterns passed, the law of matter conservation was rewritten, and the light band began to self-decompose into fundamental particles. The second band, a crimson gold one of energy transformation, followed. The lightning brand on Lu Yu's spine detached from his body, weaving a lightning net in the void. The shockwave from the collision of 2 supreme laws completely vaporized the nearby stagnant stardust. The lightning net repeatedly shattered and reorganized, each reorganization devouring part of the essence of the crimson gold band. When the 6th band, a deep blue one of space-time continuity, descended, Lu Yu finally revealed his true trump card. He spread his arms, and the faint light vortex at his chest detached from his body, expanding above his head into a miniature cosmic sea. Newborn star systems slowly rotated within the cosmic sea, while purified space-time laws coiled around like nebulae. When the deep blue light band touched the edge of the cosmic sea, the entire miniature universe suddenly contracted into a singularity, then re-expanded at a speed beyond comprehension. The light band was violently twisted by the immense force of cosmic expansion, and deep blue radiance fell like a torrential rain. These fragmented law shards were captured by star orbits and integrated into the growing star systems. Each newborn star thus acquired a faint blue halo. The last 3 light bands pressed down simultaneously, pure white, representing causality, dark gray, representing entropy, and emerald green, representing the origin of life. They interwove into a destructive spiral. Where they passed, the void began to decohere, and even concepts themselves started to disintegrate. For the first time, Lu Yu's Nirvana divine body showed signs of overall collapse. But instead, he closed his eyes, sinking his entire consciousness into the miniature cosmic sea. A desolate star region deep within the cosmic sea suddenly lit up. The devoured thunder law re-emerged there, transforming into lightning veins spanning galaxies. Then the flame totem burned within the nebula, injecting thermodynamic vitality into the cold universe. The newborn blue stars began to release the absorbed space-time ripples. When the 3 laws completed their fusion within the cosmic sea, Lu Yu suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils had transformed into rotating nebulae, and when he spoke, what emerged was no longer sound, but the primordial wave of the Big Bang. See clearly, this is my answer. The miniature cosmic sea broke free from his control and actively met the triune light band. There was no earth-shattering collision as anticipated. The light band merged like a drop of water into the sea, stirring only faint ripples in the cosmic sea. The radiance of those supreme laws was decomposed and absorbed by the star orbits, becoming the foundation for constructing a new universe. The chaos well fell into absolute silence. Billions of light eyes closed simultaneously, then slowly opened again. This time, each eye reflected the scene of the miniature cosmic sea. Those ever-renewing star orbits, those constantly reorganizing laws, and the hope born from destruction. Malleable material. The thought of the primordial will carried warmth for the first time. The stagnant energy tides began to reverse, converging toward Lu Yu's divine body. But not as an attack. Instead, it was the purest primordial creative force, the most primal energy from the dawn of creation. The moment the primordial creative force surged in, Lu Yu felt his divine core wail. This level of energy far exceeded his tolerance limit, and the newborn divine body began to deform like an inflated balloon. The dark gold patterns on his skin melted into liquid, and the silver-white radiance flickered unsteadily under the energy impact. He guided the primordial creative force toward the negentropy node. That singular point at the center of his divine core, originally merely a faintly flickering grain of light, now began to materialize under the infusion of the primordial force. The node's surface emerged with the same star orbit patterns as the miniature cosmic sea, while its interior was a three-dimensional network woven from the 9 fundamental laws. When the primordial creative force filled the last groove of the law, the node suddenly erupted with a brilliant light that pierced multiple dimensions. Where the light reached, the chaotic heat waves all retreated. The watchers lurking in the depths of the void emitted terrified thought fluctuations, and several weaker presences were directly annihilated in the radiance. Lu Yu stood at the center of the river of light, sensing the resonance between the negentropy node and the miniature cosmic sea. The flicker of each newborn star synchronized with the node's pulse, and the rotation of every star orbit strengthened the node's stability. He gazed toward the dark eyes at the bottom of the well. This time it was no longer passive defense, but a direct confrontation with the essence backed by the oppressive might of the primordial creative force. The darkness receded. For the first time, those eyes reflected an emotion other than greed. The vigilance of facing a natural enemy, the wariness of confronting a higher existence. The chaos well began to collapse. The ancient inscriptions on the well walls extinguished one by one, and the structure that had sustained billions of years was disintegrating. Void turbulence surged in through the cracks, but was calmed by the stable force field emitted by the negentropy node. The thought of the primordial will sounded for the last time. Remember, you are both the zero returner and the creator. As the final wisp of thought dissipated, Lu Yu found himself standing in a pure void. The negentropy node pulsed steadily deep within his chest, forming a perfect energy cycle with the miniature cosmic sea. The radiance on the surface of the nirvana divine body had completely internalized, making it appear no different from an ordinary divine form. Only the occasional star vortex flickering in the depths of his eyes hinted at the cosmic power contained within. He raised his hand and lightly traced, and the void automatically parted into a passage. From the end of the passage came a familiar aura, the path back. As he stepped into the passage, Lu Yu cast one last glance back. The remnants of the chaos well were being devoured by the void, and the dark eyes were nowhere to be seen. But a deeper darkness was surging in distant dimensions. The passage behind closed, completely isolating the chaotic currents of the void. Lu Yu stood at the edge of the fracture in the laws with shattered dimensional fragments beneath his feet, reflecting countless distorted images like a broken mirror. The entropy node gently trembled deep within his chest. With each heartbeat, it drew the orbital movements of the microcosmic sea, and the light of newly born stars filtered through the nirvana divine body, casting a faint starlight in the void. A screech from the depths of the fracture echoed, signaling the collapse of the laws. Countless cracks spread like a spider's web into various dimensions, shattering time itself in their wake. A fragment of dimension brushed past the hem of his clothes, aging into dust, in an instant only to reassemble under the influence of another law. Lu Yu raised his hand with the primal force of creation flowing from his fingertips. This was not merely an output of energy, but a manifestation of the operational rules of the microcosmic sea into a physical form. Starlight wove into a net in the void, with each node corresponding to a fundamental law. As the star net touched the first crack, a violent backlash immediately surged forth. The shattered laws transformed into countless blades striking down from various temporal dimensions simultaneously. These attacks ignored conventional defenses, some even coming from the cracks of the past and future. Lu Yu's eyes swirled with starlight, and a miniature projection of the star system manifested around him. Every blade of law that struck into the star system was deflected by specific planetary orbits, melted in the furnace of stars, or devoured by black hole singularities. The light from the collision of starlight and law fragments illuminated the entire void, flickering between brightness and darkness. He stepped forward. The dimensional fragments beneath his feet shattered in response, only to reorganize under the influence of the newly born laws. The primal force of creation flowed like a stream into a dry riverbed, slowly advancing along the edge of the fracture. With each inch of crack repaired, new collapses occurred elsewhere. This was not a mere repair, but a race against the speed of the entire dimensional decay. Lu Yu suddenly leapt into the deepest part of the fracture. Time here had completely warped. One moment, it was the heat of the universe's birth, the next, it turned cold as the end of an era. The shattered laws struggled like a dying beast, stirring up a storm of dimensions. He pressed his hands forward, and for the first time the entropy node operated at full strength. All stars in the microcosmic sea lit up simultaneously, and the speed of the orbital movements surged 100-fold. The primal force of creation transformed from gentle to dazzling beams of light, forcefully penetrating the most stubborn cracks. Where the beams passed, the shattered laws began to rejoin, as if someone was positioning the fragments of a broken porcelain vase, stitching them together with invisible threads. This process triggered an even more violent backlash, shaking the entire fracture. A massive crack spanning 3 dimensions suddenly collapsed, releasing remnants of chaotic era's grievances. These Willithuists that should have long since dissipated temporarily coalesced into form propelled by the power of the shattered laws, morphing into twisted shadows that rushed towards him. Luyu did not flinch or evade, allowing these shadows to collide with the star system projection surrounding him. In the microcosmic sea, the newly born black hole suddenly accelerated its rotation. Before those encroaching grievances could reach the core, they were torn apart and reassembled by the curvature of time and space, ultimately transforming into nourishment for the star system. A once dim planet thus ignited faint traces of life emerging in its orbit. In that moment, he glimpsed the patterns hidden deep within the fracture. As the primal force of creation flowed through specific areas, golden veins briefly appeared in the void. These veins intertwined to form a grand map that transcended comprehension. Each line contained a certain supreme law, and even the surrounding violent currents of law became docile upon passing through these lines. The primordial divine map. Although it was just a fleeting glimpse, Luyu had already realized what it was. This was the fundamental law sustaining the existence of the origin continent, the ultimate blueprint of the operation of all things. Now that it was shattered, it scattered like torn ancient scrolls in the gaps of dimensions. He altered his strategy, no longer blindly filling all the cracks, but focusing on finding those fragments shimmering with golden light. The first fragment of the divine map was hidden in the most turbulent areas of the time turbulence. Here, thousands of timelines branched and extinguished every second, and any common deity stepping in would be lost in the maze of infinite possibilities. Luyu closed his eyes, relying entirely on the sensing of the entropy node to advance. He traversed through the chaotic timelines, sometimes sidestepping collapsing futures, and sometimes stepping over the solidified past. When his fingers finally touched the warm golden light, the surrounding violent time flow suddenly stilled. At the moment the fragment merged with the primal force of creation, he saw the scene of the origin continent during its infancy. All things were formless, with only the veins of the laws weaving themselves in the void, like a tree growing at the starting point of time, where each leaf represented a possible world line. The second fragment was sealed deep within the ruins of concepts. Here lay the accumulated forgotten truths, overturned laws, and discredited cognitions. These remnants of thought possessed a terrifyingly polluting nature that could cause the cognitive systems of any touchers to collapse. Luyu braved through the conceptual storm with his nirvana divine body, the starlight around him flickering continuously. As countless contradictory truths surged into his mind simultaneously, the microcosmic sea autonomously operated, sealing these conflicting concepts within different star domains, allowing them to coexist harmoniously on their respective orbits. At the moment he picked up the second fragment, he understood how laws were born from the void. It was not creation, but discovery. Just like a mathematician discovering a formula or a composer discovering a melody, these laws already existed, merely waiting to be awakened. The two fragments merged in the primal force of creation, releasing an even stronger golden light. The darkness in the depths of the fracture was slightly dispelled, revealing more hidden veins. Just then the dark eyes that had disappeared at the bottom of the chaotic well suddenly opened across the fracture. There were no pupils, no whites, only pure nothingness. But Luyu could feel the weight of that gaze, heavier than the gravity of an entire star system. Darkness spread forth, and wherever it passed, the laws that had just been repaired collapsed once again. This time the invasion carried a clear intent, seeking to pull everything back into eternal silence. Luyu positioned the two recently repaired veins of the divine map in front of him. At the moment of collision between the golden light and darkness, the entire dimensional fracture emitted a groan of being overwhelmed. The recently stabilized laws fell into chaos again, and time and space scattered like disrupted puzzle pieces. He saw stars extinguishing in the darkness, civilizations ending, love withering, and oaths shattering. All things moving toward an end found their refuge there, and all existences returning to nothingness gained their peace. This was the temptation of returning to zero. The entropy node suddenly throbbed violently, and all life planets in the microcosmic sea burst forth with vitality simultaneously. The power of creation surged through his veins, contesting with the instinct of returning to zero. Luyu took a step forward, and new star orbits sprouted beneath his feet. Another step, and more star system projections emerged around him. When he stood before the darkness, a miniature cosmic river trailed behind him. In the river, stars were born, life evolved, civilizations rose, and stories of love and hate intertwined. I allow endings, he said to the darkness, but I do not permit nothingness. The primal force of creation transformed into the first ray of light that opened up the heavens, penetrating the darkness and illuminating the deeper secrets behind those eyes. There floated the third fragment of the divine map, the largest piece. Inscribed upon it were the most core laws of the origin continent, the very meaning of existence itself. At the moment he touched this fragment, Luyu finally understood everything. Repairing the fracture in the laws was never the goal, but rather the process. Through this process, he reintegrated the shattered primordial divine map into himself, unifying the contradictions of creation and returning to zero in a higher dimension. As the last fragment returned to its place, the entire primordial divine map fully manifested in the depths of his consciousness. Those originally violent currents of laws suddenly became docile, like lost wanderers finding their way home, flowing spontaneously into their rightful orbits. The dimensional fracture began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The shattered mirror reassembled, the distorted reflections returned to normal, and the cracks in time were smoothed one by one. Lu Yu stood within the newly born network of laws, feeling the primordial divine map flowing within him. Every pulse of the veins corresponded to the birth and demise of some distant dimension. Every beam of light in the lines reflected the rise and fall of some unknown civilization. He looked toward the depths of the void where the dark eyes were slowly closing. In the last sliver of light, he seemed to see a hint of relief, as if the long wait had finally borne fruit. When the darkness completely dissipated, the fracture in the laws no longer existed. In its place was a passageway leading to unknown dimensions with newly born laws runes floating on either side. Lu Yu stepped into the passage, the primordial divine map flickering around him. At this moment, he was both the endpoint of returning to zero and the starting point of creation. This realization was no longer contradictory, as if life and death stemmed from the same source, existence and nothingness were one. At the end of the passage, a new storm was brewing. As the glow at the end of the passage gradually dissipated, Lu Yu stepped out onto the highest peak of the void's sacred domain. The primordial divine diagram swirled slowly within him, each of its lines connecting to the entire web of laws of the origin continent. He could sense the well of laws thousands of miles away awakening. Water surged anew from the dried-up spring, no longer a murky undercurrent, but a silver-lit living fountain. The spring water spread along ancient channels, and wherever it passed, the cracked earth began to heal, and the withered law trees sprouted new shoots. The first to notice the change was the lord of the flame domain, Finchen. He stood on the terrace of his lava palace, and the flame scepter in his hand suddenly emitted a clear chime. The once wild laws of fire became docile, and the often uncontrollable molten flows at the Earth's core spontaneously formed a stable, circulating network. Finchen was shocked to discover that the law riots which had plagued the flame domain for 3 millennia were subsiding. Almost simultaneously, the eternal blizzard of the ice domain began to weaken. Ice Lord Ningxuang stood atop a glacier, watching as the countless snowflakes for the first time took on a regular geometric form. The cold air no longer spread wantonly, but flowed slowly along a mysterious trajectory, weaving a delicate web in the void. Such scenes unfolded simultaneously across the 7 domains. 3 days later, 7 powerful auras descended upon the void's sacred domain. Finchen, riding 9 fire phoenixes, tore through the sky, the heavenly flames parting before him. Ningxuang, on her crystal throne, broke through the clouds, followed by 36 ice knights. Fengmong, lord of the metal domain, arrived. With his metallic torrent, countless blades forming a flowing fortress in the air. Wood Venerable came on a flying boat, carved from an ancient tree, vitality blooming in his wake. Earth Emperor strode upon a mountain giant turtle, each step causing the Earth's veins to resonate. Wind King transformed into an intangible current, only manifesting as a swirl of orderly cyclones, and Thunder Emperor rode on 9-colored lightning, the bolts no longer wild, but as docile as pets. It seems everyone is here. Lu Yu's voice was soft, yet it clearly reached the ears of every domain lord. He stood in the square before the temple, the radiance of the primordial divine diagram flickering around him. Finchen was the first to step forward, his 9 fire phoenixes folding their wings behind him. This domain lord, known for his ferocity, rarely lowered his proud head. Saint Lord, the law riots of the flame domain, unresolved for 3,000 years, suddenly subsided yesterday. Is this your doing? The well of laws has revived, and the entire law network of the origin continent is being restructured. Lu Yu raised his hand, and a flame rune coalesced in his palm. The flame was as docile as flowing water, yet it contained the power to incinerate all things. But this is only the beginning. Ningxuang's ice blue eyes flickered slightly. Are you saying the laws of each domain can be further optimized? Lu Yu did not answer directly. He gently stomped his foot, and the law lines of the entire square suddenly lit up. The 7 domain lords all changed color simultaneously. They felt the laws they controlled undergoing a subtle change, not being suppressed, but being guided towards a more perfect form. Finchen couldn't help but release a probing flame. Instead of running wild after leaving his control, the flame spontaneously condensed into a fire phoenix in the air, elegantly circling 3 times before slowly dissipating. Impossible, the Thunder Emperor exclaimed in shock. Laws once out of control should immediately go berserk. Lu Yu smiled slightly, the primordial divine diagram slowly unfurling in the depths of his consciousness. He saw all the breakpoints and flaws in the law networks of the 7 domains, like a physician clearly seeing the lesions within a patient's body. Would you all be willing to play a small game? Lu Yu proposed suddenly. Before the domain lords could respond, 7 law chains shot out from the void, each precisely targeting the most adept area of a particular lord. Before Finchen appeared an extreme cold ice spear capable of freezing the soul, Ningshuang faced a giant palm formed of magma. Fengmang had to withstand intangible wind. Wood Venerable was trapped in a metal cage. The earth beneath Earth Emperor's feet cracked. Wind King was surrounded by thunder, and Thunder Emperor had to confront the crushing pressure of the earth. It was a provocation and even more a demonstration. Finchen roared and his 9 fire phoenixes simultaneously spewed flames. But to his shock, those flames spontaneously diverted when approaching the ice spear, as if avoiding something. Ningshuang's ice crystal shield rapidly melted before the magma giant hand, completely defying the conventional logic of ice and fire opposing each other. Your flames are too violent. Lu Yu's voice sounded in Finchen's ear. Try retracting 3/10 of your power and shifting 15 degrees to the left. Finchen instinctively obeyed. To his disbelief, the flame that should have been shattered by the ice spears skillfully bypassed the spear's sharpest law node, melting it from the side. Similar guidance was happening on other battlefields simultaneously. With just a few words from Lu Yu, each domain lord found the laws they commanded becoming unprecedentedly agile. When all the attacks were neutralized, the 7 domain lords looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Now we can discuss cooperation. Lu Yu stood with his hands behind his back. The Void Sacred Domain will establish a law consultation and optimization system, providing customized law optimization plans for all of you. Fengmang withdrew his metallic torrent and asked in a deep voice, what is the price? Control over 30% of the law nodes in your territories. Lu Yu stated his terms calmly. Not to deprive you of your control, but to establish connections with the Void Sacred Domain at these nodes. When the laws of a domain become disordered, the law networks of other domains can provide support through these nodes. Ningshuang said thoughtfully, just like you guided Finchen just now. Not just that. Lu Yu raised his hand, and the law projections of the 7 domains appeared in the sky above the square. Those law networks, once operating independently, spontaneously formed a perfect whole after connecting to the Void Sacred Domain. This will be a symbiotic law system. For the next 7 days and nights, the negotiations within the temple never ceased. Each domain lord, accompanied by their most elite subordinates, discussed the details of cooperation with Lu Yu. During this time, some attempted to probe the limits of the Void Sacred Domain, but all such probes were futile against the primordial divine diagram. Finally, when 7 law contracts shimmering with different lights floated in the air, the entire law network of the origin continent underwent earth-shaking changes. At the center of the Void Sacred Domain, a towering spire rose from the ground. Its body was jointly constructed from the laws of the 7 domains, each level corresponding to the law characteristics of one domain. At the spire's apex floated the projection of the primordial divine diagram. Through this tower, Lu Yu could monitor and regulate the flow of laws across the entire origin continent in real time. Standing at the base of the tower, Finchen felt an unprecedented mastery over the laws within him, and finally wore an expression of sincere admiration. From this day forth, the Flame Domain is willing to honor the Void Sacred Domain as the core of the laws. The other domain lords bowed in succession. The law radiance of the 7 domains converged at the tower's peak, forming a pillar of light that pierced heaven and earth. Lu Yu stood in the center of the light pillar, the primordial divine diagram rotating slowly within him. He could feel that every distant dimension, the rise and fall of every civilization, was now connected to this tower. A new order was thus established. The pillar of light slowly dissipated, yet the projection of the primordial divine diagram atop the tower grew increasingly solid. Lu Yu stood at the peak of the high tower, a wisp of dark crimson energy entwined around his fingertips. That was the fragment of the finality divinity he had captured 7 days ago while combating the chaotic heat wave, now pulsing restlessly in his palm. The fragment's surface was covered in fine cracks, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. But whenever it was about to dissipate, the primordial divine diagram would emit a faint glimmer, reconstituting it anew. What are you afraid of? Lu Yu asked softly. The fragment suddenly trembled violently, its dark crimson lights surging. A scorching aura rushed towards him, and the temperature atop the tower soared instantly. Lu Yu's robes rustled without wind, the tips of his hair slightly curling. He closed his eyes, and the primordial divine diagram slowly unfurled within his sea of consciousness. Countless threads of law extended from the scroll, gently entangling that fragment of finality. Initially, the fragment struggled wildly, trying to break free from the bonds of these law threads. But as the threads tightened, its resistance gradually weakened. Let me see your origins. Lu Yu injected his divine sense deep into the fragment. In an instant, he beheld a boundless sea of chaos. Viscous dark matter churned and surged within it. Enormous bubbles occasionally rose from the seabed, bursting and scattering sparks across the sky. At the center of this chaotic sea floated a massive placenta-like object. It was a dark purple hue, its surface covered in vein-like patterns. With each pulsation it stirred up towering waves. Countless fragments of finality like dead skin shed from the placenta drifted and sank in the chaotic sea. Just as Liu Yu tried to see more clearly, the fragment suddenly emitted a piercing shriek. Boom! The dark crimson energy exploded, transforming into millions of sharp arrows shooting in all directions. The protective barrier atop the tower fluctuated violently. The law barrier jointly laid down by the 7 domain lords even showed fine cracks. Liu Yu opened his eyes, a glint of gold flashing in his pupils. He pressed down with one hand, and the primordial divine diagram unfurled before him. The incoming energy arrows struck the scroll's surface like raindrops falling into the sea, not even causing a ripple. So that's where it is, Liu Yu murmured to himself. Through that momentary perception, he had already locked onto the specific coordinates of the chaotic placenta. It was an ancient forbidden land, unrecorded even by the 7 domains, hidden in the deepest crevices of dimensional folds. He raised his hand and tapped lightly. The primordial divine diagram projected a star chart. Countless points of light flickered and dimmed within the chart, eventually converging into a winding path. At the end of the path was a constantly twisting dark purple light cluster. You're going there. Ning Shuang's voice came from behind. Liu Yu turned and saw that the 7 domain lords had somehow arrived at the tower top. Their faces were all grave, clearly disturbed by the commotion. The chaotic placenta. Fun Tian stared at the dark purple light cluster in the star chart, his brow furrowed. Legend says it is the place where all things end. None of the ancestors who attempted to explore it ever returned. I must go, Liu Yu said calmly. The primordial divine diagram requires primordial-level divine substance to fully awaken. And the chaotic placenta is the only place in the known cosmos where such substance might exist. Ning Shuang stepped forward. We'll go with you. Since the 7 domains have formed an alliance, we should face the danger together. Liu Yu shook his head. The chaotic laws there will erode any external energy. Your power attributes are antithetical to it. You would be suppressed instead. He raised his hand and waved lightly. 7 streams of light flew from the primordial divine diagram, each entering the bodies of the 7 domain lords. This is the protective power of the primordial divine diagram. During my absence, you can use it to maintain the operation of the law network. Fun Tian felt the unfamiliar energy flowing within him and seemed about to speak. In the end, he just heavily patted Liu Yu on the shoulder. Come back alive. Liu Yu nodded, turned, and faced the constantly twisting coordinates in the star chart. The primordial divine diagram slowly revolved around him. Countless law runes floated out from the scroll, constructing a gate shimmering with colorful light before him. The space beyond the gate twisted and distorted, faint roars of the chaotic sea audible. He took a step forward, his figure vanishing into the luminous gate. In an instant, the world spun. Liu Yu felt as if he had fallen into a colossal whirlpool. Countless chaotic law fragments whizzed past him, emitting piercing shrieks. The primordial divine diagram unfurled automatically, forming a thin film of light around him, isolating the chaotic energy that tried to erode him. After an unknown duration, the void beneath his feet suddenly became solid. He stood on a dark red land. The sky was a murky purple with countless twisted celestial bodies faintly visible behind the clouds. In the distance came the thunderous roar of waves crashing against the shore, and the air was thick with the pungent smell of sulfur. This was the periphery of the chaotic placenta. Liu Yu looked up and saw a boundless dark ocean. The seawater was thick as pulp, its surface littered with the remnants of countless finality fragments. At the center of the ocean, the massive placenta pulsed slowly. With each pulse, a wave of dark purple energy radiated outward. Wherever the wave passed, space shattered inch by inch, revealing the pitch-black void beyond. He stepped forward. The moment his foot touched the shore, a change occurred. Roar! With a deafening bellow, the sea surface suddenly exploded. A colossal beast entirely composed of chaotic energy burst forth from the water, opening a massive mouth filled with jagged teeth to bite him. Liu Yu did not dodge. The primordial divine diagram condensed into a long sword in his palm. The blade shimmered with colorful radiance, starkly contrasting with the murky surroundings. The beast lunged forward, its foul breath nearly suffocating. He turned his wrist slightly, and the long sword traced a perfect arc. Where the blade passed, space was neatly cleaved. The beast's forward momentum halted abruptly, its massive body split in two. But the next second, the two halves did not fall. They transformed into 2 clusters of chaotic energy, recondensing into 2 slightly smaller monsters. Liu Yu frowned slightly. These chaotic creations seemed capable of infinite division. The 2 monsters lunged again, faster than before. They attacked from left and right, sealing off all space for evasion. The primordial divine diagram fully unfurled behind Liu Yu, and countless law threads shot out. These threads did not attack. Instead, they wove into a massive net, firmly binding the 2 monsters. The monsters struggled wildly within the net, but could not break free. The law threads tightened further, eventually compressing them into two dark red orbs. Lu Yu raised his hand to collect the orbs. These were pure chaotic energy, perhaps useful in the future. He continued forward, each step landing on the edge of fragmented spatial rifts. The closer he got to the ocean's center, the more unstable the spatial structure became. Sometimes just after he took a step, the ground beneath his feet would suddenly vanish, revealing a bottomless void. The primordial divine diagram constantly revolved around him, promptly adjusting the surrounding laws to forge a relatively stable path. When he finally reached the coastline, the chaotic placenta was right before his eyes. This massive organ floated above the sea surface, its vein-like patterns clearly visible. Dark purple light flowed within the patterns like blood surging through vessels. Each pulse released a chilling wave of energy. Lu Yu could feel the primordial divine diagram's intense yearning for the aura emanating from deep within the placenta. There indeed existed primordial-level divine substance there. He took a deep breath and leaped into the chaotic sea. The viscous seawater instantly swallowed him. Countless finality fragments like sharks drawn to blood swarmed from all directions. They slammed against the protective light film of the primordial divine diagram, producing a dense crackling sound. Lu Yu accelerated his descent. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure of the seawater. Eventually, even the protective light film constructed by the primordial divine diagram began to deform. Fine cracks appeared on the film's surface, and chaotic energy, like a persistent ailment, continuously eroded the protection. He had to divert more of his focus to maintain the barrier, and his descent speed slowed noticeably. Just then a massive shadow rose from the deep sea. It was a giant entirely formed from finality fragments. Its body was as massive as a mountain, each step causing violent tremors on the seabed. Dark crimson flames burned in the giant's eye sockets, its gaze locking onto Lu Yu, the uninvited guest. No roar, no warning. The giant simply raised its enormous palm and slammed it down towards Lu Yu. The palm wind parted the seawater on either side, revealing the dry seabed. Lu Yu's pupils contracted. The power contained in this strike already surpassed the full force attack of an ordinary domain lord. The chaotic placenta truly lived up to its reputation. Even its guardian was so terrifying. The primordial divine diagram spun rapidly before him, colorful light converging into a massive shield. Boom! The giant palm struck the shield, erupting with a deafening roar. Violent energy shockwaves spread in all directions, evaporating all seawater within several li. Lu Yu grunted, a trace of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The giant shield was covered in cracks, but it did not shatter. The giant seemed somewhat surprised. It withdrew its palm and looked down at this small yet tenacious human. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Yu launched an attack. The primordial divine diagram transformed into countless streams of light, coalescing around him into numerous swords. Each sword contained a fundamental law, their blades aimed at the giant's vital points. Go! With a soft command, 10,000 swords flew in unison. A rainbow-hued rain of swords shot towards the giant, leaving countless wounds on its massive body. Dark red energy gushed from the wounds, staining the surrounding seawater even more turbid. The giant let out a pained roar, its fists wildly pounding its chest. With each pound, more finality fragments fell from its body, then recondensed into smaller monsters in the seawater. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yu was surrounded by thousands of monsters. His expression unchanged. The primordial divine diagram transformed again. This time the scroll turned into a blazing sun, radiating billions of rays of light. The monsters touched by the light melted away like snow under the sun. Seeing this, the giant finally recognized the threat. It opened its enormous mouth and spat out a dark red energy core. The moment the core appeared, the entire chaotic sea boiled. Countless finality fragments converged towards the core, eventually forming a colossal battle axe that spanned heaven and earth. The axe blade radiated an aura of finality, annihilating space itself in its path. Lu Yu could feel that this axe had locked onto his soul. No matter where he fled, he could not escape this final strike. Since that was the case, he would not evade. The primordial divine diagram returned to his body, merging completely with his soul. At this moment, he was the law, and the law was him. The giant swung the axe, cleaving down towards Lu Yu. Where the axe blade passed, all things returned to nothingness. Lu Yu raised his right hand and gently pointed his index finger. The moment his fingertip met the axe blade, time seemed to freeze. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no cataclysmic impact. The giant axe began to shatter from the blade inch by inch. The shattering accelerated, eventually spreading to the giant's entire body. The giant's massive form dissolved into countless specks of light, slowly fading into the seawater. Lu Yu withdrew his finger, his face as pale as paper. That strike had nearly drained all his strength. Even the primordial divine diagram had become dim and lackluster. But he had won after all. Without the giant's obstruction, he quickly arrived directly beneath the chaotic placenta. This massive organ still pulsed slowly, its vein-like patterns clearly visible. Deep within the placenta, a faint golden light flickered. That was the primordial-level divine substance. Lu Yu reached out and pressed his hand against the placenta's surface, slowly infusing the power of the primordial divine diagram. What followed would be the true challenge. The instant his fingertip touched the surface of the placenta, the entire world fell silent. The roar of the chaotic sea vanished, and even the pulsating sound of the placenta faded into stillness. Lu Yu felt his consciousness being drawn away, as if falling into a bottomless abyss. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing in a vast void. The silhouettes of the 7 domain lords surrounded him, each holding a cluster of primordial power in their hands. The passage has been opened. The voice of the heaven domain lord echoed in the void. Remember, you have only one chance. Lu Yu nodded, his gaze sweeping over these powerhouses who stood at the pinnacle of the myriad heavens. Their figures appeared blurry under the erosion of dimensional force, as if they could dissipate at any moment. Take care. He uttered only those 2 words. The domain lords simultaneously thrust their primordial power toward the center. 7-colored radiance intertwined and clashed, tearing open a rift in the void. Inside the rift were ever-changing colors, a primordial dimension never trodden by any living being. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yu stepped into the rift. A violent tearing sensation struck instantly. It was not physical pain, but the feeling of his soul being pulled by countless dimensions at once. He felt himself existing in numerous times and spaces, simultaneously experiencing cycles of life and death in every instant. The primeval divine diagram protected its master autonomously, forming a thin film of light over his body. But this defense was as fragile as paper under the assault of dimensional force, constantly breaking and reforming. Ahead lay an endless turbulent current. The multicolored dimensional energy was like a raging ocean, each surge carrying enough power to annihilate stars. Time and space lost their meaning here. The sense of up, down, left, and right was completely disoriented. Lu Yu took out the fragment of the wheel of time and space. This unremarkable piece of metal emitted a faint glow in the dimensional turbulence, like a lighthouse in a storm. He had to concentrate all his mental faculties to perceive the guidance transmitted by the fragment. Every misjudgment could lead to being swept into eternal oblivion. A silver turbulence suddenly struck from the side. Lu Yu instinctively wanted to dodge, but the signal from the fragment instructed him to charge head into it. Trust or doubt. In a flash, he made his choice. The silver turbulence engulfed him completely. Instead of the anticipated destruction, it revealed a shortcut. Inside the turbulence, time and space were compressed into a thin layer. He saw reflections of countless parallel worlds, each containing a different version of himself, living a different life. In some worlds, he became an emperor, in others he was reduced to a beggar, and in still others he never existed at all. These images surged like a tidal wave, assaulting his perception. The primeval divine diagram hummed, helping him steady his mind. He reminded himself not to be distracted. These were merely illusions born from the intersection of dimensions. Suddenly, all the illusions shattered simultaneously. A black rift appeared ahead, with countless arms forged from pure malice reaching out from it. Dimensional demons. These creatures born in the gaps between dimensions fed on the souls of travelers. They had no fixed form. Each arm constantly shifted, sometimes like withered bones, other times covered in scales. The first to touch Lu Yu was an arm covered in eyes. Each eye blinked, casting a maddening gaze. Lu Yu formed a sword gesture with his fingers, condensing the primeval divine power at his fingertips. A thin golden line swept across, severing the arm. No blood flowed from the break. Instead, chaotic dimensional energy gushed out. But more arms followed in succession. They surged from all directions, sealing every space for evasion. Lu Yu could even smell the decaying aura of different dimensions emanating from them. The primeval divine diagram operated at full power, forming a spinning wheel of light around him. Any arm that touched the wheel instantly disintegrated. But the demons were too numerous. The wheel's range was being constantly compressed. This couldn't go on. Lu Yu sank his divine sense into the fragment of the wheel of time and space. Inside the fragment, he perceived a weak point in the dimensional structure. Now, he suddenly withdrew the wheel of light, allowing the arms to seize him. The demons let out excited roars, frantically dragging him toward the black rift. Just as he was about to be pulled in, Lu Yu poured all his power into the fragment. An invisible ripple spread outward from him. All arms touched by the ripple began to collapse, and even the black rift showed signs of instability. The dimensional demons howled in agony, unable to comprehend how this prey could trigger vibrations in the dimensional origin. Lu Yu gave them no time to think. He transformed into a streak of light, charging directly toward the densest area of the rift. The primeval divine diagram clashed fiercely with the dimensional force, erupting in a radiance bright enough to illuminate the entire passage. In this light, Lu Yu saw the end of the passage, a constantly pulsating gateway woven from countless dimensions. That was the entrance to the chaotic placenta. But the final trial followed. Before the gateway stood a figure condensed from dimensional energy. This figure was identical to Lu Yu, even holding an exact replica of the primeval divine diagram. A mirror trial. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes. The mirror did not answer, only slowly raised its hand. The motion was identical to Lu Yu's earlier, but its power was amplified several times. The entire passage began to tremble. Two streams of primeval divine power collided in midair, the resulting energy momentarily halting the surrounding dimensional turbulence. Lu Yu felt a sweetness in his throat and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. This mirror not only replicated his abilities, but also drew upon the enhancement of the dimensional origin. He couldn't fight Hedon. Lu Yu changed his strategy, drawing the power of the primeval divine diagram inward. He no longer tried to confront the mirror directly, but instead moved like a fish weaving through gaps in the attacks. Each dodge was perilously close. The mirror's attacks always anticipated his movement trajectory, several times grazing his vital points. At this rate, he would eventually be hit. Lu Yu's gaze fell on the fragment of the wheel of time and space in his hand. Though the mirror copied everything about him, this item from outside the chaotic placenta should be beyond its replication. He deliberately left an opening, and the mirror took the bait. A destructive energy shot straight toward his brow. Now, Lu Yu directed the fragment toward that energy. At the moment of contact, the fragment emitted an unprecedented light. The mirror's movements suddenly froze and countless cracks appeared on its body. From these cracks emerged not flesh and blood, but chaotic dimensional turbulence. Return to the origin, Lu Yu whispered. The mirror shattered completely, dissolving into specks of light that merged into the surrounding passage. Lu Yu let out a long sigh, wiping the blood from his lips. The continuous high-intensity battles had drained his state to rock bottom, but the end was ahead. He walked toward the gateway. As the distance closed, the gateway's details became clear. It was woven from countless dimensional threads, each connecting to a world. The surface of the gateway pulsed constantly like the breathing of a living being. When Lu Yu finally stood before it, he felt the call of the chaotic placenta. It was an attraction rooted in the instinct of life itself, like a wanderer returning home or a fallen leaf settling at its roots. Without hesitation, he placed his hand on the gateway's surface. This time there was no resistance, no trial. The gateway rippled like water, slowly engulfing him. Before fully entering, Lu Yu glanced back at the path he had come. The dimensional passage was slowly closing. The silhouettes of the 7 domain lords were long out of sight. Along this journey, he had experienced much and lost much. But it was all worth it. He turned and stepped into that unknown realm. Inside the chaotic placenta, the most ancient secrets of creation awaited him. Darkness enveloped his body like viscous liquid. When Lu Yu opened his eyes, he found himself suspended in a formless chaos. There was no up or down, no passage of time. Only countless tiny specks of light drifting through the gloom. They coalesced into vague patterns, then scattered into finer dust. He tried to move his arm, but each motion was sluggish, as if submerged in the deep sea. An invisible pressure bore down on every inch of his skin, as though the entire space resisted his very existence. This was the outer edge of the chaotic womb. The specks of light suddenly accelerated. They wove together into luminous threads, spinning intricate patterns in the darkness. Yet the moment these patterns formed, they began to warp and twist, as if something hindered their stability. The primal writhing of laws. Lu Yu held his breath. He saw one thread attempt to define gravity, only to dissolve the instant it took shape. Another sought to establish time, but knotted itself in the paradox it created. Here the laws remained unformed. Every concept devoured another, every definition negated itself. Danger struck without warning. A translucent tentacle suddenly emerged from the darkness. It was composed of countless twisting runes, its surface shimmering with the halo of unshaped laws. Where it passed, space groaned in agony, and the freshly woven threads of law snapped. Lu Yu instinctively sidestepped as the tentacle grazed his shoulder. The cloth it touched instantly dissolved into primal particles, leaving a searing sting on his skin. More tentacles extended from the dark. They had no fixed form, sometimes solid as iron, other times ethereal as light and shadow. Each tentacle embodied an unborn law, exuding a chaotic aura that chilled the heart. Lu Yu channeled his inner energy, only to find his power extremely unstable here. A fire spell solidified the moment it formed, then inexplicably turned into flowing water. This realm permitted no fixed force to exist. He had to abandon spells and rely purely on his physical reflexes. A tentacle lunged at him. Lu Yu ducked, the tentacle brushing past his head, its turbulent wake numbing his scalp. He countered with a palm strike, but the instant his palm hit the tentacle, a paralyzing shock shot through his arm. The runes on the tentacle flickered wildly, absorbing and breaking down his attack. Then the tentacle swelled to twice its size, its speed redoubled. They were learning. Lu Yu's pupils contracted. These tentacles manifested from primal laws were perfecting themselves through combat. Each strike they endured evolved a new resistance. He had to find the pattern quickly. Dodging, he studied their trajectories. Though formless before each attack, the surrounding threads of law rippled with distinct fluctuations. 3 tentacles struck from the left. Lu Yu noticed the threads in their path spiraling into a helix. Without hesitation, he rolled right, and the spot he had occupied was shredded into nothing. Another tentacle ambushed from behind. This time the threads wove into a net. Lu Yu didn't look back, he lunged forward. The tentacle skimmed his heel, tearing off the boot's sole. Sweat dripped from his brow, decomposing into primal particles the moment it left his skin. His breath quickened. The relentless high-speed evasion was draining. Worse, the pressure around him was mounting. The chaotic womb seemed to sense him as an intruder, intensifying its rejection. A particularly massive tentacle emerged. It was far more solid than the others, its surface runes already taking shape. Where it passed, the unformed laws parted, as if making way. Titan's touch. Lu Yu's instincts screamed danger. This tentacle radiated a menace far beyond the others. It did not attack directly. Instead, it traced a circle around him. The space within the circle began to warp, threads of law writhing wildly, forming a temporary domain. Lu Yu tried to break free, but his movements turned excruciatingly slow. Not speed. Time itself had twisted within this domain. He saw the tentacle creep toward him. Though slow, he couldn't evade. Time stretched, each instant splintered into countless fragments. He couldn't fight it, Hedon. Forcing calm, he recalled his experience in the dimensional passage, the understanding of law's essence. The tentacle drew closer. At the moment of contact, Lu Yu made a desperate gamble. He met it, Hedon, only to twist aside at the last instant. The tentacle grazed his chest. A tearing agony seared his skin. Where it touched, flesh began to age in reverse. Young cells suddenly grew old, old cells reborn. The countercurrent of laws was corroding his body. Lu Yu gritted his teeth, using the impact to drift backward. He had to escape this time-warped domain. A second Titan's touch struck from the side. This time Lu Yu did not dodge. He reached out, meeting the tentacle. At the instant of contact, he channeled his energy to mimic the tentacle's vibrational frequency. A miracle occurred. The tentacle veered at the last moment, skimming past him. The resonance made it mistake him for a kindred being. But it was perilous. Lu Yu felt his energy being assimilated by the chaotic womb. If it continued, he might be lost here forever. He had to end this quickly. He charged at the nearest Titan's touch. At the moment of impact, he stopped resisting, opening his mind to let the law's countercurrent flood into him. Agony nearly made him black out. Countless unformed laws rampaged through his body, trying to break him down into primal particles. But Lu Yu endured, focusing on the rhythm of these laws. Found it. Amid the chaos, he caught a single slender thread. It represented the concept of existence. Weak yet stubbornly resisting erosion by other laws. Lu Yu poured all his focus into that thread. He guided his energy, carefully reinforcing the law. Like shielding a fragile flame in a storm, one slip and all would be lost. The surrounding tentacles seemed to sense something, their attacks turning frenzied. But it was too late. The thread of existence grew stronger under Lu Yu's nurture. It began to repel the other chaotic laws, forming a stable domain around him. The tentacles crashed against the domain's wall with a shattering screech. They could not breach this solidified law domain. Lu Yu exhaled, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. His gambit had injured his internal organs, but for now he was safe. He glanced around. The tentacles still prowled beyond the domain, but they no longer attacked. They circled as if waiting. He couldn't linger. Maintaining the domain, Lu Yu moved deeper into the chaotic womb. With every step, the pressure on the domain increased. External laws relentlessly battered this anomalous stable zone. He saw cracks forming on the domain's wall. He needed a more permanent solution. Ahead in the darkness, something glowed. The light was faint, yet it pulsed with a steady rhythm amid the chaotic law currents. Lu Yu advanced toward the glow. The closer he got, the more frantic the tentacles became. They slammed into the domain recklessly, even shattering themselves. As if guarding something. More cracks spread across the domain. Lu Yu had to divert energy to repair it, slowing his progress. Finally, just as the domain was about to collapse, he reached the source of the light. It was a crystal suspended in the void. It was small, no larger than a fist, its surface flowing with a soft halo. Most remarkably, around it, a tiny area of laws remained stable. A primal law crystal. Lu Yu reached out to touch it. The moment his fingertips were about to make contact, all the tentacles froze. Then they began to merge, coalescing into a single colossal tentacle. It filled his entire vision, its runes now complete, exuding a suffocating pressure. This was the true Titan's touch. Lu Yu knew the next strike would decide life and death. The giant's touch hung suspended in midair, not descending immediately. Lu Yu could feel the domain wall trembling slightly, not from external impact, but from a certain frequency emanating from the crystal. Fragments of shattered laws revolved around the crystal like iron filings drawn to a magnet. He maintained his domain, his fingertip a mere inch from the crystal. At that moment, the runes on the surface of the giant's touch began to flow. It was not a precursor to an attack, but a more ancient rhythm. The runes detached from the tentacles, weaving a net of light in the void. The net of light descended slowly, enveloping Lu Yu. There was no pain, no impact, only a vast blankness. Then visions began to emerge. He saw boundless darkness. Not a void, but an absolute nothingness where even time did not exist. Then a single point of light exploded and countless laws spread out like a spider's web. Stars were born, galaxies spun, and life sprouted in seas of molten lava. But this prosperity was fleeting. The laws began to warp and stars winked out one by one. Galaxies devoured each other and space itself began to crack. In the end, everything fell into silence, and even the darkness was no longer complete. The birth and destruction of the primordial universe was completed in an instant. Lu Yu stood still, his domain having dissipated unnoticed. The tentacles floated quietly around him as if waiting. He understood. This was not an attack, but a question. An inquiry from the primordial will of the chaos placenta. Can you bear such a cycle? Lu Yu closed his eyes and began to mobilize the power within him that did not belong to this world. The extraterritorial divinity flowed like a gentle stream seeping out from his fingertips. This was neither destruction nor creation. It was a reversal. Before him in a small area, time began to flow backward. The shattered fragments of laws reassembled and the extinguished light shone once more. Though the range was small and the duration brief, it had indeed occurred. Entropy reversal. The tentacles began to stir, not in anger, but more akin to astonishment. The giant's touch slowly retracted, dissolving into countless points of light before Lu Yu. These points recombined, forming a vague humanoid silhouette. Outsider. The voice did not travel through the air, but resounded directly in the depths of Lu Yu's consciousness. Ancient calm, utterly devoid of emotion. The power you have displayed lies outside the known laws. Lu Yu remained vigilant, the extraterritorial divinity circulating slowly within him. He could sense that this will, despite its calmness, contained enough power to annihilate him in an instant. What I seek is not destruction but balance. The will was silent for a moment. The surrounding tentacles swayed gently, as if in communication. Balance has already been broken. Each new birth brings about a more thorough destruction. Your so-called entropy reversal is merely delaying an inevitable end. Lu Yu looked up, staring straight at the humanoid silhouette. Delay is hope. Within an absolute cycle, any change is worth attempting. The will seemed stirred by these words. The surrounding scene shifted once more. This time it showed not the rise and fall of universes, but countless failures who had tried to break the cycle. Some attempted to create eternal kingdoms, others sought to freeze time, and still others aimed to become new creator gods. All of them had turned to dust within the cycle. Hope is the greatest illusion. The will's voice remained calm, but Lu Yu could feel the weariness within it, the numbness born of enduring countless cycles. Lu Yu took a step forward. The extraterritorial divinity formed a faint halo around him, resisting the ever-changing pressure of the laws. If one does not even try, that is true despair. He extended his hand, and the extraterritorial divinity coalesced in his palm. This time it was not a small-scale reversal, but a more fundamental change. The space before him began to warp, forming a completely independent miniature domain. Within this domain, the laws rearranged themselves according to his will. The flow of time altered, the forms of matter transformed, and even the fundamental physical constants were redefined. Though it lasted only 3 breaths, it was sufficient proof. The humanoid silhouette of the will wavered slightly. Interesting. Suddenly, the surrounding tentacles launched an attack. But this was no mere probing. It was a true trial. Hundreds of tentacles struck from all directions, each imbued with a different law power. Some carried extreme cold, others blazed with inextinguishable flames, and some could even warp space itself. Lu Yu did not retreat. The extraterritorial divinity operated at full capacity, forming a constantly shifting defensive domain around him. Whenever a tentacle drew near, the nature of the domain changed accordingly, neutralizing the attack in the most efficient manner. Ice and fire collided and annihilated before him. Spatial fissures closed automatically just before they could touch him. He was like a lone boat in a tempest, seemingly on the verge of capsizing, yet always remaining steadfast. But this was not enough. Lu Yu began to counterattack. He no longer defended passively, but struck out actively. The extraterritorial divinity transformed into an invisible blade, precisely severing the nearest tentacle. The severed tentacle did not dissipate. Instead, he enveloped it with his divinity, forcibly altering its internal structure. The once aggressive tentacle became a docile stream of light in his hands. 1, 2, 3. More and more tentacles were transformed by him. These transformed tentacles no longer attacked, but instead formed a new line of defense around him. The will watched all of this silently without interference. When the last attacking tentacle was transformed, Lu Yu stood at the center of a protective circle formed by streams of light. He breathed heavily, fine beads of sweat appearing on his brow. Such precise manipulation was an immense drain on both his spirit and physical strength. "You have proven your worth," the will's voice sounded again, this time with a trace of barely perceptible approval. "But the trials ahead are far more arduous. Are you certain you wish to continue?" Lu Yu wiped the sweat from his brow, his gaze resolute. "I must continue." The humanoid silhouette slowly dissolved once again, transforming into countless points of light. These points did not return to the tentacles, but converged before Lu Yu to form a gate of light. Beyond the gate lay a deeper darkness, one that swallowed even light itself. The surrounding tentacles parted to either side, clearing a path. They were no longer hostile, but stood at attention like guards. Lu Yu took a deep breath and stepped toward the gate of light. At the moment he stepped through the gate, he heard the will's final admonition. "Remember, you are not changing only your own destiny." The gate of light closed behind him. He was plunged into absolute darkness, and even the halo around him was suppressed to its minimum. He could only sense a powerful attraction ahead, as if the very core of the chaos placenta was calling out. A new journey had begun. Absolute darkness enveloped him, making even his breath feel viscous. Lu Yu could sense the aura around him trembling as if squeezed by invisible hands, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Yet the pull ahead grew stronger, guiding each of his steps. The sensation beneath his feet changed. No longer a void, but a warm, pulsating plane like the skin of a living being. Faint light patterns emerged from the darkness, spreading beneath his feet like veins. These patterns converged in the distance where a softly glowing white object floated. The primordial divine bone. It resembled not a bone, but a solidified fragment of moonlight, its surface flowing with countless tiny runes. Each rune breathed, and every flicker warped the surrounding space. Merely gazing upon it, Lu Yu felt the divinity within him resonate. But he was not the only one coveting it. On the other side of the bone, darkness congealed into a tangible form. A blurred figure slowly rose, its silhouette ancient and majestic. It had no eyes, yet Lu Yu could feel the oppressive weight of its gaze. The darkness around it grew denser, and even light seemed to shy away. No words, no warnings. The ancient sovereign raised a finger and gently pointed. The light patterns beneath Lu Yu suddenly erupted, transforming into countless black spikes that shot toward him. He immediately summoned his extra-dimensional divinity, erecting a barrier before him. The spikes struck the light screen with a sharp metallic clang. But the assault did not cease. The black spikes suddenly softened, turning into viscous liquid that began to corrode the barrier. With a sizzling sound, Lu Yu felt his divinity being devoured. He had to retreat, altering his strategy. His extra-dimensional divinity transformed into fine threads, probing into the black liquid. He attempted to analyze its structure as he had with the tentacles before. But this time the difficulty far exceeded imagination. The essence of this liquid shifted, constantly restructuring with every moment. Not fast enough, he told himself. Sweat dripped from his brow. He could feel his mental energy draining rapidly like water leaking from a cracked vessel. The ancient sovereign granted him no respite. A second wave of attack followed, this time the distortion of the entire space. Lu Yu felt his body being pulled apart, every cell screaming in agony. He forcibly steadied his mind, enveloping himself in extra-dimensional divinity to resist the tearing force. In this deadlock, he noticed a change in the divine bone. The runes on the primordial divine bone accelerated their flow as if responding to the conflict. Whenever the ancient sovereign manipulated the dark matter, the bone trembled slightly, emitting a stronger radiance. A thought flashed through Lu Yu's mind. He seized his purely defensive stance and diverted a portion of his divinity, stealthily reaching toward the divine bone. This was perilous. Simultaneously dealing with the attack and attempting to communicate with the bone pushed him to his limits. But he had no choice. As his divinity touched the bone, a vast torrent of information flooded his mind. Fragments of creation, memories, the origins of matter, the construction of rules. Too much, too chaotic, nearly overwhelming his consciousness. He gritted his teeth and persevered, grasping a key insight. This dark matter was in essence another form of divinity twisted by the will of the ancient sovereign. Lu Yu changed his approach. He no longer sought to analyze the structure of the dark matter, but traced its source directly. His extra-dimensional divinity acted like the finest scalpel, peeling away the ancient sovereign's will imposed upon it. The process was excruciating. Each peeling felt like a struggle against the entire dark space. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his spirit neared exhaustion. Yet the effect was significant. Stripped of the sovereign's will, the dark matter began to revert to its original form, pure divine energy. It no longer attacked Lu Yu, but surrounded him, replenishing his spent energy. For the first time, the ancient sovereign showed a distinct reaction. Its form trembled slightly, and the darkness around it churned violently. Clearly, Lu Yu's actions had enraged it. In the next instant, the entire space began to contract. Pressure surged. Lu Yu felt his bones groan, his blood nearly freezing. Even the light of the primordial divine bone was suppressed, growing dim. This was a confrontation of essences, no longer a contest of skill. Lu Yu condensed all his divinity into a single point aimed at the core of the ancient sovereign. This was not an attack, but a communication. He transmitted everything. The connection he had forged with the divine bone, his understanding of matter's origin. "We need not be enemies," he said in his mind. "The divine bone belongs to no being, it is the core of this space." There was no response. Only more ferocious pressure. Just as Lu Yu thought he would be crushed, the pressure abruptly eased. The figure of the ancient sovereign began to dissipate, dissolving into specks of light that merged into the surrounding darkness. Those specks of light eventually coalesced into a stream of information flowing into Lu Yu's consciousness. It was the memory of countless epochs, the origin of this space, the true significance of the primordial divine bone. When Lu Yu looked upon the divine bone, once more his understanding had changed. It was no longer a treasure to be fought over, but a responsibility, a core that maintained the balance of the chaotic womb. He reached out, and the divine bone drifted slowly into his palm. It was not heavy as imagined, but light as nothing. Yet the moment he touched it, the entire space began to tremble. In the distant darkness, more ancient entities were stirred awake. The space trembled with increasing violence. Lu Yu gripped the divine bone in his palm, its feather-light touch concealing a terrifying surge of power. From the distant depths of darkness, several ancient auras rapidly approached, their greed and murderous intent unconcealed. He could wait no longer. Without hesitation, he pressed the divine bone against his chest. The moment it touched his skin, it melted into his body like liquid. Agony erupted instantly. This was no ordinary pain. It was the tearing sensation of his very essence being forcibly rewritten. Every bone shrieked as the divine bone transformed into billions of streams of light spreading through the marrow's depths. The old structure crumbled, new rules were being established. The first to change was his spine. Vertebra by vertebra, it lit up like a chain of stars. The primordial substance of the divine bone flowed within, completely replacing the mortal bones. The newly formed bones took on a chaotic hue, their surfaces etched with natural Tao patterns of matter. Every subtle vibration resonated with the material particles in the surrounding space. His blood boiled as well. The blood in his veins evaporated and was reborn, infused with a golden divine radiance. What flowed was no longer a simple liquid, but a vessel bearing the laws of matter. Each heartbeat propelled the new blood through his body, transmitting the transformation to the most minute cells. Lu Yu let out a muffled groan and fell to one knee. Outside, three massive shadows converged from different directions. The first to arrive was a twisted darkness that transformed into a claw aiming directly for his head. Where the claw wind passed, 5 distinct fissures were left in the space. Lu Yu raised his arm to block. The collision of arm and claw produced a sharp metallic ring. To his surprise, the shadow claw left only a faint white mark on his arm bone before shattering. Was this the strength of the divine bone's reforging? Before he could ponder further, the second attack arrived. It was a grayish stream that decayed all matter in its path. It coiled around his left leg, instantly reducing his trousers to ashes and revealing the lustrous skin beneath. The corrosive force ravaged fiercely but could not penetrate deeply. The surface of his newborn skin automatically manifested intricate patterns, repelling the law of decay. With a mere thought, Lu Yu's leg muscles trembled slightly. A hum resonated, and the gray stream dissipated on the spot. The third attack was the most bizarre. Silently, the space around him began to fold, attempting to crush him into a flat plane. His bones groaned under the strain, but maintained their complete, three-dimensional structure. Lu Yu took a deep breath, feeling the surging power within. He slowly straightened his body. With this simple motion, the folded space shattered like a mirror. Fragments flew, reflecting the laws of matter swirling in his eyes. The three shadows halted simultaneously, clearly stunned that he had so easily neutralized their combined assault. Lu Yu looked down at his hands. Between the lines of his palms, tiny material particles swirled like stardust. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the power within every muscle fiber. It was not brute force, but mastery over the essence of matter. The shadows lunged again, this time transforming into countless fine needles aimed at his vital points. Lu Yu did not dodge. The moment the needles touched his skin, they twisted and deformed, eventually dissolving into nothingness. He understood now. These attacks were all different forms of matter, and he, having been transformed, could to a certain extent determine the existence of matter. He took a step forward. As his foot landed, the dark matter within a 10-meter radius around him solidified, entirely forming a crystalline ground. This was not energy creation, but a direct alteration of matter's inherent state. The gray stream attacked again, denser this time, carrying the aura of universal decay. Lu Yu extended a finger and gently touched the center of the gray stream. Where his fingertip made contact, the stream began to flow backward, eventually condensing into a single drop of gray liquid that hovered in his palm. With a slight squeeze, the liquid evaporated and vanished. This was absolute control over the state of matter. Seeing this, the final shadow began to retreat, slowly, clearly intending to flee. Luyu would not let it escape. He fixed his gaze on the shadow, the laws of matter swirling in his pupils. In the next second, the spatial density of the shadow's area increased, sharply trapping it firmly in place. The shadow struggled wildly, but could not break free from this material restraint. Luyu stepped forward slowly, and with each step the darkness beneath his feet solidified further. He approached the shadow and reached out a finger to lightly touch its surface. The sensation from his fingertip was cold and viscous. This was some ancient form of matter. With a thought, the shadow began to compress and deform, eventually forming a black crystal that fell into his hand. Inside the crystal, faint traces of struggle could still be seen. The other two shadows turned and fled without hesitation. Luyu did not pursue. He closed his eyes, fully immersing himself in the changes within his body. The divine bone had fully integrated into his skeletal system, now vibrating at a specific frequency. This vibration resonated with all the material particles in his body, and with each resonance his understanding of the laws of matter deepened. The golden radiance in his blood grew richer, creating subtle spatial ripples as it flowed. This was not energy leakage, but a natural phenomenon arising when matter itself reached its extreme. He attempted to harness this power. He slowly raised his right hand palm up. With his will, the surrounding dark matter began to coalesce, spontaneously forming a plain, unadorned longsword. The blade bore no ornamentation, but contained an extreme density of matter. With a gentle swing, space naturally parted where the blade passed, revealing the underlying chaos. Was this the pinnacle of the laws of matter? Luyu could sense that he could now alter the form of any matter he touched at will. Solids could become liquids, nothingness could solidify, and decay could be restored to new life. But this power came at a cost. He could feel the divine bone continuously consuming his spiritual strength within. Each alteration of matter's state intensified this consumption. In the outside world, it might be difficult to maintain this state for long. The distant tremors came again, more frequent this time, indicating more beings drawing near. Luyu took a deep breath and dispersed the material sword in his hand. It was time to leave. He looked around, his gaze piercing the layers of darkness to find the exit of this space. A faint light flickered there, the passage back to reality. But before leaving, there was one more thing to do. He crouched down and pressed his palm against the dark matter beneath his feet. The power of the divine bone flowed from his palm, calming the violent dark matter wherever it touched, restoring it to its original chaotic state. This was the duty of the primordial divine bone's holder, to maintain the balance of this space. After completing this, he straightened up and walked toward the exit. With each step, the darkness beneath his feet automatically solidified into a path supporting his stride. The surrounding matter parted as he passed, as if paying homage to its sovereign. The entrance to the passage was right before him. Luyu cast one last glance back at this chaotic space, committing every detail to memory. Then he stepped into the gate of light. The sights of the real world gradually came into focus, but he could feel the divine bone within continuing to transform his body. This metamorphosis was far from over, merely proceeding in a more gentle manner. When he fully returned to reality and opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the material radiance flowing on his own palm. The radiance quickly faded and disappeared, but he knew that some things had changed forever. The radiance flowing within his palm vanished completely beneath his skin. Luyu slowly closed his fingers, feeling the surging power within his body. The primeval divine bone continued to transform his physique, every inch of flesh and blood undergoing subtle yet profound reshaping. This metamorphosis was no longer a searing pain, but an unending tide of surging energy. Just as he was adapting to this change, the space around him suddenly froze. "How dare you?" A low voice resonated from the void, carrying an ancient and decayed aura. It was the will of immortality, which should have dissipated, now coalescing with even greater ferocity. The remnants of dark matter converged madly, forming a twisted humanoid shape in the air. Its outline shifted constantly, clear one moment and blurry the next, as if on the verge of collapse, yet stubbornly maintaining its final form. The price for stealing the divine bone is eternal annihilation. The will of immortality let out a deafening roar, the entire space trembling in its fury. The floating dark matter instantly boiled, transforming into countless sharp barbs that shot towards Luyu from all directions. Luyu's gaze sharpened. He raised his hand and pressed down gently, and the space before him immediately solidified. The incoming dark barbs halted abruptly 3 meters away from him, as if striking an invisible wall. But soon these barbs began to vibrate violently, their dark surface peeling away to reveal purer energy cores within. "It's useless." The will of immortality's voice carried a maddening laughter. I have already ignited my origin. Even the primeval divine bone cannot stop this. The halted barbs suddenly erupted with a blinding light, each one expanding rapidly. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the surrounding space to warp with fine cracks spreading across the void. Luyu could sense this was no ordinary attack. The will of immortality was indeed burning its last life essence, seeking to annihilate this space and him along with it. He took a deep breath, feeling the divine bone within him grow warm. The power of the material extremity began to circulate. The first to change were the suspended barbs. Their radiance started to dim and their expansion was forcibly halted. Following this, the barbs began to contract inward, their sharp forms gradually becoming rounded, eventually transforming into tiny black spheres. But this was not enough. The main body of the will of immortality had expanded to its limit, its outline completely blurred as it turned into a roiling mass of dark energy. From within this mass emanated a disquieting fluctuation, as if it could erupt with devastating power at any moment. Together, let us be annihilated. With this final roar, the dark energy exploded. A destructive shockwave radiated outward, shattering space inch by inch in its path. Even the black spheres that Luyu had transformed were violently shaken by this force, cracks appearing on their surfaces. Luyu stood his ground, his robes billowing in the energy storm. He slowly traced an arc in the air with his hands. With this gesture, the collapsing black spheres suddenly accelerated their rotation. They attracted each other, drew closer, and eventually merged into a larger sphere. This sphere voraciously devoured everything around it. Even light could not escape its gravity. The erupting dark energy was forcibly pulled, transforming into streams of light that were sucked into this ever-expanding sphere. The will of immortality let out an incredulous roar. "This is impossible. How can you?" Its voice was cut short, for the sphere had expanded to the height of a man, its surface smooth as a mirror displaying a pure black. Any light that approached it was devoured, and even space warped and distorted around it. This was a nascent black hole. Beads of sweat formed on Lu Yu's forehead. Maintaining the stability of this miniature black hole consumed far more mental energy than imagined. He could feel the divine bone trembling within him as if bearing an immense pressure. But he did not stop. His hands continued to move through the void, guiding the black hole to devour the remnants of the will of immortality. The violent dark energy was kneaded by an invisible hand, compressed and swallowed bit by bit. The will of immortality's roar turned into a desperate wail. "I am immortal. I am indestructible." Its voice grew fainter, finally dissolving into a reluctant sigh, disappearing entirely into the depths of the black hole. As the last wisp of dark energy was consumed, Luyu abruptly clapped his hands together. The miniature black hole began to contract violently, compressing from the height of a man to the size of a fist, then to a fingernail, and finally into an almost invisible black dot. The space around the dot warped intensely, as if it might erupt again at any moment. Luyu extended his right index finger and gently touched the black dot. The instant his fingertip made contact, he felt a terrifying pull. The divine bone within him grew scorching hot, and the power of the material extremity operated at full force, forcibly suppressing this attraction. The black dot trembled slightly under his finger, eventually stabilizing into an almost invisible minute mark. Only then did Luyu slowly exhale a turbid breath. He looked down at his fingertip, where the tiny black hole mark was slowly merging into his skin. He could feel the terrifying energy contained within it, along with the final resentment and unwillingness of the will of immortality. But these emotions were soon purified and devoured by the power of the divine bone. As the black hole mark completely merged into his fingertip, a new force coursed through his meridians, flowing throughout his body. This was the essence refined from the remnants of the will of immortality, the origin power it had accumulated over eons. Luyu closed his eyes, feeling the flow of this energy. It was like a warm spring nourishing every inch of his flesh and every bone. The transformation process of the primeval divine bone accelerated, and the incomplete metamorphoses were rapidly completed under the impetus of this power. When he opened his eyes again, it seemed as if galaxies swirled within his pupils. He raised his hand, his fingertip lightly tracing through the void. A fine crack spread through the air, then quickly healed. This was merely a casual gesture, yet it could easily tear space. Such was the power after fully absorbing the will of immortality. But he also clearly felt that something foreign now resided within him. These were the residual memory fragments of the will of immortality, the knowledge and experience it had gathered over countless millennia. These fragments lay like pearls at the bottom of the sea, waiting to be slowly retrieved and digested. A spatial tremor came from afar. Clearly, the recent battle had attracted the attention of certain entities. Luyu cast one last look at the space scarred by the great battle, then turned and took a step. His figure slowly dissipated into the void like ink dissolving in water, leaving no trace behind. Only the still unsettled spatial ripples bore witness to the battle that had once occurred here. The void sealed behind him as if it had never been torn apart. Lu Yu stood at the edge of a desolate starfield with floating meteorite fragments beneath his feet. He closed his eyes, inwardly examining the miniature cosmic sea that drifted within his body. Countless star dust swirled within it, yet a thin mist always lingered like flowers in a mirror or the moon's reflection on water. He activated the power of the primordial divine bone. Golden divinity seeped from the depths of his bones like molten gold flowing through his meridians. It was no longer pure energy, but born ancient like the first ray of light at the dawn of creation. The divinity flowed into the miniature cosmic sea. At first it was only a trickle. The star dust trembled slightly like willow catkins brushed by a spring breeze. The hazy nebulae began to coalesce, and the originally illusory points of light gradually became solid. Lu Yu could feel the weight of every star. They were no longer projections, but real entities. Then came a torrent. Divinity surged in wildly, igniting stars one after another. The nebulae spun faster and faster, forming countless tiny vortices. The once placid cosmic sea began to boil, star dust colliding and bursting into dazzling light. The primordial divine bone grew slightly warm. Beads of sweat formed on Lu Yu's forehead. He could sense the divinity deeply merging with the cosmic sea, each star being reforged. This process was more arduous than imagined, like carving an entire starry sky with the tip of a needle. But the change was irreversible. When the last wisp of divinity merged, the miniature cosmic sea suddenly stood still. All stars ceased their rotation, and all light converged inward. The entire cosmic sea contracted into a minuscule point of light, then erupted violently. There was no sound, yet it shook the entire starfield. 3 feet above Lu Yu's head, a crown woven from stars slowly materialized. It resembled no mortal diadem, devoid of the vulgarity of gold and jewels. Countless tiny stars revolved within it, forming patterns of flowing galactic rivers. At its center was an eternally burning nebula emitting a gentle yet undeniable radiance. This was the radiant divine crown. It hovered there not as an external object, but as an extension of Lu Yu's own body. The flickering of each star synchronized with his breath, and the flow of every galaxy mirrored the rhythm of his heartbeat. Just then, 3 dark figures attacked from different directions. They had clearly been lying in wait for this moment. The one on the left wielded a long spear, its tip tearing through space with a piercing shriek. The one on the right pressed his palms together, his palm wind solidifying into tangible blades, slicing through everything in their path. The last figure was the most bizarre, merging into the shadows with only a pair of blood-red eyes flickering in the darkness. Lu Yu did not move. He did not even look up at the approaching enemies. The radiant divine crown naturally cascaded countless stellar rays, enveloping him like a waterfall. The spear struck the stellar rays with a clang of metal, but could advance no further. The blades formed by palm wind slashed against the surface of the stellar rays, sending out ripples before dissipating into nothingness. The enemy who had merged with the shadows was the most troublesome. He directly penetrated the stellar ray defense and appeared behind Lu Yu. His blood-red eyes gleamed with eerie light, and his hands turned into claws, aiming straight for Lu Yu's back. Lu Yu still did not turn around. The nebula at the center of the radiant divine crown suddenly spun faster. A thin beam of starlight shot out, arriving after being launched first, precisely hitting those blood-red eyes. The enemy let out a piercing scream, tumbling out of the shadows, his eyes now 2 charred pits. Seeing this, the other 2 turned and fled without hesitation. Lu Yu finally looked up. The radiant divine crown rotated gently. Countless stars moved along some arcane trajectory, invoking the most fundamental laws of this starfield. The fleeing pair suddenly found themselves unable to move, the space-time around them solidifying like amber, sealing them tightly within. This was not mere suppression of power, but confinement at the level of cosmic law. Lu Yu raised his hand and pressed down in the air. The radiant divine crown shed more stellar rays, which transformed from mere defense into countless fine chains, piercing through their bodies and directly locking their very essence. Screams echoed through the starry void, quickly fading into silence. When the stellar rays dispersed, only 2 withered corpses remained. Their primordial essence had been completely devoured by the radiant divine crown. Lu Yu felt the feedback from the radiant divine crown. The devoured essences, refined through the circulation of stars, turned into the purest energy, nourishing his body in return. The primordial divine bone emitted a pleasant hum, as if savoring this feast. He looked down at his palm. A tiny star mark slowly emerged at its center. This was the sign of his complete fusion with the radiant divine crown. Henceforth, this crown was no longer a mere external divine ability, but the manifestation of his Tao fruit. In the distance, another spatial fluctuation came. This time the intruder was no petty thief. A massive warship tore through the void, its hull forged from some unknown metal covered in ancient runes. At the prow stood a figure clad in armor, his gaze as solid as matter piercing through layers of space to land on Luyu. "Hand over that crown." His voice was not loud, yet it shattered the surrounding meteorites. Luyu finally smiled. It was his first smile since acquiring the Radiant Divine Crown. The Radiant Divine Crown seemed to sense his battle intent, and the nebula at its center began to spin faster. Countless stars flickered erratically, invoking the spatial laws around them. The armored figure on the warship frowned. He sensed a threat, not from Luyu himself, but from that seemingly ornate crown. Within that crown, he felt an aura of primordial creation, a power of cosmic genesis. "It seems you have made your choice." He slowly raised his hand, and the runes on the warship lit up one by one. Luyu did not give him time to act. The Radiant Divine Crown suddenly blazed with light. It was not blinding, but a radiance as gentle and irresistible as the dawn. Under this light, the runes on the warship extinguished one after another like flames doused by water. The armored figure finally changed expression. He tried to retreat, but found the surrounding spacetime completely sealed. It was not simple confinement, but a fundamental rewriting of the laws in this region. Here Luyu was the arbiter of rules. The Radiant Divine Crown slowly ascended. It no longer merely hovered above his head, but transformed into a real starry sky. Countless stars were born and died within it, galaxies surged and flowed, nebulae expanded and contracted. It was a miniature universe possessing complete world laws. Luyu stood at the center of the starry sky like a deity governing heaven and earth. He waved his hand gently. A meteor fell from the starry sky, trailing a long tail of flame, hurtling toward the warship. It was not a simulated meteor of energy, but a true projection of a star carrying devastating power. The warship tried to dodge, but no matter which direction it turned, the meteor pursued relentlessly. This was not simple tracking, but a lock at the level of causality. Once locked, it was destined to be struck. A thunderous roar shook the entire starfield. The warship shattered under the meteor's impact, its supposedly indestructible metal as fragile as paper. The armored figure burst from the wreckage, only to find himself in an unfamiliar starry sky. This was the universe within the Radiant Divine Crown. Here he was but an ant. Luyu did not kill him. The Radiant Divine Crown turned gently, casting this intruder out of the starfield. It was not mercy, but necessity. For Luyu, who had fully mastered the power of the Radiant Divine Crown, such an enemy was no longer worth his effort. When all was calm, the Radiant Divine Crown reverted to its crown form, hovering silently above Luyu's head. It had become more solid, and the starlight was more subdued. After this battle, it had undergone its final transformation, truly becoming a part of Luyu. He could feel that whenever he wished, he could use the Radiant Divine Crown to create a real world. It was not an illusion, not a projection, but true creation. However, he suppressed this urge. The time was not yet right. He cast one last glance at the starfield that had witnessed battle, then turned and stepped into the void. The Radiant Divine Crown scattered stellar rays, paving a path of stars before him, leading into the unknown distance. The starry sky remained silent, only the shattered meteorites and the wreckage of the warship bore witness to what had transpired here. The stellar path stretched beneath his feet, each step rippling with starry radiance. Luyu traversed layer upon layer of void, the familiar silhouette of the sacred domain emerging on the horizon. But this time he did not step directly into the core of the sacred domain. The divine light crown revolved slowly above his head, pouring forth projections of countless stars. He halted at the boundary of the sacred domain, his gaze sweeping over the faintly visible defensive runes. These safeguards he had once prided himself on now appeared so crude. Stellar power began to converge. When the first thread of star radiance touched the edge of the sacred domain, the entire void trembled gently. The once calm periphery of the sacred domain suddenly stirred with invisible ripples. Luyu raised his hand and pressed down lightly. The divine light crown cast myriad fine threads of light, each entwined with a different law trajectory. The threads wove into a ring. At first, it was merely a thin layer like morning mist shrouding the sacred domain. But as time passed, the ring grew increasingly solid, its surface adorned with countless miniature star patterns. These stars were not static. They revolved slowly along some mysterious trajectory. Suddenly, a shadow struck from the void. It was a void beast roaming the dimensional gaps, its claws tearing through space as it lunged straight at the forming law ring. Luyu did not even turn his head. He merely moved his fingertips slightly. On the law ring, a miniature star blazed to life. The moment the void beast's claws touched the ring, its entire forelimb began to disintegrate. Not shattering, not burning, but dissipating from the most fundamental particle level. The void beast let out a piercing roar, attempting to retreat, only to find its body being devoured bit by the ring. It struggled wildly, spewing out a corrosive breath that could eat through space. The dark green torrent of energy crashed against the law ring, yet it fell like rain into the ocean, not even stirring a ripple. The star trajectories on the ring's surface adjusted slightly, and the void beast's body began to twist and deform, its front half still lunging forward while its rear half had already turned to flee. Space had been folded. Before this eternal law ring, even the most basic laws of motion could be arbitrarily altered. The void beast screeched within the contradictory spatio-temporal structure, eventually dissolving into a wisp of smoke utterly decomposed into the most primal energy particles. Luyu continued his work. The light threads cast by the divine light crown grew denser, and the law ring thickened steadily. Inside the ring, intricate patterns began to emerge, a network woven from countless interlocking laws. Whenever foreign energy attempted to penetrate, these patterns would illuminate, dragging the intruder into an endless labyrinth of laws. Another attack struck. This time it was not a creature, but an arrow lost in the void. Fired from an unknown origin, it had crossed countless planes, flying directly toward the sacred domain. The arrow was entwined with the law of annihilation. Even the void wailed in its wake. The law ring rippled gently. The arrow's speed abruptly slowed as if ensnared in an invisible quagmire. The law of annihilation on its surface clashed fiercely with the eternal law of the ring, sparking blinding flashes. The arrow trembled, struggling to break through, but the star trajectories on the ring shifted again. Time began to flow backward. The arrow retreated to its origin at a visible speed, even the law of annihilation wrapped around it dissipating. When it had fully withdrawn into the depths of the void, it had become an ordinary arrow stripped of all supernatural properties. Lu Ye's gaze remained calm. He could sense that the law ring was establishing a connection with the well of laws deep within the sacred domain. It was a fountainhead gushing forth primal laws, now channeling an unending stream of law power into the ring through an invisible conduit. The entropy inversion node began to operate. Complex light patterns bloomed on the law ring's surface, writhing like living beings constantly restructuring themselves. Inside the ring, entropy began to reverse. Any energy attempting to destabilize the ring was transformed into nourishment to sustain its existence. Another group of uninvited guests appeared. 3 oddly shaped warships leaped out from the void, their surfaces coated with anti-law armor clearly designed to breach various defensive barriers. Blinding light blazed at the warship's prows, and 3 energy beams capable of tearing apart planes shot simultaneously toward the law ring. This time Luyu finally moved. He stepped forward, and the star radiance cast by the divine light crown blazed with sudden intensity. On the law ring's surface, 3 corresponding stars lit up simultaneously, transforming into 3 crystalline shields. The energy beams struck the shields. No explosion, no impact, but were completely absorbed. The shields began to deform. They twisted and stretched, eventually morphing into 3 spears made entirely of energy. The spears' surfaces pulsed with the exact same aura as the incoming beams, yet bore the added blessing of eternal law. Luyu waved his hand. The 3 spears shot through the void, their speed far exceeding the original beams. The warships hurriedly raised their shields, but the spears pierced through them as if they were nothing, striking the warship's energy cores with pinpoint accuracy. There was no explosion, only silent annihilation. The 3 warships vanished bit by bit, like a drawing erased by a rubber, starting from their prows. Not destroyed, but utterly erased from this plane of existence. Not even a speck of dust remained. The law ring continued to perfect itself. On the ring's surface, fine gear-like patterns began to appear, interlocking and turning slowly. Each gear represented a fundamental law, and their operation sustained the ring's eternal nature. Luyu could feel the sacred domain undergoing a fundamental transformation. The law fragments that once drifted around the sacred domain were now being captured, absorbed, and reorganized by the law ring. The law structure within the sacred domain grew increasingly stable and intricate. Any unauthorized being stepping into this region would face rejection from the entire law system. The final procedure began. The divine light crown projected a pure beam of light connecting the law ring to the well of laws deep within the sacred domain. Within the beam flowed visible chains of law intertwining to form an inexhaustible energy channel. The entropy inversion node operated at full power. The law ring emitted a low hum, its body solidifying completely, its surface flowing with a mercury-like luster. It revolved slowly, each rotation adjusting the laws of the surrounding void. The space at the sacred domain's periphery began to warp, forming an invisible barrier. Any being attempting to intrude would first fall into a spatio-temporal maze, then face modifications to the fundamental laws, and finally have all its energy absorbed by the entropy inversion node. This was no longer mere defense, it was a complete law-restricted zone. Luyu let out a soft breath. The eternal law ring was finally complete. It floated quietly at the periphery of the sacred domain like a crown forged from stars adorning the domain. The stars on the ring's surface revolved slowly, eternal, yet ever-changing. He could sense that as long as this ring existed, the sacred domain would never be breached by external forces. Even if those ancient beings came in person, they would have to abide by the laws written here. The sacred domain had become an independent universe following its own rules, and this was only the beginning. The void remained vast, but within this domain guarded by the eternal law ring, even the void had to bow its head. Deep within the void, an indescribable existence opened its eyes. It was not vision in the biological sense, but a perception that transcended dimensions. An icy gaze pierced through layers of time and space, like intangible tendrils quietly reaching toward the domain guarded by the ring of eternal laws. Lu Yu was adjusting the energy flow within the sanctum when he suddenly sensed a subtle tremor from the ring of laws. The trajectory of the stars on the ring's surface momentarily deviated, causing ripples in its mercury-like luster. This was not an attack, but rather someone peering here from a distant place using extraordinary means. He immediately realized who was behind it. The final divinity. The mark left from their last encounter had not yet fully dissipated, and the familiar icy texture in that gaze was like a brand etched deep into the soul. The ring of laws began to operate autonomously. The stars on its surface accelerated their motion, and countless tiny runes emerged and vanished within the void. The area under surveillance began to warp as the fabric of space-time underwent subtle shifts at the microscopic level. The gaze seemed to sense the anomaly and attempted to withdraw its perception. Too late. Lu Yu's finger tapped lightly in the void, and the ring of eternal laws emitted a deep resonance. The space at the ring's center began to fold, forming a miniature black hole. This was not a black hole that devoured matter, but a trap specifically designed for information flows. The peering force was firmly ensnared, unable to break free. Chains of law extended from the ring's surface, tracking backward along the path of that gaze. These chains were not physical, but condensed from pure laws traversing layers of dimensions and leaving faint silver trails in the void. The final divinity's perception began to struggle. Its icy will tried to sever the connection, but the chains of law had already tightly bound its essence. Two utterly different forces clashed violently in the dimensional gaps, unleashing silent tremors. Lu Yu could feel the resistance from the other end of the chains. It was not a bestial chaotic rebellion, but a tactical retreat with clear purpose. Each attempt to break free precisely targeted the weakest point of the chains, as if every possibility had been calculated in advance. This was by no means an entity of chaos. The rotation speed of the ring of laws increased once more. The stars on its surface began to burn, releasing unprecedented energy. The silver of the chains grew deeper, no longer content with mere tracking. They began to parse the information contained within that gaze. Dimensional coordinates began to emerge. The first point appeared in Lu Yu's consciousness, followed by the second, the third. They were like pearls scattered in the void, strung together one by the chains of law. The final divinity's resistance grew fiercer. A certain whisper came from the void. Not a sound, but an impact that directly affected the consciousness. A torrent of chaotic images flooded Lu Yu's mind, shattered stars, collapsing universes, preludes to the end. This was a spiritual attack. Lu Yu let out a cold snort. The well of laws deep within the sanctum erupted with a torrent of pure energy. This energy, transformed by the ring of eternal laws, became the most solid spiritual barrier blocking all those chaotic images outside. The tracking by the chains continued. This was no longer a simple defensive counterattack, but a hunt across dimensions. The roles of hunter and prey were quietly shifting. The final divinity seemed to sense the danger and began to take more extreme measures. The portion of its perception entangled by the chains suddenly self-destructed. This was not a simple severance of connection, but complete self-annihilation. The path tracked by the chains of law abruptly ended, leaving only a void ahead. But Lu Yu had anticipated this move. At the moment of the perception's self-destruction, the ring of laws had already captured the final stream of information. Though the chain of coordinates was broken, the most crucial nodes had been firmly locked. He saw it. In an extremely distant dimension, the true form of the final divinity lurked like a colossal beast in the deep sea, quietly waiting for prey. This was not an unordered desire for destruction, but a meticulously calculated hunting strategy. Every world it had marked possessed specific energy characteristics. Every opportunity for an attack was derived from rigorous deduction. It was not destroying randomly, but executing some predetermined procedure. The ring of laws slowly ceased its rotation. The stars on its surface resumed normal motion, and the mercury-like luster gradually calmed. The silver trails of the chains in the void were slowly fading, as if nothing had happened. But Lu Yu knew everything had changed. For the first time, he truly saw the nature of this opponent. The final divinity was not a mad destroyer, but something far more dangerous, a hunter with a clear goal. The invisible barrier at the edge of the sanctum rippled faintly, purifying the last trace of foreign aura. The void returned to silence. Only the ring of eternal laws continued to rotate slowly, like a stellar crown adorning this domain, radiating an eternal, unchanging light in the endless darkness. Lu Yu stood at the center of the sanctum, his gaze piercing through layers of dimensions, looking toward the direction just locked. The hunt had only just begun. The stars in the void revolved slowly, the radiance of the eternal law ring pulsing like a breath. Lu Yu stood at the heart of the sanctum, a wisp of silver-white substance coalescing at his fingertip. It was not energy nor law, but the essence of divinity extracted from the primordial source. He raised his hand gently, and the divine substance flowed like a living thing, tracing elegant arcs through the air. The first drop of divine substance fell into the chest of a human warrior. The warrior's body trembled violently, and fine silver patterns emerged on his skin. Deep within his pupils, the ordinary brown of a mortal was fading, replaced by an eternal luster like that of stars. His bones emitted a faint, crisp sound, not breaking, but restructuring. Every inch of flesh and blood resonated with the divine substance, as if parched land finally welcomed a sweet rain. "Remember this feeling?" Lu Yu's voice echoed in the void. "This is not a transformation, but an awakening." More divine substance fell like raindrops, precisely entering the heart of each warrior. Within the sanctum, gasps rose and fell. Some knelt on one knee, others cried out to the heavens. Silver light radiated from within their bodies, weaving into a vast web of light in the void. The first warrior to complete the transformation stood up. His movements carried an inhuman fluidity, with each step faint ripples spread across the void beneath his feet. He raised his palm, gazing at the silver sheen flowing at his fingertips. "Is this eternity?" Lu Yu nodded slightly. No words were needed. Every warrior who completed the transformation could sense the change within. Their very essence of life had been rewritten, elevated from transient carbon-based beings to eternal entities centered on divine substance. At that moment, the barrier at the edge of the sanctum suddenly rippled violently. Black cracks spread like a spiderweb as the erosion from the final dimension finally arrived. Twisted shadows surged from the fissures, formless, yet carrying an aura of all-consuming hunger. "Form ranks." Lu Yu's voice was soft, yet it reached every warrior clearly. The newly transformed Eternal Legion instantly deployed into formation. They needed no drills. The instincts of ascension had etched the art of battle into the deepest recesses of their souls. Silver streams of light darted through the void, forming an impenetrable line of defense. The first shadow lunged at the foremost warrior. The warrior did not dodge, allowing the shadow to engulf him completely. From the darkness came a grating sound of corrosion, but in the next second, silver light burst forth. The shadow dissipated like snow under a blazing sun, revealing the warrior unscathed. The silver core at his chest pulsed steadily, radiating a pure primordial aura. "Their attacks cannot erode the divine substance," the warrior reported calmly, his voice devoid of any fluctuation. More shadows gushed from the fissures. This time, they changed tactics, no longer attempting direct erosion, but beginning to merge. Dozens of shadows coalesced into a massive black vortex, at the center of which emanated a terrifying suction force. The void began to warp. Star fragments at the sanctum's edge were drawn in and instantly reduced to nothingness. Third formation, energy resonance. Silver light flowed among the legion. Each warrior became an energy node, their divine cores resonating at a specific frequency. A vast silver curtain of light slowly unfurled across the void, colliding heat-in with the black vortex. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a faint hum. Where the curtain and the vortex met, the fabric of space was undergoing subtle changes. The devouring force of the black vortex was neutralized by the silver light. Two entirely different laws wrestled in the void. A warrior suddenly broke from formation, transforming into a streak of light that stabbed straight toward the vortex's center. His body disintegrated and reorganized during the charge, the silver divine substance around him forming a sharp spear. The moment the spear pierced the vortex, time seemed to freeze. Then the black vortex began to collapse from within. Silver light spread through the darkness like a virus, and wherever it passed, the shadows dissipated entirely. When the last corner of darkness was purified, only the warrior remained suspended in the void, his silver core brighter than before. "Report losses." Lu Yu's voice remained calm. The warrior looked down at his palm. Divine substance consumed at 3%, autonomous recovery underway. The other warriors gradually disengaged from combat. The silver patterns on their bodies faded, leaving only the starlight in their pupils as proof of their transformed nature. Some clenched their fists, gently feeling the eternal power flowing within. Others closed their eyes in concentration, sensing every subtle energy fluctuation in the void. The cracks at the sanctum's edge began to heal on their own. The erosion of the final was temporarily repelled, but everyone understood this was merely the beginning. Lu Yu watched the nascent Eternal Legion. Their combat methods still bore traces of inexperience, and their mastery of the divine substance was far from perfect. Yet in that brief skirmish, he had already glimpsed infinite possibilities. A warrior suddenly knelt on one knee, "Commander, I sensed the final dimension adjusting its attack pattern." His silver pupils reflected the distant dimensional scene. Through the resonance of his divine core, he could trace the energy signatures of the final beings. This was not prophecy but precise deduction based on the eternal law. "In their next attack, they will attempt to sever our divine connection." Another warrior interjected, "Recommend constructing a counterfield in advance." Silver light flowed among the legion once more, not for battle this time, but to weave a complex energy network. Each warrior became a node in the network, their consciousness linked through the divine substance. When the final's second wave arrived, what it encountered was no longer individual warriors, but a complete silver giant. The giant's body was composed of countless streams of flowing divine substance. Every swing of its arm carried the force of law. A dark torrent slammed into the silver giant, erupting in blinding light. This time the final's erosion could not even breach the outermost defense. The silver giant raised its hand and clenched it in the air. The dark torrent struggled violently, as if gripped by an invisible hand. "Purify." The giant's voice sounded like 1,000 voices speaking in unison as silver light surged from its palm. The dark torrent dissolved in the radiance, leaving not even a trace of residual energy. The battle ended faster than expected. The silver giant slowly disintegrated, reverting into individual warriors. Their auras were more refined than before, and their command over the divine substance had clearly improved. In real combat, the Eternal Legion's potential was being rapidly unleashed. Lu Yu finally allowed a faint, barely perceptible smile. He gazed into the depths of the void where a locked coordinate flickered softly. The final divinity must have already sensed the existence of this newborn force. The game of hunter and prey had truly begun now. The Eternal Legion stood in silent formation, their silver pupils all fixed on the same direction. They were no longer human nor mere energy beings. They were walking laws, extensions of the primordial, the sharpest spear and the sturdiest shield of the void sanctum. Across the infinite dimensions, a new war was about to commence. And this time humanity was no longer the lamb to the slaughter. The silver radiance in the void had yet to fully dissipate when a ripple spanning across dimensions silently spread outward. Luo Feng stepped forth from the epicenter of the ripple, his black robes billowing in the residual energy waves. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the Eternal Legion soldiers who had just concluded their battle, finally settling on Lu Yu. "It seems I have arrived at just the right moment." A fighting spirit curled at the corner of Luo Feng's mouth. "I heard your strength has advanced greatly recently. Care for a sparring match?" Lu Yu gave a slight nod as the radiant crown materialized above his head. It was no longer a simple convergence of energy, but a diadem woven from countless strands of law, each strand flowing slowly, as if bearing the secrets of the entire void. The two stood facing each other, and the surrounding space-time began to warp. Luo Feng made the first move. He brought his fingers together like a blade, and a saber intent that traversed several dimensions cleaved through the air. This strike appeared simple, yet it contained his profound understanding of the universe's origin. Where the saber light passed, even the fundamental structure of the void was reorganized. Lu Yu did not evade. The radiant crown trembled gently, and an intangible barrier of law unfolded before him. The saber intent crashed against the barrier, producing a crisp sound of shattering. It was not the barrier that shattered, but Luo Feng's saber intent that was decomposed into the most fundamental energy particles upon contact. Interesting. A flicker of surprise passed through Luo Feng's eyes, then turned grave. He formed hand seals, and 9 rotating black holes materialized around him. Each black hole connected to a different cosmic dimension, devouring all energy around it. This was the ultimate application of his devouring law technique that had once consumed an entire starfield. The 9 black holes pressed down upon Lu Yu, simultaneously distorting even light in their path. Lu Yu finally moved. He raised his right hand, and the radiant crown projected a fine network of laws. This network seemed fragile, but the moment it touched the black holes, it severed the connections between them. Deprived of mutual support, the black holes began to tremble, unstably collapsing one after another. "Not enough yet," Lu Yu said softly. Luo Feng took a deep breath, knowing he had to use his true trump card. His form began to blur, transforming entirely into a saber light that bridged the boundaries of reality and illusion. This was the ultimate technique he had comprehended after fully merging his being with the Tao of the saber, a strike that had once severed the river of time. Where the saber light passed, even the laws of causality were reorganized. Lu Yu finally assumed a serious expression. The radiant crown bloomed with unprecedented brilliance, countless patterns of law writhing and restructuring like living entities. He no longer defended passively, but actively met the saber light that transcended reality and illusion. The two forces collided in the void, yet produced no sound. On the level of law, it was a far more intense confrontation. Luo Feng's saber intent sought to sever all connections, while Lu Ye's radiant crown continuously wove new networks of law. Every second, tens of thousands of laws were annihilated in the clash, while new ones were born from the collision. Finally, a minute crack appeared on the saber light. The crack spread rapidly, soon covering the entire surface of the saber light. With a soft sound, Luo Feng's form reappeared, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. I lost, he admitted frankly, yet there was no dejection in his eyes. Is this your current strength? Lu Yu withdrew the radiant crown, and the surrounding spacetime gradually returned to tranquility. This is not all, he said, gazing into the depths of the void. Follow me. Let me show you our true objective. The two traversed dimensions, arriving at a peculiar stretch of void. There were no stars here, only countless shattered remnants of universes drifting in the void. Each remnant had once been a complete universe, now reduced to fragmented shards of law. This is... Luo Feng's pupils contracted. The cosmic graveyard, Lu Yu said softly. All universes that meet their end ultimately come here. He reached out and touched a floating cosmic remnant, and the entire history of that universe from birth to destruction immediately emerged within it. The rise and fall of countless civilizations, the struggles of innumerable powerhouses, all had ultimately turned to dust in this void. The universe we inhabit is merely a grain of sand in the infinite void. Lu Yu continued. The reason the terminus ceaselessly erodes various universes is that it itself is fleeing from an even greater end. Luo Feng silently absorbed the desolation of this void. He could perceive the lingering unwillingness and despair within those remnants, the final lament of countless civilizations. Transcending the universe Luo Feng murmured. Is this the path you have chosen? Lu Yu nodded, and the radiant crown materialized once more. But this time it was no longer merely a diadem. It had transformed into a gateway connecting infinite dimensions. Through the gateway, Luo Feng beheld a vaster panorama. Countless universes like bubbles arising and perishing in the void, and their own universe was merely an ordinary one among them. The strength of an individual has its limits, Lu Yu said. Only by understanding the essence of the void can one find the true path to transcendence. He pointed to a certain direction deep within the gateway. There lies an existence that even the terminus fears. Luo Feng gazed at the gateway for a long time, the fighting spirit in his eyes gradually replaced by something deeper. He understood what Lu Yu was trying to tell him. The path of cultivation had no end, and a true powerhouse should not be confined to the struggles of a single universe I need time, Luo Feng finally said. The path you have pointed out is more distant than I imagined. Lu Yu smiled faintly. We all have time. After all, this game has only just begun. Luo Feng's figure gradually faded. He needed to return to his own dimension to reconsider his direction of cultivation. Before departing, he gave Lu Yu a profound look. Next time we meet, I will show you something different. The void returned to silence, leaving only Lu Yu standing alone among the countless cosmic remnants. The radiant crown revolved slowly above his head, reflecting infinite possibilities for the future. The Eternal Legion soldiers stood quietly in the distance, the desolate scene of the cosmic graveyard mirrored in their silver pupils. They knew their mission was far grander than they had ever imagined. The silence of the void was torn apart by a rift. It was no ordinary spatial fissure, but a laceration of a higher dimension. Silver-white radiance cascaded from the rift, woven into a net of countless delicate threads. The warriors of the Eternal Legion instantly assumed combat stances, their silver pupils gleaming with vigilance. 3 figures stepped forth from the radiance. They wore silver-white armor inscribed with intricate runes flowing across its surface. The leader bore a diamond-shaped crystal on his helm, within which countless rotating galaxies seemed to be sealed. They bore no weapons, yet faint dimensional fluctuations swirled around them. Dimension Judges, 7th Reconnaissance Squad of the Myriad Law's Heavenly Cavalry. The leader spoke, his voice a vibration of countless metallic flakes. We are ordered to patrol the dimensional passageways. The divine radiance crown above Lu Yu's head turned slowly, and the scene within the portal began to accelerate. He could sense the oppressive aura emanating from these visitors. Not merely a level of energy, but a resonance with deeper rules. This is the void's sacred domain, Lu Yu replied calmly. You have crossed the boundary. The Myriad Law's Heavenly Cavalry's gaze swept over the surrounding cosmic debris, their silver-white pupils devoid of any emotion. The dimensional passageway is about to be adjusted. This area will be designated as a temporary corridor. A warrior of the Eternal Legion stepped forward, silver energy coalescing in his palm. The temperature in the void plummeted and countless tiny ice crystals formed on the debris. Stand down, Lu Yu said softly. The Legion's warriors immediately retracted their energy, yet their eyes remained fixed on the 3 visitors. The leader of the Myriad Law's Heavenly Cavalry raised his right hand palm upward. A pillar of silver-white light shot into the void, unfolding into a complex, 3-dimensional map. Countless points of light flowed within the map, tracing incomprehensible trajectories. Do you understand? His voice remained calm. The passageway adjustment is inevitable. Lu Yu gazed at the map. He could see countless dimensional lines intertwining and twisting, and this very void lay at the entrance of a passageway about to open. Who is to pass through? Lu Yu asked. The silver-white map trembled violently. A point of light began to expand, rapidly devouring all surrounding trajectories in an instant. It was an existence beyond comprehension, its mere projection enough to warp the entire map. The unspeakable one. The myriad law's heavenly cavalry withdrew his hand, and the map dissipated. We are merely issuing an advance warning. Suddenly a crisp sound echoed through the void, as if something was pressing down from a higher dimension. The armor of the three myriad law's heavenly cavalry blazed with blinding silver light, runes swirling frantically. It's coming, the leader said in a low voice. The void began to distort. The floating cosmic debris seemed to be kneaded by an invisible hand, deforming and shattering. The warriors of the Eternal Legion had to unleash silver shields to withstand the sudden pressure. The divine radiance crown above Lu Yu's head expanded abruptly, and the scene within the portal became clear. He could see an indescribable entity approaching, its immense mass affecting the stability of dimensions. The myriad law's heavenly cavalry raised their hands simultaneously. Silver-white energy surged from within them, weaving into a vast net in the void. The net's lines aligned with dimensional threads attempting to stabilize the area. But the pressure intensified. A rift spread through the void. Not a spatial crack, but a tear in dimensionality itself. Through the rift, Lu Yu witnessed a horrifying sight, countless stars shattered and reformed, within time flowing and reversing at an abnormal speed. Stabilize the passageway. The myriad law's heavenly cavalry leader commanded. The silver light of the three knights merged into one, forming a massive triangular array. At the array's center, the diamond-shaped crystal projected dazzling light, attempting to mend the dimensional rift. Lu Yu moved. He lightly touched the divine radiance crown, and pale golden light flowed from the portal. These streams of light, like living things, coiled around the silver-white array and fused with it. The violently trembling void gradually calmed. The myriad law's heavenly cavalry leader looked at Lu Yu, a flicker of fluctuation appearing in his silver-white pupils for the first time. The dimensional rift began to heal slowly. But before it closed completely, all saw the sight on the other side. A pair of enormous eyes gazing back, their pupils reflecting countless shattered universes. The pressure vanished abruptly. The void returned to stillness, as if all that had happened was an illusion. Yet the twisted cosmic debris and the lingering dimensional fluctuations testified to the reality of what had occurred. The myriad law's heavenly cavalry retracted their silver energy, net fine cracks appearing on the armor of all three knights. The passageway will not remain open for long, but it will be enough for that entity to pass through. The warning has been delivered, the leader said, turning to Lu Yu. The passageway will not remain open for long, but it will be enough for that entity to pass through. Lu Yu looked at them. Why issue a warning? The silver-white pupils flickered slightly. Dimensions require balance. That entity's passage will disrupt this balance, and we all exist within dimensions. The three myriad law's heavenly cavalry began to transform into streams of light, their forms gradually fading. Before disappearing completely, the leader spoke one last time. Be prepared. When that entity passes through, this void will no longer be a safe place. The streams of light dissipated and the void returned to silence. The warriors of the Eternal Legion lowered their shields, their silver pupils heavy with solemnity. They could feel that the pressure just now was merely a distant glance from that entity. Lu Yu looked up at the dimensional rift, not yet fully healed. The divine radiance crown revolved slowly above his head, the scenes within the portal shifting constantly. He could sense a vast will lingering beyond the dimensions, awaiting the moment the passageway fully opened. Adjust the deployment, Lu Yu ordered softly. During the passageway's opening, all patrol squads are to retreat to the sacred domain's core. The silver pupils lit up simultaneously, and the warriors of the Eternal Legion bowed in acknowledgement. The desolation in the void seemed even more profound. The cosmic debris had shattered further from the dimensional fluctuations, as if heralding an impending storm. Lu Yu stood alone amidst the countless remnants, the light from the divine radiance crown flowing around him. He could feel that the warning from the myriad law's heavenly cavalry was only the beginning. An existence beyond understanding was approaching, and this void would become a temporary passageway for its transit. The dimensions whispered, heralding the coming upheaval. The surface of the river shimmered softly, and Lu Yu's figure gradually solidified within the halo. He raised his palm with countless star trajectories flowing from his fingertips. This was not a display of power, but a natural manifestation of existence itself. A disturbance emanated from the depths of the dimensional sea. A dark red nebula suddenly twisted, erupting with tens of thousands of black warships. Their shells were covered in sharp spikes with cannon mouths, gathering energy capable of tearing apart dimensions. This was the remnant of a predatory civilization from the previous era, refusing to integrate into the new order. The Dominator. The hyperdimensional warriors instinctively tensed their nerves. They could feel the destructive aura emanating from those warships, weapons specifically targeting the source of dimensions. Luyu did not even raise his eyes. The first wave of energy beams had already struck. The dark red light beams tore through the void, causing the spatial structure to begin to collapse. This attack was sufficient to evaporate any dimensional defense system instantly. The light beams suddenly slowed down 100 meters away from Luyu. They were not blocked, but assimilated. The dark red energy flow resembled ink drops falling into clear water, quickly dissipating in the invisible barrier. The spikes on the surface of the warships began to twist, the metallic shells rippling as if turning liquid. Dimensional erosion, Luyu murmured. This was not an attack, but a statement of fact. The black warships began to disintegrate. It was not an explosion, but a more thorough dissolution. Their structures returned to the most fundamental particle state, and then these particles continued to decompose, ultimately transforming into pure information streams flowing into the mother river. The entire process was silent, yet more chilling than any explosion. The surviving warships turned to flee, but they found that the surrounding spacetime had been locked down. It was not a blockade of power, but a refusal of this area to acknowledge their existence. The engines of the warships were still running with instruments showing everything normal, yet they could not move an inch. Like boats trapped in a painting, forever confined to a two-dimensional plane. Luyu finally raised his gaze towards that nebula. His sight pierced through countless dimensions, landing directly on the core of the predatory civilization. It was a massive nest made of dark matter where the creators of this civilization lay in slumber. Awaken. The two words echoed deep within the nest. Dark matter began to coalesce, forming a vague, humanoid shape. This being had been asleep for several epochs, but was now forcibly awakened. It roared in anger, the sound waves shattering the surrounding stars. But the roar vanished the moment it left the nest. It was not blocked, but redefined. The furious roar transformed into a gentle sigh, and the violent energy became a docile stream of light. This ancient being realized it was changing not by external force, but evolving toward a more perfect state. It looked down at its hands, the form made of dark matter becoming transparent. Through this body, it could see the mother river flowing gently. The anger gradually subsided, replaced by an unprecedented tranquility. I understand. It softly spoke, then voluntarily dissipated its form. The dark matter nest began to glow, eventually transforming into a magnificent nebula, forever hanging at the edge of the dimensional sea. The hyperdimensional warriors quietly observed all of this. They could sense that this was not conquest, but a return. Like a lost child finally finding home. Luyu turned to face another direction. The situation there was even more complex. Several nascent dimensions were colliding with severe distortions in the spacetime structure. This was not an invasion by external enemies, but the growing pains of development. He extended his finger and gently tapped the void. The colliding dimensions suddenly froze. It was not that time stopped, but they found the most harmonious resonance frequency. The boundaries of the dimensions began to merge, not merging in the traditional sense, but intertwining like rays of different colors, creating even more splendid hues. A new composite dimension was forming. The hyperdimensional warriors could feel the infinite possibilities contained within. This place would become the new cradle of countless civilizations, giving birth to unprecedented life forms. But crisis always coexists with opportunity. In the deepest part of the dimensional merging, a rift quietly appeared. What poured out was not enemies, but a more dangerous conceptual pollution. This was an existence capable of distorting cognition. Any life that came into contact with it would lose judgment of reality. A hyperdimensional warrior was inadvertently affected. His body began to twist, not in a physical sense, but in a chaos of existential concepts. At times he believed himself to be a star, and at other times a speck of dust. This cognitive disorder was rapidly eroding his essence. Luyu approached him. Without any gestures of rescue, he simply gazed quietly. In that gaze, the chaotic concepts began to reorder. The warrior felt his consciousness returning, but not to its original state. Rather, it entered a clearer level of understanding. For the first time, he truly understood who he was. Not a warrior, not a life, but a ripple of the mother river. This realization brought him unprecedented tranquility. The rift began to contract. But it was not forcefully closed, it was replaced by a more refined concept. Luyu planted a seed at the rift, the primordial concept of boundaries. From then on, the merging between dimensions would proceed in an orderly manner without producing such dangerous rifts. After completing all of this, Luyu gazed deeper into the dimensional sea. The space-time structure there was even more complex, harboring realms untouched by the mother river. Yet he did not proceed immediately. Instead, he first did something seemingly trivial. He repaired a dying star. This was not an important star, but an ordinary star in a remote dimension. There was not even any life on it. But Luyu was extremely earnest, as if he were completing a critically important mission. The star shone brightly once more, its warm light spilling onto the surrounding planets. One of the frozen planets began to thaw, and the ocean gradually revealed the most primitive signs of life. Every existence deserves to be seen, Liu softly said. This statement was not only addressed to the hyperdimensional warriors, but also to the entire Mother River. The Mother River began to ripple. It was not a dangerous fluctuation, but a joyful flow. Countless life forms in the numerous dimensions felt an inexplicable joy, even though they did not know where it came from. A new era indeed began. But it was not just an era of power, but an era of understanding. Under Liu Ye's gaze, even the smallest particles found meaning in their existence. The dimensional sea remained vast, and the road ahead still long. But this time, all existences understood that they were no longer alone. The Eternal Dominator was not a ruler high above, but a guiding presence alongside them. Liu Ye's figure gradually faded, not disappearing, but merging into every dimension. From then on, he was both the Dominator who transcended all, and just an ordinary member of all things. The stars continued to twinkle, and the Mother River continued to flow. But all of this now held a different meaning. The end.